When she was 1 year old during the Zhuozhou ceremony, she grabbed a doll husband. Her mother, refusing to believe it was a fluke, placed her back at the starting point, keeping her away from her best friend's son. Unexpectedly, the little boy crawled toward her on his own, hugged her little face, and planted kisses all over. Seeing how affectionate the babies were, both mothers promptly decided to arrange a childhood betrothal for them. But from then on, the boy became the girl's worst nightmare. Every day, he either scared her with bugs or made her do his homework. It wasn't until middle school, when the boy moved abroad, that this childhood engagement faded away. That day, as soon as she arrived at school, her best friend Zhouing excitedly approached her, saying, "I heard our class is getting a transfer student, and he's a super handsome guy from abroad." Su Tian responded with a casual "oh," thinking she had seen foreigners before. Why the fuss? But Zhouing kept gushing. "He's at the academic office right now. Rumor has it that a class representative from next door went to grade papers, saw how ridiculously good-looking he was, and actually took out her phone to sneak a photo. She got caught on the spot, had her phone confiscated, and is still getting scolded." Su Tian was stunned, wondering just how handsome someone had to be to risk taking a photo in the academic office. Zhouing grew even more excited. "Unbelievably handsome. Want to see the photo? I can borrow it for you." Su Tian shook her head. "No thanks, I'm not as obsessed as you. He's our transfer student anyway, we'll see him eventually." The first period was supposed to be Chinese, but since the teachers were busy grading exams, it turned into a self-study session. As the class representative, Su Tian was called to help record scores. Her close friends urged her, "Make sure to get a good look at that transfer student. I want a 1,000-word essay describing his appearance. Go, class rep, and check my score while you're at it." Su Tian agreed and headed to the academic office with a pen and notebook. Inside, teachers and students were busy grading and checking papers. She glanced around but saw no unfamiliar faces, let alone anyone extraordinarily handsome. She figured she just wasn't meant to meet the transfer student and quickly put the thought aside, joining the grading team. Soon, she spotted familiar names and quietly jotted down their scores. Unfortunately, she never found her own paper before the bell rang. To avoid delaying the next class, the teachers dismissed everyone. Su Tian packed up, clutching her score notebook, and hurried back to class. Just as she reached the third-floor stairwell, she saw a crowd, mostly girls, gathered around. Su Tian guessed their transfer student must have arrived. She looked around but saw no blonde, blue-eyed foreigner. Puzzled, she walked into the classroom under the envious gazes of the girls. During the big break, the classroom was noisy. Su Tian had just stepped onto the podium when a few eager classmates asked her about the class's performance. Su Tian coughed and handed out the small scorebook for them to pass around, then headed toward her seat. To her surprise, Zhouing wasn't sitting in her usual spot. Instead, there was a boy. He wore a white t-shirt, jeans, and a black baseball cap, his head lowered, obscuring most of his face. Leaning back in his chair, he held a test paper in his hands, reading it. His posture made him look like he was there for a parent-teacher meeting. Su Tian thought Zhouing might have been called in for a parent meeting and hesitated for a moment, looking around to ask someone what was going on. Then, she spotted Zhouing sitting in the very last row, staring at her with an intense, complicated expression, frantically mouthing something. But Zhou Ying's exaggerated expressions made it impossible for Su Tian to understand. So, she turned to the other classmates and asked, "What's going on?" Before she could finish, the boy suddenly looked up, his gaze indifferent, and asked, "Do you want to come in?" When Su Tian saw the boy's face, she suddenly understood what Zhouing had been mouthing, transfer student. But wasn't the transfer student supposed to be a foreigner? Su Tian widened her eyes and accidentally blurted out her thoughts. The transfer student seemed to be in the middle of his voice-changing phase. His tone was slightly hoarse but incredibly magnetic. Hearing her remark, he let out a soft, breathy chuckle. His face matched his voice perfectly, peach blossom eyes, double eyelids, a straight nose, and skin so smooth it looked flawless. Su Tian took a deep breath and turned to a nearby classmate for help, asking, "Did we switch seats?" Zhouing, sitting in the last row, suddenly stood up and said at lightning speed, "Class Chinese representative, your seat hasn't changed, it's right there." Then she quickly sat back down. Hearing this, the transfer student seemed to understand. He scooted his chair forward to make space for her, emphasizing the words "my deskmate" as he said, "My deskmate is the Chinese class representative." "That's right." "Oh no. Why did hearing him say my deskmate sound so charming?" Su Tian softly murmured a thank you and took her seat. Just then, the class bell rang. The transfer student suddenly picked up a test paper and read aloud softly, 68. Su Tian heard him and glanced at the paper. It was her English monthly exam, with a score of 68 and her name on it. She immediately straightened up, pulling the paper toward her. Suppressing her frustration to avoid startling the new classmate, she protested in a low voice, This is my paper. Then she turned her head away, ignoring her new deskmate. The class passed quickly, and as soon as the bell rang, the transfer student was surrounded by girls in the class. A few girls from other classes stood beside him holding up their phones, seemingly wanting to add his contact. Some girls on the outskirts couldn't scan his QR code, so the transfer student thoughtfully raised his phone higher. Zhou Ying's expression instantly turned quite dramatic, as if she had swallowed a fly. She leaned close to Su Tiantian and whispered, "I know people abroad are more open, but given how aloof the transfer student looks, I didn't expect him to be so forward." Soon, the bell rang again, and though excited, the girls had to leave. The transfer student put away his phone, and Su Tiantian also tucked away her English test paper. At that moment, their hands appeared on the desk simultaneously, and under the sunlight, the small red moles on their wrists were clearly visible. Su Tiantian froze. How could this transfer student look so much like the nightmare from her childhood? That terrifying neighbor boy from her past also had a small red mole on his wrist, and because of it, they had nearly been betrothed as children. It wasn't until his family emigrated that the arrangement ended. Now, Su Tiantian's heart raced as if it might hit 180 beats per minute. She asked, "Can I ask what your name is?" Though she sensed the truth was within reach, she still couldn't quite believe it. The transfer student raised an eyebrow slightly, but just then, the classroom doors swung open. Teacher Gao walked in carrying a stack of test papers and said, "The Chinese class representative, come hand these out." Su Tiantian, still in a daze, stood up like she was dreaming and walked to the podium to distribute the papers. Teacher Gao liked announcing scores in class to motivate everyone, and this time was no exception. As each name was called, the student would come up to collect their paper. By the end, only 2 remained. Su Tiantian, 125 points. The classroom erupted in chatter. The Chinese class rep got the highest score again. She might even be the top in the whole school this time, considering how hard the test was. But Su Tiantian knew she wasn't the highest, because beneath her paper was one with a score of 137, and the name on it wasn't from their class. Thinking it was a mistake, she set it aside. But Teacher Gao said, "Keep going." Su Tiantian paused. "Then read, Jiang Chiyu, 137 points." The class exploded with noise. "Who's that? Not from our class, right? Does anyone know him?" Just then, the transfer student slowly stood up and walked toward the podium, staring at those familiar features and demeanor. Su Tiantian gaped at him, Jiang Chiyu, and her thoughts instantly flashed back to childhood. "Jiang Chiyu, you big bully. Wah, I'm telling your mom, Chiyu Ge, if you scare me again, I'm really going to tattle on you." Boo-hoo! Jiang Chiyu tugged the test paper from Su Tiantian's stunned grip. As their eyes met, the corners of his lips quirked slightly, revealing a faint, amused smile. The classroom erupted in excitement again. "Look, even the Chinese class representative is stunned. 137 points. I'd be dumbfounded too. How did old Gao manage to get such a prodigy into our class?" Old Gao, clearly very pleased, said, "Quiet down, everyone. Now, let's have our new student introduce themselves." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chiyu picked up a piece of chalk, turned around, and wrote the 3 characters Jiang Chiyu on the blackboard. "My name is Jiang Chiyu. I graduated from Horton Academy in the UK for middle school. I look forward to your guidance in the future," he said. Old Gao, brimming with enthusiasm, led the applause. "Excellent. Let's all get along well from now on. You two can return to your seats." Su Tiantian's heart was a whirlwind of emotions as she walked back to her seat in a daze. When she sat down, she saw Jiang Chiyu return to the podium to fetch the test paper she had forgotten there and bring it to her. Su Tiantian felt both a headache and something indescribably subtle. This childhood friend of hers was nothing like the person she remembered. Su Tian suddenly felt that her nightmares really become the past tense, as a child liked to bully her because it is still a child. Well, grow up will be mature. Then she'll be merciful and forgive Jiang Chiyu for all the bad things he's done to her. Su Tian was a little happy up, ready to take the paper from Jiang Chiyu's hand, but the other party did not let go. Lips pursed, faintly popped out 2 words, "Stupid." "Suti?" Jiang Chiyu calmly loosened the hand that was squeezing her test paper. It was so calm that Su Tian thought she was hallucinating. A little confused, she slowly took the paper and put it on her own desk, twisting her head quickly to look at him again. Was it a mishearing, or did they actually call her stupid? The latter listened to the lecture with an expressionless face, while the former had questions but couldn't see much, so he had to twist back to look at his paper. Unnoticed, when Su Tian stopped looking at him, Jiang Chiyu smiled down again. As soon as class was over, Su Tian ran away again. She pulled Zhou Ying to the corner where she had stayed between the last classes and opened her mouth. "I know him. Big brother, you said it in the last class." Zhou Ying's entire body looked excited and couldn't wait to interrupt her. "Hey, you let me talk first, I just heard something." Chapter 5, I know Jiang Chiyu. Zhou was thrilled and excited. Last class, a lot of girls from other classes went to add the transfer students' WeChat, and at that time, I was actually a little surprised that no girls from our class went to add it, because there were a few activists in our class. Then when they are gone, I heard from our class that the QR code given by the transfer student is not his own. Guess whose it is? Suddy, it's never going to be you. Zhou knocked her without any good humor. You guess quickly, you guess quickly. Who else's could it be? Who could a transfer student know when they just came over? Su Tian shook her head, indicating that she couldn't guess. The old high one. Zhou gloated. Su Tian opened her mouth, her jaw dropping. Are you tough? I'm asking you if you're tough? Ha! It's hard to imagine what the reaction will be when old Gao's side passes so many friend verifications at once. Su Tian was incomparably shocked. Good to know. So desperate. If she was that group of girls, she was afraid that she would just hate Jiang Chiyu. It's too hard. Zhou, hey, the transfer student is handsome and doesn't just dabble in women. Su Tian, you must have saved the galaxy in your past life if you can be at the same table with him. Su Tian's face was complicated. Zhou didn't see it and was still immersed in her fantasies about Jiang Chiyu, casually asking, by the way, what else did you just want to say? I know Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian calmly said. Now I recognize it too. Jiang Chiyu, the transfer student, even has such a nice name. Zhou cupped her face and said in a flowery manner. Jiang Chiyu lives next door to my house. Zhou jerked her head around, her face full of incredulity. Tease me, you. Jiang Chiyu is my hairdresser. We've known each other since we were in our mother's womb. Only he moved away in the 4th grade of elementary school. But it seems to have moved back in now. Zhou had been shaken silly by the barrage. Are you serious? Su Tian sighed, lying about being fat as a pig. Zhou excitedly and violently pinched her arm, the pain she wowed, rubbing the pain with a face full of accusations. What are you doing? Zhou excitedly grabbed her shoulders. Tim. Close to the water, you get the moon first. You have such a resource, definitely don't waste it. In 1 week, I want to see you appear in front of the entire school as the school's childhood friend's legitimate girlfriend. The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched, suddenly remembering that stupid sound from class just now. Anger came out of her and she gritted her teeth. Stop. I don't know him well, and I've even feuded with him. Also, girlfriend, if the two of us had a relationship, it would only be if he called out to my father. Zhou looked at her hateful expression. Gossip Heart was provoked. You two have what unknown past, quickly said. So, Su Tian picked up a few tragic incidents of bullying from the corners of her memory and talked about them. After saying that, she thought that Zhou would sympathize with her even if she did not stand on a united front with her. As a result, when she raised her eyes, she only saw Zhou Ying's face of lewdness plus envy. She had known Zhou for 3 years and knew this expression of hers simply too well, asking breathlessly, what romance novel plot have you brought in again? Bullying schoolmaster, don't kiss me. Bamboo Horse Brother is so bad. Bamboo Horse Brother is bad in teasing. Zhou was infatuated. Su Tian, do you know that there is a way for boys to express their likes as bullying? Su Tian was speechless. She held her tongue for a long time, and mumbled, you don't understand, you haven't experienced those dark years. Jiang Chiyu was my nightmare as a child. It might also turn out to be your spring dream when you grow up. Zhou slowly picked up the conversation. Su Tian wrung her hand in anger. Read less of this kind of unnutritious books, you. When the two of them were returning to their classes, they ran into Jiang Chiyu in front of the water fountain at the back door, where he lazily stood catching water from the disposable paper cups and water cards that he had rubbed off on him from somewhere. Zhou scowled straight at her, but Su Tian straightly ignored it and calmly walked past him to her seat. Zhou Ying's position was moved to the last row, and as soon as she took her seat, she didn't move to observe the movement at the back door. Jiang Chiyu, a cup of water did not catch full. He took out the water card and handed it to a girl next to him, gently said, thank you. A slightly husky voice, very low and teasing to the core. Zhou blushed even hearing it from a distance, not to mention the girls who were thanked by him in person, and their cheeks had already fluttered up in 2 red clouds. The girl gathered her courage. Hello, my name is Sun Mu Chu, nice to meet you. Zhou gave a start and heard the self-introduction before she went to look at the girl's face and realized that it was really Sun Mu Chu. So her expression instantly gritted her teeth. Again. Sun Mu Chu. She and Sun Mu Chu can be described as junior high school on the beam. When she was still chasing the then god of the boy, it is not easy to a little bit of seedling. The god of the boy every few days will come to her to send milk tea. The results do not know when to start. Sun Mu Chu actually hooked up with him. Jiang is still in the entanglement of what time to confess when they have been watching a couple of seat movie. Now, Sun Mu Chu was actually trying to hook up with Timothy's hairdresser again. It is tolerable. Jiang glanced at Su Tian, who was sitting in her seat and reading a book, and her eyes dripped and turned, and her plan came to her mind. Sun Mu Chu was still trying to chat awkwardly. Jiang quickly ran to the third row, picked up Su Tian's water cup, and asked with burning eyes in Su Tian's strange eyes, "Tian, drinking water? I'll go get it for you." The two of them were still at the same table before when they often helped each other to get water. Su Tian just thought she was idle and had nothing to do, so she agreed, okay. Jiang then quickly headed for the back row again. Su Tian glanced toward the water dispenser and found that Jiang Chiyu was still standing there, standing next to Sun Mu Chu. She was aware of the connection between Jiang and Sun Mu Chu, and Jiang was so active in receiving water, and she didn't know what she wanted to do. Wait. Jiang specially came over to take her water cup to get water. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Su Tian was thinking wildly, and suddenly saw Jiang Chiyu sidelong glance toward her, and the two people's eyes met for a moment. Su Tian glanced at the table on the wall at the back of the classroom, and then calmly turned around again. It's like she's just watching the clock. On the other side, Jiang had already reached the battlefield. Sun Mu Chu saw her come over, just glanced, his mouth did not stop. I traveled to England when I was in junior high school, where? Jiang suddenly voiced out, "Student Jiang, your deskmate asked you to get her a glass of water." Jiang Chiyu seemed to freeze for a moment, and Sun Mu Chu's unfinished words were interrupted. Jiang maintained the action of handing over the cup of water, with a four-pronged face, as if it really happened. Jiang Chiyu obediently took the glass of water over. He doesn't have a water card, though. And Jiang didn't have the intention of giving him a water card. Her hand clapped, "Then I'll trouble you to bring it back to her again." After saying that, she bounced away, not even giving Sun Mu Chu a single look. Sun Mu Chu is angry and doubtful. Jiang is too deliberate, obviously targeting her. But she also wondered why Jiang was targeting him to mention Su Tian. Didn't Jiang Chiyu and Su Tian just become deskmates, and they're so familiar with each other? Chapter 6, Be friendly to your classmates. Or was it just because Su Tian was lucky enough to happen to sit at the same table as Jiang Chiyu that Jiang thought she would be envious and upset because of it? Envy upset is true, but Sun Mu Chu is not afraid. Su Tian is a nerd, stupid and childish, all day long face-to-face makeup will not paint. Foreign students back to Jiang Chiyu can look on this kind of? Thinking of this, Sun Mu Chu felt a little more comfortable in her heart, knowing that Jiang was watching, and took the initiative to hand out the water card again, smiling sweetly, and very deliberately, "You use mine." Su Tian couldn't keep looking at her watch, so she had to continue to lower her head to read, but in reality, she couldn't sit still, always feeling that the unreliable Jiang was going to find something for her. A silhouette approached at the edge of the line of sight. A hand placed a cup filled with warm water in front of her, and Su Tian immediately looked up fiercely. "After so long, what bad things did you do with my water cup?" Jiang Chiyu's hand holding the water cup gave a start, then the corner of his lips hooked, pulling out a smile. "What, still think I'm back late?" Su Tian did not expect to come with her water cup as Jiang Chiyu, surprised for a moment. Ferocious people's momentum instantly shriveled, instantly become stuttering. "You are not, I. Where is Jiang? The girl who gave me the water cup?" Jiang Chiyu sat down, naturally in her seat. Su Tian twisted her head and saw that Jiang was scowling at her. Su Tian glared at her fiercely. Jiang Chiyu looked at her exasperated expression and suddenly raised his hand, reaching halfway and stopping. As soon as Su Tian turned her head, she saw his strange movements and retreated towards the wall vigilantly. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chiyu withdrew his hand and slowly said, "Not much." "How does this height look like it wants to touch her head?" "I remember when they were still in elementary school together, the badass brother next door used to rub her hair all the time." Exist in the corner of the memory of the person so appeared in front of her. Su Tian at this time there are still a few points of inauthenticity, dilly-dallying close to him, quietly said, "Change." "Jiang students, you are the Jiang Chiyu I know, right?" Jiang Chiyu raised an eyebrow and also moved over to her side, whispering. The tone of his voice still sounded a bit unhappy. "I thought you recognized me when you walked into the classroom." Su Tian bristled, suppressing the marvelous jumping emotions that spread up inside. "No, I forgot about you long ago." She stretched her wrist over, revealing her own identical red mole. "If I hadn't seen this mole of yours, I really wouldn't have been able to remember." Jiang Chiyu also turned his wrist over, and the location of the red mole on their wrists was almost identical, with a subtle sense of destiny. For some reason his tone was suddenly indifferent, and with a light, oh so slight sound, there was nothing more to say. Su Tian after knowledge realized that his words seemed a little bit not very good, and hastened to find a remedy. I mean, after all, it's been years, that's all when I was a child, right? You can't ask me to always remember you. Also not right, you can't ask a child's memory how good. Why I haven't forgotten about you. Su Tian froze, once again feeling that perverted Jiang Chiyu's Chinese had deteriorated, so he couldn't speak properly like a normal person. So she held back her heart attack and replied, maybe it's because my looks are always the same. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. Suti, shut up. Jiang Chiyu was also silent. In the middle of the day, Jiang Chiyu suddenly hummed out a laugh, his eyes tailing in a very demonic arc. He nodded his head with a fervent nod, indeed, from clown to big. Southern. Su Tian was very annoyed, but she didn't know whether to retort or irony back. If she retorted, then wouldn't it seem like she was very narcissistic? But what can be ironic about irony? Jiang Chiyu is not ugly at all, calling him ugly is too unkilling, right? Just so entangled for a while, it was already past the best time to answer. Su Tian angrily twisted her head, lying on the table to write an exercise book, ignoring him. Jiang Chiyu, however, seemed to be interested in talking. Taking a pen and poking her arm, he lazily said, Classmate Su, don't just write alone, but your new classmate doesn't have a single book. Instead, Su Tian covered the exercise book even more tightly and even moved to the corner. Jiang Chiyu was not willing to show weakness, directly dragged the bench inwards and sat in the middle of the two desks, continuing to poke her with a pen. Su classmate, be friendly to your classmates. Su Tian's left side was a wall, and she couldn't retreat any further. So she was like a white rabbit at the end of its rope, blocked in the corner by the hunter and shivering. Su Tian grunted, covering her exercise book with death, almost her whole body lying on the table. I'm not friendly, I see you're mixing well in our class, find someone else to be friendly with you. Jiang Chiyu sighed plausibly and just wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by a female voice. Jiang, student, you can use my exercise book first. I'm going to run the Blackboard newspaper next class and won't be coming to class. It's Sun Mu Chu. Jiang Chiyu and Su Tian both looked over towards her. Sun Mu Chu stood in the aisle with a generous face, letting them both look, sending over an exercise book in her hand. Jiang Chiyu's eyes swept over her, and then looked at the exercise book in her hand, with the three words Sun Mu Chu written very elegantly on the cover. His eyes were very light, with little emotion on his face, and he didn't pick it up. Su Tian was a bit puzzled, thinking that Sun Mu Chu was really enthusiastic today, and she wasn't like this before. She looked at Jiang Chiyu, but she happened to meet Jiang Chiyu's line of sight, and when the two looked at each other, Su Tian was frozen by his cold eyes, and was even more puzzled. Is it possible that he's still too embarrassed to answer it? Su Tian hesitated for a moment and reached out her hand to take Sun Mu Chu's exercise book for him, placing it on his desk. Take it, our class is very friendly. Jiang Chiyu seemed to glare at her. Su Tian blinked innocently, even more puzzled. Jiang Chiyu lowered his eyes, paused, and softly said thank you to Sun Mu Chu. Sun Mu Chu glanced at Su Tian. No need to thank me, student Jiang can come to me if there are things, I won't mind the trouble. It was said as if it was too much trouble for Su Tian not to lend him the exercise book. Su Tian didn't know where Sun Mu Chu's hostility came from, and just assumed it was because Zhouing had messed with her when she had just received water. However, Su Tian did not give someone an outlet for nothing, and said groggily, the matter of him running to your seat to look for you is quite troublesome. Sun Mu Chu's seat was next to the water fountain, the penultimate row. Speaking of their homeroom teacher is really different from other homeroom teachers. Other classes of poor learning to sit on both sides of the back row, their class in order to achieve balanced development, never engage in specialization of the good students, class members, and good grades are scattered throughout the classroom, the seat is almost randomly assigned. Although she was the language class representative, her position was very remote. And Sun Mu Chu was the literature and arts committee member, and her position was in the penultimate row. Seating like this does have its benefits. For example, their class is really united and loving, and there is no opposition between the good and bad students, as they have been mingled together for a long time. Except for the occasional personal conflict. For example, Zhouing and Sun Mu Chu. Su Tian was just the one who got caught in the crossfire. Su Tian wasn't really talking nonsense, her seat was in the southwest corner and Sun Mu Chu's seat was in the northeast corner. It was indeed troublesome to go looking for her specifically. Chapter 7, the 38th Parallel, U3, I8. The matter of Sun Mu Chu specially coming to deliver an exercise book to Jiang Chiyu was quite troublesome. Su Tian just in this flash of lightning suddenly get to, Sun Mu Chu came so timely, it could not have been watching the two of them from the seat, right? What are you looking at them for? It's not. Su Tian gulped and quietly glanced at Jiang Chiyu. Love at first sight isn't that fast. TSK, 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 TSK. Sun Mu Chu was choked for a moment and wanted to retaliate with a few words, but when she saw Jiang Chiyu next to her, she pursed her lips and gave up. Anyway, she'd served her purpose. Just now she observed for a long time in the back, and found that Su Tian, this person in seducing other people is quite a hand, can talk properly, prefer to come close to say, it is difficult to say that the two of them to say what to whisper? This only know how long were the whisper. And so deliberately lying on the table to be cute, when others cannot see it? Sun Mu Chu was the one who came over to interrupt them. I'll leave first, just put it on the seat for me when you're done using it, it's right over there. Sun Mu Chu pointed to Jiang Chiyu to a seat at the back. Jiang Chiyu inclined his head to look at it and nodded slightly, good. Okay, bye. Sun Mu Chu smiled gently and waved her hand as she walked away. Su Tian felt as if she was a light bulb, redundant. Just as the bell rang, the teacher hadn't arrived yet. She was a bit disinterested and stopped looking at Jiang Chiyu. Skimming her mouth, she sat up straight and cowered in the corner to continue working on the problems. Jiang Chiyu didn't seem to be moving much either, sitting still and motionless. It wasn't completely untouched. His eyes shifted from the empty desk to the young girl who had quieted down to work on a problem next to him, and saw that the crushed hair on her forehead partially covered her eyes, so he couldn't see the look in her eyes. Not always, he thought. They hadn't seen each other in 5 years, and those 5 years had been a time of growth, and the changes were actually significant. The eyebrows have grown a bit, but that dumb and silly air hasn't changed much. Looking at it makes you want to bully. In the morning he set off from home, just out of the district, when he saw a girl kicking stones soulful over, or this bad habit led him immediately recognize the girl, but after all, 5 years have not seen, Jiang Chiyu is not 100% sure, want to get closer to confirm but do not want to appear too deliberate, so they intend to touch the porcelain, wrongly recognized and apologized. Without recognizing the mistake. Fruity really didn't recognize the mistake. Jiang Chiyu smiled as he brushed past her. It is natural to delight in the sight of the deceased. But he didn't stop. The coming days are long. The more Su Tian wrote her exercise book, the more she felt wrong. She couldn't put her arms on the table, the nest was unbearable. Glancing to her right, she remembered that Jiang Chiyu had squeezed her against the wall and hadn't retreated back until now. The class was quiet, and Su Tian paused for 3 seconds, twisting her head to look at Jiang Chiyu. On the way, he seemed to meet Jiang Chiyu's line of sight for a moment. Jiang Chiyu was looking towards Sun Mu Chu's exercise book. Su Tian froze for a moment, thinking that it should be a coincidence. She didn't care and took out her pen and tapped it on the desk between the two in a small voice, waiting for Jiang Chiyu to incline his head and look at her again before she said softly, "Student Jiang, you've exceeded the 38th parallel." "Jiang Chiyu, where is it over?" "You are sitting in the middle of the table, big brother. Young to go abroad, a trip back to the people talk bad, even if it is how the eyes are also blind." Suddy inwardly spat, and pointed with her pen again to the spot separating the two men between their table pockets. "See?" Jiang Chiyu indifferently shrugged his shoulders. "The 38th parallel, U3 and I8, no super." "Southern." Su Tian glared at him. "However, there is no deterrent." "Like a mean little kitten." Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows and decided to mercifully let her go, taking the initiative to move to the side. Until the end of class, the two did not say another word, but Su Tian has noticed that Jiang Chiyu simply did not turn Sun Mu Chu's exercise book, once the class, but also directly to an aisle boy to help him pass the exercise book to Sun Mu Chu. The reason is that he does not know where Sun Mu Chu sits. The boy's name is Hu Tsong, and he's a talkative character comparable to Lao Gao. Originally, he had closed his mind to contacting this side of the world for the time being because his new classmate didn't seem very approachable. He didn't realize that his new classmate had taken the initiative to talk to him, and his tone didn't sound as cold as he looked, so he started to talk to him after helping him pass away his exercise book. Su Tian hadn't listened to it, but Hu Tsong was too talkative, so she listened to it, just in time to hear Hu Tsong say, "Have you ever eaten Peking duck? I think the roasted suckling pig abroad should be the same flavor as roast duck, after all, they are all roasted. Our lotus leaf roast chicken here is also very good, and we can go out and try the seafood barbecue in the neighboring city sometime." Jiang Chiyu smiled faintly. "I don't eat meat." Hu Tsong continued, I think the electric roast duck is more crispy. Now the country vigorously develop new energy, we should support the electric roast. Ordinary charcoal roast is a bit polluting the environment. Jiang Chiyu smiled faintly and didn't answer. Su Tian felt that Jiang Chiyu would probably think that Hu Tsong had gone off the deep end learning. That's how the afternoon went. Su Tian, in addition to studying well plus intermittent sleepiness a few times, is to find Zhouing several times, make a strong knock to let her not talk nonsense what not big mouth. She didn't really want others to know what was going on between her and Jiang Chiyu. And there is nothing to say, deliberately saying it like showing off. Su Tian has always been very low-key. Yet God didn't seem to intend to give her that chance. After school in the afternoon, Su Tian packed her book bag and took a few papers, ready to go home to be scolded. Dad had gone to receive an old friend and didn't know what time he would be home in the evening. When Mom loses her temper, only Dad, who is always gentle, can put in a good word for her. She was listless all afternoon. Jiang Chiyu also saw it in his eyes, saw her lost in thought over her English paper, cast a sidelong glance, grunted and laughed. His tone was very beat up. You won't still be crying because you didn't do well in the exam now, will you? Su Tian glared back at him and said dryly, no way. Jiang Chiyu transferred to school when they just caught up with the monthly examination, in fact, also in the office to do 3 papers, respectively, language, mathematics and English, at this time all spread out on the table. In addition to the language, English math are 105 full marks. The language was first in the class and even in the school, even though it was not a perfect score. Su Tian ground her teeth, thinking how could this person's grades be so good? Jiang Chiyu slowly put away his test papers. I don't think you really want to see my papers right now. With no one around, Su Tian looked around to make sure no one had seen her bullying her new classmate, and then glared at him with her teeth showing. I don't want to see you yet. Jiang Chiyu blinked meaningfully. That's not really good enough. Su Tian snorted coldly and put on her backpack. I'm leaving. Aha! Jiang Chiyu put on his duck-tongued hat and mask again, his jacket resting between his arms, and followed her out of the classroom door in one piece. Running into Hu Tsong at the class entrance, Hu Tsong glanced at them, pushed up his glasses, and casually said, You're pretty well acquainted with the language table. Chapter 8, A Priggish Nonsense. The speaker has no intention of listening. Originally, there are a few piles of children in the hallway while seemingly looking at this side of the girls. Hu Tsong this word out, the whole hallway seems to be suddenly quiet. Su Tian instantly alarmed, immediately a serious nonsense, he can't find the school gate, I'll show him the way. Hu Tsong did not think too much, said goodbye to them, he went downstairs first. Brother Hu Tsong was always eager for school to end. Su Tian inexplicably didn't quite dare to look at Jiang Chiyu's face, and only laughed dryly, new student, let's go. She took a few quick steps forward and slowed down, making sure Jiang Chiyu was following before continuing forward. On the way downstairs, there was no shortage of people next to me talking about the new transfer student. She also saw someone point directly at her. That's her, she's been a transfer student's deskmate in this life after a great deal of virtue in her past life. Su Tian was speechless. Jiang Chiyu had already followed her footsteps, walking alongside her. Outside the school gate, you have to pass through a cherry blossom avenue with cherry trees planted on both sides, and the cherry blossom varieties here are October cherry blossoms, which are in bloom now. Every day after school, you can see men and women coming over to watch the cherry blossoms. The flowers were in disarray. Su Tian couldn't help but slow down her steps every time she passed by, feeling the scent of cherry blossoms in the air. Today just some wind, the cherry blossom petals blowing down the sky, the scene is beautiful. There are several students while there is no teacher around, secretly take out their cell phones to take pictures. Su Tian also wanted to film this moment, but she didn't have a cell phone, and didn't really dare to take it out if she had one. After all, their school checking cell phone sets a lot. But some transfer student who just transferred and needs to be contacted for the time being has. Su Tian's eyes lit up, happily turned around to borrow the cell phone from Jiang Chiyu, when she heard a click. Su Tian couldn't be cheerful anymore and stiffly looked at Jiang Chiyu, who was holding up the cell phone camera to her. Jiang Chiyu was wearing a mask and hat, but the pair of eyes that were exposed were bent. He let out a soft, yikes, sorry to be found out. But he didn't sound embarrassed at all. Su Tian ran a few steps to see his cell phone. What did you shoot? Show me. Jiang Chiyu quickly shoved his cell phone into his pants pocket, anticipating that she couldn't snatch it away. In public, you can't rob it openly. Indeed, one can't just stick one's hand in his pants pocket. Su Tian did not know whether she was angry or what, looking at his pants pockets and then looking at the diffuse smile in his eyes, her face reddened. She cursed in exasperation, Jiang Chiyu, you childish ghost. Jiang Chiyu gave an indifferent shrug. Even though his face was covered tightly, Jiang Chiyu's superior height and figure still invited many people to look towards him. Bye. Su Tian turned around and left, thinking, if I can't afford to mess with it, can't I still avoid it? Had been huffing and puffing and had just walked out of the school gates when he was called to a halt. Timmy. Su Tian stopped and looked around, but for a moment he didn't see any familiar faces. Could it be a mishearing? She hesitated for a moment and continued on her way, and had just reached the curb when in her afterglow she saw a black sedan pull up next to her, and then the front window slid down, revealing the woman's pretty face. The woman smiled and shouted another Timothy at her. This face was strange and familiar. Su Tian gave a ah and covered her mouth in surprise. Mom! Jiang Chiyu's voice came from behind him. That's it. It's Auntie Jiang. The Auntie Jiang who lived next door that she especially loved when she was a child. What a coincidence, Ayu is out too, no need to wait for Ayu. Timothy, do you still remember me? Jiang Mei asked with a smile. Su Tian sweetly shouted, Auntie Jiang. Of course I remember. Sweet and sour pork. Braised pork. Jiang Chiyu gave a humph and pulled the rear door open without a good look around her. Now you remember again. Su Tian was a little embarrassed for a moment. Jiang Mei looked at the two of them, pursed her lips and smiled as she asked, Aya, it looks like the two of you have met first. I thought I would have to wait for me to introduce you two to each other. Su Tian said, he transferred to our class. After a pause, she added, now he's at the same table with me. Jiang Mei looked surprised, that's a coincidence. Jiang Chiyu pulled open the door of the car, but did not go in, lazily leaning against the body standing, the two of you don't catch up, here can't park for a long time. The words fell, and then looked at Su Tian, his voice lowered a few points, and his lips curved, get in the car first. Su Tian froze, but thinking that their homes were on the same route, he went up. Jiang Chiyu followed her closely into the car and closed the door. At this time, Jiang Mei turned from the front seat to look at Su Tian and said, Tian, let's go directly to House Xianju for dinner, your mom and dad are already there. Su Tian quickly nodded, so at noon mom said dad went to receive an old friend as said Uncle Jiang. Jiang Mei smiled and nodded, your father and Ayu's father also grew up wearing the same pants and have always had a good relationship. We haven't seen each other for a few years, and they even said that they would not get drunk today. Jiang Chiyu snorted, and the corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched. They looked at each other and understood what the other was thinking. When they were very young, Papa Jiang and Papa Su also talked about not getting drunk once. Of course, it was while both moms were out of the house. It sounds like there is not drink until the early hours of the morning not to go home, but in fact, two people are a cup down. At 7 o'clock went out and opened a KTV box while yelling die to love while drinking, at 7:30 both were sent back by the driver. After coming back as not peaceful, Jiang Dad just lay down not long climbed up, rushed to Su Dad's room to hug and cry, hard to Su Dad shouted up to listen to him to tell the first love that did not end. When the young Jiang Chiyu gave his father the sobriety medicine, he realized that he had run away, so he followed the high sound of crying and searched for Su Tian's house. At this time, Su's father was also evoked the not-so-fond memories of his first love. The two men were talking and crying. Su Ten sat on the sofa not far away from the two fathers, listened attentively to the history of their love, and occasionally passed them tissues. Jiang Chiyu skillfully rummaged out 2 packets of potato chips from the place where she often hid her snacks, sat down next to her to listen to a piece of it, and was kind enough to open the recording. The result was that this matter was known by the two moms, and I don't know how Jiang Chiyu's family was. Anyway, her house was cloudy for a whole week. After traveling for about half an hour or so, they arrived at House Xianzhou. The driver went to park the car, and Jiang Mei led them towards the box. Pulled open the wooden carved door, sure enough, his parents were there. Su Tian first called out mom and dad, then saw the middle-aged man sitting next to his father, sweetly shouted Uncle Jiang. Jiang Chiyu followed suit and shouted, Uncle Su, Auntie Bai. Dad. Papa Jiang agreed with a smile and stood up from his seat and walked over to her, comparing her height. Tenya hasn't seen you in a few years, you've grown so big. Su's father also laughed, that's right, Lao Jiang, in a flash we're all in high school now, and it seems like it was yesterday that Timothy wet the bed. Immediately there was a poof from beside him. Chapter 9 Thanks to Ayu. Su Tian was embarrassed, her remaining light swept over Jiang Chiyu's face that couldn't hold back, Dad. Su's mother was still elegantly seated in her position, but she couldn't help but gently drink in her words, Yunhong, what are you saying? Su's father's full name is Su Yunhong, he sniffed, well, and obediently skipped this not-so-elegant topic, hurry up and sit down, the food will be served soon. A line of people after catching up all sat down. They booked the box just 6 people seat. Su Tian sat next to Su mother, Jiang Chiyu sat next to Jiang mother, 2 people, and just next to each other. When she took her seat, Jiang Chiyu even pulled out her chair for her in a very gentlemanly manner. If it weren't for the fact that the elders were all there, Su Tian would have simply wanted to roll her eyes. Attire. The Jiang Chiyu in front of the adults and the Jiang Chiyu in front of her were simply 2 different looks. Su's mother gently nudged her arm. Don't you still thank your brother Ayu? On other occasions, her mother has always loved to remind her what to say and do, and Su Tian didn't even have to use her brain, reflexively following by Jing's words, thank you Ayu. Su Tian's mouth was still open, the pronunciation of brother was stuck in her throat, but she couldn't get it out. You looked at her with interest. Mother Su said gently, what's wrong? This is your childhood brother Ayu, can't you remember? Jiang's mom, what a coincidence, this time for Ayu to do the transfer formalities. Ayu randomly chose a class just happened to be 10-10 their class, and now the two are still at the same table. Su's mom was slightly surprised, really? You can't bully Tenya, usually protect her more at school. The girl's family has any inconvenience to help out more. Father Jiang said. Jiang Chiyu was named and answered with a slight smile, of course. The topic of calling her brother was finally sidetracked, and Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief while secretly grinding her teeth, slanting a glance at Jiang Chiyu, who was sitting on her right-hand side. Moralistic. Nonsense. Who knew that Jiang Chiyu came up for air, gave her a sidelong glance, and slowly said again, Sister Su Tian is still the language representative in her class, so there's only a lot of places I need to get her help. Isn't that right, 10-10? Su Tian heard the 4 words Su Tian's sister from his mouth, the whole person is not good. Here the last voice deliberately dragged long Tian is simply like an electric mosquito swatter ruthlessly slapped, goosebumps all over the body up. The elders all looked at her, and Su Tian pulled out a sweet fake smile. You. Brother. Is joking. Jiang Chiyu raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything. Father Jiang smiled brightly and looked at Father Su, hey, the kids are getting older, they can't even call each other brother and sister anymore. In our time, it was still popular to call them by single word, right, Hon? Single word. Then to still mom and dad's era, she is not going to call Jiang Chiyu give. Help, this is too scary. Su Tian's goosebumps immediately rose again just as soon as they fell. Su's father also lamented, yes, I used to call you Jiang and Xiao Jing by every day, but it's not fashionable now. Su mother's always dignified and unperturbed expression also changed, the corner of her forehead jumped, and she took a sip of tea to suppress her shock. Jiang mother teased, Timothy, if you're too embarrassed to call your brother, just call Ayu directly. Papa Su nodded back. In plain sight, plus with that single word address in front of her, Su Tian calmed down a lot this time and tried to calmly say, good. Ayu. It was only outwardly calm, but in reality, only Su Tian could hear his own trembling voice. Jiang Chiyu still didn't say anything, he was overly mature in front of the adults and smiled appropriately with a light smile. They chatted about something else, and when the waiter started to serve the food, Jiang's mom suddenly slapped her thighs in the middle of the meal and pushed Jiang's dad, that's right. I almost forgot, you didn't say anything to remind me. Where's the stuff? Jiang dad froze, also violently remembered something like, oops, this brain of mine, something to forget the car. Papa Su was curious, what is it? Bring it up and you'll see. Papa Jiang explained, then started to call the driver to bring up the black box that was in the trunk. Su Tian hadn't been listening much to what the adults were talking about, she had eaten too much dessert before dinner and she now felt full. Caught off guard, a lobster was suddenly thrown on the plate. Su Tian froze for a moment, inclined her face to look at the culprit who was putting chopsticks with a lazy face, and said word by word, you, do, what? Jiang Chiyu didn't seem to get the feedback he wanted, and with a somewhat regretful yo, he asked her in a tone that was incomparably beat up, you're not afraid of bugs now? I remember when you were a child, you would scream out when you saw bugs larger than a fingernail cap within 3 meters of you. The adults were talking happily and didn't pay attention to their side. Su Tian knew that he didn't have good intentions and was indignant. I will grow up too, okay? Do you think I haven't grown over the years? English is still just as bad. You. Su Tian was choked for a moment, followed by a cold snort, I just haven't grown, and it's better than someone regressing. Getting more and more childish ghost. Timothy's sister this said you brother would not like to hear. Jiang Chiyu said lazily, and then thought of something, eyes narrowed, seemingly smiling, speaking of. Timothy, call brother Ayu again to hear. The teenager's face in the warm yellow light reflected in the wantonly open, in the outside looks a little sharp and cold, the inner hooked outwardly curved phoenix eyes at this time but full of urging smile, become gentle and warm. Su Tian just like this slowly blushed by him, frustratedly twisted her head to stop looking at him, and even drank several mouthfuls of tea. Tea has not been completely swallowed, suddenly heard someone shouting Timothy. Su Tian directly choked in shock, covered his lips and coughed. Su's mother rushed over to smooth her back. Drink slowly, what's it like? Jiang Chiyu calmly handed her over 2 napkins, and Su Tian coughed even harder. When she finally calmed down, she saw Jiang's mother walk over and hand over a fine red velvet box to her. Timothy, here, this is a meeting gift for you. Su Tian didn't expect there to be a meet and greet gift for her, so she quickly stood up, took the box, and sincerely thanked, "Thank you Auntie Jiang, Uncle Jiang. This is still something you helped choose." Jiang mother said. Su Tian choked another breath in her throat, glanced at Jiang Chiyu who was waiting to see what would happen, and took a deep breath. "Thank you, Ayu." Ayu smiled, "You're welcome. Take it apart and see if you like it." Su Tian then sat down, untied the ribbon tied to the box, pressed the mechanism outside the box, and the box automatically opened, revealing the fountain pen inside. It was a very stylized and designer fountain pen. The pen was all white with a crystal carved swan on the cap. Needless to say, the first time she saw this fountain pen, Su Tian liked it very much. Never one to skimp on a smile, the corners of her mouth stayed curled as she sincerely thanked again. "Thank you Uncle Jiang, Auntie Jiang, I really like this gift." Su's mother pretended to complain. "Why did you even prepare a gift? We didn't prepare a meet and greet gift for Ayu beforehand, making it look like we don't like Ayu. We moved here from abroad, it's called guests from afar, so it's natural for us to bring gifts for our friends here." Jiang's mom said with a smile. Chapter 10 Monthly Exam Results. A feast was over, and the guests were happy. When they went back, they no longer rode in the same car, but each took their own. The 2 cars traveled one after the other in the direction of the neighborhood. When they got off the bus, the 2 families talked for a while. Jiang Chiyu and Su Tian stood by as companions, waiting for the adults to finish before going back to their own homes. Su Tian went back to her room and after washing up and taking a bath she flung herself onto the soft king-size bed, cuddling the oversized Futsuki rabbit doll and fidgeting. Despite everything that had happened today, she still felt a sense of unreality even now. Her nightmare hairdresser moved back in and transferred to their class and became a table mate with her. Though it doesn't seem like such a nightmare anymore. But the character is still very bad. Su Tian was angry at the thought, waving her little pink fist and hammering away at Buer Rabbit. Obviously thinking of him as Jiang Chiyu. The poor rabbit figurine hugged its turnip, still smiling happily and looking up at the ceiling. Su Tian subsided, and went to rub the place where the doll had been hit by her, before lying back and closing her eyes, and soon fell into dreamland. What Su Tian didn't know was that at the same time, with her at the center, a heated discussion was breaking out on the internet. In the evening, on the student forum of Yangming No. 1 Middle School, a building owner with the ID Su posted 3 photos with only 3 words, "No copy." In the first photo, a man and a woman were walking side by side on the Cherry Blossom Avenue in front of the school, with only their backs. The girl is wearing a school uniform and the boy is wearing a casual outfit. The falling flowers are colorful and the composition is beautiful. In the second photo, you can see the same schoolgirl from Figure 1, standing in front of a limousine slightly bent over, talking to someone in the passenger side, and because of the distance, you can only see a blurry side face. In the third photo, it was the same sedan and the schoolgirl, except that the black-clad boy from Figure 1 was also in the picture, standing against the body of the car, pulling open the door at the back, and the schoolgirl was getting into the car. This photo is still blurry, as if taken by a landline. The owner also grabbed a front row, only one sentence, "The man is just transferred to the first school today, airborne schoolboy." This building was quickly covered because of the connection to the school's grass. Third floor, although but. Owner, are you a primitive person? Such a picture quality you let us on where to see that it is the schoolmaster. Fourth floor, girl looks a little familiar. Fifth floor, damn it's really him. There's a guy in our school's senior year who's very handsome, and you don't know about him, do you? A few more replies soon followed under the fifth floor. I went to spectate between classes. Nima is really handsome, good looking, good body, and most deadly of all, good clothes. Ah, who is it? I really don't know. Any of my classmates come to fill me in. Dressed handsome, I agree, this ensemble just has the feel of a handsome man. But then again, how did the layer recognize it was him? With this outfit? The layer replied to her, just with this body. 18th floor, so you guys brag about the new transfer student half the time and no one cares who the girl is? 19th floor, girlfriends, right? All in the same car. 57th floor, tie two pigtails. Silhouette a bit like the third class that language class representative. Photo is still too blurred. The owner of the building, how on earth you shoot? The off-campus shot is not as clear as the on-campus shot. 112 floors, it also looks a bit like Sue to me. But did they know each other before, or else this relationship is heating up too fast? The scumbag couldn't be more handsome or likable. Ugh. The owner of the main building, Sue, never came out to reply. This post existed for an hour and immediately brushed over 300 layers, and just as more and more people were drawn to it, the owner deleted the post. Do not delete the post is okay, a delete post people's curiosity but more intense, have thus started the association, speculating that the owner is not by the airborne schoolboy to the threat. Several discussion threads have sprung up in the forum. Only who did not expect Sue will be deleted from the main building, opened numerous posts or also more than did not see the people asking about meaningless water paste. The real details are with the owner of the deletion of the post disappeared together with the code, and was soon deleted by the administrator, most of them. The next day Su Tian got up early in a rare morning, although the person woke up the brain was still asleep. After washing up in a daze, she went downstairs to eat breakfast. Sue's mother always woke up early, and by now she was already seated at the dining table, holding delicate cutlery in her hands and taking small bites of breakfast. Sudi yawned, "Good morning, Mom." Sue's mother gave a faint hum. Sudi was about to sit over there when she looked up and saw her dad scowling at her over and over again from the small, semi-open kitchen, and she froze, her mind immediately clearing. Every time Daddy signaled to her with that look, it was a reminder that Mommy had caught her in the act again. Su Tian's mind spun rapidly, constantly recalling where she had done wrong again. Obviously last night when she came back she was fine, after she came back she went straight to her room and went to sleep, until now, she hadn't been able to do anything. The memories of last night until now drifted through her mind frame by frame, but Su Tian rummaged through them and couldn't remember what the problem was. Su Dad kept comparing this mouth shape to her. Su Tian studied for a while, she really couldn't see it, and pouted in aggravation. Papa Su suddenly changed his expression and lowered his head to fiddle with the dinner plate he was holding. Sure enough, once they turned their heads, Sue's mom was looking towards them. The eyes are very cold. Nonetheless, Sue's mom didn't say anything. Their family emphasized on not saying anything while eating, and Su Tian didn't dare to ask now, so she dawdled and sat down, eating her breakfast with a heavy heart. Sue's father also sat over and put a glass of milk on the table in front of Su Tian. Finally, the lingering breakfast session passed, and looking at the time, Sue's father, who should have been in a hurry to rush to the office, picked up a newspaper and sat on the sofa to read it. Su Tian rarely got up early today. After putting the dinner plate in the dishwasher, she glanced at Sue's mother who was sitting on the sofa with her back turned, and slowly wanted to go upstairs to her room. Stand still. It was as if Sue's mom had eyes in her back. Su Tian stood still, not daring to move. Yunhong, you're going to be late if you don't leave. Sue's mom looked at Sue's dad with an expressionless face. Father Su gave a dry laugh. It's okay to go a little late, I'm not busy these days. Sue's mom then stopped talking. Breathtaking silence. Su Tian felt her legs going numb from standing, and finally heard the verdict. Su Tian, have your monthly exam results come out? Su Tian's face went white. Turns out it's because of this. Sue's mom stood up and turned to face her. I just saw the report card posted in the class group when I got back last night, and your teacher sent out all the papers in the afternoon. You knew your grades yesterday after school, right? Su Tian nodded gently. But why didn't you come and voluntarily inform me of your results last night? I sat in the living room waiting for you from the moment I saw the message and waited until the lights went out in your room without waiting for your papers. Su Tian froze and quickly explained, that's because I forgot. Chapter 11, Feet are all false. So much had happened in the day yesterday that she had literally forgotten. Sue's mom interrupted her, how can you forget this? You scored 68 out of 150 in English, not even half. What do you worry about every day? You can't even get this into your heart, Su Tian. Father Su tried to make peace next to him. Xiao Jing, wasn't there something last night? It's normal to forget. Su Yunhong, you can watch from the side but you don't have the right to speak. Sue's mom coldly swept a glance over. Papa Su glanced lovingly toward Su Tian. Su Tian was aggrieved, her eyes slightly reddened. I really forgot. Okay, you forgot. Let's not talk about it then. Sue's mom took out her cell phone. Su Tian, do you know how many places you got in this monthly exam? I don't know, replied Suddy noisily. All she knew was that the class had all done very poorly this time, and that the rank list had not been published in the class. Come and see. Su Tian walked over and took the phone and looked at it. The top 10 didn't even have her name, and Su Tian had prepared herself mentally, guessing that she should be around 18, 19 this time. But the top 20 still didn't have her name on it. Su Tian panicked, incredulously looked twice without finding her name in the top 20, so she continued to look down. Neither did the top 30. Su Tian suddenly paused. Serial number 35, named Su Tian. She dropped from 9th to 35th. She looked over the list again and again, and kept checking the scores on the back, but the fantasized error was not there. Sue's father knew about this last night, patted his daughter's shoulder and said in relief, "It's normal to have a bad test once, stay down there once to remember the feeling of being high up more firmly Sue's mom gave him a cross look and turned to Su Tian, "Go get your test papers." Su Tian was like a bolt from the blue, putting down her cell phone and going upstairs with her head down. The feet were a little wobbly. Father Su looked at the time and reminded them, "Take your book bag down as well, Timothy, it's time for you to go to school." Sue's mom also glanced at the seat clock in the living room and didn't say anything. Su Tian quickly took the book bag down and the papers were spread out on the table. Ordinary monthly exams in a middle school are hand-corrected, and the big red scores are written directly and greatly in the score column of the paper, which stimulates the students' minds more than the cold print. It is also more stimulating to every parent who expects too much from their children. Sue's mom was obviously furious and her breathing quickened. But even though it came to this point, Mama Su also remained dignified and elegant, only frowning slightly, and did not have an annoyed and angry expression. Sue's mom didn't pick it up and read it, but looked down at the papers from a cold god's perspective. I don't know how long. Sue's father's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and casually picked it up with a stroke of his hand. "Hey. Good, I'll be at the company soon. Line. Can. Wait for me." After hanging up the phone, he looked at Sue's mom. "Xiao Jing, you see that 1010 will indeed be late if he doesn't leave, a small monthly exam, you shouldn't put so much pressure on the child." Without waiting for Sue's mother to retort anything, he looked at Su Tian again. Tian, put the rolls away and put them away, I'll send you to school." Mother Su clasped her arms and turned to go upstairs at a brisk pace. Su Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her good father accusingly. "I really gave it a miss." Papa Su rubbed her head. "Get going. I have a meeting this morning and I'm already 20 minutes late." As soon as Su Tian heard it, she knew it was an excuse pulled out to help her plead with her father, so she tearfully stuffed a brain of papers into her book bag and wiped her tears carelessly. "I'm good to go." Along the way, Sue's dad didn't mention this monthly exam again. Because it was the morning rush hour, the school entrance was usually congested, plus there was plenty of time, so Sue's dad put her in a place separated from the school by an alley. Su Tian's entire body was sullen. She could anticipate that she must have retreated several places this time, but she never expected to fall directly to the 35th. The ones now above her name, in the past, she almost never noticed them when she looked at her transcripts. She thought the whole class did poorly on the test, and she did poorly on the test as well, but it was just that everyone took a step back. Yet this is not the case. There are others who surge forward, steadily advancing while those who let their guard down regress. Su Tian pursed her lips tightly. She was making her own little speech in her mind when the back of her head suddenly hurt. Su Tian made a painful ah sound and covered her head and bent over. She glanced out of the corner of her eye, only to see someone in black sweatpants standing next to her, a boy judging by his shoes. "Brother," Su Tian said as she raised her head, twisted her face and froze again. "Jiang Chiyu?" Jiang Chiyu also paused for a moment and said without moving, "Who do you think it is?" Su Tian wanly put down her hand and continued to walk forward, not much strength to reply. "It's a long way to the school. Why let me see you now? You go away." Jiang Chiyu hugged his arms. "It would have been possible for you to see me again when you arrived at the school, but unfortunately, someone's legs are too short, and I tried my best to walk slowly." Suddy didn't bother to chime in. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her expression and said no more, and the two of them headed for the school entrance in silence. There are a lot of students coming and going in front of the school, and there are a few familiar faces. Su Tian suddenly stopped and stood in the shade of the tree and did not move. Su Tian raised her chin. "I can't walk anymore, my school bag is too heavy. Jiang Chiyu, you go first." Jiang Chiyu looked her up and down, her words as a whisper, but instead backed up a step, a hand to carry her school bag above the strap, voice low and lazy. "Let brother A you carry in the end." How heavy? It wasn't heavy at all, and it only held a couple of rolls and a book. Suddenly so tired, Su Tian whispered, "Can't you hear that I made an excuse? Let go." The word stung, and when Su Tian finished, she herself timbered for a moment. Jiang Chiyu, as if completely did not hear her tone, is not good, the expression is unchanged, voice still teasing, is quite heavy, or Timothy called brother Ryu, brother to help you take. He did not react. Su Tian also knew that she should not spread her temper on him, and took the initiative to reveal it without mentioning it. At this time, and faced with his jokes, she in turn did not know how to react for a moment. However, it was true that she wasn't going to enter the school gates with Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian glanced at his unmasked face and suddenly had an idea, holding the book bag strap with both hands and asking him, "Are you loosening it?" Jiang Chiyu face not let go. "What can you take me sample? If you don't let go, I'll let go." Su Tian suddenly pulled her arms away from the two book bag straps and flew forward, waving her hand backward as she ran. "The book bag will trouble you to help me take it to the class deskmate." Jiang Chiyu froze in place with her school bag held up in his hand. It's a sunny day and everything is in abundance. The young girl's hair and skirts were flying down the green lane, and the sunlight, beaten by the slits in the leaves, streamed over her as if through a filter, glowing like a jewel. Jiang Chiyu's hand holding up his book bag dropped and slowly hooked the corner of his lips. Chapter 12, You Think You're Playing Poker? Su Ten played a good game. Jiang Chiyu today only wore a duck-tongued cap without a mask, revealing his soul-stealing face, especially his eyes, the inner hook and outer curvature, like peach blossom eyes, but also like phoenix eyes, looking forward to the light, good-looking. It was just too glaring for her to walk to school with him. Just as it happens, her school bag is actually more neutral style, is a boy to carry a bit will not be quickly seen as a female model, since Jiang Chiyu wants to carry, let him carry it for her. Su Tian was in a happy mood and felt that she was really witty. How could she think of such a good idea? Unfortunately, she was afraid that Jiang Chiyu would catch up with her, so she could only run forward quickly, not daring to look back at Jiang Chiyu's defeated face. Makes you such a bad character. We need more people like her. Perverted transfer student. Su Tian jogged all the way to the bottom of the teaching building, and met Sun Mu Chu head-on. The two were stunned. Sun Mu Chu quickly calmed down, gently hummed, and then thought of something. "Eyeball's turn," said in a conspiratorial manner. "Su Tian, your test this time, but also quite good. Well, 35th. Don't these good students always emphasize their grades and rankings? They must have cried all night yesterday when they saw the rankings." Humph. Sun Mu Chu specially observed her eyes, did not see any redness, swelling, congestion and black eye circles, and then self-finding steps down to attribute to her eye skin is good. How did she know that Su Tian really didn't see the ranking list last night, or only this morning? Even if she had seen it last night, Su Tian wouldn't have cried all night. She was far stronger than she appeared. By now, her grades were once again being brought up voluntarily, and Su Ten realized that the sadness she had felt when she learned of her rank this morning had been magically metabolized. Obviously, she was still having a hard time when she was in her dad's car. At this moment, she just wants to sing a sunny song about flowers smiling at me. So what happened from the time she got out of the car to now that made her suddenly happy? Su Tian was stunned for a moment. Sun Mu Chu saw her out of focus. Half a day just do not take care of themselves, rolled a big white eyes. "Do you understand the politeness, Su Tian? I'm talking to you." Su Tian came back to her senses and nodded with a smile. "It was okay, not as good as your test." Sun Mu Chu exams how much she really did not pay attention to, but she seems to have heard Zhouing mention a mouthful that Sun Mu Chu's rankings have always been in the bottom 20 or so, hovering. Sun Mu Chu didn't get the desired reaction, thinking that what she said wasn't harsh enough. "You regressed 26 places. Did your father not scold you when you got home?" Her family favored the tiger mom and cat dad model. Su Tian smiled shyly. "Not really." Sun Mu Chu missed the second strike and continued smugly. "I've improved 3 places this time." Su Ten laughed. Why Sun Mu Chu can be so confident to come in front of her to be proud of their progress of 3 She laughed out loud again at that thought and turned to go upstairs. Sun Mu Chu reacted with hindsight that Su Tian had just laughed at her, and laughed twice. Angry, she stomped her feet in place. They entered the class one after the other, saw a group of people gathered in front of the multimedia, approached to listen to what they were talking about the report card. So Su Tian specially squeezed in to take a look and saw Sun Mu Chu's name on the second page. 52. There were 65 people in their class altogether. Su Tian was genuinely smiling at this point. She shook her head and walked towards her position. Sun Mu Chu chased after her, still not dead. "What are you laughing at, Su Tian? Am I not making progress? Aren't you regressing?" "Suddy, yes, so what? So if this trend continues, soon I'll be ahead of you in the rankings. How's that for panic? Southern. No. Someone next to me interjected, you think you're playing poker, you win one game and I win one. Joing walked over and placed a box of yogurt on Su Tian's table, not even looking at Sun Mu Chu, smilingly said, Su here, I'll come and feed you. Thanks Cho. Su Tian picked it up and looked at it, a certain yogurt name brand, one that was always the hardest to sell at their supermarket. This girl, is it hard to believe that she has improved this time? So generous. Only then did Joing look at Sun Mu Chu and deliberately pinched her throat and said, It's Sun, do you want to drink? I still have a bottle of walnut-flavored, brain tonic. Oh. What's Sun? Sun Mu Chu gave them a fierce white glance and huffed and puffed. Su Tian looked at Sun Mu Chu storming back and finally couldn't help but ask, was she originally like this? It's quite cute. This was still considered her first time dealing with Sun Mu Chu. It's nothing like it was imagined. You want to call her stupid, don't you? She's a thief. If you want to say that she has won the heart of my god by being stupid, I can accept it. But she's not just stupid, she's also annoying. Zhou said. Su Tian shrugged, she didn't want to experience it at all. But how come Sun Mu Chu is suddenly so hostile to me? Yesterday you took my water cup, what exactly did you go for? I haven't had the time to ask you yet. Zhou stuttered, then smiled at her curtly, Timothy, look, I even bought you yogurt to make amends. So this milk is still used to make amends to me? Su Tian didn't have the good sense to say. I'm not looking at the report card well. Zhou finished quickly, changed the topic, she was higher, raised her hand to grab Su Tian's pigtails to play, spoke very fast, quietly said, I just want to be angry with her, so your water cup handed to Jiang students and said a sentence of Jiang students, your classmates, to let you give her a cup of water. And I haven't given him the water card and left, so Jiang finally used Sun Mu Chu's water card to give you the water. Southern. Su Tian was touched and had mixed emotions. Zhou ran away on her feet before she could get mad. Su Tian still wanted to go after, but her afterglow saw a black silhouette walking in through the class door. Then the soles of her feet instantly took root, hesitated, and sat back down. When Jiang Chiyu entered the class, he didn't immediately return to his seat, but stopped at the multimedia and took a few glances. It was as if Mr. Jiang came with a stranger don't approach aura, and a few people automatically gave way to him so that he could see more clearly. Xiaowu, the only student in the class who had spoken to Jiang, was also there, and seeing him come over to look at the report card, he felt the need to explain to this high achiever who had come back from studying abroad, so he said, Jiang, don't look at the generally low scores in our class this time around, but in fact it's just that the papers were too difficult, and everyone's scores were just low. But amidst such low scores, we can see that there are a group of stars of tomorrow who still hold their ground. For example, the class president of our class is him, Han Guanyuan. There is also our class math class representative Song Mingxing, well, he got a good score of 102. And Jiang Chiyu listened as if he wasn't listening, and every now and then he gave a hum. But his line of sight didn't slide along with the several places pointed out by Little Hu, but kept staring at one place. Chapter 13, Slow and Easy. Hu Tsong continued, and our language table, that is, your table mate Su Tian, this time her language is still a horse, class first, grade second. Hey, how can't find her name? Su Tian's seat is in the third row, not far from the multimedia, and she could hear some of the conversation on the stage. Maybe people will always be extra sensitive to their own names, this conversation somehow she heard everything. She licked her lips gently and lowered her head. Ha Khan. Here, pretty surprising. She's always done solidly in the top 10, which is great. Aha! Jiang Chiyu nodded his chin, or perhaps just lowered his head in a careless manner. But this time he finally gave a response other than hum. It was pretty good. Su Tian was stunned and raised her head. Jiang Chiyu had a light smile at the corner of his mouth, and he also raised his head, looking over toward her. The two men's eyes met in the air across 3 rows of tables. Better than I did on the test, he said slowly. Jiang Chiyu had just returned to his seat and sat down when class president Han Guanyuan called out to him, Mr. Jiang Chiyu, Lao Gao asked you to go to the faculty office to collect your books. Jiang Chiyu put down the white school bag in his hand and pushed it inside. Good. Han Guanyuan, you remember where the faculty office is, don't you? Jiang Chiyu was about to say he knew, and then heard Han Guanyuan say, if you don't remember, let Su Tian lead you there, she's very familiar. The word no rolled around on the tip of his tongue before he finally swallowed it. Jiang Chiyu, oh, I really forgot. Su Tian's face had been hot, and she didn't really want to face him at this time, so she made up an excuse and said to Han Guangyuan, "But I have to collect my language homework." Han Guangyuan's eyes widened. "Collecting now? I'm still a few questions short." "No, you have to go. I'll collect them when you come back, and I'll have finished making them up by then." Southern. What do you mean by lifting a rock and stoning yourself? Class president, you're great. The class president scurried back to his seat to make up his homework. So Su Tian had to resign herself to following and stand up. "Let's go." The two walked down the hallway one after the other. Early in the morning there are not many people in the office building, all the way is very quiet, cool breeze. Through the corridor, Su Tian's bangs were blown open by the wind some, so that she looks a little less tender. Su Tian stood outside the office and glanced in. The teachers of all subjects were there, so she retreated to the base of the wall and said to Jiang Chiyu, who had been very quiet all the way there, "Just go straight in and look for Lao Gao, I'll go first." She turned around and was about to leave. Jiang Chiyu, however, gently tugged on her sleeve. Su Tian looked at him suspiciously. "You can't do it halfway." There was a pause and a blink. Language class rap. Su Tian looked at the closed office door and questioned herself countless times why she had agreed to stay. It's true, people who can pamper themselves are the best. Whether it's a woman or a man. Jiang Chiyu proved to be right in asking her to stay and wait for him. Jiang Chiyu to receive a thick pile of books, in addition to 2 school uniforms, 1 fall and winter and 1 spring and summer, all wrapped in plastic bags. The bags are very smooth. Jiang Chiyu had just walked out of the office with this pile of things in his arms when the school uniform bag slipped out of his arms and fell right at Su Tian's feet. Su Tian then helped him pick it up and held it in his arms. Splat, the other set of school uniform bags slipped off as well. Su Tian picked up this school uniform again as well and similarly held it in her arms. "Let's go, Jiang student." Jiang Chiyu smiled. "Good." The two returned along the road again. On the way, he passed by the music classroom, and a pleasant and beautiful piano sound came over. Su Tian ran a few quick steps and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window to look in. Jiang Chiyu slowed down a few steps and waited to catch up with her. Seeing her watching with great interest, he also followed and looked inward. A man and a woman in the music classroom, the boy playing the piano, the girl sitting next to him with a violin in her arms, occasionally harmonizing a few notes for him. That senior is called Song Yingjing. Su Tian took the initiative to explain to him. He plays the piano exceptionally well, and every time there's an event at the school, he's the grand finale. He even substituted for a female teacher on maternity leave for a semester of music lessons. The pile of books Jiang Chiyu was holding pressed his arm a bit numb. He changed his arm as the main point of force and slightly moved the numbness. He said, "Oh, where are the girls?" Su Tian looked at the girl again and continued to introduce. "That schoolmate is called Ran. She is very famous, good-looking, study has also been stable in the top 10 of the grade, and often serves as the host of school activities. It is said that she is also the daughter of the school manager." Jiang Chiyu gave another "oh" sound, and without emotion, he said, "A talented man and a beautiful woman, born to be a pair." "Don't talk nonsense, they are not in that kind of relationship." Su Tian was afraid of being heard by the people inside and glared at him in a panic. Still, the people inside seemed to have heard it, and as the piano sound gradually stopped, Song Yingjing looked out the glass window and smiled very gently. Su Tian waved at him and smiled happily as well. And Ran also looked outward, her eyes sweeping over Su Tian and pausing when she saw Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian didn't see it and pointed ahead to Song Yingjing, then compared it to a walking posture, and finally waved her hand at him. Meaning she was leaving. Song Yingjing laughed wordlessly and waved at her as well. Su Tian then looked at Jiang Chiyu. "Let's go. Can you still hold it? Let me help you with a few books." "There aren't really a few books in total, except that it certainly wouldn't be comfortable for my arms after moving for so long. Boys don't usually let girls help with heavy things." "But not Jiang." Jiang was matter of fact. "My arm is numb." Su Tian naturally jerked half of the book out of his arms and cradled it directly in her own. "Okay, let's go." Jiang gave a hum and lifted his feet to follow, glancing inside the music classroom again as he was about to walk past the glass window. Song Yingjing still smiled as he eyed them. Back in the class, Su Tian put her book on the table and sat down on her butt, panting with exhaustion. They went fast and came fast. The class was in chaos. Just after 10 minutes of morning reading, not yet officially started the class. Jiang Chiyu put the books on her pile, lightly said, "This is not good?" Su Tian heard the mockery. Su Tian didn't have the good sense to ask back, "Who am I doing all this for?" Jiang Chiyu hummed out an airy sound and stopped talking. He didn't say a word until class was over. Every time Su Tian turned her head, she saw him looking puzzled, and it didn't look like he was listening to the lesson. Originally, she was still a little worried that Jiang Chiyu's walking away from the world would be easily caught by the sharp-eyed math teacher, but before she could worry for long, this worry came true. The math teacher came up with a problem on the blackboard and called out for someone to go up and do it, and with a glance he saw Jiang Chiyu. Come, that new student right, come up and solve this problem. Su Tian glanced at the question and thought it wasn't easy, casting a look of good luck at Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu did not notice her eyes, a serious look at the blackboard, a serious frown, a serious on the stage to write for about 5 minutes, a serious put down the chalk back. Chapter 14. Are you trying to borrow my water card? He wrote a total of 4 or 5 lines of formulas. This question doesn't look like it can be written in 4 or 5 lines in any way. Su Tian thought he hadn't figured it out and comforted him. This is a difficult question. I see that the math class representative, Song Xingxing, hasn't figured it out yet. Who knows, the next second, I heard the math teacher say, not bad. Not bad. Jiang Chiyu students did it right. And do it quickly, haha. Only this step written a little short jump, put into the test may give you a deduction. Pay attention next time. Jiang Chiyu still looked thoughtful, as if he had listened to what the teacher had said. Only Su Tian knew that this one was definitely going off on a tangent. Worrying about him for nothing. After class, Su Tian was going to get water and wanted Jiang Chiyu to move forward. Before she could speak, she saw Jiang Chiyu looking up at her with a gentle smile and gentle tone. Getting water? I'll go get it for you. Jiang Chiyu is not a person, only become a tablemate for one day. Su Tian concluded that he is more childish than ever, not less bad. Very, very seldom would there be such a tender moment. She did not believe it. Her brain turned around a few times, suddenly realized, do you want to borrow my water card? Jiang Chiyu's smile froze at the corner of his mouth. Su Tian put both the water cup and the water card in front of him. You have to go to the office on the 2nd floor by yourself for both water card processing and recharging. Are you still waiting for the school to issue you one? Also, don't smile so pretentiously, it's ugly. Jiang Chiyu's stiffened smile fell away. He grunted with cold eyes and coldly spat out 3 words, go by yourself. Southern. Well, the moralistic and pretentious bad and childish pervert Jiang Chiyu has another adjective: erratic. Su Tian ended up not going because Zhou came over to ask her to go to the kiosk. Jiang Chiyu slowly moved his stool away to make way for her. Zhou loves to eat spicy fries, almost every time to buy snacks cannot help but buy a pack or 2, this time is also the same, just into the supermarket, she went straight to the display rack stuffed with spicy fries. Have been watching Zhou eat, Su Tian actually also quite craves spicy strips of this kind of junk food, but the mother too strict, never let her eat this kind of thing. She once did not hold back with Zhou asked for a packet, eaten at noon, home at night on the face began to break out. The first sentence of his mother asked her if she secretly ate spicy strips, a catch a quasi. That day when she came back from the hospital dermatology department she was so badly lectured by her mother, and when she went to bed at night aggrieved and swinging a rabbit, her father came over to comfort her. She realized that she had inherited her mother's inability to eat chorizo. Mom stole this junk food when she was a kid and couldn't look at her face for a week straight after eating it. Since then Suddy's obsession with chorizo has faded. Except that for some reason, just now, her craving for chorizo is coming back. I still have some of the ointment from my last allergy, so I guess it's okay to take less this time? Su Tian stood still for a long time in a tangled hesitation, and said to Zhou, why don't you take one more packet? Ha? Zhou hadn't forgotten that she couldn't eat chili fries. You're going to eat it? Su Tian then wanted to taste it, but to be honest, Zhou definitely wouldn't let her eat it. So Su Tian thought herself smart and said, I don't eat it, I'll bring a packet for Jiang Chiyu, he's the one who wants to eat it. Wow, can't tell. Jiang Chiyu doesn't look like someone who would eat this kind of junk food. Maybe he loves spicy food. Su Tian secretly snickered and nodded along. She thought for a moment that she must have a big taste in her mouth after eating, and she had to buy another bottle of drink to suppress the flavor, so she asked Zhou, do you drink drinks? What? Jiang Chiyu even asked you to bring him a drink? Well, I'm the one who wants a drink. It's fine to bring him a bottle of water. When Su Tian finished speaking, a sudden light came to her mind and she was enlightened. She was reminded by Zhou, right, he doesn't have a water card or a water cup. No, then why is he borrowing a water card from me? You're not really going to fetch water for her, are you? Su Tian was confused. Zhou was also confused. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Tian didn't know what to say, she couldn't figure it out herself yet, so she shook her head. It's nothing, I'll bring a bottle of water for Jiang Chiyu as well, whatever you want to drink, I'll directly take it along as well. Zhouing had already picked out her food and held her arm towards the drinks area. Go go go, I'll go with you. Unnoticed, a girl on the other side of the chorizo aisle stood thoughtfully as they walked away. Her phone was still stuck on the WeChat screen with a short conversation on it. Is that boy watching us practice today Su Tian's boyfriend? Why haven't I seen him before? I don't know, but I've heard that there's a transfer student from 10's class, and I saw them coming from the direction of the registrar's office holding textbooks and school uniforms, so it should be him. The girl stood for a long time, pursed her red lips, and with some trepidation clicked on another person's avatar and sent a message. Do you know the name of the transfer student who came in freshman year? The other party quickly replied, if you mean the very famous one, I know, called Jiang Chiyu. The other party replied again, Sister Ran, haven't you always been averse to paying attention to these gossips? Why are you suddenly interested in this transfer student? Anjun replied, nothing, wrong person. When they returned to the class, it was already almost time for class, so they had to save the snacks for recess. Su Tian held a pocket of snacks and sat down under Jiang Chiyu's strange eyes. Su Tian, don't look at me like that. It's for the whole day, not one time. And I have to share it with my friends, so I can't actually eat much. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes wickedly. Explain to me what? I didn't say anything. Su Tian calmly said, your eyes just now have already betrayed the fact that you were thinking in your heart that I am a pig bar so able to eat. Just as she finished speaking she saw Jiang Chiyu raise an eyebrow, reacting too late. Jiang Chiyu nodded, indeed it's the truth. Ha! Su Tian laughed coldly and took out the soda water she had brought for him and threw it directly into his arms. Luckily, I was kind enough to bring water to someone, but someone was cursing me in his heart. Returning kindness with grudges. Jiang Chiyu caught the soda she threw over with one hand, stunned for a moment. Indeed he didn't expect her to bring him something, looked at the water bottle, looked at her again, his tail tone rising, trailing off. Thank you, Su. Su Tian took the opportunity to ask if the conversation that happened before going to the kiosk was something she got wrong, and just as she was about to speak, the class bell rang, and Lao Gao walked in right after her, so Su Tian had to shut up for now, thinking she would ask again after class. Lao Gao this time is not only a language class, but also in the first 10 minutes of the class held a short class meeting, roughly summarized the monthly examination, focusing on praise in this examination made progress in the intermediate level of students, incidentally pointing out that students with good results should not be proud, once the pride will be others will be ruthlessly thrown out. Su Tian herself automatically substituted that old Gao was lecturing herself and lowered her head in shame. She did get proud. Chapter 15 A little red in the ears. The rest of the 30 minutes were dedicated to essay writing, and Su Tian's essay got a high score and was called up by Lao Gao to read aloud on the podium. This is actually a fixed process. After every test, and essay writing is Su Tian's strong point, so almost every time she has to go on stage and read aloud. The first time Su Tian was still a bit ashamed, but later she was much more calm. Originally thought that this time is also the same, but until she stood on the podium, her sight swept down just to meet Jiang Chiyu's pair of good-looking deep eyebrows. She's suddenly not so calm. Jiang Chiyu even winked at her. Su Tian was even more nervous. She hastily withdrew her eyes, not daring to look at the stage again, and holding both sides of the test paper, she began to read aloud without any emotional ups and downs. The topic of this essay was to talk about one of my favorite fairy tales, which is the equivalent of having to write about a reading, so Southern shared a copy of The Little Prince that she had recently read. When writing this essay, there is not much time left. Su Tian, in order to seek high points, added a lot of gorgeous rhetoric and beautiful sentences. Feelings are not more sincere, belonging to each paragraph can be used as an example of high-level sentences but will soon forget a high-scores essay. By the time the reading was finished, the ends of her grip were damp with sweat. Lao Gao also pointed out this problem of hers, saying that the college entrance exam marking is still more in favor of emotionally sincere essays, and that piling up words and phrases may be counterproductive. But in the end, he didn't forget to praise a few words to remedy the face of his direct class representative, and then let her go down. The next student then goes up and reads aloud. Su Tian was not quite comfortable returning to her seat. Jiang Chiyu likes to sit against the back, after all, his legs are long and stretchy, so Su Tian needs him to relentlessly move his stool forward every time he comes in. This time when he moved forward, Su Tian inadvertently saw the soda bottle in his desk pocket. The cap was already unscrewed. She glanced at it more, wondering why she'd noticed such a detail. Just noticing anyway. The second half of the class became dry and sleepy because of the level of reading aloud by some students. Su Tian behaved well yesterday, because Jiang Chiyu's arrival caused her too much of a shock to be sleepy. But today, after she completely accepted that the perverted transfer student was her former friend, being sleepy became a matter of course. Simultaneously with the bell ringing was the sound of Su Tian planting herself on her desk. Jiang Chiyu was startled by the commotion, one elbow propped on the table, his hand resting on his face as he stared at her sleeping form. Sooty has always been a good sleeper and doesn't appear to be in any kind of hard-to-get-into position. But occasionally some other condition comes up. She also pretended to have a pen in her hand when she was sleepy, with the cap open and the original nib pointing downward at the test paper. But as she grew unable to resist sleep, the hand holding the pen lolled on the table with it, and the tip of the pen was pointed at her. Class dismissed. A clamor in the back row. Su Tian was moved by the noise, his arms tightened. A tickling touch on the face. A soft laugh came from the distant skies of a dream. He watched with fascination, not interrupting her in the least, and even subconsciously tried to reach for his cell phone to capture the moment on film. When he touched his pocket, it was empty, and Jiang Chiyu remembered that Lao Gao had forbidden him to bring his cell phone over again today after completing the formalities for him yesterday. Gee, kind of a shame. Su Tian was still fidgeting unconsciously, the black line mass on her face expanding more and more, soon to become a cat with a flowery face. Jiang Chiyu had seen enough, and was about to mercifully pull the pen out of her hand, but a hand suddenly reached out from diagonally behind him, pulling the pen out of Su Tian's hand before he could move, and also gently patted Su Tian's shoulder. Su Tian didn't wake up. It was a boy. Jiang Chiyu glanced back and didn't recognize him. The boy had handsome features and carried 2 cups of milk tea in his hand, still steaming. He looked around. Su Tian's books and ambling half of her body took up her own entire desk, and a few of them were pushed beyond the 38th parallel, so he glanced at the boy sitting next to Su Tian in passing, and froze for a moment. Then lightly averting her eyes, she glanced at the milk tea labels and placed one of them on the windowsill next to her. At this time, Zhou also happened to come over. Her line of sight was blocked by the boys didn't see Su Tian sleeping. Her voice was a little loud. Hey, Wei Xiqing, you're here. Wei Xiqing pursed out a smile and handed her another cup of milk tea in his hand. Here, this is for you. Wow, thank you brother Wei for remembering to have me. Zhou received the milk tea with a smile on her face, and was about to praise and ridicule a couple more good words, but suddenly remembered that Jiang Chiyu was right next to her, so the words of ridicule were immediately unable to be uttered. She inexplicably felt that the scene was a bit of a crematorium at this point, and the heroine, Su Tian. What did she do? It was only then that Zhou saw Su Tian sleeping on the table with a black mass on her face. Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu's back table were out, the seat was empty. Zhou stood inward, always windy. She slapped Su Tian on the back. Wah! If you don't get up, I'll take you to sell coal. Su Tian let out a cry of pain and barely moved her eyelids, not yet knowing what had happened. She wailed out a few meaningless trills, like a little milk cat. Don't call me, I am really sleepy. Sleep a little longer. Big sister, get up and see what you look like now. Zhou didn't have the good sense to say. The little milk cat closed her eyes and stretched out one of her front paws and snapped it to the side, just in time to touch someone. She still thought that the same table was Zhou, so she patted it as if it was soothing, and then her hand rested on it and relaxed and didn't move. Shut up. Jiang Chiyu, whose arm was pressed. Weissenberg. Ing Zhou. Damn shame on you. Zhou couldn't bear to look at the faces of the 2 handsome men next to her, and directly put her own iced milk tea on the back of Su Tian's neck. After 2 seconds, Su Tian violently slapped away the thing on the back of her neck, and sat up straight in shock. When she looked up, she saw 3 people looking at her and thought she had a double image. But when she fixed her eyes on them, the 3 overlapping shadows all looked different. Re-imaging is also gender-specific. Su Tian's eyes widened as she took a closer look, slowly coming to her senses. Overwhelmed, she scanned their faces one by one. What's wrong with you? Guys. With a lift of her chin, Zhou signaled her to look at her salty hands. Su Tian followed the look, reaction slowed for a second, then saw his hand on Jiang Chiyu's arm, instantly wide-eyed. Hand back. Her ears went a little red and she was fiercely wicked. Why are you putting your arm under me? Jiang Chiyu cocked his head, ? Zhou really didn't have the eyes to see her loose face anymore, and pulled out a napkin to paste on her face. Shut up, ancestor. Wipe your face first. Chapter 16, You're getting acquainted with Jiang very quickly. Su Tian thought she was drooling, embarrassed to wipe her mouth. Zhou directly pulled out the small makeup mirror in her pocket and held it up in front of her. Su Tian and herself in the mirror stared at each other for 3 seconds. She was surrounded by people, and she barely swallowed her scream. But anyone could tell she wasn't very emotionally stable right now. Wei Xiqing comforted her and said, It's fine, it's quite cute, don't feel ashamed, I'll put a circle on my face too. It took Su Tian a moment to react to the fact that Wei Xiqing was also there. She froze for a moment, and while picking up a small mirror to wipe the black marks on her face, she asked him, "Why are you here? Didn't you say you were going to another school for an exchange? Is it over already?" The water pen handwriting was hard to erase, and Su Tian couldn't erase it even when her face was rubbed red. "Well, not yet. Went back to school to pick up a few things and brought you guys a cup of milk tea when I passed the milk tea store on the way." Wei Xiqing pointed to the window counter. "Your favorite baked milk with ice and putting red bean pearls." Su Tian believed it and said, "Oh." Jiang Chiyu suddenly glanced at her. Su Tian afterglow saw it, silent for a while. "I do not know what I remembered," said to Wei Xiqing. "You do not need to report so complete every time, as if I am very capable of eating." Wei Xiqing smiled. "It's all just small ingredients." Jiang Chiyu sneered. "Are you drinking 8 treasure porridge?" The two spoke almost simultaneously. Su Tian's hand wiping her face slowed down. Inexplicably, she felt that the current atmosphere was making her uncomfortable all over. Was it because there were too many people? The expression of Zhou Ying's classmates, who were watching from the side, was very vivid. "Ha, it's never too late to see what's going on." Su Tian replied to Wei Xiqing first, "But it sounds like a lot." Then she put down the mirror again and covered her dark side face and glared at Jiang Chiyu. "It's up to you." Wei Xiqing wanted to say something again, just opened his mouth, but Su Tian looked at Jiang Chiyu again and disliked it. "Right. Why would I suddenly have water pen marks on my face? I didn't take a pen. Is it that you painted my face while I was asleep?" Jiang Chiyu even laughed at the sound of it and said grimly, "Su Tian, if you fall asleep again in the next class I'll directly kill you." Wei Xiqing glanced at Jiang Chiyu again and took the initiative to say, "It wasn't him, don't accuse others. It was me who jerked the black pen out of your hand when I came." Su Tian, oh. Jiang Chiyu faintly looked at Wei Xiqing. Wei Xiqing added, "Go to the toilet and wash it with water, you can't wipe it off like this. Zhouing, bring snacks and some milk tea, let's wash up and we'll go straight to the playground to eat." "Oh good." Suddy said, taking the snacks out of her desk pocket and rummaging through her book bag for her wallet. "Why take the money? Do you want to buy anything else?" Zhouing asked. "No." Su Tian smothered her head and counted the money, took 15 out of it and handed it to Wei Xiqing. "Here, milk tea money." Wei Xiqing pushed her hand back and deliberately ferocious her, "Take what money? The small boat of friendship is all brought over by you like this. Feel embarrassed to invite me back next time." Su Tian thought about it. "That's fine." So she put the money back, took the paper to cover one cheek, and looked at Jiang Chiyu. "Mr. Jiang, let me go over there for a moment." Jiang Chiyu moved his stool and slowly moved forward. The three chattered and soon disappeared around the corner. There was an instant silence around Jiang Chiyu. The hustle and bustle was far from him. Everything is changing every second. People are the same. He lowered his head and smiled to himself before standing up and heading out as well. Su Tian and his group sat down in the shade of the playground. She asked Wei Xiqing, "Don't you need to go back?" Wei Xiqing shook his head, "There's no rush, I want to watch them play basketball for a while." Suddy let out an "oh" and believed it again. She began to split snacks with Zhouing to eat. Zhouing drank people's mouths short and took the initiative to help Wei Xiqing find a topic. "Wei Xiqing, which school did you go to for exchange?" "Just the neighboring city, Yutan Third High School." "Yutan, ah, I remember, it seems to be very powerful. There used to be provincial leagues where you could always hear that their school had gotten another good score or something." Su Tian nodded along. She wasn't interested in basketball, even so she knew about Yutan Third Middle School, which meant that people were really famous. Wei Xiqing intended to highlight and elevate himself, then said, "The strength is that, not as good as publicized. As long as the provincial basketball league is not in the bottom 3, who will say that their school has achieved what good results this year? What's more, their school is willing to spend money, rely on these enrollment well." Zhouing took the opportunity to say, "Is there a league again this year and where is it being held?" Wei Xiqing, "I just drew the lottery yesterday, at our school." "Wowza, great, we can stop school again." Zhouing slapped her legs and looked to Su Tian, who was preoccupied with snacking and sucking on milk tea. "Hey, Tian, let's go cheer Wei Xiqing on when the league meets." "Ha?" Su Tian froze for a moment. She had just been in a daze for a while and didn't listen to what they were saying again, and casually replied, "Oh." Wei Xiqing passed a thankful look to Zhouing and then said, "Alright, I'll have someone take a front row seat for you too. I'll pack enough snacks and milk tea to watch the match at that time." "Thank you, brother Wei," Zhouing said with a smile. Su Tian also copped, "Thank you, brother Wei. The breeze is pleasant and comfortable." They chatted about something else that was there, and Wei Siqing asked what he had been thinking in his heart as if he hadn't thought about it. Alas, by the way, Zhou, how did you change your seat? Knowing what he really wanted to know, Zhou slowed down her potato chip eating and said incoherently, old Gao changed it. We both regressed too much this time. Oh, I saw you 2 grades, you did regress quite a bit, but it's always better than mine, haha. Wei Siqing was a specialty student and didn't really have to worry too much about his grades. He stuffed a chip into his mouth and clicked his tongue to finish chewing. But that boy, that's Su Tian's new deskmate, how come I don't seem to have seen him in your class before? Suddy, he's a new transfer. You old geezers gave him a seat, huh? Aha! Doesn't your old high school think highly of him? Don't new students usually sit at the end of the line? Su Tian thought for a moment and quoted what she had heard from others about Jiang Chiyu, returned to the sea as a high achiever, face value and talent at the same time. Then added a comment of his own, looks pretty polished, but is actually a moralistic, erratic, rude and very beat-up pervert. Zhou are listening to the stunned, this half day you are all experienced what on his evaluation so low. Experienced can be too much, but with Wei Siqing beside him, Su Tian did not say much, only shook her head. The viciousness on Su Tian's face does not look like a fake. Wei Siqing is slightly relieved, and feels that more specific or have to privately find Zhou to inquire. The girls took the snacks out and shared them with Wei Siqing, and soon finished a large portion of them. The 2 girls cleaned up the mess, and Wei Siqing went to throw all the garbage into the trash can. As soon as Wei Siqing left, Zhou asked, you are familiar with Zhang's classmates very quickly. Chapter 17, Juveniles. It's pretty fast. Thankfully, classmate Jiang Chiyu broke through the rudiments of their several years of not seeing each other with his incomparably bad personality, causing Su Tian to recall those days when she was a child and was teased, and now when she sees Jiang Chiyu, she gets angry and just wants to dislike him. Su Tian spat in his heart while taking advantage of Zhou Ying's yawn to quickly stuff a packet of chili fries into his pocket with his quick hands. Zhou Ying hadn't really noticed her small movements, and was about to continue to ask a few more questions when Wei Siqing had already run back, and Su Tian said, it's about time, we have to go back. Wei Siqing looked at his watch, it was now recess, there's still 15 minutes left. I have to go to the bathroom. Alright then I should go too. Wei Siqing said, I'll see you guys later. Bye. Su Tian and Zhou Ying waved at him. When the people left, Su Tian pushed down Zhou Ying's arm, you go first, I'll go to the restroom in the lower playground. You really need to go to the bathroom, I thought it was an excuse. Su Tian was shocked, also thought that Zhou Ying saw her secretly hide a pack of spicy noodles, wide-eyed vainly retorted, I didn't. I find excuses for what Zhou Ying was equally vain, and thought that Su Tian saw something, so she froze and didn't see her heart, nothing. Then I'll go first, you pay attention to the time, don't be late The 2 men, each with their own agenda, parted ways in place. Su Tian couldn't wait to find a remote corner to try a mouthful of spicy noodles. Zhou Ying thought to herself, don't ever give anyone any help on impulse again, this stupid girl is so hard to rip off. The chili fries were taken by Zhou Ying, and Su Tian had never eaten them, so the first bite was so spicy that she spit it out and choked several times. This is also too spicy, how Zhou Ying face expressionless even eat 2 packets. Su Tian's entire brow was knitted together, and she coughed straight from the spiciness. The other drinks that were bought were let Zhou Ying take them away, and the milk tea was also finished and thrown away. Su Tian slowed down in place for a while, and found that her mouth was still hot and spicy, so she wanted to go and buy another bottle of water. One touch in the pocket, no money. Su Tian's whole body is weathered, thinking to go to the door of the kiosk to take a chance, see if she can meet a person she knows to borrow $2. She turned out from behind the tree she was standing behind, and hadn't taken more than a few steps when she saw a man in black sitting with his back to her on the small stage next to her. This black jacket. Su Tian did not expect such a coincidence. At the moment, the back of Jiang Chiyu, whose legs were hanging in the air and whose posture looked like that of celebrities posing, was so handsome and tall in Su Tian's heart. Before she was about to call out to him, Su Tian suddenly wondered marvelously. She came over to this remote corner alone to sneak in some chili fries, then Jiang Chiyu came over to this place alone to sneak in what? Heck, maybe she could catch something. Su Tian tiptoed around to the front of the stage and suddenly rushed out to stand in front of him, looking up. Jiang Chiyu was obviously stunned, and then reacted extremely quickly with 2 fingers to draw something away from his mouth and hide it behind his back. His movements were so fast that only a white shadow could be seen. However, thanks to this movement, it was only thanks to this movement that Su Tian first noticed that the focus was on what was in his mouth. Sneaking over, white stripes, holding them in her mouth, not wanting her to see what it could be. Jiang Chiyu is smoking? The moment she came to this conclusion, Su Tian's entire body was bad. It's not that she can't accept that people smoke, Dad still smokes, but Jiang Chiyu's age will not be too young. Su Tian was embarrassed, not expecting this situation. A handle was indeed caught, but such a handle was not what she wanted. Jiang Chiyu spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Why are you here? Su Tian gave a fluttering ah and oh, then thought for a moment before answering. I came to use the restroom. Nonsense. Jiang Chiyu's voice was low as if he had swallowed a piece of sticky sugar, his eyes tailed and he smiled ambiguously, but his smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. What? Stalking your eye, you brother ah? Seeing him like this, Su Tian was even more sure that he was smoking. His face was a bit complicated, didn't care about his nonsense, and said in a serious manner, I won't say anything. Jiang Chiyu's movements paused for a moment, withdrawing the smile at the corner of his mouth, his tone unnatural. Who cares if you say it or not? His right hand remained stubbornly hidden behind his back. The school rules are clearly prohibited. Su Tian tongue-lashed, did not say those two words, and continued in a serious tone. Being found out will be remembered, and at that time it will affect all of your future evaluation of excellence and precedence. Your grades are so good, your senior year may have a guaranteed spot. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows from the first sentence, his expression was a bit playful, and when he heard the last sentence, he stared straight at Su Tian's tangled and sincere face, and gave a careless Su Tian was annoyed by his immodest and careless tone, and her tone became serious for a few more minutes. I'm not joking with you. Our school has guaranteed places in Qingbei every year, and you can definitely be selected for this grade. If it's because of smoking was written off, when the time comes how regretful ah. Can't see it. Jiang Chiyu looked like he was holding back a laugh and his voice became quaint. You have quite a high opinion of me. Suddy grimaced, only in terms of grades. Jiang Chiyu, I have a good personality too. The topic is going to be pulled away from him again. Su Tian angrily clenched her fists. Can you pay attention to it? If it's not because I've known you for a long time, who cares about you? Bailed out is also bailed out. What do you have to do with me? Su Tian was tired of tilting her head, and lowered her head after an exasperated growl, rubbing the back of her neck while glancing at him with squinted eyes. Jiang Chiyu lowered his head, his shoulders and chest trembling. Su Tian moved, thinking that this pervert wasn't so fragile to be scolded by her, and cried. She was at a bit of a loss for words. She had never seen a girl cry. What kind of boy cried in front of a girl? Hey you! Jiang Chiyu, you don't do this ah. I'm not saying it out. Su Tian said while taking a few steps closer to see his expression. Jiang Chiyu suddenly raised his head, and a completely stretched smiling face was displayed in front of her eyes, with red lips and white teeth, and picturesque eyebrows, shining brighter than the sunlight. Riding a horse and leaning on the slanting bridge, the building is full of red sleeves. Teenagers never age. Su Tian's heart beat a few seconds faster, her eyes unblinking as she looked at him, her drooping hand, which was difficult to suppress, grabbed the corner of her coat. Jiang Chiyu laughed wantonly and openly, the whole person shook into a ball. Suddenly his left hand propped up, directly, and Su Tian's wide-eyed eyes jumped down from the one-person high stage. A cushion came in front of her, relying on the height advantage to look down at her face. The two were extremely close together. Jiang Chiyu smiled from the corner of his eyes. Do you think I'm that stupid? Smoking runs to the playground to sit on the stage? Sudi froze, or else what? Chapter 18. I think I look like a schoolteacher. What else could it be doing? Su Tian slowly came back to her senses, and it was then that she felt that the two of them were too close, so she moved back a step. Jiang Chiyu stood lazily. One hand in his pocket, one hand still hidden behind his back. The man is often out of shape at all times, yet never seems to be obscenely groomed. He stands elegantly and sits with dignity. Any way you want it. Male dodgy like. Sudi took another step back. Jiang Chiyu noticed and didn't make a sound. His right hand reached out to his mouth. Like he had laughed enough, the whole person had a kind of lethargy after relaxing. He had a white paper stick in his mouth, but it didn't affect his speech, which was still that familiar, loving and seductive, but cheap accent that belonged exclusively to Jiang Chiyu. Timmy, if you get caught eating a lollipop, you'll get a demerit. What's the school rule? Su Tian's entire face flamed up when she saw what he had in his mouth. She was so angry and annoyed that she was completely speechless and just wanted to turn around and leave. Instead, an arm reached out and tugged strongly on her arm. After she stopped moving to leave, it released her again in a very measured manner. Don't! Jiang Chiyu coaxed in a low voice, his voice a few moments of tenderness. The next second, Su Tian had something shoved into his hand. Su Tan looked down to see, and heard him give another seductive laugh. Brother Ayu has another candy here. There was a 2-second pause. The teenager started to hold in his laughter again. Here you go, just don't say it out loud. I'm still trying to bail. Su Tian held the lychee-flavored lollipop in her hand, and her whole body became angry. Jiang Chiyu. Ha ha ha. The teenager's laughter sounded like joy had substance, easily infecting her emotions as it echoed around the playground. Don't laugh. Su Tian, who was still taut and frowning at him for no more than 5 seconds, suddenly laughed out after him with a giggle. Gripping the candy in her hand tightly, she was amused and annoyed. Ha! Jiang Chiyu actually ran to the playground to secretly eat lollipops. Jiang Chiyu, a high achiever from the sea, actually sneaking out to the playground to eat junk food just like her. The last bit of Su Tian's annoyance was gone, and she let out a loud laugh after him. Yet joy begets sorrow, and the old adage is always true. The two were laughing when suddenly a joyful bell rang through the school building, a long echo reverberating through the playground. Su Tian blushed and couldn't stop laughing. Done. Class is in session. Up. Su Tian was really annoyed now and glared at Jiang Chiyu. It's all your fault. You're still laughing, don't run away yet. The teacher will be very mean in the next class. Afraid of what? Jiang Chiyu slowly collected his laughter and handed her a meaningful look. Report. The chemistry teacher who was lecturing twisted his head to look at the door. Why are you so late? Su Tian did not change her face. The new student had to do the school registration transfer procedure. Mr. Zhao had something to do. I took him to run a few offices to sign. Jiang Chiyu stood a step behind her, holding a few slips in his hand and letting the chemistry teacher survey them. Sure enough, the chemistry teacher didn't say anything. Come on in. The two of them returned to their seats in a disciplined manner, oblivious to the iffy scrutiny from their classmates below the podium. The reason was Jiang Chiyu's idea, the explanation was perfected by Su Tian, the class representative, and the bill was sent by charging the water card. The fit is seamless and perfect. Zhou was probably the only one in the class who stared at the two of them with wide eyes, watching them both calmly return to their seats, their minds drifting with, how did they get back together? What did they go and do? The two of them aren't normal. These doubts. Throughout the entire class, Zhou stared at the back of both of their heads no less than 50 times. Even the chemistry teacher couldn't help but ask her, that woman in the last row, did you fall asleep? With an embarrassed face, Zhou nodded. Southern isn't very good at chemistry. To be precise, it's those side subjects in science that she's not very good at. She memorizes things a bit faster than these subjects that require her brain to spin around, so overall the arts are stronger than the sciences. Until the end of school at noon, she was either busy looking for other people's problems or going to teach Zhou the questions she didn't know, and halfway through, she took the time to go to the office to move her language homework and distribute it. Busy as a little whirlwind gyroscope. On the other hand, fellow transfer students with no half-assed jobs are exactly the kind of people who are so idle and bored that they turn to textbooks to read them. The last study session was free for questions. There were 5 minutes left before the end of the school day, and Su Tian was still looking around the class, trying to catch someone to teach her. You're like this. Jiang Chiyu couldn't look away, his finger knuckles tapping on her desk, too inefficient. Su Tian looked at him blankly. Of course she knew it was inefficient, but the physics and chemistry teachers only talked about the paper once, and the logic was too convoluted for her to remember. But she didn't explain. She wanted to hear what Jiang Chiyu had to say. Jiang Chiyu collected a few points of immodesty, his tone sounded a bit serious. If you go to find someone else's problem, they might be busy as well, and the time you spend on the road will be able to explain several steps. Su Tian nodded along. Indeed. But getting someone else to speak to her is the most effective way. She figured it out on her own, and she couldn't even read the answers to some of the questions when they were given to her. So, Jiang Chiyu lightly buckled the table again. Why don't you come and ask your tablemate? I think that I look kinda like a schoolteacher. Su Tian pursed her lips. She suddenly remembered Jiang Chiyu's perfect score in math. That's a perfect score. A perfect score she's never seen before. Although this monthly exam Jiang Chiyu only followed the test 3, the results were not entered into the system. But math is so good, I think the rest of the science subjects cannot be bad. Currently, she seemed to be the only one who knew that Jiang Chiyu had scored perfect scores in both math and English, in addition to being number 1 in the school in language. Such a hidden golden leg offering her a hug, cutie. Only then did she refuse. But she always felt that Jiang Chiyu didn't have any good intentions, and with a twinkle in her eye, she said, "You're tired of me coming in and out all the time, aren't you?" Jiang Chiyu didn't retort and reached out with 3 beautiful fingers and wiggled them. He held out his pinky middle finger and ring finger, and Suddy compared them. "Okay? What does yes mean?" In fact, it was quite embarrassing for her to keep coming in and going in, and this annoyance only came after she became a tablemate with Jiang Chiyu. Her former classmates are not Jiang Chiyu, so love to sit back. She wants to go out directly out, do not have to keep bothering the desk to move forward stool. After all, the previous tablemates were not as tall and leggy as Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian couldn't help but glance at his legs erected under the table. True. The. Very. Long. It's always a stretch. Jiang Chiyu didn't notice her line of sight and shook his head, saying absently, "It's 3 pieces to a question." Su Tian looked back in awe. A second later she responded, the little bit of guilt in her heart gone, "Then you're just annoying." Chapter 19, Can You, Hol Young? Both of them basically arrived home at the same time as well, since they walked out of school at about the same time. Only because Su Tian unilaterally didn't want to walk with him together, they didn't really go home together, but rather one after the other, keeping a distance in between. It's an amazing feeling to know that there's someone behind you who will follow you all the way. Su Tian was the one walking ahead of this one. When she arrived home at noon, Mom was still very angry with her. She didn't say a word when she saw her and coldly ate her lunch and then went back to her bedroom. Dad didn't come back, he should be busy with the company. Su Tian quietly went back to the house, took out her cell phone and flipped through the report card forwarded in by the class president in the class group, which was more detailed and contained the ranking of the entire school. She, who had never dropped out of the top 100 in her grade, was now ranked 375th. Su Tian looked for a while and then looked at those in the top 100, basically still those familiar names. The first in the grade is still Zhao Sakuraksu from the second class next door. Language 120, Math 110, English 120. She remembered Jiang Chiyu's 3 test papers and thought that the next time she took the monthly exam, the first place would be changed. Jiang Chiyu could take the first grade, she would be satisfied as long as she stayed in the top 100 in her grade. After doing a while of questions, there are still half an hour from going to school. Su Tian is afraid of not napping in the afternoon, will be more sleepy, hurriedly went to bed and squinted for a while. As she left the house, she subconsciously glanced towards Jiang Chiyu's house. Only the yellow maple leaves drifted down and landed in front of the yard door in silence. She withdrew her eyes. Jiang Chiyu was already there when Su Tian arrived at class. She sat down and spoke after a moment of contemplation. "It's not impossible." Jiang Chiyu was writing something, and when he heard that, he stopped his pen and glanced toward her. Su Tian continued, "But you have to let me try it out." She pondered, cram schools all want a few free trial lessons. Jiang Chiyu then realized that she was continuing the conversation from the morning after school. He raised an eyebrow and let out an "oh." Thinking he had agreed, Su Tian took out the chemistry paper he hadn't finished solving in the morning, and heard him say slowly, "It's not like I want to teach." Su Tian's movements lurched, viciously twisting her head to look at him. "You're tricking me again." She's really pissed off. Jiang Chiyu continued without a hitch, "That sentence just now, it was playing you." And he admits it with a straight face? Su Tian wanted to dislike him a few times, but suddenly reacted to the meaning of what he said. Previous sentence. Which one? I don't want to teach again? That means, again, trying to teach. Jiang Chiyu, if you say in the morning, it's kind of a joke. Su Tian was going to be sidetracked by him. Speak human. Jiang Chiyu inclined his head, his brown pupils glowing with a fine luster, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Again, that trailing tone, as if molesting. How can a brother charge money for teaching his sister how to do a problem? Su Tian's heart missed a few beats for a moment. Isn't this? He took the chemistry paper from Su Tian's desk and flipped it straight to the only 2 big questions left on the back that he hadn't had time to revise, supposed to be. The transformation came too suddenly, and Su Tian slowly exhaled a breath that she had been holding for a long time, feeling her ears get a little hot. She calmed her accelerated heartbeat and gripped the corner of her coat, trying not to be seen by the demonic pervert next to her, Jiang Chiyu. Will you, said Su Tian, euphemistically and solemnly, will you stop talking like that? This sentence poked Jiang Chiyu's funny bone somewhere, and he laughed silently, half lying on the table. Which is it? Like a scumbag. I originally thought that Lao Gao moved the transfer student next to me because the transfer student was a foreigner who didn't speak good Chinese. But the transfer student is you, and I was thinking you might not be good at languages. Now, I realize that you just simply have a bad tongue. Su Tian euphemistically patted Jiang Chiyu's shoulder. The words were quite blunt. You really look like a scumbag. Jagoff stopped laughing and looked a little self-conscious. Therefore, he didn't see Su Tian's hand that clenched the corner of her coat and the tips of her reddened ears. After all the talking and fussing, Jiang Chiyu still took advantage of the end of class to give her a thorough explanation of these two chemistry problems. It was like he knew that Su Tian's logical ability was weak and usually relied on rote memorization, so he would ask Su Tian to give him a lecture on every point he talked about, to see if she had memorized it or really understood it. It was memorized, and he reteaches her the points themselves, rather than limiting himself to the topics. The afternoon passed quickly and it was time for the last class. This class is another study hall. Su Tian scratched the skin under her eyes, then unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip of water, dropping her eyes to review her physics paper. See the last one of the steps she suddenly did not understand, flipped through the book to see still did not come up, so pulled Jiang Chiyu's sleeve. Jiang Chiyu simply didn't look like he came to school, he got an extracurricular book from somewhere, one hand pressed down on the pages and looked at it with great interest. As soon as Su Tian pulled him, he knew what was going on and inclined his head to look in the direction of her finger. The pages of the book under his hands were not pressed properly between movements and swished together, revealing the front cover. Su Tian glanced at the afterglow, and 3 big words were written on the cover: The Little Prince. Southern. Is it a coincidence? Jiang Chiyu was completely unconcerned, letting her look at it, and lowered his voice to tell her the question. Part of the steps of this question you wrote positively, all said you're sure to forget. The classroom was quiet, and in case you disturbed others, you had to speak close together. At first, when she saw Jiang Chiyu's demonic face up close, Su Tian's whole body stiffened, and then she used her heart on the topic before she was able to calm down. At this moment, however, he suddenly faded a bit. Jiang Chiyu didn't wait for a response and looked up at him, all of a sudden looking into the bottom of her eyes that caught her off guard. The young girl's face flushed a little, her wide, staring eyes clear and clean, flashing a hint of panic. Jiang Chiyu paused, holding the pen and pointing at the bottom of her left eye through space. You're so red here. Su Tian is weak, has been on guard for fear that Jiang Chiyu said what scum words, and immediately misinterpreted his meaning. You are the one who is red. Yeah. Jiang Chiyu laughed. Now why is your whole face red? Su Tian wanted to beat him up and beat that face into a pig's head to relieve her anger. Sincerely and politely, she asked, could you, as a whole, tolerate it? Talking in the face of this face really tests one's stamina. That won't work. Jiang Chiyu put down his pen, his voice low and containing a smile. You can't make Timmy blush in 2 words if you make a whole other face. Su Tian closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to lower the heat on her face. Heaven and earth can see it. It's the face that's so foul. She reached out and scratched the skin under her eyes again, and it was only then that she suddenly realized that the place Jiang Chiyu had just pointed to was where she had been bitten by a mosquito, and it was naturally red. She was the one who thought too much. The heat that was so hard to keep down is on the rise again. That skin on my face is really itchy. Su Tian didn't dare to scratch for fear of breaking it, so she had to use her fingertips to press it several times. Jiang Chiyu's face, however, slowly stared. Chapter 20, To the Infirmary. He nodded his chin again, signaling, you're red here, too. He moved a little closer, scrutinizing her entire face, and on her cheek. He suddenly paused, sighed, and ordered directly, to the infirmary. Su Tian touched the place he was talking about. I don't know if it was psychological or what, but it did itch a little. Isn't it a mosquito bite? Now mosquitoes are very poisonous. Su Tian suddenly remembered the bite of spicy noodle she ate in the morning, and her voice gradually became weak. Jiang Chiyu reacted, staring at her without expression. What have you remembered? Su Tian did not dare to let people know the real reason, lied, it may be a pollen allergy, in the morning I got close enough to smell a flower. Jiang Chiyu's expression was speechless, and while his mouth was speaking, his hands began to pack up his things, and he coolly said, how pretty that flower is. Su Tian was unconvinced, better looking than you. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows, look at me not being allergic. Su Tian, defeated. Jiang Chiyu was about to stand up after clearing the table, when Su Tian quickly grabbed his arm and pressed him back. They moved a little too much and some of the class looked toward them. Su Tian lowered her voice, what are you doing? Your face is already starting to swell. Jiang Chiyu looked at her horrified eyes with satisfaction and continued to make things up without any sense of guilt. Don't you think your cheeks are getting itchy? It's even redder now than it was just now. Su Tian looked at the watch on the back wall and hesitated a little, but school is almost over, why don't we wait until it's over? There's still 15 minutes before school ends. Jiang Chiyu stared calmly into her eyes. Are you going to walk out of here swollen into a pig's head? Okay. Su Tian was convinced and started packing her book bag. I'll pack my stuff then go and talk to the class president. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Chiyu had already stood up, and in the eyes of her classmates who were surprised, he walked towards the class president's position with an expressionless face and leaned down to say a few words to him. Su Tian couldn't call out to him at all, and watched as the class president, Han Guanyuan, seemed to sweep a glance her way before nodding. Jiang Chiyu also twisted his head to look at her, gave an okay gesture, and then went out. Knowing that he was waiting for her outside the classroom, Su Tian accelerated the speed of packing her book bag and soon went out under the gaze of the crowd as well. When she arrived at the infirmary, Su Tian followed behind Jiang Chiyu and just came in. She heard the school nurse give a yo-yo and asked cheerfully, "What kind of allergy is this?" Jiang Chiyu, pollen. The school nurse shook her head with certainty. Nonsense, that's not how pollen allergies work. Jiang Chiyu swept an eye blade over, his eyes dark, unable to see his emotions. Su Tian instantly gas weak, and then unconvinced thinking what makes her afraid of Jiang Chiyu. So she straightened her back and said to the school nurse, "Spicy noodles." The first word is still clear and audible, the second is weak and only airy. Su Tian added in a small voice, "I just took a bite and spit it out with the spice." Well, she's afraid he'll sue the parents. Since it was all said and done, Su Tian also simply broke the pot. "I still have the ointment that I didn't use up last time, you see if it's still okay to use this." Suddenly unzipped her book bag and took the ointment out and put it on the counter in front of the doctor. Jiang Chiyu gave another look over and pursed his lips straight. Didn't say anything, and didn't move much else. Another look to the school nurse. The school nurse looked at the list of ingredients and motioned her over, putting on gloves and examining her face closely. Then nodded, "Okay, I'll prescribe you something else. This is going to be a little more serious for you, like more than one allergy. Sari na, I suggest you get an allergen test at the hospital sometime. How can you be overly allergic to 2 kinds of allergens from eating a chili bar?" The school nurse teased with a smirk and turned around to grab some medicine. Su Tian quietly glanced towards Jiang Chiyu's side. Noticing that Jiang Chiyu was also looking at her. The eyes are not good. The ointment is all ready. Jiang Chiyu reverted back to his usual hangdog demeanor, but his smile did not reach his eyes. He asked slowly, "Are you also aware that you're allergic to chili fries?" It was said to be a question, but it was in the tone of a declarative sentence. He was clearly sure of it. Su Tian was so abashed that she was afraid that he would run next door to complain on impulse. She took the initiative to soften her tone. "I was wrong. You know and still eat." Jiang Chiyu coldly lowered his face. Su Tian aggravated, "Then I just want to taste it. I just took a bite and spit it out." "You were spit out by the spice, so you took a bite." Jiang Chiyu sneered. Su Tian did not understand what he was acting like an adult here to lecture her. Her mouth pouted and she wanted to retort, but then she immediately remembered that he might go to mom and dad and complain, where she let out her breath and explained again, "I didn't intend to eat more, even if it's not spicy, I won't eat more. I have a sense of proportion." Jiang Chiyu, however, was unforgiving. "I see that you fed your sense of proportion to the dogs." Being lectured over and over again, Su Tian's fire came up. "It's up to you." Jiang Chiyu snorted, "Don't want me to manage? You see whether I scold lightly or Uncle Su Auntie by scolds lightly. That doesn't concern you. The adults said to let you take care of me. You don't really have to be so obedient." The atmosphere turned straight down. Jiang Chiyu looked at her, eyes slightly downcast, not saying a word. Only after a long time did he say in a single word, "You think so?" Su Tian didn't want to argue with him. She was clear and knew that Jiang Chiyu was doing it for her good. But do you have to hit her so hard, sentence by sentence, for her own good? Things happen to her and she's clearly upset herself. But she has to take more scolding in the name of love. She's upset enough as it is. She was really already sad enough. A layer of water vapor gradually rose under Su Tian's eyes, blurring them in an instant. The aggravation and sourness she had suffered over the years came pouring in, easily drowning her. Su Tian didn't say anything, just silently lowered her head, gritting her teeth to suppress the sobs in her throat. But a small whimper spilled out anyway. Jiang Chiyu's expression paused. The school nurse happened to come out after grabbing the medicine and saw the scene. "Hey, why is the little sister crying? Quickly sit down. What's going on?" He pushed Su Tian to sit on the small sofa by the wall and looked at Jiang Chiyu, who was at his wit's end. "What's the young man froze for? Not quick enough to coax your sister or little girlfriend?" Jiang Chiyu has never experienced this kind of scene, the whole person is stiff. Somewhat flustered, he went forward and squatted beside her, helplessly saying, "Don't you cry." "What are you crying for? I didn't scold you." "Yes sister, don't cry, stained with tears for a while face should sting. Be good and take the medicine immediately, will not be disfigured." The school doctor did not know why she cried like this, thought of the little girl, all love beauty, probably was scared. When she cries, she is most afraid of coaxing, and Su Tian originally suppressed it, but after hearing the words of the school nurse, she couldn't hold it back any longer, and cried a few times louder than she originally did. Jiang Chiyu also listened to the words of the school nurse, and with his hands busy, he took a tissue and put it under her eyes to wipe her tears. Chapter 21, Skyfall. By this time school had ended and a few students came in from the infirmary and all looked toward them. Afraid of embarrassing her, the school nurse took them into the cubicle and then went out to greet the students herself. Closing the door, they were the only ones left in the house. Knowing that someone was outside, her cries slowly turned into low sobs. But there is still no sign of stopping. Jiang Chiyu replaced the paper towel several times and compromised first. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." "Su Tian, oh. You, where are you wrong? It's me who's wrong, oh. I was wrong to speak so harshly to you, I'm sorry. It won't happen next time." Jiang Chi gave a sigh as he thought she was saying the opposite and rubbed her head. "No." Su Tian took the tissue in his hand and wiped her own tears and snot. "It's just my fault. I know myself that I can't eat chili fries and I still eat them. I know it's wrong." Question mark. Jiang Chiyu raised an eyebrow. "I regret it too, and I won't even eat it again. I'd be a dog if I ate it again." Suti's sobs subsided and she blew her nose at last. Lowering her eyebrows, she sat on the infirmary bed, her eyes red and her face red. Jiang Chiyu didn't expect her to be truly self-reflective, laughed a little, addicted, and rubbed her hair again. "It's fine if you know you're wrong, go wash your face, I'll send you home." What a talker. Su Tian pouted her lips and gave him a weird look. "Obviously you go home that way too." Jiang Chiyu pulled her arm to let her stand up, not forgetting to remind, "You also said I had a bad tongue this afternoon." Su Tian finished crying, feeling a little ashamed, gently broke away from his hand, and walked towards the sink by herself. She was about to unscrew the faucet when Jiang Chiyu suddenly stopped her and pushed the door open to go outside. "Wait, I'll go ask the school nurse if you can dip this face in water." Su Tian then stopped. There was a small mirror on the sink. She picked it up and took a look, and found that there was no sign of swelling except for a patch of red on it and a few small bumps that had sprung up. Much less swollen into a pig's head. Jiang Chiyu, lying to her again. It didn't take long for Jiang Chiyu to return. "You can wash your face, but use warm water." "There's no warm water here, so you can wash it at home." "One says home." Su Tian wimped out again, his shoulders slumped and he looked blearily at the teenager standing in the doorway. Jiang Chiyu's long eyelashes twitched as he raised his eyes. "What? Can you not tell my parents?" Jiang Chiyu laughed lightly, wrapping his hands around his chest and leaning against the doorframe. "Still need me to say? This face of yours can see allergies from 10 meters away. It's not that." Knowing she couldn't hide it, Su Tian mumbled. "Is the reason." Her mom was already mad at her, and if she found out that she had secretly eaten chili fries and made her face look like this. Su Tian bit her lower lip. Jiang Chiyu looked like he was considering and didn't say anything for a while. "I can give you money if you don't tell anyone." Su Tian raised the stakes for him. "Do I look like a gangster or do I look like I'm short of money?" Jiang Chiyu was angry and amused. When Su Tian thought about it, she switched currency to substance. "Then I'll buy you dinner." Afraid that he would say something that he looked like he was missing a meal, Su Tian added, "Otherwise, I'll owe you a favor, and I can satisfy you when you have a want." Jiang Chiyu blinked, looking a little heartbroken. Su Tian suddenly regretted a little, thinking whether the words were too big, so she added, "It must be something that I can do, that does not violate the law and personal morals and social ethics, and that is not too forceful." "That's quite a strict request you're making." Jiang Chiyu seemed to be smiling. Su Tian muttered in a small voice, "Then it's not like you're really going to make me kill and set fire to people." "Let's go." Jiang Chiyu picked up her school bag and handed her the mask he had just bought outside. Pollen allergic Su 10 students. Jiang Chiyu accompanied her to Su's house. Sure enough, when Mom saw her red face, which could not even be blocked by her mask, she opened her mouth and started to lecture her. Su's father stopped her. "Ah, you is also here, let them come in first." "Timothy, what happened to your face?" Su Tian didn't dare to speak and looked at Jiang Chiyu, so Jiang Chiyu said that he smelled a bouquet of flowers when he accompanied him to the office and came back with pollen allergies, and also specifically pulled a flower name that she hadn't heard of. Anyway, Jiang Chiyu looked so steady, and what he said sounded so believable. Sati believed it herself. Jiang Chiyu handed over the medicine again, explaining the dosage and usage as well as precautions to Su's father. Papa Su took notes on each one. Su Tian was like a baby who couldn't talk yet, letting them take care of her. Behave yourself as a backdrop. Su's mother suddenly interrupted them and looked at Su Tian. Why don't you say it yourself? No mouth? What do I usually teach you? Su's father pushed her, a little scolding. What are you talking about? The child is like this. Su Tian was already used to it, pursed her lips and didn't say a word. All she felt was, well, a little humiliated. In front of Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu spoke up at the right time. Auntie and uncle, the main responsibility lies with me. Timothy accompanied me to the office in order to show me the way, otherwise she wouldn't have been allergic. With outsiders around, Su's mom didn't say anything more in the end, along with her anger at her test scores, which was temporarily suppressed for the time being. After chatting for a while, Su Tian went to wash her face and apply medicine accompanied by her father. Su's mom sent Jiang Chiyu out. That night, someone else posted a discussion thread in the long-silent first high school forum. Does Skyfall's deskmate like Skyfall? After the last post made by ID Su referring to the transfer student as the Skyfall schoolgrass, these 4 words became his exclusive nickname, which in turn was reduced to Skyfall by all of you who frequently mix with the forums because it was too long. Someone quickly replied to the post. Second floor, does the owner like Skyfall? No one else replied to the main floor after 10 minutes, only this floor saw a spike in likes. Soon after, the owner replied to him. I'm male, thanks. The second floor replies to the owner, oh, you're A. The number of likes soared again. A minute later, the post disappeared into thin air. Another minute passed, and once again a new thread appeared in the forums. I heard that Skyfall went to the infirmary with his table today. Second floor, pregnant? Third floor. Pinch mom, what breed of is upstairs? You're pregnant. Follow your early love interest to the school infirmary to see the doctor. A waterfall of ha 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 under this level of comments. Soon after, the second floor deleted the comment itself. But someone has already taken a screenshot and posted it in the building for ridicule. The thread I heard Skyfall went to the infirmary today with his tablemates quickly skewed into a second floor mockery of the building. The owner waited for a while and couldn't look away, replying to himself, I heard that there were still 10 minutes to go before class ended, and Skyfall suddenly stood up and went out on his own, and after a while his deskmate went out as well. Then they were seen going to the infirmary together. Chapter 22 Anyway, it's a very close schoolmate. Someone soon replied to him, you're the one who just asked if Skyfall's deskmate liked Skyfall, right? I'm the one who just asked if Skyfall's classmate liked him. I'm from the 3rd class. Skyfall's classmate is allergic to allergies, and Skyfall went to the infirmary with her. He said hello to the class monitor before he left. If you like to boldly chase, grinding in here gossip, how many Skydrop will not take the initiative to recognize you? Owner replies, right, your whole ING family is. After saying that, he simply deleted the post. But since he deleted it so quickly, not too many people saw his denial, so the next day, the forum winds changed to I heard that there is a going after Skyfall? On top of that, there was indeed a portion of the girls gossiping about why Skyfall's tablemates were allergic to having Skyfall there with them. In the midst of a bunch of mean replies that implied jealousy, one straight guy said, it's a good relationship, and was mobbed by the girls for days. The next day, Su Tian went to school with a mask and didn't even take it off for class. Someone playing the forums saw it and casually stole a mushy distant picture and posted it into the forums. The photo shows a patch of regional redness on her face outside the mask and a couple of red bumps on her forehead. Combined with the lighting issues during the photoshoot, which set off her entire face in an unpleasant way, it looked very serious indeed. Gradually the forums connoted her people were silent. It's so serious, I can't say anything out of humanitarianism. It took a week for Su Tian to get over her allergies and turn into a clean face again. In the past few days, Su's mother in the end also felt sorry for her face, and gradually subsided. Only repeatedly said that next time you must get into the top 100 in your grade, or else you will have to hire a tutor. Su Tian actually had no idea in her heart, but she could only agree. It was Friday again, and Joing came over with a few tickets to the amusement park and asked if she was going. Su Tian was memorizing chemical equations and didn't even look at them, no go. Why don't you go? Go. I'm going to get back to the top 100 in my grade on the next monthly exam, or my mom is going to hire me a tutor. Su Tian ruffled the few strands of hair that blocked her view behind her ear and took the time to glance at her. Don't go now and don't want to go in the future, take your pick. Zhou collapsed. I don't know who to find if you don't go. Jiang Chiyu was not in his seat. Su Tian glanced around, signaling her to come over a bit, and lowered her voice. Ask your male god to go. Zhou Ying's current hero was a senior in high school, called Han Shuo. The two are in the water card recharge time to recognize. Recharge personnel accidentally Han Shuo's money are charged in the front of the line on the Zhou Ying card, cannot be withdrawn. Zhou Ying did not bring extra money, had to let Han Shuo followed her back to the class to get. Zhou Ying went back to her class, she only had one hole, and Han Shuo couldn't find it. So Zhou Ying followed Han Shuo to their class to look for change. It's only $10. Just borrow it from anyone. It's a lot of trouble. It can only be described as falling flowers and flowing water. It just so happens that they all look right. Zhou Ying cupped her face and heatedly smiled. Has been about, is afraid of only two of us is too embarrassing. Well, so pull a few more people. Southern. She knew it. She looked up. Aren't you afraid I'll be embarrassed? Jiang Chiyu happened to come back, and Zhou Ying hurriedly made way for him, standing on the aisle and continuing. I also have an appointment with Wei Siqing, you won't be embarrassed. Jiang Chiyu sat down, sniffed, and swept a glance at them. Su Tian didn't even look. Isn't Wei Siqing training in the neighboring city? He's off that day. I'm not taking that day off. Zhou Ying begged bitterly, good sister, just fulfill this marriage of my sister. I made you whole, who made me in the first 100. Are you going to study like this both days on Sunday? Study homework on Saturday and 5-3 on Sunday. Zhou Ying arranged it for her, then, like this, you'll do your homework on Friday afternoon and Saturday morning, go to the playground with me on Saturday afternoon, and do your 5-3 on Sunday. Su Tian seriously thought about it. It's actually not impossible, so she reluctantly took a step back and raised her eyes. How many tickets do you have? 6. Then find a few more people, it's kind of awkward just for me and Wei Siqing. I'll call up Jiao then. Jiao was a girl from the second class next door, who was in the same class as the two of them in middle school and had a good relationship. Zhou Ying looked at the last ticket in her left hand. There is still one left to give to whom? Hey, none of the former friends are in much contact now. How about Jiao alone? Su Tian gave a perfunctory just don't let her and Wei Siqing stay alone, it's weirdly easy to cause misunderstandings. If this ticket is not useful, Jiang Chiyu suddenly straightened up and looked at Zhou Ying, seemingly interested. Can I have this ticket? Su Tian's motion of copying down the equation gave way. Ah. Zhou Ying was caught off guard and locked eyes with him, giggling a bit as she was mesmerized by the face value. Her brain didn't even go through the trouble of directly agreeing to it. Okay. Su Tian watched as Zhou Ying very positively handed him the ticket. Jiang Chiyu smiled and said thank you to her. Zhou Ying's breath stopped. She cursed her lack of talent and waved her hand at Zhou Ying. Hurry up and go you, it's time for class. Zhou Ying giggled and walked away. Obviously not back yet. Su Tian put down her pen and looked at the ticket in Jiang Chiyu's hand. She didn't hold back and asked, you like going to amusement parks? General. Jiang Chiyu looked at the ticket in his hand, lazily. I haven't been anywhere since I returned to China except for the airport, the station, school, and home. So I want to go for a walk to see what the country has developed into now. This reason was very convincing. Su Tian nodded. The city has changed quite a lot in the past few years. You really should take a good look. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her and suddenly remembered something and asked, Song Xingxing and Song Ying in our class? He was suddenly stuck, like he couldn't remember. Su Tian, Song Yingjing? Right. Jiang Chiyu nodded lazily. Are they brothers? No, they just have similar names, it doesn't matter. Oh. Jiang Chiyu laughed a little, his eyes turning as if recalling something. The looks are quite similar. Su Tian absurdly glanced over towards him, and then complexly turned her head to look at her exercise book, resisting the desire to retort. But. Didn't mean to say that Son Star doesn't look good, it's just that Song Yingjing seems to be quite handsome, right? Still unable to hold back, she turned her head and said sincerely, why don't I take you to senior Song Yingjing between classes? You could be remembering the wrong person. You're quite familiar with senior Song Yingjing? Jiang Chiyu asked without moving. Su Tian nodded. It's quite familiar, he tutored me in my literature. Homeschooling? No, not really. Su Tian thought about it, some of it couldn't be said, so she said, anyway, it's a senior who was very close. Jiang Chiyu let out an oh. Then why doesn't he tutor you in science? He's a liberal arts student. Su Tian replied before reacting, giving him a suspicious look. Why are you so interested in him? Chapter 23, Little girl, you look good in that dress. Just asking. Jiang Chiyu's tone was light. What? Only girls are allowed to gossip, no boys are allowed to gossip a bit? Su Tian was a bit shocked and looked at Jiang Chiyu as if she had never known him before. It's not that it doesn't work. She swallowed. It's just a little, it doesn't look like it. She looked Jiang Chiyu up and down again, and came up with a guess that was a bit outrageous but also reasonable when she thought about it. You. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her with a wry smile, as if his heart was in the right place, interrupting her before she could speak out. What do you know about trouble coming out of the mouth? Su Tian silently stopped talking. Between the next class, Zhou came over again, saying that Zhao Zhao had something to do on the weekend and couldn't go, and asked Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu if it would be okay for just the 5 of them. Jiang Chiyu, I don't have a problem with it. Su Tian thought for a moment. Okay. Alright. Zhou looked at the time on the ticket. Then we'll meet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the entrance of the playground. The time was just finalized. By Saturday afternoon. Su Tian washed her hair, took a hairdryer and dried it and tied it into 2 pigtails, hanging behind her ears on both sides in a good manner. Then began to pick out clothes. When you go to the playground, you may have to play some running and jumping items, so it's not convenient to wear a short skirt, or jeans are more appropriate. But would jeans be too plain? This is a rare opportunity to not have to wear a school uniform. Su Tian's eyes were torn between the closet for skirts and the closet for pants for a long time, but in the end, she went to choose the blouse first. She pulled out a new embroidered ruffled sleeve shirt that she hadn't had a chance to wear yet. A thin layer was just right for this season. Then she picked out a few more skirts and pants each from the closet full of them and put them together with the top to compare. After some hesitation, I went with a fringed denim skirt. Finally sat a small yellow duck crossbody bag, with a pair of marten boots. Su Tian looked at herself in the mirror, and then looked at the table, intending to go out now. As she walked to the door she trotted back again, taking off her boots and patting in an inseam. Well, that's more like it. Su Tian bounced out the door and went. Despite being deskmates living next door to each other, she and Jiang Chiyu hadn't discussed whether or not to go together. Su Tian didn't mention it. She thought Jiang Chiyu would take the initiative to mention it, but Jiang Chiyu didn't mention it either. Now that she went to him at the door, Su Tian was a little embarrassed again. So she stood in front of her house and gazed at the cottage next door for a few minutes before withdrawing her gaze, gripping the strap of her satchel and heading out of the neighborhood. To get to the playground you can take a direct bus directly to the playground and there is a stop sign right in front of the neighborhood. Su Tian stood under the stop sign, waiting for the bus to come. Without waiting for 5 minutes, there was an additional silhouette next to her, and the shadow fell right on her. Su Tian inclined her head to look at it, and her sight stopped. The visitor was Jiang Chiyu. He was dressed fresh today, a white tee with a blue plaid long-sleeved shirt underneath, and a pair of gray slacks underneath. Still wearing a hat and mask. A handsome face with only the eye part showing. Was staring at her. Su Tian was inexplicably a little nervous by his look, and wanted to find something reflective to organize her instrument. Those fox eyes curved a little. The voice came through a mask. Little girl, it looks so good on you. It was not easy to hear such a blunt compliment from his mouth, and Su Tian froze for a moment as heat began to spread from behind her ears. Jiang Chiyu slowly continued, rushing to a blind date now? You're a big head. Su Tian glared at him. She didn't say anything. Jiang Chiyu instead moved 2 steps towards her, his index finger hooking one side of her braid to play with, quite handy. Su Tian raised her eyes. No wonder the brain is bad. Su Tian couldn't help it, can you not? Every day. All. Dislike me. Jiang Chiyu let go of her braid and laughed happily to himself, not teasing her anymore. Just when the bus came, Su Tian huffed and puffed first on the bus, put the money into the box. It was not the morning and evening rush hour, and there were only 2 people on the bus. She found a single seat and sat down. After waiting for a while, Jiang Chiyu hadn't come over yet. Su Tian looked just in time to see Jiang Chiyu holding the handrail of the car in one hand and holding a pound in the other. The driver and he looked at each other in disbelief. Jiang Chiyu let out a miscalculation. Southern. Unable to look away, she walked over, picked up the pound, and reinserted another coin in herself. Then went back to his seat. Jiang Chiyu followed her and took a seat behind her. The car started moving. Su Tian kept looking out the window and saw the scenery outside constantly changing. When passing by a road, a flurry of yellow maple leaves were blown down by the wind, and the whole world seemed to be yellow. She pulled out her cell phone and snapped several shots. When she selected the photos after they were taken, she suddenly realized that several of them had 2 extra fingers in the upper left corner, out of place in the whole picture. Southern. She twisted her head, and saw Jiang Chiyu comparing a yay and inclining his head to look at him. Sudi, what are you doing? It's not. Jiang Chiyu put Beale's hand next to his face, and also took off his mask. His thin lips picked up and hooked out a smile, for you to shoot back. He's talking about that last time he caught her in the Cherry Blossom Avenue. Su Tian had almost forgotten about this yard. She held out her hand. Where's your cell phone? Hand it over and I'll take a look. Look what the capture turned out to be. Sudi's gut feeling is that it won't be too pretty. Jiang Chiyu shrugged his shoulders. Didn't bring it here. You go out to play without a cell phone? Su Tian was incredulous. Jiang Chiyu nodded his head, his tone rather accusatory. What kind of cell phone do you bring when you go out to play? Just playing with my cell phone. Jiang Chiyu raised his hand for a bit too long, didn't see that she had the intention of wanting to shoot, and reminded, just give you one chance, I hope you cherish it. What chance? Su Tian froze. Catch me. Su Tian paused for 2 seconds, barely able to hold back her spit. She looked over to Jiang Chiyu who had one hand on by. Indeed. Is kinda cool. But what kind of capture is that? Hey. But under the temptation of beauty, Su Tian still raised her cell phone, and when she was about to press the shutter, the person in the camera suddenly smiled at her, with red lips and white teeth, brilliant and shining. Su Tian's hand shook, and he slapped him into a blur. She held her hand steady again and pressed the shutter again. This time it was a good shot. She looked at it, didn't hold back and then looked at it again. Jiang Chiyu put his arm on her seat cushion, and came over his face to look. Su Tian glimpsed it in his afterglow, and his hand quickly pressed the power button, leaving only a black screen. Want to see it? Send me the one you took of me first. Jiang Chiyu let out a forget it then. Su Tian threatened him, aren't you afraid I'll make you look ugly in the picture? No. He barely hesitated at all, but Sudi hesitated. Why? Jiang Chiyu raised his eyelids, seemingly smiling. Because you just looked at my photo for a full 3 times. You have good eyes. Chapter 24, that's a normal reaction. Su Tian gasped and twisted her head, ignoring him. Her braid was gently tugged again by someone behind her. Don't be shy. Su Tian made up her mind not to talk to him again until she got off the bus. That's what you were, a normal reaction. The person behind her looked like he was addicted to playing, pulling east and west at her hair. Su Tian let out a breath and leaned forward, resting the 2 braids on her chest to keep him out of reach. She wanted to close her ears if she could. Or tie Jiang Chiyu's mouth into a dead knot. Their home is not far from the amusement park. The bus quickly arrived at the station. After the beep sounded, Su Tian got off. Jiang Chiyu also followed her out of the car. Got out of the car and put the mask back on. Su Tian looked away. Very much keeping her promise, as soon as she got out of the car she started talking to him. Can I ask you a question? Why do you wear a mask every day? Sudi had heard 2 boys discussing this when she passed them after class once. A boy asked, that Jiang Chiyu from the next class, why does he wear a mask every day? The other boy rolled his eyes, acting cool attracts girls. Su Tian didn't think it was necessary. Obviously that face is more attractive to girls without a mask. Jiang Chiyu looked like he didn't expect her to ask this question and gave her a sly, dangling look. When Su Tian saw this look on his face, she felt that he must not have opened his mouth with any serious words. Sure enough. Too many people peeking at me, that shall not be blocked. Su Tian gritted her teeth, it's not like you have anything to lose if people look at you. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her and suddenly laughed, you're still fighting for them. He continued, hey, Tenny, you're not one of them, are you? Nauseated by the 3 words little Timmy, Su Tian shivered and turned around, heading in the direction of the playground. She decided not to talk to him again until she got to the playground. Narcissist. Jiang Chiyu slowly followed her, always 3 steps away from her. Angry? Just kidding. Su Tian didn't say anything. Okay, not teasing you. Jiang Chiyu put away his rambling tone and got a bit more serious, not caring if she listened or not, and said, wearing a mask is a habit I developed in England before. The weather in the district where I live is quite nasty, and rain and wind is a daily state. I didn't pay much attention to it in the beginning, but after I got the flu a few times I started wrapping up a little tighter. Su Tian listened in, did not hold back and said, then you cannot need to wear on now. Our city's weather is suitable, the air quality is also good. Yes. Jiang Chiyu laughed, hooking the rope of the mask on one side to take it off. It's not a habit to go out and take one with you. Su Tian did not turn around, but she could hear Jiang Chiyu's voice change and smiled in a rather good mood. After a little more walking, the two became side by side. Zhouing arrived early and stood at the entrance of the amusement park and saw the two of them from a distance and waved at them. Su Ten waved her hand at her as well and ran over to her, looking from side to side. They both aren't here yet? Zhouing greeted Jiang Chiyu, then nodded. Han Shua's house is far away, so it should be soon. Wei Si Cheng has arrived in the neighborhood. Why is Hanshal still making you wait? Zhouing looked at her watch and smiled sweetly, instinctively speaking for him. It's because we came early, la. It's not even the appointed time yet. Su Tian gave her a contemptuous look. Who was it that said that a boy must arrive half an hour earlier than the woman on a date with a girl? Zhouing shrugged. It's different. You're talking about the situation where a boy likes a girl. My kind falls into the category of I like him, but he shouldn't like me as much as I like him. Then I'll just arrive early. Su Tian gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Chiyu stood by the side and listened to them, a thoughtful expression on his face. After Zhouing finished, she looked Su Tian up and down, touching her clothes and pulling her hair. Tian, you look really good today. The school uniform sealed at least half of your face value. Su Tian smiled and hooked her chin, not daring to touch her face with light makeup. Not as good looking as you. As they were talking, they heard someone call out to them from afar. Su Tian, Zhouing. As soon as they turned around, Wei Siqing was standing across the street, holding a very large plastic bag in one hand and waving at them. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes and quickly withdrew his gaze. Wei Siqing swept his eyes over them, pausing for a moment when he saw Jiang Chiyu and rubbing his eyes. He crossed the street and looked at Jiang Chiyu several times in the middle with a few surprised expressions. Jiang Chiyu carelessly met his line of sight, slightly hooked his lips, and even smiled at him. The smile doesn't reach his eyes. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the end, when the sun is in full bloom, Wei Siqing still broke out a thin layer of sweat when he ran over. Su Tian happened to have paper with him and handed him two. Wei Siqing smiled at her. Thank you. He opened the plastic bag and took out 2 cups of milk tea from a pocket of ice, read the label and handed them to Su Tian and Zhouing respectively. Zhouing marveled. Wow, Wei Siqing, you're Doraemon, aren't you? Weissenberg, you're milk green, you're baked milk with ice and... Stop. Su Tian interrupted. Thanks. She hadn't forgotten that Jiang Chiyu was still beside her. This guy, he dislikes her when he gets the chance. Wei Siqing took out another drink from the ice pack and reached out to hand it to Jiang Chiyu with a slightly complicated expression. This student, here you go. Since I don't know what everyone else likes to drink, I bought regular lemonade. Zhouing stood next to her, biting her straw and inclining her head, unable to bear to look any further. It was also her fault. The way Jiang Chiyu sidled up to her to ask for the ticket was just too beautifully stormy, and in a moment of confusion, she gave the ticket out. Completely forgetting that there was a Wei Siqing in the team. Later, when she thought of it, she specifically told Wei Siqing to make it seem as if Jiang Chiyu and Su Tian really have something, and she was afraid that Wei Siqing would think too much. She was afraid that Wei Siqing would think too much about it. But she couldn't ask for Jiang Chiyu's ticket back. Zhouing silently bowed his head as an ostrich, thinking that it was Wei Siqing who said that he would go if Su Tian went, and it didn't matter who the rest of the people were. However, Jiang Chiyu and Su Tian should really be nothing. She had just seen Jiang Chiyu smiling kindly at Wei Siqing. Except for this little cutie Su Tian. Himself, everyone else should be able to tell that Wei Siqing likes Su Tian. She couldn't laugh at her love rival. Jiang Chiyu smiled politely and didn't take the lemonade Wei Siqing handed over, apologizing. Sorry, you guys drink it. I'm allergic to lemon. Suddy, who hadn't yet zapped open her own milk tea, sniffed and froze. You're lemon allergic? Jiang Chiyu swept her a glance and nodded. Suddy was happy. You have allergies that you can't eat too, that's great. Everyone looked at her. Su Tian slowly pursed a straight line out of her lips, as if making up for her mistake. She took the initiative to hand over her own milk tea. Then let's switch, you drink mine. I haven't even started drinking mine yet. Chapter 25, Preferred. Jiang Chiyu. 8 Treasure Kanji. Jiang Chiyu spat out 3 words in a single word, an urging smile flashing in his eyes. Reaching out to pick it up before Su Tian rolled her eyes. That's fine too. Don't. Wei Xiqing suddenly interrupted them. Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu hadn't finished the handover yet and both looked at him. Wei Xiqing smiled far-fetchedly and explained, her cup is quite sweet, and boys generally don't like it. Let me switch with you, mine is also roasted milk. He took the last cup of milk tea out of the plastic bag and handed it over, here. Su Tian quickly took back her own cup and agreed quickly, okay. Afraid that Jiang Chiyu wouldn't agree, she even quickly zipped open her mouth and held the straw. Jiang Chiyu looked at her with a smirk and hummed softly. Receiving Wei Xiqing's cup of milk tea, she smiled and nodded, thank you. They had just finished speaking when Han Shu also arrived. He was also sweating profusely, panting and explaining, there was a traffic jam on the road, so I ran over here and came a little late, sorry. Zhou quickly said, it's okay, and not in a hurry, you cell phone with me to say slowly come over on the line. I'll give you paper to wipe. She whipped her head around, Sudi, give me the toilet paper. Su Tian pulled out a few more sheets of paper and handed them to Zhou. Zhou gave the paper to Han Shuo. Han Shuo is a sophomore in high school, a head of plate inch, looks very sunny, smile can see a small tiger teeth, people look very sunny. Su Tian looked at the height of several of them and counted her as the lowest. Zhou is now all of 1.7 meters. It's just her, 6'7" in her booster shoes. The tallest was Wei Xiqing, who was on the school's basketball team and stood almost 1.9 meters. Jiang Chiyu was a bit lower than him, about the same height as Han Shuo. She stood in the center, as long as she was long. A little autistic. Wei Xiqing distributed the milk tea to Han Shuo again. The three boys are not familiar with each other. Zhou took the initiative to introduce, this Su Tian, you know. This is Su Tian's younger brother is also her deskmate Jiang Chiyu, this is Wei Xiqing, with me in Su Tian junior high school class. Wei Xiqing was very surprised and glanced at Jiang Chiyu. Zhou was ashamed of him and explained one more time, Jiang Chiyu just returned to China, he's still not too familiar with our place. The three boys greeted each other and we all headed for the playground together. To line up to check the ticket, Su Tian stood first, followed by Zhou and Han Shuo. Jiang Chiyu was one step slower and stood at the end. When it came to Su Tian, the ticket inspector looked at her face, then at her shoes, then at the adult ticket in her hand. With a cordial reminder, just buy a child's ticket if you're under 13, half price. Put. Zhou was the first to laugh out, not holding back at all, quickly turning into covering her mouth and laughing. Han Shuo and Wei Xiqing both held back their laughter as well. Jiang Chiyu directly laughed his ass off, even more exaggerated than Zhou. The ticket inspector looked at them as if realizing something and explained, sorry. Really didn't see it coming. Might as well not say anything. The group did laugh even more freely. The tickets had been checked, and Su Tian silently walked forward. When all 5 people had checked their tickets, Zhou was still smiling, and the others were all in a state of having to laugh or not. Zhou was afraid that she would get angry and coaxed, it's okay, you're only in your first year of high school, you'll still grow. Su Tian was depressed and didn't say anything, sucking on her milk tea. There were quite a few people in the playground on Sunday. This playground was newly opened, and there were a lot of programs inside. Zhou stood in front of a signboard, looking at the dizzying guidelines painted on it, and asked for their opinion, where do we go to play first? Han Shuo, ladies first, you guys pick. Zhou didn't refuse, Su Tian, you choose first. Su Tian scanned the signage and pointed her finger toward the carousel in the very center, this is it. A laugh came from beside him that looked like it was accidentally not held back. Su Tian ground her teeth, she didn't need to look to know who it was. So she quickly raised her finger a little higher and pointed to the icon above the carousel, that's it. The atmosphere was suddenly silent. Zhou, are you sure? Su Tian nodded while looking at the icon she was pointing at. It was a Halloween pumpkin with 4 words written next to it, haunted house scare. Suddy, dot. Jiang Chiyu looked at her expression and found it amusing, and also asked like Zhou, are you sure? If anyone else had asked her one more time, Su Tian would have immediately switched to a different program. But it was Jiang Chiyu. It is. Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian gritted her teeth and nodded, that's it. Jiang Chiyu, okay. Han Shuo also said it was okay. Zhou thought about it, the dark and scary environment of a haunted house was most suitable for men and women in the ambiguous period to go together, so she nodded along. Wei Xiqing was left alone. Su Tian looked over, what about you? With a strange expression, Wei Xiqing looked at Su Tian and nodded stiffly. He was tall, and also stood with the light on his back. Su Tian didn't quite see his expression. So he also nodded and pointed to a road, this way. On the way, before being bored, Su Tian took the initiative to chat. Zhou, how many times have you been to a haunted house before? 3 or 4 times. Zhou recalled, but they were all small and not too scary. There are quite a lot of items inside this amusement park, and the size of the haunted house shouldn't be too big. I suppose so, the small ones really aren't scary. Can't put many props in it after all. Han Shua chimed in, I'd been to a medium-sized one once before, and that one had a mental hospital theme, with the entire haunted house built to look like a hospital. There were also a few graves in the backyard, just like being there. Su Tian glanced at Jiang Chiyu, who was lazily walking at the very edge, and felt that he was a bit out of place. Thinking that this person was the most familiar with her, she took the initiative to assume the responsibility of bringing him along, walking next to him and asking him, what about you? Have you ever been to a haunted house in England? Is it scary? Jiang Chiyu looked down at her and shook his head, no time. Are you busy? Su Tian asked again. Jiang Chiyu knew what she was thinking, his eyebrows arched, rarely disliked her, and was serious for a moment, it's okay, there are more things at school. It's very windy over there, so it's not really convenient to go out, and I don't go out too often. But once our school arranged a camping trip, and 10 meters next door was a cemetery. 10 meters, murmured Suddy, roughly comparing, a little silent. She couldn't help but spit out, is this any different than living in a graveyard? She continued, aren't you scared in the middle of the night? Didn't it ever occur to you that your friends next door would come over in the middle of the night to check out this rare group of strangers? She shivered herself at the thought. No, I had just arrived in the UK and my English wasn't quite good enough to communicate casually. So thinking that the ghost shouldn't come to me because whatever it said I could probably only reply with a excuse me, can you speak Chinese? I didn't understand. The group laughed out loud. Wei Xiqing laughed and couldn't laugh anymore, wiping the sweat on his hands on his pants. Chapter 26, It's hard not to think about it. Haunted houses aren't hard to find. I should say it was very conspicuous. It was a simple 3-story building on a sprawling lot enclosed in an iron fence. A few old, dark-colored trees were planted next to each other, their leaves falling all over the place. The haunted house was decorated to look like an abandoned hospital, the walls old and peeling, a couple of bloody stretchers thrown in the yard, and a hospital gown torn to rags hanging over the fence like a flag fluttering in the wind. Every now and then, a few screams could be heard from inside. I don't know if it's the tourists screaming, or if the haunted house comes with its own sound effects. Su Tian and his group of 5 stood at the entrance of the iron fence, facing off with the Yuri building. Jiang Chiyu just glanced at it and quickly withdrew his eyes, biting the straw and drinking milk tea. His cheeks bulged briefly when he sucked on the milk tea, like a frog. Su Tian saw it and pretended to fiddle with her cell phone to try to capture a picture. He had already lazily finished the last sip of milk tea, took a few steps forward and threw the cup into the trash can on the side. Su Tian squinted at her cell phone and didn't focus properly, only capturing a blue residue in the wall. Zhou retracted her gaze and swallowed, it's still pretty big. She looked at Han Shua, is that what you just said? Han Shua shook his head and said after Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, it's much more than this fake Xiaokong. Zhou Ying's expression stiffened. Han Shua comforted her, it's fine, haunted houses all have the same pattern. You follow me, grab my clothes if you're scared. Zhou nodded, then when you get there, walk slower and don't leave me behind. The two of them were in love with each other, and Su Tian looked around, just wanting to find someone to follow who wasn't afraid. The first time she saw Jiang Chiyu, who didn't have the slightest panicked expression, she considered for a second before firmly averting her eyes. No, she had to stay away from this creep. With his nastiness, he would only let out a scoff as the ghost scared her. He would even pretend to scare her on purpose. At that thought, Su Tian shivered again and moved 2 steps to the other side. This series of small movements of hers did not hide from Jiang Chiyu's eyes. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows, lightly hummed out an airy sound, glanced at Wei Xiqing who had not moved a muscle since he saw the haunted house, and didn't say anything. Su Tian shifted her eyes to Wei Xiqing. Wei Xiqing's expression looked grave. Wei Xiqing, are you afraid of ghosts? Su Tian asked. Wei Xiqing paused for a moment and said with little expression. Not afraid. Then I'll follow you later. Oh. Su Tian added. Wei Xiqing pulled out a smile, a few drops of sweat broke out on his forehead, okay. Su Tian thought he was hot and handed him a few more sheets of toilet paper. They discussed it, and Han Shua volunteered to take the lead under Zhou Ying's bright gaze, with the 2 girls standing in the center, leaving Jiang Chiyu and Wei Xiqing to break the back. The congregation unanimously agreed on the grouping. They were about to go in when suddenly they heard a loud scream and a strong-looking man ran howling from the first floor, slipping and crawling a few steps in between because he was running too fast, and rushed past them in what could almost be called a farting heap. Running out a few steps, he patted his chest in fear, reciting words in his mouth, "Holy, it's too scary, I won't come back next time. Fairy goddess, please bless me not to dream tonight." After saying that, as if he had just seen a few students looking at him, he scratched his hair in embarrassment and twisted his head away. Su Tian was silent for a while. "Just in case, let's make an appointment that we can't pretend to be ghosts to scare others." After saying that, he gave Jiang Chiyu an emphatic look. Jiang Chiyu blinked innocently. The others nodded along. "Get in." They walked into the courtyard in the promised formation. Probably because of the sunlight, the courtyard didn't look scary, and the blood on the ground looked fake. Because of this, they were all slightly relieved and their fear was reduced a bit. "The pigment smell is so heavy," Han Shuo commented. "Yeah, it's just acrylics that smell so bad." And no mention of applying something expensive. Zhou pinched her nose. Su Ten was arm in arm with her, cautiously glancing around. "She's actually only been to a haunted house once. Dad took her there, but it was a very childish kind. The walls were plastered with very large posters of demons and monsters. The entire haunted house is only 10 square meters in size, the middle of the house with a railing around the plastic model of several ghosts. Next to the introduction of each ghost hangs the card. It's only a minute to walk around." At $5 a head, after shopping around and coming out, she felt her intelligence had been insulted. It was the first time she had ever been to a large, haunted house like this with a set theme and setting. She looked around, her curiosity temporarily outweighing her fear. Several people dawdled through the courtyard. Han Shuo walked in the forefront, just stepped into the hospital door. The floor under the feet suddenly issued a squeak sound. A few people were still gossiping, at this time all by this movement scared to a halt. Half of their bodies were still bathed in sunlight at this point. Jiang Chiyu glanced at it. "It's fine, the wooden floor is just aging." Han Shuo also saw it and stepped on it a few more times, deliberately making the floor make a very loud sound to dispel the fear, deliberately making. Before he could finish, he suddenly saw dark red marks under his feet, and when he moved his feet away, he stepped right on a bloody footprint. Han Shuo's expression twisted for a moment. Zhou picked up. "It's just an effect done on purpose, let's go." Han Shuo nodded and changed places to get off his feet. Everyone else also unanimously avoided the few bloody footprints in the doorway. Jiang Chiyu, who was standing at the end of the line, saw the mark and gave a soft TSK, walking to the side in disgust. The hall was cold, and the ghastly white light bulbs hanging overhead gave off a not-so-bright light, a completely different atmosphere from the courtyard that boasted sunlight. The cold air was enough to send chills down one's spine just by standing inside. Just the few floors in the doorway were wood and looked like they were overwhelmed. The flooring in the halls is normal tile. Because it's tile, some of the marks are more visible. Like bloody footprints, handprints, and marks that look like heavy objects dragging straight across the floor. It's hard to get people not to associate. Zhou laughed dryly in order to ease the atmosphere. "Have you guys looked at the introduction of the haunted house hanging at the entrance? It says there that if you find a mysterious prop and bring it out to the janitor, you can receive a mysterious prize." Su Tian couldn't bear to hit her, and casually echoed a couple of sentences. "Well, yes, I don't know what the prize is either." Meh. A cold laugh suddenly came from behind him. Su Tian subconsciously thought it was Jiang Chiyu, and said in a bad mood, "Jiang Chiyu, you don't always look out of place, okay?" She looked back to glare at Jiang Chiyu, just to see Jiang Chiyu looking at her innocently with raised eyes, as well as Jiang Chiyu's furry head hanging upside down at the back of his side. Su Tian's grip on Zhou Ying's arm tightened violently, and Zhou Ying let out a cry of pain, and before she could say anything, she saw Su Tian violently twist her head, her expression very twisted. How? Zhou Ying wanted to follow and look back, and before she could twist over, she heard Su Tian close her eyes tightly and say incoherently, Don't turn back. Quickly go forward." Chapter 27, Stimulation. It took the greatest amount of patience in her life for Su Tian to suppress a scream that almost broke out of her mouth, but her voice tone was still 8 degrees higher due to the excessive shock. In this horrible atmosphere, the companions immediately understood her meaning, all screaming frantically running forward. Seeing that the long corridor is coming to an end, running in the forefront of Han Shuo panicked, casually pulled open the door of a nearby room and rushed in. Jiang Chiyu seemed to have come to playhouse, although he also ran fast after them. He was calm and still had the ability to observe the surroundings. Only it was too late to pull him back when he saw what the sign on this door said, and all four had already rushed in. Jiang Chiyu. TSK. Forget it, just go in. So he followed, leaving the door open. Wei Siqing, who was standing next to him, gave him a horrified look and flew behind him to close the door. The door flung itself against the frame with a loud thud as if to give them courage. Jiang Chiyu. Wei Siqing was in shock, his voice changed tone. We have to close the door, or else what about that something coming in? In fact, except for Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu who twisted their heads, no one else dared to turn around to see what it was. Just know there's something. Jiang Chiyu ignored him, thinking about how to word telling them the current situation would be gentler. The room was dark, and they had just entered before their eyes had a chance to fully adjust to the claustrophobia, as the group pulled out their cell phones and tried to turn on their flashlights. Jiang Chiyu pondered for a while to no avail, and felt that it would be gentler to say it straight than to beat around the bush and let them think about it in detail, so he said it straight without any psychological burden. This is a morgue, it's best not to turn on the flashlight first. Their movements all paused for a moment. Jiang Chiyu added, I might see something more exciting. It's surprisingly quiet. Jiang Chiyu vaguely seemed to see something in the corner that didn't belong to their team move, so he once again warmly reminded, there's a Mr. Actor standing in the corner furthest away from us. Sir, please don't move, we're all children, we just came in, and we're still weirdly scared. Mr. Actor. You don't look the least bit scared. Because of Jiang Chiyu's somewhat humorous words, coupled with the fact that after waiting for a while, nothing really came out to scare them. Everyone was a little less afraid and started chatting. Showing, Jiang Chiyu, you have a lot of guts. Su Tian still can't forget the head that just appeared next to Jiang Chiyu. She now dared not turn back at all, tightly closed her eyes, relying on her small size to bury her face in Zhou Ying's back. Is there anything around that can't be seen? Is there anyone who can help me look? Jiang Chiyu had slowly adapted. He circled around, tisk, paused, and then tisk again. Kinda rich, he said quietly. Su Tian read out the meaning of don't look from these two-tone words in 5 words. Everyone else sniffed and deliberately averted their eyes from the room. Su Tian felt that the horror of this haunted house was a bit beyond her imagination. She slowly opened her eyes to try to adapt to the darkness of this place as soon as possible, and she didn't dare to look around. She lowered her head and trembled as she asked, why don't we go out? Everyone else nodded along and looked at Jiang Chiyu. Having only just come in, Jiang Chiyu had become their backbone. There was no window on the door, so he couldn't see what was going on outside. Jiang Chiyu added quietly, fine, but aren't you guys afraid that you'll just open the door and see something more exciting? The crowd was silent. Jiang Chiyu didn't mean to scare them. He had just looked around when he ran through the corridor and noticed that there were slide rails and surveillance installed on the wall above his head. The head that just suddenly appeared next to him was scratched through the slide, so someone should be behind the scenes. For the sake of the haunted house effect, I can't imagine that such a surprise would be arranged. Han Shua asked, so, what should we do? We have to go out sometime, we can't keep cowering here. Zhou quietly poked Su Tian, and when she looked at her, she winked and passed a look. Under such circumstances, Su Tian actually understood for a second, but she didn't say anything and was silent for a moment. Zhou wanted Jiang Chiyu to open the door. After all, Jiang Chiyu looked like he wasn't scared at all. As long as Su Tian remembered that this was a morgue, she felt uncomfortable and couldn't stay for a second. She wanted to get out in a hurry too. But she is a little more sensitive, thinking that if Jiang Chiyu was really not afraid at all, he would have pushed the door open and gone out. He should still be a little scared. So Su Tian blinked as if she didn't understand. A few people were very close to each other, and Zhou didn't dare to make too much noise, so she quickly gave up the idea. Jiang Chiyu was actually really not afraid at all. When he was a child, he was quite bold. A few years old, he dared to watch ghost movies alone at home, and always loved to pretend to be a ghost at night to scare Su Tian. Cried a few times. Looking at Su Tian now, she should have forgotten all these things. When Jiang Chiyu thinks about it now, he also feels that some of the things he did when he was a child were quite asshole. It's good to forget. He glanced at the little girl who only dared to look down at the tips of her shoes out of fear. The fact that he hadn't voluntarily pushed the door out was due to the fact that just now, Su Tian thought it was him who had yelled out the words as he sneered. Can you stop looking so out of place all the time? The overly calm man did seem as if he was a bit out of place with the 4 remaining men who were fast shrinking into quail's eggs. Jiang Chiyu thought that he would really affect their experience of the scary atmosphere, so he tried to say and do as little as possible, and followed them around for a good run. But a few people seem to be stuck here if he doesn't do it. Jiang Chiyu sighed silently and followed their example of trying to act a little scared, then said, there's another way to cheat. Say. Jiang Chiyu nudged towards Mr. Actor. Well, I saw him holding a walkie-talkie in his hand. The 5 men pushed the door open and went out. There's nothing going on out there. It was shameful to say. Jiang Chiyu's proposal was to ask Mr. Actor to borrow a walkie-talkie and ask the director if there was anything outside. His exact words were, Mr. Actor, I'd like to ask the director if there's anything particularly scary out there. A few of us are kids and kinda scared. Oh. The tone was as calm as reading a line. There are actually a dozen ghosts in the room, all lying on hospital beds pretending to be corpses. There was also one standing in the corner pretending to be a mummy. According to the original plan, when tourists approach this room there will be a device to remind them to get ready. If there are really tourists come into this room, they have to slowly sit up and jump over to scare the tourists away. But what they have now is this very calm boy who comes in, points out their presence, and then politely begs them not to get up and scare them. When the mummy didn't move, the dead bodies didn't move either. So stalemate for so long, mummy's okay, but the dead body is unable to take, straight and frozen the sample bed lying on their backs ache. Chapter 28 Whether to apply the current crop. Therefore, after Jiang Chiyu begged them for the second time, a corpse could not stand it any longer, sat up from the bed, and held his old waist. Hey, I really can't do it anymore. I'll do it, I have a walkie-talkie, I'll help you ask if there's anything at the door. The other dead bodies followed suit, sitting up and moving their bodies, and the mummy sat down on her tired butt. The scene was so fantastical that Su Tian and the few of them stared dumbfounded at the scene. Jiang Chiyu smiled, okay, thanks. The corpses asked the director and the answer they got was that something else was really waiting for them at the door, and now it's been tuned out, so let them come out and stop embarrassing their actors. Several people looked at each other in disbelief, and Jiang Chiyu swept Han Shuo a glance, signaling him to open the door. Even though the director had said so, the fear was still there. Han Shuo knew that Jiang Chiyu was trying to give him such a small performance opportunity, so he gave him a grateful look and was the first to push open the door and go out. The few remaining men rushed to keep up. Jiang Chiyu walked at the end and thoughtfully helped Mr. Actor with the door. When it came out, I don't know who first let out a giggle, which started the others to follow and let out a laugh. Crass, absolutely, I've never seen such a scene in my life. I don't seem so scared anymore. It's actually possible to play like this. It's a good thing Jiang Chiyu could think of it. Su Tian was a bit confused and glanced towards Jiang Chiyu, seeing that he was still looking lazy. She couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chiyu, are you scared or not? Jiang Chiyu raised his eyelids, carelessly, what can fear do, you protect me? If you're afraid, Su Tian actually couldn't tell whether he was afraid or not. On the one hand, she felt that Jiang Chiyu was acting very easily, and on the other hand, she felt that it was a bit hard to be afraid of him. She wasn't sure what she was trying to say, and sheepishly said, then stand behind me. Jiang Chiyu had just closed the door, sniffed and glanced at their station, and grunted. Agreeing, good. He's standing behind everyone right now. Su Tian also found out, scratched her braid, and wanted to say that it was fine to let him stand in the front. But when she looked back, the dark corridor looked like a monster's bloody mouth. She shivered. She couldn't accept that she stood at the end of the line, so she arranged a different position for Jiang Chiyu. If you're scared then, you can stand on my left. On her right were Zhou Ying and Wei Xicheng, and no one on her left. I'll just stand at the back. Jiang Chiyu hooked his lips. If something happens you stand in front and block for me. Su Tian hummed and didn't refuse. They continued on, this time both turning on the flashlights on their cell phones. 5 people's light together bright is quite bright, is the irradiation range is a bit short, far away things cannot be seen, close and bright blinding. Su Tian wasn't as scared as she was just now, and began to look around curiously again, only this time she was much more cautious, ready to close her eyes at any time. She still didn't know if Jiang Chiyu was scared or not, but because Jiang Chiyu stood behind her, Su Tian wasn't that scared. Very reassuring. The structure of this haunted house is much more complicated than it looks outside, with corridors running in all directions. But think about it, if the simpler kind of straight corridors, just straight line into the straight line scared out, quite meaningless. So they managed to get themselves lost after walking for a while. Han Shuo really did not think that this haunted house is so big. He hit the front to worry about the most. The spirit has been tense, see we're all the same, soon brought a group of people do not know the original way for where. Here the line of sight is too dark, and it is true that the wards all look the same, even Jiang Chiyu was a little confused for a moment as to which was which. Has been to now, especially scary things they met a total of 2 waves, the first wave only Jiang Chiyu and Su Tian saw, others did not see the second wave directly by Jiang Chiyu hole into a funny link, not at all scary, but also very funny. So much so that they now wondered if the director had seen them as too odd to play alone. Han Shua was the oldest of the few of them, so he took it upon himself to take on the responsibility of leading them out, trying to think back to his few haunted house experiences to try and figure out the tricks of the trade. He thought for a moment. Usually haunted houses are signposted or one way, and you can only go forward and out in a couple minutes. It won't be as free as this one is so high. Once the tourists get lost they have to wiggle around until when they can get out. Everyone looks for it. We must have ignored the signage. What are such tips? He had a point, and the crowd shot their flashlights around the corners of the walls again, trying to find signposts of sorts. Jiang Chiyu didn't disturb their enthusiasm, but he knew in his heart that it was unlikely that he could find it. He had been observing his surroundings the entire time. If there was one, he would have seen it long ago, not that he couldn't realize it until now. But Hanchal was right about one thing, they must have overlooked something. What can be ignored? Jiang Chiyu licked his upper teeth, lowered his eyes for a moment in thought, and asked them, "Did you guys look at the haunted house profile posted on the wall when you came in?" "No." Su Tian shook her head. "I wouldn't dare to watch it as it would be a brain fart." "Joing, I just drifted off and didn't look too much." Han Shua nodded. "I did finish reading it, just a little background on this hospital, a very cheesy ghost story." Jiang Chiyu, "Then do you remember that there's a matching picture next to it that's a map?" "It seems like there is." He so reminded. Joing also remembered, nodded. "I remember, there is a playground escape roadmap, right, and also said to take pictures to write down or something." "I also did not take it seriously." Hans Holt, yes. "I have an impression." Jiang Chiyu tried to recall what that picture looked like, but he was really not interested at the time, so he just scanned it and only knew it was a map. Now he seemed to recall that the map they had ignored had words like ward and nurse's station on it. Jiang Chiyu looked at them and came to a conclusion. That should be the map of the haunted house. The crowd was silent. "So," Joing said quietly, "he's asking for pictures not so we can memorize the escape route just in case, but so we can take pictures of the road map of the haunted house so we know how to get there after entering the haunted house?" Suddy started sliding her cell phone. "So did you guys take a picture?" Joing and Han Shua both shook their heads. Su Tian's fingers on the screen fast scratching, as if afraid of others to see. The other hand also false cover a little. Jiang Chiyu did not intend to look at her screen, but because of the height and standing advantage her let him see her cell phone pop up a dialog box. Whether to apply the current crop. Su Tian nodded yes quickly. After ordering, she only glanced sheepishly to the left and then back to Joing and the others and said, "I got the shot." Chapter 29, Su Tian definitely can't go up. Jiang Chiyu was standing right behind her on the left. Su Tian held her cell phone up to the center, so Joing Han Shua gathered around the tiny cell phone screen to look at it, and Wei Siqing also came over. Jiang Chiyu stood behind and took a glance, did not go over to see, went and had no place. The four of them had been surrounded. He spared a moment, repeating what she had just said. "Shot?" Su Tian's afterglow could see him, her heart beating a little fast. She nodded stiffly. "I looked at the painting on that wall and it was quite realistic, so I just took a picture with my hand." Joing zoomed in to look at it for half a day and picked up. "How did you shoot this? The size is so strange and blurry." "Suddy, just a random shot. I would have deleted it." "Oh." Joing was also just talking casually and didn't take it too seriously. After all, it would be nice to have it. Su Tian pretended to glance at Jiang Chiyu without thinking, saw that he was staring straight at himself, quickly averted her gaze, and coughed lightly as if her throat wasn't too comfortable. I don't know if she was too vain or if Jiang Chiyu was really perceptive to this extent. This photo is the one she took when they were still outside, when she captured Jiang Chiyu's ugly photo but didn't get a good one. Since the focus was on the wall, Jiang Chiyu's entire person was a blur, so she deleted it. It was only just now when they mentioned that there was a map on the wall that she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have inadvertently taken a picture of it, so she hurriedly flipped it out of the recycle bin. This photo could still be seen as a shot of Jiang Chiyu based on the color blocks. Just in case people thought too much about it, she cropped the original picture a bit, leaving only the wall that was photographed. A cell phone looks too troublesome. Su Tian then forwarded the picture to Joing and Wei Siqing. To Han Shua passed when he found that he did not have his contact information, so the two people on the scene to add a friend. Jiang Chiyu just walked for a moment, looked up and heard a drop sound. The two have been added to WeChat. "Which scintillator is your scintillator?" "I'll make a note of it for you." Hanchal tapped on her phone. "This." He let out a sudden laugh, as if exasperated. Su Tian twisted her head, remembering that she hadn't sent Jiang Chiyu yet, so she took 2 more steps towards him, sliding through the list again and again, looking for something that started with the letter J. "Jiang Chiyu, you just send me whatever you want, I can't find you." After flipping through half a day without turning over, she suddenly remembered something, and just as her fingers paused, she heard Jiang Chiyu let out a cold laugh. "Oh yeah," Su Ten realized, "I haven't added you yet." Jiang Chiyu's eyes looked at her again in an extremely dark manner, his right hand inserted into his pants pocket, his fingers touched a square object and pinched the corner just to carry it out. "Oh right." Su Ten was enlightened, "You didn't bring your cell phone." Jiang Chiyu's hand paused. He licked his back teeth, all but giving an exasperated laugh. "Couldn't tell if I was mad at her or myself." At this point, Su Tian added, "Then let's watch it together," he said, offering to hold his cell phone up toward him. Jiang Chiyu paused and nodded obediently, still a bit reluctant. "That's fine." The other three people who listened to the entire conversation had different expressions. It's all quite unexpected. In this day and age, leaving the house without a cell phone is more unbelievable than not being friends with your hairdresser. The map was a bit mushy when zoomed in, but still barely legible, and this time they all dutifully read all the words and quickly figured out where they were. Above the map it is written that the first floor is a simple mode. After strolling around and feeling uninspired, you can go up to the second floor to experience the horror mode. If the pursuit of excitement, you can continue to go up to the third floor to experience the excitement mode. The mystery prop is on the third floor. However, to go up to the third floor, you must be at least 18 years old and healthy and agree to the disclaimer by default. They're still on the first floor. Han Shua got a little giddy and licked his lips. "Do you guys want to go up to the third floor and take a look?" "The second floor isn't even up yet, big brother." Zhouing shrunk her neck. "Then doesn't the top say that you must be over 18 years old to go up there? We're only a few years old." "Hanshaw, it doesn't matter, does it? They can't tell if they're 18 or not." Zhouing was silent for a while, then suddenly covered her mouth and laughed out. "Su Tian definitely can't get on." "Ah, Zhouing." Su Tian's eyes widened as she put down her cell phone and reached out to hit her. The crowd all laughed, sharing the thought of the scene at the ticket check, so they laughed even louder. Su Tian and Zhouing were jostling, one laughing so hard that tears were coming out of her eyes, and the other was so angry that smoke was coming out of her head. In the midst of all this laughter, there was suddenly a fluttering female voice coming from an unknown corner. "Nu." The crowd all fell silent in an instant. Half a second later, Su Tian and Wei Siqing erupted into a terrifying scream. A few people were in a mess. Zhouing directly jumped onto Han Shua's back and pushed Han Shua to run forward. The two of them roared as they ran. Even Jiang Chiyu's eyes closed and he cursed in a low voice. But he wasn't scared by the female ghost, he was scared by Su Tian and Wei Siqing, who were standing right next to him and suddenly screamed. With Han Shua and Zhouing taking the lead, the remaining three people all followed them and ran forward. No one cared to look at the map. Han Shua and Zhouing ran at the front running fast, soon disappeared in a corner. The remaining three also followed and turned the corner. Suddenly heard Zhouing once again erupted a scream, and then the two waved their hands and folded back. "There's something in the front, too." So the rest of the people also blindly followed him to run up the stairs. On the second floor opposite the stairway there was a large L-shaped table, and several people all ducked inside, holding their heads for a full 2 minutes. Su Tian screamed for a while before someone grabbed her wrist. This almost didn't make her cry out in fear, thinking that she was grabbed by a ghost. Then she heard someone saying steadily in her ear, "Don't be afraid." Su Tian trembled and screamed for a while longer, her voice gradually becoming lower and lower, and soon she was voiceless. She saw Jiang Chiyu half squatting right next to her, his bony hand steadily holding her arm, his eyes also calmly looking at her. Su Tian was infected as if by the emotions in his eyes, and quickly calmed down as well, holding her chest to catch her breath. Zhouing and Han Shua shrunk into a ball. Han Shua in the end is a little bit older, after screaming for a while also quickly came back to his senses, patted Zhouing who was still screaming next to him, and soon she stopped screaming as well. Only Wei Siqing was still holding his head, a man cowering under the table and yelling frantically. "This lung capacity, it has to be 6,000. Jiang Chiyu whispered, his voice was small, only letting Su Tian hear it. Su Tian felt funny, reached out and patted Wei Siqing trying to tell him that it was okay. Jiang Chiyu didn't have time to stop him. Wei Siqing had already violently pushed Su Tian out of the room, his mouth screaming, "Get out!" Su Tian was originally squatting, her feet were not good for borrowing strength, so she fell out violently, directly kneeling in the back Jiang Chiyu's arms. Chapter 30, Run. Jiang Chiyu similarly squatted, his posture not quite stable. When Su Tian pounced on him, he was also knocked into a sitting position, and only managed to stabilize himself by striking the ground with his palms. Su Tian didn't react as fast as he did and directly hit Jiang Chiyu's shoulder head-on. The impact made her dizzy and her eyes were starry. Lying on Jiang Chiyu's body, she was confused for half a day and didn't get up. Jiang Chiyu also grunted, but remembered to quickly raise one hand to protect her forehead. Zhouing also saw the scene and rushed over to help her, while Han Shuo shouted at Wei Xiqing, alright. There are no more ghosts. We're safe. Su Tian supported Zhou Ying's arm, she just scared her legs soft for a moment, did not get up and sat back. Jiang Chiyu covered his chest and muffled a grunt. Su Tian found something strange and lowered her head, and only then suddenly realized that she was sitting across one of Jiang Chiyu's legs. Su Tian suddenly got energized and jumped away from his lap violently, feeling all right from his neck up. Sister, Jiang Chiyu sat on the ground with his legs open, both hands propped up on the ground, his tone was diffuse and low and hoarse, alive with a gangly hooligan. Next time, lose a few pounds and sit again. He, the bottom of the mat, was hit the hardest, and at this point he was still laughing out loud, or brother eat fat. Zhouing turned her back and excitedly stared with wide eyes and covered her mouth in a silent scream. Su Tian's entire body froze in place, living as a reddish statue. It's really... That's enough. Soon Wei Xiqing also stopped screaming and looked around in terror. Han Shuo came over and pulled Jiang Chiyu up. Is brother okay? Jiang Chiyu moved around for a bit and didn't feel anything strange. It's fine. Wei Xiqing was still out of it. Gone? Really gone? Han Shuo is also quite incredible, patted his shoulder. Can't see thought you were the only one who was tall and bold. Wei Xiqing had nothing to be ashamed to admit, he was self-conscious that he had already lost his face and numbness today. I've been most afraid of this since I was a kid, and I was really scared to death just now. Then you still agreed to come to the haunted house. That's not giving up your life. Zhouing pinched the center of the human body before she was able to detach herself from the wave of beauty storms that had just hit her, and went over to help the still stiff Su Tian. Are you alright? Su Tian shook her head, still in a trance. It's fine. Zhouing said, Wei Xiqing, you just reacted really absolutely. Su Tian went to shoot you directly and turned to shoot her and Jiang Chiyu flying. Wei Xiqing didn't really know what he had just done, and subconsciously went to look at Su Tian. Are you alright? Su Tian shook her head repeatedly. It's fine, there are no bruises. Wei Xiqing looked at Jiang Chiyu again. It's fine, Jiang Chiyu smiled at him, his tone quite amiable. After Zhouing made sure that Su Tian really wasn't in trouble at all, she stood back up next to Han Shuo. The counter they were staying at was similar to the front desk of a hospital, and it seemed pretty safe, so a few of the men crouched down again, catching their breath in place, and incidentally discussing where to go next. In their panic, they went up to the second floor of the haunted house, the horror mode identified on the map. Han Shuo thought that they had only just come in, and since they were on the second floor, they should just stroll around. Zhouing was a bit abashed, but she glanced enviously at the still squirming Su Tian and the rambunctious Jiang Chiyu, and felt that she hadn't accomplished her goal yet, so with a clench of her teeth, she followed suit and nodded her head. Stroll around on the second floor for a while, we've only just come in. The light was dim, only an old electric light bulb above her head was too bright. Su Tian used the back of her hand to press her face and felt that the heat on her face had not come down yet. So she also nodded stiffly along. Jiang Chiyu inclined his head to look at her. Wei Xiqing came before also holding Zhouing almost the same idea. After coming into the haunted house he is not at all mind, just focus on the fear. Surprisingly, though, he didn't say no, smoothing his chest and letting out a breath. Stay a little while longer, then. Zhouing looked at him in surprise. Can't see that you're still addicted to human food? Wei Xiqing scratched his head, although scary, yes kinda exciting. Everyone laughed. Only Jiang Chiyu hadn't commented yet, so Han Shuo asked him, brother, do you want to continue playing for a while? Jiang Chiyu nodded casually, I can do whatever I want, just keep playing if you want to. Han Shuo quite admired him and praised him from the bottom of his heart. Classmate, you really are, too brave, too much courage. I didn't see you scream a single time. Not to mention the girls, Wei Xiqing and I screamed like crazy. Zhouing picked up on Han Shuo's words, yeah. But just now on the first floor, when that female ghost suddenly spoke, I saw that he had been startled. Jiang Chiyu slightly hooked his lips, not explaining who exactly he was startled by. Su Tian glanced at Jiang Chiyu, she was so focused on screaming that she didn't even notice Jiang Chiyu's reaction. Taken aback? Looks like this guy is scared too. It's just that the guts are just a little bit bigger than a couple of them. A few people had talked enough to pull out their cell phones and look at the map again, planning to walk around and hang out when they were done. Zhouing lowered her head, and a strand of hair suddenly hung down to block her view, so she reached out and lifted it behind her ear, not caring. The realization that something was wrong came 3 seconds later, when the screen of her phone reflected and she saw her face in a tiny piece of the screen, along with a handful of long hair, one end pinned behind her ear and one end attached to the wall above her head. Barf. The cell phone in Zhou Ying's hand fell straight down, and her entire body stiffened. Seeing her froze, Han Shuai helped her pick up the phone. What's wrong? Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu sat across from them. Because they had to look at the same cell phone, Su Tian could only move towards his side. The two were extremely close. Su Tian was at a loss for words. When she heard the sound, she raised her head a little. The hanging thing slowly rotated 90 degrees as well, and a face with no features was aimed right at her. Ah! In the next second, Su Tian's entire body was bad, and she screamed out at once, violently hugging Jiang Chiyu's arm. Run! Jiang Chiyu also saw it and dragged Su Tian to her feet and ran down the corridor. The few remaining people reacted at this point, and screams resounded throughout the building. The 5 people ran in a flurry and soon ran in different directions. Su Tian didn't even need to look at the road. Jiang Chiyu grabbed her and ran wherever she went. At another turn, Su Tian boldly twisted her head to look, and again met face to face with the long-haired human face hanging on the slide. Aha! Su Tian erupted into a scream again. Jiang Chiyu rushed forward a few more steps and suddenly took a left turn to bring Su Tian into a room before quickly flinging the door shut. There was a thump as the prop must have hit the doorframe, and then it slowly died out. Don't open your eyes yet, Jiang Chiyu said. Su Tian nodded fiercely, covering her ears and closing her eyes, her whole body shrinking beside Jiang Chiyu, her chest rising and falling. Jiang Chiyu still grabbed her small arm with one hand and didn't let go. The other hand turned on the flashlight on Su Tian's cell phone and quickly shone it around this room. It's a hospital room, no one, no surveillance, no special scary props, it should be a rare safe zone. Chapter 31, Creepy. His fingers holding Su Tian's small arm gently patted, his tone gentle, open your eyes, there's nothing particularly scary. Su Tian, however, didn't listen to his words and still had her eyes dead shut. Only the hand covering her ears was slightly loosened, not put down. Jiang Chiyu was a bit amused, his tone remained gentle, what are you afraid of, I checked it for you. Jiang Chiyu. Can you say it to me again in a different tone? Su Tian was still trembling a bit, don't be so gentle, I'm scared. You this what self-mutilation tendency. Jiang Chiyu this time his really angry laugh, and then opened his mouth again in a very cold and merciless tone, open your eyes, nothing. So Su Tian slowly opened her eyes. She wasn't quite used to the darker surroundings again for a moment, rubbing her eyes with her hand before looking up at Jiang Chiyu before looking around. While it was true that there were no particularly scary props, the eerie atmosphere still made her shiver. Thinking of that image just now, Su Tian still had palpitations, I was really crazy to agree to continue playing. Jiang Chiyu ignored her, letting go of her small arm and changing to a lax standing position. Su Tian felt as if he was a bit angry, do you remember when you were a child? Jiang Chiyu didn't have the good sense to say, 3 years old is also a child, 10 years old is also a child. Almost 8 or 9 years old. Su Tian did the math in her mind, at that time I went to play with the little kids in the neighborhood after school, and didn't come back until it was almost dark every day. Jiang Chiyu gave a hum as a reaction. Going to play after school and playing until it was almost dark was almost her daily routine. As far as I could remember, she had been that carefree until he left the country. Originally I wasn't afraid of bugs, until one day you suddenly stopped me on the road and said, especially gently, that you were going to give me candy and tell me to open a box, which I believed, only to open it and have a caterpillar pop up inside. Jiang Chiyu's movements stiffened, then slowly stood up straight and gently nodded, aha. Then you laughed and ran off, leaving me alone under the grey dome screaming at the caterpillar that fell to the ground. That's when I became afraid of bugs. Just jerking around and seeing bugs larger than the size of a fingernail cap around me would be very, very scary. Jiang Chiyu nodded again, aha. Although I'm not scared now. Su Tian choked a little, but I was really scared back then. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her. Afterward, too, you knew I was afraid, yet you would still intentionally scare me with bugs. And every time you were ready to scare me, it was always this, especially gentle tone. Jiang Chiyu reached out his hand, hesitated, but still gently stroked her head, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was such an asshole before, I always took pleasure in bullying you. Always scaring you. Always making you cry. So bad for you. But that's because I thought. Jiang Chiyu gently pursed his lips. Originally I had forgotten all these things. But then you just suddenly and so gently said to me that there is no such thing as horror, so I remembered it all again. Su Tian's eyes were a little red, and she spoke with a nasal voice, I just, again, got scared. Jiang Chiyu didn't know what to say, so he said it again, I'm sorry. After saying that, after a pause, he added, I used to be, indeed, a jerk. But Suddy sucked in a sharp breath, pivoted, and her tone was less downcast, you're not exactly that much of an asshole. Jiang Chiyu looked at her. Although you left me with a very deep psychological shadow at that time, there were times when you were still very good to me. Su Tian wiggled her fingers and counted them one by one. My mom was strict and wouldn't let me eat street food, so you would secretly bring it to me when you came back from the outside when I was sick at home. You would help me carry my daily homework. Even though I didn't really want you to carry it over when I was bullied by the seniors at school, you would also help me beat them up, even though I remembered that you didn't seem to win. Bullied, and you would help me beat them up, although I remember you didn't seem to win either. Nonsense. Jiang Chiyu interrupted her, I, Wutong little bully, have never lost a fight. Sycamore Elementary School was the elementary school they attended at the time. Well, Su Tian barely gave him a few moments of face, still won a few times. Jiang Chiyu, actually, I haven't fought often, don't talk as if I've fought many times. Jiang Chiyu, I, Wutong Elementary School bully. Su Ten didn't know where he got the face. Before the 3rd grade, Jiang Chiyu was really a bare child, learning is not as good as her, but also day after day because of mischief was called parents. Jiang Chiyu, in 4th grade, could only barely be considered one of the schoolboys. That year he made rapid progress in his studies, and his character was suddenly much more composed, becoming mature almost overnight. Su Tian had only known the calm Jiang Chiyu for a year. When she was about to enter 5th grade, Jiang Chiyu moved his family abroad. That afternoon, quite suddenly, the cottage next door was empty. She after school in the 2 villas in the middle of the road kicked a long time and the leather ball did not wait for Jiang Chiyu, home at night for dinner to hear mom and dad talk only to know that the next family out of the country. That one of the 2 things she feared the most just disappeared from her world. She should be happy, Su Tian thought, God is still good to her. Life without that nightmare brother next door is sunny and cloudless. Within a few more years, Sudi wasn't too scared of bugs anymore. Everything is on track. Jiang Chiyu patted her head again, patting the ball like a leather ball, lazily, aren't you still quite happy that I'm leaving? Suti, honest and reserved, nodded. Then there was a knock on the head. Jiang Chiyu laughed coldly, it's just that I'm back again, angry or not. It's useless to be angry. This time, I've really settled down. I'll hang around in front of you every day, pissing you off. Su Tian rubbed her head, thinking that this person was simply hopelessly childish. She was just about to say something to dislike him again when the cell phone held in Jiang Chiyu's hand suddenly rang, a voice call from Zhou. Jiang Chiyu handed the cell phone back to her. When Su Tian connected, Zhou Ying's pitiful voice came from over there, Tian, how is it on your side? We're trapped. Ha? Han Shuo and I ran far away and then ran into a female ghost that kept chasing us, just now we found a house to hide in, but that female ghost kept knocking on the door as if she was fighting with us. Zhou Ying said and brought her cell phone towards the door. Su Tian vaguely heard a few sounds, creeped out, and hurriedly took her cell phone away from her. You're with Han Shuo now, aren't you? What about Wei Xiqing, is he with you? It's just me and Han Shuo. Wei Xiqing ran faster than all of us, not a moment later it was gone, pulling can't even pull him. I can't stand it, Tenny, you come and save me. Chapter 32, so I'll barely lend you an arm to hold. Su Tian finally had a chance to mock her, coldly grunting, smugly, can't take it anymore? Want me to save you, beg me? Do you have any self-awareness at all, Sudi, that I'm here for you to save me? As the words fell, a sound of a slamming door suddenly came from the other side of the microphone, and Zhou Ying's voice stopped. Su Tian heard Han Shuo curse, no way. Immediately followed by Zhou Ying's trembling voice, to not be so realistic, I'll also smash the door. He will not really smash the door open. Su Tian heard it, she thought it was impossible, so she scared her without any psychological burden, maybe a female ghost with an axe, it sounds so scary. Zhou Ying also thought it was impossible, but that didn't stop her from thinking down Su Tian's line of thought, and the more she thought about it, the more horrible she felt, goosebumps rose all over her body, and she angrily shouted into the phone, Su Tian, I want to see your silhouette within a minute, or I'm going to send your ugly pictures to my friends. Oh, so scary. Su Tian replied indifferently, rubbing her neck and thinking back, but do you remember that ghost movie our class showed last time? It was something about a woman with high heels or something? The female ghost that was slamming the door didn't know if she was wearing high heels or not. Although their class did show a ghost movie, she didn't dare to watch it and kept her head down as she worked on her problems. The high heels were something she made up. But that was enough for Zhou Ying to brainstorm a big scene. Sure enough, Zhou Ying was even more devastated after hearing this, but she still didn't give in, never bow down to evil. Su Tian began to mobilize the few horror memories in her head again, preparing to pick a few to tell her about. Before she could get a clue, Jiang suddenly shouted, "Jiang Chiyu! Are you next to Su Tian? You're definitely next to her or she wouldn't be so bold." Jiang Chiyu, you come over to get us out, I'll send you Su Tian ugly pictures." Su Tian didn't expect her to come up with this, and was instantly alert. "What? Can't. By what right? Deal." The two voices finished almost simultaneously, one after the other. Su Tian felt a bit ridiculous, looked at her cell phone and gritted her teeth. "Jiang, you're toxic, right?" "Ha! I heard that. Great God, Jiang. We can't figure out where we are ourselves, anyway it's on this floor. Slamming the door so loud trouble you find it. Hurry up and come, I really want to give the haunted house boss a knee." "Okay." Jiang Chiyu replied succinctly. Suddy held up her cell phone and felt like a cutie. She hung up the phone straight away, her beautiful eyes glaring angrily at this man standing next to her. "You really want to go?" "Promised, of course I'll go." Jiang Chiyu looked at her with a meaningful smile. "Jiang lied to you, she doesn't even have an ugly picture of me." "Who wants to see your ugly pictures?" Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows, still looking at her with some accusation. "Seeing death and saving lives, not even friendly to your classmates. Who believes it? Who believes? Who just answered the deal so fast?" Su Tian ground his back teeth in anger. Jiang Chiyu really walked towards the door, making a gesture to open the door. Su Tian hurriedly followed a few steps, grabbing the corner of his clothes for fear that he would run away. A hint of teasing flashed in Jiang Chiyu's eyes. "HM? You want to go too? Actually, it's fine if you don't go and stay here to wait for me." Suddy was still grinding her teeth. What the hell? Originally, she had planned to scare Jiang a bit and drag Jiang Chiyu there, but it turned out to be better now. Not only did she have to go, but she also had to accept that Jiang would send her ugly pictures to Jiang Chiyu. She couldn't really stay here alone. Female ghosts with axes, long-haired faceless heads hanging from roofs, the sound of high heels snapping on the ground. Su Tian shivered, forcing herself to divert her attention from thinking about these messy things. She looked straight at Jiang Chiyu, sort of completely understanding what it meant by wind and water. "Go." "I'll go." Emphasized again. She would like to see how that dead girl Jiang dared to send her ugly pictures to Jiang Chiyu under her nose. Jiang Chiyu gripped the door handle. "Don't scream." Sudi didn't respond. "Huh?" He had already pulled open the door. The corridor was a bit more light, and the long-haired, faceless head hanging upside down just barged right into Su Tian's line of sight. Su Tian fiercely clutched Jiang Chiyu's clothes, wordlessly opened her mouth, and really didn't scream out. Jiang Chiyu complimented her in a salty manner. "There's progress." Although she knew it was just a prop, it was still creepy to look at. Su Tian shifted her eyes to Jiang Chiyu's pleasing face. "What if we go out and it follows us?" "I thought you weren't afraid anymore." Su Tian had a stifled look on her face. "I get scared when it moves." After saying that, Su Tian stood next to Jiang Chiyu's direction again, grabbing some more of his clothes and holding them tightly. Jiang Chiyu lowered his head, tugged at his clothes, and felt that the strength she used was quite large. "If you grab all the way like this, when you go out you will either be grabbed and tugged by you, or wrinkled so much that you can't wear it." Su Tian slightly shrugged her shoulders, innocent and pure. "I'm just afraid that you'll run too fast and I won't be able to keep up." She pointed to the thing outside the door again. "It slides so fast." "Why run?" Jiang Chiyu glanced back at her and directly stepped out, his long arm reaching out and grabbing the human head's hanging hair. The featureless face stiffened and turned at an angle to stare at him. Su Tian was shocked by the scene. Whether it was the sudden turning of the prop head or Jiang Chiyu's bold and fearless move. Jiang Chiyu stretched out another hand and grabbed a handful from the other side, then hooked these two handfuls of hair left and right and twisted them together, and soon, a bow was made. Funny and hilarious. Su Tian was dumbfounded. Jiang Chiyu rather disgustedly clapped his hands and spread them palm up in front of Su Tian. "Paper." Still confused, Su Tian foolishly took out a whole pack of tissues from his backpack and handed it to him. Jiang Chiyu pulled out 2 sheets, then held the remaining tissue between 2 fingers and stuffed it back into her backpack again. Afterward, he carefully wiped his hands. The paper towel he had wiped his hands on was rolled into a ball and stuffed into his pants pocket. Jiang Chiyu pointed to the huge bow on his head. "Are you still afraid of chasing you like this?" Su Tian silently shook his head. "Okay, then go." Jiang Chiyu just took 2 steps forward and suddenly stopped again. Sutian grabbed his clothes and followed extremely close, almost bumping into his back. What? Su Ten asked. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her. Did you hear the slamming sound? Su Tian quieted down and listened, only able to hear her heartbeat starting to beat faster and faster due to her excessive brainstorming. She shook her head honestly. Oh, I didn't hear it either. Jiang Chiyu said carelessly. He raised one hand and coughed lightly under Su Tian's speechless and puzzled gaze. I don't know how far it is from them, there might be scary things on the road. So barely lend you an arm to shake. Chapter 33, Your Sister Tim. Su Tian called Zhou, are you still slamming doors over there? We can't hear anything in the hallway. Nope. Zhou stammered a bit. Timothy, you don't need to come over, Han Shua and I have already gone out, let's meet directly at the door. Su Tian was a bit skeptical. You weren't kidnapped by a ghost, were you? Well, then I'll just call the police if you don't see me downstairs. Zhou stammered and wouldn't let her go over. Su Tian guessed that it should be a bit related to Han Shua, so she raised her eyebrows and didn't ask too many questions for the time being. Okay, I'm hanging up, I'll wait for you guys at the door. She handed her cell phone rest screen to Jiang Chiyu. Haunted house, this kind of place, her kind of courage, cell phone, this kind of valuables, or put in the hands of Jiang Chiyu safer. Not going? Jiang Chiyu asked. Su Tian nodded. They should have already relieved themselves, let's go out as well. If you still want to play, we can play a little longer. Jiang Chiyu looked around and nodded in the air. Here, several rooms have yet to be entered. He looked back at Su Tian, who was quietly staring at him with an expression that could only be described in 4 words, you're dreaming. Jiang Chiyu laughed a little. They went straight downstairs, perhaps because they were finally leaving the haunted house. Su Tian was a bit excited, letting go of Jiang Chiyu's arm that she had been holding onto, and jumping around. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her and said nothing, dropping his arm down. Stairs lead directly to the first floor lobby. It was always impossible to still run into a ghost at such a short distance, so Su Tian relaxed a bit. So think of the next second, Jiang Chiyu suddenly grabbed her wrist. Su Tian was shocked, subconsciously inclined his head to look at Jiang Chiyu's clothes with his eyes downcast. His sight did not dare to glance around. What? Jiang Chiyu's grip on her hand loosened. It's fine, it was a mistake. Su Tian took a deep breath. You almost scared me to death. As she looked down, Jiang Chiyu's hand was wrapped around her wrist, and when she looked over, she quickly let go again. Su Tian felt that Jiang Chiyu was also scared, not too different from her, so she was in a good mood and took the initiative to raise a hand. Scared? Your sister Tian barely lent you an arm to scratch. A hint of cunning flashed extremely quickly in Jiang Chiyu's eyes, and he lowered his eyes to hide it for a moment. Through a layer of shirt fabric, he re-gripped her wrist and lazily said, okay, then I'll trouble Sister Ten to bring me out safely. It was the first time he heard him call it that, and Su Tian couldn't help but look at him several times, pursing her lips and smiling. The two maintained such a pose to the first floor lobby, neither bumping into anything else along the way. The light is just ahead. Su Tian couldn't wait to run a few steps, ran to the yard. The moment she was hit by the sunlight, she suddenly gave birth to a few touches, feeling that the world is so beautiful, the sunlight is so rare. Jiang Chiyu had let go of her hand when she ran out and slowly came to her side. Is the next item going to be a carousel? No. Su Tian covered her stomach. Hungry, when they come out I want to eat first. How come I didn't see Zhou and the others? They shouldn't be out yet, so go sit there first and wait. Jiang Chiyu pointed to the public seats not far away. Where are you going? Su Tian remembered that he didn't bring his cell phone. It's so big here, don't run around, right? Where are you going? I'll follow you. Jiang Chiyu smirked. Toilet. Su Tian was bored playing a small game on her cell phone, waiting for Zhou and the others to come out at the entrance of the haunted house. She had just texted Zhou and she hadn't replied yet. Su Tian was all starting to get a little paranoid about whether Zhou and the others had really been kidnapped. It didn't take long for Jiang Chiyu to return, with a serving of octopus small balls in his hand. He handed the food box to Su Tian. Eat some first, pad your stomach. Immediately excited, Su Tian came closer to sniff, and her stomach rumbled along with it quite appropriately. She wasn't embarrassed and picked one with a bamboo skewer and put it in her mouth. The flavorful oily sauce exploded in her mouth and she sniffled contentedly, dragging out her voice and exclaiming, "It smells so good." Be careful with the heat. Jiang Chiyu admonished and sat down next to her. As she ate, Su Tian asked, "Do you eat?" "The bamboo stick is just one." Jiang Chiyu kindly reminded. Suddy thought for a moment, you can eat it by squeezing it in your hands. She also knew that she had said a nonsense, and turned her head in Jiang Chiyu's smiling eyes, concentrating on eating her own. Not having taken 2 bites, she remembered something and put down the bamboo stick again, looking suspiciously at the teenager sitting next to her. I thought you didn't have your cell phone with you? Jiang Chiyu hummed out in his throat, aha. Didn't you bring the pounds? Suddy peered at his expression, does the stall holder take it? Jiang Chiyu was silent for a moment, is not receiving. The octopus dumplings in her mouth suddenly became hot, and Su Tian paused for a moment, so how did you get them? People saw how good looking I was and gave me one. Jiang Chiyu reached out and popped her on the side of the head, eat yours. How is that possible? Su Tian rubbed her head, and her remaining light saw Jiang Chiyu's calm-side face. Okay. Is still quite possible. If the stall holder was still a girl. When a box of octopus small meatballs finished eating, Zhou and Han Shu also came out of the haunted house one after another, and Su Tian's line of sight went back and forth on them for a long time without seeing anything. She gave up on the idea of gossiping for the time being, intending to wait until no one else was around to ask Zhou alone what had happened while she was away. Are you guys hungry? Let's go. Su Tian swept a glance at the 4 of them. Suddenly Emile, where is Wei Xicheng? She suddenly remembered that she had said when she called Zhou that Wei Xicheng had run far away alone. He's not still inside, is he? Zhou froze for a moment after having begun to Wei Xicheng call, the prompt sound dozens of times, the other side or no one to pick up. She even sent a dozen messages over, wait half a day no one back. What to do? He's kinda scared of these, why don't we go in again? Su Tian looked at the 3 floors, the second floor isn't really that big, let's walk and shout, we should be able to find him soon. Zhou nodded along, a little worried, my god, I can't believe I forgot about him. I hope he's okay in there alone. It's not good at all for Wei Zelling to be alone in there. He was about to go crazy, and after being chased by 3 differently shaped ghosts one after another in a frantic flight, he managed to lose his cell phone. Without his cell phone also meant no flashlight or map, he was almost in a state of double blindness, cowering alone in an unknown corner and shivering. He only hoped that when Su Tian and the others realized that he was missing, they would find him as soon as possible. I don't know how long he stayed, but suddenly he heard the sound of his clothes dragging on the floor, light and ethereal, and getting closer and closer to him. Wei Xicheng soon broke out in a cold sweat again, his mouth silently memorized the teacher's table, while telling himself over and over again that this is an actor, this is an actor, this is a proper fake. Fake he's also scared, aww. He was crouching in a corner with his eyes tightly shut, with a wall all behind him and no way back. Something in front of him was slowly approaching. Very, very light footsteps. 3 steps left. Aha, big brother, big sister, don't you come over. 2 steps. If you come any closer I might hit someone randomly. 1 step. Thump. Wei Xicheng. Chapter 34, She is hugged. It was the sound of a very strong push to open the door, then a familiar sweet voice called his name. Wei Xicheng could feel a few rays of light falling on his face, and at that moment he almost burst into hot tears. He suddenly developed a lot of courage, opened his eyes very quickly, swept the things in front of him. A moment Wei Xicheng breathing suddenly stopped. I sound violently will be low-hanging things lifted off the ground, after the line of sight is not blocked will fall on the front not far from the light standing against the body. Maybe it was because he was squatting, at the moment Su Tian's figure was so tall, yet still slender. Just once, just this once. In this panicked and rare opportunity. Wei Xicheng clenched his teeth, suddenly stood up and jumped towards the door, trembling, hugged her, his eyes gradually red. Then he closed his eyes. You came to find me. I knew you would come. The person in his arms struggled. Wei Xicheng's hot blood vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he had just experienced a huge panic, and now he was so immersed in the joy of this embrace that he couldn't think about anything. Silence, eerie silence. The person being hugged suddenly let out a soft heh in his ear. The tone of voice is slightly raised, the voice is like a clear breeze, moving like a cello that is played in a leisurely manner. But the tone is really not good, with a few points of ridicule and absurdity. It was a full 3 seconds before Wei Xicheng realized from the voice that something was wrong. Why was the person in his arms not as petite as he thought? Why was the person in the embrace talking right in his ear? Why is the person in the embrace hard and cackling, not at all the soft and sticky feeling imagined? The voice that moved him, however, sounded a little wispy next to him instead of in his arms, so is it true that boys' friendships develop so quickly? It was Suddy's voice. It's Su Ten's voice. Then who is he holding? Wei Xicheng opened his eyes and felt the person in his embrace who was almost the same height as him push his shoulders to push him away, so his eyes fell on a good-looking overdone face. Jiang Chiyu seems to smile and not smile, the tone is a little bit of gnashing of teeth, but also like a point of something else. Good. You really are the first one. He didn't say it in full, so much so that one sentence left everyone in the room confused. Jiang Chiyu took a deep breath and quickly suppressed all his emotions, smiling very kindly at Wei Xiqing. You're welcome. It was in answer to that emotional dissection he had just made. In an instant, Wei Xiqing's face rose to a pig's liver color. After Jiang Chiyu finished speaking, he slowly glanced at Su Tian and settled for a second before looking elsewhere as if nothing had happened. Su Tian inexplicably felt a bit cold, so she rubbed the goosebumps on her body. Let's get going. 25 minutes later, they recovered Wei Xiqing's lost cell phone via surveillance in the haunted housekeeper's office. The phone fell out while he was frantically running away. Luckily it only broke the tempered film, nothing else was wrong with it. Only Wei Xiqing's face still didn't look too good. Probably because he was forced to watch it again, he wiped his tears and rushed up to hug Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu's face didn't look too good either. It was probably because he didn't expect that the first person to give him such a deep hug was Wei Xiqing. Zhouing and Han Shuo, two emotional acquaintances, hold their laughter all the way. Only Su Tian remained cheerful, lamenting the marvelousness of boys' friendship while bouncing around the various food stalls. The jumping figure was so silly in the eyes of the four men. They followed that with a roller coaster and a Ferris wheel, and since it was getting late after too long of a delay at the haunted house, it was a unanimous decision to play one last ride and head home. The last item was the carousel. It wasn't very fun to play. Su Ten picked a white unicorn pony, the size was just right to sit on, and Zhouing also picked a good-looking one to sit beside her. The two of them to the phone intends to take a few pictures together. Zhouing finished choosing a stick or return back, only to see Su Tian heavy staring back. The eyes are not good. What's wrong? Zhouing turned back as well. The large wooden horses that allowed adults to sit on them were occupied, and only 3 boys were seen straddling 3 different ponies, their superior height making it seem as if they were riding a small bench, their long legs all bent on the ground without exception. Zhouing silently looked down and saw that her and Su Tian's feet were on the protruding sides of the wooden horse at just the right height. Let's let them go down, shall we? Su Tian grabbed Zhou Ying's sleeve and pointed at the 3 boys in the back. So the 3 men were driven down. The 2 men, who didn't mean to but still felt insulted, sat along for a while, then both came down in boredom. It's not fun, it's not funny. Next time, Su Tian thought, it would be better to find someone lower than her to play with. Zhouing thought that it was fortunate that she had come with Su Tian. It was late, and the dark blue dome spread out overhead. To be safe, Han Shuo sent Zhouing back. Jiang Chiyu and Su Tian's family are in the same neighborhood, can go together. Wei Xiqing is single and disheveled from the haunted house. Han Shuo remembered something, stifled a laugh, and slapped a palm on Wei Xiqing's shoulder. Brother, should I send you back? Su Tian looked at the body of these 2 people and wondered to Han Shuo, if you want to send it is also him to send you back, ah? Although Han Shuo is a year older, his physique looks like a size smaller in front of Wei Xiqing, the sports specialty student. Zhouing also covered her mouth and laughed. Wei Xiqing looked deeply at Su Tian, seemed to want to say something, but swallowed it back, and finally pulled out a smile. Then you guys go back, be safe on the road, I'm going back too. Do you have to go to Yuten City today? Or are you staying at home for a night before going over? Su Tian didn't forget that he was traveling from Yuten City. Leaving tonight, in my uncle's hitchhiker's car. That's fine, be safe. A few people exchanged goodbyes and each went in the direction they were supposed to go. Su Tian looked at the time, it was only just 7 o'clock. The time she promised her mom and dad that she would be home was 8 o'clock, and now there was still an hour left. By bus, it takes 20 minutes to get home. As Su Tian thought about it, she happened to see a cab in her afterglow, so she quickly reached out and stopped it. Jiang Chiyu didn't ask that much and followed her to sit up. Suddy tapped on her phone, then stuck it out from between the seats. Master, go here. The driver looked at it. Okay. Su Tian put her phone back extremely quickly, the screen always facing herself. Although Jiang Chiyu couldn't see where the address she typed on her cell phone was, he could see the navigation in the car. So after watching quietly for a while, he pulled out his cell phone and searched for a few keywords, and when he saw the results coming out on the screen, he let out a low laugh. Going that far out of the way, what, are you going to sell me out? Suddy didn't say anything. Then you do fetch a good price, said Su Tian, still silent. The expected fright hair did not come. Jiang Chiyu lazily sighed head, and saw Su Tian expressionless as staring at the cell phone in his hand. Hand to see. Chapter 35 or so. Adorable. Silence. Or silence. Jiang Chiyu had never felt the world so quiet. Oh, the young man is still quite phantom. Or the driver master heard their conversation, glanced in the rearview mirror, paused. Also quite self-aware. A man and a woman in the back continued to look at each other, and the unattended master driver realized the atmosphere wasn't quite right and snapped his tongue and shut up. No cell phone? Su Tian asked in a single word. Oh. Jiang Chiyu calmed down quickly and responded quickly, just sounding very perfunctory, I forgot. I thought I didn't bring it. Su Tian did not expect that this person is also really able to endure, in order to not let her see the photos can really hold a whole afternoon, did not take out the phone, is the last to go back, only to slacken off, was caught by her in the right place. Su Tian gave him a thumbs up, awesome. Jiang Chiyu even shamelessly nodded his head slightly, not bad, one bad move in chess, careless. He worked so hard for a picture, and Su Tian didn't know what to say, so she added, awesome. Pausing for a few seconds, at this behavior she still felt very speechless, you this person. I really want to sell you. That doesn't work. Jiang Chiyu spoke slowly, eyebrows down, froze and twisted a few points of aggression strongly, you can't categorize me as your family's just because my house is on the side of your house. Su Tian was puzzled, when did I categorize you as my family? I don't belong to your family, so who are you to sell me? Southern. Despite the waves inside, she was still expressionless. Jiang Chiyu, are all British people chatting like this? Or did it just come out that you're the one with the never-ending mouth? What kind? Jiang Chiyu recalled the comment she gave the other day and raised his eyebrows, scum? This time Sudi gave a new comment, needy. If these words were said by another person it might only make people feel greasy, but from Jiang Chiyu's mouth it is a damn tease. Even if she knew that he didn't mean to tease, but rather his naturally bad character made him like to say some words to tease her, Su Tian would still be shocked to the point of numbness by the golden sentences that popped out of his ears every 3 days. She didn't think she could suffer every time. Jiang Chiyu thought of something and smiled. Most Englishmen are withdrawn, reserved, aloof, and emotionally unassuming. Su Ten, so how did you evolve into this after 5 years over there? Jiang Chiyu also really reflected seriously, licked one of the sharp teeth in his upper dental bed, and finally said thoughtfully, maybe it's suffocating. Indeed. Kinda makes sense. Su Tian couldn't refute it. Speaking, the destination has arrived. Su Tian did not have change, so pay with a cell phone. Get off the car. Suddenly remembered that the afternoon Jiang Chiyu to buy her octopus balls should be to take the cell phone to pay the money. He also said that the vendor had given him one for his good looks. And she really believed it. For a moment Su Tian felt like a cutie. Damn it! Su Tian gave another hard glare at the boy who lazily got out of the car next to her and stood on the sidewalk waiting for her. She was a little angry for a moment, thinking why should she open the door and pay for a moment and then have to invite this asshole to dinner. So she stood in front of Jiang Chiyu with a huff after the driver master drove the car away, and because she felt she was too below as also stood on the sidewalk and then pulled out her cell phone, pay up. Fair AA. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows, how can I give it to you? Cash. Su Tian remembered that he only had pounds with him, transferring money is fine. She took the initiative to open the QR code of her WeChat, as if she was afraid he wouldn't be able to use his cell phone, scan to add me first, then turn. Jiang Chiyu looked at her, his smile gradually spreading in his eyes, you really? It's so over the top cute. He didn't finish, and Su Tian thought that he certainly couldn't say anything good, so she didn't pursue the matter and urged him, hurry up, hurry up. Okay. Jiang Chiyu agreed very quickly, and after a soft drop, Su Tian received his friend request. Ah Yu has requested to add you as a friend. Ah Yu, ah Yu. Su Tian's thoughts drifted off, do your friends in England call you Ah Yu too? Jiang Chiyu nodded, aha. Why don't you have an English name? Don't they usually come up with another English name? Yes. Jiang Chiyu answered with just this one word, not continuing on. Seeing that he didn't seem to be very eager to talk about it, Su Tian was even more curious, could it be because the English name wasn't good? All the more reason for her to know. Su Ten asked tentatively, fish? Fish, isn't it? Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't retort, then wouldn't you be called uncle? Suddy, Dad can do it too. Jiang Chiyu rewarded her with a smirking gaze. Su Tian tapped agree on the screen with one hand, thinking that just now Jiang Chiyu didn't refute her, so wouldn't that mean that her guesses were not too bad? So she tried again one by one, water? Late? Rain, he spoke softly. Rain. Su Tian froze for a moment. It took a moment to realize it was his English name. Just as her cell phone vibrated, Su Tian was torn back into her thoughts to see that Ahia had sent her a red envelope. She clicked on it and it was $25. She froze for a moment. $25 total, you can just give me 12 if AA. Back and forth. Jiang Chiyu laughed, biting the word to emphasize, it's back and forth. It's really $25 round trip, no problem. Su Tian looked at the $25 on the screen and thought that maybe she was overthinking it. Inexplicably curious about what's going on again. Jiang Chiyu retrieved his cell phone, stuck one hand in his pocket and stood diffidently. Okay, now can you tell me where I'm going? At the mention of this, Su Tian became excited again. Buy you ravioli. I have something to do today, so I'll stay out of the stall for now. Su Tian stood in front of the closed roll-up door, dumbfounded. Jiang Chiyu squatted down next to her, silently stifling his laughter. This is a remote snack street, not big alley, only 5 or 6 restaurants in business. It was mealtime, but these stores were still cold and quiet, not many people patronized them. They stood in front of Old Wan Wonton at the far end, which was already locked. Seeing her somewhat dejected appearance, Jiang Chiyu stopped smiling self-consciously for a moment. Why do you suddenly want to invite me to dinner? A meet and greet gift. Su Tian lowered her head, her voice muffled. I have a meet and greet gift, but you don't. Jiang Chiyu didn't expect it to be because of this and was stunned. How long has this been going on? Jiang Chiyu hooked his lips and smiled immodestly. I'm not a child, what do I need for a meet and greet? Su Tian tilted her head and looked at him. Nonsense, we're obviously average size. But Jiang Chiyu was a whole head taller than her. Sudi looked to her toes again. Well, it doesn't look like much. Jiang Chiyu laughed. Why are you obsessing about this? Originally, we just moved here. Even if it is a guest, bring a gift to the neighbor's little girl is not the right thing to do. Besides, that dinner the other night was still invited by your family as the host. Su Tian still had her head down, her voice not quite clear. And as a thank you for teaching me how to do the problems. Jiang Chiyu heard it clearly and said in a bad mood, I teach you how to do problems and you treat me to wontons once, huh? Su Tian thought he was disgusted and was about to explain. Without waiting for her to speak, Jiang Chiyu glanced at the plaque of the Old Wan Wonton and his eyebrows flew up. How come you mustn't come to eat 3 or 4 times a month? Chapter 36, I was just talking to you about you. Back home in the evening. Su Tian ate a simple dinner and went upstairs with a glass of milk to work on her problems. She changed into a cotton nightgown and tried to follow up on the topic she had written about in the morning, but after putting pen to paper and thinking about it for a long time, she couldn't solve it. It's just a regular multiple choice function question. Sudi took a sip of milk. The mellow milky flavor temporarily suppressed the dryness of the mind. Think about an hour ago. She and Jiang Chiyu left after making an appointment to come back another time in front of Old Wan Wonton shop and took a taxi straight back home. On the way to their 2 villas, Jiang Chiyu kept clicking on his cell phone, and Su Tian reminded him that it was bad for his eyes, but he ignored him completely after getting home. Su Tian was a little upset. Until she reached the door of her house, Su Tian said goodbye and was about to go in. Jiang Chiyu suddenly grabbed her shoulders and turned her in a half circle. Then she naturally raised her cell phone camera and aimed it at the 2 of them, and after 2 clicks, Jiang Chiyu let go of her. Jiang Chiyu looked down at the screen, and Su Tian glanced at it as well. One of them in the photo had a blank expression, and the other had a warm smile on his face. In the background were poles and the flower wall of her house. Obviously, it is a very ordinary and no composition and no skills of a photo, probably because of the filter of the moon color. The photo of the 2 people are extra good looking, the sense of atmosphere pulled full. Flipping to the next one, the 2 people's movements and expressions basically didn't change much, except that there were more filter stickers. She had bunny ears, and Jiang Chiyu had a cat's whiskers. 2 carry the watermark of the photo software in the lower right corner. Su Tian remained confused. Jiang Chiyu had already collected his cell phone, one hand inserted into his pocket, his back to her other hand waved lazily, his voice with a smile. Good night, Timothy. Su Tian gradually came back to her senses. So Jiang Chiyu tinkered with his cell phone for half a day on the way, just to get the next photo software? She put down her pen, thinking that if she didn't figure this out, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to do a single question in the evening, so she went to her cell phone to try to ask him about it. Inexplicably, just wanted to ask. Not finding it on the desk, she remembered that her cell phone should still be in her backpack, which she had left in the bathroom with today's clothes. Su Tian walked into the bathroom and glanced at her denim skirt as she pulled her cell phone out of her backpack. Denim skirt. She's wearing a cowboy dress today. Haunted house, Wei Siqing net push, she sat directly on Jiang Chiyu's lap. She's wearing a skirt. A skirt. Su Tian angrily averted her gaze and casually grabbed a bath towel to cover her skirt. The matter of going to Jiang Chiyu to ask about the software was also temporarily left behind. She didn't want to face Jiang Chiyu again tonight for the time being. Anyway, she didn't have the heart to do the questions, so Su Tian simply called Zhouing over. The phone beeped twice before being hung up by the other party. Su Tian thought she had pressed the wrong button, lying on the bed waiting for a call back, waiting for half a day did not wait, so dialed again. After 2 beeps, it was hung up again. Suddy took a deep breath and went straight to text bombing. Liberty blessing, get back to me, now, immediately. Liberty blessing, in 1 minute I'm going to find out what happened in the haunted house today. Blessedly by, confession is lenient, resistance is strict. Su Ten waited for 5 minutes. Didn't even wait for a single reply. The more Zhouing did this, the more ghosts there were. Liberty blessing, if you still want the right to transcribe my homework. Blessedly by, I'll give you 1 last minute. The next second, the chat box showed that the other party was in the middle of typing, and then it didn't take long for Zhouing to send her a message. God of fortune blessing, Tim, I was wrong. Fortune blesses, but I confess, and so must you. Li Bai bless, I confess what ah. God of fortune blessing, you and Jiang Chiyu ah. Suti's typing hand lurched. She couldn't help but think of that scene in the haunted house when she saw the 3 words Jiang Chiyu, and the parched heat that she had managed to suppress had a tendency to rise again, so she subconsciously threw her cell phone under the pillow and smothered her face on the quilt. Zhouing saw that she didn't reply for a long time, and immediately turned the tables to gain the upper hand. God of fortune blessing, do you have a ghost in your heart? God of fortune blessing, why else wouldn't you reply to me? God of fortune blessing, get back to me, now, immediately, right away. Su Tian listened to the vibrating tone of her cell phone, picked it up and glanced at it, coldly grunted, and directly called. Zhouing, what happened between you and Han Shuayu while we were away? Su Tian opened the door and once again gained the upper hand. Zhouing really stammered, and nothing can happen. Su Tian didn't believe it. If you don't say it I'll just deal with it, as if the two of you had touched the following parts of your middle. Only no. Dro. Zhouing hung up the phone directly. A question mark slowly popped up on Su Tian's head. Then it was quickly replaced with another row of exclamation points. So is it really what she thinks it is? Su Tian found it unbelievable. Calling Zhouing again, she definitely wouldn't answer. Su Tian shook her head. It was still early to go to bed and she had nothing to do, so she went back to doing the questions. It was 11 p.m. before she rubbed her dry eyes, put the book away, and went to bed. The next morning, do not have to get up early to go to school, originally thought that after waking up to 10 o'clock again, did not expect to look at the table only 8 o'clock. Su Tian rubbed his bleary eyes and stayed in bed, not wanting to get up. The cell phone on the edge of the pillow vibrated, then vibrated again. Su Tian's eyes were still blurry, her throat was dry, and she really didn't want to look at it, so she ignored it for the time being. Rubbing her eyes, she wanted to go downstairs to get a glass of water to moisturize her throat. Pushing open the door, she saw her father sitting on the sofa downstairs from the stairs. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Su's father also looked back, his tone surprised. Daughter, awake? Aha! Su Tian rubbed her eyes while holding onto the railing as she headed downstairs. Good morning, Dad. Isn't it the weekend? Why are you up so early? Woke up thirsty. Doesn't Daddy have to work today? Su Tian half opened her eyes and vaguely glanced at Su's dad on the sofa. Su's dad was wearing a sweatshirt with a towel around his neck, obviously having just returned from a workout. Su Tian thought of his father going for a morning run every morning if he wasn't busy, so he let out an "oh" and didn't say anything else. Yesterday didn't wash his hair. In the morning he woke up with bangs that were a little oily. Su Tian grabbed those few hairs and smoothed them back, and walked into the kitchen like a dead fish to receive a cup of warm water. The kitchen was semi-open, and Su's father was still continuing to talk to her. Timothy, you're up just in time. Just now I was chatting with Ayu about you. I said you must have woken up after 10 o'clock in the middle of the day. I didn't expect you to get up so early today. You don't give face to Dad. Oh. It's just a coincidence that happens to all the people. Sudi swallowed a mouthful of warm water. But is there a guest in the house? Su Tian scanned around the living room and suddenly had a jolt. Wait. Who? Ao? Jiang Chiyu? Su Tian violently stood up straight. Because the movement was too large, the water in the cup even spilled some out. Her eyes swept across the living room, eventually landing on the white tracksuit teenager sitting across from her dad. Chapter 37. This person is quite sad in spring and fall. The early morning sunlight hit the living room through the huge glass windows, illuminating the whole house warmly and brightly. The teenager in a white tracksuit was sitting on the couch, a smile on his lips, looking right at her. He held a cell phone in his left hand and shook it gently towards her. Wouldn't he that be, from, she came downstairs, to, she drank water. Jiang Chiyu was watching her. Su Tian's expression was wooden for a moment. The smile on the teenager's lips widened. Su's father was still talking to Su Tan. I went out for a morning run this morning, and you had already finished and came back, and accompanied me for a few more laps. Timothy, I'm wondering if you want to pick up the habit of running in the morning as well? Hearing this, Jiang Chiyu glanced at Su's father, rather surprised. Su Tian knew what he was surprised about. Perhaps no one would believe that in middle school she was still an all-around morally, intellectually, physically, mentally, and aesthetically healthy teenager who went out for a morning jog with her dad every day. Only by the time they went on a family vacation to the beach in the summer, after a month of yummy, lazy living, she came back never wanting to run again. Then she went to high school, she was tortured by science and English, she was sleepy every day, and her dad didn't mention the morning run anymore. Su Tian was actually a little heartened. It was indeed a good habit that could free her from her growing love of sleeping in. But laziness still dominated her. Don't. When she finished, she put down her glass of water and dug into the first floor restroom. Turning around and locking the door, he hurriedly ran to the dressing mirror to take a look, and a moment later, Su Tian clutched her head and crumpled and squatted on the floor. I've seen it. I've seen it. Dad doesn't warn her about people coming to the house either. If it had been her mom down there, she would have just opened the door and been reminded to go back inside and straighten her dress code before coming out. She crouched in place for a moment and tiptoed over to the door to lie on it and eavesdrop. This kid, Timothy, used to follow me on my morning runs, but I'm not very available now and she's too lazy to run. After not running now, her mom says she's gained several pounds. Aha! Dad! Why do you say everything? Su Tian wanted to scratch the wall as she listened. Jiang Chiyu's afterglow caught a glimpse of the moving mass of shadows behind the frosted glass door of the restroom and raised his eyebrows. He looked at Father Su. If Timothy is willing, you can let her follow me for a morning run. It's just right to go to school together after the run, and it's safer on the way. Hey, I think so too. Su father, two hands on his knees, cheerful, you two the same class, why don't you just go to school and go to school together? This little girl has been pampered at home. Junior high school has always been transported to and from school, to high school to let her walk, sometimes late at night to come home from school, her mother, and I cannot help but worry. When Timothy comes out I'll ask her opinion. Jiang Chiyu bent his eyes, good. Father Su noticed that his daughter hadn't come out of the restroom for half a day and said in a loud voice, Timothy? Are you still in the restroom? Sudi didn't respond, she didn't know what to say back. Only hoping that Dad thought she had gone to her room. Timmy? Timothy? Su's father was a bit puzzled. I didn't see her go upstairs. Jiang Chiyu slowly echoed, I didn't see it either. Father Su immediately turned to look at the door of the house of the toilet, and the volume of his voice increased again. Timothy? Are you in the toilet? Do you need help? Does goddamn well need help? Ah. Su Tian had already started scratching the door. Her inner collapse was like the Yellow River flooding. She was afraid that if she didn't answer again her father would directly ask her if there was no toilet paper in the toilet. So again tiptoeing away from the toilet door, lifelessly shouted, yes, I'm washing up. Oh, Su's dad turned around, and then suddenly turned away again. Don't you usually wash up in your room? Su Tian sat on the toilet lid and muffled, anyway. I just want to wash up on the first floor today. Su's father seemed to believe it and happily turned his head again to continue chatting with Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian stayed in the toilet for a while longer, and heard Su's father outside say, hey, you and Tian haven't seen each other for some years. Let me show you her junior high school photos. Daddy, you let me go. Su Tian couldn't stay any longer, fiercely stood up and walked over to pull open the door of the restroom. Jiang Chiyu's voice also came over clearly with it, yes. Mom doesn't like anything to make a harsh noise, so the doors and benches and tables in the house are specially treated and don't make much noise when normally dragged and shifted. She looked furious as she pulled open the door, but in reality there was no movement at all. Only Jiang Chiyu, who was sitting facing her, caught a glimpse of it in his afterglow and looked towards her. And Papa Su watched as Jiang Chiyu shifted his gaze, so he also turned to look towards her. Timmy's coming out, if you don't I'm going to have to go in and fish for you. Su Tian was a bit lifeless. She glanced at the seat clock in the hall. It was already 8:30. Daddy, don't you have to go to work today? I'm not going today, I'll stay home with you guys today. Father Su's tone was very relaxed. Timothy, go and take out your middle school photo album, I'll show it to IU. Su Tian expressionlessly spread her hands, put it in the cabinet is locked, lost the key. She put up a show of resistance, and Su's father could only sigh regretfully, alas, sharing won't be possible. Some of the photos are obviously cute. Daddy, I'm going upstairs to study. Su Tian could feel Jiang Chiyu's gaze settle on her for a split second when she said the word cute. It was clear that the eyes were something insubstantial, but she felt heavy, seriously affecting the frequency of her breathing. She fled in a panic. After returning to the house to wash and change, she flopped back onto the bed and cuddled her bunny doll for a few moments of raw frustration before remembering the 2 vibrations that had gone off in the morning and flipping out her cell phone to look at it. 7:29. IU, good morning Timmy sister carrot. IU, I'm at your house. 8:06. IU, are you a lazy pig who hasn't woken up yet? 8:10. IU, you look so chic carrot. See the face text of Su Tian. It's a show off, isn't it? It's on purpose, isn't it? Jiang Chiyu arrived home at 7:30. She woke up at 8 o'clock and didn't know how many things Dad had already said to him in the past half hour. Su Tian silently gritted her teeth for a while, thinking that she would also have to get up early to meet Uncle Jiang or Auntie Jiang, and then enter Jiang Chiyu's house to set up a conversation. Not wanting to see the name IU again, she tapped into her avatar and changed her note to him to pervert transfer student. It was only when she exited that she noticed Jiang Chiyu's avatar was a cloud. An evening patch of sky, to be precise. It was dark, clicking on it to get a better look, and Su Tian zoomed in with 2 fingers, realizing that there was a tiny bit of a pointy roof in the lower right corner of the picture, kind of like a Gothic building. Come to the conclusion that this would have been a dark sunset he took from a high place in England. The sunset is infinite, but it's just near dusk. Taking one step further, Jiang Chiyu concluded that he felt old. Ugh, this guy, he's kinda sad. Chapter 38 IU. She didn't know when Jiang Chiyu left. Anyway, when she went downstairs for lunch the person was already gone. She was also afraid that Jiang Chiyu would appear from any corner again, so she lowered her voice and asked Father Su, who was sitting next to her watching the iPad, Dad, there are no more guests in the house, right? Su's father wore a pair of silver wire glasses, quite a bit of bachelor style. You said he's already gone. Su's mom was also there. She had gone out early in the morning for a beauty treatment and hadn't been back for long. IU was here? Papa Su then told her about the morning's events. After saying that, Father Su once again reintroduced the topic of the morning. Timothy, how about you pick up the habit of waking up early for morning exercises as well? Before Su Tian could answer, Su mother objected first. No, you see she's usually sleepy, sleep time can't be taken up. If it's about worrying about her figure I can enroll 1010 in a yoga private lesson. Su's father was speechless. The child is only a few years old and enrolls in yoga classes. It's a good habit to exercise in the morning. Running a few laps will make you more energetic. Look at other people's AU who also practiced every day and woke up earlier than me. Waking up early was indeed a good habit. Su's mom was also very concerned about her health, so she took a step back. Sundays and holidays are fine, but not during the school day. Father Su thought about it, and indeed it was, so he nodded. That's fine, I'll talk to AU about it later. Properly organized Southern. You guys, did you forget to ask me? Su Tian still wanted to speak. The maid aunts had already brought the food up. They started to eat, and Su Tian had no choice but to swallow her words first. After eating, suddenly someone rang the doorbell. Auntie couldn't put her hands in the kitchen, and Su Tian was just finishing eating, so she went to open the door. It was a laborer, driving a van, pulling a bunch of flowers out of the wagon. Hello, flowers for Miss Sutton. Su Tian froze for a moment, not expecting someone to send her flowers, a very large bouquet of sunflowers. At this time, Su's father also came out, and the worker held out another bouquet from the carriage that was even bigger and more beautifully packaged and chic. Hello, flowers for Ms. Bai Jing. This bouquet is full of dainty white roses, and Su Tian realized that she was shown a face by this close-up and contrasting love. Su's father cheerfully signed the flowers, holding the large bouquet of flowers back to the living room, not forgetting to explain to her, Timothy, your own flowers you carry yourself upstairs go out to play in the afternoon or go back to your room to do the problem, just don't come out. Southern. Su Tian hugged her sunflower and went upstairs with her own parents ignoring her. Never mind. At least, Dad remembered that there was a daughter and sent her flowers too. So the words of not wanting to join Jiang Chiyu for morning exercises were also forgotten by her. After writing about 5:3 for a while in the afternoon, Su Tian went to the balcony to rest. She found a vase for the sunflowers that her dad had given her and put them directly on it, and left it on the balcony. Every sunflower under the natural filter of the sun is so brilliant and intense. Su Tian took the phone over and found an angle to take a picture. On the rare occasion that she had something she wanted to share, she sent a friend post, without accompanying text. Then casually refreshing it, she saw that her mom had also shared a photo below her own one, of a very nice large bouquet of white roses, again without accompanying text. She clicked like and slid her finger down to see her dad post another friend's circle, to his ever beautiful, elegant and generous wife and daughter. Southern. Her. Not even an adjective. The accompanying photo is a good one taken at the florist while choosing the flowers, a huge bouquet of white roses and an almost negligible bunch of sunflowers next to it. Pictures are more infuriating than words. Su Tian didn't click the like, took a screenshot, and directly sent another friend circle with a smiling emoji. After sending it, she went back to working on her questions. She did 3 sets of papers in one afternoon and revised all of them. Su Tian rubbed her sore neck, stayed on the balcony for a while to blow the evening breeze, and then washed up and went to bed. Just before she went to bed, she clicked on WeChat again, and it was already 99 plus on the message page and there in the friend circle. She first clicked on the class group and slid up a few pages, didn't see any important messages, and was about to exit when she suddenly remembered that Jiang Chiyu hadn't entered their class group yet, so she consciously fulfilled her duties as a group administrator and sent a group chat invitation to the perverted transfer student. Then again clicked on the circle of friends. She first posted the first sunflower photo under the Zhou Ying's comments are so conspicuous, the one next door to send? The circle of friends is to have a common friend to see the comments posted by the other party. She and Zhou Ying have quite a lot of common friends. In order to avoid dispersing, Su Tian immediately deleted her comments. Well, it's all about avoiding dispersion, that's all. But the second friend circle she posted later should prove that it was from her dad, and Su Tian was a little chagrined, wondering if she hadn't been a little redundant in deleting Zhou Ying's comment. Jiang Chiyu shouldn't have added Zhou Ying's friend yet, so he probably couldn't see that comment from Zhou Ying. It would be too embarrassing if Jiang Chiyu saw it. Damn Zhou Ying, bad Zhou Ying, what's the point of making fun of nothing? Just as she was rambling, Su Tian saw the 5 words perverted transfer student appear in the list of likes of the second circle of friends she posted. But why didn't he praise the first one? Was it a bad photo shoot of her? Or did he think the second one she was funny so he clicked on it? Su Tian huffed and killed the message list. Then I saw someone in the class group at her for a bit. Perverted transfer student at Libertine Blessing, Demon and Ghost, what organization have you dragged me into? Their class group name is Demons and Monsters. The group was a casual chat group for their class, and there was no classroom teacher in it, so the names and stuff were pretty random. The class president is still serious at perverted transfer student, are you? The perverted transfer student did not reply. Su Tian hurriedly explained, this is Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu, this is our class group. The class president is still serious, oh. The class president is still very serious, oh? I love math, the fortune code. Pervert transfer student, As soon as he spoke, suddenly no one in the group was chatting. Su Tian looked at the 5 words perverted transfer student, although she knew that only her WeChat end could see this note, but she still felt inexplicably vain, so she separately tapped into Jiang Chiyu's avatar again, wanting to change a note for him. Thinking about it, and not knowing what to change, she simply deleted the note she added and directly let Jiang Chiyu's nickname show up. Ah you. Aha. Back to the group chat, the message is still stuck on the sent by Jiang Chiyu. On. She thought she had a poor network, and after refreshing several times with no new messages, she realized that no one was really talking. Their class is very nagging, 99 plus per minute. But after Jiang Chiyu finished speaking, it was so cold the group. So embarrassing. Su Tian felt that this was not good, so she sent a sentence, Jiang Chiyu you changed the note. After a while, IU turned into Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu, alright. And then still no one spoke. Awkward silence. Chapter 39, quite familiar. Su Tian did not know how Jiang Chiyu felt. First of all, she brought herself in a little bit and then she was embarrassed and wanted to scratch the wall, so she sent another sentence, welcome Jiang students to join our united and friendly class. Jiang Chiyu, aha. No one's talking again. Suddy is already cleaning the bed. Luckily, that's when I love math posted, language table, you just gave away the wealth code. I love math is the math class representative, Songyingxing. Su Ten didn't read it the first time. Still haven't read it the fifth time. Whether or not you read it is not something that shifts with the number of times you read it. Li by blessed? I love math, don't you know? Someone in our school's big group asked for Jiang Chiyu's contact information, but no one could find out. Su Tian never watched the big group, so she didn't really know. However, she suddenly remembered that the day Jiang Chiyu transferred here, when she was in the office, someone had also mentioned that the new transfer student was the wealth coat of their class, and told her to usually draw the curtains so that anyone who wanted to see the transfer student would have to pay money. Definitely making a killing. Song Yingxing looked like he had just remembered that Jiang Chiyu could also see his messages, so he added, "Of course, all of us in the class will protect Jiang Chiyu's personal privacy, and no one will do anything to profit from using Jiang's contact information." The class responded, and within a few moments of chatting, the conversation skewed to something else. Only then did Su Tian sort of let go, and the moment she turned off her cell phone, she suddenly wondered why she had to worry about Jiang Chiyu. Who cares if it's embarrassing? What does it have to do with her? Sooty went to sleep with his head covered. On Monday, everyone was generally not in high spirits, and when Su Tian entered the class, half of the people were lying on their desks catching up on their sleep. The remaining half is frantically catching up on homework. She was sleepy too, and after packing her things up, she plopped down on the table and squinted for a while. Woken up by the sound of people, the seat beside them was already occupied. Su Tian covered her mouth and let out a small yawn, wanting to say good morning but thinking that it would not look as if they seemed to be very familiar with each other, so she just opened her mouth and then stifled it again. Jiang Chiyu was the first to say, "Good morning." Sooty, "Oh, good morning." Jiang Chiyu, "Pig." Su Ten. "You are." End of short conversation. The first class was morning reading, and the teacher never came over for some reason, so the sound of reading was gradually drowned out by the sound of talking. "Did you hear? A police car just pulled up at our school, and supposedly a plainclothes cop went straight to one of the sophomore classes." "Really? How do you know he's a cop when he's in plain clothes?" "It seems that the old fighters in Class 7 recognized them. They are familiar with the police uncles in the police station." "Can't people just come as parents?" "Several police officers." It was the two people at the back table who were chatting, and Su Tian followed and listened for a while, the sound of her mouth memorizing gradually becoming smaller. The two are still talking. "And I don't know what it's about." Like because a girl in one of the sophomore classes got scammed out of $2,000 or something. "The person who scammed the money is from our school too?" "I guess so, otherwise why would the police come to our school?" "Gee, $2,000. That all constitutes a crime, doesn't it?" As they were talking, the door to their class was suddenly pushed open from the outside with a squeak, and everyone in the class was quiet for a moment, followed quickly by a murmur of voices. Su Tian looked over. It was their class teacher Lao Gao, and behind Lao Gao stood a police officer. The class is getting louder and louder and louder. "Quiet!" Old Gao yelled and didn't come in, but stood in the doorway, his line of sight shifting in Su Tian's direction. Su Tian suddenly tensed up. Old Gao was looking at her? "What are you looking at her for?" Old Gao paused for a second. "Jiang Chiyu, come out for a moment." Su Tian violently twisted her head to look at Jiang Chiyu. The class whispered again. "You." Su Tian wanted to ask, but didn't know where to start. Jiang Chiyu's gaze was calm. He didn't say anything. He put down the book as if he knew what was going on, and walked out. The voices in the class reached a maximum after Jiang Chiyu and Lao Gao left. Holy, there really are cops. What happened to Jiang Chiyu? How come the police came for him? It's not that scam that. What's his name? It can't be him, can it? It can't be, can it? It doesn't look like it? Combined with the conversation between the two people at the back table just now, Su Tian's mind buzzed. Her back table is called Yuhi, Jiang Chiyu's back table is called Wang Suhan, both are boys. Yuhi nudged Su Tian's shoulder with his pen just then. Language table, do you know what Lao Gao is doing by shouting for your table mate? Wang Suhan also looked over and picked up. Why are the police here too? Su Ten shook her head. Wang Suhan muttered in a small voice, it can't be true that people can't look at each other, right? When Su Tian heard it, she turned her face sideways to split her head and flung out, how can that be? Wang Suhan froze at her yelling. The volume of her sentence was somewhat confiscated, and the class grew quiet as they all looked at her. Even though they had only been with each other for 2 months in this class, Su Tian had always been gentle and soft in the eyes of their class, rarely getting angry like this. Su Tian also quickly realized that her tone was not very good and calmed down. "I'm sorry." She was also really calm. All the overwhelming emotions that had just exploded in that moment receded like a tidal wave, and she suddenly wondered why she had reacted that way. It's just that Lao Gao shouted for Jiang Chiyu to come over for a while, and a policeman just happened to follow behind. Why did she subconsciously worry about Jiang Chiyu? Wouldn't that be equivalent to her subconscious suspicion that Jiang Chiyu had done something bad? How is that possible? Her brain circuits were carried away by the gossip of the two at the back table. Su Tian shook her head and exhaled, lifting her pen to continue writing her homework. Yuan, like his name, like to make peace, patted his desk. "Say what, new students? I see people quite good." He turned to Su Tian again and asked cautiously, "But, Whisperwatch, are you familiar with your new classmates?" Yu He and also Wang Suhan had been curious for a long time. Since the new students sat in front of them, sometimes, they would always vaguely hear some well, tiger and wolf words in the conversation of these two in front of them. I don't know if they misheard or what. Su Tian froze for a moment because of Yu He's words. Familiar? It doesn't seem familiar. It had only been a week since Jiang Chiyu had returned home and transferred to their class. It was only because of their previous ties that the two could call it a long goodbye. Even though the Jiang Chiyu after 5 years was a complete stranger to her. But perhaps because of the high density of Jiang Chiyu's involvement in her life during this week, wherever he was, it was as if they had known each other for a long time again. It can be said that not familiar, the two parents have known each other for many years. Just a few days ago a piece of dinner, yesterday morning Jiang Chiyu and her father also talked to each other. Familiar. Su Tian spoke softly, quite familiar. Chapter 40. The post that cursed me has been spiked. For the entire morning reading, Jiang Chiyu didn't come back. Monday morning reading after the flag-raising ceremony, must wear a set of school uniforms. Su Tian from the bag out of the uniform jacket to the body a set went out. She usually waited for Zhouing outside the classroom, and after waiting for half a day without waiting, she looked into the classroom and didn't see her in the class. Is it hard to go to the bathroom or leave first? Time is running out. Su Tian did not continue to wait, turned around and ran down the stairs. Arriving at the place where their class was to meet, she was again the last. So stood at the very end of the line of girls. The men and women stood separately, and the ratio of men to women in their class was about 50-50. There are 2 more girls than boys. So in fact, Su Tian is equivalent to stand in the last row of the whole class. This row is also her alone. Behind her, there are 2 sides are empty. Generally people do not like to stand at the end of the row, feel embarrassed not to mention their own excess. Some small actions are also easy to be seen by the student body inspection. She looked forward. Zhouing was not in the front group. Either he's still in the bathroom or he didn't show up on leave. The flag-raising ceremony began, followed by the singing of the national anthem and salute. Is the school leader speech link. This link is stinky and long. Many students have stood impatient. Su Tian drooped eyelids, pulled out the English word memory card that has been hidden in the sleeve, silently memorized. The student council people started patrolling between classes. The people who had been fidgeting and making small talk slowly shut up. The person checking walks from the front of the line to the line and records people who are talking or not in school uniform. Class, you dropped your stuff. Su Tian was lowering her head to memorize the vocabulary words. When she heard that, she raised her eyelids. As far as the eye could see, there was a warm, smiling face. Song Yingjing was wearing a uniform with the badge of the school's student council pinned on his chest, one hand still holding a pen and a book, the other hand holding it out toward her. The boy was handsome, tall and thin, with a pair of silver-framed glasses, and had already attracted the attention of many girls along the way. Don't move at all, points will be deducted for moving around. And Ran stood on the other side of the line and saw the girl's small-scale commotion and coldly reminded. She and Song Yingjing were in a group checking the class, also dressed the same way, holding a paper and pen in their hands. The piece of paper was already filled with names of people. Su Tian looked at Ran and then at Song Yingjing, who was still keeping his hand outstretched, so she froze and extended her palm as well. Song Yingjing then placed a tiny thing in her palm. Su Tian spread out her palm to see that it was a candy. She didn't bring any candy out. When she looked up, she was seeing Song Yingjing winking at her. Su Tian cheered up and didn't dare to smile too obviously, hiding the candy in her hand and holding it tightly. Anjun glanced toward them, her micro-expression looking a bit breathless, and didn't say anything. The two quickly walked towards the next class. After walking not too far, and Ran suddenly stopped and glanced toward Su Tian's group in their class. "What's wrong?" Song Yingjing asked. "Nothing." And Ran replied, but her feet didn't move away. "Is there two less people in Su Tian's class?" Song Yingjing looked over as well and smiled a little. "How many other people do you know in their class? Who let me team up with you and check their class assessment every day?" And Ran's gaze lingered in the boys' ranks for a while, not seeing the person she wanted to see, and pretended to look away again. Their class used to have an odd number of boys and an even number of girls, but then a new boy came in and it became all even, so there won't be a situation where there's only one person in the last row. Song Yingjing looked toward the end of the line. The last row for both girls and boys was only one person. "Probably took a vacation," he said. And Ran flipped to their class attendance record. There was only one girl who took a leave of absence, so one boy didn't show up. With such a good memory, Song Yingjing smiled lightly again. "You'll be scolded sooner or later like this. The post in the school's posting bar that cursed me has been spiked, don't you know that?" And Ran coldly said. When he finished, he saw a couple of playful boys in another class, glanced at their team positions again, and smoothly flipped out the form to deduct points for that class. "Let their class off the hook for your sake," and Ran said as she walked towards the next class. "It won't happen again." Song Yingjing smiled and shook his head as he followed. Su Tian's vocabulary was almost finished memorizing, and the school leader's speech was still not finished. She let out a small yawn and hung her head to her toes, a little sleepy. "Students, now you are at the age of study, do not concern yourself with things other than study. Don't pay too much attention to feelings other than family and friendship too soon. Grow a heart. Early love is absolutely forbidden in our school." Sudi slowly woke up to the statement. "You are only a few years old, and now you are talking about dating and splitting up. How many pairs are the ones that actually make it to marriage? Especially if there is also online dating. If you fall in love in school, you can say that you have a love brain. You have no brain if you're in an online relationship." The students on the playground laughed. "I guess some of the students have heard about it. Our school had an internet scam the other day. A girl spent $2,003 to buy a boy's contact information." There was a clamor among the students, and they were all talking to each other. Su Tian froze for a moment, but she still kept her head down and pricked up her ears to listen. Bought or fake? People scammers directed themselves to play a scene. The accomplice of the WeChat package pushed the past. Girls and accomplices chat a few days into a cyber relationship. Yesterday to that accomplice to call takeout so that the delivery man took a picture only to realize that they have been cheated. So with the liar partner face, people do not recognize said their screen name is called this name. Another roar of laughter. "Holy, who is that, so awesome?" The school leader continued. Then the girls went straight to the police. "After investigation, we found that this fraudster is still a student of our school. The fraudster's accomplice is an outsider. Students, the nature of this matter is very bad. It is no longer a school expulsion can be resolved. Now both suspected fraud were brought to the police station, to the police to deal with." Su Tian's legs were a little numb from standing, so she put the English words away and twisted her ankle. She didn't know what to say and sighed softly. The rest of his eyes saw a person approaching beside him, and Su Tian glanced at him and paused. "It's Jiang Chiyu." He walked idly to the end of the boys' line, but instead of trying to fill the gap in the last row, he stood behind the extra boy. Formed a line with Su Tian, standing right next to her. Some of the others noticed and peeked over at him. The school leader is still saying, "This morning, the girl came forward in the office and said she wanted to share her experience of being cheated with her classmates so that other students would not be cheated again. This girl knows her mistakes and is very brave. Next we invite her to come to the stage to speak." The playground was already abuzz with students, craning their necks to look at the podium. Chapter 41, I don't know what he's doing in high school. Su Tian couldn't care less about Jiang Chiyu for a moment and stood on her tiptoes, wanting to see what this girl looks like. Being cheated on in an online relationship and still volunteering to stand in front of the whole school and share your experience is very, very brave indeed. Su Tian asked herself that if she were in her place, she would not dare to do so, and she became more and more impressed with this girl. Although the flag-raising team has no position requirements, but the taller ones will still take the initiative to stand at the back. Su Tian can only stand in the last row because of the late arrival of the long neck, cannot cross the front rows of tall people, cannot see the podium, so silently stand firm to give up. A soft laugh came from the side, "Shorty." Su Tian ground her teeth and looked at Jiang Chiyu. Everyone else was trying to look at the podium and no one was paying attention to their side. Jiang Chiyu let out another laugh. How to stand back? He reached up and compared it to Su Ten's head and then to his shoulders. I'll still grow. Sooty growled out in a low voice. Oh, Jiang Chiyu nodded perfunctorily, I'll still grow too. Su Tian ignored him and focused on the girl's speech. A large part of the previous almost all say their own experience of being cheated, before the school leader's speech has been summarized, but the details are far more than the school leader summarized, much more wonderful. The students on the stage listened to a few exclamations from time to time. The girl's voice was steady, without the slightest bit of stage fright, and although Su Tian couldn't see her, she admired her even more. This morning, I saw the boy I wanted contact information for in my office. The girl suddenly paused, her emotions rising and falling a bit. He definitely has more than 2,000-3,000 contacts. Su Tian's eyes widened. The students instantly went crazy. I kawa this school sister. Ha god damn, it's more than 2003. Absolutely. I'm glad I didn't miss this flag raising, it's so wonderful. I would like to call it the most spectacular flag raising since the founding of Yangming First High School. Su Tian couldn't help but look at Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu's expression was light and scattered as he stood, as if he didn't even hear what the girl on the stage was saying. Su Tian had vaguely guessed what was going on when the school leader said that a girl had paid 2003 for a boy's contact information. Last night, Song Yingxing also said in the group that Jiang Chiyu's contact information was a wealth code, and that someone had asked for it for a heavy amount of money some time ago. I didn't realize there would be a follow-up early this morning, with all the twists and turns. I was going to ask for the contact information in person, so I'm sure I won't be scammed. But I was stopped by the teacher, who said that when I could surpass this boy in test scores, he would give me his contact information. School leaders did not expect the front of the speech so good. To the back of the wind is getting more and more wrong. A teacher intends to go directly to the stage to let her stop, but by do not know when appeared next to the principal pulled. The principal, a broad-faced old man, waved his hand, let her speak. Such speeches sometimes have unexpected effects. The teacher snapped and stopped. The girl said here, her voice brought a few points of choking. After listening to my above, so a large logical speech students should be able to hear that I study quite good. I thought that the study of this brother should be even better, but hard work can still be surpassed. So I agreed. Then the teacher gave me one of his report cards. There was a pause. He's got the grades, I don't know what he's doing here in high school. Sarcasm? Su Tian remembered Jiang Qi used 2 double perfect scores. Is quite ironic. I just don't know how he's doing in the vice section yet. The students' gasps and yelps were already making a lot of noise. Some had already guessed that it was Jiang Chiyu and were looking towards him. More and more people noticed him, more and more people looked over to him. Su Tian heard Jiang Chiyu let out a soft tisk. Gone. He said. Huh? Su Tian froze for a moment. Are you leaving? The flag raising isn't over yet. Wasn't it already checked? Jiang Chiyu glanced at her. Aren't you tired after standing for so long? Are you walking? How dare I go with you with so many people watching? Sooty silently said, Go away, I'm a good student who listens. Jiang Chiyu laughed a little and didn't say much, turning around and quickly walking away. Several people from the student council were in front of the podium, and they heard the passionate speeches on stage most clearly. And Ran snorted as she sorted through her forms for today's demerits. I don't know what the point of today's test is. This girl's words hurt, and the whole school is going to be in chaos for another day. Unjun doesn't like anything that goes against the rules. Next to her stood the head of the organization department, who frowned along with her. Is it that much of a stretch? Is there really such a person in our school? This time Unjun didn't say anything. A new boy interjected, Ministerin, there's a boy over in the 3rd senior class who skipped the flag raising. Remember? And Ran is the head of the discipline department. Hearing the 3rd class, and Ran's hand that was organizing the form gave a start and raised her head. Song Yingjing also looked over. After a moment of silence, and Ran said, Remember what? The whole school is in such a mess, you can't remember it all. The lengthy flag raising ceremony was finally over. Later on, the girl didn't say anything out of the ordinary, but only said that she would learn her lesson, study harder in the future, and sooner or later let that schoolmate give her the contact information by hand. Finally, the school leader stood up to say, according to the school scandal cannot be publicized, but more than these false students to increase the awareness of fraud prevention is the most important. Do people have to have a conscience, whether it is cheating others or be cheated by others? He does not want to happen in our school students. It's amazing that one flag raising went on for an hour. But the students weren't bothered at all. the group was so energized and the discussion was so heated that no one was expected to be sleepy. Su Tian returned to her class with the large group, and on the way, she could occasionally hear Jiang Chiyu's name from a few people. She went up the stairs in silence. Standing for an hour was really tiring. It was hard to climb to their class, and Su Tian planted herself in her seat and rubbed her ankle. She was a little thirsty, but looked at the distance between the water fountain and her. And let it go. So tired, so tired, so tired. Jiang Chiyu didn't know where to hide and wasn't in the class. The students were still eagerly discussing this flag-raising ceremony, looking her way from time to time. Su Tian didn't care, looked back and looked around. Zhou Ying's seat was still empty. It should just be a leave of absence. Second period was taken up by the flag-raising ceremony for a good portion of the class, and there were still 15 minutes to go before class ended. It was too late to talk about anything. The teacher should have thought so too, so he simply didn't show up. So this noisy state of class 3 continued for a long time until the classroom door was pushed open again and a boy lazily walked in at the door, carrying 2 bottles of water in his hand. The voices of the class talking came to an involuntary halt. Chapter 42, his contacts are definitely more than 2,300. Jiang Chiyu returned to his seat and placed one of the bottles of water on Su Tian's table, saying to himself, "Here, please." Su Tian got up from the table, looked at the Sharpies that Jiang Chiyu had placed on his own table, and then looked at the bottle of lychee-flavored soda on his own table, and paused. Jiang Chiyu looked like he knew what she wanted to say. Lifting his eyes was a smile. "If you don't want to drink it, go get your own plain water." Jiang Chiyu's arrival was like timely rain. Su Tian was thirsty and he brought her a drink. Only why would it be cool? Su Tian never knew their school sold Sharpies. The small, chubby, cartoonish bottle had always been a drink for small children as far as she could remember. On the contrary, Jiang Chiyu's bottle of lychee-flavored soda was tall and thin, a stark contrast to the bottle of Sharpie on her table. Sudi suspected he was connoting something. But she has no proof. Having something to drink is better than nothing, and she was really too lazy to run to the back of the classroom to stand in line to get water. Su Tian silently took away the bottle of tonic and silently said, "Thank you, oh." She wanted to drink it now, but looked around and didn't see a straw, so she asked, "Where's the straw?" At those words, Jiang Chiyu was wooden for a moment. "Sudi, you didn't take it, did you?" Jiang Chiyu looked at her bottle of Sharpies and pondered for a moment. "Doesn't this kind of milk have folded straws that stick to the bottle?" "Oh. Then it's not taken." "Aha!" Su Tian inexplicably wanted to laugh a little, up to tease him. "There, the bottle should have fallen down because the straw wasn't stuck firmly." Jiang Chiyu looked at her expression as she stifled a smile. "I'll know to take it next time." Su Tian was still laughing. What the hell? A girl had just confessed her love for him in front of the whole school, saying that his contact was definitely more than 2003. Now almost the entire school was talking about him, even the students in their class had all their eyes bet on him. But the person at the center of the conversation was discussing with her whether or not there were any sticky straws on the bottle of Sharpies. An absurd sense of abstraction. You have to respect the habits of someone who just came back from abroad. Jiang Chi thought Su Tian was laughing at him for not taking a straw, and reached out without a good reason. "Bring the water cup." "What for?" Su Tian snickered. "Tablemate, give a chance to use my water card that I haven't taken out since I charged it." Jiang Chiyu sighed helplessly. So Jiang Chiyu lined up to receive water and went. Su Tian sat in her seat and pinched her gradually reddening ears. "Desk." It was the first time I heard Jiang Chiyu call her that. It's kinda different from how Zhouing used to call her table. After Jiang Chiyu came back, Su Tian still couldn't hold back her gossip and asked him what he was called out for in the morning. "Going to assist in the investigation. The police called me last night. Though I have no knowledge of the whole thing, it has to do with my name from start to finish anyway, so a statement is in order." He knew last night, no wonder he wasn't surprised in the morning. As if he heard Su Tian asking him about this, Yuhi from the back table also leaned over the table, his head moved forward, and asked cautiously, Mr. Jiang, can I call you Jiang Chiyu?" "Could be." Jiang Chiyu." As soon as this name was called out, Yuhi himself was still a bit embarrassed. "That girl, the one who was cheated on, the said schoolmate is you?" Jiang Chiyu returned in a loose voice, "Aha." He had this look like he wasn't quite willing to answer, and Yuhi was a little embarrassed, not sure if he should continue. It was at this moment that Jiang Chiyu suddenly shuddered and stumbled as if he hadn't sat still. Yuhi was startled, but saw Su Tian slowly withdraw her foot from kicking Jiang Chiyu's stool. "Pay attention to your attitude, not everyone is as tolerant as I am. seeing you like this can resist not going to whip you. Jiang Chiyu looked at her for a moment and lost his smile, are quite strong. In fact, it was not that Su Tian had a lot of strength, but Jiang Chiyu was not sitting still. The stool was slightly tilted backward, and the front two legs of the stool were not on the ground. Su Tian didn't really want to kick him, but she suddenly remembered that it had been more than a week since Jiang Chiyu had been transferred to their class, but apart from her, Zhou Song, who was sitting on the other side of Jiang Chiyu across the aisle, and Sun Mu Chu, there was also the class president, who had said a few words to him. No one else seems to be talking to him like that. Their class is still very friendly and will not deliberately isolate the new students. The only thing that can be said is that Jiang Chiyu is usually, even if he is always a picture of laziness, he is also a loving and lazy look, and his aura is inexplicably uninviting. Their class belongs to the category of those who have the heart but not the guts to be thieves. They don't go to take the initiative to take care of Jiang Chiyu, and Jiang Chiyu's nature is even more unlikely to take the initiative to take care of others for the sake of the friendship of classmates. This won't work. When will he melt in like this? How lonely it was to think that she was the only one in the whole class that he could talk to. If one day she didn't show up for vacation or something came up, he'd have to suffocate. So after kicking Jiang Chiyu's stool to show that he wasn't as scary as he appeared, Su Tianfaran explained, he's just this immodest and lazy every day, so you keep asking. Yuan, still a little unnatural, but saw Su Tian kick Jiang Chiyu's stool. He was not angry, so also let go a little. It's nothing, it's just that the people in our class who first saw this kind of thing that only happens in legends, a moment of some gossip. Sati echoed the sentiment, me too. Yui asked curiously, Jiang Chiyu, are you really that good at studying? The transcript the school showed her should be my previous grades in a foreign country. Jiang Chiyu's tone was definitely more serious, sounding less cold. The scores over there are not the same as at home. She should have misunderstood something. Su Tian was a bit hesitant about this. She hadn't seen that report card of Jiang Chiyu's foreign country, but the 2 double perfect scores in math and English that he got in the last monthly exam were already achievements that shook her soul. Plus this period of time Jiang Chiyu have something to do on tutoring her science study. Su Tian can feel that his science study is also absolutely not bad. I just don't know how the literature is. Su Tian did not dare to say anything big for him. After all, it is better to be modest. Don't let him enter his grades for the next monthly exam. He flipped again. Wang Suhan listened for a long time, also could not help but join in. Jiang Chiyu, I'm sorry, I still think of you as the fraudulent one today. I did not think that you are also a victim. When Su Tian heard Wang Suhan take the initiative to apologize to Jiang Chiyu, she herself was a bit embarrassed, so she also apologized to Wang Suhan and said, I'm sorry, I didn't have a good attitude today. Jiang Chiyu's gaze roamed over the two of them. He didn't know what happened, and Yu-hee, who had watched the whole thing from the sidelines, took the initiative to explain, it's like this, after you were called away by Lao Gao and the police today, our classmates' minds were a little scattered. Chapter 43, I'm a bit of a pain in the ass. Yui pointed at Wang Suhan. Wang Suhan, just couldn't speak without thinking, made a guess that you wouldn't be a person who couldn't look like a person, and then was disliked by your tablemate as to how that was possible. Wang Suhan has always been a big heart, do not care much about this, waved his hand and said, in fact, it is not really a dislike, is never seen the language table angry. We both froze. Su Tian was a little embarrassed by his words and rubbed her chin with her fingertips. She could feel the gazes of those around her falling on her as Yua finished speaking. Jiang Chiyu gave a slow looking at her with an eager gaze that wasn't hidden at all. I haven't seen my tablemates angry either. Because of the morning flag-raising ceremony, there were waves of people visiting the outside of their classroom during the morning's several recesses. There were even girls who had the audacity to call Jiang Chiyu out. The first time Jiang Chiyu thought something was really wrong, so he went out. Called him out of the girls bold for a moment, see him really out immediately abashed, lowered his head, the whole face red, a word cannot be said. Jiang Chiyu leaned on the doorframe in a loose manner. His appearance was lazy and a bit gangster for no reason, but his tone was unsympathetic. Classmate, is there something wrong? Jiang Chiyu counted 5 and turned around to enter the class. For the second time there was actually someone who wanted to call him out. Jiang Chiyu looked away, his eyes came into contact with the strange girl who was leaping out of her skin, absently retracted his eyes, and said directly to the classmate who had come to pass on the message politely and reservedly, I'm sorry, please tell her that I'm crippled in the leg, and if there's really something to do let her come in and look for me directly. Sati stifled a laugh beside her. Jiang Chiyu looked toward her. She didn't look at him either, still scribbling something in her hand, and muttered, Jiang Chiyu, are you this popular in England too? Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows, what a modest few words, before he had time to speak, then heard Su Tian said, no, Westerners and our aesthetic is not the same, you like this and their eyes should be extremely ugly, extremely ugly. Jiang Chiyu sneered, the mocking significance obvious. Su Tian suddenly stopped her scribbling and inclined her head to scrutinize his features. The latter was still fearlessly staring at her, but after a while, he unnaturally diverted his gaze. As Su Tian slowly reacted to whether this person was blushing from her staring, Jiang Chiyu suddenly picked up his exercise book to block his face, and then stretched out a bony, clear, white hand from behind, with a cocky and arrogant tone, look at me, you'll have to shell out money. Su Tian did not have the good sense to hit his hand with a pen, who wants to see your beaten face? She knew that this person is so thick-skinned, being confessed to in front of the whole school teachers and students are calm as a matter of concern, how can she be stared at for a while on the blush-ah? These days after school, Su Tian had always packed up her things and left, almost as if she couldn't wait to trot out of the classroom door. Jiang Chiyu slowly looked at her back and didn't say anything. Occasionally they would meet on the road, if they were close to the school Su Tian would act as if she didn't recognize him, and if they were far from the school the two would go home together side by side. Jiang Chiyu, I didn't see that I'm quite unseemly. Suddy, your suitors are crazy, usually stay away from me at school when you're fine, I don't want to be treated like an imaginary enemy. The ask is that she's a wimp. By Wednesday, Su Tian had to be on duty. The last class was physical education, and after the assembly, they were free to move around freely, and they could go straight away when the school bell rang. So Su Tian and her group returned to the class early to start cleaning up. Su Ten was in charge of cleaning the windows. She hadn't been scrubbing for a while when a man came up outside the window and stood still right behind the window she was scrubbing. The glass was sprayed with water, so I couldn't see the appearance clearly, but from the color of the clothes and the height it should be Jiang Chiyu. Suyin wiped the water off the window with a rag. The two men's eyes locked across the glass window. Sure enough, it's him. Wow, said Suddy, pulling the window open, what are you doing back here? I just remembered when I saw you come back to clean up. Jiang Chiyu propped one hand on the window frame and scanned around the class as if looking for someone. His gaze fixed for a moment and he said lazily, come to think of it, I haven't been in the cleaning group. Su Tian followed his line of sight to see that health committee member Su Weining was painting her nails on her seat. Jiang Chiyu had already circled into the class and walked right up to Su Weining's seat, leaning down slightly and saying something. Su Weining froze, and the brush of nail polish she held in her hand accidentally painted her finger, a piercing purple color. Jiang Chiyu seemed to laugh a little, and Su Weining's face flushed as she scrambled to get toilet paper to wipe her hands, and then put away all the messy things on the table. Su Tian watched from afar, because some people in the class were talking and chatting, she couldn't hear clearly what Jiang Chiyu and Su Weining said. But, heh, scum. Male. Su Tian turned her back and continued to clean her own window, no longer looking at them. The two talked for a while. Su Weining nodded, and Jiang Chiyu left. Another moment passed. Suddy rubbed the small spot on the window with a lack of interest. She couldn't reach any higher, so she planned to move a stool over, and just turned around to see Jiang Chiyu standing next to her, holding a rag in his hand, his long arm stretching out to wipe up in places she hadn't wiped. She almost bumped into his arm. What are you doing here too? Su Tian took a step back and watched as he slowly wiped the glass high above him clean. I heard your group was short one person, so the health committee filled me in. What's missing is Zhou Eng. She was off work with a fever on Monday and is still at home today with a hangnail. Su Ten is still planning to visit her after school today to visit her. Zhou Eng got sick and took a vacation. Su Tian explained, then asked curiously, so you don't have a group again when Zhou Eng comes back? No, I'll be in this group from now on. Oh. Su Tian nodded and happily threw the rag into the water basin, then you wipe it, I'll go to the toilet. She carried the water basin in the direction of the toilet, and before she took a few steps, she heard Jiang Chiyu call out to her. Su Ten turned her head, what for? Timothy. Jiang Chiyu's rather accusatory voice came, you can't be lazy. Suddy sucked in a breath. Tim. What for? On the one hand, she felt that her face was hot because Jiang Chiyu directly called her little name in the school, and on the other hand, she felt that this person is really less teasing her as a child would it die. Luckily there was no one next to me. Su Tian resisted the urge to roll her eyes and said in a bad mood, I'm going to the toilet to change the water. The tub of wash rag water she was holding was black. Oh. It was only then that Jiang Chiyu withdrew his gaze in realization and waved his hand, signaling that she could leave. This guy. It was almost the end of the school day, and their group had cleaned up just in time to catch the crowds leaving school. Su Tian deliberately avoided not walking with him and slipped away as fast as she could. Jiang Chiyu walked out of the school gate just in time to see her get on a bus. Chapter 44, Your bamboo will be on the hot seat soon. Their neighborhood is also in the city center, not much far from the school, usually walk back, never seen her take the bus. Route 285. Jiang Chiyu walked to the bus stop sign in front of the school and looked at the bus route on the sign. The bus didn't go through their neighborhood, it was directly in two opposite directions. He suddenly remembered that Su Tian had said in class earlier that Zhou was sick. Oh. He looked back at the stop sign and read the route information for a while longer. The bus that passes through their neighborhood is the 199. Jiang Chiyu fished out the mask from his pocket and put it on, waited in place for a while, and soon waited for one, so he lined up and got into the car. Zhou was hooked up to water at their community hospital. Su Tian is not the first time to go to Zhou, their home community, but the community hospital is really the first time, looking for also half a day to find. In front of the community hospital stood and sat a few older women, nibbling on apples and chatting eagerly about something. Su Tian heard a mouthful, as if it was someone's daughter who got divorced again, or someone's daughter-in-law who had someone outside. So never underestimate the ability of Amazons to gossip. Suddy gripped the strap of her book bag and walked in. She found the ward number Zhou had said and knocked on the door. "A week, please come in," soon came from the door. "No way, it burns that bad?" This was a single-person ward. Zhou was lying on a hospital bed, covered with a thick quilt, one hand placed outside for infusion, her face pale. She barely opened her eyes, and when she saw who was coming, her expression instantly perked up and she sat up with a lift of the covers. "Southern. Uhu Timothy, you're finally here." Zhou opened her arms towards her. "Come and give me, a sick man, a loving hug." Su Tian indifferently refused. "No, I'm afraid you'll spread the fever to me." Zhou thought about it, but her intention was not to ask for this loving hug. "Did you bring all the chips and chicken claw sodas I asked you to bring?" Su Tian brought it, it's in the book bag. Yesterday, Zhou pitifully said that she had a fever and had no taste in anything she ate, so she wanted to eat something with a heavier taste, but her mother wouldn't buy it for her, so she could only entrust Su Tian to bring some when she came to visit her. Su Tian really believed it. But Zhou were a little bit like a patient now. Earlier, thinking that her fever was still not over, Su Tian had hesitated to bring her snacks. Now that she looked like she was fine, Su Tian pondered for a while, but still didn't have the heart to dump the snacks on the bed for her. Zhou excitedly unwrapped a package of fries. "Well, why don't you buy me spicy? What flavor is this?" "Cucumber? It's nice to have a snack, and you want spicy food when you're hungover." "Hey, in fact, I have long been well, just do not want to go to school so that nurse sister said I can be discharged the same day to go back to eat medicine, can also hang a few days of water." I immediately chose the latter. "And, this monthly exam is not a particularly bad test. Well, my mom saw me sick is not good to scold me again." Zhou was quite proud. Su Tian was speechless. "Why do you suddenly have a fever?" Zhou suddenly got stuck. In the few seconds of silence here, Su Tian realized something as an afterthought and slowly widened her eyes. "Well, I'll just explain. You can't pursue it." Zhou squirmed and shifted her eyes away, her face now looking a bit feverish instead. Then she, gently, tapped her bottom lip. Su Tian's face was full of question marks plus exclamation points. "Really? Is that what I thought?" Su Tian couldn't believe it. "I just made a blind guess." Zhou chips also do not eat, lying on the bed with a quilt over his head, voice muffled from below. "You asked, really just accidentally. Just very sudden carelessness. Both of us are silly. For the sake of my honesty you don't have to ask." What else could Su Tian ask after? Her jaw dropped in surprise. After a while, she managed to digest this fact and blinked her eyes. Afraid that Zhou would be uncomfortable being smothered in the quilt for half a day, she went and peeled her out. "All right, I won't ask you anymore. Come out." Zhou Ying's face was a little bit redder than it was just now, and unnaturally took the chips and continued crunching them, and in order to divert her attention, took out the cell phone under her pillow and started swiping and playing. Su Tian took out Zhou Ying's homework that had accumulated over the past few days from her school bag and put it on the table next to her. The two of them chatted without a word, neither of them mentioning what just happened again. As Zhou brushed, she suddenly yelped and the chips in her mouth sprayed out. Su Tian silently handed her a couple of tissues. "What's wrong?" Zhou couldn't care less about wiping her mouth, and froze as she shifted her sight to Su Tian's face. Has anything big happened in our school recently? Su Tian subconsciously thought of the Monday flag-raising ceremony. Before she could even mention it, Zhou held her phone up to her and said in an unmistakable tone of certainty as well as certainty, Su Tian, your bamboo is immediately hot. Ha? Ah? Su Tian froze and looked over. Zhou Ying's cell phone page was stuck on the Weibo hot search page, and as she looked down from top to bottom, she found two familiar phrases. Hashtag his contacts are definitely more than 2,300. Hashtag I don't know why he's still in high school. One hot 5th, one hot 11th. It's all about what the girl said at the flag-raising ceremony on Monday day. Su Tian clicked on the hot search of the one that ranked 5th. The popular first microblogging is a person who sent a video, with the text, Yangming First Middle School Monday flag-raising ceremony, the girl is awesome. It's the full version of the girl's speech. Zhou had just read only the text version and hadn't had time to watch the video yet, so she clicked the video on and started from the beginning, occasionally following the reactions of the entire school in the video as they screamed a sentence or two in awe. Su Tian told her to keep her voice down. If you keep screaming so loudly, the doctor should come over and say you're disturbing the public. It's okay, this community hospital of ours is very grounded. Zhou was still watching the video. It was indeed quite grounded, and Su Tian remembered the older women sitting at the doorway nattering and gossiping. This confession is Jiang Chiyu, right? Right? Oh my god, this sister is so brave. The girl's logic is very meticulous, a large paragraph in front of the complete discussion of the process of being cheated in the police. Zhou eat melon eat very complete and satisfied. After the video was watched, Zhou continued to brush the tweets under this phrase. A part of the passers-by were asking if such a boy really existed. Comments many are replying, I prove that his contact information is definitely more than 2003. That's a phrase that's becoming a terrier. Zhou clicked on the homepages of a few of them, and they all look like students from their school. Scrubbing down further, a blogger with a lot of re-likes and comments shared a photo of the boy wearing the uniform of Yangming No. 1 Middle School while waiting for the bus in front of the school, wearing a mask and not being able to see his face, but the superior height and build and the overly good-looking eyes that were exposed to the outside, none of them indicated that the man was a handsome man. Blogger's note, I stumbled upon today's fresh skyfall and took a picture of it on the fly. Chapter 45 Sutian 0709. The blogger added in the comments that Skyfall equals short for Skyfall schoolboy. Handsome man even wearing a mask. Temperament is different. I5 my home is in Yangming City. Yangming First Middle School right. Waiting for my sister to meet you by chance baby. SVRK, novel from life. School grass hey, how our school does not have this number of novels only have the character it. But why is it called Skyfall School Grass ah? Under this comment, the blogger replied to her, because this person is just transferred to the first day of his arrival to the speed of light captured the hearts of schoolmates, directly airborne school grass selection first. SVRK replied to blogger, this is too much of a fiction plot. The blogger replied SVRK, there are more novel plot. Eyeballing Skyfall height 180, British Noble School returnees, the name is also thieves good sound I will not say, people are also particularly high and cold self-cleaning. It is said that the first day of the transfer to the first day of several girls went to find him to WeChat, he gave them directly to the classroom teacher. Under this comment is full of netizens and all kinds of envy and jealousy. Su Tian finished reading it in one glance, she didn't understand, although Jiang Chiyu really doesn't look ugly, but it's not so bad that it's on the hot search, right? Harm, people like handsome men and women. Mainly because the girl's podium confession was put on the internet fire out of the circle, coupled with the confession of the one is really very. Zhou just reacted to Su Tian on the Jiang Chiyu's looks evaluation is not ugly, no good white or a glance, that is called not ugly? He is so blatantly handsome, his studies are still so good, and his personality is so cool. It's only unreasonable for him not to be on the hot search. She poked Su Tian's face with her hand that was stuck with the syringe, I'm souring you to death, and you're still in a state of bliss and don't know what's good for you. Su Tian grabbed her arm, get your fluids. She reflected for a moment and compromised, okay, he does look pretty blatant with that look. It's just very, very stunningly good looking. Let a person glance at the past, the sight as if stuck by 502 glue cannot break free, just want to look again and again. Thrilling. Zhou quickly tapped on the screen, oh really, I actually went to the amusement park with Skyfall a few days ago. It made me so excited too ah. Skyfall. Sooty tongue rubbed the code name. Very graphic indeed. He is, from the sky. The wow factor appeared in front of her. Su Tian returned to his home at night, washed up a bit and then lay on the bed, also opened the microblogging that had not been opened for a long time. Two celebrities officially announced their marriages before she went home, directly occupying the first few hot searches, followed by all the explosive words. So now the rankings of the two hot searches related to Jiang Chiyu have dropped down a bit, but overall they are still in a very prominent position. Clicking in, some of the related microblogs in there were also envious and jealous, marveling at the girl's behavior, and praising Jiang Chiyu. But there was also a part that was actually scolding Jiang Chiyu for being ugly and saying things that were hard to hear. Of course the comments sections of these tweets are full of netizens disliking the blogger for being a poo-pooing man and souring on his good looks. Suddy silently gave a few likes to the comments and then clicked a complaint to the original blog. Several messages suddenly popped up at the top of the phone. Ah you, picture? Ah you, picture? Seeing these four letters, Su Tian's hand trembled in fear, and the report clicked into share to friends. She freaked out again and scrambled to exit back to Twitter. This time, he cautiously clicked complaint before reopening the chat box between WeChat and IU. A freeze. It was the two photos together that Jiang Chiyu grabbed her for on Saturday night. Only the camera watermark in the bottom right corner has been PD off. They were the same two she had looked at that day, unchanged except for the erased watermark. One with cute stickers and one plain without even a filter. Jiang Chiyu didn't send anything else. Su Tian saved both photos, then clicked into the second one and zoomed in for a closer look. Shrouded in moonlight, a man and a woman stood side by side, both looking at the camera. Her expression is still a bit frozen, but the corners of her mouth are slightly curled. Jiang Chiyu rarely put away the loose posture, gentle light smile. At that time there should be a breeze, her forehead hair was blown messy, but not ugly. Su Tian then zoomed in to look at this photo and realized that she was actually smiling at the time. She ghosted out of WeChat and sent a tweet visible only to her followers. Sweet and sour pork is the best, it's heavenly. The accompanying picture is that photo of the two of them together. Su Tian's microblogging is usually just to see the hot news, not deliberately operated, so the fans are only a microblogging robot administrator. Even Zhouing didn't know her Weibo ID. Usually she occasionally sends out a microblog, even if it is set to public, the number of views is only a dozen or so, and the retweets and likes and comments are all zero. No one's looking at her. Thinking so, Su Tian hesitated for a moment and changed the only visible to fans to publicly visible. Then she exited the microblogging, and before she exited, she remembered something, went to the hot search page and took a screenshot, and went back to WeChat and sent it to Jiang Chiyu. Ah you? Su Tian, you're on the hot search. You didn't know? Ah you, no. Suddy, then go check it out, so many people are praising you. Ah you, oh. Su Tian. You are so calm. Ah you, the norm. Narcissist. Su Tian huffed and puffed and clicked halfway across the keyboard, not knowing what to say back. Another message from Ah you, I think the school bought it for enrollment KPIs. Oh, that makes sense. Su Tian took the time to go to the Demons and Monsters group to check it out, and the group had really been discussing this matter all afternoon. So Jiang Chiyu didn't know until now, did he not look at his cell phone or did he block the group? But she also blocked the group coming in because their class was really too chatty for 99 plus minutes. Su Tian suddenly remembered that there is a teacher in the notification group Jiang Chiyu has not yet added. The notification group on QQ usually is a forbidden state, only the teacher or class president of each school committee has administrator privileges, and occasionally send out notifications. Su Tian sent Jiang Chiyu a string of numbers. Su Tian, IQQ, you add it, I pull you into the notification group. Ah you, no QQ. Ah you, not used abroad. Su Tian wanted to go back to him and ask him to sign up for one, but before she clicked send, she saw another message from Jiang Chiyu. Ah you, QAQ. QAQ? Crying? Su Tian felt like she had been struck by lightning. Also convinced. Why is the contrast between Jiang Chiyu offline and online so big? Why does Jiang Chiyu like yen text so much? The face text doesn't fit your noble and cold image at all. Hello. Southern. Register for one. She suddenly remembered that she had a small number that she wasn't using, so she sent another, or I have a small number that you can just take. Ayu replied quickly, line, account password. He replied back in seconds, but Su Tian got angry. It feels like this guy is a number cheat. The account number she remembered, but the password was forgotten. Su Tian went to log in to see, and tried out the password was her name plus her birthday. Sutian 0709. Chapter 46, Borrowing with Your Mouth. Before sending it to Jiang Chiyu, she logged on herself, changed her nickname to QAQ, and changed her avatar to a picture of a pig's head. Only then did he send him the account password. LOL. She's really ed up as a language rep, too. Su Tian stared at that pig-headed avatar for a while, suddenly laughed out and rolled over twice on the bed. Knock knock. The bedroom door was knocked twice. Su's father's voice then came from outside. Timothy, still not asleep? It's getting late. If you don't sleep you'll be late again tomorrow. Dad should have seen the light still on in her room. I know, I'll be asleep in a minute. Su Tian's large number had already added the small number as a friend, so he directly sent an invitation to the small number for the class notification group, after which he put down his cell phone and slept at ease. The next day she woke up. The first thing is to open now has become the account of Jiang Chiyu's trumpet QQ. Sure enough, the avatar has changed, and Jiang Chiyu's WeChat avatar the same, nicknames even did not change, or she set up. This number has also been added to their class notification group. Su Tian laughed out again as she thought of the expression he might have when he changed his avatar. Zhouing returned to school on Friday afternoon. While she had managed to get 4 days less of classes for legitimate reasons, she also had 4 more days of homework to make up. In the noisy classroom, Zhouing was busy with her writing without lifting her head, and Su Tian passed by her seat when she went to fetch water by herself, and incidentally helped her to fetch a cup of water as well. The class monitor suddenly shouted at the classroom door, "Su Tian, someone is looking for you." Su Tian came back to her senses and looked out the window, and the only familiar faces were and Ran. What's Sister and Ran doing here looking for her? Su Tian and her are just related to each other in the sense that they know each other's names. She filled up the water and went out with 2 cups, looking around to make sure that the only person who had come to find her could be Ayn Rand before walking up to her and calling out tentatively, "You're looking for me, senior sister?" Ayn Rand wore a high ponytail, her uniform ironed without the slightest crease and worn in a regular fashion, holding several thick diaries in her arms. Her eyebrows were cold and her aura was powerful. She was known as the cold beauty of the school. The personality is as cold as the looks. Aha! And Ran had been looking through the window into their class, seeing her coming, before she gave a low response and faintly retracted her line of sight. Song Yingjing had something to do. He didn't have time to give you his notes, so I passed by on my way to help him take them. When he finished, he handed over the stack of journals in his arms. Oh good. Su Tian hastily took over. She also held 2 water cups in her hand. Cannot take over, and then took over the notebook. Action will be a little left and right, lose sight of the other. So the top few books vaguely have a tendency to slide down. While she was comically struggling to keep her balance, a hand suddenly picked up the notebook she was holding in her arms. Su Tian raised her eyes and saw Jiang Chiyu still holding a bottle of cold lychee soda in his hand, while the other hand was holding the notebook he had taken from her in his arms. He lowered his eyebrows and took it over and went straight into his class. Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief and spoke in a cheerful tone, "Thank you, tablemate." After another week together, they were able to call their tablemates by the name very smoothly. Su Tian turned around and saw Ayn Rand's eyes following Jiang Chiyu's back. She paused for a moment and said, "Thank you, senior sister, then I'll enter the class too." Ayn Rand looked back and lowered her eyes, as if casually mentioning, "Is this your new deskmate? I remember it was a girl before." Su Tian nodded, "Yes, the seats were changed after the monthly exam." Without another word, Unjun turned and walked away. Suddy bounced into the class as well. Returning to her seat, she happily moved the several notebooks placed on Jiang Chiyu's table to her own table, looking as if she had picked up a treasure. Jiang Chiyu swallowed a mouthful of soda, feeling the flavor of lychee explode in his mouth, sweet and refreshing. The knots in his throat rolled. He put down the soda bottle and looked at Su Tian, his eyes falling back to the notebook that she used as a baby. Won the lottery? Su Tian happened to flip open the cover, revealing the writing on the title page, Senior Class 6, Song Yingjing. Jiang Chiyu paused just as he finished speaking. This is Song Yingjing's literature notes from his freshman year of high school. Su Tian's index finger slowly rubbed over those 3 words, her eyes curved with a smile. Song Yingjing, you remember, right, the senior who played the piano last time. He's also exceptionally good at studying, he's number 1 in his grade. Jiang Chiyu faintly averted his eyes and didn't answer. After Su Tian had flipped through 2 or 3 pages, he suddenly asked, "Why did he lend you his notes?" "What for?" "You want to borrow it too." Su Tian got alert and held the stack of notebooks with both hands. "You can borrow it if you want to, but I have to read it first." Jiang Chiyu stared at her, those 2 eyes dark like a pool of thick ink. Half-heartedly, he suddenly smiled, then nodded, yes. How did you borrow it? Su Tian always felt that there was some gnashing of teeth in his words. What's with the gnashing of teeth? Pissed off that she borrowed the first in the grades notes first. She was puzzled. Borrow it with your mouth. Jiang Chiyu's gaze moved, his line of sight shifted downward and stared at her small mouth. Su Tian was inexplicably chilled by his look and couldn't help but lick her lower lip. Jiang Chiyu's gaze seemed to move with him, okay. Then he looked into her eyes again and repeated sorrowfully, fine. You remember that. Su Tian. Nuts. Jiang Chiyu turned his face. It's almost Sunday again, and by the time school is almost over, Joing has already made up all her outstanding homework. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was in charge of the class during the last period, she bent down and ran from the last row to the third row and poked Su Tian's shoulder. Tian, is the toilet going? Startled, Su Ten bent over and turned to her, gesturing, are you crazy? Joing was indeed going crazy. Tim, I just heard a message that our school has temporarily joined the 8th City Joint Exam, just at the end of this month. There will also be a parent-teacher conference after the exam. Even though her voice was lowered, a group of people around her still heard it. Wang Suhan and Yuhi both raised their heads in unison, and Hu Tsong also looked towards her. Joing, don't look at me like that. I also heard it from hearsay, but it's 99% accurate. She collapsed her face, very sad, because I heard it from the teacher in the next cubicle when I went to the office building to use the restroom. Then it's 7 or 8. The channel through which this gossip comes is really special, and it is estimated that even the teacher did not expect that the news of the joint examination would be accidentally spread out in this way. The end of this month, doesn't that mean there are still 2 weeks left? Hu Tsong pushed up his thick glasses. Wang Suhan had already bitterly lowered her face. No, we've only just passed the monthly exam. The point is that there's a parent-teacher conference after the test, end of story, and I've only just come out of the shadow of the last parent-teacher conference. Yuan said. Su Tian was also confused. She thought that the next exam would be at least a month away, but she didn't expect it to be so fast, or the 8th City Joint Exam. She remembered promising her mom that she would get back to the top 100 in her grade on the next test or she would have to hire a tutor. Done. These 2 words were the only ones in Su Tian's head. Although Jiang Chiyu didn't say anything, he also put down his pen and listened on the side. It's okay for one person to keep their voice down, it's a little loud for a group of people all talking about it. The squad leader was still there, glancing toward their pile and coughing softly. Joing, go back to your seat. Chapter 47, then show me the test. A few people were immediately quiet. Zhou Ying's intention was also to come over to share the news of the ordeal, seeing that the purpose was achieved, did not stay much, and catapulted back to her seat. Su Tian then turned around, hugging the pile of notebooks on the table and muttering, good stuff, really good stuff, it came at the right time. Jiang Chiyu snorted from the side. Finally came to the end of school, Su Tian packing up the weekday homework only to find that her math paper printed on the back of the physics questions, picked up Jiang Chiyu's look at it really is also, and then the 2 people at the table behind them, but they are all normal. The 2 misprinted ones happened to be the ones she took, one for herself and one for Jiang Chiyu. It wasn't too convenient for her to sit inside and go out, so Jiang Chiyu simply took both of their papers and went to find the math class representative for a new one. Su Tian was in her seat packing her own book bag when she heard Hu Tsong call out to her, Su Tian, there's someone outside the door looking for you. Why is someone looking for her again? Su Tian raised her eyes and looked out the window, but she didn't see anyone she recognized. Hu Tsong, as soon as school was over, he put on his backpack and left in a hurry, and Su Tian didn't have time to ask who was looking for her, hesitated for a moment, thought that it was possible that Hu Tsong had heard the wrong name, and so he continued to pack up his own things. After a while, there was an extra person next to the seat. Su Tian thought that Jiang Chiyu had returned and looked up. There are still good rolls. The visitor was not Jiang Chiyu. It's a girl. The girl was wearing a pearl hairband, her long black hair was cascading behind her head, and instead of wearing a school uniform, she was wearing a white dress with a doll's collar. The model was delicate and pretty, like a porcelain doll. The tone of his voice was a bit unkind. You're Su Tian? Su Tian's hands slowed down as she gathered her books, her mind searching for a moment that she really didn't recognize her before nodding. And you are? I'm Zhao Sakura Snow, from the 2nd class next door. Zhao Sakura Snow looked up and down at the girl in front of her who was moderately dressed in her school uniform. Su Tian momentarily felt that the name was somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall who it was. I came first in my grade on my last monthly exam. Zhao Sakura Snow said softly. Her voice was a little shrill, and she sounded a little uncomfortable. But because of her words, Su Tian really remembered. Zhao Sakura Snow seemed to be the school bully of their class, always the top 3 in her grade. Su Tian had seen her name on the grade ranking list. Su Tian didn't understand what she came to see her for. "Can I help you?" Su Tian asked politely and detachedly. Zhao Sakuraxu pursed her lips and paused for a second. "Is Senior Song Yingjing's literature notebook here with you?" This matter was not deliberately hidden, and although Su Tian didn't know where she had learned about it, she still nodded. "Can you lend me his notes?" Jo Sakurazuki looked at her. Su Tian froze for a moment and looked at her bulging book bag, where those notes had just been placed by her. "Sorry." She looked at Zhao Sakura Shui again. "I've been using it lately, you can borrow it from Song Yingjing when I'm done." Zhao Sakuraxu ruffled the hair behind her ears, revealing her delicate and small ears, and the crushed diamond studs on her earlobes sparkled. "It's a little oppressive for no reason. Can't you lend it to me first?" Zhao Sakuraxu blinked innocently. "There's a joint exam at the end of the month, and that's important to me." A strange premonition rose in Su Tian's heart. She felt that the next conversation might not be too friendly. This Zhao Sakura Snow's tone is really a bit obnoxious. She shook her head. "No. The joint exams are important to me too. Aren't you over 300 in your grade?" Zhao Sakuraxu blurted out, not feeling the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with her words. "These notes will at most allow you to progress a bit for you, but letting me read them first is different. It's a matter of whether or not you can stay number 1 in your grade." Su Tian's eyes gradually looked at her strangely. She felt that it should be impossible for the two of them to talk to each other, so she averted her eyes and continued to stuff things into her school bag, her tone also cold. "Sorry. Go borrow it from Senior Song Yingjing, it's his stuff. If he lets me take it for you to use first, then you can come back to me." "Zhao Sakuraxu," he agreed. Suti's movements paused. Zhao Sakuraxu added, "My brother is in Senior Song Yingjing's class, I told my brother about it." Su Tian didn't rationalize the logic. "What does this have to do with your brother? What's the use of talking to your brother? Song Yingjing is not your sister-in-law." Su Tian silently bellyached in her heart. Zhao Sakuraxu didn't know what was on her mind and said naturally, "Because my brother and him are friends, he'll definitely lend me the notes on a priority basis." Su Ten laughed a little and shook her head. To be able to say this sentence that probably has never even seen Song Yingjing. Moreover, even if we want to spell out the relationship, it is her and Song Yingjing who are more close to each other. Not to mention that she was the one who borrowed it in the first place. Zhao Sakura Shui looked at her shaking her head and was a little anxious. She pinched the hem of her dress and her tone became a bit more urgent. "If you don't give it to me now, when my brother talks to Senior Song Yingjing, how unattractive it would be for him to directly ask you for it back." Su Tian had already lost the desire to talk to her and was deeply skeptical about why Zhao Sakuraxu was able to get first in her grade. What kind of magical logic was this? Zhao Sakuraxu was still pestering. "Do you know how important the joint exam at the end of the month is for those of us who are good at studying? You're average in your studies anyway. It's a bit of a waste to have the notes read by you first. It's better to let me read them first." Su Tian was a bit annoyed, but she was not a disposition that would initiate an argument. She wanted to say something. Her afterglow suddenly saw Jiang Chiyu, who was standing next to her with 2 rolls and didn't know how long he had been watching the good show. His gaze stuttered on his diffident face. After a while, she resumed looking at Zhao Sakuraxu. "Even if you were allowed to look at it first, the first in your grade for the joint exam wouldn't be you. Because someone had already booked it in advance." The two men parted on bad terms. Only then did Jiang Chiyu slowly return to his seat. "I didn't think that you had quite a bit of confidence in me." Su Tian also said this at that time in order to block Zhao Sakura Snow, at this time by Jiang Chiyu directly pointing out that it was him. Only in hindsight did he feel some heat in his face. She tried to look like she was reacting evenly. "I mean, we've got a lot of talent in this class. She doesn't necessarily have to be that lucky to come in first place again." "Yes?" Jiang Chiyu smirked. He only said those 2 words and didn't continue. But the disbelief in it was so strong that it could be perceived very clearly by Su Tian. Su Tian felt like she had to say something in order to make the corners of Jiang Chiyu's mouth, which was arcing wider and wider, come down a bit, so she said, "Maybe I'll be the next grade one." If only there was the kind of luck that comes with winning $100 million lottery. Jiang Chiyu, however, did not retort. He collected all expressions that might be judged as jokes, ignoring the fact that this was still a class and that there were still students who hadn't gone clean. Raising his right hand, he patted her head gently. "Then test me." Chapter 48 Jiang. Ayu brother. Because of this episode, there weren't many people on campus when Su Tian left school. She didn't skate as fast as she could anymore, walking at a normal speed, and sure enough soon Jiang Chiyu caught up with her not far from the school. The two men walked side by side, neither speaking for a moment. Su Tian was out of her mind, thinking about the joint exam at the end of the month. She was really not wanting to hire a tutor. Then there would be no time for relaxation, and every day would be spent in stress. Just thinking about it was like throwing her into a steamer, suffocating and agitated. She wanted to divert this anxiety, so she took the initiative to find a topic to chat with the person beside her. Jiang Chiyu, are you sure about the joint exam at the end of the month? There has to be one even if there isn't. Jiang Chiyu looked ahead, one hand in his pocket, matching her pace as he walked. He laughed a little as he said it. After all, someone wants me to be first in my grade. Su Tian opened her mouth, wanting to stubbornly deny it again, then remembered that he touched her head when she was in the class, so her unspoken words became, can you pay attention to your demeanor, and don't act excessively in public? What? Jiang Chiyu lifted his eyelids. Is it illegal for me to touch my piggy's head? Su Tian glared straight at him. You're the pig-headed one. It's not a pig's head, then how did you use a pig's head as your avatar? Nah. Jiang Chiyu smiled and asked slowly. That account was already yours when you used a pig's head as an avatar. I don't recognize it. The two people quarrel, but mostly Jiang Chiyu said lightly. Su Tian was blocked several times and had nothing to say but to quarrel. Soon arrived at the door of the district. At this time they still did not stop the war. Su Tian, more and more frustrated and courageous, finally Jiang Chiyu, blocked speechless, eyebrows fluttering, said, this time to say no, right? Jiang Chiyu suddenly called out, Dad, Mom. Don't lie to me. You don't look like that with that expression. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly heard someone to her left let out a giggle. Su Tian froze and looked over toward the source of the sound, and saw Uncle Jiang standing next to the flower bed downstairs in the neighborhood looking at them, and Auntie Jiang covering her mouth and squatting on the ground laughing. Su Tian's eyes widened instantly. The two walked over to greet each other, and Jiang's mom joked, watching the two of you all the way, your poisonous nature, can't you just let the other little girl go? Jiang Chiyu didn't bother to answer the offer. Su Tian instead put in a good word for him. It's not like that, he's usually quite lenient with me. Jiang's mom continued to snicker, like what? Such as, Su Tian racked her brain and couldn't think of a single one. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her and laughed in exasperation. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Su Tian glared at him, then you say it. Jiang Chiyu seemed to smile. I've been giving in to you every moment, or else you'd have been disliked and cried countless times by me in these 2 weeks. I'm not that glassy-eyed. All over, everywhere. Seeing that the two were about to get into a fight again, Jiang's mom became a peacemaker. All right, you guys aren't thirsty after arguing all the way. Timothy, come sit at my house for a while, I just went to buy lemon flower tea. She pointed to the supermarket shopping bag in Father Jiang's hand. We also bought tenderloin meat, preparing to make sweet and sour tenderloin at night. Why don't you go home and say that you'll come directly to our house for dinner at night? I remember you like eating sweet and sour pork the most. Hearing sweet and sour pork, Su Tian originally wanted to politely refuse, words could not be said. Auntie Con's sweet and sour pork is really good. So she nodded haughtily, trailing off but suppressing a little glee, yes. They walked one by one to the middle of the two villas. Jiang mother said, sweet and sour pork pre-procedure is quite a lot. Timothy, you can rest at home for a while and then come over, or just come over is fine, I'll let Ayu play with you. Jiang Chiyu, no, I want to read. Seeing that Jiang Chiyu seemed a bit reluctant, Su Tian instead agreed quickly, good. Jiang Chiyu looked over toward her, and she immediately added with glee, I'll be right there. Su Tian flew back to her own villa. The three members of the Jiang family also headed for their own home. Father Jiang went to open the door, and Mother Jiang glanced at her own son and laughed, you really want to read a book, don't you? Jiang Chiyu lazily hummed out of his nose, aha. Jiang's mom didn't refute him, but her expression made it clear that she didn't believe him, covering her mouth and snickering. Jiang Chiyu was tired of being laughed at and added, I play games. Jiang Dad happened to open the door. Jiang Chiyu directly walked in first. Jiang Mom looked at his back, pulled Jiang Dad's sleeve and snickered, how come my son is still so arrogant? The two men also went into the house with each other. When Su Tian returned home, her mom and dad weren't there, so she spoke to the family's nanny, went back inside to change into her regular clothes, and ran next door with gusto. Just running out of his own yard, he suddenly remembered something and turned back, taking out a box of mangoes and a box of strawberries from the kitchen refrigerator before walking towards Jiang Chiyu's house again. Jiang father opened the door for her. Jiang mother had just put on her apron and greeted her in the living room. Timothy, sit down. He even brought fruits. Thank you, Timothy. Jiang mom didn't say anything polite. She directly said to Jiang dad, who sat back on the sofa to read the newspaper again, Surname Jiang. Go. Wash the fruit. Father Jiang slowly picked up. Let me go wash it. There won't be many left afterward. Su Tian didn't hold back her laughter. Jiang mother made a gesture to whip him with the towel she was using to wipe her hands, and Su Tian took the initiative to say, Auntie Jiang, where's the kitchen? I'll go wash it. There's a tenderloin soaking in the kitchen sink. Speaking of which, Jiang mother glared at Jiang father again, lazy as hell. Sooner or later I'll soak you in it too. Father Jiang just laughed. Jiang's mom added, then Timothy, why don't you take it directly to Ayu's room to eat? He has a bathroom in his room. Your Uncle Jiang and I don't like to eat fruit before meals. Su Tian nodded, good. She looked toward this house that had the same layout as her home but completely different decorations. Where is Jiang? Ayu's brother's room? She almost mouthed off, accidentally biting the tip of her tongue, and a cold sweat broke out from the pain for a moment. Jiang's mom didn't see anything wrong and pointed to the second floor. Turn right in the innermost room is it. Su Tian went upstairs holding a box of strawberries. Compared to her home's all-European-style decoration, Jiang Chiyu's home's decoration was a bit more cozy and minimalist. However, the layout was the same, and Su Tian's own room was also at the end of the second floor, which was not unfamiliar. She stopped at the last door and listened with her ear for a moment, hearing no movement, so she reached out and knocked twice. After waiting a while, there was still nothing. Su Tian remembered that he said he was going to read a book. Did he fall asleep reading it? Not out of the question, as she does this kind of thing all the time. She pressed the doorknob, and just as she pressed it down, the door opened a crack of its own. Su Tian didn't go in directly, and came a little closer, looking in through that doorway. Chapter 49, My Hobby is Rest. The door was suddenly pulled open from the inside, and Su Tian was so startled that she almost threw the box of strawberries in her hand. Jiang Chiyu's left arm was propped up on the edge of the door, and he good-naturedly sized her up from head to toe, and then looked into her well-behaved fox eyes, peeking at what? No, I was just coming in. And to come in directly. Jiang Chiyu looked back and scared, then if I happen to be in the shower won't you take advantage of me? Suddy held her tongue a little, I not. Oh, Jiang Chiyu looked at the doorknob, and then the door opened by itself. I just pressed it gently, who knew it would open when he touched it? Oh, Jiang Chiyu made way for her, then come in. Su Tian blurted out before reacting to Jiang Chiyu's failure to continue barreling with her, so she closed her mouth again. She walked into Jiang Chiyu's room, who smothered a laugh behind her. Suddy didn't look back. None. Chat. Trying to find a bathroom to wash her strawberries, she saw a cubicle but didn't quite dare go in, so she turned around and asked, where is the bathroom in your room? With a click, Jiang Chiyu dialed up the door lock just in time and stared back, huh? After a while, as if he noticed Su Tian's line of sight to the door lock, he lowered his head, looked at his hand that was still resting on the door lock, and smiled a little. Neither one said anything. In this weird atmosphere, Su Tian slowly became alert, feeling like a sheep in a tiger's mouth at this moment. Why? Why? Why did he lock the door? Is he planning to sell me? You're right, Jiang Chiyu rattled the lock again as Su Tian fought more and more crookedly. The sunlight was just right, spilling onto Jiang Chiyu through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the room, as if it had gilded him with a layer of gold color. It was only then that Su Tian noticed that he had also changed back into his regular clothes, a plain white t-shirt with a pair of light blue jeans underneath. He stood in the light and smiled wistfully. It does open at the touch of a button. Jiang Chiyu didn't lock the door again, walked over and took the box of strawberries in her hand, saying as he walked towards the cubicle Su Tian didn't dare to enter just now, I'll do it, if my mom knows that you're coming to my house and still letting you work, she'll have to kill me. Su Tian had nothing to do alone and surveyed Jiang Chiyu's room. It was set up similarly to her room, with a queen-sized bed in the corner, a desk next to the bed with all sorts of books and exercise books neatly placed on it, a journal spread out on the table, and a pen strewn beside it. Su Tian saw that the diary had today's date written on it, as if it was really used by Jiang Chiyu to write his diary, and for privacy reasons, she quickly shifted her eyes elsewhere. Then she saw the white piano placed on the circular balcony. Su Ten blinked. Probably because the balcony made closed floor-to-ceiling windows, so when the house did not set the door again, Su Tian walked over, her fingers stroked over the smooth body of the piano, then sat down in front of the piano. There was also a sheet of music on the piano, love letter, the Chinese name for love letter. Piano she does play, just not much better. Jiang Chiyu also plays the piano? But at that time when they went to the teacher's office together to collect the school uniform, when they passed by Song Yingjing playing the piano, he watched but did not react at all. Originally, though, he didn't have to say it. Su Tian suddenly remembered that Auntie Jiang seemed to be a music teacher, so this piano should be Auntie Jiang's. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Chiyu's voice came from the bathroom, the one outside. "Help me bring 2 cups over, they're on my desk." "Got it." Su Tian left the balcony, paused, and shouted again in exasperation, "The one inside. I have a name." A grunt came from the bathroom. She approached Jiang Chiyu's desk, and sure enough, she saw 2 china cups and a china plate in the cabinet at the top of the desk. Jiang Chiyu asked for cups that were supposed to hold clean strawberries. Su Tian opened the cupboard door. "Is a plate okay?" "It's okay." "The window is a little high." Su Tian tiptoed, holding the edge of the plate and slowly dragged it out. In the process, it accidentally rubbed against the small Rubik's Cube next to it and fell on the table. Luckily it just fell on the table and didn't break. She carefully took the plate, and when she went to pick up the Rubik's Cube, she accidentally saw Jiang Chiyu's diary, and a line of flowing handwriting came into her eyes. October 16th, clear. 1.Sutian 0709. 2, first. The words 2. First were followed by a very arrogant and sharp check mark. What does that first one mean? Remember the QQ password? Kind of doesn't make sense. Are you a snail or a turtle? Jiang Chiyu's careless voice came again. "Still lost? Want me to go out and pick you up?" "Coming." Su Tian didn't take it too seriously, shook her head and went to bring him a plate. Su Tian brought out the washed strawberries. Jiang Chiyu was still washing his hands in the bathroom. She didn't wait for Jiang Chiyu and directly ate it herself first. The strawberries were fresh, not long out of the fridge, cool and with a delightful sweetness. "You ate quite fast." Jiang Chiyu walked over to the sofa next to her and sat down, with a person's place separating the two of them. "Suddy, it's not like I didn't leave it for you." The couch she was sitting on was facing the balcony, so the piano fell into her eyes again. Su Tian's speed of eating strawberries slowed down, her chin lifted, signaling Jiang Chiyu to look at the balcony. "Jiang Chiyu, is that piano yours?" "No, it's my mom's," Jiang Chiyu said. "Then do you know how to play?" Su Tian looked interested. "When we introduced ourselves on the first day of school, we all had to say our hobbies and specialties, but the day you transferred here, you simply said your name and school." Jiang Chiyu added, "and nationality." Su Tian recalled that day and didn't want to care about him again. After a moment's pause, she still mercifully reasoned with him. "So what's your hobby?" "Want to know?" Jiang Chiyu looked at her slowly. "Why would I tell you?" Su Tian changed the question. "So what's your specialty?" Jiang Chiyu took a bite of a strawberry. "And I won't tell you." Su Tian concluded. "Then you just don't know how to do anything." Jiang Chiyu. "Old gal will be very pleased to know that you have such strong reading comprehension skills." Su Tian heard that he was saying the opposite, but didn't bother with him, wagging his finger. "The day I started school my father said that he wanted me to be more confident, and that being more confident was the only way to have a great demeanor. So when I did my self-introduction I said all the things I know as specialties." "What have you said?" "I'd say my hobby is rest. Specialties are a little bit of violin, piano, guzheng, pipa, harp, a little bit of horseback riding, archery, and chess. All just a little bit, of course." Jiang Chiyu framed that scene in his mind and wanted to laugh a little. "Then you're pretty good," he complimented genuinely. Chapter 50, Playing Love Letters to Her. Su Tian again thought he was saying the opposite, still did not bother with him, continued. "When I was a child, my mom expects too much from me, pulling me to one special class after another, but no matter which one I learn I am in the middle of the one that can only say will, cannot say good, mediocre. So my mom thought that she hadn't found the right one for me yet, so she changed to the next one just after I entered each one. She wanted me to be the one at the top. Being in the middle was better than not being able to." "What about now?" Jiang Chiyu asked. "Does Auntie Bai still think so?" "Now that I'm in high school I don't have time for special classes. Learning is the most important thing." Su Tian helplessly spread her hands. Jiang Chiyu didn't say anything, suddenly stood up and walked towards the balcony. Su Tian looked at his lean back and wondered what he wanted to do. "Sign up." Jiang Chiyu sat down in front of the piano and placed his hands on the keys. Su Tian didn't react for a moment. "What?" "The name of the song." Jiang Chiyu's fingertips traced across the keys, sending out a series of staggering zither sounds, his faint voice coming through. Brother is in a good mood today, so I'll show you a specialty. Su Tian stayed for a while before reacting that he was going to play the piano. Jiang Chiyu really does play the piano. Why don't you say anything? Jiang Chiyu sidled up and looked at her. This is only one chance, there is no more store after walking through this village. Anything? Su Tian asked. Jiang Chiyu nodded diffidently, looking so confident and lighthearted. Then Beethoven's To Alice. I remember the last chapter in the piano book I read as a child was this piece. The last description is the most difficult, too simple as not to pull down the standard of Jiang Chiyu. Mom is a music teacher, and naturally, her son's musicality is not bad. Jiang Chiyu's fingers tapped out a few disorganized tones on the piano. Su Tian walked over to the piano and looked at him. Jiang Chiyu suddenly scared, this. He pressed another meaningless note on the piano and raised his eyes to meet Su Tian's puzzled gaze. Not really. Su Tian was silent, and began to recall what tunes were in the middle chapters of that textbook again. Nay, it was so old that she couldn't think of a normal difficulty one even after racking her brain, so she waved her hand wearily, play whichever one you want. That works. Jiang Chiyu sat up straight and put away his lazy virtue, bowed his head and contemplated for a moment before both hands began to play. The melody he played was very gentle at the beginning, and then it didn't take long for the rhythm to have a sense of jumping. With a twist, the speed of his hands suddenly accelerated, his fingers gestured beautifully but accurately landed on every musical point. After repeating this melody a few times, the speed of the jumps of his hands accelerated again, and Su Tian was overwhelmed by it with just one pair of eyes. In the second half of the program, the distance between Jiang Chiyu's hands became larger and larger, from just pressing a range of keys to jumping and waving his hands over the entire keyboard. Slowly, the tempo of the piece slowed down, but the number of keys that had to be pressed at the same time became even greater. Jiang Chiyu still didn't look the slightest bit flustered at this time, and finished playing this section freely. Finally reaching the final chapter, he slowed down his playing and pressed the last two keys. One song to go. It was a long time before Su Tian came back from the afterglow of the music and slowly applauded. Okay, she took back what she just said about Jiang Chiyu not having a specialty. This is clearly very special. Jiang Chiyu stood up from the piano and shook his slender hands. The tune was familiar, but Su Tian wasn't sure if it was that one, so she asked, "What's the name of this tune?" "It's quite nice to listen to." Well, Jiang Chiyu's left hand seemed to be a bit uncomfortable, rubbing it all the time, and replied, "Played it for you." Su Tian was stunned for a moment and seemed to want to say something, but didn't. "I'll go wash my hands." Jiang Chiyu turned in the direction of the washroom. After he left, Su Tian stood up in front of the piano and picked up the piece of sheet music that was sitting on top. Love Letter. Jiang Chiyu didn't look at this short score when he played. However, according to her little knowledge of the piano, Su Tian stretched out her hands and compared them to the sketch above the keys vainly. That's the song he just played. Love Letters. Play it for her, Love Letter. Su Tian suddenly got a little hot. Coincidentally, Jiang Chiyu didn't even hear what she asked before blindly replying. Sunset is infinite, the whole room is bright and clean, all ferrying a layer of warm yellow. Su Tian put down the sketch and moved her eyes away to look out the window. It's October, why is it still so hot? Jiang Chiyu was still washing his hands when Jiang Mother knocked on the door outside. Su Tian went over to open the door for her and heard her apologetically say, "Ten, I'm sorry, there's suddenly something going on with Yu's father's company, we have to go over there, so we might not be able to make you sweet and sour pork." Su Tian quickly said, "It's fine, uncle and auntie, you guys go and get busy, I'll come back to eat the same thing next time." "I can't do it." Mother Jiang's words changed, "But you can make it for you." Su Tian froze. Jiang Chiyu happened to come out of the bathroom and was wiping his hands with a towel, sniffing and glancing at the two of them in the doorway. "Jiang Mother, Yu is not living with us in the UK, he usually cooks and eats by himself, the sweet and sour pork he made was deeply passed down by me, it's not at all harder than the one I made." "Then it's settled we have to go as soon as possible, if he does a cartwheel you two call for takeout." Su Tian was still frozen, good. Jiang Chiyu let out a taunt from within the room, heh. It wasn't long before they heard the sound of a car engine starting, and from the balcony, the two men's car had pulled out of the villa. The two men faced each other in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Not knowing what to say, Su Tian made a pleased gesture. Jiang Chiyu sighed and flung the towel towards the sofas leaning back. The two of them definitely aren't having company matters. This kind of unexpected event has happened countless times. Jiang Chiyu endured half a day, or did not hold back, a little grumpy, the two of them this is out of the blue to go out to eat a candlelight dinner to go. Su Tian let out a puff of laughter. She complimented, "Your mom and dad are very affectionate." Jiang Chiyu glanced at her before leaving the room and remembered something. He pointed to a vase of flowers in a corner of the room. "Your parents too?" Su Tian denied laughing. Two people who have equally no place in the family. Jiang Chiyu resigned himself to going downstairs to make sweet and sour pork. Su Tian was bored staying alone and offered to give him a hand. Su Tian bounced downstairs as well. "I didn't realize you could cook." "I can do a lot of things." Jiang Chiyu really couldn't stand to see her jumping down the stairs, grabbed her shoulder with one hand and pressed down. "Be quiet, just like a flea." Su Tian's face changed a few times. "Don't bounce around. Not like that. It's a rabbit." "Ah. This guy." Chapter 51 The Prison of the Gods 3. Su Tian just entered the kitchen for 5 minutes before he kicked him out. The reason is that it's not helping and it's getting in the way. "If you're bored, go to my room and play on the computer or watch TV." Before shooing Su Tian out of the kitchen, Jiang Chiyu smoothly pulled out the cell phone in his pocket. "Or play with my cell phone, there are small single-player puzzle games in there for you to play." Su Tian held his cell phone, felt herself being connoted to, grinding her teeth. "What do you mean by a small single-player puzzle game that is suitable for me to play?" "It's fine if you don't want to play the single-player one, there's an internet-connected one you can try." Jiang Chiyu raised an eyebrow. "Is the focus on standalone?" "It's all about the puzzle." Su Tian felt that she had been connoted again. But Su Tian looked at the black phone in her hand again. "You're just going to let me play with your phone straight away, sure? What are you afraid of? It's nothing unseemly." Jiang Chiyu had already tied his apron freely, and once again rushed her. "Get out, there's grease and smoke." Su Tian still didn't dare to play after all, planning to go back to his room and turn on the computer to watch a few episodes of anime. Midway through the phone received a tweet lit up. Su Tian saw that his lock screen wallpaper was a city night scene, still gothic style. It looked a bit like the full version of his WeChat avatar. She couldn't see any useful information either, and noting that there was only 20% of the battery left in the upper right corner, she fished out a charging cable from her computer desk and charged his phone. Jiang Chiyu room in this computer is very large, or curved screen, from the strange shape of the keyboard and mouse to see a little like specializing in playing games. Su Ten turned on the machine and noticed that his desktop was very clean. In addition to the unusual few software that comes with the computer, there was only one QQ and one WeChat, as well as an English game icon that Su Ten didn't recognize, as well as a software that looked like a video player. This should be able to watch anime. Sudi double-clicked on the slanted triangle icon. The moment the double-click was done, the computer made a techno-sounding noise like a machine starting up, and then the keyboard and mouse lit up at the same time, emitting a dazzling light. Su Tian felt as if she had accidentally unsealed something. She didn't dare touch anything anymore and hesitated to go and call Jiang Chiyu up. It was at this moment that a game login screen popped up on the computer monitor, and when Su Tian didn't click on anything, its progress bar had already run on its own. Game loading. Game loading complete. Entering the world of the gods. Dear user AU, is logging in for you. Logging in is complete. Honored user AU, nice to see you again after 472 days. After this sentence appeared, the computer screen flickered, and the game login screen completely changed to the game interface. Su Tian had been dumbfounded. What's this? She should indeed have accidentally opened a certain game. Su Tian had never seen such characters in game scenes anywhere. As far as she could see, no matter whether it was the character modeling or the original painting of the scene, it was all done in a very exquisite and delicate manner. Even though she didn't play this kind of big online game, her eyes were still caught for a while. Jiang Chiyu's ID was AU, and the character was a male with what looked like a magician's profession, wearing cumbersome and complicated magical robes, holding a tall staff in his hand, with an oriental face and white hair that hung all the way down to the ground. The figure is barefoot, with a string of red wire footbells tied to one ankle. Kind of. It's nice to look at. The message page on the right was scrolling frantically. Su Tian at first thought he was scrolling on his own and didn't take it seriously. Only later did she realize that it was a constant stream of people sending messages to Jiang Chiyu, with each one being bumped to the top. These friends are sent in English. Brush too fast. Su Tian simply cannot read. Only very few two people sent in Chinese. Is also a you're back. Ah, you. Is that you? It's just logging into a game. Why are they so excited? Su Tian didn't click on it. just kept studying how to quit the game. What? No, fork. So advanced and so impersonal game. The difficulties she encountered were really too low level. Jiang Chiyu was cooking downstairs and shouldn't have the time to go upstairs to solve such a low-level problem for her. It might even be breathless. Su Tian deflated her mouth. She really couldn't find the close button, so she simply pressed the shortcut key to bring up the task manager and force close the game. That's when she saw that the full name of the game was Prison of Gods 3. Prison of the Gods 3? That's funny. Su Tian felt that it should be her translation level, so after closing the game, she wanted to open the browser and search for it. It froze and I couldn't even find a browser. Row. Su Tian silently memorized the name of the game and turned off the computer. She really had nothing to do, so she pulled out a book with a very nice cover from Jiang Chiyu's bookshelf, probably flipped through it, and found that it was all in English. She didn't believe it and turned out a few more books which turned out to be really all in English. There are only a couple of textbooks, a couple of exercise books, and a couple of piano scores that are in Chinese on the front cover. The others are either in English or have no writing on the spine at all. Su Ten crumbled a little. She couldn't help Jiang Chiyu with his homework. Her eyes looked around the room and finally fell back to the diary pressed under her arm. October 16th, clear. 1. Sutian 0709. 2. First opposite hook. The first line, she understood, was just to record the date and weather. The third line she could probably guess. It should be that Jiang Chiyu felt that getting first place in the joint exam this time was very stable, so he arrogantly put a pair of hooks on the back in advance. According to this meaning, this 1. Sutian 0709 did not tick the right box. Is not it because it is not yet available? Isn't this the QQ password for her trumpet? Didn't she give it to him already? That's the one that should have a check mark after it. She mulled it over for half a day, but couldn't figure it out, and slumped down on the table with a headache. After lying on her back for a while, her head hurt more, so she shifted position and sat on the couch cushions, her head resting against the couch cushion. Half an hour later, Jiang Chiyu shouted a few times downstairs for her to come downstairs for dinner, but no one answered, unclipped his apron and went upstairs, and saw her lying on the sofa already asleep. Still sleeping soundly, close enough to hear the tiny regular light snores she was making through her nose. Jiang Chiyu couldn't help but lose his smile and walked over to gently touch the soft hair on top of her head. It's only when you're unconscious that you can be good. Jiang Chiyu rubbed the hair on top of her head and organized it again for her. But still didn't give up on moving his hands on her body, and began to pinch the soft flesh on her face again. His movements were not small, and he was originally running to wake her up, and Su Tian felt some itchiness on her cheeks in her sleep, and uncomfortably rubbed herself on the sofa. Jiang Chiyu's hand that was dragging her cheek like a teasing cat paused. After such a pause, he lowered his eyes, withdrew his hand, stood a step away, and nudged Su Tian's rounded shoulder with his other hand. Su Tian looked like she was really sleepy and did not react to this. Jiang Chiyu pushed her a few more times, and she just impatiently changed her position. Chapter 52, Yo, Touching Porcelain. Su Ten briefly had a dream. She dreamed that she had entered a very wonderful world, and that she had become so small and tiny that she could only look up at the tall flowers and trees and strange buildings around her. She walked and walked and walked in that world, walking with such a tired look all over her body that every now and then she had to stop and catch her breath for a while. I don't know how long she had been walking, but a huge soft white plane suddenly appeared in front of her, and she walked over to it only to realize that it was a topsy-turvy giant standing there, and that the white plane was his white hair that hung down to the ground. The giant slowly turned around, revealing a familiar face. After seeing who he was, Su Tian was overjoyed and shouted, "Same table! Same table! I'm down here! Same table!" The giant should have heard her cry, his eyes lowered, looking down on her from above, then stooped and reached out to her. Su Tian was ready for him to lift himself up, but suddenly saw a magic ball quickly coalesce at the tip of his fingers, and a huge sense of energy came towards her, and smashed onto her with a boom. Before she died, she saw through the reflective ball of energy that she looked like she was actually a flea. Su Tian's eyes snapped open. Just in time to see a palm across his face. Reality and dream overlap. Su Tian was afraid that the next second this fingertip also appeared, so a ball of energy smashed over to her. Stress like I yelled backward, straight from the sofa rolled to the ground. Then she cried out again. The sofa had a wool carpet underneath it, and it didn't hurt to fall down, and Su Tian rubbed her almost twisted neck and sat up with the help of the sofa. Jiang Chiyu towered over her, standing behind the sofa and looking down on her. The eyes rejoined the dream once again. Su Tian rubbed her eyes, thinking that she might not be awake yet. Giant Jiang straightened his back and withdrew the hand that was going to pinch her face. Yo, touching. I haven't touched you yet. Jiang Chiyu, Su Tian hadn't come back to her senses, sitting on the ground and staring at him blankly, suddenly asking out of nowhere, do you know magic? Jiang Chiyu gave her a look without much expression. I see that you're still not awake. After saying half a day, Su Tian did not have the intention to get up from the floor. He helplessly came around from behind the sofa and stretched out a hand to her. Get up, the meal is ready, yelling at you for half a day without coming down. Su Tian thought about that dream she just had while holding Jiang Chiyu's hand and stood up, following him downstairs. She didn't have long to think about it before her attention was hooked by the scent in the living room. Smells good. A bowl of red, sweet and sour pork was sitting on the table, steaming hot, with 2 bowls of rice next to it. Jiang Chiyu lazily walked into the kitchen, saying as he walked, sit down, there's one more dish I'll bring over. Su Tian found a seat, and soon Jiang Chiyu brought out a plate of fried green vegetables, and with the other hand, he carried a large bottle of fruit juice, pouring it full in the water cups in front of her and himself. She sat down and realized that she didn't take any chopsticks, so she turned around and went to the kitchen to get some more. Su Tian was like a newborn baby, enjoying Jiang Chiyu's all-around care. Eat? Jiang Chiyu pinched a piece of sweet and sour pork into her bowl. Finally, I can eat. Su Tian rubbed her hands together, picked up her chopsticks, and shouted, thank you, tablemate. After saying that, she couldn't wait to clip the piece of meat and bite into her mouth. Under the cover of the sweet and sour tomato sauce is a tender tenderloin, colorful and fragrant, and slightly hot, completely satisfying the expectations of the taste buds. Su Tian quickly finished swallowing with her teeth and took a sip of juice. Jiang Chiyu waited for her to finish swallowing before he slowly swept her a glance and picked up a chopstick of bok choy and put it on her rice. Why don't you call brother Ayu anymore? Su Tian really choked, violently coughed twice, drew out a few pieces of draw paper and wiped her mouth. You heard that? It's no bull. Su Tian stroked her chest, smugly, just don't yell. Jiang Chiyu sighed in frustration, doing the work of a son, manipulating the heart of a mother and father, the one being served is still ungrateful. Su Tian laughed and offered seriously, I can call you son. Jiang Chiyu surprisingly didn't barge in with her, chucking a piece of tenderloin onto his bowl of rice and grunting out of his nostrils, white-eyed wolf. Jiang Chiyu's family does not seem to have the habit of not eating or sleeping. Su Tian had a rare opportunity to chat while eating, and there were a lot more words, chatting with him about everything. Jiang Chiyu, you cook so well, is it because you cook more? Not really. It's that I'm gifted. This juice is so good, what brand is it? Don't you have eyes? 2 words that big. Hey, didn't see. You have a dishwasher at home? Who's going to wash the dishes after we eat later? Jiang Chiyu sneered, leaving her with a what do you think look. Okay. Su Tian nodded, I've never washed dishes before, they're all put directly into the dishwasher, but I can learn, you wash 2 or 3 first to give me a demonstration and I'll be able to do it. Then you're a pretty fast learner. Right. I just opened the computer in your room to watch the video, the result of clicking on the desktop of a software that looks like a player, it suddenly popped up the game login interface, shutdown also cannot be shut down, login also thief fast. Jiang Chiyu, your computer is not a virus, similar to the kind of once clicked on the kind of cannot be closed. At those words, Jiang Chiyu's hand holding the chopsticks paused for a moment, absently swallowing the mouthful of rice in his mouth, the knots of his throat rolling up and down afterward. He slowly put down his chopsticks and leaned back against the backrest of his stool, his eyes downcast as he wondered what he was thinking. Su Tian was still talking, but I still turned it off with my ingenuity, even though it was already logged on. Jiang Chiyu, you have so many game friends, so many people have sent you messages when they see you online, but I didn't read them because they're all in English and I can't understand them. That triangularly labeled app isn't a player, it was originally just a plugin to quickly open the game. Jiang Chiyu faintly explained. Oh, Su Tian nodded. She was sometimes impatient with the login page in front of her when she played games, some of them had to wait 3 or 4 minutes dryly before they could wait for the jump. But Jiang Chiyu, what game you play? That picture how I feel never seen the look, as if not particularly hot. However, I see that the modeling and original drawings are quite exquisite, and it's not like it's a niche game. Jiang Chiyu didn't answer this question of hers, and asked back without any good humor, are you 100,000 reasons? A dinner has been almost eaten, Su Tian see him stop chopsticks, and the bowl is still left 3 pieces of sweet and sour pork, so clip a piece of get up and put it into his bowl, in order to nutritional balance and clip a chopstick of green vegetables over, eat quickly, don't have leftovers, your table only washes bowls that do not have leftovers. Jiang Chiyu was a bit amused, but didn't refuse, flinging his right hand that had been holding chopsticks. Without dwelling on the game, Sutian stuffed the last grain of rice in her rice bowl into her mouth and drank the last sip of juice from her glass of water. Only then did she lean back with a full stomach, rubbing her stomach and sighing contentedly. Chapter 53, The Little White-Eyed Wolf. It's delicious. Sutian ate her fill, stood up and circled around the table to digest, once again lamenting, it's so delicious. Jiang Chiyu, if you can't make ends meet in the future, turn into a chef, I'll definitely try to visit every day. Jiang Chiyu was dazzled by her whining, and when she passed by him, he yanked on the hem of her jacket, and directly yanked hard to hold her down on the seat next to his own. How do you also add a try? There were a few hidden compartments under the dining table. Jiang Chiyu touched something and pressed it and a small drawer popped out, pulling a can of sugar beans out of it. Reach out. Because I can't eat your Chef Jiang's cooking every day, right, and will always want a change of flavor. Sutian watched as he poured out 2 colored sugar beans in his palm and curiously said, what is this? The elimination tablets. Sutian obediently ate. After eating and sitting still for a while, I'm still so braced. Jiang Chiyu was a bit silent for a moment, looking at her in a very one-dimensional way, like he was looking at a little cutie. Suti blinked at him. You just ate it down for less than a minute. Jiang Chiyu said. Oh. Sutian nodded, I saw that bottle was so different, I thought it was some kind of special effect medicine. Jiang Chiyu sat up straight and pointed to the several empty bowls and glasses on the table. Working is the fastest way to digest. Sutian quickly stood up and stacked several bowls on top of each other, feeling a little dangerous when she tried to reach for another cup, so she planned to put it away before coming back for a second trip. She headed for the kitchen with her bowl in both hands. Midway to the kitchen, remembered something and turned around very seriously. No, working is not the fastest way to digest, going to the bathroom is. Jiang Chiyu suddenly realized that this little girl was really getting better at talking. From seeing him as a child and not daring to say a word, to occasionally speaking to him when he first returned to China but often being dumbfounded by him, to slowly being able to gag him a few times nowadays. Truly, a very big step forward. Sutian put all the dishes into the sink and just wanted to go outside to bring the cups over as well, when she saw Jiang Chiyu also enter the kitchen with a glass in one hand. He stood next to her, put the glass of water in the sink, and flipped the faucet switch. Then picked up the top bowl straight away, squeezed a drop of detergent and scrubbed it. Sutian was squeezed by him and retreated 2 steps to the side. What are you doing? Aren't I washing it? She remembered something. Auntie Jiang isn't at home, no one beat you to death. Jiang Chiyu blanked her while brushing the bowl, his eyes rather murderous. Isn't it not going to be? I'm teaching you to wash the bowl. Sutian suddenly realized and watched earnestly from the side. He quickly washed one, and Sutian had thought he was about to wipe his hands and leave, ruffling his sleeves and preparing to pick it up, but he saw him pick up the next one and wash it. Sutian thought he was going to demonstrate another one, so he put down his hand and obediently watched it again. After washing the second bowl, he started scrubbing the third. In all, there were just 4 bowls. Eating people's mouths and taking people's hands, Sutian pointed at herself, a little embarrassed. Did you forget something? By this time, Jiang Chiyu had already brushed the third bowl extremely quickly, then washed his hands and stepped back. You do it. This is a bowl that has held rice, no grease stains and not difficult to brush. Sutian has not brushed the bowl is not something that has not been washed, and soon on the hands of the bowl to brush clean. She was about to proceed to brush the cup when she realized that the diameter of the cup was too small for her hand to reach into and she would have to use a tool. Jiang Chiyu didn't know when he went to get a brush over and directly took that water cup in Sutian's hand. The cup is brushed like this. Sutian thought there was also some skill in brushing the cup, so she watched carefully for 10 seconds, watching him quickly wash and shake it off, placing the cup on the side of the stove and handing her the brush. Please. Is it any different than washing dishes? Sutian didn't see it, but she remembered that Jiang Chiyu turned his left hand before he brushed the bowl, so hesitantly, she did the same. Jiang Chiyu looked at her from the side like she was a psychopath. Sutian followed his example and quickly finished brushing the cup. They put the dishes in the cupboard, and when they pulled open the door, Sutian's eyes were sharp enough to see a familiar logo in the cupboard below the dish cupboard. She reached straight out and pulled it open, meeting the device inside face to face. She pointed at the device and asked Jiang Chiyu, how is this thing exactly like the dishwasher in my house? Jiang Chiyu licked his lower lip and didn't say anything for a moment. The recent flips have already exceeded the number of flips he's had in the past few years combined. The last time we went to the playground he said he didn't have his cell phone out and that was it. TSK. It's not, Jiang Chiyu framed the wording, trying to let you digest it. Sutian was a bit skeptical. Then you still wash it for me. Little white-eyed wolf. Jiang Chiyu tugged on her braid and said in a bad mood, "You're still not happy after washing it for you, aren't you?" "No. There is a dishwasher, you don't have to have me wash by hand, and when you wash it, you snatch the bowl and wash it yourself." "You're not." Su Tian snatched the braid back from his hand, glanced quickly at his face, and changed his words. "You're not having some kind of masochistic tendency, are you?" In fact, she originally wanted to say, "You're not shaking, well." It should be because her expression was too obvious. Jiang Chiyu didn't have the good sense to tug on her braid again. "Where did you learn so many words from?" Jiang Chiyu also felt quite good at this time. It was meant to be a tease to get her to do the dishes, and then she regretted it when she did go, thinking that she had never done the dishes at home, so why should she have to do them for the first time after so many years at his house? "So I washed a couple of them for her, and when I was done, I thought it seemed a little obvious not to let her wash any of them, so I left her a bowl and a cup." Read it in the book. Su Tian retugged the braid, fearing that he would come back to grab it as if he was flying out of the kitchen. What book would have that word in it? Su Tian's voice came loudly from the living room. "There's a golden house in a book, and there's a face in a book." After eating, the sky outside had also completely darkened, and a full moon was gradually hanging over the branches. There is no third person in the large villa. It seems a little empty, but still very cozy. Su Tian originally wanted to leave, but looked at Jiang Chiyu alone, was out to eat candlelight dinner, parents left at home, hard to give birth to a few points in the heart, so did not mention the matter of leaving. Jiang Chiyu went upstairs to his room, and Su Tian followed him. Before entering the door, Jiang Chiyu glanced back at her. "Child, not coming home so late." "Late, my ass. It's only 8 o'clock. I have a name." Su Tian didn't like him calling her a child. Obviously they were the same age. In Jiang Chiyu's eyes it was as if she was still childish. "That's fine then, Timmy's sister, why aren't you home yet? Can you call me by my name?" Su Tian would get goosebumps every time she heard this name and shivered. "It's right next door and not far away. What are you always driving me away for? Are you going to do something bad alone?" Chapter 54, The Dark Moon and the Wind and All That. Su Tian looked through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room at the night outside and licked her lips. Dark moon and wind and all that. Jiang Chiyu was not in a hurry to go into the house. He just stood in the doorway, lazily leaning against the doorframe. He tucked his cell phone in one hand and tapped it. The chandelier in the living room suddenly went out, and the whole room was plunged into darkness. The moonlight, unobstructed by the glass windows, spilled over the entire living room, including part of the hallway on the second floor, adding a hazy, slightly glossy sheen to everything. Su Tian has seen his cell phone screen as the interface of the intelligent home appliance console, but I did not expect that he would suddenly turn off all the lights in the house, a small startled, and then relieved. They stood at the corner, standing outside the range of the moonlight. Jiang Chiyu's entire body was trapped in the darkness, and Su Tian's eyes hadn't adjusted to the darkness for a moment, so she could only see the smooth and distinct contours of his face, as well as his clear and tall figure. When the darkness spread out, still in the same place, the cozy atmosphere was magically swept away, with a few more ambiguities for no reason. "Jiang Chiyu." Su Tian forced herself to be calm. "Why did you turn off the lights?" The dark figure in front of her stood up straight and took 2 steps toward her, leaning down slightly. The two were very close to each other, and Su Tian tilted her head slightly so that she could see the shimmering light in his pupils. Jiang Chiyu reached out his hand and lifted her chin with his index and middle fingers. He lowered his voice, low and deep, and repeated what she had just said. "The moon is dark and the wind is high or something." Su Tian was caught off guard and froze in place all of a sudden. One hand gripped the hem of her coat, feeling her hands sweaty. Halfway through his sentence, Su Tian stared into his eyes. Jiang Chiyu laughed lowly, and at this distance, Su Tian felt that she could feel the vibrations coming from his chest. Murdering and setting fire to people, forcibly robbing them or whatever, is perfect. Jiang Chiyu's fingers rested on her face and came a little closer, his eyes staring at her without blinking, as if he was admiring a work of art. His thumb curled slightly, still rubbing over her chin. Su Tian knew that he was joking again, but because of this position, because of this atmosphere, and because of Jiang Chiyu's tiny movements just now, her entire body trembled. Jiang Chiyu oohed and awed, letting go of the hand that was cupping her chin and paralyzing back into the doorframe without a proper look. "Brother Ayu is teasing you, why are you really scared?" He leaned against the door and laughed. "Where there is fear." Su Tian had a kind of shame of being molested and being provoked by the disobedience. Under the stimulation of this double emotion, she directly stepped forward, also wanted to reach out and pinch Jiang Chiyu's chin, but the speed of her shot is too fast, accuracy is not too good, directly hit Jiang Chiyu's mouth, and then it seems like touching the hot potato. General quickly slid down and pinched Jiang Chiyu's chin. It's impossible to lift it because it's too unimpressive to stand on tiptoe. Su Tian felt a bit of heat in her face for her mistake, but she let that bit of heat swell and fester in her face on the strength of her unclear vision in the darkness, and forced herself to say, "Who's afraid of?" She couldn't finish her sentence because with a pop, the lights in the entire hall were turned on at once. Accompanied by John's mother's voice from downstairs, "Hey, why are the lights off? Is Ayu not at home? At this hour, he's probably gone for an after-dinner walk with Timothy." Father Jiang said. "That brat. If it's not there, it's just as well that we're continuing to watch the movie we just didn't finish tonight." Jiang father said, and whispered something Su Tian did not quite hear, but immediately after Jiang mother stifled a laugh, "Hey, you really?" Then there was some more rustling, accompanied by whispers and laughter, and the sound of footsteps approaching as two men seemed to be heading upstairs. Su Tian was dumbfounded. She stood still, motionless. She still maintained the position of pinching Jiang Chiyu's chin, and because she wasn't quite accustomed to the lights that lit up violently, she blocked her eyes with her other hand. Jiang Chiyu was still lazily leaning against the door. The moment the light came on, he just froze for a moment, then he saw the little girl who wanted to flirt with him and turned bursting into a red face, looking stupidly at the stairway. He wordlessly hooked his lips, glanced toward the stairway, and quickly reached out and tugged Su Tian's shoulder to pull him into his room, closing the door lightly and steadily with his backhand. Didn't make a peep. Returning to the darkness, Su Tian's heart only began to beat a little bit faster like a drum. The voices of the Jiang family's parents came from outside. What a day of luck, seeing as the equipment actually broke down halfway through. We'll watch another one later. Watch a literary movie. My unit teacher recommended one to me last time. Anything, whatever you want, but I might fall asleep if it's too literary. There was another rustling sound, followed by a soft pop as the two men seemed to close the bedroom door. Su Tian stood against the door, and only sighed in relief when she heard a complete absence of sound from outside. The crisis lifted and she began to have the presence of mind to study the present situation. What was she doing before she turned on the lights? Su Tian's mind went blank for a moment, and then the images from the darkness just now began to replay in her mind, scene by scene, frame by frame. Oh, she's trying to molest back. But it was interrupted. Surprisingly interrupted? It was even if she was boldly molesting Jiang Chiyu in the light of the darkness, but the words were interrupted before they were even put out. Still with, "Turn on the lights." Su Tian was like being struck by thunder. It was hard to imagine whether Jiang Chiyu had seen his feverish face in the moment when the surrounding area lit up. Holding on to the slight chance that maybe Jiang Chiyu was nearly blinded by the light just like me, so he might have subconsciously closed his eyes, she ruthlessly pinched herself on her thigh. Sober. Steady. The momentum must not be lost. Jiang Chiyu's room didn't have a light on, his night vision was always good, plus it was an environment he was familiar with, so he was a little more at ease. He looked with interest at the opposite side of the lowered head, constantly deep breathing to do their own mental construction of the young girl, raised an eyebrow, from a small refrigerator on the side table pulled out a bottle of lychee soda, giggle unscrewed, into the mouth of the mouth 2 mouthfuls, as if offhandedly asked, "Just now you want to say what came to be?" Su Tian only hoped that this topic would hurry up and pass. Her brain was wired before she would want to flirt with Jiang Chiyu, whose skin was thicker than a city wall, so she made up a nonsense sentence, "I forgot." Oh. Jiang Chiyu looked like he believed it. He took another slow sip of his soda and let out a soft tsk, "You just pinched my chin." Su Tian really wanted to lie down and see if there was a crack in the ground for her to drill. She didn't know what to say, she was just glad that it was in the dark and she couldn't turn on the lights, otherwise Jiang Chiyu would have seen her face bursting red this time. But wait, why can't you turn on the lights? Why Jiang Chiyu dragged her back to her room like a thief. This is his house. She's just a guest here, too. Make it seem like. Seems like cheating. Su Tian's face heated up another degree at the word. Chapter 55, Easy, Evocative. She wanted to sidetrack the topic, so she huffed and questioned, "Jiang Chiyu, why are we sneaking around and hiding? This is your home." Jiang Chiyu pressed his lower lip with his thumb, feeling something, his tongue stretched out and licked it, looking wanton and seductive. He looked down at the hand he had just touched his lips and waved it in front of Su Tian again, a lone man and woman, sharing a room. Su Tian noticed a trace of blood on his thumb. By the light of the moon, she raised her eyes and stared carefully at his lower lip. The corner of his mouth did seem to have swollen a bit there. Jiang Chiyu pointed at himself, "My lips are broken." Pointing at Su Tian again, "Your face is still so red." Su Tian's entire body paused for a moment, and the heart construction she had just made collapsed. Her mind was filled with, he really saw it. This pervert even said it on purpose. I thought to myself. Easy to draw associations. Jiang Chiyu summarized. You're a ing liar. Su Tian stood stiffly, and then looked at Jiang Chiyu up and down, eyes deep, measure her once, slowly added, make it seem as if I did it to you, bad, my innocence cannot be good. What he's saying? God, who on earth had pinched him such a thick skin and matched him with such a Thai soul? Su Tian couldn't help it, she looked incredulously at Jiang Chiyu's faint outline in the darkness, her voice was still a bit fluttering. Are you serious, Jiang Chiyu? How can you be so thick-skinned? How can you look at this kind of thing? The bad thing is my innocence, right? Ha! Jiang Chiyu said, how do we look at each other? Seems like I'm at a disadvantage. Su Tian couldn't bear it anymore, the power of mere words couldn't shake Jiang Chiyu by half anymore. So she walked up and pinched Jiang Chiyu's neck, trying to solve the problem with violence. She usually used to fight with Zhou Ying like this, she didn't feel anything wrong for a while, she didn't use much force, the person who was pinched wouldn't even feel like suffocating, at most she felt like she had strangled something on her neck. Jiang Chiyu then felt two soft and tender little hands sticking to his collarbone and the sides of his neck, not much feeling, but he still subconsciously shrunk back, his waist leaning against the back of the sofa. As soon as he retreated, Su Tian's size and arms were not long, and she was forced to take 2 steps forward as if she was hanging on him, and in the process, she accidentally stepped on his feet, looked down in a hurry, and her hands changed from pinching on his neck to resting on his neck. Su Tian finally found a place for her feet to stand, and when she turned around, she looked right into the eyes of Jiang Chiyu, who was close by. It was only then that she realized that her position was a bit like hugging Jiang Chiyu's neck, with almost her entire body hanging onto him. The teenager stood lazily against the couch, a careless expression on his face, the corners of his mouth hooked up with a bit of gangly energy, and the look in his eyes toward her grew deeper and longer. He didn't push her away, nor did he make any other movements, even his upper body leaned back, forcing the distance between Su Tian and him to be a little closer. His voice was low, with a teasing smile, how come you're still throwing yourself on the line? Throw your arms around your head. Su Tian was like touching a piece of branding iron, and quickly let go of him to take 2 steps backward. Giving him a wary look, her hands still rubbed hard on the hem of her clothes. Jiang Chiyu was exasperated and laughed at her action. It's not poisonous, you can't die from nibbling on it. Nibble on what, the neck? Su Tian subconsciously looked at the place she had just touched. There was one thing to be said about the touch that just came from his hands that was quite nice. Although he was a boy, his skin was not rough, but rather smooth and delicate like a fragrant and soft girl. The collarbone was angular and somewhat cackling, the only part that made her feel the threat of belonging to testosterone. She suddenly realized what she had just done and paused, her whole body embarrassed. Jiang Chiyu also realized that his own words had some ambiguities that would make people think too much, gently Tiska sound, and did not really let you nibble, why are you still shy on? Su Tian couldn't stay any longer, it's getting late, I should go. Just as she was about to snatch the door out, Jiang Chiyu's teasing voice came from behind her, it's right next door and not far away, what's the point of going back so early? Su Tian stopped, thought seriously, and turned back, I want to eat duck necks. Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian thought she wouldn't see Jiang Chiyu again for the next 2 days. But when she drifted off early the next morning and was awakened by a knock on the door, she rose from her soft bed to answer it, and saw the same person she had strangled 300 times in her dreams last night. 15 minutes later, Su Tian sat in the living room expressionlessly eating breakfast, listening to her father Su and Jiang Chiyu on the sofa behind her chatting about stocks and securities that she couldn't understand. Jiang Chiyu wore a white sweatshirt with long sleeves and long pants, extraordinarily refreshing. Su father suddenly said, recently the sky is dry, pay attention to more water look at you this on fire lips are swollen. Su Tian's hand holding the bread lurched, remembering the time she accidentally hit Jiang Chiyu in the mouth yesterday. A little vain and a little nervous. Then she heard Jiang Chiyu say with deep meaning, it's not fire. Su Tian's heart lifted violently, thinking that Jiang Chiyu would not say that she had hit him, right? Her stiff back was naturally seen by Jiang Chiyu, who paused for a moment and slowly added, I accidentally bit it when I was eating by myself. Su's dad picked up on something and quickly moved on to another topic. Su Tian let out a silent breath and continued to eat breakfast. After dinner, she went upstairs to change into a sports outfit and dawdled downstairs, where Jiang Chiyu was waiting for her in the living room. Yes. On the mornings of her days off for some time to come, she would be going on morning walks with her table-mate and bamboo horse. Last time before breakfast Mom and Dad mentioned this matter, she was trying to refuse, but as begun to eat she also did not say for the time being, and then he'd finally able to talk, Dad ordered flowers and arrived, Su Tian felt a close dog food storm, and forgot about it. I didn't expect Dad to act so quickly, and I don't know when he had already approached Jiang Chiyu to talk about it. And Jiang Chiyu surprisingly didn't leak a bit of information to her in advance. Otherwise, at the very least, she wouldn't have been so caught off guard, wouldn't have been wearing a head full of chicken nests with eye boogers hanging out of them, and wearing the big yellow duck pajamas that had been wrinkled by her sleep to open the door for Jiang Chiyu. How her image. Jiang Chiyu was polished. Indignantly looking at the long figure standing backlit in the living room, Su Tian walked over. Okay, let's go. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her and didn't say anything as the two walked out of the living room one after the other. Su Tian had just had breakfast and was not fit for exercise, so they just took a walk around the neighborhood first. The morning air was crisp and cool, and it was so quiet around them that they could occasionally see a few people who were also getting up for their morning workout pass them by. Chapter 56. Mr. Xiao Jiang is a good teacher who loves his students. Autumn is high and refreshing, and the birds and flowers are fragrant. Su Tian was suddenly in a better mood, stretching her back, no longer so resistant to waking up early for exercise. She reached out and pulled Jiang Chiyu's sleeve. Hey, Jiang Chiyu, do you still know the way to our neighborhood when you first lived here? During the years that Jiang Chiyu moved away, the neighborhood property owners upgraded and adjusted the greenery in the neighborhood, and also redecorated some public buildings. Su Tian was self-conscious that the change was still significant. They walked along the edge of the artificial lake, where willow trees draped branches of thin willow over the mirror-like surface, sending ripples and circles. A few swans swam under the willow branches. Not waiting for Jiang Chiyu to answer, Su Tian suddenly got excited, tugging on Jiang Chiyu's sleeve and pulling him to the lakeside, her hands united in front of her eyes. Quickly, quickly. Make a wish. Jiang Chiyu looked at the somewhat ugly swans and looked at them like little cuties. Like looking at Su Tian. Su Tian quickly finished her wish, and when she turned her head, she met Jiang Chiyu's eyes and took a breath. This one is very spiritual. It's the very, very famous crane in our neighborhood. Jiang Chiyu looked a few more times toward those ugly swans to make sure he wasn't wrong. That's not a crane, it's a goose. Oh, fairy goose. Su Tian waved her hand. Not important. What's important is that it's said to be very good at making wishes on it. Very. Very. The corner of Jiang Chiyu's forehead jumped. For a moment he didn't know what to say. After a pause, he still couldn't hold back. Who told you that? My dad. Jiang Chiyu swallowed the words he originally wanted to say, and pondered for a moment. That should indeed be quite spiritual. He lowered his eyes and looked at Su Tian. So what did you wish for? Su Tian was a bit excited, although she couldn't tell what she was excited about. I made 2 wishes. The first one is about studying. I hope that the joint exam at the end of the month will bring me back to the top 100 in my grade. The first one is about learning, so wouldn't another one be about living? Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes. What about the second one? The second one is still about studying. Su Tian clasped both hands tightly on her chest, staring at the hips of the 2 swans that were gradually swimming away. Her tone was very pious. I hope the news that there is a joint exam at the end of the month is false. Jiang Chiyu laughed out. Su Tian wasn't joking, she was praying very seriously. Beautiful fairy goose, if these 2 wishes can be realized no matter which one of them, the faithful woman would like to eat vegetarian for a month. No, a month and a half to express her gratitude to you. A few of the fairy geese have already swum away. The surface of the water shimmered like a bright mirror. Jiang Chiyu lowered his eyes and saw the reflection of the 2 of them in the water on the riverbank. Su Tian. Jiang Chiyu suddenly shouted. This was the first time that her always unorthodox deskmate called her full name so seriously. Su Tian twisted her head and looked at Jiang Chiyu's side face. Jiang Chiyu recklessly looked at the reflection on the lake, and the young girl in the reflection was turning her face sideways, her eyes staring at him without blinking. No need to veg out for a month and a half, he said slowly. Su Tian was stunned for a moment and opened her mouth, not reacting to what he was saying. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes, no longer looking at the reflection, but at the person standing right next to him in reality. The thin lips, though pursed, curved upward a little. Worship me and just buy water for me for a month. Su Tian wrapped her wet hair in a towel and sat down at her desk. She came back sweaty from her exhausting run and spent 20 minutes flying through a hair and shower. Looking up at the alarm clock, 9:15. 5 minutes to go. She darted off to the mirror again, decided that she looked a little too funny with her head wrapped in a towel, and wiped her hair vigorously, scrubbing it until it wasn't dripping and then darting off to dry the towel before rushing back to her desk once more. It's just 9:20. The cell phone rang right on time. Jiang Chiyu has sent you a video invitation. Su Tian fumbled to clip her phone to the phone holder and tapped accept. Jiang Chiyu's enlarged half of his face suddenly appeared on the cell phone screen, and before Su Tian's finger could move away, it happened to tap on his lips and the screen. Her hand shook and she moved her fingers away quickly. Jiang Chiyu was supposedly looking for something and didn't look at the camera, his face coming close to the camera for a moment before quickly moving away and stopping at a normal distance. His hair was a little disheveled and the sweatshirt he was wearing had been replaced with a denim jacket, so he must have just taken a shower like her. Behind him, in the background, was his own room. He looked over. Su Tian was shocked by the magnified beauty just now for a split second, and now messed up her eyes, don't know where to put them, slightly embarrassed, lightly coughed, "Can you see me?" Jiang Chiyu stilled for a moment, his eyes meeting hers through the camera. "I only saw a pig." The awkward atmosphere was swept away, and Su Tian stared at Jiang Chiyu's face on the screen, wanting nothing more than to crawl along the netting and slap him to death. This one. Ivory can't come out of a dog's mouth. Su Tian dirty words vocabulary is really limited, grinding his teeth and grinding half a day, or decided not to in his general calculation, only angrily scolded, "Childish ghost." Jiang Chiyu smiled and leaned back slightly, leaning idly on the back of his chair. He noticed Su Tian's wet hair and lazily opened his mouth. His voice had a few more moments of unintentional gentleness as it came through the microphone. "Why don't you blow dry your hair?" Su Tian brought the alarm clock on the table over and pointed to it. "Teacher Jiang said, class starts at 9:20 sharp, not a minute late." Mr. Jiang is a good teacher who loves his students with friendship. Jiang Chiyu said to the camera, "Go on, I'll give you 5 minutes to blow dry your hair." Wet hair covering the top of the head is really uncomfortable, Jiang Chiyu have said so. Su Tian of course agreed in one mouthful and ran to the bathroom to blow out her hair. Jiang Chiyu didn't look at the camera anymore, flipped his data book open, took out another piece of white paper, and wrote and drew on it. Just an hour ago, Su Tian made a deal with Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu helps her with her homework, allowing Su Tian to return to the top 100 in her grade on the joint exam at the end of the month, in exchange for which Su Tian has to help him run errands for a month's worth of water. No problem at all, Su Tian felt she had earned it. She would make a trip to the supermarket with Zhouing almost every day, whether she bought something for herself or not. Helping Jiang Chiyu bring a month's worth of water was a complete labor of love. With only half a month left, Jiang Chiyu was going to make her progress nearly 300 places in the #1 ranked high school in Yangming City, which sounded as if it was a bit unbelievable. Jiang Chiyu doesn't even have a score right now. But Su Tian just trusted him so much. Without any hesitation at all, he agreed to a deal that sounded a bit outrageous. She also thought about what Jiang Chiyu figure initiative to help her make up lessons. When he thought of Jiang Chiyu's usual lazy and careless appearance, he thought that he might be really lazy. And so it came to this video call, where Mr. Xiao Jiang, who has no grades, is about to officially begin his first lesson in small classroom teaching. Chapter 57, A God. Video instruction is not easy. So after a short video for a while, the two of them still chose to change their online video instruction to offline face-to-face instruction. The location was Jiang Chiyu's home. The two families are close and both parents are happy about this. Su Ten's weekend passed in 2 days of catching up. It was Monday again, and Su Tian got up a little late in the morning, so she arrived at work a little late. Lao Gao sat on the podium holding a thermos cup, saw that his direct class representative was late again, not surprised, as did not see let her in. Jiang Chiyu stood up and let her pass. Old Gao coughed when he saw that almost all the people had come. The students on stage realized what was going on and whispered. Sure enough, the next second, Old Hai announced the news that the school had decided to join the 8th city joint examination at the end of this month. The students wailed, discontent and resentment practically bursting through the roof. They have just gone through the devastation of the exams, and they are going to continue to be devastated by the next round of exams. Still 8. City. Joint. Exam. Even though Su Tian knew about it early on and was influenced by her classmates, she couldn't help but hang her head. Jiang Chiyu didn't have much of an expression, his elbows propped up on the table, his wrists resting on his face, his eyelids half closed, looking like he was sleepy. It was the first time Su Tian had seen him sleepy, and she couldn't help but go off and stare at him several times. As if sensing the line of sight falling on his face, Jiang Chiyu slowly opened his eyes, his voice sleepy. What are you looking at? The class was in disarray, with Old Hai standing on the stage trying to pep up the crowd, and no one paying attention to their corner of the room. Suddy, what did you do last night to be so sleepy? Couldn't sleep. Jiang Chiyu put down his hand and sat up straight, fighting a little bit of energy, got up in the middle of the night and played a few games. Su Tian remembered the last online game she had opened by mistake. Is it the one where the character has white hair? Jiang Chiyu let out a hum. Su Tian gave a long oh sound, remembered that he had not searched for the Chinese name of the game. Asking him directly would surely be laughed at again. So Su Tian didn't say another word. She took out all the books she would be using for the next class, and then she took out the English paper she had done yesterday and corrected the answers. All the way to the red. Su Tian sighed. Half a month to go. She looked over at her tablemate who was getting sleepy again. Let's hope Ms. Zhang's small class teaching brings her a miracle. When she went to get water at the end of class, the boy sitting by the back door suddenly jumped up with his cell phone in the air and shouted 3 times in a row in excitement. Su Tian's hand shook in fear, and the water cup fell directly to the ground, spilling water all over the place. The boy called Chin Pang, hastily stuffed the phone back into the table pocket and apologized to her. Su Tian, sorry, with my water card and then give you a cup of it. No. Su Tian looked at the puddle of water on the floor. First get the water on the floor. Chen Pang went straight to the cabinet of the other one and brought a mop, mopping while suppressing a giggle. Su Tenri swiped her card to receive water. Chen Pang tablemate saw this scene, turned his head and said, Chen Pang you it, giggle what? Chen Pang is waiting for someone to ask him. The ground is also temporarily not dragged, excitedly dragging the mop rushed over. Prison 3 you know? That's the game I used to play at the internet cafe with you guys. My favorite god is finally back after 2 years. He's my youth. Never heard of it, don't know. Pretty good? A pro? That's not true, amateur, but there are so many clubs inviting him to play professionally have been turned down by him on the grounds that people have to study hard for Cambridge. Usually the studies that say that are crap. It's the same as when my mom told me to go to a technical school to learn technology and I said I was going to get into Tsinghua. Roll. Su Tian heard an earful, probably the same as her favorite star finally posting a dynamic after 2 years. She didn't take it seriously and forgot about this little episode after returning to her seat. Jiang Chiyu was looking at the English paper she had finished grading. When Su Ten sat down, she heard him say, it's too much work. What? Jiang Chiyu, do you have little sense of language? Suddy paused and nodded. The sense of language is a very subtle thing. It can blindside someone with a very small vocabulary to get a lot of questions right, or it can leave someone with a large vocabulary to strength. It's kind of lucky. Suddy felt like she'd never had that before. She remembered that Zhou Ying's sense of language had always been good, always able to guess several correct answers based on her sixth sense. Of course, the last monthly test was so low, according to her, it was entirely because she was not too alert for the mini-test, and she accidentally fell asleep and did not write the last sentence of the essay. She told Jiang Chiyu about this matter of Zhou Ying. Teacher Jiang sighed softly, Su Tian, you must not watch British or American dramas. Su Tian nodded stupidly, the more I listen to the gibberish, the sleepier I get. Mr. Jiang added, Zhou Ying must look. Su Tian nodded, there are also Korean dramas, Thai dramas, Japanese dramas, she dabbles in a wide range of things, silent movies love to watch. Jiang Chiyu didn't continue the topic, pulled out his English book and pushed it over to him, flipping to the preface, start reading the English book from today, you don't need to memorize the words. And science, everything else is okay, chemistry is a bit poor, don't memorize, come ask me anytime you don't understand any concept. Su Tian nodded along, although she didn't quite understand Jiang Chiyu's intentions, she was happy because she didn't have to worry about making a test preparation plan on her own anymore. Okay, little teacher Jiang. Regarding the latter, Jiang Chiyu had actually always done so. From the first time to give her the problem is like this, found that all her concepts and definitions are rote memorization down, directly stopped doing the problem, began to learn the concepts from the beginning, every day something on the spot to check whether she really understand. Not having done the test questions for several days in a row, Su Tian had been a little panicked, but she had a feeling in the dark that this should bring her an unexpected surprise. This time, the 8th City Joint Examination has a high specification, and the school authority attaches great importance to it, and has specially set aside an early morning study to hold a joint examination mobilization meeting. They were to carry their benches and assemble at the usual flag-raising location to hear encouragement and instructions from the school leaders. Morning self-study is usually the most sleepy time, self-study cannot be effective, sleep is also afraid of the teacher's surprise inspection sleep. So she was quite happy to go to the pep rally and so on. Although this kind of assembly would also be inspected by the student council, but who let there is a Song Ying in the student council, usually when they see her name, they would just close both eyes and be blind. Of course, Suddy had never been written up by the student council for discipline. She must have gotten her name down because she was late in the morning. Following the flow of people down the stairs, Su Tian yawned, and Joing switched to holding the stool with her left hand next to her, shaking her tingling right arm in the air. By the way, lately you've been very close to a certain senior in the second year of high school. She had been busy studying lately and hadn't spent much time with Joing, but she could still often see Han Shua's figure outside the window. Chapter 58, Ties. Joing grunted, not much in the way of energy, that's it. Su Tian gave her a look. Joing really went on to say herself down the line, I don't want to care about him, he wants you to let you take him to me, you can never refuse. What's wrong? Su Tian was a bit puzzled, obviously some time ago, they were seen sticking together and had a date to go to the playground together. Joing pouted, silent for a split second, a little annoyed, anyway, just, don't want to care about him. Seeing her like this, Su Tian didn't ask too many questions, she had never been a very eye-catching person who wouldn't stalk her. And Joing has always been unable to hold her tongue, so sooner or later she will speak. The two walked piece by piece to where their senior class was, they came down early and there weren't many people in the line yet, so they sat in the front. Joing was a bit tall, but it wasn't noticeable when she sat down, and the people in the back wouldn't mind. The two stayed seated for a while as the crowd grew larger and larger. Hutsong sat next to them in the line of boys, his head lowered as he silently memorized his vocabulary. Behind him sat Wang Suhan and Yu He. Suddenly remembering something, Suddy braced her hands on her bench and looked behind the line. Then, she saw Jiang Chiyu, standing alone in the line of boys at the end of the line. The bench was placed at his feet, and he didn't sit down, looking boredly at the distance. He was separated from the boys in front of him by at least 3 body lengths. Like an extra. The squad leader sat at the front of the line, not in the line. There were an even number of boys in their class, which meant that there must be only one person in the last row of boys, and that person, without even guessing, would definitely be Jiang Chiyu. How can this be? How can her high-legged long-face value-bursting tablemate and hairdresser Jiang Chiyu classmate, how can a person be alone as if being ostracized? Su Tian was a bit unable to sit still and pulled Joing, let's go sit in the last row. What's the point of sitting in the last row? We're sitting in the front. Joing propped up her face with a somewhat sleepy expression. Su Tian felt that telling the truth might damage Jiang's dignity as a boy, so he paused and made up a nonsense sentence, the air at the back is good, it's not too strict to watch, and the key is that it's convenient to end up in a while and rush directly to the small store. Joing was silent for a moment and gave her a thumbs up, you're right. A school bully is smart. So the two ran to the last row with their stools while the line was still in disarray. Su Tian pretended not to see Jiang Chiyu's uncertain gaze toward them, pulling the still confused Joing to sit down in the last row. After a while, someone came up beside her and sat down diagonally in front of her. Joing yawned and half closed her eyes, not noticing the boy's side. With a gentle breeze, Su Tian seemed to smell a lemon laundry detergent odor coming from Jiang Chiyu's school uniform. The girl in front of Su Tian turned her head, not realizing that the boy sitting on her left was Jiang Chiyu. The whole person froze for a moment, and then secretly bit her ear with the girl next to her. They probably thought they had a small voice. It's also ridiculously handsome even from this close-up, I can actually be in the same class with such a superb person, and now he's sitting next to me OMG really handsome Grass so envious of the language table, every day in the face of this blooming beautiful face eyes are going to have great-grandchildren, right? I'm not too loud, am I, so I don't think he can hear me? Not much. The language table sitting right behind them. The very best sitting right next to them. Both of you heard it loud and clear. In the end is also a class, Su Tian, and they are not familiar with but also meet will greet the degree of classmates, so gently coughing sound counted as a reminder. The girl in front of her twisted her head to look at her, her expression turned awkward for a moment, and she quickly turned back again. Both girls fell silent and didn't speak again until it was over. In the middle, Jiang Chiyu fell back and sidled up, chatting with Su Tian for a couple of moments. Are you going to the supermarket after class? Yeah, how do you know? You go after every flag raising. Jiang Chiyu paused, bring me a bottle of water. Lychees? Aha! Ice? It's cold today. Room temperature it is then. Okay. End of short conversation. Jiang Chiyu sat back down again. Su Tian suddenly touched his coat pocket, I didn't bring any money. Jiang Chiyu was silent for a moment, I didn't bring it either. Silence in both phases. Su Tian was going to say that Zhou should have brought it, but her afterglow swept over to the student council who happened to come over to check on the class, so she shut up for now and poked Zhou awake with a twist of her arm. The two girls sitting in front of Su Tian gave each other a somewhat complicated look. Skyfall is also pretty plain and grounded. The ones who came to check on their class were still Song Yingjing and Ran. Didn't check anything out along the way. Toward the end of their hear, the two voices sounded almost simultaneously. Go for the test. Tie on. The two men's voices were light and heavy, the former almost completely overshadowed by the latter. The first sentence was said to Su Tian, and the latter sentence was said to Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian had looked at Song Yingjing and opened her mouth, gave a start, and looked at Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes, glanced at and ran, his gaze swept over the dress of the other boys around him, and drifted off for a moment, his tone trailing off. Boys' school uniforms come with a tie, which you can usually do without, but when the flag is raised you must wear it from head to tail, and the same goes for girls' bow ties. And Ran looked at him with cold eyes, her tone was light, no emotion could be heard, tie it on if you brought it. Jiang Chiyu slowly shifted his eyes to Su Tian, is there still this thing? Su Tian was also confused. It seemed like she really hadn't seen the tie thing in Jiang Chiyu's school uniform. Ties aren't comfortable to wear, so almost all guys choose to tie them when they must, even Song Yingjing. So, usually she really didn't notice if Jiang Chiyu had a tie. Add to that the fact that the first few times the flag was raised, he had coincidentally either been called away by the teacher, the director, or the student council hadn't come to check on the class at all, and in any case had perfectly missed being found out. Su Tian asked a little tough, was it not there when the school uniform was collected? Several people were silent for a moment. Jiang Chiyu thought back and nodded slightly. And Ran let out a soft ooh and looked at Jiang Chiyu from above. Jiang Chiyu sat blandly, bring it next time. Su Tian looked at Song Yingjing, who handed her a look of calmness. And Ran looked at him for a moment before finally speaking again, what's the name? Song Yingjing gently reminded from the side, and Ran, this isn't flag raising either. It's not necessary. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyelids, swept Song Yingjing a glance, and reported his name without much care, Jiang Chiyu. And Ran didn't write it down in the book, she looked at the boy's detached and indifferent appearance, pursed her lips gently, left a sentence and walked towards the other class. The tie goes to the logistics office. Chapter 59, It's Not Love That Does It. Jiang Chiyu sidled his head, same table, take away out of class? It took Su Tian a moment to react, looking at Ran and Song Yingjing's fading silhouettes, good. Zhou had already woken up, she looked at Jiang Chiyu, and then at Su Tian, with a confused look on her face. Su Tian's face was calm, as if he hadn't seen her gaze that gradually became meaningful. But the gaze still made her very much on pins and needles. So she tried to find a topic to interrupt Zhou Ying's attention. Zhou, did you bring money? Of course I brought it. Zhou touched her clothes pocket and suddenly her face changed, I didn't bring it. Southern. Zhou, I loaded in my own jacket pocket, as soon as I let change school uniform jacket to forget to take out. Coincidence. Su Tian also forgot to bring it because of this. She thought about Jiang Chiyu's action of reaching into his pocket and then pausing just now, and expected that Jiang Chiyu should be because of this as well. All three were silent, and after a while, Zhou looked at Su Tian, you didn't bring any either? Su Tian nodded haughtily. The girl sitting in front of Su Tian twisted her head back, pulled out a $5 bill, and said weakly, I brought it, do you guys want it? Hey, okay, I'll pay you back at class. Zhou took the money over. She still didn't know that Su Tian had promised to bring a bottle of soda for Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian looked at the $5, Jiang Chiyu's lychee-flavored soda will be $4.50, the remaining 50 cents seems to only let them buy 2 bubblegum to share. Of course she could have bought nothing and let Zhou have the remaining 50 cents, if Zhou was only going to spend 50 cents. She asked first, Zhou, what are you going to buy? Yogurt. The water from the water fountain at our school is awful. $2.50 for the bottle of yogurt that Zhou always drinks. And there doesn't seem to be a 50-cent pint for something like yogurt. Jiang Chiyu listened to a few sentences on the side, and was about to tell Su Tian that she didn't need to help him with the piggyback, when Su Tian already looked at the girl in front of her, Wang Yuyan, do you still have money with you, can you lend me some more? What are you going to buy? Is $5 not enough? Zhou asked. Soda. Suddy paused, $4.50 for that flavor. Wang Yuyan also only brought $5, so the girl in front of Zhou lent her another $5. Jiang Chiyu swallowed the words he was going to say and gave his little deskmate a long, long look. His little table, put aside in ancient times, if he became an emperor, others asked him whether he wants the mountains or beauty, she will say let her go to hell, only hope that the mountains and beauty forever. Kinda, give up your life for others. When the mobilization meeting is over, Su Tian and Zhou went directly to the small store. Jiang Chiyu looked at the entrance to the building of the crowds, too lazy to squeeze with others, so walked to the shade to stand for a while, waiting for most of the people to have walked up the stairs, before slowly falling in the crowd at the end. Two girls in the front were talking. What we both just said, do you think they heard us? Should have heard it, Su Tian coughing. That one is to remind us. I think my voice is quite small. It's even if she heard it, I'm the one who died when Jiang Chiyu heard it. All the things I said to the rightful owner for being a nymphomaniac were heard by the rightful owner on the spot. Hearing the familiar name, Jiang Chiyu paused for a moment and looked up at them. It looks a little familiar. It's from their class. The one who just sat next to him, Wang Yuyan, and her friend. He raised an eyebrow. The two girls walked forward slowly, like they were waiting for fewer people so they could make small talk. How would I know? I clearly saw her and Zhou both sitting in the front. Who knew that as soon as I turned around she ran behind me again? I remember when she and Zhou used to raise the flight, she usually sat in the center. Zhou was tall and saw her at a glance. Both men thought of something at the same time and looked at each other. It wouldn't be to be next to Jiang Chiyu. He's all alone, like he doesn't know anyone in our class very well, all alone. Jiang Chiyu followed them not too far away and came to a realization. So that's what this is about. They're still going. And just now Su Tian and I borrowed money to buy water for Jiang Chiyu. She is really quite good, if I were to say directly that you do not buy it. Lousy help you buy water also have to help you borrow money, or use Lousy's own name with people who are not familiar with borrow money. This is not true love, absolutely cannot do it. So no one likes you, ah. The two people pulled away again, and Jiang Chiyu slowly lagged behind a few steps and went to stand at the bottom of the steps for a while without letting the two girls in front of him see him. Girls really are amazing creatures. In a short while, he felt taught. On the day of the joint examination, Lao Gao was the first to arrive at class. He took the report cards from the previous exams and placed them on the podium, putting on his glasses and looking at them carefully. This was the first serious big exam he had experienced since he took the third class, and although he was holding a thermos of pampering on his face and didn't really care, he was in fact quite nervous. None of their classes were too bad overall, no particular drags. The main problem was that there were too few top students, so they couldn't get up in the rankings. Old Gao took a sip of chrysanthemum tea, screwed on the lid, and wrote Jiang Chiyu's name on the last page of his most recent report card. He pointed to the name and slid it from bottom to top like he could push it up. The fingertips stopped in the teens. Hesitantly again, it slid upward and stopped in the top 5. Because there was an exam and I was afraid of any accidents on the road, so this morning Sue's father sent her to school. She arrived a little early, and instead of going straight back to work, she first turned around at the small store and bought 3.5 black refills. This brand of refills sells like hotcakes every time there's an exam, because it has a portrait of Confucius printed on the outer packaging, as well as 4 big words, "You'll pass every exam." She had to go back to class for one more morning reading before the exam, and she was delayed for a while at the little store, and the class was almost here by the time she got there. She walked to the last row first, giving a quill to Zhou. Then he returned to his seat and took out another quill and placed it on Jiang Chiyu's desk. Seeing Jiang Chiyu looking over, Su Tian lifted her chin and waved her fist at him. "Go for the exam, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chiyu gave a hum sound, his voice casual and lazy. "No need to add, it's full." That said, he still reached out and took the refill from the big red package, and naturally pulled a water pen out of his coat pocket and unscrewed it to replace it. Jiang Chiyu seems to be very little like to take things. Usually the homework can be written before the end of the school day, and then do not take anything directly home, only the homework set up late he cannot finish writing the case will be backpacked back. For this exam, too, he came alone and appeared to have taken nothing. Exam precautions Lao Gao had already said in the class yesterday, and their class was already very familiar with the process, so there were not many people listening to the pressure on the stage. Su Tian was a bit uneasy about Jiang Chiyu, who has not experienced a large domestic examination since he came back from the UK not long ago. "Have you brought the card marking pen? Did you bring the eraser? Did you bring your ruler and compass? Do you have a spare pen?" Chapter 60, I Am Your Father. Jiang Chiyu grabbed into his jacket pocket. A few pens and things like a triangle ruler and compass eraser were pulled out with one hand. Su Tian nodded, thought for a moment and then said, the exam starts by filling in the name, exam number, seat number first, fill up the information column. Jiang Chiyu nodded perfunctorily and yawned, got it, Teacher Su. Su Tian role-playing addicted, pointing his table, check scribbling pen still have lead or not, water pen is not 0.5, Jiang Chiyu student, test number it, do you still remember your test number? Jiang Chiyu skillfully reported a string of numbers. Su Tian nodded with satisfaction, feeling like a dutiful old mom. Oh no, good teachers who do their job. For the placement test, in the past she had been in the second exam room, and occasionally dabbled into the first, this time she became the seventh exam room straight away. Jiang Chiyu had no grades and was directly in the last position in the last exam room. When Su Tian arrived at the seventh examination room, she found that there were quite a lot of people in their class, and a few girls who were close to her said hello to her. The first subject was language, Su Tian's strong point. The language questions weren't too difficult, just a little bit roundabout, and if you didn't pay attention, it was easy to get caught up in it. Su Tian cautiously filled in the answers on the answer card. There were still 10 minutes left after writing the essay. She quickly checked the multiple choice questions and the poems to fill in the blanks. Checking out a typo, she lightly scratched one and wrote the correct one next to it. The discipline in the seventh examination room is also very strict. The whole room is writing intermixed with the sound of turning over papers. There is no small talk or attempts to cheat, very similar to the second examination room, but looking up most of the candidates will have a bitter face, and the speed of answering questions is not too fast. There has been a special survey that when sweeping the floor at the end of the exam, the middle exam room sweeps out the hair of the most, the first two exam rooms and the last two exam rooms side by side with each other, not distinguishable from each other. Sudhi looked up after checking and saw that someone was really scratching their hair. She associated it with Zhou and Jiang Chiyu's hair volume again. Jiang Chiyu's hair was quite lush, and Zhou complained to her every day that her hairline had moved back again. Song Yingjing also has a lot of hair, and Ran's schoolmate's hair is the most hair she's ever seen, long black straight and dark and dense, always tied in a high ponytail, long strands of hair hanging down, like a wig piece brought in an ancient costume drama. In the middle of Su Tian's rambling thoughts, the radio reminded the exam time. After handing the paper in, there was a 20-minute break before the next exam. The test in the next class was math, so Su Tian went to the bathroom, ready to memorize the formulas a few more times when she returned. Jiang Chiyu walked out of the restroom. He was in the last exam room and his seat was the corner one by the back door. Into this class, a glance at the colorful, wear what all have, just not neatly wear a good set of school uniforms. There are a few hair also dyed a few clusters of red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple, but in the end there is no arrogant full dye, but also give face to the school rules. To the end of the class, the examination room is very noisy, the sound of people buzzing to the ears, filled with such as, the new skin you see it is so ugly, a moment of the exam to your choice to fill in the blanks of the answer to me to pass it, grass broken test. I'm so tired of it, but I still have to come, I'll go to the internet cafe after the exam, and other gossip. It is impossible to fall asleep in this scenario. Jiang Chiyu lay on the table and closed his eyes. Barely, the legs of the stool dragged on the ground with a very harsh sound. Jiang Chiyu frowned and did not open his eyes. A few boys were in disarray, talking in front of his seat. Brother Yao, why did you split up with your date? The human girls are looking for me. Bar her, what's she looking for you for? Crying with me, said to call you to send messages or not returned. 2 days to me send 999 plus messages, I see her to you quite a piece of infatuation, body and sexy, how to split so fast? Don't bother with her, just a psycho. After a moment's pause, this Yao added, I saw one from our school recently. Several boys followed, and whistled, yo, so you're looking at someone else. What does she look like that she can be looked at by my brother Yao? This was even more noisy. Jiang Chiyu frowned again and still didn't get up. That Yao said, she's on the same level as us, not the same type as that stupid surname Shui, a bit low, quite cute. Got it, Yao likes the pure ones now, ha, did you get them? Bring it over to the brothers to take a look and see how it compares to Shuejia. Yao's voice is a bit annoyed, no, just met a few times, the front side of the examination room, study well or difficult to get. They're back after school, I followed her once, home in that Cloud Palace upper realm, should also quite rich. Cloud Palace on mirror. Senior, low, cute. Jiang Chiyu tongue against the sharp tooth on the upper right side of his mouth, slowly propped up the desktop and sat up. His vision was still a little blurry, so he could probably see that there were 4 boys in front of him, one sitting on the stool in front of him, and the other 3 standing, gathered around his table. None of the 4 were wearing school uniforms, and the one sitting, Yao, had 2 tufts of yellow hair. Blocking her? How about a few brothers to help you block her for a time? Yeah, brother, you fall from the sky, brush up your goodwill. What's the name of the classes? Call out a few people tonight after school. You. Ya laughed, but did not refuse, waving at them, his voice lowered a little. Third class, called Su Tian, comb two pigtails, recognized at a glance. Don't touch anything when you are blocking, you hear me, your future sister-in-law. Same as that surname Shui, wait until I get annoyed. From the third class, called Su Tian. Jiang Chiyu almost laughed out loud. That stupid thing, she doesn't even know when people follow her all the way home. He picked up the lychee soda he had just taken a sip of on the table, tested the hardness of the bottom of the bottle, licked the tip of his teeth, and let out a tisk. The skinny monkey-like boy who said he was blocking people should have heard him and looked up at him and froze. Jiang Chiyu looked straight at him, his eyelids lifted, his upper body leaning back against the chair cushion with a few moments of diffidence. Blocking who? The skinny monkey elbowed his companion next to him, and Yao heard him now, looking back at him and narrowing his eyes. Several people looked toward him, and all of them paused in disbelief as their eyes moved to the face of the boy in the corner. This dude has a raw face. Yao was also seated, and the two of them stared at each other across the table, and while it was clear that Yao was a bit more crowded here, he was getting chills down his spine from the low aura across the table. Who are you? He scanned the candidate information posted on the back table, Senior Class 3, and after a pause, full of disinterest, he said, "Oh, we're just kidding." Jiang Chiyu slowly stood up with the soda bottle in his hand. "I'm not kidding." No one realized what was happening, only to hear a sudden heartbreaking cry of pain coming from the last corner of the classroom, and everyone went quiet at the same time, twisting their heads to look. Only to see the good-looking boy at the back door place the deflated drink bottle in his hand on the table, lower his eyes, gaze stern and detached, look at the boy lying in the aisle with his head covered, and say, word for word, "I am your father." Chapter 61, Your Classmate Hit Someone. 7th Exam Room. The second test is math. Resting her cheeks, Su Tian seriously and carefully filled in her masked answers on the last answer card. Too hard. The JE is really a JE, with a relatively easy language to get the guard down, followed by a super difficult math to break it down. She wanted to scratch her hair even as she did the math on this question. She was okay at math, but much worse than language, and had just finished checking a multiple choice question when the announcement alerted her that the test was over and she was beginning to collect her papers. A wail came from the class. Some even dropped their pens in a hurry. The people in the first row came over to collect the papers, and Su Tian checked 2 more multiple choice questions on the fly. This math test is directly after school. Su Tian packed up things ready to backpack home, has been walking to the school gate, shoulder was suddenly gently patted, she thought it was Zhouing, a turnaround, found that it is with her with the exam room, a girl in their class. Han Peiyu carried her school bag in front of her, one hand stretched out in the unzipped bag, and looked up to tell her, "Did you know, Su Tian, that your deskmate got into a fight with someone in the last exam room?" Su Tian thought her ears had misheard. What? Han Peiyu gestured for her to come over a bit and showed her the cell phone she kept in her book bag, and on the screen was a picture of a high blur. A boy stood in the last row by the back door, towering over the aisle, where a man lay holding his head, blood still flowing from the crack of his hand. Although it was muddy, anyone who knew Jiang Chiyu would definitely be able to tell that this was Jiang Chiyu. A very strange Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian had never seen such a look on his face, contemptuous, superior, cold, violent, and with a hint of thrilling evil. Like a Shura from hell. Su Tian's brain circuits were a bit turned around for a while. This is my deskmate? Is this, my deskmate? We all recognize it, you won't not recognize it, right? Han Pei said. Su Tian opened her mouth, unable to say anything. Jiang Chiyu was never careless and lazy. Regardless of whether it was during those years together as a child or during this time together, Su Tian had never actually seen him truly angry. Never think it's a good idea, never be serious about it. Han Peiyu, I also heard it from someone else, your tablemate suddenly just stood up and smashed a drink bottle on someone's head, everyone didn't react. This beaten one has already called 120 and sent to the hospital. Hit someone in the head and sent them to the hospital. She could feel her heartbeat slowly accelerating as she looked at the photo and jerked back. Where is Jiang Chiyu now? Han Peiyu was a little stunned by her serious tone. No. I don't know, maybe in Lao Gao's office? Or the director's office? It happened before the math test, it's been ages now. Su Tian pursed her lips and suddenly stopped and turned to run. She was going to find Jiang Chiyu. The sun was high overhead, so warm and bright. Su Tian's eyes were astringent, She was afraid that if she didn't go soon, she would see her tablemate again is in the dark prison arraignment room. Oh, her tablemates, so good looking, so good at school, and now they're going to jail. Su Tian ran to old Gao's office first. Looking in from the office window, there was no one inside at all, and Su Tian ran to the director's office in the teaching building again. There was no window on the wall of the director's office facing the corridor, and Su Tian couldn't see inside, so she stopped outside the door to listen, and couldn't hear much talking. Su Tian gritted her teeth and knocked on the door. A female voice inside said, "Come in." Su Tian pushed open the door and went in, scanned around, and saw only a female teacher eating a boxed lunch, so she opened her mouth, lowered her head, and said quickly, "I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong place." With that, she closed the door and backed out. Lao Gao's office is also not in, the director's office is also not in. Su Tian really cannot think if Jiang Chiyu can still be taken by the teachers where, and Sid is stunned for a few moments, suddenly thought, Jiang Chiyu will not have been taken away by the police, right? How many years do you get for smashing your head open? Jiang Chiyu is only a few years old. Su Tian took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, deciding to go home first. She'd have to go back and see if there was any news from that group of demons and devils, or wait until she saw Lao Gao this afternoon to poke around. She didn't dare to go directly to Jiang Chiyu's house for fear that Uncle Jiang, Auntie Jiang, and the others would know about it. With that thought, Su Tian began to run towards home again. Panting, she ran a good portion of the way before remembering that she could have taken a cab, so she reached out and stopped a cab, nodding her head all the way through the driver's master asking twice if he was sure he was going to the Cloud Palace for the mirror. So 3 minutes later, she had arrived at her neighborhood. 5 minutes later, she had returned to her bedroom and flipped out her cell phone to open the demon and ghost group. Sure enough, the students were talking about it. She flipped straight through until the one at the end of the language exam and slowly scratched her way down. The class president still had the decency to withdraw a message. The class president still had the decency to withdraw a message. The class president still had the decency to withdraw a message. In total, 15 articles were withdrawn in a row. The class president is still very serious. Don't rumor things without evidence, it will only get more and more outrageous. Now someone has already come over to ask me if someone from our class killed someone from another class in the last exam room and was handcuffed by the police on the spot. Su Tian's heart thumped. The following vice class president also helped to say, "That's right, speechless on, don't talk about this thing anymore, it's just a little friction between classmates." The following has been turned all the way to the end, and not a single person has really said another word related to this matter. Southern. Although I knew that the class president and vice class had always been very prestigious in their class, and they did all harmonize and unify, but I didn't expect such harmony and unification. She exited the class group and Zhou Ying's messages popped up one after another, also asking if she knew that Jiang Chiyu had beaten up someone in the last exam room, what was going on. Su Tian returned to her, "I didn't know until after school." This time, gossip little Master Zhouing also does not know exactly what happened. She suddenly remembered Han Peiyu, so she clicked into her chat box through the group chat and crackled out a sentence, "Han Peiyu, do you know why Jiang Chiyu is hitting people?" After waiting for a long time, Han Peiyu didn't reply. Shouldn't be home yet or should be eating at this hour. Su Tian was a bit anxious, and knew deep down that it was useless to be anxious. In order not to delay time, she took her cell phone and also went downstairs to eat first. Before the meal was ready, she clutched her phone on the couch and kept refreshing it as she waited. Today Mom and Dad had to go to the office, neither of them were at home. Su Tian directly carried the dinner plate back to her room to eat. A meal scribbled and tasteless, Su Tian swallowed the last bite with difficulty, and refreshed again. Han Peiyu still did not return her. So Su Tian carried the dinner plate to the dishwasher in the kitchen downstairs. She raced back to her room just as an unread message popped up on her cell phone screen. Han Pei, I'm not sure exactly, I thought you'd know something about it. Chapter 62, Handing in Papers 40 minutes early. Su Tian lost it for a moment. She hadn't looked into a single thing for the entire noon, standing on the balcony and looking in the direction of Jiang Chiyu's house countless times. Jiang Chiyu had either arrived home long ago or had never come home. She sent a message to Jiang Chiyu, asking directly for fear of being overheard by his parents, so she tentatively asked, "Jiang Chiyu, there is a question I want to ask you." There's been no reply. Su Tian began to lean towards the idea that Jiang Chiyu hadn't come home yet. Why don't you go home? Were they taken away by the teachers for a lecture and haven't come back, or were they taken away by the police and don't have to come back? Su Tian had a bit of a heart attack for a moment. To stop rambling, she opened her browser and started searching. How many years is the sentence for breaking someone's head? Hello, if it constitutes a minor injury or more than a minor injury, the batterer is suspected of intentional injury, according to the law shall be held criminally responsible. Punished with imprisonment of less than 3 years, detention, control. Suti's heart hung hard, and she saw another entry below. If the injury is assessed to be minor, only civil compensation can be demanded, and the victim can directly sue for personal injury compensation in court at the same time. Administrative penalties can be demanded. Note, items of personal injury compensation include medical expenses, nursing care expenses, lost wages, hospital meal allowance, nutritional expenses, transportation expenses, disability compensation, and compensation for moral damage. From the photo, it looks like, even though the man was beaten and bloodied, it doesn't look like, well, there's a lot of blood. Of course, it's also possible that the photo was taken before too much blood had been spilled. She felt even more infarcted at the thought of that possibility. I think it's a minor injury. I guess so. Can you get a private settlement for minor injuries? The kind that goes private between two students without telling their parents. She thought about it, and if her own mom and dad found out about her school fights. She didn't even dare to think about it. Mom would not say a word to her and cold shoulder her for a month or more. If she was going to lose money, she had saved up all her year-end money and pocket money over the past few years, which was a lot of money. If Jiang Chiyu also happened to need it, she could lend it all to him, the kind that didn't charge interest. Su Tian rummaged through the bank card he used to put his New Year's money in, hesitated, and stuffed it into the compartment of his school bag. She couldn't sleep at noon either, and wandered around under the building for a long time, and if she didn't go, she would be late, and she still couldn't wait for Jiang Chiyu. Expected, but she was still a little disappointed. When she arrived at the class, the first thing Zhou said when she saw her, "Whoa, Su Tian, you look so bad, if you didn't know, you'd think you'd been beaten up." Su Tian glared at her without a good look. Zhou did not continue to joke, "Well, what to worry about the internet passed that photo I also saw, not very serious, minor injuries, compensation for $1,000 should be on the line." I see Jiang Chiyu's appearance, his family does not look like it cannot afford to pay, right? She suddenly remembered that Jiang Chiyu and Su Tian were neighbors, and thought of Su Tian's family's large, opulent and luxurious villa, and was speechless, thinking that Su Tian was really worrying about nothing. Zhou Ying's consolation helped a little. But that effect was gone at the sight of Jiang Chiyu's empty seat. A little annoyed, she smothered her face in the crook of her arm. "In the afternoon, we will take an examination in literature." She didn't see Lao Gao and Jiang Chiyu until the exam. She made another run to Old High's in the department chair's office, and still hadn't seen one of the three. It's as if he's vaporized. She did her best to dismiss these distractions and concentrate on her answers as she worked through the paper, and was surprised that she still had 50 minutes left when she wrote the entire paper. Every second that followed was difficult, and Su Tian had never felt that time could pass so slowly. So after what she thought was at least 10 minutes had passed, but was actually only 2, Su Tian couldn't take it anymore. She checked her information bar and made sure it was all filled out, then gathered her things and stood up with an unmistakable calmness. The invigilator's eyes moved to her. "What's wrong, this student?" Su Tian received everything into the pencil bag, took the bag and the rolled paper to the podium, and softly said, "Turn in your paper early." Her voice was lowered, but it seemed so clear in the extremely quiet class. "Invigilator. Are you sure?" Su Tian nodded. The other invigilator also came over to look at her paper, and it was indeed clean, beautifully lettered, fully written, and the information fields were filled out. "Are you sure, classmate, this is a joint exam, no more checks and balances?" Sudi nodded again. "Okay, turn in your paper early." "Okay." The invigilator nodded. "Let's go." There were vague signs of chaos in the exam room, and almost the entire class looked up at the girl who had turned in her paper 40 minutes early for the literature exam. But Su Tian didn't notice at all, she was in a hurry to leave. After she left, a few students in a class with Su Tian thought to themselves, "Is the expression now so perverted?" The class was getting disorganized and the invigilator knocked on the board. "Quiet. Write your own." The other invigilator took Su Tian's paper and looked at it. Su Tian went straight to the sophomore section. She thought for half a day, Lao Gao couldn't be found, and if the little gossip master Zhou didn't know what had happened, then she could only go to Song Yingjing, who was serving in the student council, to ask about the situation. At this point in time, sophomore year is still in session. Song Yingjing is in the 6th class of sophomore year. She walked to the door of class 6 and through the window, saw an old man lecturing inside. Song Yingjing was still very conspicuous in the crowd, and Su Tian saw him at a glance. The chestnut-haired boy was taking notes with his head down, wearing a pair of silver-rimmed glasses on his high nose, warm and respectful. During that time he was called by name and stood up once to answer a question. It should be answered well, and the class applauded. As he sat down, Song Yingjing's eyes crossed the window and suddenly paused. Su Tian did not expect to be seen by him so quickly, blinked and shook her head again. It means that you don't have to come out on purpose and wait until class is over. Song Yingjing nodded slightly. 10 minutes later, the bell rang. The girl sitting in front of Song Yingjing twisted over to find Song Yingjing's problem. Song Yingjing shook his head. Wait, I have something going on right now. With that, he stood up and walked out of the classroom. The girl followed his back with her eyes and saw him stop in front of a girl, and the two talked. Still holding her school bag, Su Tian tilted her head. Song Yingjing, did you hear anything about our class today? Song Yingjing froze, subconsciously recalling the student council's late list for today didn't seem to have her name, and other than that hadn't seen any special words. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Not yet, what's wrong? Su Tian said, do you know where Jiang Chiyu is? Song Yingjing is the vice president of the student council, has his own special office, with the teachers in the same building, and every day to contact many teachers. The news is more convenient. At this time, it happened that the teacher of class 6 came out of the classroom, and when he heard this, he stopped in his tracks and turned around cheerfully. Classmate, you're looking for Jiang Chiyu? He's in my office. Chapter 63. I'm looking for my brother, Jiang Chiyu. The old man in front of her looked a bit familiar, and Su Tian thought she might have seen him on campus before. Song Yingjing nodded. Teacher. Su Tian blinked. The old man seemed quite interested in her and smiled. Classmate, what are you looking for Jiang Chiyu for? Su Tian looked at his face and blurted out, he didn't come home at noon today. The more he spoke, the weaker his voice became. Oh? The old man was more interested. How did you know he didn't come home? Are you two related? Although he looked at the face, in the end, he is a teacher, and teachers are generally very sensitive to male and female relationships. Su Tian was afraid that he would misunderstand something, swallowed the words he is my deskmate, opened his mouth, he is my brother, we live together. There's nothing wrong with that. Originally in front of the elders she was meant to be called Ao brother, and they were neighbors, they did live right next to each other. It's just that the word brother comes out of my mouth, and it's inexplicably so humiliating. After she finished speaking, Song Yingjing, who had been listening from the side, swept a glance at her with his afterglow, his eyes dipping into a few points of uncertainty. Brother and sister. The old man nodded. So you want to go see your brother? He's in my office. Go no go. Su Tian had originally come over to inquire about Jiang Chiyu, and now not only did she know where Jiang Chiyu was, there was someone willing to take her there. But this person is a teacher after all, would it not be good? And she hesitated for just a moment. Go. Waving to Song Yingjing, he followed the old man toward his office. The old man's office was on the 5th floor of the office building, and Su Tian hadn't been to this floor. The office door signs on both sides of the aisle had all sorts of chairpersons and commissioners written on them, all looking like they were in high positions, and there was a hot stamped door sign in front of them that said Principal's Office. Then she saw the old man push open the door to the principal's office and walk in naturally. Su Tian's footsteps to follow were lurched. This teacher is the principal. The principal still lectures. She didn't know what mood she was in for a moment. Jiang Chiyu was shouted to the principal's office. This matter is all the way to the principal's office? She was a bit worried for Jiang Chiyu. But this principal seemed nice enough, and she felt some relief. There was also a middle-aged man inside the office, very elegant, wearing a white shirt that was washed white. Looking at the old man coming over, he called out, Teacher. Su Tian looked around and didn't see Jiang Chiyu's figure for a moment. She looked around again and still didn't see it. The principal didn't see her follow her and turned to wave at her. Come in, not looking for your brother? The middle-aged man glanced at her before withdrawing his gaze and handing over a piece of paper in his own hand to the principal. Teacher, Jiang Chiyu's paper. He turned it in early. As soon as Su Tian heard this, he immediately came in, walked gently to the principal, and secretly glanced at the test paper in his hand. She only had time to see a whole sheet of densely written answer cards, but the handwriting is very neat. Before looking carefully, the principal suddenly remembered something. The volume in his hand swished closed, his voice still kind. You're in your first year of high school, right? Shouldn't you be taking the literature synthesis exam now, and also hand in your paper early? Su Tian nodded. The principal whistled. The principal whistled. Su Tian's eyes widened. The teacher next to her looked like she was already used to it, smiled, and looked at Su Tian. What's the matter with this student? Rise and shine. Some words said out the first time and then say the second and third time will be much easier. Plus Jiang Chiyu and cannot hear. Su Tian, greatly standing there, said aloud, I came to look for my brother, Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu just came back from the restroom. The door to the principal's office was open. He was about to knock on the door and then enter, when he heard a very familiar female voice say very loudly in the office, I'm here to find my brother, Jiang Chiyu. The office was large and empty, and her words even produced an echo as she finished them. Jiang Chiyu. After a moment's surprise, he leaned against the doorframe with interest and made no sound. Su Tian hadn't realized that there was an extra pair of eyes behind her back. The middle-aged teacher seemed to freeze for a moment. Jiang Chiyu has a sister? Su Tian acted a little addicted. She licked her lips and nodded obediently, yes. Jiang Chiyu didn't hold back. His fingers rubbed the corners of his lips and laughed out. The smile of his instantly revealed his presence. Su Tian thought she was hallucinating, and turned her head in confusion to see Jiang Chiyu leaning against the doorframe, smiling with his head down. Su Tian's entire body was petrified. When Jiang Chiyu looked up, all three people were looking at him, so he collected all his emotions and walked in a proper and detached manner. When she walked past Su Tian, she was still petrified, her entire body in a state ready to blow up at any moment. Jiang Chiyu stretched out a finger to hit her pigtail, just like an ordinary elder brother to his own sister, and asked carelessly, little sister, what are you looking for me for? This guy. He even acted along with it. Su Tian stiffened and turned back, and could see a smirk flash extremely quickly under his eyes. The principal said, Mr. Jiang, your sister said you didn't go home at noon, but the school didn't detain you. Jiang Chiyu glanced at Su Tian and followed the principal's words down, well, it wasn't deducted, I was afraid of getting scolded at home. Next to the middle-aged teacher said, Jiang students, this is your thinking problem, before doing a thing should consider the consequences, since now afraid of scolding dare not go home, why did you hit people in the first place? If you knew it would come to this, why did you hit him in the first place? Why did you do it in the first place? Luckily Yaoshin only skin injury, your bottle if you hit in the eyes of people blind how to do? The rest of his life will be ruined, the rest of your life will also be ruined. Jiang Chiyu admitted his mistake with a sincere attitude, well, you're right. But I looked right when I hit it, it just hurts a little, nothing will happen. You. Then do I still have to praise you for being merciful? The middle-aged teacher sighed and continued to speak bitterly, Student Jiang, you're a good kid, although you won't say why you got into a confrontation with him, hitting someone is just wrong, wrong is wrong. Go back and buy a fruit basket, send someone to the hospital, apologize, and this matter will be over. Jiang Chiyu did not answer this time, he was expressionless, hanging eyes to cover the expression in his eyes, the kind of careless strength of his body has been exposed some more, rebellious, with thorns. It has 3 words written all over it, impossible. The atmosphere slowly became serious. Su Tian had been listening silently from the side, and seeing this, reached out and gently tugged on the corner of his coat. I don't know exactly what happened, but it seems that Jiang Chiyu hit the man first is the nail in the coffin. Whether or not you want to apologize with a fruit basket, it's better to be soft and gentle with your teachers. She felt that Jiang Chiyu should understand what she meant, however, the thorns on Jiang Chiyu's body instead stood up even more, raising his eyes with a diffident glance, you're not afraid that I'll put a poison in the fruit basket? Chapter 64, Wait for me after school. Silence. Or silence. Su Tian haha dryly laughed twice, trying to save the increasingly speechless atmosphere in the office, brother. Brother you, tell jokes really cold. She felt that a whistle from the old principal might be more than necessary at the moment. But sometimes people are just missing such a step down that is uncomfortable to step on, but at least they can step on. The middle-aged teacher coughed lightly, say what? That's how this topic was revealed. The principal didn't detain him any longer, the family members have come over, how dare they keep you, go to the examination center normally tomorrow to take the test, if there is something I'll let Mr. Gao call you again. Jiang Chiyu agreed, his gaze glancing at his family with a bit of an unmoving smile, let's go, little sister. Sister your head. Sister your ass. Su Tian followed him out of the principal's office, in just a few short steps, she had already turned over all the shame and anger she had just temporarily hidden, almost biting her mouthful of white teeth. She huffed and puffed her way forward, immensely regretting why she had followed the principal over to find Jiang Chiyu. I'm here to see my brother, Jiang Chiyu. Ah. What a social death scene. Jiang Chiyu followed her, knowing that she couldn't wipe her face and was ready to blow up anytime, anywhere, but he really found it interesting and didn't have the idea of going over to smooth her hair for the time being. On the contrary, his nastiness jumped out from the corner screaming again at this moment, scurrying and poking him to walk a few steps faster, not slowing down to follow Su Tian about 3 steps, not very serious, little sister don't walk so fast, brother can't keep up. Gee, the tips of my ears are red. It's pink and tender, or a gradient color, like the blue and white English short he had as a roommate abroad. Jiang Chiyu quickly reached out and ran his hand over her ear. Su Tian stopped violently, covering her ears that he had yanked over, furious. I came over to see you with good intentions, and you still hit me? Jiang Chiyu had never seen such a thing. He pointed to her ear. You call this a beating? Suddy, or else. Brother kindly reminds you. Jiang Chiyu spoke slowly, dragging out his accent. The last person who was beaten by brother is now in the hospital. Can you not call yourself? Su Tian opened her mouth, really felt ashamed and failed to say it. This alone was enough for Jiang Chiyu to realize. Out of the door, you don't recognize people, just called brother but called loudly, there are echoes. Jiang Chiyu felt that the tease was almost over, afraid of really blowing her up, so he changed the topic. How did you find over? Su Tian didn't answer, and it was only when he had completely calmed down that he noticed that the corner of his lip was broken and a bit red and swollen, so he asked him rhetorically, how did you get into a fight? Speaking of which, Jiang Chiyu recalled the matter of the idiot in front of him being followed all the way to his home without even realizing it. He instantly felt his brain jumping, held his forehead and sneered, Su Tian, you really, I've never seen you so stupid. Su Tian, however, didn't get angry. She extremely quickly came up with a bold guess through the context, and the context, Jiang Chiyu's fight seemed to be because of her. She continued to wait for the following. The following is delayed. Jiang Chiyu finished, lowered his head tisk, the expression on his face with a bit of fire, but how not to speak. Su Tian really couldn't imagine how Jiang Chiyu's fight could be related to himself, so she preferred that he suddenly remembered something about himself and asked again, where did my stupidity go? All over stupid. Jiang Chiyu sent her 8 words. At the end of the literature test, they had a study hall to go back to, even though they didn't have a late study hall. The two bickered until the class entrance, and Su Tian didn't ask for a single bit of useful information. Jiang Chiyu was too lazy to pay attention to her the whole time, and when she asked something, he either returned a aha or nodded and shook his head. It looked like he was angry with her. What's he mad about? It was clearly her who was angry. Su Tian didn't know how she had become the coaxing one. They arrived at the class just as the exams ended, a group of people clattered out, and Su Tian was swept away like this. I don't know what coincidence it was, the few people around her were all very tall. Su Tian was like she had mistakenly entered the adult country. She tried hard to go against the flow of people, tiptoeing to try to walk to the corners of the corridor to hide, but it was all in vain. Until a sudden force came from her large arm and pulled her right out of the pile. Jiang Chiyu stunk. Don't you know to follow the crowd first? Stupid. Su Tian, then I'll go straight down to the first floor. Jiang Chiyu didn't say anything and loosened his grip on her arm. This little girl, soft everywhere. Ears too, arms too. Jiang Chiyu looked at her ear. The part at the tip of her ear was no longer as red as it was just now, turning a little pink. Jiang Chiyu pinched his palms, resisting the urge to run another hand. When he got to class, Suddy asked him what the fight was all about. Jiang Chiyu's eyes brightened, did not answer positively, but instead said, wait for me to go after school. This way to ask him what with the fight-related things he did not say, either to avoid talking about or to change the subject. Su Tian felt that his language class representative is really not in vain, under the set of questions changed one after another, so that back to the country in fact has not been a long time of returnees Jiang Chiyu students to fully understand the power of the motherland's text. Jiang Chiyu looked lazy, in fact, cautious, froze a set did not drill in. Su Tian began to doubt her own language skills, the unlikely guess in her heart rose a little bit to become a little bit possible. She looked at Jiang Chiyu's expression. Why do you want me to go with you? Does it have anything to do with fighting? Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows playfully, and Su Tian instantly felt that she might have actually guessed correctly. But she didn't recognize the boy who was beaten up in the video. It felt like she had never seen him before. To say that Jiang Chiyu had beaten people up because of her, how to pull it. Quickly stop making a fool of yourself. Su Tian screamed out those wild thoughts and answered the question he had just posed for him. Is it because your parents are already at home getting the rolling pin ready and you're going to drag me over there to block it out? Jiang Chiyu was a bit impatient. For her to raise this stupid question, perfunctory, even lazy perfunctory, go or not? Su Tian wasn't afraid of him at all. No, I'm going to walk by myself. She thoughtfully added, not until you tell me what happened and why you fought. He was too noisy and affected my question answering state. Jiang Chiyu said modestly, so I used a water bottle to gently exclude it. Su Tian remembered that there was a student in the exam room at the end who had taken a sneak peek. The one called Yaoshen, covering his forehead, blood was flowing out from his fingers. Su Tian believed the hell out of him. Chapter 65, Borrowing Yours. Jiang Chiyu was definitely not a violent person. Nor is he a man who would beat people indiscriminately. In Su Tian's eyes, Jiang Chiyu in his first year of high school was already very mature and stable. Though I do childish things regularly, it's just a simple relaxation based on maturity. So what exactly was the reason that would make Jiang Chiyu take the initiative to go up and hit someone, and still refuse to give a reason? That said, neither one knows each other, do they? And it sounds like the one who got hit didn't say exactly what it was about. It must be something very important. He wasn't willing to talk, and Su Tian couldn't do anything about it. After a pause, he asked, "Were you beaten too?" It didn't look like he was hurt in any way from his appearance or walk, but his lip was swollen a small amount. "What are you talking about laughing?" Jiang Chiyu contacted her gaze and wiped his lips without much care. "It's a self-bite." "Is the tooth a protruding piece? Why are you biting yourself?" Su Tian imagined for a moment. The appropriate context seemed to be only the way he was being lectured in the principal's office with his teeth clenched in death, trying not to cry out. "Ah, it's kinda pathetic." As a result, the next second Jiang Chiyu said, "I went out to eat hot pot at noon, and I accidentally bit the beef when I was chewing it." "You were called to the principal's office in the morning for punching someone, and you went out for hot pot at lunch?" Probably because her expression was too confused, Jiang Chiyu added, "It's right in front of the school, the flavor is not bad, next time I can take you there to try it. It's just that the beef is a bit old and not very chewy." Su Tian's expression became even more confused. The conversation between the two men was overheard by the nearby eaters. Hutsong natural interjection into, "I know that home with the beef are not what good beef, the bottom of the pot laced with flavoring, kitchen hygiene is not up to standard, the chef after the toilet hands are not washed, advise you not to go there to eat again." Jiang Chiyu fell silent after listening. Su Tian snorted and covered her lips, not laughing out loud, but her shoulders and neck were shaking violently. Hutsong added, but then rectified once, "And that chef because too lazy was fired, your noon meal should not be he did for you." In fact, fake beef can be seen. The fake beef on the market is generally two kinds of beef. One is artificial beef. This kind of fake beef is actually the muscle protein and some starch mixed together, and then add a variety of coloring, add some edges inside these mixtures. This fellow who? Jiang Chiyu's forehead corners started jumping from the first sentence he uttered, and after listening to a paragraph he finally couldn't help interrupting, but he tried to restrain himself from showing impatience, and asked very calmly and seriously, "How did you know?" Maybe he sounded too serious. Hutsong naturally thought he was asking for advice and pushed his thick-bottomed glasses. At the end of the year, the Food Administration had to fulfill its KPIs and posted a food safety reporting price campaign on the internet, so I looked for a part-time job in a restaurant, and I didn't expect the first one to let me catch it. Jiang Chiyu was really blocked this time. His and Su Tian's two back tables were laughing as well, and Yui sincerely gave him a thumbs up. "Son, awesome." After a period of time, they were able to exchange a few words between them and Jiang Chiyu. It was discovered that Jiang's character wasn't as rejecting as his looks, and although he wasn't warm, he was polite. What they didn't realize was that their friendship with the transfer student had just begun when the transfer student turned his head and hit someone in the exam room. And that one was fast and accurate, straight to the head, and it didn't panic after the hit, like it took a million hits to have that effect. Today, someone in the class group also said that Jiang Chiyu has a cranky disorder and can't stay abroad any longer before returning home. Otherwise, why would he come to their unheard-of school if he didn't stay in a foreign aristocratic school and continue to move up the ladder peacefully? And of course it wasn't their class that said it first, it was someone who posted it in the forums and was redirected to the class group. Before a few words could be discussed, they were all withdrawn by the squad leader. Yu and his table Wang Suhan are lovers of gossip. Before coming to school in the afternoon in the small window secretly discussed several pages, of course, did not discuss anything meaningful, just coincidentally, are on this front table with a few points of caution. Let's just watch and see, the transfer student doesn't look like he's cranky at all. Just now, Su Tian and him were chatting like they used to, and Jiang invited his classmate to walk with him after school. They didn't hear anything. Hutsong wanted to review, so it was rare that he didn't continue to talk at length, and turned around when he finished. Su Tian felt like Jiang Chiyu was relieved. She was a bit amused. "I didn't realize that the one who could gram Jiang Chiyu was Hutsong. So Hutsong is so rambling, Jiang Chiyu is obviously not very patient but not even angry. What did that beaten Yaoshan do in the end that could make him so? Su Tian thought back to the sneak peek, gloomy and violent. She couldn't even believe that the person in the picture was her deskmate. Jiang Chiyu did not say, although she had no way, but still holding a hint of luck turned the topic back, that Yaoshan still wanna be hospitalized? Which hospital? She just casually asked. I do not know. Again touched the table of this grandfather's scales. Jiang Chiyu's face instantly cooled down. Ask this why? Su Tian was given goosebumps by this icy look in his eyes, hesitated and touched the bank card in her pocket. Do you have to pay for the medical expenses? Do your parents know about this? If I knew I should have been called to school first thing, but how could I if I didn't know? There's no way the school wouldn't have notified the parents. Unless it hasn't been contacted yet. She looked at the principal's attitude as if Yaoshan wasn't seriously injured. She fished the bank card out of her pocket and hid it in her sleeve. Her fist pounded Jiang Chiyu's arm. Here. Jiang Chiyu lowered his eyes and didn't see anything, even her hand was hidden in his sleeve. Sudi exposed a corner of his bank card. Jiang Chiyu for what paper, took over only to find that it is a bank card, abruptly froze. Su Tian pressed his hand down and watched as he pressed the bank card against his thigh. Lower your profile, why are you so insecure? Jiang Chiyu guessed something the moment he saw it was a bank card and looked at her with a new and burning gaze. Su Tian coughed lightly. It's not for you. Borrowed. She emphasized. Jiang Chiyu is still staring at her with that kind of gaze. The corner of his lips seems to be slightly upward curved. Su Tian inexplicably feel a little dry, then said, I don't know if your parents know about this, and I don't know that Yaoshan live in which price of hospitals. In the spirit of friendship and mutual aid of classmates, lend you some money, no need to thank you. Chapter 66, Pervert Matching Pervert. The bottom line is that there's no telling how much money you'll have to pay out, or if you can afford it. In order to take care of the legendary self-esteem that all boys have, Su Tian added, anyway, it's easy to spend the money here, so why don't you help your classmates? Jiang Chiyu clasped her bank card and pointed to himself with the other hand, his gaze soft, smiling slightly. I don't think I look very poor either. Sudi, you don't say anything, so it's not like I know what you're beating people up with. Medical bills alone shouldn't be expensive. What if the other side takes the opportunity to blackmail him hard again? Moral damages, nutritional expenses. Jiang Chiyu sighed and said as if compromising, my parents know, Lao Gao called them in the morning. You don't have to care about this matter, it's not a big deal, it can be solved easily. Is it not a big deal to put someone in the hospital? If it's bad, it might go on your academic record. If it's serious, people will report and warn you. Su Tian lowered her voice, ready to talk to him. Do you know how important the file is to a student? Do you know how hard it is to get a guaranteed place? Hearing the word bail, Jiang Chiyu laughed out again with a hook of his thin lips. Su Tian knew what he had remembered, and woodenly, I'm not joking, Mr. Jiang, I hope you can be more serious as well. Aha! Jiang Chiyu nodded, but the corners of his mouth didn't let go. I don't think I have to bail out. Suti looked at him. I think I can pass the college entrance exam as well. Jiang Chiyu slowly said. He sighed again. The principal knows the exact reason, and has already talked to Yaoshan, and it's really him who's at a disadvantage. He couldn't have called the police. Also, I have paid attention to his hands, he had a few stitches, it really isn't that serious. Relying on hospitalization is to avoid the examination plus want to blackmail some more money. Sounds like things have been worked out perfectly. It's only 2 exams away. Su Tian was a bit skeptical. Does the school handle things that fast? The principal is a thunderous man, famous in the education world. Jiang Chiyu remembered something. He's very powerful. I didn't expect him to be a principal here now. It sounds like the principal handled it personally. The principal's whistle in the office still lingered in her mind, a very sweet old man indeed. She grudgingly believed it. Jiang Chiyu put the bank card into his zippered jacket pocket. I'll take the card first, come home and ask me for it, I'll give it to you then. The bank card had a password, and even if it was lost, it was usually fine. But to be on the safe side, Su Tian didn't refuse and obediently nodded. Su Tiandu turned around to review her own go. After a while, Jiang Chiyu suddenly said, fortunately, the cash you didn't take directly brought over. Su Tian said to herself, am I stupid? Near the end of the school day, Su Tian has long packed her bag, the school bell rings, she will Jiang Chiyu to give her to vacate the road to make way. Jiang Chiyu did not should, lazy to the back of the table, blocking the way out of her, really do not go with me a piece? Can you keep your voice down? Su Tian glanced around with her residual light, seeing that everyone was eagerly packing up their things and preparing to go home. not seeing anyone looking their way, she firmly shook her head, no. Are you not going to be able to go back alone? Su Tian didn't know if he was afraid to go alone or what. Jiang Chiyu surprisingly nodded. Had Su Tian thought of the hot pot beef again? You can go to hot pot all by yourself, but you can't go back home? Jiang Chiyu paused. Su Tian patted his stool, signaling him to move out of the way in a hurry. Fooled you. He whispered. Huh? Jiang Chiyu lowered his eyes, the shadow of the eyelashes fell on the skin under his eyes, producing a mass of greenish-gray, looking a few points of despondency. I lied to you, I did not go out of school, at noon in the principal's office to eat the old high to bring the box lunch. Su Ten blinked. Why do you think he sounds so pathetic? But the fighting behavior was so bad that he actually had a meal. Su Tian nodded at the backrest of his chair, not in the least bit moved by it. So what, get the hell out of my way. Seeing this, Jiang Chiyu lazily raised his head and stared at her for a moment. Fine. He narrowed his eyes and literally moved his chair out of the way. You go. Su Tian really left without the slightest bit of lingering. Jiang Chiyu stuck his hands in his pockets and clenched his back teeth, waiting for her to walk for a while before following from afar, making sure she was within his line of sight without getting too close. 2 days in a row, the exam finally ended. The third class of this group of people to the class began to sad-face carnival, while happy to finally finish the test, while crazy spit what broken paper who came out of the out-so-difficult brain has a big disease. Without the teacher, the class gathered in 2s and 3s to match the answers, and there were people looking for Su Tian to match, which she refused. She was never afraid to check her answers after a test. Jiang Chiyu also did not right answer, lowered his head and flipped through an extracurricular book to read, the appearance of extra serious, but this time it is not The Little Prince, but The Nightingale and Rose. The book was a bit old, it had appeared out of nowhere, and Su Tian asked, where did you get the book? Jiang Chiyu didn't look up, borrowed it from the principal. Su Tian almost choked on her own saliva. Well, I got into a fight and got to know the principal. Bull. However, Jiang Chiyu said it is not a big deal as if it is really not a big deal, at least there is no one looking for Jiang Chiyu to talk to, calm as if nothing happened. The JE is online marking of question papers, which is very efficient and results are out in 2 days and ranks in all categories are out in 3 days. Su Tian did not have much control over this exam, especially the literature. She was thinking about things, answered a little too quickly, and did not check before handing in the paper. The matter that she handed in her paper 40 minutes early for the joint examination in literature comprehensive was quickly spread in the class, and there have always been people who wanted to match their answers with her, and Su Tian still hasn't dared yet, incomparably vain. The next class is the class meeting, and if I'm not wrong, Lao Gao is going to walk in with the report card. Su Tian was a bit nervous, and kept pouring water into her mouth in small sips. Jiang Chiyu saw it. Are you nervous? No, what am I nervous about? I'm not nervous at all, the worst ones have passed the exam anyway. It's you, Mr. Jiang, who should be nervous, there are still a lot of great people in our school. Su Tian said quickly. Jiang Chiyu laughed a little, not really caring. The class was in chaos, all waiting for Lao Gao to come. Su Ti listened to them discuss. Hey, did you hear? There's a pervert in our school with 3 perfect scores. Holy, really, it can't be? No one usually gets a perfect score, let alone the JEE. The joint exam is so sick. Is this a pervert paired with a pervert? How come I haven't heard of this character in our school before? I don't know where the dark horse came from, the teacher's office is said to be going crazy. The perverted paper was corrected and then passed around the teachers of other schools before being sent back to our school alone today. Holy platitudes. Chapter 67, so perverted after all. And I don't know what class, let me know who he is and I'll hang his portrait on the wall of my house and kneel every day. It also wards off evil spirits, after all, it's so perverted. Su Tian didn't hold back a glance at Jiang Chiyu. 3 perfect scores. This dark horse, I think it's talking about the one next door to her. See, she wasn't the only one who thought Jiang Chiyu was a pervert. She suddenly had a very secretive feeling. No one knew yet that Jiang Chiyu, who sat beside her, was the triple perfect pervert they were talking about. But they'll know soon enough. Actually, I should have known this long ago, during the last monthly exam. The man next to her, who was reading an extracurricular book, was destined to shine, and was about to shine. Jiang Chiyu was still calm and indifferent, flipping through the novel as if he didn't hear it. After a while, Su Tian finished all of the bottle of water and wanted to pick it up. But class had already started, so it was not good for her to leave her seat. Jiang Chiyu pressed the pages of his book with one hand and pushed a bottle of drink over, a lychee-flavored soda that he often drank, still steaming cold. He didn't look up. I haven't drunk it yet. Cold drinks definitely have a calming effect at this point. Su Tian reached out and touched the bottle. The coolness instantly traveled along the belly of her fingers all over her body, and with a jolt, she retracted her hand and shook her head. Forget it, I'm afraid that the results will come out just as cold as this bottle of water. Jiang Chiyu. When Lao Gao entered the class, he didn't need to say anything. The whole class was as quiet as a chicken in an instant, and they all looked blearily at the pile of copy paper in his hand. Lao Gao coughed and walked up to the podium, his expression not showing any joy or anger. All of them have been waiting for a long time, right? The class let out a long, drawn-out, and slightly grumpy, The class president shouted, "Teacher, you announce it, we can afford it." Old Hai grunted out, divided the report cards and started distributing them to the first row of students from the classroom door. Before she could send it to Su Tian, she heard a large chorus of backward gasps accompanied by the generic tone word. The class stirred, and more eyes gathered on Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu was careless and turned another page. Like he didn't feel the stares. He must have felt it. But it should be habitual. Old Gao parted to Jiang Chiyu, glanced at him and the extracurricular book in his hands, and didn't say anything. Old Gao put the last bunch of report cards on Su Tian's desk. The white copy paper began to pass backward. The agitation grew louder and louder, and Old Hai said nothing, letting their shrieks fester. Su Tian lowered her head and saw Jiang Chiyu's grades at first glance: 138 in language, 150 in math, 150 in English, 300 in science and 277 in literature. Class rankings and grade rankings, both first. The second best overall score in the class was a full 70 points behind him. Although she had long known that Jiang Chiyu would do great and great, at first glance, when she saw such a clear score, she still couldn't help but sigh tersely, how perverted. Jiang Chiyu swept her a glance and also took the report card and began to look at it, his gaze calmly crossing over his own name and score, looking for her name in order down the list. Soon he saw it. Su Tian, 10th in her class, 99th in her grade. Su Tian soon saw her results as well, and her eyes widened violently. At first glance she didn't expect to do so well on this test, and actually did make it into the top 100 in her grade. On the second glance she scanned through all of her grades and was surprised to find that her greatest fear, the literature synthesis, had actually scored unprecedentedly high. 278. It was 1 point higher than Jiang Chiyu. She was writing thievishly fast because she didn't have time and handed in her paper 40 minutes early, actually. The examination. It's even higher than Jiang Chiyu's literature synthesis. Chapter 68, First Place. Su Tian looked at it for a while. The corner of her mouth couldn't hide the upturn, poking at 278 to show Jiang Chiyu, Teacher Jiang, the latter waves of the Yangtze River push forward the former waves, and the former waves die on the beach. Jiang Chiyu gave a soft cut. There's really no comparison at all. Still, Su Tian was happy because one of the subjects was 1 point above him. She didn't want to laugh too freely either, so she leaned against the wall alone and covered her mouth to snicker. Smiling and laughing, he even extended a thumb to Jiang Chiyu. It's all because Mr. Jiang taught me well. Although Jiang Chiyu taught her all about science, she did it so quickly because she was anxious to go to Jiang Chiyu. She was also in his favor. And a special thanks to Song Yingjing for the literature notes. Yingjing Go Cow. Su Tian felt that she could change her screen name and change Li by blessing to Song Jiang blessing. What kind of good luck did she have, knowing Song Yingjing and Jiang Chiyu, the two college gods? The one text and the other just complement each other. And look for a tutor. Suddy began to snicker again. Jiang Chiyu's grades nothing to study, strong invincible science, liberal arts is also very good. Su Tian looked at it again in addition to marveling at the thought that this person also came to what school. Where's the teacher of the Qingbei junior class? Get this pervert out of here. Mama, yeah, 3 out of 3. Is actually true. I am so excited. I've never met anything so awesome in my life. The god of learning is actually by my side. Old Gao is the most powerful teacher I've ever seen. With the god of learning as a classmate, why should I worship Confucius? Because of Jiang Chiyu's test results, the class is getting madder and madder. Old Gao didn't mind their noise and sat on the podium cradling his thermos, watching them go crazy. In fact, his hands were shaking slightly with excitement. In this joint exam, other than Jiang Chiyu, the others in their class did very well. For example, Jiang Chiyu is table Su Tian. I did not expect her rankings rose so quickly, and back to the top 100 grades, not to mention, the literary synthesis is still the first in the school. The first place in the whole school for the remaining subjects was taken by Jiang Chiyu. Tutoring test is also very good, the third class. The key is to rush into the top 30 grade. Their class has always had a big problem is that the top students are not pointed. The previous examination, the top 3 class can enter the top 40 grade is good, the top 10 are generally in the grade 80 to 100 pressure. Yu He and Wang Suhan, who were sitting behind Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu, also made great progress. Lao Gao looked at a whole circle down, thinking that Murphy is really all dipped in the light of Jiang Chiyu, how to sit next to him or so good test. By the way, haven't you all noticed that Jiang Chiyu's literature comprehensive isn't the highest in our class? I-277 is still not the highest? Who is higher than him, our class president? So powerful. Not. A series of ringing, more and more people's gazes moved from Jiang Chiyu's body to his tablemate. Su Tan ah. It's actually Su Tian. Didn't she hand in her paper 40 minutes early for the literature comprehensive? Without even bringing a check. So this is the big brother's confidence. Absolutely, she's at the same table as him. The scholars are piling on too. The god of literature, the god of reason. Their voices weren't small, and they could be heard clearly even from the corner. Jiang Chiyu's eyes moved, looking obliquely at the still giggling young girl next to him. Turned in your paper early? Su Tian nodded, her bright sparkling eyes smiled into a crescent moon. I all didn't thought to. When I handed in the paper I thought I was done with this literature synthesis. Quite capable. Jiang Chiyu commented. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chiyu slowly threw out another sentence. When I handed in the paper, I felt that the literature was finished, so how come I still handed in the paper early? Southern. Her laughter suddenly caught in her throat, not going up and down. She opened her mouth against the smirking, inquisitive gaze of her tablemate. I'm in a hurry to go to the bathroom. Oh, the restroom in the school building was too crowded, so you went to the restroom in the office building, then you ran into the principal. You said you couldn't find your brother, so the principal brought you to the office. Jiang Chiyu spared a moment to help her perfect the chain of logic. This makes sense why she arrived at the principal's office at the time of the literature comprehensive exam and shouted out that I've come to find my brother, Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu didn't think much about it at that time, but at this time, he looked back and looked at Su Tian, and couldn't help but lick his teeth. What? Mention it again. This one. Su Tian didn't have the good sense to say, yes, I ran into the principal, so I stopped by to inquire about my deskmate who might already be in jail. So the principal brought me to the office, he asked me who I was, then I was afraid that he would misunderstand me, so I had to give you a bargain to take advantage of. But at that time, all the senior school buildings were taking exams, how could the restrooms be crowded? Jiang Chiyu picked up a sentence unhurriedly, looked her up and down again, and slowly said, it's only because my deskmate was so good that she turned in her paper early to have a chance to go to the restroom. Su Tian was dumbfounded. She's being set up. Just at this time, the old high suddenly clapped his hands. Well, enough of the noise, and then the other class will come to protest. Classmates, joy will be reversed. Our class is a good student, but there are also students who did not do well, all convergence. Not that I'm pouring cold water on you, just to remind you, there's a parent-teacher conference after the exam. The conversation was interrupted just like that, and Su Tian sighed in relief. The sports committee shouted, we survived the JE, are we still afraid of the parent-teacher conference? Classmates. Get high. Just as he finished, his deskmate pounded him, you're 38 in math. The sports committee instantly shriveled up and picked up their own words. Afraid. The class roared with laughter. Lao Gao laughed along with him and finished, our class did well overall in this joint exam, it's really worth celebrating. The physical committee member instantly became excited again, he had always been an active member of the class, calling himself a brother to whichever subject teacher, Mr. Gao. This time, our class ranked first in the overall rankings, right? Shouldn't we celebrate? Shouldn't we go out for a meal? Don't you think so? Yes. Old Gao didn't refuse or agree, holding the thermos, the reflection of the glasses on the bridge of his nose made him look a little mysterious, wait for the ranking to come out. He tapped on the board again to quiet the class that was starting to get rowdy again. Parent-teacher conferences are scheduled for next Friday, remember to notify your parents that you can't take a vacation and that you have to come to one. The time now is to continue studying. Jiang Chiyu and Su Tian, you two come out for a moment. Lao Gao found them nothing else, first of all, affirmed their achievements this time, and then there will be a joint examination summary conference this Friday, and the two of them will have to write a speech to speak on the stage. Then there's a TV station coming to film it, and when the time comes, no school uniforms, all boys wear white shirts and suit pants, and girls wear white shirts and school skirts, and then there's the fact that, when the time comes, you have to put on a little bit of makeup. Both men and women should be painted. Lao Gao looked at Jiang Chiyu for emphasis. Chapter 69, 18,000 at the price tag. After Su Tian heard this, she swept a quick glance at Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu's expression didn't change, his eyelids raised. Didn't say a word. The old man schlepped off with his thermos. Su Tian had been on stage once before and knew how to write a speech. She spent a class period in the afternoon to write it quickly, spreading the manuscript paper on the table to dry her handwriting. Jiang Chiyu was reading his extracurricular book again, took the time to scan her written speech, didn't say anything, and lowered his head again. Aren't you going to write? Su Tian asked him. The presentation is on Friday. Write what? Go back and search for one. Jiang Chiyu didn't even lift his head. All right. Usually those with good enough grades to get on stage, a speech isn't hard for them, they just write it themselves. You have to get your own clothes for Friday's presentation. Su Tian remembered that she didn't seem to have any suitable clothes, so she looked at Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu flipped to the next page and casually said, You want to wear it? I'll bring it to you when I get home. The pages were held down by an open white hand. Su Tian was speechless as she pressed the content to keep him from reading. Mr. Jiang, you can't use one mind for two purposes, I hope you can always keep that in mind. Jiang Chiyu then removed his eyes from the love book and very quickly knew his mistake. What did you just say? Ask again. I'm asking. Su Tian looked at him. Do you have a white shirt and black suit pants? You'll have to go ahead and buy them if you don't. There is, and a lot more. Schools in the UK have a lot of prom tea party events, and this basic is a must-have. You didn't? Jiang Chiyu asked. No. Su Tian gave him a comparison. My white shirts are all fancy, fringes and straps and stuff. You're going to get it? Go after school, turn around in case you forget. Okay. Jiang Chiyu nodded. I don't have one either, I'll go with you. Good. Su Tian agreed. She thought for a moment. We passed a mall on the way home, we'll go there. The mall is close to their neighborhood. They went in through the door and walked through the many well-stocked branded stores, finding the plainest one to go in. 2 students, not much money on them. Su Tian also borrowed some from Zhouing. She pondered that it should be enough, but the result was that the shopper came out, asked about their needs and brought out 2 suitable sets, and at a glance at the price tag, 18,000. Suddy solidified on the spot. Is this mall so expensive? But Mom said she usually buys all her clothes here, sometimes shopping on the webpage, sometimes the shopper takes the goods to their home door-to-door service, a few dozen to a few hundred. She's a little confused. Or is it because the store's decor is more understated and luxurious and not the more vegan and cheaper she thinks it is? Jiang Chiyu was quite calm, sweeping a glance at the 2 sets of suits with the same style, then looking at Su Tian. Go and try it on? The shopper said, Little girl, your boyfriend has a good eye, this one looks perfect for you to me. Isn't this what you picked out? How come Jiang Chiyu has a good eye again? Nope. What a boyfriend. Suddy waved her hands back and forth and stammered, No, he's not, we're not. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her and directly took the girl's set of white shirt and disliked it towards her. Try it on. Su Tian glared at Jiang Chiyu, hoping that he could read his eyes. Too expensive, big brother. 18,000. $18,000 and that's just for the boys' set. The girls' set is even more expensive. Don't like it? Jiang Chiyu lowered his eyes to look at her. Su Tian nodded heavily. Waiting to go out of this store, Su Tian opened the shelling mode and asked if he didn't see that the price tag was 5 figures. Jiang Chiyu was innocent. How do I know you didn't bring enough money? Did you bring enough? Su Tian asked without a trace of humor. Aha! Jiang Chiyu fished out a card from his pants pocket and waved it in front of her eyes. Miss Su, if you're choosing not to buy it because you didn't bring enough money, we can probably go back now. That's a really loaded statement. Su Tian was dumbfounded. You still carry a bank card with you to school? Jiang Chiyu said carelessly, I've been keeping it in my book bag, and I just took it out before entering the mall. How do you have so much money for a high school student? Su Tian continued to gawk. Jiang Chiyu looked her up and down for a moment. This time he was truly puzzled. You don't have one? I, a high school freshman, love to learn and love the motherland to obey the law, Su Tian shook her head and said a little angry, how could I spend $18,000 to buy a set of school uniforms? That set in addition to the school uniform fabric details are not quite the same outside, there is any difference. Jiang Chiyu swept his eyes at the decor around the field and the logos of the major world-famous brand stores. I saw that you walked in here confidently, and thought that you had brought enough money with you. What's wrong with this place? Su Tian followed suit and looked around. My mom said that I usually buy all my clothes here $100 or so a piece. Could it be that we didn't find a cheaper store like this? Jiang Chiyu fell silent. Even though he hadn't actively learned about name tags, he knew some of the basics. This mall, a sock is more than $100. He probably understood a little bit that Sue's mother swindled her like this in order to make her have a good concept of money, but how could she be so stupid that she didn't notice a little bit of something wrong until now? This little princess still thinks she's poor. He sighed and held his forehead. More shopping then. At worst, he would find a chance to talk to the clerk, barely protecting her money sense from collapsing for the time being. Su Tian this time walked straight to a store with very luxurious decoration. She just couldn't believe it. Jiang Chiyu scanned the name of the store. There was no store name, but the logo was familiar to him because it was a British brand, and the main store was near the apartment Jiang Chiyu rented. 100 years old. Gee, this girl really knows how to choose. He also walked into this store, and just as he entered, he found Su Tian frozen in place, looking ahead. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyelids and saw that the girl who came to Su Tian that day to ask for her literature and science notes was carrying high heels and also standing frozen across the street. In fact, this staring was only for a moment, and soon, Zhao Sakuraxa sat down and began to try on the high heels she was carrying in her hand. The shopper was spitting and bragging next to her. Jiang Chiyu walked to Su Tian's side. He substituted himself, thinking that Su Tian shouldn't really want to see this girl right now, so he faintly asked, going to the next one? Why go to the next one? This one hasn't even been asked yet. Su Tian twisted her face in confusion, then began to look around the store. It's all a bit fancy. There was no white shirt that she wanted. The boys had a set, worn on the model in the window, a white shirt with black suit pants and a striped black blazer over it. The floor in the window was covered with a red carpet and balloons, making it a little difficult to walk over, so Suddy called out to the shopper. One moment. The shopper, who was explaining to Zhao Sakura Snow, answered. Su Tian suspiciously looked around, and indeed did not see any other store guides. Chapter 70, even more expensive than this. There were other sofas in the store, and Su Tian sat there and waited for 5 minutes without seeing anyone come. She half lifted her eyes a few minutes ago. Zhao Sakura Shui had suddenly talked a lot, pulling the shopper around to ask questions. No two people are still talking eagerly until now. Su Tian was a bit unable to wait. Jiang Chiyu had an impatient look on his face and scratched his hair. I kind of know why it's boring to accompany your girlfriend shopping. After just now, Su Tian was a bit sensitive to 3 of the words in this sentence. Her eyelids swished up. Who is your girlfriend? Jiang Chiyu froze for a moment, not expecting such a big reaction from her, curved his eyes, half joking. Whoever agrees is whoever. Su Tian knew he was joking, but she still couldn't help the red tips of her ears and pushed him. Finally, the shopper made a trip over while she went to get Zhao Sakuraxa another size. What do you two want? Su Tian directly asked the price. The set in the window, how much? There was a pfft from behind him. Zhao Sakuraxa laughed out loud. Su Tian glanced towards Zhao Sakura Shui and quickly withdrew her eyes, waiting for the guy to reply. This set is our store's newest model. It's more on the more mature side for men, not really very suitable for students. The shopper didn't have any prejudice because of her age, and said gently. Su Tian let out an ah, looked at Jiang Chiyu, reacted with hindsight, and let out a regretful oh. Jiang Chiyu was too tall and always gave her some illusion. So, is there a white shirt that fits him? Su Tian pointed at Jiang Chiyu. There were only 2 sofas, one that could accommodate several people sitting together. Only Zhao Sakura Snow was sitting there at the moment, and the other was the single sofa that Su Tian was sitting on. Jiang Chiyu simply found a pillar and lazily leaned on it. It was only then that the shopper noticed the somewhat scatterbrained boy, looked at his height, then at his face, and froze a bit. Zhao Sakuraxa, who was facing this way sideways and had only seen Su Tian all this time, also looked over toward the pillar at this moment. She froze for a moment. The shopper was very dutiful and quickly withdrew her surprise and didn't object anymore. With this man's height and build, you can actually try it on. The suit jacket can be changed to a younger model. As she spoke, she took out the shoe size Zhao Sakuraxa asked for and put it to Zhao Sakuraxa's feet, then came over to Su Tian. Want to take it off and try it on? We don't want a jacket, just a shirt and pants. Just shirts and pants, of course. The shopper was a little embarrassed. I thought you were picking out a suit. Jiang Chiyu lifted his sleepy eyelids. No try. Both Su Tian and the guide looked at him. He sighed and stood up straight, coming over to Su Tian and tugging on her braid. Recently, Jiang Chiyu liked to grab her hair more and more. Su Tian was afraid that she didn't have much hair in the first place, and she was very careful to slap his hand away. What are you doing? Waiting for this moment, Jiang Chiyu directly tugged on her outstretched wrist and pulled her up from the sofa. Let's go, this store is not suitable for students. Su Tian looked around and said seriously, I think it really doesn't suit me. She looked at the tall and leggy Jiang Chiyu again, a little envious, but it looks like you can wear it. Oh. It won't be like a child stealing an adult's clothes. Zhao Sakura Snow finally took back her eyes from Jiang Chiyu, pursed her lips, and snorted coldly. Can't afford it means you can't afford it. What's the point of pretending? Jiang Chiyu ignored her, Su Tian also ignored her, and the two stared at each other. Sudi slowed down, looking at the suit. I actually just wanted to see you try it on. Zhao Sakuraksu was ignored and ground her teeth. Shopper, how much is that set of clothes? The shopper, even more sluggishly reacting to the fact that these three people knew each other and were somewhat conflicted, froze and quoted a number. Su Tian suddenly realized that she knew why Jiang Chiyu was pulling her away. Meeting Zhao Sakura Snow's smug gaze, Su Tian looked at Jiang Chiyu again and nodded, not feeling any shame. It really isn't suitable for students. The shopper said in a reasonable manner, you two are looking for shirts, aren't you? I know a store suitable for students. It's on the negative floor of the mall. You can go and have a look. Yes. Su Tian agreed and looked at Jiang Chiyu. Look, I'll just say yes. Zhao Sakuraksu was anxious. You're so thick-skinned, Su Tian, don't you even feel embarrassed? The shopper stood awkwardly in the center, at her wits' end, afraid that they would fight. Su Tian finally looked over, speechless and amused. I just didn't lend you my laptop. You're so childish. As for that? Su Tian had always thought that the two of them merely had brain circuits that couldn't be screwed together. Now she straight away thought they weren't the same species. Zhao Sakura Shui stepped over to me with her fine high heels clattering. She was short and childish looking, out of place with her surroundings and the fine glittery high-heeled attire on her feet. If it wasn't for you, Song Yingjing's literature and synthesis notebook would be in my hands, and I would be #1 in the literature and synthesis grade right now. Not you. Su Tian choked a little. The first in the grade won't be you even if it's not me, it's him. She pointed at Jiang Chiyu. Judging from Zhao Sakura Snow's expression, she probably recognized Jiang Chiyu as well. At least that's what I've heard. Zhao Sakura Shui looked at Jiang Chiyu and suddenly couldn't speak, her chest heaving as she looked infuriated. Let's go. Su Tian pulled Jiang Chiyu's sleeve. Let's go back, the delay is long enough. They didn't go to the negative floor because it was almost dark outside, and Su Tian borrowed a phone to call home. Dad wasn't too worried about them and told them to go home first, and he had a set of clothes sent to the house. Su Tian remembered that it seemed like a lot of her sisters in her dad's company just wore white shirts, and although the underskirts were different, she could wear a school uniform skirt. In the evening, Mom went to her beauty sleep early, and Dad was still on the couch reading something that Su Tian had never read before. Su Tian climbed onto the couch barefoot like he did when he was a kid, knelt next to his dad and squeezed his shoulders, then told him about what happened at the school mall today. Su's dad appreciated her attitude and concepts at first, until he heard the end. Whether it can be afforded or not, it is indeed too inappropriate for a student to buy clothes at this price. Although our family is not very rich and we are still paying the mortgage, Dad is also very tired and works at the company every day, and Mom has been laid off. But we can't be ashamed of this, and don't feel embarrassed, labor is the most glorious. Father Su's face was complicated, never felt like this moment now that he had really cultivated a flower of the motherland. In fact, he was tempted to say that this price is about right for you, and for our family. There are a few dresses in your closet that cost even more than this. Chapter 71 Suits. Su's mom had just erased 3 zeros when she said the price at the time. Su's mother never thought of her daughter to be pampered, so when she was very young, she lied to Su Tian that her family was very poor. The caravan was bought with borrowed money, she didn't have a job, the company was owned by someone else's family, and her father was busy as a gyroscope every day working for someone else. She also pays a lot of attention to the cultivation of Su Tian's view of money. On this point Su Dad and she agree, so usually very careful. Sometimes there is something that looks expensive, Su Tian asked and said that it is a company benefit. But Su Tian grew up, no more and more things, so Su's mother empty words, the family is now well off, but still pay the mortgage car loan, and so their family upgraded. It's been going on forever, and it seems to be a bit out of step with the times. Su's dad mused, thinking it was time for him to move his mouth to upgrade their family's financial situation again. Earlier on the phone, Su Tian thought her dad meant to just bring her a smaller set of staff uniforms. But 2 hours later, when Su Tian was all ready to go to bed, her dad brought her 2 gift boxes. The gift box was satin, wrapped in silk material and finished with a bow tied in the upper left corner. Open the box. Inside is a set of dress, fake 2-piece design. The top is a white shirt, the bottom is a black skirt, the hem is very design, slightly ruffled look. Inside the second box was a full suit that matched the dress. Su Tian took the dress out and tried it on. The young girl in the mirror was standing upright, a melon face, young and innocent looking. Her skin was fair and clear, her black hair cascaded vertically over her shoulders, her face was slightly pink. The cut of the dress on her body fit the waistline and hip line, making her waist look thinner and her legs long and straight. It seems to have suddenly grown up a bit. Dad knocked on the door outside, and Sudi went to open it for him in his bare feet. Father Su pulled her around to look at her and praised, "Good daughter has grown up." Su Tian loved the outfit to bits, happily bouncing in place a few times. "Thank you, Daddy." "What about Dad coming over? He wants to talk to you about something." Papa Su sat down on the sofa in her house with a slightly serious expression. Su Tian thought something was up and sat down with him. Su's father looked at her seriously. "Our family is not at a well-off level anymore." "Ah. Could it be that this expensive-looking outfit was the last of the more extravagant gifts Dad gave her?" Sudi blinked. "Dad, did you get laid off too?" Father Su stuttered. "No, I meant to say that our family is now more than just at a well-off level. The company is doing very well, and now we are considered a wealthy family." Sudi blinked again. Su's father intoned, "That's why I've decided to give you a little increase in your allowance, tripling it from the original." "No need." Su Tian thought about it and shook her head. "I don't have anything to buy, my current pocket money is already enough for me to spend." "Give it to Yingjing brother. Yingjing brother will be a senior soon." Su Tian repeated again, "Give it to Yingjing brother." Friday rolls around in a flash. Usually in school or have to wear school uniforms, before going on stage and then go backstage to change the clothes to wear. Dad said that this set of boys' clothes is to take Jiang Chiyu's size, although I do not know how he knows what size Jiang Chiyu wear, but can wear is certain, so the next day she took 2 sets of clothes directly to the school. The gift boxes of the 2 sets of clothes are very large. Su Tian did not take the box, directly with 2 large plastic bags set, to the class when the class thought she was carrying 2 pockets of garbage. Su Tian said it was the costume to be worn for the joint examination wrap-up conference. The girls gathered around to look at her set of dresses. "Wow, these 2 outfits have such great texture. Our school is so generous. Look good." It feels like at first glance it doesn't seem like much, but there are so many little girly details. The girls started looking at the boys' suits again. Sudi didn't bring the suit jacket, only the shirt and suit pants in the plastic bag. At this time, Jiang Chiyu hadn't yet arrived at work. "Is Jiang Chiyu going to wear this?" "It's also too." The girl sucked in her breath. "What a proper and immodest dress." Sudi let out an "ah, doesn't it look good?" "She thinks it's a nice set." "No, it's just too good looking. And it's a suit, Su Tian, you don't get it. It's like boys like to see girls in black silk, girls like boys in suits." "Holy, I can't even think about it just thinking about it. We all get to go to this wrap-up meeting, right? I can't wait. This will be the most popular exam wrap-up assembly for students since the founding of YMCA 1. No, just the most popular with the girls. The boys would just snort disdainfully off stage and say, 'Average, old man looks better in a suit.' Guys like that I want to pick their brains out to see if they're filled with." Su Ten blinked. By now, Jiang Chiyu had already come over, and the girls surrounding his seat immediately dispersed. The expression has a few moments of awe. Why did it feel as if their class was even more afraid of Jiang Chiyu than they were at the beginning of the school year? Su Tian stroked his chin in contemplation. Jiang Chiyu looked at the 2 sets of clothes Su Tian had prepared, raised his eyebrows, and didn't say anything. Su Tian was still afraid that he wouldn't like it. After all, listening to the group of girls just now, the difference between men and women's vision was slightly bigger. "The teacher has not yet come over." Su Tian looked at her table sincerely asked, Table, why do you boys like girls wearing black silk?" Jiang Chiyu almost choked on his own saliva. "Say that again?" He thought he'd misheard. "Su Tian, why do boys like to see girls in black silk?" Jiang Chiyu made sure he heard clearly and paused. "Not everyone either." Still scoring points with people. "Ha? Whether it's the person who's looking at it or the person who's wearing it, it scores points." Jiang Chiyu finished and gave her a meaningful look. Oh. Su Tian seemed to understand, and then she seemed to understand nothing. The General Assembly is set for the afternoon. Students go directly to the auditorium at their point. For the presentations, the students went backstage an hour early to change clothes and put on makeup. The girls put on their makeup first and occupied the dressing room first while the boys waited outside. Su Tian's clothes were quick to put on, plus there was nothing in her likeness that needed special modification, and her makeup was the first to come out. She felt as if the boys outside huffed when she walked out of the dressing room. Someone else whistled. The braid was suddenly yanked, and it didn't take much to figure out who it was with that force. Su Tian looked to her left but there was no one there, so she twisted over and turned around almost a full circle before seeing Jiang Chiyu standing behind her right. "I just brushed my hair," she said in a no-nonsense manner. Chapter 72, You're blushing. Your face is so red, like a New Year's Eve doll on a couplet. Jiang Chiyu came around in front of her, unintentionally blocking the way between her and the group of boys waiting for their makeup. As he said that, he also reached out as if he was ready to pinch, which Su Tian bent over to avoid. This is called blush. Su Tian dodged his clutches, both hands vainly protecting the sides of her cheeks, angrily puffing out her cheeks. "You're going to put it on later too." Jiang Chiyu carelessly moved a step, invariably blocking between her and the others again. "I don't melt." "You say no makeup?" Su Tian really wondered how he could be so cocky every day. Old Gao especially emphasized that boys have to wear makeup too. "Aha!" Jiang Chiyu said carelessly, "I'll just not melt." "Okay, I'll see how you don't melt later." The class representative of the next class also put on makeup and came out, walking next to Su Tian. They often meet in the office so they know each other. Su Tian was the only girl outside, so she naturally went over to the organization. Seeing Su Tian chatting with Jiang Chiyu, she couldn't help but raise her head and look at Jiang Chiyu several times. She moved a little, intentionally, to interject several words. But Jiang Chiyu did not look at her once after that, except for a glance of his afterglow on her at the very beginning. Although he looked like he was lazily lazy and couldn't care less about others, he picked up every word that Su Tian said, and occasionally raised his eyes and looked in the direction where Su Tian was. The class rep understood what was going on, felt a little self-conscious, sighed grimly, and made an excuse to leave. One by one, the girls can go straight to the back of the auditorium to prepare their speeches after applying their makeup, while the boys go in and do their styling. Zhouing, ever since she heard that all boys wore white shirts and suit pants, with a lewd look on her face, asked for connections to sign up for volunteers just so she could get up close and personal with this group of young brothers in formal wear. She was in charge of taking each class to find where their class was, and at the moment the classes were still down, so she waited at the judges' table below the stage. She was wearing a yellow vest, holding a SLR, and when she saw Su Tian come out, she clicked and took a picture. That little yellow vest was so bright that Su Tian noticed her just as she came out, and wordlessly transmitted a speechless expression to her from a distance. They went on stage to speak as also sitting on the stage, only the two sides of the front position. Su Tian looked at each class as a man and a woman. The boys sit on the left side of the podium, the girls sit on the right side of the podium. She had wanted to take a seat for Jiang Chiyu, but she gave up when she saw this. When she sat down, Zhouing took her DSLR and walked over to Su Tian with gusto, bringing the screen over. "Tian, I found that you're quite suitable for wearing this kind of makeup that's on the thicker side." She tugged Su Tian's dress back and forth again. "The dress suits you too, it's so nice." Because a TV station came to film, the school specially invited a skilled professional makeup artist to come over to draw a pseudo-vegetarian makeup for the students, so as to improve the image of the whole school. But again, because the camera eats makeup, everyone's makeup is still on the thicker side overall. Jiang Chiyu said that she looks like a yearbook doll or a bit of truth. She went to the toilet before coming over to look in the mirror. Blush is indeed a bit too much. But her own self in Zhou Ying's lens only makes people feel that she has exceptionally good skin and color. It's a pretty good shot. Where did you get that camera? Schools, I'm not only being the usher for a bit but also moonlighting as a photographer. Zhouing fiddled with the camera, familiarly adjusting all the parameters to the right gear. "Baby, do you think the joint examination summation conference is really a summation conference? It's rare to have the opportunity to wear your own personal clothes and makeup. Your sister Ying is going to make you the prettiest pup in this joint examination beauty pageant." Southern. Probably Zhouing was the only one who thought so. Because looking around, half of the girls who were going to speak on stage were looking down and memorizing words to recite points. Su Tian also pulled out a piece of paper from his sleeve, opened it under Zhou Ying's complicated gaze, and memorized the chemical equation. Carried not yet a while, the field suddenly came a burst of laughter. Su Tian followed the sound of the head up. it turned out to be the first good makeup boys came out. Su Tian rarely saw real boys wearing makeup and couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Makeup for boys is similar to makeup for girls. The face does look a bit higher with the right makeup finishing touches. People and light were gathered on the girl's side, and no one sat on the boy's side in the dark, so the first boy who had put on his makeup simply came to the girl's side first, found an empty seat, and began to memorize his vocabulary. The boys who came behind them thought their seats were right behind the girls and sat next to them as well. Su Tian lowered her head again to memorize the words. After a while, her back was suddenly poked and prodded by someone, and Su Tian twisted her head and realized it was a boy she didn't know. She was a little puzzled. The boy said with a big grin, "My name is Lu Yang, I'm from class 9, are you from class 3, I often see you in the old high office." Su Tian nodded. Lu Yang continued, "What's your name?" "Name even if you don't say it now, you will know it when you introduce yourself on stage in a while, Su Tian has nothing to hide, Su Tian. I see you brought your chemistry equations, did you just bring one? Is there anything I can memorize? I forgot to take out the formula I brought when I changed." "No." Su Tian said seriously, "It's not far, you can go back and get it." Lu Yang suddenly laughed, he laughed a tiger tooth in his mouth was exposed, pointed. Su Tian thought to herself that so sharp zap to the mouth does not hurt, so did not hold back to look at two more eyes. Jiang Chiyu happened to come out at this moment. Amidst the sound of a slight intake of breath and the sound of "look at that person" that he tried to suppress, he instantly recognized Su Tian, who had her upper body twisted to the back, her back turned to him, and was staring intently at the faces of the boys in the upper row. TSK. Jiang Chiyu gently bit the tip of his tongue. A little annoyed, he squeezed the mineral water bottle in his hand and walked over. Lu Yang could see that Su Tian was looking at his tiger teeth and remembered that other girls had said that his tiger teeth were cute. "Haha, is this tiger tooth of mine growing out of nowhere?" Su Tian shook her head, "No." So the smile on Lu Yang's face got bigger. It looked as if the two of them were talking to each other. In fact, Su Tian quickly retracted her line of sight, and when she saw that he had nothing else going on and was about to turn back, her braid was suddenly yanked backward. When Su Tian turned around, the speechless expression on her face was also already set. "You can't. Don't yank my hair." She grinded her teeth and whimpered in anger. "It'll go bald. It really will go bald," she emphasized with an aggravated tone. Jiang Chiyu directly threw the mineral water in his hand onto her joined legs, the makeup artist gave it to him. Su Tian looked down at the mineral water and then back up. "Then what are you giving it to me for? I don't want to drink. Am I your trash can?" Chapter 73, Couple's Costume. Jiang Chiyu laughed a little and didn't deny it, apparently that's what he meant. When Su Tian was about to say something, she suddenly heard a click and turned her head, revealing Zhou Ying's smiling face behind the camera aimed at them. "Your clothes." Zhou Ying's eyes roamed over them, a little wistfully, like ooh. Zhou Ying came even later in the morning, did not see the two sets of clothes brought by Su Tian, at this time at first glance to see them wearing the body, visual impact 100,001. Having just focused on getting angry with Jiang Chiyu, it was only at this time that Su Tian began to formally notice the way he was dressed. Su Tian only took a look at his clothes in the box, because she didn't know how to fold them and was afraid of wrinkling them for him. It was only now that she counted on seeing the suit in its entirety. How? Su Tian looked at her own clothes and then up at his. Their shirts all look like a plain white shirt, like most of the people in the field, but different. Obviously there is no other decoration either, just a plain white shirt, but because of the different cut and special fabric, it looks more advanced and durable. And it shows more figure. There were little details, like the dark embroidery on the collar, or the way the cufflinks looked, and a quick glance told me that they were both wearing the same clothes from the same collection. Simply put, it's a couple's costume. I knew it was a set, but I didn't expect to wear it as a couple. She kind of regretted that she had known to let Jiang Chiyu go buy it himself. She heard others talking about the two of them in their costumes as well, the word couple biting hard and loud. Zhou Ying also asked, "Bought in one piece? So what's the so-and-so outfit?" Su Tian feigned composure, parent-child costume. Before Jiang Chiyu's eyes to kill came over, Su Tian added, "No time to buy, this is my dad's cultural evening performance clothes borrowed from the company." Zhou Ying was silent for a while. This material, this texture, it's either a big name or a private order, a borrowed performance outfit? If she hadn't been to Su Tian's house, she would have believed it. Oh. Zhou Ying's expression just didn't look convinced, but there were too many people here, so she temporarily gave up the idea of getting to the bottom of the matter, intending to give Su Tian some face. Jiang Chiyu slowly glanced at Su Tian. It's kind of cool. Su Tian coughed lightly and felt the gazes looking at them decrease a bit, seemingly believing her in this explanation. She looked up, against Jiang Chiyu's not-so-friendly gaze, and suddenly realized something else, paused. Why aren't you wearing makeup? Said it doesn't melt. Tugger style replied. You told the makeup artist not to put it on and she really didn't? Su Tian didn't believe it. Jiang Chiyu nodded perfunctorily. Su Tian felt that it was impossible, and then after scrutinizing Jiang Chiyu's appearance, she felt that it was not impossible. Jiang Chiyu's lip color is born red, some skin color is very white, hair, eyebrow, eyelashes color also on the black of the crow's feather, and the skin base color contrast appears some sharp. Features three-dimensional, whether the bridge of the nose or jawline are sharp and dry, almost do not need any highlight shadow modification. That's what makes him look badass and cold in his looks. Such a face is most photogenic. Su Tian was a bit angry, how people were so different from each other. The three of them formed their own group, completely ignoring the others, and Lu Yang, who was sitting behind Su Tian, awkwardly touched his nose and leaned back. The girl's side of the back row is basically already full. There is still Lu Yang next to the side of the most leaning position. Jiang Chiyu expressionless walk over to sit down. Just after sitting down, Lu Yang straightened his spine, feeling as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Not a moment later, Lu Yang's friend also put on his makeup and came out. He immediately stood up and said to Su Tian, my friend is here, I'll leave first. Suddy let out an "oh." Everyone else was watching, and Zhouing couldn't take advantage of the school's equipment to just shoot them, holding her camera to shoot the others. Jiang Chiyu slightly leaned forward, carelessly approaching the back of Su Tian's head. Can't see that you know quite a lot of people. Su Tian was about to plunge into the ocean of chemistry when she coldly heard his voice ringing out very close to her head and felt her body shaking as if she had been electrocuted. She pushed down the energy that sent shivers down her spine and didn't look back. You mean him? I don't know him, the one who came to me to borrow a chemical equation. I'll take one. Jiang Chiyu let out an "oh" and didn't say anything. Although Lu Yang walked away, he still intentionally or unintentionally looked towards the corner where they were. Then unintentionally met Jiang Chiyu's eyes as he looked up. He shuddered and pretended to be looking away. After another moment's pause, Jiang Chiyu suddenly came over again, this time almost to her ear. Lend me the chemical equation. Su Tian again got goosebumps from the distance he spoke, her fingers trembled, she closed her eyes, then opened them again, turned away from Jiang Chiyu's head, and said calmly, I only have one. Jiang Chiyu, tear half of it for me. Su Tian. So the god of learning has to study too? Jiang Chiyu gave her a what are you talking about look. He seemed to really want it, and without any further hesitation, Su Tian made a move to tear the chemical equation he had copied from the center and split it into two halves, handing him one half. Jiang Chiyu slowly, satisfactorily, picked up the half sheet of paper and waved it in the air. Su Tian didn't know why she saw a flavor showing off. What was there to show for half a sheet of paper, she wondered. The lights to the left of the podium were also turned on, and the groundskeeper came over to tell the boys to all sit back down and the assembly would begin shortly. Jiang Chiyu played around with this half sheet of paper between his two fingers, following the large group to the boys' area. Said immediately, almost as soon as the words were spoken, all the lights in the entire auditorium were turned on, and the auditorium became noisy with a class lined up to enter the auditorium. More and more classes came in and were led by volunteers to the delineated areas. The big screen on the stage also lit up, with an oversized glad tidings made by the school's publicity department in the background. Yangming No. 1 High School was the best high school in Yangming City, but it seemed so insignificant among the group of schools that participated in the 8th City Joint Examination. As a result, the results came out as the biggest dark horse killed in the JEE. Jiang Chiyu's answer cards not only reached the schools and teachers in the 8 cities, but also the municipal education bureaus and television stations along with them. As soon as this result came out, the Education Bureau of Yangming City and the TV station asked to see the surveillance video of Jiang Chiyu's examination room to make sure that this result was not forged in case it was a slap in the face. Then they found out that Jiang Chiyu had taken 2 exams in the principal's office, with the principal and a few other teachers personally invigilating the exams. Upon asking why, he went to a fight after the first exam and was taken to the office for a lecture. Chapter 74, Why do you need help from your brother? Surveillance footage shows several teacher directors asking him why he fought, and the teenager standing with his eyes downcast and scattered, not saying a word. It wasn't until there was an hour left in the test that he raised his eyes, glanced at the wall clock, and asked, "Can I take a test first?" Director did not expect him to say the first sentence is actually the sentence, froze to him, asked confused, reacted to the grumpy triple, asked, "You still think about the test? You now think of the test, just what have you done? What is the significance of your examination now?" It was the principal who came over and hammered it home, let him take the test. When he finished, he vacated a table and got him a spare math paper to work on. So the principal and a group of teachers circled him and watched him fill out the paper sharply and quickly with less than an hour left. The head of the math teaching team corrected it on the spot, and 2 hours later flashed his back in excitement. Who forgot about the fact that he had just been in a fight? Jiang Chiyu said a second sentence just when this group of middle-aged gardeners were being exuberantly excited and incredulous regarding the fight. "Ask me who the one I beat up was, and I'll see if he dares to say anything." The principal in the noontime personally went to the hospital where Yao Shen dealt with the whole thing, came back and did not say anything, directly under the decision, Jiang Chiyu no disciplinary action, Yao Shen to do withdrawal processing. Because of this incident, the Education Bureau and the TV station, in order to ensure that there is not the slightest error, not only investigated the principal, but also required Jiang Chiyu's next exam to be supervised by the Education Bureau. He wrote faster in the arts, starting almost as soon as he glanced at the questions, and then turned in his paper an hour early. 20 minutes later, the people from the Education Bureau had packed up and left, leaving only one teacher from this school, and it was at this point that Su Tian followed the principal over. This time the joint examination summary conference opened very grand, is because the Education Bureau joint television station, after various private investigations to determine that Jiang Chiyu did not cheat, you can begin to make a big fuss. 10 minutes later, a higher person has been all seated, the General Assembly officially began, the host on the stage after the leadership began to speak. The more Su Tian heard, the more sleepy she became, but because there was a photographer filming them, she braced herself and didn't dare to show it visibly. Finally, it was time for the student representatives for this exam to come up to the stage and speak, one by one in class order, a process they had known for a long time. The student representative of the first class was the first to go up, placed his speech on the stage, and read it with a flourish. Basically, 2 people per class for 3 to 5 minutes each. Soon it was the turn of the third class, and in the sound of the host's curtain call, Su Tian walked onto the stage holding her speech. The stage was brightly lit, and Su Tian customarily swept the audience off the stage before she went on stage, before looking at the camera and opening her 3-minute speech while reading and memorizing. She finished quickly, and thunderous applause erupted from the stage as she bent over and bowed. Su Tian thought in a trance, so the applause sounded so loud on stage. When the first few people finished their speeches, she still felt that everyone's applause was so perfunctory that she could barely hear a sound. She went straight down the other side of the stage, and like a few people before her, went straight backstage after her speech. It was dark under the stage, and Su Tian went down the stairs slowly, walking with special care, as the host continued to chime in behind her. "Next we have student Jiang Chiyu to share his learning experience with us." Jiang Chiyu has already begun to go up the stairs. Su Tian took the time to look up at him. Just this glance did not look at the steps, her feet were askew, almost did not keep a good balanced step in the air. If it wasn't for the hand sticking out of the slant. The hand steadily dragged her arm. Su Tian panicked to look at her feet, lowered her head, and heard the man gently say as he brushed past her, Tian, how to go down a staircase also need brother to help ah." He loosened his grip with it. Su Tian's face boomed red. When he finally made it to the stage, Su Tian couldn't help but turn his head and see him take a step towards the light. Is ready to go back to the backstage. The field miss suddenly came over to tell her, let her wait on the stage first, don't go back. A moment later there is a link, each subject grade first to go up to receive a certificate of appreciation. When the field agent finished, he scurried off somewhere else. This is a temporary addition, I didn't say there was this before. Su Tian looked around blankly, thinking that she would just wait here, it's very dark here, and other people can't see clearly anyway. So she peacefully turned around to watch Jiang Chiyu's speech. He saw Jiang Chiyu reach into his pocket and clip out a folded-up piece of paper, unfolding it a bit carelessly, his thin lips slightly open. "Hello teachers and students." There was a pause. The whole mood suddenly changed a little. Like something unexpected had happened. It was only for a moment, his expression quickly calmed as he looked at the paper in his hand and continued to read. "I'm Jiang Chiyu from the 3rd class of senior high school." Su Tian was close so she could see clearly. She was curious about what happened to Jiang Chiyu, and after observing carefully for a long time, she realized that the paper he was holding in his hand was a bit strange in shape. Not a regular 4-square piece of paper. And what looks like a random tear from the book, still with the curved half sheet. There are a billion points that look familiar. Su Tian was horrified to find that the speech Jiang Chiyu was now holding in his hand was so similar to the half sheet of chemical equations she had torn to him. No way. Su Ten blinked. Jiang Chiyu's voice is calm and smooth, there is no one stumbling. The sea of learning is not the end of the bitter boat, learning is to be quiet, eat bitter. All the results depend on what you put in at the beginning, a point of hard work and a point of harvest. Sudi blinked again. So he was improvising? The big screen behind them was an instant live feed from the camera, with several camera positions switching, and Su Tian noticed that the image on the big screen was slowly zooming in, as if it wanted to cut a close-up view of Jiang Chiyu's face. After all, what a great resource to not use. The handwriting of a beautiful line of chemical equations had been clearly visible on the surface. I don't think the camera brother has realized that it keeps zooming in on his upper body. Gradually whispers began to circulate around the stage. Photography big brother has not realized that Jiang Chiyu is not holding a speech, the camera is fixed there and does not move. The tattered half-sheet of chemical equations is all but exposed to the camera. The sheet was a scrap of paper she had taken with her, and in the bottom right corner was the pig's head she had drawn when she was sleepy in class. The whispers on stage became louder. Su Tian looked down to the stage and saw that the venue lady who had previously told her to wait for a while on the stage ran quickly to the side of the photographer and said something anxiously in his ear. The next second, the camera cuts away. There was a chuckle from the room. Jiang Chiyu lazily raised his eyes, and his voice did not stop memorizing the script. It is easy for a young man to grow old and learn, and an inch of time is not to be taken lightly. He scanned the circle with cold eyes, not caring why they were laughing, and finally read out a few concluding sentences, bowed perfunctorily, and turned to get off the stage. Su Tian stood at the bottom of the stage and watched him walk towards himself step by step from far to near. Chapter 75. One hegemon is stronger than another. You memorized the script? When Jiang Chiyu walked down the stairs to the shadows, Su Tian asked him. Nope. He replied, made up now. Ready-made, surprisingly. Su Tian was shocked by his superb on-the-spot reflexes and writing skills. Bull. Su Tian sincerely gave him a thumbs up. If I had known I wouldn't have borrowed your chemical equation, so I wouldn't have gotten it wrong. Jiang Chiyu folded the half-sheet of formula in his hand a few times and stuffed it into his pants pocket. No. I forgot to take my speech out when I changed, and if it hadn't been for your half paper I'd have gone up there empty-handed. It's gotten to the point where it's not uncommon for students at their school to forget their stuff because they're changing clothes yet. Again, the field manager came over and told Jiang Chiyu to wait on the stage. There is still a part for him to go up to the stage to receive the award in a while. So they both stood on the stage and waited. The next student comes up to the stage, holds the speech in both hands and begins to read. Jiang Chiyu looked at the stage, half squinted his eyes and asked, "You have such good eyesight?" Su Tian stood a little tired, one hand propped up on the iron shelf next to him to move his sore ankles. What? How can you tell I'm holding a chemical equation? From where he stood and looked upwards, he couldn't see clearly what was written on the piece of paper in the hands of the student on the stage. Su Tian pointed to the big screen on the stage. There's a big screen, you just recited to half a sheet of chemical equations. It's hard to learn when you're young and old, an inch of time is not to be taken lightly. The look was maintained for at least half a minute in the back. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chiyu glanced thoughtfully at the stage. Wouldn't that mean that everyone under the stage can see that what I'm holding is a chemical equation? Right. If she had, she'd be dead embarrassed by now. But Jiang Chiyu's cheeks had obviously gotten as thick as the city walls. Jiang Chiyu nodded, his eyes roaming the stage as if looking for something, then his thin lips hooked and smiled out. Quite good. Someone who didn't borrow the chemical equation should have seen it too. Su Tian, however, thought that when he said it was quite good he meant that it was quite good that he had made a big splash again. Thinking to myself, why is this guy so tight? When the dozen or so student representatives had all finished their speeches, Su Tian was also tired of squatting on the ground, and no one could see her in the dark anyway. Jiang Chiyu stuck one hand in his pocket and stood casually and lazily as well. Finally, the host said on the stage, "The following is the awards section. Let's invite the students who won the first grade in each subject in this exam to come on the stage to receive their awards." The host's words just fell. Suddenly the stage on both sides of a crackling sound. That sound is extremely close to Su Tian. She even felt that the sound is simply in her skullcap up, froze in fear and sat directly on the ground. She sat down this time to see that a stereo had been placed behind the steel shelf next to her and was playing festive music and firecrackers at the same time. Playing music is normal. What's with the firecrackers? Actively respond to the national policy of energy saving and emission reduction? Sudi cluelessly locked eyes with that vibrating stereo. Jiang Chiyu scoffed out without restraint, taking 2 steps over to pull her up on stage. Su Tian hurriedly put away the emotions on her face, expressionless as if she was very high and mighty as she walked onto the stage behind Jiang Chiyu. Not everyone in the auditorium knew that their school had produced a pervert-level scholar. Those who don't know see only two people coming up and ask strangely, how come there are only two people, language, math, English, science, aren't there 5 subjects? Those who know are already pumping their fists in excitement for the scenes that will play out next, even though the protagonists aren't them, it's not even you. Who says that if there are 5 doors you have to be 5 to take first place? The man figured it out, incredulously, WOJ? It's hard to see how 2 people can split the 5 firsts equally? To be precise, 1 person took first place in all 4 subjects, and that young lady on stage was the last word for our average student. The deeds of the scholar god quickly spread throughout the audience, which began to stir, stretching their necks to catch a glimpse of the legendary pervert who had scored 4 perfect scores. And then, worry, this guy is so handsome, is there anyone else in our school like this? You wouldn't not know him, right? Class 3 Jiang Chiyu, that Jiang Chiyu who parachuted into the school grass seat on the first day he transferred here. Handsome and studying so well, absolutely. That girl is so nice and pretty. Wait, is that Jiang Chiyu? The one who beat up the school bully? You also eat melon? I heard that Jiang Chiyu's family has power and influence, the road mixed, he just transferred to no reason to our school bully Yaoshin beat, the principal personally went to him to deal with, was beaten by the school bully has been expelled now. Holy, there's more to this? Yaoshin, expulsion also deserved, I last saw him slapping a girl in front of the school, the girl ran away crying. And hitting a woman in public? How come no one stopped them? At that time there was no teacher beside the students saw him look like that also know not to be messed with, are afraid to go over. What is this, a bully is better than a bully. Yeah haha, now Jiang Chiyu has become the new school bully of our school. Who would have thought that at the very beginning calling him Skyfall was just omitting the word schoolmaster after Skyfall schoolmaster, and now it's directly omitting the 6 words schoolmaster schoolmaster schoolmaster. Awesome, I don't really know what else to say except awesome. Skyfall is awesome. It's impossible to hear off stage. After reading a long string of speeches, the host finally proceeded to the next step. Next we have the homeroom teachers of the award-winning students coming up to the stage to present them with their awards. Amidst a round of snapping applause, Old Hai, beaming, followed the MC up from the right side of the stage and looked at them with relief. Su Tan saw his muzzle saying, good boys, 2 good boys, both good boys. The MC stood next to them with 5 medals. Moderator, Jiang Chiyu, achieved the first place in her math grade with a perfect score in this joint exam. When he said the word perfect score, the host raised his voice slightly and his tone was a bit excited. The host's emotions easily affected the audience, and a thunderous applause erupted from both the audience and the leaders' gallery. Lao Gao took out the medal from the MC, and Jiang Chiyu bowed his head slightly, allowing Lao Gao to hang the ribbon around his neck. Then he handed him another bouquet of flowers from the venue manager. Old Gao patted him on the shoulder, not bad, very good, very good. Keep up the good work in the future as well. Jiang Chiyu put away those rambling emotions and nodded, well, thank you, Mr. Gao. The moderator added, Mr. Su Tian, with 278 points in this joint examination, achieved the first place in the grade of literature. Chapter 76, Eyes, Very Tender. Lao Gao took out another medal, this time without Su Tian bowing her head, he easily put it around her neck, shoving the flowers that belonged to her into her hands as well. Keep up the good work in the future, your teacher always thinks highly of you. Su Tian bowed slightly, from the bottom of her heart, thank you, Mr. Gao. Meanwhile off stage. This teacher is still not going down. What day they are still in the same class? Sorry, they're both still at the same table to be exact. The man is handsome and the woman is pretty, so good match eh? Does anyone else think their outfits look like they're a couple? Really I hadn't noticed when it was just the 2 of them on stage, but now that the teacher who also wears a white shirt and suit pants is standing next to them, it's obvious that they're both dressed in the same family. No way, Skyfall has only been turned around for how long? If Skyfall likes me and has only been here for a day, I'll agree to be his girlfriend. The 2 of them are also too blatant, really think that the teachers are blind, I think the 2 of them can't keep this table name. The moderator went on to say, Mr. Jiang Chiyu, achieved the first place in the language grade with 138 points in this joint exam. Mr. Jiang Chiyu, he achieved the first place in his grade in science with a perfect score in this joint exam. Mr. Jiang Chiyu, achieved the first place in his English grade with a perfect score in this joint exam. Every time the host reads on, Lao Gao picks up a medal and hangs it around Jiang Chiyu's neck. Crucially, the groundskeeper would also send another bouquet of flowers. And every time, the old high school would say a quote to motivate him. I listened to your speech too, it was great to learn the ropes. It is easy for a young man to grow old and learn, and an inch of time is not to be taken lightly. Remember these words. Keep up the good work, and on our next test, we'll try to get 3 more perfect scores. At the end of the day, when the host finally finished reading, Jiang Chiyu's neck has hung 4 medals, holding 3 bunches of flowers in his hand with difficulty. There is a bunch of really can't hold it. Lao Gao helped him to hold it. Su Tian was also having a hard time holding back her laughter next to her. In order to divert her attention, she looked at the stage, just in time to see Zhou Ying in the yellow vest directly in front of her in an obscene posture, half crouching on the ground, frantically pressing the shutter at them. Her posture was just too funny, and Su Tian didn't hold back her laughter, revealing her white teeth. Jiang Chiyu slightly inclined his head, looking at the tiny pear swirl that was squeezed out by the smile on one side of her cheek. The stage is brightly lit. He was also incredibly radiant in his eyes. Ka Chao. Ying Zhou recorded the moment. That evening, the forum of Yangming No. 1 Middle School, Yangming No. 1 Middle School official released a post. Congratulations on the successful conclusion of our school's joint examination summary conference, was added to the essence. The cover illustration is of a guy surrounded by flowers looking slightly sideways at a girl with a radiant smile next to him. Eyes, very tender. The students interpreted it as tenderness. The teachers. Forum account is run by students in the publicity department, and it doesn't help for the teachers to read anything into it. Due to the face value is quite high, coupled with this one shot of the atmosphere sense is really too good, passed around the internet, an uninformed yellow V blogger took the photo on the microblogging post, ask which campus drama this is This hero and heroine face value online, this hero look to the heroine eyes look acting should also be online, photo repair is also great post should also be online. I want to see too much to come to someone to tell the child what this drama it. She is just a yellow V, turn like comment add up to not 1,000, originally thought that you have to wait for several days to squat to the results, who knows the next day as soon as I woke up and picked up the phone to see, her microblogging has blown up. She thought she had made some mistake and was caught in the act, and hastily clicked on the comments to see that it was because a red V blogger had retweeted the Ask the Drama tweet she had posted yesterday. She dropped it then, scanned the blogger ID and nearly choked on her own spit. Who? At director Zhao Yuanliang, face value online, boys' eyes are very tasteful, asked a few friends also do not know what this drama, to the almighty netizens for help, smiley face, smiley face. Zhao Yuanliang. Zhao Yuanliang, who just won the Best Director award. The influence of a red V blogger is not small, the influence of director Zhao Yuanliang is even greater. An hour later, a reply was topped, campus, non-drama. This is the scene of our school's 8th city joint exam wrap-up assembly yesterday. The 2 people in the picture are the school god schoolboy big brother who got 3 perfect scores in 4 subjects and the first in his grade, and his little deskmate who was the first in his grade in the literature and synthesis. At director Zhao Yuanliang replied to him frowny face surprised, I wouldn't even dare to shoot like that. 5 minutes later. At Yangming Yishong official microblogging, claim it this is the report card of the 2 students view image, at director Zhao Yuanliang frowny face surprise, I don't dare to shoot like this. At CBYYRKA campus, non-drama. This is the scene of yesterday's 8th city joint examination summary assembly in our school, and the 2 people in the picture are the school god schoolgrass big brother who got 3 perfect scores in 4 subjects and the first in his grade, and his little deskmate who was the first in his grade in the literature and synthesis. Another 5 minutes later, at director Zhao Yuanliang commented on this microblogging, the 2 of you are very good, if you are bored with studying you can consider looking for me to shoot a drama A few people went back and forth, and it soon created a lively discussion online. The 2 protagonists of the online buzz had no idea. This day was Saturday. Su Tian was knocked on the door again in the morning by Jiang Chiyu to go for a morning jog. This time she had experience, answered and cleaned up and freshened up in her room before going out. Jiang Chiyu was still wearing his white sweatshirt, bright and fresh, and was having a long conversation with Su's father on the sofa. Su Tian's eyelids fluttered and swept them away before heading downstairs, yawning as she went to serve breakfast. This time, Su's mom was there and counted her out. Timothy, you made I wait for you for so long again. Su Tian's voice came from the kitchen. I'm sorry I was wrong. I'll definitely get up earlier tomorrow. Despite the words, none of the 3 members of the Su family believed it. Jiang Chiyu smiled lightly, it's fine, I've also just arrived. I came back a bit late last night, and went to the dry cleaners, and got up late in the morning. Last night their JE wrap-up meeting went from 6 to 8:30, and when it was over and they packed up, it was 9 when they got home. Luckily, the next day was a double day off. Jiang Chiyu glanced at the young girl who didn't come over to the living room and ate breakfast directly on the semi-open kitchen bar, and said slowly, "The clothes will be picked up tomorrow, and I'll return them then." "Huh?" Papa Su was surprised. "What clothes, and what?" Su Ten is still happily eating breakfast. Jiang Chiyu said, "Yesterday the clothes, is not uncle you borrowed from the company performance clothes, but also to return." Su Tian's mouth that was chewing on the fried egg suddenly paused. Chapter 77 Su Tian Jiang Chiyu is a brother and sister? Slowly, with great difficulty, she swallowed the egg that had suddenly become tasteless in her mouth. Incredulously, she looked up at the humanoid Jiang Chiyu. "Papa Su, what performance clothes? That's what I ordered from a friend's store, it was meant for you too." Su's mom was straight up expressionless. Su Tian. Su Tian felt her whole body shaking with anger, staring wide-eyed, unable to speak. "Jiang Chiyu. I'll give it to you." "What else?" "Su a little." Su Tian didn't believe that he really thought these two outfits were borrowed performance clothes. If the gaze had substance, Jiang Chiyu would have already had 2 holes shot through her body. Jiang Chiyu received her torch-like gaze and gave a slow "Oh, blame me, I didn't see that Tenten was joking." Papa Su smiled. This topic was quickly taken away by other topics, and Su Tian quickly finished a breakfast, chewing Jiang Chiyu viciously in her mouth over and over again as if he were food. Walking out of the house one after the other with him, when she left the line of sight of the 2 elders, Su Tian immediately flipped out and pushed her hands on Jiang Chiyu's back. "You dry well." Her little strength was only enough to push Jiang Chiyu forward a few steps, or at least Jiang Chiyu also followed the stop, the smile on the face of the wanton undisguised, lazy defense. "I didn't how Tenten said this when the expression on the face of so calm and serious, I really believe it. The size fits so well and the clothes are so new. I didn't say this to avoid suspicion. Did you not bring your brain that day? Bring it on, it's all spent making up lines to chemical equations. Oh yeah, you also had a wrong number copied in that half of the chemical equation, it's Co2 not Co8. Su Tian gasped. Jiang Chiyu looked at her with downcast eyes. "Besides, what are we avoiding suspicion for? I see that your brain is all used on avoiding suspicion." Su Tian gave a beat and said breathlessly, "Isn't that to block some of your peach blossoms less?" Jiang Chiyu was silent for a moment, then his voice was calm, but his tone was meaningful. "Peach blossoms are not blocked like this." "How does that block?" "First I have to have a girlfriend to keep the peaches away." Su Tian's heartbeat inexplicably missed 2 beats, speechless for a moment, patted his elbow. "Let's go, it's hot with the sun out." The two walked like this for a while, and Su Tian slapped her head, suddenly reacting to the fact that she had been sidetracked by him. What peach blossom wasn't so blocked? She hadn't wanted to block his peach blossom in the first place. But to bring up this topic again at this time made it seem as if she cared, so Su Tian could only eat this stifling loss, having no place to vent her anger. Friday parent-teacher conferences are quickly approaching. Su Tian was in the office helping Lao Gao print the materials to be used for the parent-teacher conference in a while. Parent-teacher conferences students wait outside while parents sit in their students' seats. Last week Su Ten's parents told her they couldn't go to the parent-teacher conference this week, they had a party they had to attend, so they'd find someone to go in their place this time. This has happened many times before, usually to the cousin aunt or the maid aunt of the family, so Su Tian did not care, and agreed to accept the good advice. She didn't have any regrets, although she did pretty well on the comprehensive exam this time. It was just overachievement plus good luck, and she didn't get much improvement in any of the other subjects. It was the first time for Jiang Chiyu's parents to come to Yangming No. 1 Middle School, so Jiang Chiyu went to the school entrance to pick them up. Just walking into the Cherry Blossom Avenue, Jiang's mom couldn't walk anymore and asked Jiang's dad to take pictures of her. The two of them took pictures of the scenery, themselves, each other, then a group picture, and then always another group picture. Every time Jiang Chiyu thought they were done shooting and were about to leave, Jiang's mom would change to the next pose. He let out a long breath and asked with a dry pestle, "Aren't you guys ever going to take a picture together?" Jiang mother took Jiang father's cell phone to check the taken pictures one by one, took many of them. She faced the cell phone screen towards Jiang Chiyu, letting him look at the preview picture. Jiang Chiyu faintly asked, "Don't you think this group photo isn't very complete?" Mother Jiang pondered for a moment. "That makes sense." She shoved her cell phone to Jiang Chiyu, "Then stand farther away and take a full body shot of us," he said, pulling Jiang dad's arm to teach him to pose. Jiang Chiyu. The parents were true love, the son was an accident. He took a perfunctory, unfocused, blind shot. Jiang mother concave half a day of difficult pose. A look at the finished product of Jiang Chiyu shot, angry hit him. What the hell are you shooting this? Father Jiang also came over to watch. After watching, hit Jiang Chiyu's other arm. Brat. Mother Jiang, hurry up and move out you. Being at home every day pisses me off. Jiang father gently patted Jiang mother, don't be angry huh? Then he crossed his eyes at Jiang Chiyu, why don't I buy you a house next to the school, and you can move out right now, being angry at your mom at home all day long. Jiang Chiyu closed his eyes, took a long breath, and couldn't hold back. The map can search the senior school building, our class is on the 3rd floor, you guys check it yourselves. After saying that, he shoved the cell phone back into Father Jiang's hand, shook his head and couldn't stay for a second, and left himself first. The two parents didn't care about their son in the slightest and continued to take pictures beautifully. They this shot, the time is a little long, rushed to the class when inside people have basically all come together. Jiang mother knocked on the door and walked into a step, suddenly hesitant, withdrew to look at the door plate on the class door, the 3rd class of the 1st year of high school. She took hold of John's father and asked, is our son in this class? Father Jiang pondered for a moment, hiss, I forgot too. The old man was holding a thermos cup, slowly looking at the door of these two parents, smilingly, how even their children which class have forgotten. The doorway was filled with students from class 3, John's mom looked around, I don't see him, he's not from this class, is he? The students of class 3 also looked at the pair of unreliable-looking parents and whispered, with the class president asking, whose parents are you, auntie? Mother Jiang said, Jiang Chiyu. The class president apparently froze for a moment, then nodded, yes, he's from our class. Jiang's mom pulled Jiang's dad inside. Old Gao looked at them and coughed lightly, suppressing the laughter of the parents in the class. Okay, now the parents are basically all here huh? Let's see, oh, there are still Su Tian parents who haven't come. Lao Gao looked toward the door, squad leader. Where's Su Tian, has anyone seen Su Tian? Jiang's mom took a seat at Su Tian's position and raised her hand, coming, Su Tian's parents are here. The parents inside the door didn't know what was going on and just assumed that the two students were from the same family, and outside the door the 3rd class all froze. Su Tian Jiang Chiyu is brother and sister? Chapter 78, aren't you two brother and sister? Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu are brother and sister? Yu and Wang Suhan both looked at each other, both in their hearts all said, no wonder. No wonder, they cook so fast. No wonder, Jiang Chiyu even invited Su Tian to go home together. No wonder, they dared to wear couples clothes openly at the JLPT wrap-up meeting. No wonder, the two of them always have brother Ayu come and sister Timothy go. Blame it on my thinking. I'm guilty. Me too. The two thought Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu is really a brother and sister, forward to see those who can only be silently as if they did not see the things set out, next to the students all listened to a blank stare. That's not right. The class president was all confused. I remember when Jiang Chiyu first arrived Su Tian didn't seem to recognize him. Brother and sister. Yuan compared to 2 fingers, brother a few years past before returning to the country, sister a little temper when not recognize him, brother and sister love interest well. Su Tian and Zhouing had just come out of the restroom, and there was always a strange friendship between girls called going to the restroom together. Not a few steps out, Zhouing suddenly covered her stomach again and walked back. No, I still have a stomachache, don't wait for me, you go back to your class first. If they finish the parent-teacher conference and I'm not back yet, my mom asks and you say I'm in the toilet. Got it. Su Tian sighed, told you to eat less ice cream. So Su Tian was left alone to go back to her class, and just as she reached the door of her class, she saw the class monitor look at her and let out a hey, no, speak of the devil. She froze and walked over. What's wrong? Nothing, a little unexpected. Nothing, it's kind of unbelievable. Nothing, a little overwhelmed. Su Tian. Our class is really a united and friendly class. She turned around and walked over to the window to look in to see who had come to her parent-teacher conference this time instead of her mom and dad. At first glance the figure looked a bit like her cousin's aunt. Before Su Tian had time to look at it specifically, someone tapped her on the shoulder. Su Tian, your brother is here. Huh? As soon as she heard the words your brother, Su Tian turned her head violently and didn't see any familiar figure. Instead, I saw Jiang Chiyu come over with a bottle of Nangfushanquan in one hand, and the cuffs of his school uniform shirt were folded to his small arms, revealing a smooth line of skin, cold white skin, white and shining in the sunlight. It suddenly occurred to her how anyone else would know who her brother was. She looked quizzically at the squad leader who tapped her shoulder. What, my brother, where? The class president pointed at Jiang Chiyu who was walking towards them. Your brother, you two are hiding it really tightly. If it wasn't for your parents coming together to give you a parent-teacher conference, I wouldn't even know that you two are brother and sister. Yuan also said, yes, I watched you two flirting every day in the back, as much as possible to the wrong way to think, blame me for thinking dirty. Flirting is not just for couples, it's also for siblings, ha ha ha. Su Tian instantly realized what was going on and fiercely twisted her head to look at the class, and sure enough, Jiang Chiyu's seat was occupied by Jiang Dad, while her seat was occupied by Jiang Mom. Su Tian wanted to explain but was a bit clueless. Especially after Yua's remark that flirting can be a brother and sister apart from a couple. Jiang Chiyu walked straight to her side, glanced inside the room, and let out a lazy, I forgot to mention that this time my mom came to give you a parent-teacher conference. The squad leader froze first, aren't you two brother and sister? Jiang Chiyu put the mineral water on the windowsill. Su Tian surprisingly did not talk nonsense about Ayu brother or something to take advantage of her. The end of his eyebrows flew up, very quickly replied, no. Su Tian looked at him. Jiang Chiyu added, the two families just know each other. Yuan couldn't stop laughing. The atmosphere was somehow, kind of weird. Wang Suhan recalled what he and his tablemate had just said, and remedied the situation by saying, apart from couples and siblings, flirting can still be a tablemate. He looked to his tablemate, Brother Awa, how do you do this question? Yuhi was bitter, also trying to remedy the situation, and replied, Brother Han Han, remember to bring me a bottle of soda when you go to the supermarket. Jiang Chiyu. Southern. In an instant, the way the class looked at the two of them changed. Jiang Chiyu suddenly laughed out with a ha. Su Tian's entire body stiffened, her lips mumbling, embarrassed and wanting to flee the planet. She palely explained, I didn't, you two don't talk nonsense. I think, Jiang Chiyu, however, bent his eyes and twisted his head to look at Su Tian, it's quite an image. Su Tian didn't even know what to say for a moment, looking incredulously at Jiang Chiyu. Big brother. What are you talking about you know? You know. You know. I know. You know. One of the main characters himself stamped that the CP they were knocking about was real, and the expressions on both back tables were wonderful. The expressions on the faces of the entire class, not just the two back tables, were wonderful. Su Tian completely couldn't stay any longer. I'm going to look for Zhou. Did she fall into the toilet? How come she didn't come out for so long? Jiang Chiyu gave a hum sound, looking at her back as she walked more and more hurriedly. After school you'll take the car back with me and go out to eat at night. Su Tian has used the run. As soon as Su Tian left, Jiang Chiyu also drank the little mineral water left in his water bottle in 3 or 2 gulps and walked to the end of the hallway to throw away the trash. Once the two of them were gone, the students didn't have to hold back and eagerly discussed it. Look at Su Tian, going to the restroom and reporting back to Jiang Chiyu. I seem to understand again why they dare to wear couples' clothes openly. If that's not her mom. I'm afraid it's not her mother-in-law. Oh, that's such a great mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship. They're both so great too. It's fantastic that a mother-in-law comes to give her future daughter-in-law a parent-teacher conference, isn't it? I've noticed that you all seem to have accepted the fact that Soten and Skyfall are a couple. It's not a thing, it's a fact. You see who else Skyfall has offered to talk to in class besides his desk. I'll testify that on the first day he transferred here, that guy in our class borrowed his water card and talked to him, and yesterday, Skyfall collected his homework for his desk and asked me what his name was again. Damn, what a sweet, sweet bossy schoolboy in love with me. Not only the school bully yo, we Skyfall Trinity, the school bully school god in one. Classroom. Lao Gao highlighted the results of this joint examination and then targeted a few words to a few parents. Jiang Chiyu and Su Tian's grades were the last to be said. The old high did not say too specific, to give their class students to stay alive. Just first simply praised some, and then meant to solemnly remind, this, I know that some of our classmates because of the appearance of the conditions of the recent online topic degree, I want to say is that high school students the most important thing is still learning, especially learning originally good students, do not be online some director blogger what the fancy words confuse the mind, learning is the most important. Important. Chapter 79, Top 3 and the Hangman's Tale. There is a mixture of good and bad information on the internet, and students at this stage may not be able to tell the difference, but parents must be vigilant not to waste their money. The door was closed, but sound could still come out, and the few students who were lying on the front and back doorways eavesdropping laughed and whispered. Jiang Chiyu didn't hear what was being said in the room, but he probably understood it from the tripe that leaked out from time to time from the students around him. Oh, the one where a bunch of people called his house and asked him if he wanted to be an actor. The calls were to landlines, and he'd gotten a few and hung up straight away. Su Tian's family should have been shelled as well, but I didn't hear her mention it, and associating it with Auntie Su's character, she was afraid that she still didn't know anything about it until now. After dawdling for a long time, Zhou finally came out of the toilet. Su Tian sincerely asked her, "You can continue if you still have a stomachache." Zhou was so relieved that she flushed her hands under the hose and stretched after coming out of the toilet. "No. I'm refreshed now. The person who just had diarrhea and almost got weak in the toilet has passed, and now I'm the #1 beautiful girl in the universe, Zhou." After saying that, he saw that Su Tian's expression suddenly became one-dimensional. Zhou scraped her chin. "What? Have an opinion?" Su Tian pointed behind her. Zhou twisted her head and saw the visitor at a glance, her expression freezing on her face. "It's Han Shuo, who I haven't seen in a long time." Han Shuo scratched his head. He was still holding the trash can in his hand, thinking that it was time for Friday's cleaning, and came over to the restroom to empty the trash. Zhou Ying's expression gradually became embarrassed. Han Solo is no better. Su Tian took a look at this and that, thinking that the two's prolonged silence might be due to the extra pair of ears beside them, so she consciously handed over the space to the two of them and coughed lightly. "I'll go back to my class first. Zhou, don't forget that your mom is in the school right now as well." Zhou didn't say anything. Su Tian silently left the scene. Zhou and Han Shuo, the two have been twisted for a long time. At first, Su Tian thought that Zhou was more fully cognizant of Han Shuo and more contact, and became tired of it. Or Han Shuo, which aspects Zhou cannot accept. "So I have been waiting for Zhou to take the initiative to spit out Han Shuo, which point is not good with her." The results of waiting for half a month did not wait for her words. On the contrary, there were times when she went to the back to get water and passed by Zhou Ying's desk and saw her sophomore year report card sitting on her desk. First place Song Yingjing, second place in Ran, third place Han Shuo. It was only then that Su Tian realized that Han Shuo's grades were so good. Top 3 in grade. The result sheet also attached the ranking ascending and descending situation. Song Yingjing and Ran, Han Shuo 3 people's column is 0. 0 means no rise or fall. It means that Han Solo's grades have always been this good. For a moment, she seemed to suddenly understand why Zhou kept avoiding Han Shuo. Han Shuo top 3 in his grade. Zhou grade hanging. Su Tian was also not very good at comforting people, much less knowing how to comfort this. So she pretended not to know anything until today. Su Tian didn't really care much about this, but it could be because her grades were still good. If her grades are also hanging, then looking at Jiang Chiyu, who directly took the first place in the overall ranking of the 8th city joint examination, I'm afraid that it is also a very complicated mood. Wait, why is she using herself and Jiang Chiyu as an example? Su Tian reacted violently and slapped her head, shaking away all the random thoughts in her head. When she returned to her class again, the parent-teacher conference was over and parents were pouring out of the classroom toward the outside. Chapter 80, Children. Jiang Chiyu leaned against the railing, staring expressionlessly at the window directly in front of his line of sight, and in his hand, he quickly tore open the candy paper of a pack of lollipops and took it into his mouth. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were left by Lao Gao to talk alone. The 3 men were talking so quietly that they couldn't be heard over the crack in the door. The hallway was a bit crowded. Su Tian didn't go to find Jiang Chiyu and stood outside the back door window looking at the 3 people inside. Lao Gao had a somewhat serious expression, not like he was chatting about the results of the joint examination. That's probably just talking about last week's fight. Although she didn't know the inside story until now, but judging by the way the school handled it, Jiang Chiyu shouldn't have done anything wrong. But fighting isn't right after all. After waiting for a while, the side suddenly leaned over a person. Su Tian's side eye. Jiang Chiyu did not know when to move over, still lazy back against the railing. One side of the cheeks by the lollipop support bulged out a piece. After a while, the bulge went from the left side to the right side again. Su Tian couldn't help but say, "Kids." Jiang Chiyu's motion of eating the candy lurched, and he lowered his eyes to look at her, and then lowered his eyes to look at the soles of her shoes, meaning, "You're more like it." Su Tian wore the height-increasing shoes plus height-increasing insoles combination set today. She heard the mockery in Jiang Chiyu's words, secretly ground her teeth, grunted, and turned her head to ignore him. Jiang Chiyu smiled. Just as the classroom Lao Gao and his parents should have finished talking, Lao Gao sent them towards the classroom door. Jiang Chiyu chewed the lollipop in his mouth and took out a piece of toilet paper to wrap the spit-out paper stick in. Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu also walked towards the main entrance. Jiang's mother said to Lao Gao, "Okay, we know, we'll think about it. Thank you, Mr. Gao." Old Hai waved his hand. Jiang mother turned her head, pausing even as her eyes swept over her own son, and looked at Su Tian. Tian, go out for dinner with Auntie tonight. What do you like to eat, Chinese or Western food, or Japanese fried chicken or something? Surprisingly, they are actually going out to dinner. Su Tian slanted a glance at Jiang Chiyu and said seriously, I'm fine with all of it. See what uncle and auntie want to eat. Mother Jiang, boys don't have the right to express their opinions in our house, so let's do it this way. Auntie wants to eat Japanese food or fried chicken, and you'll pick another one from that. Jiang Chiyu lazily answered, Japanese food. Jiang Chiyu doesn't like to eat greasy things. Without even looking at someone next to her, Su Tian tapped out, fried chicken. Mother Jiang, okay. Jiang Chiyu glanced at Su Tian, his eyes cold and swishy. This look was also accepted by Jiang Mother. Jiang Mother patted her son's shoulder. These words I have said many times. You have no status in our family. When I was pregnant with you when the maternity test came out to be a boy, I would like to abort you. If it is not your father said that I have good genes, even if the birth of a boy also looks like a girl, you may be reincarnated into a home. Jiang Chiyu grunted out, pulled out his ears, and turned around to head downstairs. The remaining 3 people followed. The son did not listen. Jiang Mother turned her head and Su Tian continued to say, when I was pregnant, I always loved to eat spicy. They say sour children spicy girl. I thought it was a girl, happy to buy a bunch of pink baby products, especially a variety of small drays. SES. That day, I got the maternity report. I was angry. By so many things are not all a waste, and then also recognized, anyway, the child cannot see the small. I was bored out of my direct him as a girl to raise. He was a child wearing women's clothing dancing photos. I have a bunch of them there. Some other day I will take it to you to see. Jiang Chiyu turned his head violently, stopping in the hallway with a surprised expression. Didn't I delete it? Really? Su Tian also stopped to look at Jiang Mother and nodded vigorously. Don't change the date, just tonight. Jiang Dad leaned his arm on Jiang Chiyu's shoulder. The two of them are like good brothers. Your little computer skills are with me to learn, so important things I must not properly stored. Backed up 10 places it. So far, you only found 3. Jiang Chiyu. He had never been so speechless. Jiang's mom continued, tonight then, Timothy, why don't you simply stay over tonight, so that auntie can experience what it's like to have a daughter. Your parents won't be back until tomorrow. Su Ten pondered for a moment. The photo of Jiang Chiyu in women's clothing was just too attractive to her. And the two families are neighbors, so close together that it's really just the equivalent of switching rooms to sleep in. Su Tian nodded, good. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her and then at Jiang Mother without saying anything. Into November, the weather cooled down, not so hot, but the air conditioning in the restaurant is still open enough. Su Tian is still wearing a school uniform skirt, her legs are a little cold, and she has to rub them from time to time. They're at a restaurant that sells Korean fried chicken, and Kang's mom is taking her final order. Jiang Chiyu lazily glanced at the menu and only ordered a vegetable salad, now leaning back on the sofa seat, boredly watching the giant screen TV hanging in the center of the restaurant. The TV is broadcasting a foreign variety show, similar to the water breakthrough. The beautiful actress just broke into the penultimate level of the starting point, stood up and waved to the camera lens, then the heart. The next second a foot slip fell into the water. A chuckle came from the customers. The picture was so hilarious that Su Tian didn't even hold back from curving her lips, but she saw Jiang Chiyu still pursing his lips, his expression unchanged, and lazily not moving at all. I don't know if he even looked in or not. Su Tian lowered her head, covering as much of her thighs as possible with her school uniform skirt. Really, it's cold. Warmth suddenly came to the back of his hand, covered by a dark fabric. It's a uniform jacket. It still carries its owner's body heat. An odor. Su Tian's movements paused, and with a sideways glance, she looked at Jiang Chiyu, whose upper body was only left with the school uniform shirt. Aren't you cold? Cold, ah. Jiang Chiyu diffidently, slanting her a glance, hanging on, this is not, save the emergency does not save the poor. Su Tan didn't know what to say. I just thought that Chinese culture is profound and profound. He has not fallen behind in the past few years when he was abroad, and he is quite good at using colloquialisms. It's November. Jiang Chiyu looked at her that couldn't cover only a section of slender straight calves that could only be exposed on the outside. Is the fall and winter school uniforms sent down for you to collect? Okay. The weather in Yangming City is mild, and even now, most of the girls in the school still wear summer uniforms. This is because the fall and winter uniforms are casual with long sleeves and long pants, and they don't look as good as the uniform dresses of the summer uniforms. Su Tian skimmed her lips, mainly because the cold air is turned on too much in here. Jiang Chiyu hummed out softly and didn't say anything. A meal finished, the middle of a small interlude, Su Tian tore the sauce packet, accidentally used too much force, the sauce directly sprayed out, a drop of all sprayed on the Jiang Chiyu's uniform jacket. The self-extracting paper box on the table was empty inside. Jiang Chiyu stood up and went to the front desk to ask for a new box. Chapter 81, Physical Talent. Su Tian's 2 hands were also stained with some, and she couldn't wipe them by herself, so Jiang Chiyu drew out a few sheets and faced her, looking as if he wanted to wipe them for her. Su Tian then let her hand next to her, afraid that when he took the school jacket away he would rub the sauce on her hand again. As a result, Jiang Chiyu looked at her like she was an idiot, pinched her wrist and yanked it over, his warm fingers covering her fingertips through a layer of tissue. Fingers touched fingers, gently and carefully, as if rubbing some treasure. Su Tian's heart suddenly missed 2 beats. That is, it missed 2 beats. Because Jiang Chiyu moved quickly to finish wiping and cast the toilet paper into the trash can next to him, he was sitting outside, so he stood up to make way for Su Tian. If you can't wipe clean, go to the restroom and wash yourself. Southern. Really, she just about had to blush. Thankfully, Jiang Chiyu's words aptly destroyed the atmosphere that was about to become ambiguous. Su Tian carefully placed his sauce-stained clothes on the couch and held up both hands as she headed for the restroom. After Su Tian left, the 3 members of the Jiang family were speechless. The 3 of them stared blankly at each other. Jiang Chiyu couldn't take it anymore and let out a soft tisk. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang mother looked at Jiang father. Were you like this before? Father Jiang shook his head repeatedly. Son is like you. These words instantly exploded Jiang's mother, her eyebrows raised. My son looks like me. Are you insulting me? Jiang Chiyu, ? Father Jiang quickly softened, and only after sweet words and praise and bragging did he manage to coax his daughter-in-law into a smile. Jiang Chiyu felt that the one who had been insulted since the beginning was himself. It was cool and breezy, and it was getting late. When Su Tian returned home and saw her pajamas, she suddenly regretted this decision to go to the neighbor's house for a night. There is only one reason. Her pajamas are so childish. She had seen Jiang Chiyu's pajamas once. They were very normal loungewear, like that of an adult. And her. Either Winnie the Pooh's plush pajamas or Donald Duck's halter nightgown, with only the most normal long-sleeved pants with cute little strawberries printed all over them. Long sleeves and long pants then. Only long sleeves and long pants too. Su Tian tearfully took away the little set of strawberries. She showered and changed into a small strawberry and went to knock on her neighbor's door, clutching a bear doll. The neighbor, dressed in a gray plaid nightgown, saw her, looked her up and down, and gave a decided snort. Jiang's mom came from behind and slapped him. Move aside. And then when she saw Su Tian who was hugging the bear doll, a pair of eyes suddenly lit up. She directly rushed over to a hand and hugged Su Tian like a child. Su Tian's field of vision suddenly became wider, confusedly looking at Jiang Chiyu who had become lower than her. So that's how Jiang Chiyu felt when he looked at her. Ah. Ha. Confused, Su Tian looked down at Jiang mother who was holding her up. More confused. Jiang mother looked thin and weak, but her strength was actually great, directly carrying her back to the living room, and under Jiang Chiyu's horrified gaze, she placed her on the living room sofa. Su Tian, as an afterthought, finally reacted to what had happened. From her neck to her face, she rubbed all red. Jiang mother rubbed up Su Tian's face. Oh yo, how so cute, this is too cute, my god. How did I give birth to Jiang Chiyu? I'm so angry. 10-10, come give your godmother a kiss. Mua, this side also have a bite. Mua. After 2 strokes passed, Su Tian's face also had 2 more lipstick marks. Su Tian's face turned even redder. Jiang Chiyu closed the door, walked over, and said in a good-natured manner, if you keep this up, she should call 110. Mother Jiang sneered, you're just jealous of me. After saying that, he didn't care what his reaction was, and pulled Su Tian's hand. Tian, come on, let's go upstairs and look at your Ryu's brother's pictures. That was Su Tian's purpose, and she hastily agreed, yes. Jiang Chiyu scratched his hair in annoyance and watched as the 2 men went up the stairs hand in hand. He'd resigned himself to his fate regarding the photo. Just kinda jealous. Father Jiang stood on the railing, looked at his son, and said gently, Ayu, come to father's study for a moment. Jiang Chiyu knew that it should have been old Gao who had purposely left the 2 of them behind to say something, so he nodded and walked up the stairs as well. Father and son sat down at the desk in the study. Papa Jiang, Ayu, do you have any dreams? The moment Jiang's father opened his mouth with such a big question, Jiang Chiyu was rarely stunned, and after thinking for a while, he opened his mouth. World peace? Prosperity and strength of the motherland? Happy and healthy family and friends? Father Jiang sighed. Ayu, do you still mind your hand? At those words, Jiang Chiyu paused for a moment and looked down at his left hand. Originally there was a scar between his index and middle finger, but now it had faded to the point of not being clearly visible. He withdrew his gaze and shook his head. No, I didn't mind it a long time ago. It's good that you don't mind. Don't take him so seriously for some things. Think a little more openly before you realize that there are other things in the world that are better and more suitable for you. Jiang Dad thought for a while and cut to the chase. It's like this. Today your homeroom teacher briefly approached me and your mom for a chat. What about your grades? They're really good, and now there are several colleges and universities that have already sent over their special recruitment programs for talents. Jiang Dad took out his iPad, flipped out his email and handed it to Jiang Chiyu. There were 6 emails in the mailbox from different college admissions offices. Both awesome universities. Those not so good enrollment plans the school has already screened down for you, and these 6 so far are the best among them, so you can consider them. If you go through their talent special recruitment plan, you can mix up your credits a bit more from the second semester of senior year to the first half of senior year, and you can be recruited directly into the special recruitment without having to wait for the college entrance exam. Although these 6 universities are all loud and clear, the things they write in their emails are very plain and simple, almost all of them just talking about the key points and not getting into all that mumbo-jumbo. It's not necessary. Jiang Chiyu couldn't use it, and neither could they. It took him 15 minutes to quickly skim through the 6 emails, staring at the screen with downcast eyes, not saying a word. Papa Jiang clicked on the sender of one of the emails. Since we were young, we felt that your logical thinking ability was very strong. So we found you the best physics teacher in the world, Professor Stephen, within our means. Father Jiang said, and he has lived up to our expectations, and has nurtured you into what you are now. Mom and Dad are very pleased and grateful. Our family, on the other hand, is in a good position, and we don't need you to earn money to support your family to provide for our old age or anything, plus we don't want to waste it since you have a talent for it. Chapter 82, Women's Clothing. Father Jiang, actually, when I came back today, I've already talked to your teacher, Mr. Stephen, and he said that if you still intend to further your studies abroad in the future, he'd be more than willing to be your teacher again. Father Jiang pondered for a moment, as if giving him a buffer, before slowly speaking, but then, what Father means is that he wants you to stay in the motherland. Father Jiang used the term motherland, not domestic. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes. In the end, he was a father and son. Jiang Dad instantly understood that he understood what he meant. You also know how our family started. Dad was small, Grandpa by collecting rags and begging to support me and your 2 aunts. 2 aunts early married away, leaving Dad and Grandpa dependent on each other. Every day to pick up other people do not want a bite of bread, a bite of rice to eat, the stomach is not full, more likely to go to school, or the county clerk door-to-door visits to investigate, found me, formalities, looking for the principal, and hard to find a school for me, from secondary school to college all the way to the tuition fees all the way to rely on the state's financial assistance to special hardship. Students to let me go down. Graduated from college to start a business, startup capital is also relying on the state to set up a joint school incubation program, so step by step, we now have this family. Dad, on the other hand, doesn't have much to offer. The only thing I can do to give back to my country is to pay taxes and make the occasional donation. But you're different, child, entrepreneurship and business is too simple for you. Since you have this ability, then put it into the field that can make it shine. Father Jiang once again tapped that sender on the screen. In addition to the requirements for grades, this school also has certain requirements for high school credits, so if you've thought about it and think you can give it a try, then you'll have to start earning credits now. Your homeroom teacher told me that recently your school is going to reorganize the student council, and you can fight for the spot of student council president. You were also the student council president at that school abroad, so if you run for it, it should be easy to get started as well. Jiang Chiyu nodded his head, didn't agree, didn't flatly refuse, and said incoherently, I'll think about it. He took the iPad back to his room, and on the way, he passed Mama and Papa John's bedroom and heard a burst of laughter coming from inside, as well as a huge, he really seems like he's like a girl. I want him to wear my little dress. Then came Jiang Mother's voice, fine, I'll tie Ayo up sometime while he's sleeping and get some dresses to put on him. Jiang Chiyu outside the door. Dream on. He lowered his head in a silent grunt of laughter and turned to go back to his room. Monday. Probably due to the fact that she woke up early on Sunday to go for a run, Su Tian realized that she didn't seem to get sleepy as easily as before. When she got to class, she was glowing and full of energy while all the other students were still asleep at their desks. Of course, it could also be from looking at the photos of Jiang Chiyu's women's clothing. He was in the back with his head down, and when he saw her coming in the afterglow, he suddenly jerked his hand toward the table pocket as if he had hidden something. Su Tian hadn't noticed him originally, and this movement of his was quite a bit like being a thief, so the two of them locked eyes. Sudi, what are you doing? No. I was looking at my phone. Su Tian was puzzled. It's not like I'm going to complain to old gal, why do you look like you're avoiding me? Yui's expression hesitated and struggled for a long time, and finally made up his mind in general, looked around for a while, and waved at her, signaling her to come over a bit. Su Tian inexplicably came over. Yui lowered his voice. Su Tian, do you know that our school has a forum? Su Tian nodded. I've heard of it. YUH, so did you never click in to see it? I clicked into it once when I first took the exam. Su Tian thought for a moment, but it was filled with some very unnutritious stuff, so I never clicked in again. Yui had a complicated look on his face. Do you want to come over and take a look? Now. Su Tian pointed to herself. I'll go over to your seat and watch? Yui nodded his head, so Su Tian sat on Wang Suhan's seat, and the two of them lowered their heads and secretly looked at their cell phones. Yuan unlocked his phone, flipped to his forum favorites, and handed it to her. Look, these are the posts. I'll watch old Ben for you. Sutibai gave an okay. She lowered her head, shocked first by the large letters at the top of the screen. Shocker! Skyfall and his tablemate's marriage engagement is finalized. It was followed by the word fine. This Skyfall, is it the one she understands? She looked at Yui with a confused look on her face. Yuan nodded. Now the forums are full of stories about you and your schoolboy deskmates. After hearing this, Su Tian's focus couldn't help but skew a bit. I know all about the school grass and school god. What the hell is a school bully? You don't know? You actually don't know? Yui's eyes widened. You actually don't know? No. Yui scratched his hair. Are all of you schoolmasters like this, not listening to what's outside the window and only reading holy books? Su Tian, right. How else can you be a school bully? The short answer is that your tablemate beat up the school bully, and the school bully lost, so your tablemate became the school bully. Who? That Yao Shun? He's the school bully? Didn't Jiang Chiyu just beat him up a bit, and he usurped power like that? Su Tian was incredulous. Then he's too brittle, right? He actually wanted to say, that hit from your deskmate was fast, accurate and hard. Don't you have any idea in your heart? But he still swallowed the words. Anyway, that's how they all spread the word, saying that Yao Shun's family is powerful and knows people on the road. Su Tian suddenly realized, oh, then Jiang Chiyu is for the purpose of sweeping the blacks and eliminating the evils. Can't see that he's quite righteous. Yui didn't know what to say, so he chose to skip the topic. You finish reading the post first. This post is called, Shocker. Skyfall and his tablemate's marriage engagement is finalized. Main content, shocked my whole family. Today's senior parent-teacher conference, the next class Tianshui parents came over. Here have to sigh a really good parental genes to give birth to Tianshui. Tianshui simply combined all the advantages of his parents' face. His parents came a little late. When they were about to enter the class, the mom asked the dad, which class is our son in? The dad said, I'm not sure. The dad said, I don't know. I laughed at that time, and then the point came. Dad sat in Skyfall's seat, and Zhang's mom sat in his desk seat. And then, Lao Gao asked why Su Tian's parents didn't come. Zhang's mom raised her hand and said, here they are. Second floor, though, but doesn't that mean they're brother and sister? Chapter 83 Relationships that have met the parents. The owner replied to the second floor, did not finish, you sofa grabbed too fast. Then in the spirit of exploration I walked several laps toward their class and heard someone ask Skyfall and Skyfall his deskmate, aren't you two brother and sister? Then, another point. Skyfall himself personally disproved the rumor. No. It's just that the two families know each other. Why do I have the vestigial feeling of a mother-in-law coming to a parent-teacher conference for her future daughter-in-law? It is. That's what I was feeling. They definitely had an affair and a relationship where they met the parents. Su Tianxi here has been unable to see, said while looking up, what is it? Just open a parent-teacher conference. They then dispersed down to the second child out. 3 words left unfinished. Because Jiang Chiyu was standing in his place, towering over her, eyes downcast, looking at her. The expression was a bit playful. She looked over at Yua, who had apparently only just seen it, and looked embarrassed. Su Tian silently put her cell phone away and stuffed it into Yui's desk pocket, walking back to her seat under Jiang Chiyu's increasingly playful gaze. Yui thought, this kind of post lets Su Tian look at it is good, and let Tianju look. A little worried about the safety of the owners it. Su Tian also felt that this kind of post was fine for her to read. If Jiang Chiyu saw it, it would be too embarrassing. That sentence of hers just now had no beginning and no end. Jiang Chiyu shouldn't have understood it, right? But if you didn't get it, why did he have that look on his face? Jiang Chiyu had already sat down and prepared the things he would use in class. Su Tian secretly glanced at him a few times and saw that he didn't have any other reaction, so she also put this matter on hold for now. After raising the flag and returning to class, the first class was Lao Gao's class. Senior High came in and first announced that the school would be hosting a basketball tournament next Wednesday, and that everyone in the senior class would be there to watch. As well as a change in the structure of the school's student council, the decision was made to reorganize it, and those who were interested and had room to spare could go to the Student Guidance Center to inquire about signing up. Just after that, the class started cheering for them as long as they were not in class, no matter what other activities would make them extra excited. The news of the student council selection was automatically skipped by them. Generally speaking, the student council officers and chairmen were all bagged by the sophomores and juniors, and it had nothing to do with them. After class, Su Tian packed out several books, stacked one on top of the other on the table, and soon piled up into a small mountain. A few of the books looked a bit familiar. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyelids. "What are you doing, throwing trash?" "Then I can help you throw a few books." "Go!" Su Tian glared at him without a good look. "These are the notes Song Yingjing lent me. I'm going to return them to him now." Jiang Chiyu reached out and compared. "So much as all his stuff?" "Yeah, there are a couple other books that I saw in his office and borrowed on the side, and I just recently read them all." "Office?" "He's the head of the student union's discipline department and has his own office." Su Tian held her chin. "I can cross your name if you're accidentally late sometime." "It's not like he's the minister or you're the minister." Jiang Chiyu wrapped his hands around his chest, his tone cool and whooshing. "You two know each other well?" Su Tian nodded. "And she nodded?" Jiang Chiyu slowly sat up straight. The loose look was gone, his spine was taut, his eyes half narrowed, like a cheetah locking its prey ready to attack. "You two are a freshman and a sophomore. How do you know each other? Why are you talking so much today?" Su Tian gave him a strange look. "It's up to you." "So many things." Jiang Chiyu changed his tone. "If you give it all back to him, how will he bring it back?" Su Tian looked at the stacks of books. "What then?" "Don't pay it back." Jiang Chiyu said sincerely. "Discount it." Su Tian looked at him with an eerie gaze. Jiang Chiyu's expression was very serious, and she looked hard for half a day without seeing a hint of joking emotions. Su Tian took a deep breath, decided to ignore this psycho, and said to herself, "Then I'll return it in batches, 3 books a day." "Psycho, then he must annoy you." Su Tian bit her back teeth. "I'll send him home then?" Question mark. Neurotic's expression finally changed. "And you know where his house is?" "Been there twice, just remembered." Su Tian perfunctorily returned a sentence to him. In her heart she was still thinking about how to return the book, and finally decided, "Then I'll return it directly to his house at night after school." Well, it's settled. Jiang Chiyu looked at her and didn't say anything for half a day. Su Tian moved the books towards the wall, waiting for the evening after school to put them in her book bag, and then took a taxi to Song Yingjing's house. Finally, when it came to the end of school, she packed up her things and was about to leave when Jiang Chiyu coldly leaned back and blocked her way out. The book bag was heavy. Su Tian grabbed the shoulder strap with both hands to make it work and gasped, "What are you doing? Move over." "Anyway, it's well known now." Jiang Chiyu stood up and put on his backpack, carelessly, "Inviting you to go home together." His eyes blazed directly, and Su Tian's heart thumped, suspecting that he had read the pile of posts he had collected. In the afternoon she found a chance to go to you and finish the post. There was a very mealy-mouthed but highly liked sentence in the post that suddenly overlapped with the one Jiang Chiyu was saying now. The line was, "Couples clothes, parent-teacher conferences, half a chemistry equation, and the way I look at you everyone knows I love you." Su Tian wanted to snap at the wall when she saw this sentence being numb. She couldn't look at the word known with a straight face, felt her hair stand up again, and spoke cautiously and trembling. "What is known? Our families live together." Jiang Chiyu let out a sigh of regret. "Tch, it's useless for you to avoid suspicion this time. Nothing to do with the post." Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief. She relaxed. "I'm going to Song Yingjing's house, you go back alone. It's not like school ends early on Friday." Jiang Chiyu signaled her to look out the window. "It's almost dark." The sun was setting outside, and soon the sun would set. Su Tian hesitated. "I'll take a cab, his house is not far, it's quick." "Okay." Jiang Chiyu nodded. "I'll go with you." Su Tian immediately said, "No. She reacted a bit too much, and Jiang Chiyu immediately raised his eyes and locked onto her. Don't you worry about it, I'll take a cab and probably get home before you do. That's it. Su Tian didn't explain. Jiang Chiyu had just moved out of the way, just in time for her to go around. The moment she brushed against him, Su Tian felt as if the man was angry. She didn't know what to say, and looked back after walking past him, opening her mouth, unable to say anything. Still hardening her heart, she turned and left. It was supposed to be. Suddy pulled on the shoulder straps. It's up to him to care so much. Chapter 84, Classmate, It's Late. Su Tian took a cab and stopped in front of an old alley. The alley was extremely narrow, deep and dark, and the walls on both sides of the road were filled with greasy stains and swear words written in chalk. As we walked inward, passing homes on both sides of the road, we could see old men with gray sideburns sitting in the yard weaving baskets with bamboo strips behind the dilapidated doors. Someone's family dog heard a human voice and barked furiously. She stopped at the house at the end of the alley, the tin door already so patched that it felt like it would peel off a few more pieces with a single knock. Su Tian hesitated, didn't knock, and shouted loudly to the inside, "Jing brother. Is anyone there?" The only thing that responded to her was a few barks. Su Tian shouted a few more times, still no one responded. No one? She peered in through the tin door, and the yard was shallowly littered with leaves, like it hadn't been cleaned in a while. The door god couplet pasted on the doorway of the hall had whitened, leaving only the sword in Yuchi Gong's hand. It's possible to shove a book through a doorway, but without a plastic bag to hold it in, you'll get the spine dirty. Why don't you wait a while and see? Sophomore walk-ins don't have to study late, and at this hour Jing should be back soon. She thought so, and had just sat down on the concrete steps of the doorway when she saw someone coming from a distance at the mouth of the alley, a tall, thin boy, wearing their school uniform and carrying his book bag in one hand. Su Tian rubbed her eyes and stood up again. That's right, it's the Jing brother. When Song Jing saw her, he first froze for a moment. Then his steps widened a bit, and he finally ran a few steps and stopped in front of her, his eyes curving. Why are you here? Su Tian took her book bag off. I came to return your book and notes. Come on in. Song Jing took out the key, unlocked the iron lock on the door, and pushed open the small door, allowing her to go in first. It's been a long wait, hasn't it? Grandparents went to the hospital for a review. No one is home today. Song Jing pushed open the door to the inner room and led her through the main room of the house, walking back to her room. His room was only considered to have the appearance of a human being living in it. As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of books piled up, all covered with cling film, and a bed was placed next to the window, with the quilt neatly folded on top of it in a clean and tidy manner. Next to the bed is a desk, which is also stuffed with information. Song Jing pressed the switch on the wall, and the whole room was instantly filled with bright lights. Why are you still looking for it? Isn't it heavy? Just give it to me directly inside the school. Song Jing took her heavy school bag and placed it on the desk. Then you are not bad to take it. I directly took a taxi over, not tired. Su Tian took out all the books she borrowed from him and patted her hand. Look, are they all here? Song Jing glanced at it and nodded with a light smile. You're quick to read. Not fast at all, La. Su Tian looked to the corner of the books in his room, stretching out both arms to draw a big circle. You've read so many books, when can I catch up with you? Song Jing laughed out loud, his voice clear and elegant. Then do you want to pick a few more books to take back and read? Then borrow 2 more and read the rest. Any study materials? Or foreign language books would be fine. You sit first. Song Jing pointed to the bench in front of the desk. Then he walked out of the room alone. Not a moment later, he came back with a box in his hand and handed it to Su Tian. Su Tian thought it was some high-class original English book placed inside a box, and drew it open, only to find that it was a glass bottle filled with colorful candies. She froze and looked up. Song Jing bent down slightly, his warm dry palm gently stroked her furry head, his eyes as clear as a spring, slightly smiling. Silly girl, don't put too much pressure on yourself, just go and have fun outside of class time. Read any foreign language books? Su Tian didn't refuse his head touch, and when she met those clean light brown eyes, she only felt that her heart had calmed down. Like a kitten whose fur was being smoothed, she lazily asked, then what if I can't get into college? Anyway, when I graduate from college the probability is that I will also have to go to your company to work. Song Jing said, at that time when I become a supervisor or something, I will arrange a mascot errand for you, sit in the office every day to eat snacks and watch TV, occasionally a customer comes over to visit the company, just lead him to see you, and you wave at them like a fortune cat on the line. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. How come it feels like you're raising a pig? The two people chatted for a while longer. It was really not early. Su Tian was afraid of delaying his studies, got up to say goodbye, and was sent all the way by Song Yingjing forcefully, until he was sent to the door of the alley, and caught a cab before stopping. "Remember to talk to me when you get home." Song Yingjing watched her put on her seatbelt. Su Tian nodded repeatedly, and the cab tail quickly disappeared at the end of the road before he withdrew his gaze. When he turned around to go home, he passed by an old-fashioned wire box, half a person high and 2 people wide. Song Yingjing stopped for a moment and didn't go over. His eyes curved up again and his tone was always gentle. "Classmate, it's late, go home early." Not much movement in the electrical box. Song Yingjing laughed a little and continued to walk towards the house. 5 minutes later, the boy wearing the uniform of Yangming No. 1 Middle School walked out from behind the wire box, rubbed his squatting numb legs, lowered his head, and let out a soft tisk. The next day, Su Tian arrived at the class when her table had not yet come. She remembered last night's unhappy after school, a little apprehensively waited for a while, pretending to look at the book. In fact, the attention has been focused on the door. The sleepiness she was waiting for came up and her eyes were about to close when there was a sudden noise next to her and she suddenly came to her senses, twisting her head to look at the person next to her. Jiang Chiyu didn't look at her, but greeted her instead. "Good morning." "Lazy, as usual. Can't hear any emotional ups and downs." Sudi blinked and returned, "Morning." Throughout the morning, Jiang Chiyu acted as if nothing had happened yesterday at the end of the school day, answering whatever he was asked without a hint of unhappiness. Su Tian gradually also put down her heart. He should really not care. At noon when school was over, Su Tian packed her school bag and saw Jiang Chiyu with his remaining light had already put his school bag on his back, sitting in his seat with no expression, staring ahead, not moving, but just not going. After the parent-teacher conference, it really doesn't seem like there's any need to avoid any more suspicion. Let them talk about it with their online posts and whatnot. Anyway, they only dare to start posting, and they don't dare to really come to them about it. So Su Tian hesitated, zipped up her book bag and asked him, "Go home at noon together?" Jiang Chiyu glanced at her without much expression. Just when Su Tian thought that he was surely going to nobly and coldly refuse, Jiang Chiyu nodded his head. "All right, reluctantly agree to your request." Chapter 85. Brother will buy you something later. No one cares. Behind them has been dilly-dallying not to go you, and also Wang Suhan covered his mouth and screamed like, "While home together, so sweet, so sweet." Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu carried their school bags out of the classroom, and the two of them flew far behind. Jiang Chiyu walked on the campus road, once again causing a frenzy of stolen glances from passers-by. Because there was an extra girl next to him. Skyfall used to go home alone. Su Tian felt that she was too naive. She thought she could treat those online posts as air, but when she was actually walking beside Jiang Chiyu, and all sorts of eyes around her glanced over if at all, she remembered those posts again. So much for posts analyzing their love lines, and surprisingly enough, writing homoeroticism. Su Tian had wanted to open it and read it, but Yui swishly snatched the phone away, seriously advising her that it would be best not to read it. She unintentionally glimpsed a few words, and after a moment of silence, she nodded her head silently. She too felt it was better not to look. Su Tian was calm on the surface, but a million horses were racing inside. The words rolled and rolled and rolled and rolled in her mind, snowflake-like, getting bigger and bigger, taking over her thoughts more and more. Su Tian suddenly stopped. Jiang Chiyu looked over. She was still staring ahead, thirsty. Then she took out a water cup from her school bag and gulped down all the remaining water. Jiang Chiyu snorted, "Buffalo." Su Tian glared at him. Her heart was very unbalanced. "Why should I be here thinking nonsense? But you don't know anything about it." She even developed an urge to send him the post. Woo, or forget it. But if those posts had been written in a way that wasn't so blushing, she'd definitely send them to him now. Su Tian sighed and waved her hand. "Let's go, let's go." The two walked across Cherry Blossom Avenue, out of the school gates, and toward home. A youth with dyed green hair outside the school gate rubbed his eyes and hesitantly looked at the backs of the two of them before snapping a picture on the fly. A string of words crackled out. "Brother Yao, look at the boy on the left. Is he the one who hit you?" "It's him. That caused me to still be locked up in the house by my mom. My mom also said that she would send me to the military camp, to a hang-ah. This Nima him into ashes. I also know him." Before Greenhorn could reply with a pat on the back, he saw him send another. "Wait, Grass, isn't the girl next to me the one I'm looking at?" Well, after using me as a hero, he turned around and got involved with that girl. Greenhair hurriedly replied, "This is so excessive, how can I tolerate it? Do you want me to call a few people to block him and let him know who is the school bully?" Yao didn't reply for a long time. The silhouettes of the two were almost invisible, and green hair directly took Yao as his default, and while hurrying to follow, he began to call his brothers one by one. It was the first time that Su Tian had encountered a protection fee collector. She'd traveled this road so many times, she'd never heard of a protection racket. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 rainbow hair color hooligans surrounded them. The leader of the green hair smoked a cigarette, spit out a mouthful of smoke rings. I don't beat women, that woman you take out the money can go, the man stay. Su Tian had only $1 left in his body. So she pulled the money out of her school uniform pocket and threw it in front of the greenhorn. Greenhorn thought her gesture was a bit like giving alms to a beggar. A vein rippled across his forehead and he threw the cigarette on the ground. You got a ing dollar? In broad daylight, although there is no one around, there is still a person next to her piece of blocked, so she is not particularly afraid, her eyes are innocent. Just $1 left. Why don't you still wait for me here tomorrow, and I'll get you some more money? Green hair, do you take me for a fool? Are you still the only one coming tomorrow? Jiang Chiyu laughed lowly and pulled her so that half of her body was hiding behind him. Su Tian suddenly remembered, yes, oh, this one next to her is the school bully. School bullies are great fighters. The last minute of Su Tian's fear was not afraid now. Go on, school bully, knock them all down and send them to the police station, and from then on, your glorious deeds will be spread forever in our school. Su Tian patted his arm. From Green Hair's perspective, it looked as if she had taken Jiang Chiyu's arm. He cursed, how bright. Su Tian was made a little PTSD on these kinds of words by those posts today, and her heart violently thumped, thinking that this little rascal would not also read their schools for him. No way. But his hand was coldly grabbed by the person next to him, and Su Tian was startled, jerking her head down to look at their clasped hands. What? Is the school bag heavy? Are there any valuables inside? Jiang Chiyu cast a sidelong glance at her and said something else, his tone rippling, you're still out of your mind at this hour. Su Tian blinked, not understanding what he meant by asking this, but answered anyway, it's not heavy, just a workbook and a pen. Jiang Chiyu nodded, give me the book bag. Su Tian still didn't understand what he wanted to do, down to take the shoulder strap and the bag was blocked by the two holding hands. She blushed a little, her hand slightly struggled a little. Jiang Chiyu released her. Jiang Chiyu took her school bag with one hand, and with his other hand, he took her hand again in an incomparably natural manner. Grasping at straws, to be precise. Su Tian's heart was beating out of her chest, and her palms were already sweating. Green Hair cannot stand to see, walked forward a few steps, you two are not sick, Grass Mudhorse really think that I am Era, put here you and I love. Suddy followed suit and remembered a word that didn't quite fit. Troubleshooting. Help, she was so profoundly affected by the post that she had begun to feel that Jiang Chiyu loved her so much that he couldn't help himself. Su Tian tried hard to discard these thoughts that were like jumbled threads. Jiang Chiyu pulled open her school bag and took a pen out. I didn't bring any money either, this pen is what I gave her, the brand of Iliad Toyu, it's encrusted with crystals, if you simply want money, this can be given to you. Greenhorn couldn't understand this sign he was talking about and looked hesitantly at the pen in his hand. It does sparkle in the sunlight. He also does look like a rich guy who could do something like buy a pen with crystal to give to his little girlfriend. He didn't understand, but Su Tian did. The pen is just a $2 water pen. There is no such sign in the press. Iliad Toyu, I lied to you. Jiang Chiyu was lying to him. Why did you trick him? Defeat the head first, then hold the emperor hostage? Su Tian was a bit nervous and grabbed Jiang Chiyu's hand. Jiang Chiyu also twisted his head and looked at her with an impudent smile, don't be reluctant to part with it, brother will turn around and buy it for you. Greenhorn's forehead jerked hard, you throw it over. Throw it over and it'll break, don't blame me again when the time comes. Jiang Chiyu sighed. Okay, give me the pen, this woman can go, you have to stay and let me beat her up. Green Hair didn't forget his business. Su Tian immediately turned her head, then I'll go first? Greenhorn, question mark. Jiang Chiyu, question mark. Chapter 86, aren't you the school bully? The Green Hair has laughed out, and the few colored hairs around them also coaxed out a laugh. Okay, little sister you go. Jiang Chiyu's expression was a bit odd, are you serious? Su Tian nodded and whispered, aren't you the school bully, taking down one with one punch, I'll wait for you in front for 6 minutes, just in time to finish the fight. Jiang Chiyu's expression became even more odd, and a little strange. Green Hair walked straight over, don't worry, I'll do what I say, the women go, the men stay. Jiang Chiyu looked at him closer and closer, nodded. Looks like the mood is not too high. That pen from his hands fell into the hands of the green hair. The green hair took a look at half a day, cannot see a reason, intends to turn back to find a gold store appraisal. He raised his head and wanted to say that the female can go. The results of this head has not been lifted up. It was someone to take something to smash violently low. Jiang Chiyu, while he did not pay attention to direct a book bag, swung over. While he bent over when his face is a punch, everyone did not react when he has thrown the book bag. Once again pulled Su Tian's hand, with her violently from the broken a gap in the encirclement rushed out. By the time Su Tian reacted, she had already followed Jiang Chiyu in a mad dash for several meters. She didn't even dare to look back. Her mind was filled with Jiang Chiyu's handsome and sharp appearance just now, and on the other hand, they were now fleeing wildly down the road. This development was not quite what Su Tian had imagined. Jiang Chiyu's steps were so big that sometimes Su Tian felt that she had vacated a few steps without stepping on the ground. She didn't dare to turn back, she could only try to speed up and run forward after Jiang Chiyu. Finally arrived at the place with stores, Jiang Chiyu slowly slowed down. Su Tian also followed and slowly stopped, breathing heavily, looked back, no one chased over. She disengaged herself and sat down on the steps of the flower bed next to her, covering her heart. Jiang Chiyu was also panting, but not as viciously as if she had committed asthma, his long arm reaching out to yank her up. Stand up, don't sit down so quickly after strenuous exercise. Su Tian let out a hum and just stood up with Jiang Chiyu's strength, but as soon as he let go of her hand, she slipped down again. Jiang Chiyu pulled her up again, and just as he let go, Su Tian was about to slide down again. Jiang Chiyu's quick eyes and hands supported her arm again. Su Tian finally saved up some strength to speak. Mute voice accusation, how did you run away? Ah? The little girl's voice was muffled and astringent, her face reddened from the strenuous exercise, and the look she gave him was like a grudge or admiration, more like a pout. Jiang Chiyu's gaze suddenly changed. He let out a soft tisk and held her head down so she wouldn't look at his face. Not running to stay and get beat up? Su Tian ruffled away his hand, straightened her hair that was frizzy from his grip, and looked up at him incredulously. Didn't you hit one in 1 minute, and all of them in 6 minutes? Are you reading too much of some weird stuff? I'm dragging you alone against 6 of them, not running and waiting to get beaten? Jiang Chiyu looked at her askance. Besides, I didn't promise. Aren't you the school bully? How did I become the school bully again? Jiang Chiyu looked at her innocently. I love learning, moral, intellectual, physical and aesthetic development. Don't you corrupt my name. Su Tian was speechless. He hadn't been so innocent when he had just hit the green hair that one time. No matter what, at least they were safe now. Su Tian wanted to go to the convenience store in front of them to buy a bottle of water, a touch of the pocket before remembering that the last dollar on his body had been thrown to the green hair. Her book bag was thrown there too. Speaking of which, Su Tian looked at the intact book bag on his back. Why don't you use your own book bag? Oh. Jiang Chiyu replied, forgot. He saw Su Tian's gradually fierce eyes and laughed a little. A book bag, an exercise book, and a pen. Brother will pay for all of them. Su Tian pulled the corner of her dry mouth. I don't need you to pay for it. I want to drink water now. Have you brought money? What does it cost? Brother takes you to drink free water. 10 minutes later, Su Tian was sitting in the station, making a statement while drinking tea. Yes indeed, free water. Stainless steel teacups with everything for the people written on them, with a few slices of tea brewed in them, washed down with steaming hot mineral water. Nurture your heart and quiet your mind. Jiang Chiyu writes quickly and has already made his statement, waiting for her at the door of the room leaning against the wall. Su Tian also finished writing quickly. The police uncle who received them first praised them for their act of calling the police to save more students from being charged protection money, and then said that the camera in that lot was broken, but according to Jiang Chiyu's description, and then in accordance with their file records, they should be able to quickly call that group of uneducated hooligans over for tea. Call them both when the time comes. The police uncle sent them out. Jiang father Jiang mother, Su father Su mother have been called by a police call over, are now sitting in the hall of the Public Security Bureau, saw the 2 children out and are not injured, only to put down their hearts. Su's dad stood up and called first, hey, it's me, yeah, no need to come over, okay, thanks. Su's father had just hung up the phone not long before the phone of the police uncle who led them out rang. He looked at the number and greeted the other policeman over, walking to the side himself, hey, chief. Several people shushed the 2 children for a while, and Jiang's mom worriedly said, in the future, you 2 will also go to and from school together, so don't be left behind. Su Ten is actually a bit scared now that she thinks back. If Jiang Chiyu is not there, she should really not be so calm now. Su Tian nodded. She glanced at Jiang Chiyu and nodded alone. Why don't I ask your Uncle Meng to drive you both to and from school? Papa Su said. Before Su Tian had a chance to speak, Su's mom coldly said, "No, why are you so delicate? Is it possible that you'll drive her to college every day?" Su's father opened his mouth, that being said, "You shouldn't speak so harshly." Afraid that the two of them would quarrel, Su Tian quickly shook her head, "No need, Dad. It's fine for the two of us to go home together, we don't need to be specially transported." Papa Su touched his daughter's head, "Okay then, listen to you." Father Jiang said, "It's okay, I'll put cameras on the roads that don't have cameras, this area has been quite safe." A few people chatted for a few moments, and within a few moments the cop who had gone to answer the phone earlier came out clutching a laptop. "Is it a couple of them?" Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu went over to look and both nodded. The cop sighed, "It's them again, 2 seniors and the remaining 4 are all middle schoolers who spend their days uneducated in petty fights, their parents have given up." Su Tian didn't expect a few of them to be so small, looking at their faces one by one, they were all mature. Chapter 87, What are you thinking about? The police continued, "Our poor family, learning is not good, think follow the so-called rich big brother can mix a name, last month is in the internet cafe to collect protection money, more than they do not dare to collect, take a dozen or so dollars, and then turn their heads to change the internet cafe to continue to surf the internet. Don't the parents care at all?" Zhang's mom frowned. "I can't control them. Basically, all the parents go out to work and leave the children with their grandparents, who can't read or write a word, so the children can only believe whatever they say." The group was speechless, and the cop finally said, "Okay, it's almost afternoon, so go home and eat, and I'll call you when we catch these kids." Meanwhile, Yashin sat in front of the computer in his room and tried for half a day, finally trying out the computer password. He was just playing with his cell phone racing, because he received a text message from his little brother lost a game, angry cursing, accidentally a little too loud, was his mother kicked open the door to come and the cell phone slammed, splitting his face a scolding. His mom left and the door was locked. Heck, fortunately, he had a computer in his room. Yaoshin skillfully boarded QQ and saw the text message from his little brother 2 hours ago. "How can we stand it? Do you want me to call a few people to block him and show him who's the school bully?" Yaoshin blurted out as stupid. If he can block and dare to block, Yaoshin has long gone to block, and it is still the turn to get this. He crackled and typed, "No need. I'll find a chance to go by myself. I wasn't paying attention last time, I'll beat him 10 times a piece when I find a chance." In fact, he also knew that he was probably not going to have a chance in this life, who would have thought that this little white boy was quite big. After a while, his little brother sent him a picture, a selfie with a swollen nose and a voiceover. Yaoshin's face changed, and he thought that this would not have already gone to block that little white man. Stupid. This big dumb ass. He tapped on his voice and a wail came over the microphone, "Big brother. I was hit by him. That actually hit me while I wasn't paying attention and ran away." Yaoshin's hands were shivering after hearing this, directly a voice phone call over, just connected and cursed, "You idiot who let you go to block him." Little brother thought he was in love with him, his tone weakened, "You never got back to me, I'll take that as your default." Little brother gabbled about what happened. "My cell phone fell on the ground and broke without seeing it." Yaoshin gritted his teeth, "I didn't default. I didn't order you to do it. If anything happens, you'll have to take the blame yourself. After that, hang up hard." He's going to be pissed off. Yaoshin didn't forget the words his mom cautioned him about, wiped his face and started knocking on the door of his room. "Mom. Mom. Something happened. Jiang Chiyu was beaten up." The police were quick and efficient, and when I returned home the next afternoon, I received a call from the police. Papa Su drove her and Jiang Chiyu to the police station. The rainbow-haired guys they'd collected protection money from the other day were here, heads bowed, hair already dyed back to black, dressed in their respective school uniforms with regularity. If the 6 people stood apart, Su Tian would definitely not recognize them. To her surprise, Yao Shun was there. This person, whom Su Tian had only seen in photos, still had gauze on his head, his hair was all shaved, and he was wearing a black tee, which made him even more of a gangster. That's what a school bully looks like. Su Tian looked at his size and thought that maybe this former school bully could win a minute. She frequently glanced towards the tendon flesh on Yaoshin's body. Jiang Chiyu gave her a sideways glance. "What are you rambling on about?" Sudi gave a beat, wondering if he could knock out 6 a minute. Jiang Chiyu sneered a bit. "What, looking for an object still want to find one like Optimus Prime?" Su Tian bristled, wondering why he could be so venomous at all times, and shot back, "Not looking for one like you anyway." Jiang Chiyu was blocked. As the 2 men spoke small talk, the policeman over there tapped a taller boy, and the 6 men looked at each other and bowed toward them in unison. "I'm sorry." Su Tian was shocked by the men. The way they shouted "I'm sorry" was like shouting "Hello, big brother." Yaoshan stood next to a shrewd and capable woman who also slapped him on the head. "You." Yaoshan, looking a bit drained in spirit, nodded down as well and said quickly, "I'm sorry." The woman slapped him directly on the back, louder. Yaoshan bowed violently, his voice as loud as a bell, "I'm sorry." Su Ten blinked. What does this have to do with Yaoshan? Could it be that Yaoshan found someone to beat up Jiang Chiyu and accidentally involved the innocent her? Just thought so, that woman said. "Miss Su, I am really sorry, my son has no B number in his heart. Toad wants to eat swan meat, I have already trained him." It was the first time for Su Tian to be called Miss Su, and she couldn't help but be in a trance. So marvelous, as if she had suddenly grown up. She froze for a moment before coming back to her senses, a little confused again, huh? The police officer on the side explained, "It's like this, these 6 people didn't mean to collect protection money, they heard that Jiang Chiyu beat up their brother, Yaoshan, so they stopped you on the road in order to help him out." The passage only explains why Squire Yao was present. But she still doesn't understand why Yaoshan's mom says Yaoshan is a toad trying to eat swan meat. Obviously the swan is her. But she never knew Yaoshan the toad. What's more crucial is that the last time Jiang Chiyu beat up Yaoshan in the exam room, it seems like it was because of the whole toad wanting to eat swan meat thing. Su Tian looked at Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu happened to look away. Yaoshan's mom pinched her son again. "Where's the review you wrote? Take it out, read it." Yaoshan then took out a piece of paper folded several times from his pocket, unfolded it, took a deep breath, dragged his voice and started to read. "I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I shouldn't have tailed Miss Su Tian home. I shouldn't have said something not so nice to Miss Su Tian to someone else under the class. My fault, I'm guilty, I'm apologizing, I'm guilty, I'm ashamed, I deserved it. End of the day, this is my salute." Yaoshan's mother did not expect him a review on so little content, hated him and glared at him, finally, looked to the corner of the sofa has been listening to the father. "Su, Mr. Su, you see, there is what is not satisfied with, you feel free to mention." Su father stood up, paced over, "In fact, there is nothing, are still children, do not understand things, know the error is corrected, are still good children. Just really have nothing to do with the toad eating swan meat, everyone is equal, just pay attention to the way, this tracking is indeed a little excessive." Yaoshan's mom quickly said, "There will never be a next time, I've already contacted a foreign school, and when the formalities are done, I'll immediately let him roll back to his dad's place to go to school." Chapter 88, I realize you've gotten smarter. Yaoshan's head hung down, the whole person was like a wilting yellow flower of tomorrow. Su father did not say anything else, a few people apologized, and promised to study hard in the future, and will never violate the laws and regulations again. After going out from the Public Security Bureau, Su Tian asked Jiang Chiyu if they had really reformed. Papa Su went to the car and the two of them waited at the door. Uncle Su seems to have donated a sum of money to the city's Empty Nest Elderly Relief Society last night. They're a key target of care, and they should really be reformed by now. No wonder they looked at my dad with such a strange expression. Did Uncle Jiang tell you that? Aha! Uncle Jiang seems to tell you everything, you guys seem like friends. Aha! Su Tian let out an O sound and then asked, "Then did you hit Yaoshan because you heard what Yaoshan said about me?" Aha! The conversation is turning too quickly. Jiang Chiyu suddenly paused after saying the word and after a moment of silence, he murmured, "I realized that you've become smarter." I've always been smart. Getting a definite answer, Su Tian's mood could be described as mixed. If that green hair hadn't taken it upon himself to make this mess, would she have never known in her life that Jiang Chiyu's fight at the exam hall was because of her? Su Tian poked Jiang Chiyu's arm. "Why don't you say anything?" Jiang Chiyu glanced at her. "Doing good deeds without leaving my name is one of my virtues." Su Tian was originally very touched. Forget it. Both of them stopped talking. Su's father had already driven his car onto the roadway and honked his horn at them. Su Tian was about to go over, when Jiang Chiyu suddenly pulled her. Su Tian looked back and heard Jiang Chiyu ask her, "Why can't you find one like me?" "Huh?" She paused. Jiang Chiyu fiddled with the broken hair on his forehead. "It's fine." After saying that, he went towards the car first. Su Tian slowed down a few steps to follow, and waited until he got in the car and fastened his seatbelt before reacting to what he asked. "Why, you're looking for someone like Optimus Prime." "Not one like you, anyway." "Why can't you find someone like me?" Su Tian lost her breath for a moment, and her hand shivered as she fastened her seatbelt. She just blurted it out. Why is he still serious? If you're really looking for a date. Su Tian had never actually thought about this. Now that I think about it, I realize that she herself didn't know what kind she wanted. Jiang Chiyu such, appearance no pick, body. Su Tian recalled a certain morning exercise he and Dad then pull-ups revealed a section of the waist. Waist is quite thin, and abdominal muscles is also good. The first time I saw him in the morning, and I saw him in the morning. Quite rich too. Right now it's 5 feet 8 inches and it seems to be growing. He's rich and handsome and he's got all three. As if, it's not a bad idea to find someone like Jiang Chiyu. It's just a mouthful. At no time did he want someone to rip his mouth off. The past all surfaced in front of her eyes. Su Tian then buckled the seatbelt, sat straight, a look of seriousness. What do you look like? You do not have a heart. Jiang Chiyu was originally looking out the window. When he heard this, he turned his head to look at her. Nasty, childish, false, always cold expression as if the world owes you money, moralistic, civilized scum, beast of burden. Not at all warm and cheerful. You see who is still your friend except me? Su's father was talking on the phone in front of him, and Su Tian glanced at him and lowered his voice and continued, if you can't be friends, who's going to get involved with you? Oh, Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows, then what kind do you want to find? Su Tian held her face and thought for a moment, it's the opposite of these personalities of yours. She looked over to her dad who was calling her mom to tell her she was okay. There was a pause. Dad like that. The opposite of these personalities of his, wouldn't that have to be gentle, mature, sincere, always with a smile on his face, Sven? The more Jiang Chiyu thought about it, the more wrong he felt. Isn't that ing Song Yingjing? Also, Su's dad usually wears a pair of silver wire glasses. Song Yingjing usually wore a pair of silver wire glasses as well. He laughed at himself for coming to that conclusion. Su Dad just finished the phone call. Su Tian slumped forward. Dad, what did Mom say? Nothing, let me get well enough to take you home quickly for homework. Oh. Su Tian had forgotten that there was such a thing as homework, and sat back down sullenly. Jiang Chiyu saw this and didn't say anything else. Yaoshen's matter is considered to be completely closed. At night, Su Tian lay in bed and rambled for a while, and when she fell asleep, she did have a dream. In the dream, Jiang Chiyu stood in the teaching office, surrounded by 2 circles of teachers, all pointing at him, asking why he fought, still want to go to school, do not want to go abroad on the roll. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyelids once, lazily, and didn't say a single word. She watched and could only do nothing but talk. Say it, what can't you say? Isn't it just, Yaoshen said something bad about her, just relay it. I don't know how long it took, but Jiang Chiyu finally spoke, Su Tian and I are getting it on. The ending of this dream woke her up straight away. She opened her eyes and looked at the darkened room in confusion. What a screw up. Engage in some kind of object. It's the learning that counts. She wanted to go back to sleep but couldn't. The phrase I'm having an affair with Su Tian kept echoing in her head. She rubbed her temples and simply went and washed her face, looking at herself in the mirror with every cell refreshed, and decided to go and do a set of 5-3 papers to calm down. Young lady, you've been drifting a bit lately. The next day she woke up to her alarm clock while lying on her desk. Su Tian felt that her body was incomparably sore, especially the arm that was pressed by her head. The whole numbness for a long time could not move. She didn't dare grimace for fear of being late, and grimaced as she washed and changed. When she packed up and walked out of the house, Jiang Chiyu was already waiting for her at the door. Although it was just an accident that they were blocked, and the security on that road was actually pretty good, they still had to go to and from school together because both parents had agreed to do so a long time ago. Good morning. Been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Su Tian stiffened and came out of the yard. As soon as Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes, Su Tian knew what he was going to say and snatched it up. There's no need to reply to me. You definitely can't say anything good. Jiang Chiyu gave a light hum as a form of acquiescence. Along the way, her strange posture drew frequent side glances from Jiang Chiyu. Did you sleep on the floor last night? Pretty much. Su Tian was wan. I couldn't sleep last night. I got up and did a set of papers, and I slept on the desk. Can't sleep? Jiang Chiyu still wanted to ask in depth, but saw her eyes slowly widen from half squinted to like seeing a ghost, and then the whole person suddenly rushed out, with a sentence in the wind. You go back to work first. I have something to do. What's up? The direction she ran past, Jiang Chiyu could only see a boy flickering around the corner of the school building far ahead. Chapter 89, Getting It On. They've made it as far as campus without further incident. Jiang Chiyu frowned. Wanting to chase after her but feeling that he would not be too lenient with her, after hesitating for a while, Su Tian's figure was already out of sight. He stood in place for a while when someone behind him suddenly called out to him, "Student Jiang Chiyu?" Jiang Chiyu turned his head and saw that it was the class president of their class. The class president scratched the back of his head. "Aren't you leaving yet? It's almost late." The squad leader was sweating profusely, his chest still heaving slightly, obviously running. He could have delayed himself by not stopping specifically to remind him that he was running late. Jiang Chiyu retracted his sight and nodded, "Go." Su Ten was really late. Lao Gao glared at her, "You were doing quite well a while ago, why are you late again today?" Su Tian was clearly out of his element. Two AHs, two voices, four voices. It was simply the norm, and Old Hai had the presence of mind to wave his hand and let her in. The Old Hai on the stage to say the basketball league matters, although you do not have to go to class that day, but to be honest, our classmates, our class has no varsity, applauding and shouting things to the cheerleading team, the basketball league in fact has nothing to do with you, I suggest that we should still be reading books, the study self-study, when you pass by the time of the applause on it. The class next door has been about all day in the class study, you see people's enthusiasm. Lao Gao is getting more and more impassioned on the stage, but not many people are listening to him. Su Tian was lost in thought, but suddenly her right braid was yanked, she let out a cry of pain, and her eyes crinkled up. Old Gao heard it, twisted his head, and temporarily stopped his speech. Does student Su Tian have any insights? Su Tian's expression blanked out for a moment, slowly settling down. I'm going to study in class. Old Gao applauded, not bad. Very conscious, I hope the students can also learn like Su Tian. She didn't wander off next, and earnestly waited for Lao Gao to finish his speech, watching him walk out of the classroom before she twisted her head and stared at Jiang Chiyu. Do you seek death? Su Tian asked seriously. Jiang Chiyu let out a tisk, I thought you didn't know how to swear. Su Tian, are you looking for death? These 4 words are not swear words. You went after your date this morning? Jiang Chiyu asked lazily. Su Tian's heartbeat flew wildly, like touching electricity instantly exploded. You are talking nonsense. What to engage in object not object. Now the most important thing is to learn what to engage in. As she overreacted, Jiang Chiyu narrowed his eyes and said slowly, engage? Right? Objects? What object? When did I say object? Su Tian gave a start, reacting with the afterthought that she had misheard. As soon as she heard the word object, she subconsciously thought of the dream she had last night, in which Jiang Chiyu told the director and teachers, I'm having an affair with Su Tian. How going crazy? Su Ten scratched her hair. She forced her expression to remain unchanged. Oh, I misheard you, what did you just ask? Ask again. Jiang Chiyu said, you chased your object in the morning? I don't have a date. Su Tian lowered her voice. What are you thinking in your head all day long? Everyday object. The most important thing for us now is to study, do you know? How come it's every day? Jiang Chiyu said slowly, just once yesterday, once today. Have you heard me say the word object anywhere else? Su Tian choked and hastily denied, no. Jiang Chiyu's eyes became a bit subtle as he looked at her. He thought for a few seconds. This reaction from Suddy is simply saying, yes, indeed. But he did say it just those 2 times. He raised the end of his eyebrows and concluded, you didn't have any strange dreams, did you? No wonder you didn't sleep well last night. Did you dream that I said something about getting laid? Su Tian was tempted to ask, are you a worm in my stomach? You can guess that? But asking was tantamount to admitting it, and Su Tian said righteously, I can't sleep because I love studying too much. Okay. Jiang Chiyu didn't argue with her, you chased your date in the morning? Su Tian could no longer hear the word object and shook her head, no. I just saw an acquaintance and chased after him. to take a look. That's quite a familiar relationship. As she ran out, Jiang Chiyu realized for the first time that she had the potential to be a sprinter. He let out a long "oh, running that fast, I thought you saw the type of person you wanted to meet today just after yesterday." Su Tian blankly glanced at him breathlessly. Basketball League Day. Although Su Tian was only saying in a hurry that she wanted to stay in class to study when she was named by the old high school, she actually did think so. The boys in the class basically pushed and shoved and ran off to watch it early, and a lot of the girls were there as well, but of course it wasn't generally to watch the game. It was rumored that the varsity team from Newton 3rd High School, which came to their school to play a match, had a super handsome guy on it. What Zhou Ying said. Su Tian has always had little interest in handsome men, and she didn't care much about Jiang Chiyu when he first came to school. It wasn't that she was hitting on Zhou, since she had known her for so long. The super handsome guys that came out of her mouth didn't have to be 100 or 50, and she didn't know what Zhou Ying's standard for super handsome guys was. While placing one of the written papers on the table, she asked, "Is there a handsome guy at my desk?" Jiang Chiyu wasn't at his place, and he hadn't seen anyone else since the end of the morning study session. Zhou was silent for a moment and sighed. "That's indeed not true. Your deskmate's face is hard to come across, one in 10,000 years. His face is not a super handsome man in my heart, but a masterpiece of God. It can only be seen from afar but cannot be played with. Of course, I can't play with it." "It's quite a compliment." Su Tian took the time to glance at her. "So well, there's nothing to see, you stay in class and study too. Did you forget that Wei Xiqing is on our school's varsity team?" Zhou poked her head. "You all promised to go and cheer him on at the time, and he even said he would save us front row seats and pack snacks and tea." Su Tian looked up blankly. "Yes? You really forgot, ah?" Zhou smacked her lips and gave a bad laugh. "Humph, going in and out of school in pairs all day long with your deskmates, having new people to laugh at and forgetting the old people to cry. Which there is." Su Tian glared at her. During this period of time she and Jiang Chiyu's family lived together, and the fact that they knew each other when they were children has spread all over the world, and the people in their school from the very beginning, when they saw the two of them going to and from school together, would always steal a few glances. To the fact that now they have already seen it is not strange. Su Tian put her pen down and sighed, since she promised she couldn't break her promise, so she nodded. "Go." They had just walked to the basketball court when they saw Wei Xiqing standing on the track from a long distance away, looking toward the audience. Zhou pulled her along and waved at Wei Xiqing. "Wei Xiqing. This." Wei Xiqing looked up and waved at them as well. Chapter 90, the guy holding up the sign is a school bully? Zhou pulled her straight into the runway. The spectators were sitting in the audience, and the runway was full of players in uniforms or teachers and referees. The two girls were a bit conspicuous. Suddy tried to pull her back into the audience. "What are you doing? You want to play on the court?" Zhou did not move. Wei Xiqing walked right up to them. A period of time did not see him darker. His skin took on a healthy wheat color. Wei Xiqing said, "You guys came a little late, and the spot I took for you two was taken." Zhou looked toward the audience. The front seats have been filled, only the last there are empty seats. Sitting there cannot see anything. Wei Xiqing thought for a moment and looked toward the resting seats that had been specially opened up for the players. "You guys wait for me." Sudi watched as he trotted over to say something to his teammates on the rest bench, who looked toward them and nodded. Wei Xiqing ran over again and pointed to the resting mat. "You guys sit over there, we'll go up to the game later, there's just 3 substitutes over there." Sudi, "Not so good." Zhou, "It's too ostentatious." Zhou, "But I like it." Wei Xiqing scratched his head. "Let's go then. I've bought you all snacks and drinks." So Su Tian was forcefully pulled over by Zhou. She still saw their school varsity for the first time. "There is a tallest." Su Tian heard Wei Xiqing shout at his captain. That captain hooked Wei Xiqing's neck, looked at the pile was placed on the empty position next to Su Tian, a pocket of snacks. "Lie now, you kid, I thought snacks and water is what you prepared for us, white pain you." Zhou smiled and said, "Captain, originally this is yours, we just came over to rub a few packets, we can't eat much." The captain laughed brightly. A few other team members also chimed in. "I don't know why I feel like I can beat that group of dogs from Newton 3rd Middle School to their knees and call them grandpa now. That's girl power, never underestimate girl power. The cheerleaders are just too far away from us, and when our cheerleaders stand over at the 3rd grade, it's all for the 3rd grade dogs to see. Hi! Think how cool it is to get up for a game and all you can hear in the 3rd form is cheering us on." One of the players asked, "Why don't you two join the cheerleading squad?" Zhou spread her hands. "We didn't even know about it when the cheerleaders were recruited, and it was only after Old Hire was finished that they announced to us that it was happening." Old High had left a legacy in the sophomore and junior classes, and as soon as the team heard it was him. "Hey! I know him, Smiley, more of a dog than the grade school director." The coach was blowing his whistle, signaling for the players to make a trip over, and just as they did, the loudspeaker on the radio began to read, "Okay, please take your seats and remain quiet, the game will begin shortly." Zhou listened and looked at Su Tian. "That voice?" Su Tian nodded. "Song Yingjing. Song Yingjing joined the school radio station?" Zhou cupped her face in a florid manner. That was truly a correct decision. She wasn't the only one. A small commotion erupted in the audience. "Wow, this vocal line, hua hua? Why haven't I heard it before? It's so good. It feels kind of like that sophomore year Song Yingjing's." "That's him definitely." He's in the class next door to ours. His voice is so recognizable, every time I hear his voice I feel like spring is coming. Uhu. Su Tian came back to her senses and shook her head. No, I seem to remember that there was some kind of event just once before, and he was temporarily pulled to fill the stage. Zhou also remembered, right, our school really doesn't waste anything at all. Which one looks good, which one has a good voice, which one can dance and sing, all of them are recorded, and as soon as any outsider comes over, they're pulled out to fill up the stage. Didn't you get pulled out last time to hold up a sign in the sophomore class? Su Tian had a black line on her face. Don't mention it. Come over here and ask me if I'm really a sophomore and not a junior? Zhou laughed out loud. Song Yingjing's voice on the radio continued. Here's a welcome to the Yangming First Middle School cheerleaders. A cheer erupted from the south podium where they were, and the clapping was earth-shattering. Girls in short laser sailor dresses came out from behind the podium, all wearing several twisted pigtails and holding support items in their hands, youthful, cool and sweet. A much taller boy at the front of the line held up a sign for Yangming First High School and led the line to the demarcated spot. The boys wore school shirts and uniform pants, shirts tucked into their pants, and were thin, slim-waisted, long-legged, and really tall. It was too far away, plus there was a sign blocking her face from Su Tian's angle. She couldn't see the man's face clearly. But there are so many people at the podium. Someone else brought binoculars. Su Ten heard a murmur from the audience behind her, "Va-re." She whipped her head around and it was a young lady with binoculars. The young lady put the binoculars down, then rubbed her eyes again and continued to look through the binoculars. Zhou, how do we let boys hold up signs in our school? Shouldn't we pick a girl with a good figure and high value? The young lady in the back erupted into a scream, "Va-re." A group of people around her all twisted over to look at her, and Zhou also turned her head, looking at the stage. Missy's companion nudged her, "Keep it down, are you seeing Godzilla?" The young lady handed her the binoculars over. "I'm blind, check to see if this guy holding up the sign is the school bully." Who? Suddy gave a start. Zhou, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed. The school bully? Jiang Chiyu? Suddy whipped her head back around to look at the boy holding up the sign. It does look more and more like it. The line had already passed the turn, and Su Tian, relying on her good eyesight and excellent perspective, saw the face of the boy holding up the sign. Based on that cloudy, careless expression alone. It's her desk. No wonder I haven't seen anyone else since morning reading. The corners of Su Tian's mouth twitched. Their school bully didn't get away with being dragged through the door by the school. Zhou pushed her and asked in a misty voice, "That's your deskmate Jiang Chiyu, right?" Su Tian categorically shook her head, "I don't know him." There was a deathly silence on the podium, then suddenly the whole thing began to stir, and the girls' screams and gibberish began to take over the room. "Mom, yeah. Our school is too good at this. Ah. Is no one paying attention to his face? It's too white. Is it makeup? Since he's wiped his face, then put on a red eyeshadow please. Chapter 91, Jiang Chiyu. Mommy loves you. The Yangming No. 1 middle school cheerleading squad stopped when they reached their support position. There was a device there to put up the sign in, and Jiang Chiyu half squatted down, his spine curved, and fixed the sign in place. Once you bend over, it shows off your waist even more. There was another shocked scream from the girls in the room. There was also a burst of suppressed girls screaming from the audience of Yuten 3rd Middle School to the north. Jiang Chiyu stood to the side, and the cheerleaders lined up and danced a cheerleading routine. After the dance finally came to the time to vent their emotions, the south side of the audience applauded and screamed, and the sound was so loud that it made people's heads hurt. I don't know which girl suddenly let out a loud shout, "Jiang Chiyu! Mommy loves you!" I don't know how much the shouting girl's lung capacity is. This voice is clear and long, penetrating, extremely strong. Su Tian felt that the source of the sound was far away from her, but she could still hear it clearly. This statement instantly pulls the heat out of the room. The girls in Yangming No. 1 middle school went wild, shouting out across the room, "Jiang Chiyu! The most handsome cub in Yangming First Middle School! Skyfall is awesome! YMCA 1 is awesome!" In the distance, Jiang Chiyu also heard the shouts, his eyelids lifted and the corners of his mouth tugged. Su Tian thought he should just twitch the corners of his mouth. But the other girls don't seem to think so. It was the same girl with the binoculars, Va-re. He looked at us and laughed. Sisters, he smiled. First middle school countertop Jiang Chiyu. Sisters, put up a fight. If our school doesn't win this time, we'll be sorry for this appearance. Cheer up for me later. Su Tian came back to her senses and suddenly seemed to understand the school's intention of pulling Jiang Chiyu over to hold up the sign. Countertops are indeed very countertop. Look, such a handsome guy is from our school. The student's sense of pride and belonging and excitement suddenly rose. The girls' shouts also affected the studio, and the large screen in the playground quickly switched to Jiang Chiyu's personal close-up, who had already collected his expression and was looking at the court carelessly. The expression is cool as a tug. So INGA. It's like there's no makeup, people just have cold white skin. Help, help, help. The boss novel suddenly has a face. Look at the look on the faces of the girls from the 3rd grade across the street. Hahaha, jealous of them. Go Yangming First High School. Yangming First High School will win. Song Yingjing's voice on the radio remained smooth and undisturbed as he continued to read, "Here's to welcoming the Yuten 3rd Middle School cheerleaders into the arena." The southern auditorium suddenly fell silent en masse, and the opposite auditorium erupted in thunderous applause. Yuten 3rd Middle School's cheerleaders were uniformly dressed in short, belly-bearing outfits with super short skirts underneath, bundled up in high ponytails, each holding a water pistol in their hands. The camera on the big screen also switched to the Yuten 3rd grade cheerleaders. At the head of a girl holding a sign of Yuten 3rd Middle School, she wore a much cooler, belly-bearing dress straight from a neckline, long hair tied up high, good-looking, cold expression. The cheerleaders walked over to the 3rd grade turf and did an upbeat cheering drill as well, with the girl at the head of the group sticking her sign in place and then melting right in as the lead dancer. After the song was finished, the girls picked up the water guns on the ground and shot a few shots into the sky. The water jets rose high and sprayed over the girls, each with a smile and youthful expression on their faces. The north side of the audience applauded and shouted like the side of the first school. But too many people shouting at the same time, the effect is not the first middle school side of the first girl shouting so a ride, have mixed. Su Tian only heard a clear school flower what. The girl in the lead is supposed to be their 3rd grade school girl. Joing let out an exaggerated wow, their school is really, TSK for the city basketball tournament too. Su Tian hadn't been able to react from the fact that Jiang Chiyu had gone to raise his hand, his expression was very vague. Joing looked at her and waved her hand in front of her eyes. What, you still haven't gotten over your tablemate's blooming beauty? It's logical that you should be the fastest to calm down. No, I was surprised by the girls in our school. Su Tian smacked her lips, they are so daring. If it wasn't for the fact that this position I'm sitting in is too conspicuous, I would just stand up and shout. Joing suddenly became excited, it's too hot, okay? Did you see the expressions on the faces of the girls across the street? Stretching their necks to see and marveling at the same time, they didn't dare to show too much. Countertop. That's our school's stage presence. And their cheerleaders, look at half the girls glancing at Jiang Chiyu after the dance. Isn't it cool? It's awesome. Su Tian couldn't help but take another look at the cheerleaders of the 1st middle school, only to find that Jiang Chiyu was no longer there, leaving only a group of girls. Jiang Chiyu returned to the podium backstage, the grade director handed him a bottle of mineral water, patted him on the shoulder, and looked at the atmosphere in the playground, laughing with joy. Turning his head, he told another teacher, I told you so. Engaging in anything fancy is better than finding a powerhouse. Finished and a little regret, once again patted Jiang Chiyu's shoulder, earlier did not think of you, if I thought of it can also let you follow the cheerleaders to line up a dance. The corner of Jiang Chiyu's forehead jumped. Okay, you go back to class to study, or want to stay to watch the basketball game if I find you a good seat. The director looked around the north side of the audience, paused in their varsity rest area and pointed, right there, excellent line of sight, something to clap, the atmosphere of the students ought to drive up, we want to overwhelm the other side from the momentum. Jiang Chiyu wanted to go back to his class, his little deskmate should be nestled in the class studying at this moment, but he still looked along where the director was pointing, I'll go back to. He paused to see that his young deskmate was not nestled in his class studying at the moment, but sitting in the section the director had pointed out nestled with a group of boys in jerseys. Being so far away, he couldn't actually see it too clearly, but he was still able to instantly recognize that it was Su Tian. I'll watch the game. Jiang Chiyu changed his words. I told you no boy could resist a basketball game. The director was excited, go. I'll go over there with you and see how our school's athletes are preparing. The coach is pumping up the players. This is our home field, just be steady, don't take any chances and we can win. The players are already getting ready to enter the game by giving each other high fives and cheering. The 3 replacements returned to the first row and sat down. Wei Xiqing's jersey was number 6, and when he entered the field Zhouing frantically gave him more than 6, go Wei Xiqing. Beat Yuten 3rd Middle School. Victory belongs to us. Splendor belongs to us. Yangming No. 1 Middle School will win. Su Tian felt that she was so middle-aged that she covered her face and didn't want to look at her. Wei Xiqing laughed, looked to Su Tian, who happened to be covering her face on one side, and shouted, "You two have to treat me to dinner if you win. Zhouing, please go jerk off. Xinjiang mutton kebabs." Weissenberg smiled and turned to join his teammates in the ring. Chapter 92, Brother Wei is open with you. The director just happened to be a little late to the party and only saw the backs of their school's athletes. Su Tian looked from afar at the two people walking this way from the edge of the playground, feeling a bit like the grade director in Jiang Chiyu, and did not expect to fix her eyes on them, but it was really the grade director in Jiang Chiyu. The director is here. She patted Zhouing, who was in a state of excitement, and told her to be careful not to speak out of turn. The audience behind them were obviously surprised to see Jiang Chiyu walking over, and discussed in a chorus, "Ori, how did Jiang Chiyu come over here? The director is here too, supposedly to console the players. The players are gone. Those two aren't going to sit over here. Wow, I've been this close to Skyfall for the first time. Why those two girls can sit in the player's seat Itian Jiang Chiyu really sat over." Jiang Chiyu followed the director to the players' resting table. The coach stood below and watched the players in the field from afar. The director walked over and pointed to the audience behind Jiang Chiyu, "You go over and sit down." Jiang Chiyu nodded his head, not looking at Su Tian, and walked calmly and easily to the front of the resting seat. There were 2 rows in total, with 3 substitutes sitting in the first row and other seats holding water for the other players on the field. The second row sat from right to left Zhouing, Su Tian, and a pocket of snacks, and next to the snacks were 3 empty seats. He glanced back as the grade school director and the coach chatted. So satisfied, he walked up to the second row and sat down in the empty seat next to the snacks. Sat down. What's wrong with that girl with the 2 braids? Why doesn't he sit in the far seat? He looked at the grade school director and the coach, and I guess he sat inside because he was afraid they would both sit over. Zhouing pushed hard on Su Tian's shoulder, her excitement was overflowing. Su Tian was dizzy by her shaking, and slapped down her hand. "What are you doing? Haven't you seen him before or what?" "I don't know," inexplicably excited. Zhouing sneaked a glance at Jiang Chiyu and whispered in her ear, "I actually went out with him, my mom." Su Tian took a bottle of ice pop from the snack pocket next to her and gave it to her, suppressing the shock. "Has it been so long before you reacted?" "Hey, mostly, especially excited today?" Zhouing saw that there was a bottle of lychee soda in her snack pocket, so she poked Su Tian, "Don't you give your table mate a bottle?" Su Tian would bring Jiang Chiyu a bottle of lychee soda every day when he went to the small store with her, and Zhouing already knew his tastes well. Su Tian hesitated. Jiang Chiyu did have an extra preference for lychee-flavored sodas, especially the iced ones. She took out the lychee soda and poked Jiang Chiyu's arm across his seat. "Hey, drink it." She heard a murmur from the audience behind her and dismissed it as unheard. Jiang Chiyu took it, didn't drink it, held it in his hand. "Don't you only have studying in your heart? Come see some basketball game. Wei Xiqing, do you remember? The one who went out with us last time." Su Tian twisted her head to talk to him. "He's on the varsity team." Jiang Chiyu glanced at her carelessly and summarized, "So you came to watch him compete?" "Yes." Su Tian paused for a moment and said slowly, "I didn't expect to see you raise your hand in passing." Jiang Chiyu didn't really want to continue this topic and sighed as he unscrewed the soda and took a sip. "What did you, just go and raise the sign?" Su Tian asked. Her expression was leathery. Jiang Chiyu looked at her, didn't answer, and said instead, "There's no need to hold it in if you want to laugh." "That won't work." Su Tian laughed out and tugged on his sleeve. "Gotta save face for my tablemates." The expressions on the faces of the audience in the back row were subtle. Their moods changed in a twisted way along the way. This girl is so bold to actually bring water to Skyfall, or this tone of voice. Skyfall actually collected her water. Oh, they know each other. This girl actually hung out with Skyfall? They both sounded so familiar. They are both at the same table. This girl is the legendary Skyfall-esque green plum tablemate? This morning the head of the grade went to the men's room to check for cigarettes, and when I came out I was just about to go in, and when he saw me he pulled me straight into his office and said that he was going to hold the school sign for today's basketball game, but the guy who was originally scheduled wasn't feeling well, and said that I was the right height to go over there to take over, and that I would just walk half a lap along the playground, very quickly. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes, looked at the grade director who was talking with the coach, and said coolly, "I didn't realize until I got there that it was instead of a girl holding up a sign that was still a cheerleader's sign. Is it too late for regrets?" "It's too late." The head of the grade was afraid that he would run away and followed him throughout the rehearsal. Luckily, all he had to do was hold up a sign. Luckily he was seen late by the director. Otherwise, TSK. Su Tian gave him a sympathetic look. The game had already started on the playground, and Su Tian turned her head to watch the game. She wasn't a fan, she couldn't watch much basketball, but she understood basic dunking. On the playing field, Wei Xiqing made a jump and threw the ball in his hand in a parabola, spinning down a goal. Weissenberg managed to throw in the first goal of the game. The South audience erupted in applause and clapping for a long time. Zhou clanked to her feet, compared her hands to a trumpet next to her mouth, and shouted, "Wei is awesome." She said while picking on Su Tian, "Hurry up. Stand up and cheer for Wei." Su Tian was shaken by her and had no choice but to stand up as well, following her example and shouting, "Wei brother cow." The last word had been automatically silenced by her straight away for some reason. But with one word missing, the meaning of the sentence seemed to suddenly take on a different flavor. Wei Xiqing should have heard it. He lifted up his jersey and wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his two well-defined abs were suddenly exposed, causing a scream from the girls in the room. Wei Xiqing looked at their side, looked at Su Tian, ran a few steps in their direction, made up his mind in general, smiled, and raised his arms above his head to compare a heart. The girls in the room screamed again. The captain ran over and patted him and gave him a thumbs up. Zhou jumped up like chicken blood, madly shaking Su Tian. "Wei went public with you." After 3 years he finally said it. Su Tian was confused. "Huh? What's public?" Jiang Chiyu narrowed his eyes and unconsciously licked the sharp tooth in his mouth, feeling a slight tingling coming from the tip of his tongue. "Little cutie. Wei Xiqing confessed to you." Zhou nodded her head. "That time we went out to play Han Shua could tell." "Jiang Chiyu can definitely see it too." "Don't believe me, ask." Zhou twisted her head, just in time to meet that somewhat dangerous look from Jiang Chiyu. Suddenly, he couldn't speak. Varge, really mouthy. Chapter 93, Confessions? Confess? With whom? With me? Su Tian was still confused. Confess? With who? With me? Zhou silently pulled her to sit down first, blocking the line of sight of the people behind you. Su Tian was incredulous. "Are you serious? Confess to me? Wei Xiqing? He likes me?" Zhou still felt that it wasn't easy for Wei Xiqing to have a crush on Su Tian for 3 years, and she nodded with difficulty against Jiang Chiyu's cool whooshing gaze, stretching out 3 fingers. 3 years. Suddy was on pins and needles. Wei Xiqing likes her? She treats Wei Xiqing as a friend, and Wei Xiqing actually wants to be her boyfriend? Su Tian's entire body was bad. She looked up at Wei Xiqing's running figure in the field and trailed off. There was an infraction in the ring. The referee blew his whistle for a timeout, and Weisak took advantage of the moment to look out into the audience. When Su Tian met his line of sight, her entire body was like being struck by lightning, and she stiffened and did not move. The match resumed, and Wei Xiqing withdrew his eyes. Suddy followed suit and relaxed. Zhou knows that she cannot accept a moment, relieved, alas, on this matter. You do not get too much pressure, like, do not like on do not like it. Don't know like not like to talk about try, not we will split. This relief of hers only backfired, and Su Tian's entire body got even worse. She looked at Zhou with a pleading gaze. I wonder if it's possible that heart was compared to the audience. It's not impossible. In the next second, Zhou broke her fantasy, but it's true that Wei Xiqing likes you. Su Ten was heartbroken. It's not that she hasn't been confessed to before, there are stuffed love letters and direct face-to-face, but it's not the same nature as Wei Xiqing. Wei Xiqing is a friend. Friends from middle school to now. How can you like her? So is she treating it as if she knows or doesn't know? How is she going to get along with Wei Xiqing in the future? Su Tian was torn to death. She didn't dare to meet Wei Xiqing's gaze again, and hadn't dared to look at the field. She wanted to leave, but she was afraid that if she did it would be too obvious and would affect Wei Xiqing's game. But stay, and there wasn't a hair on her body that was comfortable. She didn't even know where her gaze fell. Until a piece of paper was suddenly stretched out next to it. Tablemates, study. Jiang Chiyu held up half a sheet of English words and asked her. Another half sheet was in Jiang Chiyu's other hand. It's like the day of the JCSE wrap-up meeting, ripped in half. Su Tian took it, her hand shaking a little. Then the two of them looked down together and silently memorized English words. Zhouing was shocked by the tawdry maneuvers of the two of them. She didn't know what to say for a moment, gulped, turned her head stupidly, and continued to watch the ball. This wave of Wei's confession seems to have backfired. Su Tian entered the study state into very quickly. No one can stop her from learning. Learning is her favorite. Her favorite thing is only learning. The race was entering a white-hot stage, and no matter how many times the side behind her cheered, she stayed still, staring only at the half sheet of English words in her hand. An hour later, she had memorized them all. She poked Jiang Chiyu, "Have you finished memorizing?" "I'm done memorizing this half." Jiang Chiyu nodded absently, so the two exchanged the English word paper in their hands and began to memorize silently again. Zhouing had already lightened up a lot, glancing at them and twisting her head to continue watching the game. Jiang Chiyu glanced at Su Tian. She's really memorizing words in a very oblivious and very involved way. Emergency protection like. He was thoughtful. Wei Xiqing's classmate's actions served as a trial and error stone for him. Well, it's too early to rush. Jiang Chiyu finished drawing the key points silently in his mind, lowered his eyes, and followed suit by memorizing the words. The game was already very anxious until the end. The Yutun 3rd varsity basketball team was worthy of being famous in the province, and the score was always on top of Yangming First High School. The team is a little anxious. It would be a shame to lose on your home turf. That's the way the game is, though. The coach gave the team a meeting and temporarily announced a change in playing style. Finally, at the end of the day, Yangming First Varsity won a close victory over Yutun 3rd Varsity by 1 point. The south side of the audience erupted into a loud cheers. I do not know who prepared a few colorful cannons, opened up to the sky, bang a sound, colorful confetti from the sky fell on people. The students of Yangming No. 1 Middle School cheered and screamed, and Song Yingjing's voice on the radio seemed to bring a hint of a smile. Congratulations to Yangming No. 1 Middle School for achieving the final victory of the City Basketball League's 4-2. People cheered and hugged. The head of the grade jumped up and yelled "win" several times. The coach came on the field and gave his players hugs, and the sky was filled with joy. The coach went on the field and gave hugs to his players one by one, and the sky was filled with joy. In such an atmosphere, Su Tian gently frowned and came over to Jiang Chiyu's side. "What does this word mean? The Chinese is on that piece of paper of yours." Jiang Chiyu looked at it and told her, "Glory. The league competes in the morning and gives the students the afternoon off from school, so they can't leave the school, but they don't have to attend classes." As soon as the game was over, Sudi ran away. She hadn't thought about how to face Wei Xiqing for the moment. In fact, she was still holding on to a trace of luck, thinking that in case Zhouing had gotten it wrong. What kind of person is liked by their best friend for 3 years and doesn't realize it? Su Tian was really not feeling it at all. She didn't know what to ask, or who to ask, so she just put it all behind her and ignored it for a while. Learning, that's what matters. When she was about to run, Jiang Chiyu was also about to leave, so the two went back to class together. Only Hu Tsong and a few girls were in the class. It's all buried in hard work. Su Tian walked gingerly, afraid of disturbing them, and floated all the way back to her seat. She hadn't finished memorizing that half of the vocabulary list, so she picked it up and silently continued. She was oblivious to the fact that the glass of water on the table had been taken away from her. After a while, a glass of warm water was placed in front of him. Jiang Chiyu sat down next to her as if nothing had happened, flipped open his physics book and started reading. Su Tian glanced at him, whispered a thank you, held the glass of water, and took a sip. The temperature is just right. She swallowed several times in a row. The warm water washed away the tightness in her body in one fell swoop. Her shoulders slumped and her eyelids drooped as she leaned listlessly against the wall, her eyes staring listlessly at the wood grain on the tabletop. A candy bar was pushed over on the table. The person in the next seat said softly, "It's just a heart being compared to a heart. If you care, your deskmate will give you one too." After saying that, without waiting for Su Tian to agree, he quickly stretched out his hand, his thumb and index finger stretched out together, and really gave her a heart. Su Tian laughed out, her voice lazy, also learned from him and said softly, "This is a small one for you, none of it is big." Jiang Chiyu stretched out his arm and placed it on top of his head to give her a big comparison. "This is done, right?" Jiang Chiyu maintained the action of comparing hearts. "This one of yours is so ugly." Su Tian reluctantly said, then the same table will give you a better looking one. She said, holding out her hand as well, comparing it to a small heart. Chapter 94 Words to be told softly. The two of them were here exploring who had a better looking heart than the other, when Yui came over at the classroom door, coughed lightly as he passed next to them, and glanced out of the room. Student Jiang Chiyu, there's someone outside looking for you. They looked over together. Outside the classroom stood a girl, wearing the uniform of the Uten third grade cheerleaders, with a jacket over it, and you could tell that the top was one-shouldered. It's the lead dancer. Almond eyes, pointed chin, small lips and nose, hair down her back. Su Tian had thought she looked good when he watched her on the big screen, but now that he was closer, she really looked even better. Lin gently was also looking at her. The two of them pulling and hitting each other is the norm. People are childhood sweethearts. The class has long been strange. Yuan sat behind them, every day to see down, even more accustomed to it. But in Lin Gently's eyes, the meaning was very different. She frowned softly. I thought she said the man was unattached. Jiang Chiyu carelessly dropped Bixin's hand and walked out. Yuan buttocks just next to the bench, waiting for Jiang Chiyu out of the classroom, stood up again, gave Su Tian a do not worry, I'll go and see gesture, squatted down, sneakily moved from between the desks. Su Tian watched him move to the wall next to the front door of the classroom in such a difficult position. He put his ear to it. Southern. It's on, what for? Lin Gently had long heard that Yangming No. 1 Middle School had a character like Jiang Chiyu. The rumors were exaggerated, but upon seeing him today, Lin Gently instantly had a crush on this boy. Indeed, excellent. She handed over a piece of paper with a series of numbers written on it. Jiang Chiyu took it over and glanced at it. Lin Gently gathered her courage. Are you not seeing anyone? Jiang Chiyu glanced at her and didn't say anything. Lin Gently continued, this is. Someone next to them passed into the class and looked at them both. Lin Gently paused suddenly. She waited for someone to walk past before she continued. My tweets. It was obvious enough that she implied it. Lin Gently ran here during the break. Their school was about to gather back. When she finished, she didn't dare look at it again, said I have to go, turned, and ran down the stairs. Jiang Chiyu folded the note with one hand, held it in his palm, and turned to enter the class. Su Tian saw him drop a note into the trash bag between the two and passing as he sat down. Love letters? Contacts? Don't want it? She asked. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her, you're quite familiar. It's too obvious. Su Tian said, that lead dancer from the third grade always peeked at you after the dance. At those words, Jiang Chiyu retwisted his head and stared at her meaningfully for a moment. Su Tian was tingling from his stare. What for? How do you know? Jiang Chiyu grabbed one side of her braid, as if he was afraid she would run away. The tone of his voice trailed off, his tail tone rising, and he repeated, how did you know she peeked at me? Su Tian was stunned, I saw it. Why are you always staring at people? Jiang Chiyu followed the good advice, otherwise, how do you see people peeking at me all the time? TSK. He couldn't really think of any other reason than jealousy. However, Sudi blinked, because she's good looking. The corners of Jiang Chiyu's warped mouth instantly pursed straight, he lowered his eyes, the garbage bag was just changed, not dirty. He picked up the note directly from the garbage bag and threw it on Su Tian's desk, his tone cold, that's for you, no thanks. When he finished, he sat upright and took an extracurricular book out of his desk pocket to read. This man, temperamental and inexplicable. Su Tian threw the note back into the garbage bag and sipped the warm water, sighing comfortably. Suddenly, the mood wasn't so annoying now. She glanced at Jiang Chiyu and didn't say anything. Yui came back furtively and was just about to tell Su Tian off when he heard the whole thing. Oh, he's not relieved at all, my ass. For several days after that, Su Tian hadn't seen Wei Sicheng. Although their classes were not originally on the same floor, but because Wei Sicheng is a special student, every day to train, so usually in gym class or from going to the small store passed by the playground, you can see him. But in the past few days, she really hadn't had a chance encounter with him once. Either Wei Sicheng was avoiding her, or it was really such a coincidence that the two just happened to be on the wrong side of each other. Either way, she was relieved. Otherwise it's awkward to meet and not know what to say. So the entire month of November has passed, and she did not see Wei Sicheng once. She took the initiative to ask Zhou, only to know that the varsity team advanced to the quarterfinals this time, the school's first time to achieve such a good result, a large sum of money outside to rent a military base, so that the varsity team crowd to enjoy the specialization of the training, and wait for the end of the game before returning. But it is said that no one actually wants to go to the varsity team because there is no internet and no supermarket there, and the only way to relax is to play cards, waking up earlier than a chicken and sleeping later than a dog, and it is hard and tiring. Su Tian sympathized with him, but also completely let go of the heart. Every day should study with Jiang Chiyu to fight a little boring childish war of words. In December, the school mandated that all girls change into fall-winter uniforms and were no longer allowed to wear spring-summer ones. Su Tian has long ago changed into long sleeves and long pants, and covered a threadbare jacket outside, although this body is very short, but still the temperature is the most important. She clutched her thermos and flopped down on her furry sleeve, looking at the wrong questions on this exam paper. She did pretty well on this test, 6th in her class. Someone next door to her was still thunderously first in her grade. No matter how hard or sick the paper was, he always scored full marks in math and science. English occasionally gets one wrong in listening. According to him, it's a matter of pronouncing American English differently than British English. It was a good enough grade for college anyway, and he didn't bother to address it. After winter break in the new year, the first semester of high school will be divided into arts and sciences. Jiang Chiyu will definitely choose science. She'll definitely take liberal arts. Ugh. Su Tian sighed. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her. What, 6th place, not happy? Su Tian paused for a moment and said slowly, Jiang Chiyu, do you know that the next semester will be divided into arts and science classes? Aha! What are you going to choose? Jiang Chiyu paused, and the knot in his throat rolled. Reason. I'm thinking that you're going to choose science as well. Su Tian imagined the future scene. When you pick that's really invincible. There was no arts and sciences to hold him back. He scored a perfect score in math and science, and kept his English above 145 and his language above 130. Su Tian calculated the total score and smacked his lips. The science championships are now set. She didn't say anything else, and sighed in frustration. I'm definitely going to take literature, so that way we'll be going our separate ways next semester. Jiang Chiyu pursed his lips. Su Tian continued, the floor of the science class is low, and the floor of the liberal arts class is high, so I'll definitely be the one to find you in your classroom after school. We'll be like this for 2.5 years. But don't worry, I'll pack my things in advance, won't let you wait too. No. Jiang Chiyu said softly. Ha? Su Tian stopped. Not 2.5 years. First semester of senior year, and sophomore and junior year. 2.5 years, yeah. Suddy wiggled her fingers. Jiang Chiyu looked at her clueless eyes, and the corner of his lips tugged. It's a year. He said. Chapter 95, The chairman is Jiang Chiyu? Su Tian was dumbfounded and didn't even react for a moment. Why a year? She opened her mouth, thinking the voice was so light and wispy it didn't even sound like her own anymore. I'm probably going to go straight to a special access for talent at my target university for the second semester of my sophomore year, and I'm going to go over to a camp for 6 months, and if I get enough credits, I'll be sent a direct offer of admission. What university? How come she hadn't heard of any special access? Jiang Chiyu only said 3 words, Academy of Sciences. It didn't really matter to him which college he went to, what mattered was which college the professor he admired and wanted to study under was at. Then wouldn't you not be able to get the top science student? Su Tian paused, her brain didn't turn around for a moment. You're going to be a scientist, Jiang Chiyu laughed out, far away. Instead of saying something self-effacing, the teenager said it was far away. He lowered his eyebrows, but the wantonness and frivolity belonging to a young boy in his demeanor could not be concealed. Such Jiang Chiyu put away the carelessness and laziness that had been there all along, like a sword that had just been unsheathed for 3 minutes, revealing only a hint of silver light, but it was like the light of the sky leaking out at first glance, sharp and open. People can't help but look over. When I was young, relatives and elders often asked Su Tian what her dreams were. Suddy liked to answer whatever subject matter she had watched on TV and in books at that time. Soldiers, astronauts, scientists, painters, designers, everything. When I grow up and become aware of things, these dreams will slowly become dreams. Scientists, in particular, probably 9,900 out of 10,000 kids say that, but maybe none of them actually grow up to be able to move in that direction. It's a title that is almost entirely predestined by heaven. Su Tian was flashed by him for a moment and could not say anything. After thinking about it, he could only clap his hands silently. You're great. There were people studying in the class and she didn't dare clap much harder, but tried very hard to soften her voice and applaud. You're really good. Yu He and Wang Suhan stopped the pen in their hands at the same time to look at each other. Neither of them paid attention to the preamble and heard only this. Is talking about tigers and wolves again. Su Tian couldn't tell what she was feeling. She only felt that when Jiang Chiyu told her that she would be leaving the school in the second semester of her second year of high school, she felt something else besides disappointment. After saying this, Jiang Chiyu seemed to be suddenly busy. He began to run around to various offices, going for long periods of time, sometimes returning only after classes. When he came back, he had all sorts of information in his hands. So busy that Suddy thought he was leaving not the second semester of his sophomore year, but the first semester of his senior year. This day Su Tian went to find Song Yingjing to return the book. He was not in class, asked their class, said he should be in the office. His office was the student council office, a few ministers shared one, and Su Tian was the reason why she always went over to Song Yingjing, so Ran and some other sophomores were more familiar with her. She found her way there lightly and knocked on the door. There was no one else in the office. Song Yingjing was sitting behind a desk, writing something in an ambush. He looked up, saw the book she held in her hand and realized where she was coming from. Brother, you're here. When no one was around, Su Tian usually directly called him brother. She closed the door to her office and ran over happily. Yingjing brother, I'm number 1 in literature again this time. Song Yingjing smiled lightly, his voice warm and nice. I saw it, it was great. When Su Tian was praised, her braid was going up to the sky. But she still modestly said, not as good as yours, you're number 1 every time. When you're divided into arts and sciences classes, you should be able to stabilize as well by spending all your time on the arts. Song Yingjing couldn't help but get up some thoughts of teasing her. You're number 1 again, and this time your class test was the bottom 1 again. Su Tian gave a beat and dragged out his tone, sounding aggrieved. Lao Gao said that if we still fall 1 this time, next week's self-study will all be replaced with sports, so that we can feel the heat of running laps on this freezing winter day. Song Yingjing laughed pleasantly. Your class is too uniform, to sleep all sleep, are no one to watch, the student council a check. Let's not talk about this law. Su Tian handed the book over. Yingjing brother, my dad wants you to come to my house for dinner this Sunday night to thank you for teaching me so well. It should be. Song Yingjing said, Sunday night? Yes, I'll go over directly then. Ahem. There was a soft cough from behind him. There's someone else in the office? Su Tian's eyes widened and she turned her head to look. Behind the desk opposite Song Yingjing, a figure she had just seen in class stood there with a lollipop in her mouth, looking lazy and casual. Su Tian's expression stiffened, looked at Song Yingjing whose expression was unchanged, then looked at the figure, and mumbled, Why are you here? The afterimage suddenly saw a standing sign placed on the desk where he was chairman, Jiang Chiyu. What chairman? Why does it say Jiang Chiyu? Su Tian turned her head violently and looked at Song Yingjing, pointing at someone. Why is he here? Song Yingjing's expression had a few moments of surprise. You don't know? I remember, aren't you two at the same table? Mr. Jiang Chiyu passed the student council's presidential selection and is now the president of the student council. President of the student council. It was a bit much for her to take in when such an oxymoronic name was suddenly placed on her tablemate's head. Suddy wondered, is he charged? Tisk. Jiang Chiyu didn't have the heart to say, I was chosen all the way up based on my ability. Song Yingjing also nodded with a smile. The student council election is guaranteed to be open, transparent, and fair. Su Tian was a bit numb, never able to connect the chairman with Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu is very good, yes, good grades, yes. But he has such a nasty personality. He is usually so lazy. He is so careless in everything he does. He also looks so immodest. Shouldn't the student body president have a straight face? Su Tian couldn't understand it. Jiang Chiyu should have just been squatting down to pack up his things. He picked up a piece of paper from the ground, casually folded it into a paper airplane, and flew it at Su Tian. See for yourself. Su Tian clumsily aired that paper airplane, grabbed down, unfolded a look, found that it was Jiang Chiyu's selection resume. Without going into basic information, the main thing is the biography section, which states that he was the president of the student council at a prestigious college abroad. Here are the awards that have been won, and there are many that Su Tian does not recognize, but they look very high-end and upscale. At the very bottom is the situation of the votes received. The Democratic votes 428, the teachers vote 41. No comparison. Su Tian also does not know whether to count more or less. But it should be very much more than enough to get him to parachute into the chairmanship once he's high up in the air. Chapter 96, responsible for serving me tea and water. Sudi deflated. I think I'm okay with that. You? Jiang Chiyu slanted her a glance. If there's a secretary or something, it could be a good idea to run for office and specialize in serving me tea and water. Su Tian kneaded her resume into a ball and smashed it at Jiang Chiyu, which he easily dodged with a backward movement of his waist. Song Yingjing laughed at their antics. The book was also returned, and the words were also brought to her. Su Tian then intended to go back to her class. Jiang Chiyu moved the last pile of materials on the floor to his desk, quickly walked 2 steps and pulled Su Tian's braid. Heartless, wait for me. The two people had a fight from the office out. Su Tian was tired of him grabbing his hair, turned around and walked backwards to grab his head. She did not notice the corner walked into a person, just felt the foot stepped on a bump. Jiang Chiyu grabbed her chaotic arm violently to his own direction, her face on the hole into Jiang Chiyu's chest. Ah! Su Tian stifled a cry of pain, looked up from the refreshing smell of lemon laundry detergent, and snarled, "Is your chest cavity made of iron?" She flattened her nose. Jiang Chiyu ignored her, his eyes circled around her and said politely to the person who had been stepped on by Su Tian, "Sorry, it's my fault." "Sorry." Su Tian also turned her head in a hurry, and Ran's senior sister. The person who came was none other than Ran. Thanks to Jiang Chiyu's blessing, her heel had just gotten next to the tip of Ran's shoe before he pulled it away. Now there was only a shallow mark on Ran's white canvas shoes. Ran was neat and dignified in her uniform, without a single wrinkle. Her long hair was tied high behind her head, sharp and fresh. Even her eyebrows were neatly trimmed. The gray mark on her shoe was out of place with her whole person. "I'm sorry, senior sister, I didn't see you." Su Tian was even more embarrassed when she saw it was her. Ran looked at the two of them, her eyes falling on their interlocked arms. Although the force Jiang Chiyu used when he just dragged Su Tian was large, his other hand quickly reached over to stabilize her shoulders. When Su Tian broke away from him, his hand on her shoulder slid down smoothly, but the other hand also slid down to Su Tian's wrist. At some point, his hand slid down a little further and gently clasped her palm. It was only when Su Tian followed the descent of Ran's gaze that she noticed the two of them holding hands together. By winter, her hands were a bit cold, but Jiang Chiyu's palms were very hot. With a shake, she flung Jiang Chiyu's hand away and glared at him. "Are you using my hand as an ice pack?" Jiang Chiyu glanced at her. TSK. Sometimes he didn't know whether to be glad she didn't know anything or feel unfortunate. He lazily withdrew his hand. Ran looked at Jiang Chiyu, silent for a moment, her lips pursed. "I heard that you ran for president." Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes at the words and nodded, "Yes." Anjun said flatly, "Congratulations." After saying that, she didn't wait for Jiang Chiyu to say anything else, and very characteristically bypassed them and walked into the office they had just come out of. Su Tian looked at her back and paused for a moment. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chiyu looked at her for a long time to come back to her senses. Su Tian shook her head, "It's fine." On the other hand, Ran walked into the office and looked around, her eyes paused for a moment on the desk against the wall with Jiang Chiyu's name written on it, and then as if nothing had happened, she looked again at Song Yingjing, who was ambling around writing a plan. "Why aren't you running for president?" she asked. Song Yingjing raised his head in his busy schedule. "The chairman is too busy." Ran withdrew her eyes. That was true. He also has a part-time job as a tutor. "How are things going with you bailing out?" she asked again. "It's being prepared, it's still too early." Song Yingjing replied in a warm voice. Ran returned to her desk and asked casually while organizing her things, "I don't gossip, but as a friend, I'd like to ask you, are the new president and Su Tian in early love?" Song Yingjing almost choked on her sudden question. Su Tian, her parents won't let her fall in love early. If parental disapproval could solve the problem at the root, there wouldn't be so many young couples in the playground every night. Ran glanced at him, her eyes cold. "Do you like Su Tian?" Song Yingjing put down the pen in his hand and sat up straight. "You're really unlike you today." Anjun emphasized, "As a friend." Song Yingjing seems to intend to say something. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Two girls came in on their arms, chatting hot. "That's right, it's really great." Their laughter stopped when they saw that Anjun was also in the office. "Minister and Minister Song." The two girls were also cadres, but when they encountered these two mainstays of the student council, they were obviously a bit timid. Especially for Anjun. Her father is a school manager, the family has money and power, people are still cold, look very bad to mess with the appearance, and the mild Song Yingjing formed a strong contrast. But the complete opposite of two people are actually great friends. The two men quickly walked over to a desk, gathered what they were going to take, said hello to Ran and Song Yingjing and left. Song Yingjing thought of something due to these two's attitudes and smiled, and ran. There's another anonymous letter complaining about you this week, saying that it's unfair that you're always checking their class and not checking the other classes. Oh. And Ran coldly slammed the information onto the table. Serves you right. The data vibrated and a piece of paper floated out of it and landed on the floor. And Ran bent down, her fingertips pausing as they touched the paper. It's the internal ballot she didn't cast for student body president for student representative. There's only one person's name written on it. Jiang Chiyu. She pursed her lips, picked up the paper and folded it twice, shredded it and threw it into a side trash can. By the time Su Tian arrived in class, Jiang Chiyu's honorable run for student council president had already spread. This is because the results of the campaign were announced in advance on the honor roll in the school building. The story was first noticed by sophomores and juniors who were following the election, then it was posted on a forum, and then the whole school knew about it. Su Tian suddenly Jiang Chiyu back to class. On the way to run into the director of teaching, the director of teaching pulled Jiang Chiyu, asked him to study. Su Tian nimbly ducked to the side, their first back to class. The class noise suddenly quieted as she entered the class, and the third class stared at her with very complicated eyes. Su Tian was face to face with them, and after an eerie silence, she paused and asked tentatively, "What happened to?" The class president looked at her enviously and sighed. "Su Tian, you've hugged a golden thigh. Body committee, if you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other." Class president, I heard that our class is the bottom one again in the grade test this time. Gymkhana, do you remember when Gao said he'd change the study session to running laps if it was still inverted one? Class president, it's time for you to dedicate yourself to the class. Gymkhana, you got it. The two of them sang and harmonized so well together that the class clammed up and laughed. Chapter 97, What's Wrong with You? I don't get it. Su Tian refused the trifecta. No, it's too obvious. Brother Jing had already turned a blind eye to their class when he usually checked the class. If the results were out and they still secretly changed the rankings, not to mention that she didn't agree with it, even Jing wouldn't agree with it. The class president sighed again. I'm just saying, student council president, how big of an official? Sports committee, do you know, our school's original student council leader is called the president, and then it was after reading Jiang Chiyu's campaign materials that the director learned that famous schools in foreign countries call for the president, so he also changed the president to the chairman. Su Tian hesitated for a moment. You guys are talking about Jiang Chiyu? Who else? Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was already common knowledge that Song Yingjing had given their class a break. She then immediately responded, you all know about Jiang Chiyu's selection as chairman? The forums are blowing up inside, do you want to take a look? The class president pointed to his book bag, implying that he had brought his cell phone. Forum again. She remembered the homoerotic article called Skyfall School Herb, the school god's plummy little petite wife. Su Tian blushed and quickly shook her head, no. She returned to her seat, blushing the more she thought about it. The class president, who has been deeply influenced by Lao Gao's true tradition of liking thermos cups of goji berries, reads the forums, so most of the people in their class should read them, right? Then wouldn't they all have read the post about Jiang Chiyu and her? Help! Life! Why doesn't someone come and block the forum? The class bell rang. Jiang Chiyu leisurely stepped through the door with the bell ringing, and the class suddenly quieted down once again. As soon as Jiang Chiyu took his seat, old Gao followed him in, holding the lecture notes in his hand. He put his lecture down and swept around the class in wonder. You guys are pretty quiet in class today. He remembered something, his expression tensed up. Looks like you all know that our class is going to be the bottom one in the grade assessment again, right? I'm telling you, it's useless to play nice now. Next week's evening study hall will be changed to physical education class. All of you go to the playground to run laps. Is it that hard to stay awake during study hall? Starting next week, Mr. Gao will make you feel better. The class president muttered, no selling out, long ago accepted. His voice was so soft that old Gao didn't hear him, and he continued to criticize them in many ways for sleeping during study sessions, and finally mentioned his immediate class representative. Can you guys learn from Su Tian's classmates? You see that she still sleeps during study sessions after October? Whenever I enter the class, she's not studying? Either that or they're discussing problems with their classmates. The class laughed, and there was a derisive snicker that was especially noticeable. With such a lewd voice, it's the dog jowing at first listen. Su Tian ground his teeth and didn't dare to show too much. His face was full of embarrassment. Of course, to discuss the problem of this, well, I still suggest that the class to discuss, study hall or to keep quiet. Here I want to focus on praise Hutsong students. Hutsong students are always in the study. Study sessions do not sleep or talk, listen carefully in class. After class pestered the teacher to ask questions, academic performance has been very stable. Students, the effort is not worth the effort. A minute of hard work and a minute of harvest. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Paying will eventually pay off. When Hutsong heard his name, he looked up from 5-3 and glanced at old Gao, not hearing anything of value. He pushed his glasses, which were about to slip off the bridge of his nose, and resumed his head down to swim in the sea of questions. Senior High dragged his class out for another 9 minutes at the end of class, reading about sleeping during study hall. Recess was only 10 minutes total, and he left just as the bell rang, just in time to seamlessly connect with the English teacher. The English teacher, a young, gentle woman, met the resentful stares of the class as soon as she entered, so she waved her hand. You have 2 minutes to use the restroom, and anyone who hasn't returned to the class after 2 minutes will be considered tardy. Yeah. The class cheered and fishtailed. When everyone was here, she touched her already bulging belly and announced something. Class, I'm going to be home on leave starting next week, and the school has hired a new English teacher who will be taking over for me for a while. The English teacher got pregnant just after she got married and should have taken maternity leave a month ago, but there weren't enough English teachers in the school at that time, and the 3 classes couldn't be arranged, so she stuck around for another month. Everyone knew about it too, so they were on their best behavior in English class. Her maternity leave was back to back with winter break, and when she came back the next semester she would be in a separate class, and this time apart she didn't know if she would have the chance to be her student again. Although expected, but really facing separation when the students are very sad about this teacher, have sent blessings, some girls have deep feelings for the English teacher, English class representative has cried out. Jiang Chiyu looked at the English class representative who went from silent tears to bawling, and then thoughtfully looked at Su Tian, and went over to her and asked, next semester's class separation, if you and Lao Gao are separated, will you also cry like this? Su Tian was originally very touched to come, along with Jiang Chiyu's question thought about the image, throat tightened, feel a little shocked. She shook her head, I don't think so, I have a high tear point and rarely cry at literary movies. Jiang Chiyu looked a bit regretful, oh, and turned his head. No. Su Tian glanced at that regretful expression on his face, didn't hold back, and came back to his ear. What kind of perverted problem do you have? What kind of person likes to see people cry? Pervert, Jiang Chiyu slowly said, when I'm perverted, I do quite want to see people cry. What the hell? Su Tian leaned back against the wall warily and cursed, pervert. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her, his vision long and deep, and didn't say anything. I knew this stupid girl wouldn't understand. 10 minutes into Monday's evening study session, no one in the 3rd class waited for Lao Gao. Thought that Lao Gao had forgotten about punishing their class for running laps, everyone relaxed, who knew that in the 11th minute, Lao Gao really did what he said he would do, carrying his thermos cup and knocking on the door of the classroom of the 3rd classroom, all come out, 5 minutes after the physical education class position assembly, whoever is late who runs 5 more laps. Ah! The students, grumbling and afraid of being late, quickly packed up their things and pushed their way out while spitting madly. Zhouing dragged Su Tian all the way over furiously, and surprisingly became the first to arrive in the girls' group. Su Tian gasped, not understanding why she had to run. You're not tired, how can you still have the energy to run 8 laps later? Boys and girls run separately, 8 laps for girls and 10 laps for boys. Zhouing pointed to the kiosk next to the playground, sneakily said, 3 laps, at most 3 laps, 8 laps I can't possibly run down, 3 laps to the end of my pretending to tie my shoelaces to leave the team, and then take advantage of the chaos to hide in the kiosk. Are you coming or not? Su Tian was a bit moved by what she said, 8 laps running is able to run, but after running tired like a dog is also true. We'll see what happens then. She didn't say dead. Chapter 98 You can always trust Jiang. 5 minutes later, roll call was taken, and everyone was there except the sports committee member who had broken his foot in last week's gym class and was now studying in class. Old Gao gulped down 2 mouthfuls of red date water and moistened his throat. The sports committee didn't come, did they? So I'll have to change someone to watch you guys. The boys raised their hands, me. The girls didn't bother to raise their hands, in fact, it was the same for anyone who looked at them, as long as they were from their class and released water like a flood. Old Gao's eyes swept over them, a little hard to choose, and finally said, tell you what, whoever of you can do 60 standard push-ups in under a minute doesn't have to run laps, come out and watch. 60 standard push-ups in a minute, that's 10 laps around the playground. Old High, smart as a whip. The boys looked at each other holding up and shouting names, but just no one took the initiative to go up. The girls, all of them thin-armed, are even less likely. Old Gao sighed slowly, none of you are physically capable. You should be practicing. Tell you what, whoever intends to come and challenge a bit, step forward. If the challenge is successful, you'll be given 2 laps off. This trick old High previous military training with them played, then who ought to run step forward, because no one stepped forward, old High himself stepped forward, and then said that their class is very good all step forward, the whole class have to run laps. When Lao Gao's words fell, the 3 classes took a step back in unison. Except for a certain president of who transferred just after military training. Jiang Chiyu, ? He glanced absently back at the neatly retreating group, only he bulged out. After a moment's pause, he followed suit and took a step back to rejoin the group. But it didn't work. Old Gao smiled and waved to Jiang Chiyu. Yeah, our new student council president is very good, really is a good kid with all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, beauty and labor. Come over here, let's see how many of them you can do in a minute. The class president, who was also tall, stood right behind Jiang Chiyu and quietly said, Brother, cheer up, the life of the 3rd class hangs on you alone. Actually, you don't have to do it too standardly, old Gao isn't a gym teacher, he can't tell. The girls didn't care if they could cut the run anymore, they all snickered. Wow, Skyfall didn't wear a jacket his school uniform top is so wide, doing push-ups shall not be seen through the collar. Shut up you horny. You said you don't want to see it. Old Gao's ears twitched as he slowly sighed, when I was young, I had a great body too, with 6-pack abs, and all the girls in my class loved to watch me in gym class. The students of the 3rd class all burst out laughing at the swimming rings under his shirt. Don't you guys believe it, I was one of the schoolboy contenders back then, and ended up losing out to a hooligan from the city, who was all hip and clueless back then. How the 3rd class laughed out in disgrace once again. Alright. Old Gao waved at Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu walked out speechlessly. Old Gao patted his shoulder and found him a flat piece of land. You tuck your school uniform top into your pants or lie down sideways against them. Boys should be a bit self-protective too. Girl in class, shoo. The atmosphere was cordial, and a lively boy in the class picked up, Teacher Gao, this is not you treating our class as outsiders. Lao Gao's eyes glared. Why, it's fine if girls want to see it, why do you want to see it too? Ah. The girls snickered. The boy quickly waved his hands. What? Nothing. Don't guess, you novel-loving girls. Let them make trouble again, a lesson will be over. The old High pressed down his hand, signaling them to be quiet, took out his cell phone from his pocket and turned on the stopwatch. Seeing as Jiang Chiyu students are so proactive, if you make it to 30 or more, you will be given 1 lap less, and 60 will be given 2 laps less. Jiang Chiyu smoothly asked, 90 minus 3 laps? Hey kid, you're crazy. Lao Gao pinched his waist. I was the prince of sports in high school, my biceps are very developed, I can't even do 90. You're as skinny as a board and you still want to do 90? Let's do it this way, Mr. Gao believes in you once, if you do enough 90, you can directly run 4 laps less. Jiang Chiyu didn't say anything and slumped down with his hands on the ground. Lao Gao pressed the stopwatch, begin. Jiang Chiyu immediately followed the movement. So very much like an infinite loop of motion picture footage appeared, he got down and propped up almost exactly the same height every time, without stopping in between, doing it effortlessly at first, and starting to pant a little after 50. At this moment, old Gao looked at the stopwatch, only 32 seconds had passed. At first only one person was counting, but then the students couldn't help but count after him. 58, 59, 60, 61, 62. 77, 80, 90. 91, 92, 93. Jiang Chiyu suddenly stopped, bracing himself on the ground and leaping up. Time's up, he said. Lao Gao then hurriedly pressed the pause button, just focusing on counting how many he had done, forgetting that he was still on the clock. It was 1 minute and 8 seconds when he pressed it. Counting the time it took for Jiang Chiyu to stand up and for him to react and press the stopwatch, it was about the same. He can still mentally time himself while doing push-ups? Lao Gao couldn't help but look at him, not knowing what to say for a moment. It took the class a moment to react. My mom really made 90, huh? Oh, so handsome. Isn't this guy a total genius? From outer space, right? Mr. Gao. Reduce the running. 4 laps. The girl next to Su Tian pounded her. Su Tian, is there anything else your deskmate doesn't know how to do? He's also too versatile. Su Tian inexplicably had a little hidden pride and said softly, he runs in the morning every day. The girl couldn't wait for her to leak some more. While so disciplined, he must have 8-pack abs? Suddy gave a start, remembering again the scene one morning when he and his dad had raced to pick at the bar. The abs are there, but only 2 are showing, not sure how many total. Su Tian's ears got a little hot, she touched her earlobes, inexplicably not quite wanting to say anything, and shook her head. How would I know? The girl chatted with her classmates on the other side of the room. Jiang Chiyu's abs must be 8-packed, right? $8? More than that? This must be $10. $10? Ugh, seems possible? Southern. Abs are 8 at best. Lagao stuffed the cell phone back into his pocket and waved his hand. Okay, willing to bet, boys and girls lose 4 laps, run for it. Brother Jiang is awesome. I don't know which boy shouted. You can always trust Jiang. A few other boys followed suit, and Jiang Chiyu smiled and returned to the group. Boys and girls alike ran around the playground, looking like squirming ants from a distance. The boys were fast and finished almost at the same time, despite having 2 more laps than the girls. Su Tian gasped and saw that the boys' side had also stopped panting, and a few boys next to Jiang Chiyu were talking to him. She stopped and focused for a moment. Suddenly there was a kind of old motherly relief. In addition to class president Yuan Wang Suhan and Hu Song, Jiang Chiyu finally has friends again. Chapter 99, Pleasing You. After the last study session of the week, which represented the end of the all-abominable running laps, Su Tian and Zhouing went to the small store to buy water, and on their way back to the class, they saw their class whistling about celebrating. Su Tian handed Jiang Chiyu the lychee-flavored mineral water. When winter arrived, Jiang Chiyu stopped indulging in sodas and switched to mineral water. I don't know where he rummaged for the lychee-flavored mineral water. Su Tian had never seen such a thing in a small store before. Later, I asked Jiang Chiyu and realized that he was the one who gave feedback on the small store's comment book, and then the owner of the small store specially scored a few boxes. Jiang Chiyu hated the water in the school's drinking fountains, and the water card that he got at the beginning of the school year was used to help Su Tian receive water. So Su Tian will also take the initiative to buy something for him when buying something. For example, after handing him the lychee-flavored mineral water, Su Tian also fished out 2 packs of connected lychee-flavored lollipops from her pocket. Then fumbled for another lychee-flavored bubblegum. Then fished out another pack of lychee-flavored jumping jacks. She piled them all on Jiang Chiyu's table and said with disgust, Jiang Chiyu, why do you love candy so much? Except for the mineral water, there was nothing back there that she wanted. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her, dissatisfied with her backwards behavior. If you like me, just say so, no need to find reasons. Su Tian just drank a mouthful of milkshake and almost sprayed it out at the words, you're so thick-skinned, you don't even blush when the words come out. Jiang Chiyu put all the candies into his pocket and said slowly, don't like what always buys me things. Su Tian, there's a stray dog called Erdan in the area outside our neighborhood, you know? I always buy things for it too. Jiang Chiyu gave her a cool look and didn't say anything. Su Tian continued, Erdan ate what I bought and knew to rub my hand to please me. Someone received something I bought and didn't say a word of thanks. Jiang Chiyu sneered. Su Tian said addicted, so should you do something now, so that I know that this society still has a human face in, at least the payment is still rewarded, good people still have good rewards, the world is still full of good people. Jiang Chiyu said, hold out your hand. What for? Su Tian put her palm out and watched him raise his hand as well, if you dare to hit me you're done. She didn't finish her sentence because Jiang Chiyu stretched out a finger and gently tickled her hand twice. The place touched by his fingertips felt like it had been electrified, the numbness spread from that one spot to the whole body, the blood rushed up, and the tips of his ears abruptly turned red. Still forcing her composure, Su Tian withdrew her hand and shook it. What are you doing? Jiang Chiyu grabbed a bubblegum from his pocket, unwrapped the outside candy paper in 3 tries, and bit the rosy red candy inside into his mouth. The sweetness spreads through the mouth and beyond. To please you. Jiang Chiyu looked at her and smiled wistfully. I have to prepare 16 apples for Christmas Eve, hey it's too much trouble. Now I'm thinking about whether to wrap them myself or just buy the ones wrapped in the store. Zhouing wagged her finger, the ones sold in the store are too expensive, alas, forget it, we'll talk about it then, if we have time, we'll wrap them by ourselves, if we don't, we'll forget it. Timothy, the 25th is the weekend, let's go out for Christmas. Su Tian's line of sight drooped, looking at the palm of her right hand, and nodded perfunctorily, good. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Zhouing wanted to pinch her, but she had a woolen cardigan over her school uniform, and it was so furry that she couldn't pinch the flesh. They stood at the railing outside their classroom, looking out over the campus. Su Ten had been looking at her palms all day. Are you prying into the heavens? What's there to see in the palm of a hand? Zhouing smacked her hand. Su Tian suddenly spread her right hand out for her to see. Zhouing, tickle my palm. Zhouing gave her a strange look, but still did as she was told. Su Tan was unresponsive. I thought something magical was going to happen. Zhou was a bit speechless, thinking that the two of them looked a bit silly. It doesn't itch. Su Tian muttered to herself. Then why is it so itchy? She shivered all over. What itches for a while and doesn't itch for a while? Zhou glared at her. Su Tian, you must have studied stupidly. It's settled, go out with me on Christmas Day, we'll go to the amusement park to ride the roller coaster and shake off the water in your head. Su Tian nodded, this time she listened, okay. As a result, just after returning to the class, Zhou Ying's plan was forced to abort. On the day that this wonderful run of laps officially ended, Senior High came over between classes to announce the good news. On the 25th our class is going out for a potluck dinner to celebrate the fact that our class came in first place overall on the joint exam. It had been so long since the joint exams that their class had thought the gathering was hopeless and had forgotten about it. How come Gao's reflexes are so long? A girl in the class wailed, Teacher, why is it the 25th, is the 24th okay? You got a date on the 25th? Old Hai slanted her. This girl immediately realized that Lao Gao was laying a trap and cautiously shook her head. No, I'm spending Christmas at home with my parents. Old Hai grunted, what Christmas? Students, our school requirements is not to foreign festivals, the small store in the school has banned them from selling apples. I hope that all students can respond to the school's call. Do not let me see a pile of shiny wrapping paper and apples in the class. 25th we get together to go to the dinner. It just so happens that I have a friend of the new store opening, acquaintances discount 50%, no class fees. This time the teacher treats you to a buffet. The podium all perked up, hooray! Long live Gao. Class president, you'll collect a list of the students who went down there after class. Old Gao instructed and walked away with his thermos. The class president nodded and pulled out their class roster. Tell you what, there are too many people going, so those who aren't coming come see me for a name. Jiang Chiyu was about to stand up. Su Tian was shocked and grabbed the sleeve of his cotton shirt, not letting him go. Aren't you going? Events like potlucks are perfect for making friends. Geez, the semester was almost over and she was still struggling to find friends for Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu swallowed the words that came to his mouth and asked rhetorically with a raised eyebrow, why, so eager to let me go? Su Tian gave a beat, love to go or not, don't go and forget it. Jiang Chiyu looked at her with a smile, I was going to the restroom. Oh. It's almost time for class to go to the bathroom. Su Tian indifferently loosened his sleeve. Jiang Chiyu came back from the toilet. Su Tian asked again, I just forgot, are you going to have Christmas abroad? Then you should be used to having Christmas when you return home at first glance. How do you do it? Do you want a big Christmas tree at home? Do you have a big tree at home? Do you have to hang presents all over the place? If there is such a big Christmas tree, then I can go over to see it? Her eyes shone brightly, brimming with anticipation. Jiang Chiyu had never seen her look like this before. So the butt stuck in my throat. He nodded, a Christmas tree, there is, it's bigger than you. Chapter 100 The Wishing Fountain. Su Ten likes to pile on the presents. Every gift is a surprise, something that can make someone very happy and blissful. She grew up with a sock hanging over her bed every Christmas Eve. Because her Santa dad would sneak into her bedroom that night and stuff presents in there. Sometimes the gifts were so big that they would be placed at the foot of her bed so that she could see them as soon as she opened her eyes. When she was very young, her father gave her a music box. In what looked like a crystal-textured transparent orb, a dancer in a tutu twirled to the music under the Christmas tree, which was piled high with presents, a few of which had been unwrapped and could be seen to contain nice crystal shoes and dresses. She loved the tree, loved the presents piled up underneath it, and wondered what was in the boxes other than the two that had been opened. But Dad only celebrates Christmas Eve, not Christmas. He says Christmas Eve has a good meaning, but Christmas is nothing for their countrymen to celebrate. Su Tian also wanted to have a Christmas tree at home that was taller than a person, but she didn't think her dad would like it, so she never mentioned it. Now, that's great, there's one in the house next door. Su Ten began to look forward to this day. Christmas was on Sunday and she finished all her homework early on Friday. Because I'm going clothes shopping with Zhou on Saturday. Zhou called it a war robe. Getting together outside, hey, a rare opportunity to not have to wear a school uniform to be able to put on makeup and dress up. I won't say anything about the others, just Sun Mu Chu, she's definitely dressed up and hating to wear it as a peacock. Zhou looked at the back dress hanging in the mall and asked the shopper to take it down, she wanted to try it on. Su Tian helped her with her backpack, listening to her change clothes in the fitting room also did not stop. Sun Mu Chu, since knowing that you and Jiang Chiyu are childhood sweethearts angry to death, no longer take the initiative to hot-face pasting Jiang Chiyu's cold ass, but her revenge with me is not over yet. I want to be the best of the best this time, especially. Must overpower her. If you think so, so does she. Su Tian leaned against the mirror in boredom. Maybe she's at the mall right now too, in the fitting room next to you. The fitting room was silent for a long time. Joing, Sun Mu Chu is an idiot. There was a 3-second pause. Joing proudly, no, if she is an absolutely cannot endure, immediately rushed out to fight with me. Southern. Joing got dressed and came out, walking to the mirror to organize herself. Su Tian touched the fabric. It's a bit thin, you need to wear a sweater inside and a cotton jacket outside. Joing shook her head, no, just wear a warm tight straight away with a small shawl or scarf on the outside. You'll freeze to death. Su Tian reminded her, it might snow that day. It's the snow that makes it all the more important to dress well. Joing majestically looked like a soldier ready to go to war. This one doesn't work, it's too conservative. She recruited the shopper. Is there one that shows a bit more body shape? The shopper led her to look at other clothes. Joing ended up buying a square neck sheath dress in red velvet. The dress itself was beautiful, plus Joing was tall and her face wasn't bad, it held up well. It's just that this dress looks slightly less appropriate on this cold winter day. Sooty gathered her scarf and let out a breath of white air. They exited the mall as the sun was setting and the neon lights on the buildings around them were already scrambling to light up. Tim, are you sure you don't want to buy anything? Joing asked. Su Tian shook her head and wrapped the scarf again. Today's temperature is extraordinarily low. She has 4 pieces on her body. She also wears a hat, scarf, gloves, wrapped tightly, like a round penguin. I have clothes to wear, no need to buy. A girl's closet is always missing a piece of clothing. The more Joing spoke, the lower her voice got as the cell phone in her backpack rang. Su Tian watched as she pulled out her cell phone and glanced at the screen and tapped it again. The ringer stopped ringing, and Joing looked up, her face unchanged. Let's go. Not answering? Su Tian hesitated. She seemed to have glimpsed a Han character. Harassing phone calls. That's fine. The two girls walked out the door arm in arm. The phone rang again. This time, Joing took out her cell phone and turned it off directly. This time, Su Tian saw clearly that it was Han Shuo. She boldly asked, what happened with you and Han Shuo? You little kid don't know anything, ask so much why. First solve you and Wei Siching Jiang Chiyu's matter, then come back to care sister Mayat. The game still needs to be cleared game by game. You are now the simplest first level. I am in hell mode. Joing pinched her waist and said in a bad mood. Don't say it, you're still looking for excuses. Su Tian skimmed her mouth, half a second later reacted, stared straight. There is Jiang Chiyu, what matters? Oh, I'm just making this up, whoever's nervous. Ing Zhou shook her head and spread her hands. Su Tian twisted her head, humph, ignoring her. People come and go on the shopping streets and traffic flows. Stores have already begun their Christmas warm-up, with red and green color scheme decorations filling storefronts of all sizes, and models in the windows wearing Santa hats. Presents were placed by their feet. As Su Tian walked, she looked at the gift boxes on both sides. A landscape aqueduct has been dug in the middle aisle of the commercial street, and the lanterns of the streets on both sides are reflected in the water like countless streaming lines swimming in the water. Joing suddenly pulled Su Tian to a stop and looked at the angel sculpture in the circular pool at the front end of the aqueduct. The angel's palms are held forward, one foot stands on tiptoe in the pool, and the other foot is cocked back in a graceful form. It was a wishing fountain with coins spread out underneath the pool and some piled up in the angel's open palm. Joing pulled out 2 coins and handed one to Su Tian. Come on, although I know that this is all a tactic of the mall, and that our coins will be taken away by the staff after a short while if we throw them in, there are so many things that I want to find God's help for that I can't help but throw them in every time. She turned around after finding a good position, held the coin in her hand and made a wish with her eyes closed, then violently threw it backward, and with a plop the coin landed in the water. Joing opened her eyes with an expression of I knew it, I just never hit a single shot. But would a coin dropped in a sink make that much noise? Joing turned around in bewilderment, just in time to see Su Tian, who was watching her make a wish from the side, change her expression and jump directly into the pool. It was only then that she noticed again that a bear had fallen into the gutter. Ah no, a crew member in a bear coat was lying in the pool. His prop suit seemed too heavy for him to get up from being stuck in the water, his head submerged in the water, choking and coughing. The drains are only as high as your calf, but they're perfectly submerged in your head. Joing also rushed over. After jumping into the water, Su Tian tried to take the man's bare coat off him first, but she couldn't find a zipper, so she had to work hard to prop up his soaked head first, so that he could breathe with his nose and mouth exposed on the surface. Chapter 101, This is actually Hoot-song. She looked up and tried to call for help. The pedestrians around her saw it and ran over to help, and a scar-faced lanky uncle jumped into the ditch as well, and with a straight push carried the person out, returning to the shore with the clattering water. Su Tian was also pulled out by the pedestrians. Zhou asked her eagerly, "Are you all right?" Su Tian shook her head. She was fine, the drains were so shallow, it only got her clothes wet. Wearing a bare jacket staff lying on the ground to spit out water, the wind blew, freezing him shivering. The lanky uncle looked for half a day zipper did not find, wanted directly forced the dull clothes to him to tear. The staff hurriedly shook his head, while coughing and said, "No, coughing. No, cannot tear, bad to pay for money." The nearby aunt borrowed a blanket from the nearest store for him to wipe his face first, and sniffed and lectured him, "Young man, in the middle of winter you're going to lose your life and you still care about paying for it?" Another big mom went to another store and borrowed a blanket and handed it to Su Tian. "Little girl, you also hurry up and wipe it off, don't freeze in this cold weather." Su Tian said thank you, took it over and wiped her sweat-dampened hair, then took off the gloves and scarf that had gotten into the water. Her neck was cold and exposed to the air, freezing her. "The mall is heated, go inside the mall first." The group all moved to the mall and the manager sniffed over and told them to go straight to the pantry for a break. Holding a cup of hot water, Su Tian leaned her back against the radiator and let out a mouthful of warm air. She turned her head to look at the boy who was struggling to get his doll suit off while spitting out water for fear of ruining it. The boy's eyebrows were light and he was very handsome, his hair was ruffled behind his head and he was wrapped in a towel. His body was also wrapped in towels. For some reason, Su Tian had never seen him before, but thought he looked very familiar. She looked for a while, and then again, and couldn't help but pull Zhou and whisper, "Do you think this person looks familiar?" Zhou nodded seriously. "I also think that such a handsome boy should have been engaged to me in a previous life." The corners of Su Tian's mouth twitched, knowing that her nymphomania was back. The boy took a sip of hot water and coughed lightly, his voice dry and hoarse as he slowly said, "Thank you, Su Tian." Su Tian froze. "Ah, you know me?" Zhou looked at Su Tian incredulously. "I found out that your handsome guy's karma is really good to the point of bursting at." Su Tian ignored her and stared at the boy's face one by one. How it looked familiar, but I just couldn't remember who it was. The boy coughed again, this time in a more normal voice, "It's me, Hu-kong." Su Tian was dumbfounded. Zhou Ying's jaw dropped. Hoot-song. This man is Hoot-song. It is the one in their class that is firmly in the top 3, always doing problems. The only hobby after doing problems is to find someone to chat with and also bring people's topic crooked dozens of combed mushroom head, wearing a pair of thick glasses. Hoot-song? Zhou murmured, "It's true that human potential is huge. Who would have thought that Hoot-song, who lifted up his bangs and took off his glasses, would be so clear-eyed?" "Hoot-song, why are you here?" Su Tian remembered that he was wearing a doll suit. "You are moonlighting as a doll, how did you fall into the water?" Hoot-song drank a mouthful of hot water again, this time the voice is clear. "I'm too tired, just want to sit down and rest for a while. I didn't expect to be sleepy, so I just leaned back and collapsed in the pool." Su Tian looked at his head. "Did you hit your head? Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Touching the back of the head is serious. How long have you been working? It's so cold you can sit outside and sleep through it." Zhou smacked her lips. Hoot-song shook his head and said nothing. He had been soaked in cold water for so long that his face was white, his lips were white, and the only thing that looked like he hadn't slept for a day or a night was a smudge of greenish-gray under his eyes. At this moment, the door to the lounge was knocked on. Su's father stood in the doorway, his eyes roamed around the room and landed on Su Tian in the blanket. Tian, is everything all right?" "Dad!" Su Tian shouted, the lower half of her body was soaked. She went back on her own for fear that she would catch a cold, and a taxi would wet someone else's seat, so she called her dad to try to get him to come over and pick it up. Su's father probably understood the situation with her on the phone, and was relieved to see that she was really fine. The line of sight fell back to Hoot-song. "Young man, how are you? Do you need to go to the hospital?" He looked at the man, who was a little small for his age, and paused. "Your parents aren't here yet." Hoot-song shook his head. "I'm fine, I'll just go back by myself." Su Tian said, "Dad, he's in my class, his name is Hu-kong." Su's father froze, didn't ask him why he came out to work at such a young age, and pondered for a moment. "Let's do it this way, they're all in the same class, I'll send the 3 of you back." Hoot-song shook his head. "Thank you, uncle, really no need." When he kept pushing back, Su's father said, "Son, your clothes are soaked through, you'll get a fever if you go straight back, and then you'll have to spend money on medicine, how uneconomical." If it's serious, you'll have to go to the hospital and hang up water, which is costly and time-consuming. Hu Chung really hesitated, but I'll get your car wet. It's okay, there are blankets in the car. Su Ten asked, where is your home? Tilewater Lane. Hu Tsung lowered his eyes, you may not have heard of it. It was true that Su Tian had never heard of it, and Zhouing looked confused, obviously having never heard of it either. Father Su thought for a moment, was Wei Lane? Ah, I know, let's go, Xiaoying, your house is on the same route as his, I'll send you back too. Zhouing nodded her head in a hurry, yes, thank you uncle. Half an hour later, after dropping Zhouing off downstairs in the neighborhood, Su's father drove towards the countryside again. The car made 7 turns and stopped at the last old street, and the road in front of it was so narrow that the only way to get there was on foot. Here has deviated far out of the city, surrounded by some years of residential buildings, densely packed, scattered on both sides of the street, both sides of the poles aging rust, a wire directly disconnected, hanging down from mid-air. Directly in front of them was a kiosk, and a couple of young men were sitting around on the steps, smoking cigarettes and staring at their car. Hu Tsong got out of the car and lowered his head. Father Su also got down from the car and swept his eyes over the smoking youths to send Hu Tsong back. Hu Tsong did not refuse, and the group locked the car, followed Hu Tsong and turned 7 times, and went up to one of the residential buildings. Hu Tsong flipped out the key and opened the rusty iron door. My dad is working outside, I'm the only one at home. He pressed the switch for the living room light and it didn't come on. So he saw what was happening and went into a room, brought out a high stool, stepped on it and screwed in the bulb, then stepped down and pressed the switch again and the light came on. Su's father watched the whole program and laughed out, not bad, your skill is comparable to when I was a kid. Hu Tsong gave him a surprised look. You're also home, we're going back here. Father Su didn't say anything, and before he left, he patted Hu Tsong's shoulder kindly, child, cheer up. All the effort will be rewarded. Hard work pays off in the end. Chapter 102, Fever. Back home, Su Tian first went to take a hot bath. Then she dutifully drank the ginger soup cooked by her mom. At night when she slept the heating was turned on sufficiently, and the quilt was covered tightly. But when I got up the next day, my brain was foggy and my body was sore, like I'd been smothered in a sack and given a beating. She flipped out her thermometer and 5 minutes later took it out to see that it was 38 degrees 6. She went straight downstairs to her mom and dad. Su's father touched her forehead and drove her directly to the hospital. Su's mother was still awake, so she didn't bother her. The doctor had her hooked up to water. The nurse punched the medicine into an infusion bottle, hung it on a push-pull lever that could be moved, and let Su Tian push herself to find a seat in the hall outside. Su's dad put her in her place and took the slip himself and went to the payment office to line up to pay. Su Tian was groggy and wilted, leaning back in her seat with her head down like a frosted eggplant. It suddenly occurred to her in her stupor that she definitely wouldn't be able to go to the class dinner tonight, and she'd have to remember to talk to the class president when she got home. There was something else she should have forgotten besides this, but she just couldn't remember. Hanging water area is mostly some children. The TV hanging on the wall is playing the Rainbow Cat, Blue Rabbit, 7 Heroes cartoon, which Su Tian also liked to watch when she was a child, so she raised her head and followed the small children around her. After a while, her neck got a little sore, so she dropped down again, and the hand without the needle in it lifted to rub the back of her neck. A black figure walked past in the afterglow. Su Tian's mind spun for a few seconds before she reacted, slowly opening her eyes wide and pushing the hanging push-pull bar in the direction he had left. I couldn't catch up with him last time at school, so I'll make sure I do this time. Her mind thought so, but her body resisted, and within a few steps of running, her head was spinning. A nurse passed by and saw that she wasn't in very good shape and rushed to help her back into her seat again. Su's father came over after paying the bill and saw a layer of sweat on her forehead, so he took out a paper towel from his jacket pocket and wiped it off for her. This medicine is working quite fast. Su Tian wanted to say something, looked at Father Su, but in the end, he didn't say anything. In the meantime, Jiang Chiyu put on his sweatshirt and came out, walking to Su Tian's door but realizing that it was locked. On Sunday mornings at 6:30 he would come over punctually to find Su Tian to go for morning exercise, and over time, every Sunday morning the Su family would leave a door open for him. He pushed and didn't push, so he rang the doorbell. 3 rings later, the Su family's maid came over to open the door for him and apologetically said, "Mr. led Timothy out in the car. Timothy seems to be a bit uncomfortable." Uncomfortable? Jiang Chiyu frowned. May I ask what's wrong with Timothy? Is it serious? It seems to be fever. She was soaked to the skin when she was picked up by Mr. yesterday. Okay, thanks. Jiang Chiyu turned around and went back to his house. How stupid was she to get herself soaked on such a cold day with no rain or snow? Jiang Chiyu lowered his eyebrows and rubbed his brow to hold back the fire that was gradually rising. He spent the morning on the balcony doing college physics problems, always distracted, and didn't see anyone come back next door until after lunch. He was a little uneasy. Jiang Chiyu went back to his room and took out his cell phone, flipped out Zhou Ying's WeChat in the class group, and tapped add. Zhou Ying's side came through almost the next second. Jiang Chiyu did not ask directly, contemplating for a while, too lazy to type, directly send voice. Su Tian does not go to the gathering in the afternoon. Has she talked to the class president? Text sent by Zhou Ying. No, I don't think so. Why is she suddenly not going? Yesterday the two of us were shopping together. Jiang Chiyu still sent the voice. Fever, went to the hospital. Zhou Ying. I asked her last night and she said she'd had ginger soup. I asked her last night and she said she drank ginger soup. Sure enough. Jiang Chiyu ground his back teeth, his heart on fire with no name, this time switching to typing. I see she's soaking wet. Zhou Ying. No way, when she jumped into the pool yesterday it was only her pant legs and sleeves that got wet. Ma, that Hu Tsong has been in the water for so long, I wonder if he's alright. Jiang Chiyu? Jiang Chiyu, did you guys go ice skating at the water park? Zhou Ying has always only heard Su Tian spit out how toxic Jiang Chiyu. Today is the first time she personally saw, marveled, more and more feel that Su Tian is afraid that sooner or later to plant. After all, men are not bad, women do not love it. She thought that Su Tian just hadn't been too specific with Jiang Chiyu, so she went into great detail about what happened yesterday. After saying that, Jiang Chiyu returned a to her, and then directly clicked on the class group. After sending it, he directly retreated from WeChat, rubbed his temples, and continued to go to the balcony to do the questions. Zhou Ying was also in the class group, and she naturally saw that message sent by Jiang Chiyu. She took the phone and opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. OMG, what a bully, what a daddy's department. But it's Su Tian who can't go to the potluck, why doesn't he go too? The more Zhou Ying thought about it, the thicker the aunt's smile on her face became, and she covered her cell phone and fell back on the bed. What the third class thought in their hearts when they saw this message from him was the same as Zhou Ying. Su Tian has a fever and can't go to the gathering, why did you come to give her leave? It's not like Su Tian doesn't have a cell phone. It's fine to give her a vacation, why don't you go too? You're not the one with the fever. And the tone, like a husband taking his wife's vacation, was familiar without boundaries, like a family. Jiang Chiyu should be next to Su Tian right now, right? A green plum is sick and a bamboo horse takes care of it. That's not how you get to know a childhood friend, is it? The class president is still serious, okay, got it. The class president is still very serious. How come I don't have a childhood friend who brings me tea and water when I'm sick or something? The class president started it off, plus the school bully wasn't too much of a school bully in their class, and someone else picked up on it. Class president, you're wrong, I have a bamboo horse, and he's never like that to me. He would only say drink plenty of water when I'm sick, and then dashing off to play with his sisters. The other girls also said, they're all so old and have their own lives, and things like bamboo horses just mean that two people are friends who have known each other for a long time, and it doesn't mean anything beyond that. The class president is still very serious. Yes, I forgot to ask, at Jiang Chiyu, why don't you go too, brother? No response. After a while, Zhou Ying replied to him frowny face. Class president, you must not have a girlfriend. Zhou Ying just felt that the class president was too straight and hopeless, so she posted this sentence, not realizing that what she posted would go viral and make people think the wrong things. In front of her cell phone screen, a girl with bangs looked cynically at the group chat transcripts that someone had forwarded to her and bit her bottom lip in death. Chapter 103, Is this a childhood friend? Su Tian lost 3 bottles of water to be considered good. Her father gave her boxed lunch and kanji directly in the hospital. She barely drank the kanji, the boxed lunch really can't eat, so she brought it home. When she got back to her room, she also forgot about her leave and covered herself with the covers and slept. I woke up from a nap, sweating, and took my temperature, and the fever had gone down. She did feel much more refreshed and took another hot shower, then put on her cotton pajamas and went downstairs to get a cup of hot water. Returning to her room again, she took out her cell phone and saw the message Zhou Ying had sent her before she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to ask the class president for leave. She clicked on Zhou Ying's chat box first, reading down from the top and realizing that things weren't quite what she thought they were. Zhou Ying, why don't you go? Zhou Ying, you have a fever? Zhou Ying, ma, Jiang Chiyu really good tongue. But hey, men aren't bad, women don't love them. Mamma mia, this tone, you are feverish and unconscious, he is next to you to take care of you? Zhouing, I listened to the voice sent by Jiang Chiyu again, Mama, yeah, his voice is also too magnetic. Zhouing, I listened to the voice he sent again, why do I feel as if he sounded angry? The following is a direct forward from Zhouing of her chat with Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian didn't click on it, she went to glance at the class group first. After scratching for a long time, I saw the one sent by Jiang Chiyu, at class president is still very serious, Su Tian has a fever, Su Tian, and I won't go to this afternoon's gathering, sorry. Su Tian lurched, her mind blank for a moment. Why did Jiang Chiyu ask for leave for her? How did Jiang Chiyu know she had a fever? Oh yes, she didn't have her morning exercise this morning, Jiang Chiyu must have looked for it. But it doesn't matter. Why did Jiang Chiyu directly ask for her leave? Although she was going to take a leave of absence, but accidentally forgot about it, Jiang Chiyu helped her to take it just right. But why was Jiang Chiyu so sure that she was going to take a vacation? Su Tian couldn't say anything, but she just felt that Jiang Chiyu's entire sentence was wrong. She looked down the page and didn't see him posting anything else before clicking on the chat window with Zhouing. Read through Jiang Chiyu and Zhou Ying's chat logs. What the hell? He saw. This guy. Open-mouthed bull from the very first sentence. Su Tian clicked on his voice and listened to it, not hearing any anger in his tone. What are you angry about? She's the one who should be angry. Su Tian aggressively clicked on the chat window with Jiang Chiyu, but also refreshed it several times without seeing him send a word over. Other students in the class group knew she was sick and knew to come and offer their condolences. Su Tian replied one by one, then re-tapped into Jiang Chiyu's dialogue box. This is the same person who posted the news that she was sick, without saying a word. In order not to wrong him, Su Tian ran downstairs and asked around from her mom and dad to the maid and aunts to make sure that none of them had asked Jiang Chiyu to take a vacation for her. That's it. Jiang Chiyu didn't even ask. He hired her directly. Su Ten, why did you take my vacation for me? The message was immediately followed by a red exclamation point. The other party has blocked you. This guy. What do you want? Su Tian gritted her teeth and climbed onto her terrace after adding a cotton jacket over her pajamas. You can see the whole neighborhood directly from here. And of course she could see Jiang Chiyu's house, which was right behind hers. If it wasn't so late in the day, she could have rushed straight to Jiang Chiyu right now to beat him up violently. The last trace of Su Tian's sickly vigor was washed away by the anger. The moon was curved and uncountable stars were spread across the night sky. The night breeze is pleasant, the trees are in shadow, and the street lamps illuminate the corners. She leaned over the railing and recognized Jiang Chiyu's room based on the layout of the rooms in her own home. Jiang Chiyu's room came with a small balcony, and she could see the piano in the balcony, and the room behind the piano was separated by tightly closed curtains. There were no lights on in the room. Did you sleep? Su Tian was even more angry. She was so angry by Jiang Chiyu's operation of pulling her black that she couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and climbed up to the terrace with her illness, and the originator was actually sleeping with a clear conscience? Su Tian boarded QQ again, found that QQ Jiang Chiyu also pulled her black. This one. People. The class group he can't always block. Su Tian gritted her teeth and circled him, at Jiang Chiyu, why? Block me. The class group, which had been discussing the afternoon potluck, went collectively silent for a few seconds after she posted this message. Hussein? The class president is still serious. I've been in the group all afternoon, or did I miss something? Su Tian, it's okay, you guys talk, I just can't reach him at Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian, at Jiang Chiyu at Jiang Chiyu at Jiang Chiyu at Jiang Chiyu at Jiang Chiyu. After Su Tian finished sending this string, she suddenly heard a message beep that seemed to ring out downstairs. She dismissed it as a mishearing and didn't pay attention. Continue to harass Jiang Chiyu, at Jiang Chiyu, don't try to sleep until you tell me why you're pulling the plug on me. For real this time, there was a message beep from downstairs. Su Tian instantly reacted, gripping the railing and probing downstairs. A small area behind the streetlight downstairs from her house lit up, so small it must have been a cell phone screen, and the faint glow illuminated a patch of smoothly angled jawline, and shreds of hair around her ears. Someone is standing in the shadows where the streetlights don't shine. She couldn't make out the man's stature or appearance, not even his gender, but inexplicably she felt he was lonely. Sudi saw the man's finger tap on the screen and then stop. Suddenly blessed, she tapped on her cell phone. One response to update. Class group. Jiang Chiyu, don't you have any idea in your own heart? Su Tian immediately identified this person behind the streetlight as Jiang Chiyu. She crackled with a flurry of typing. I see you pinned behind the streetlight, don't go, I'm going down now. If you can't solve a problem with your mouth, do it. After she posted it, the class group exploded. Good, sweet, sweet, sweet. Is this a childhood friend? It's in the talk. Zhouling was also confused when she saw that Su Tian didn't reply to her messages but instead flirted with Jiang Chiyu in the class group. She'd like to ask Suddy too. Talking about it, right? But it's certainly not on the table. Su Tian, a king whose heart is only for study and never for early love. But this sweet, sweet vibe. It's the degree to which it's mind-blowing. Su Tian finished typing and immediately looked downstairs again, and sure enough, the man behind the streetlight stepped halfway out of the shadows and looked up at her terrace. How could Su Tian not recognize that half-demonic face wrongly? Jiang Chiyu had already seen her, his expression indifferent. Su Tian was afraid that her mom and dad would hear her, so she didn't dare to shout out, but just nodded twice at Jiang Chiyu through the air, comparing her mouthpiece, don't go. Not caring if he could read or not, she turned quickly and went downstairs. Standing on the second floor, she glanced furtively downstairs, saw no one, and darted out of the house. The man behind the streetlight was still standing over the streetlight, only he had stepped into the light and waited for her. Suddy thumped over. Chapter 104 all read from the neck up. Jiang Chiyu lazily leaned his back against the street light pole with a scanty look. He only wore a sweatshirt, one hand inserted in his pants pocket, the other hand naturally drooping, holding his cell phone. His eyes were always on her, from far to near, watching her run to him. Su Tian from at him in the class group to directly run downstairs all by virtue of impulse, when really see Jiang Chiyu, but do not know what to say. The night wind blew and blew and blew, and the cotton slippers she wore, with no socks underneath, and her pajama pants were wide, and it froze and made her shiver. Jiang Chiyu lowered his eyes and glanced at her pajama pants. His voice was light. Coming out dressed like this? This one sounds incredibly off-putting in tone. He seems to be really angry. What are you mad about? It can't be concern for her that makes you angry, can it? Really concerned and didn't see him send a single message and blackballed her. Yeah, Leahy. That's what brought her here. Su Tian pinched her waist. Why are you pulling the plug on me? Jiang Chiyu's tone was hard. Go back and put on your clothes in full before coming out. Su Tian, then I'm not afraid you'll run away. Jiang Chiyu, the shoes have also been changed. The two of them were talking out of each other's asses. If this keeps up, it will really be ineffective communication only by hands. Su Tian took a deep breath and decided to let him be for once, so she followed Jiang Chiyu's words with, I'm not cold. Another gust of cold wind blew by, and Su Tian's teeth chattered. Meh. Jiang Chiyu sneered. Su Tian went up and pinched his sweatshirt, making sure that the thickness could only be one. You're wearing one, why don't you go change it? Jiang Chiyu said, 2 pieces. Where did the 2 come from? Suddy pinched it again and didn't pinch it. You won't know if you ruffle it. Su Tian believed it, and without even thinking about it, lifted the top hem of his sweatshirt and pulled it upwards. A white wobbly abs then appeared in front of her eyes. He was lean at the waist, with abs that weren't exaggerated, with the boyishness of a teenage boy. Su Tian did not know where to look for a moment, touching the hot potato general swish his clothes down, above the neck all red. You. Dry. Come on. Lift my clothes to see even if, Jiang Chiyu tone a little accusatory, after taking advantage of how not to admit. Su Tian gasped and ground her teeth. You person, how can you be so thick-skinned? That's thick? After saying that, Jiang Chiyu let out a sigh. He suddenly leaned down, his arms spread wide and stroked her back through the thick cotton suit, encircling her whole body in his arms. Su Tian's entire body stiffened for a moment. In a near whisper, his lips leaned into her ear and he said, You people, can you save someone the trouble? The next day. It was in the afternoon that Su Tian went to school. Su's father gave her a day off, because when she got up in the morning to see that her spirit is not very good, eat all the time in a trance, the spoon into the mouth, just contain, and do not take out. After her afternoon lunch break, she was in better spirits and volunteered to go to school. Hyperventilated to be exact. Isn't it just a hug? What's wrong with a good friend hug? So what if she knew that Jiang Chiyu had 6-pack abs? It's not like we didn't see it last time. Su Tian majestically killed the school. Then at the door of the class saw Jiang Chiyu sitting in the position of slow and methodical reading when the second goat. She stood in front of the classroom door, dawdling, just not going in. She went back to school just after her first afternoon class had passed, just in time for the end of the day. Passing students looked at her standing in the doorway with her backpack and wondered what she was doing, if anything, glancing away. It's never a good idea to dawdle like this. Su Tian took a deep breath, gave herself a pep talk, and lifted her leg to enter the class. Someone from behind suddenly called out to her, "Timothy." The breath that Su Tian had mustered up instantly gave out again. She stood quickly behind the root of the wall to make sure Jiang Chiyu couldn't see her before looking at the visitor. "Ah, Jiao Jiao. It's Su Jiao from class 2. Su Jiao was in the same class as her in Zhouing in middle school, and then the relationship gradually drifted apart after the high school split. But we still say hello when we meet. Su Jiao was a petite girl who was a bit short, with a doll's head and big, bright eyes, like a doll. She came out to use the restroom and saw Su Tian wandering at the class entrance with her backpack. "Why don't you go in, with your backpack? Did you just come? Late to be punished by old Hai?" Su Tian shook her head. "I took a vacation before coming over." Su Jiao gave an oh-so-slight nod and thought of something. "Timothy, isn't our home on the same route? We should still go home together after school later." Su Tian did not expect her to suddenly say this, and froze for a moment. Jiao Jiao Junior High School and she and Zhou Ying are very good friends. Zhou Ying's house is out of the way. Sometimes her father comes to pick her up. She sees Jiao Jiao walking alone. She will take the initiative to walk back with her. But that was a long time ago. Now, they only say hello when they run into each other and are much more rusty. And Su Tian looked at Jiang Chiyu through the window. She's got someone to go with now. But Jiao Jiao all mentioned it, and they used to be really close, so she should be a little sad that they're rusty now. It's a great way to bond together when your family is down the road. Su Tian was a bit hesitant to say yes, so she had to start by saying, "But I'm walking with someone else right now, who you don't know, so I'll have to ask him." Su Jiao nodded her head readily. "That's fine. Then come and tell me when you've asked him." Seeing her like this, Su Tian felt even more guilty. After Su Jiao left, Su Tian momentarily forgot about last night, and with a heavy heart, she walked next to Jiang Chiyu and patted his shoulder, asking him to move over a bit so she could go in. Jiang Chiyu didn't give way to her. Seeing her expression of wanting to speak, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, hanging back and leaning towards the back table. "Don't hold back, speak." Su Tian looked at him and honestly said, "A friend of mine in junior high school, who is now in the second class, her neighborhood is on the same road as ours and she wants to go home with us after school." Jiang Chiyu was pleased by these two and her initiative to ask for her opinion, and agreed. "Okay, tonight?" "No." Suddy paused. "It's tonight including later." Jiang Chiyu gradually stopped laughing. The smile on his lips faded. "Boys and girls?" "Of course it's a girl. Neither can girls." Question mark. Su Tian wondered, "Huh?" Jiang Chiyu coughed. "I mean, why does she suddenly want to go with you?" "It's probably because no one else walks with her." Su Tian vaguely remembered seeing her a few times on the road after school, and she had been walking with a girl from class 2. "So she took you as a spare tire and you agreed?" Jiang Chiyu asked lazily. "Why are you such a small-minded person?" Su Tian glared at him. "I didn't promise, I always have to ask you first." Jiang Chiyu let out an "Oh." "You promise?" Chapter 105, Foreign Teachers. Jiang Chiyu didn't answer directly, but stared at Su Tian. "You want to agree?" Su Tian, "I played with her in junior high school is quite good. Is the high school into a different class slowly rusty? Think about it, really quite regrettable." No sooner had the last word dropped than the bell rang. Jiang Chiyu moved forward. "You come in first." The class went on and neither of them spoke again. "This class is English." A tall blonde man stood in the doorway, looked at the doorplate, then knocked and walked in. "Hello?" The class instantly lit up when they saw it was a foreigner. "Holy, it's actually true. I just heard that the school hired a foreign teacher for us. I didn't realize it was really true. He was supposed to be here last week, I think, only it seems to have been delayed a week because the paperwork wasn't done." Class president, "Hello." Schweigwa. Foreign teacher, "Oh. Hello, hello. You're bad too." The class roared with laughter. The foreign teacher stood on the podium, speaking fluent Chinese. "Hello students, I'm your new English teacher. My name is Charlton, you can call me Mr. Cha." Class 3 in unison, "Hello Mr. Cha." Charlton introduced himself again in English and then said, "Next I'll pick one of the students to come up to the stage and make a self-introduction in English." As soon as the new teacher arrives and picks someone to answer a question, the class goes silent for an instant. The squad leader was also quiet as a chicken. Charlton's eyes roamed the class, cruising to the right-hand corner and suddenly pausing. "Oh," he exclaimed in surprise. Charlton walked off the stage and came to Jiang Chiyu's side. "Oh my god, you look very familiar, just like someone I know." "Oh my god, you look very familiar, much like someone I know." Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes and stared at this teacher for a moment. Didn't recognize who he was. Charlton suddenly leaned down and came closer to see Jiang Chiyu's face, who leaned back as he did. The scene got weird for a moment. Charlton stared at him for 3 seconds before his expression suddenly became agitated and he spoke a long string of English at a very fast pace. Jiang Chiyu picked up fluently. Charlton spoke another long string of English. Jiang Chiyu replied again. Charlton was so excited it was almost like he had found his long-lost son. His mouth gurgled a super long string of English. What exactly was said was too roundabout, not something that someone at Su Tian's level could understand. She watched from the sidelines with a confused look on her face. The third shift looked at the corner with a confused look on their faces. It was estimated that the only one who could understand it was Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu himself was surprised for a moment when he heard the first words that Charlton said, before quickly calming down and calmly interacting with his foreign teacher. Not knowing what Charlton had said, Jiang Chiyu tore a piece of paper out of his word book and wrote down his name in regular order, along with a string of phone numbers. Then to Charlton. Charlton tucked the paper carefully into his pocket, excited as a 200-pound child. Charlton rejoined the podium and coughed lightly, quickly reverting to his original teacher persona. "Okay, next we're going to turn to our textbooks and flip to the word list in the back." For the new teacher's first class, Su Tian had the good sense not to make small talk with Jiang Chiyu. But as soon as Charlton left, Su Tian immediately came up to Jiang Chiyu. "Why is he seeing you like he's seeing his own son?" Not only Su Tian, the two little gossipers behind her also came over and listened with their ears. The people around them were also waiting for Jiang Chiyu to answer. The first day a new teacher comes over is out of control on the spot, and they can be too curious about what's going on. The corner of Jiang Chiyu's mouth twitched. Maybe it's because he's from England and has seen me in England. "So excited just to have met you?" Su Tian expressed skepticism. Jiang Chiyu said lightly, "Maybe it's because he met a friend in another country." "What other reasons could there be?" "All right. That's true. What other reason could there be?" "Maybe Mr. Chai is just so full of emotion." Suddy plopped back down. Only Su Ten is good at fooling. The others were clearly not convinced. In addition to Su Tian, Hu Tsong is the closest, and his English is also good, so Yu He and Wang Suhan quietly asked him, "Hu Tsong, what did the foreign teacher say to Jiang Chiyu in class, did you understand?" Hu Tsong pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. For some reason he looked a little tired and shook his head. "I was just memorizing my vocabulary, I wasn't listening." Once first in the class and later second in the class really lived up to their name. Yu and Wang Suan ran to the English class representative again. The English class representative is called Chun Xing, a girl, and girls are generally more gossipy. The class president, whose seat was right in front of her, came along. "Yui, Chun Xing, did you hear what Mr. Cha just gabbled to Jiang?" Skyfall. This title has spread throughout the school. Their class said Jiang Chiyu's name are mixed up when called. Chat gossip called Skyfall. Sometimes remembered his identity of the school bully shouted Jiang. Sometimes remembered that he is still a god of learning shouted Jiang God. Chen Xing sighed and flashed the back of her word book with a few scribbled English words on it. "I tried my best, the foreign teacher spoke too fast and too roundabout, and with an accent, I could just make out the words. You and they looked down at the 5 English words, I, you, like, God, and prison. Me, you, like, God, prison?" The head of the class nodded at her book. "I heard one word too, 3. 3? What the hell?" A few people were confused. Zhouing came to find Su Tian to go to the toilet with her to a piece of the road also asked, "Foreign teacher's gibberish with your table said something how do I feel Jiang Chiyu like his idol?" "My English is just that." Su Tian shook her head and relayed Jiang Chiyu's explanation as it was. Zhouing was a bit hateful. "No, you didn't ask more? Your classmate talked to the teacher for so many sentences, and you weren't the least bit curious?" Su Tian innocently blinked her eyes. "It's not that I'm excited to see Jiang Chiyu here, the two of them catching up on old times and whatnot, not curious Zhouing didn't hold back a glance at her. "Big brother, you like this kind of boy most, don't ask anything, don't care, one day come a blonde hair, blue eyes, waist-thin breasts, big foreign women in Jiang Chiyu with foreign language flirting, you ask Jiang Chiyu chat what, Jiang Chiyu said she came to ask a road, you must also directly believe." Su Tian nodded thoughtfully, so knowing one more language is one more skill. English still needs to be taken seriously. Ing Zhou. This kid is hopeless. They came out of the restroom to go back to class, and from afar, they saw a tall boy standing at the back door entrance, and Zhou Ying's footsteps suddenly lurched. The man was wearing a school uniform, his hand peeled against the back door. Are looking in, and all that could be seen was a piece of the back of his head. Su Tian couldn't even recognize who this was, but she instantly understood when she saw Zhou Ying's reaction. Chapter 106, Warming the Hands. Han Shua. So Tim knew that Zhou Ying was avoiding him. She whipped her head around. What do we do? Do you want to go over there? Or do you go hide in the restroom first? Zhou Ying shook her head. He's got PE next period, so it's fine if he goes to it or not. I can't stay in the restroom for one period. Su Tian was speechless. You even know that? Zhou Ying ignored her and took a deep breath. Go. Why should I always avoid him? That's not because you're trying to hide. Su Tian skimmed her lips and followed her towards the class. She had planned to go to the door to say hello to Han Shua and hurry away from the battlefield, but who knew that just as she reached the back door, Zhou Ying pulled her to stand up straight. Zhou Ying stared at the two men at the back door. The scene in front of me was an exact duplicate of that day in middle school. Back door, milk tea, male god, Sun Mu Chu. No, our gym class is very strict, we can't escape at all. Sun Mu Chu stood next to the water fountain with a water cup and a water card in his hand, complaining. Han Shua did not see the person he was looking for right behind him, replaced the 3 cups of milk tea hefted in his left hand to his right hand, and asked, what about the self-study? Sun Mu Chu saw Zhou Ying and Su Tian stood in the door, glanced at them, Wing did not see, continued to talk to Han Shua. Self-study is more difficult to escape. There will be the student body to check the class, have to go to the toilet inside the verification. But I don't know why, the student body seems to be a little loose on our class. There is often come to check our class. Senior saw several times I talk, glanced at me, also didn't remember my name. She said it with a bit of smugness, as if to imply that the student council's loose control of their class was because of her. Zhou Ying grabbed Su Tian's hand and directly sneered, so fond of taking credit on yourself, you must be very suitable for picking dung. Sun Mu Chu the first time did not react. She and Zhou Ying, although each other do not see eye to eye, talking about the gun with a stick, but generally will not directly tear the face. After reacting, she directly exploded, Zhou Ying, how do you curse? How is just making a comparison a curse? You really take everything upon yourself. Zhou Ying looked at her askance. Her natural height advantage made her look like she had an aura of 1 meter 8. You. Sun Mu Chu angrily pointed at her, unable to say you for half a day. Han Shua turned around at the sound. Zhou Ying looked at him, gritted his teeth and thought, if you dare to persuade the fight we are really finished. Han Shua surprised her by walking up to her, his tone carrying a bit of currying favor. Zhou Ying. I brought milk tea for you and Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu. I remembered that Su Tian loves baked milk, right, and then Jiang Chiyu doesn't eat lemon, so I bought him the same as Su Tian. He was afraid that Zhou Ying wouldn't take it, and directly shoved 3 cups of milk tea into Su Tian's hands. Su Tian glanced at Zhou Ying, who took the only cup of milk green from her hand, took a sip with a straw tied off in Han Shua's increasingly bright gaze, and said to Su Tian, Tiana, don't you often go to the student union office and know all those seniors and sisters? The next time you see them, you'd better suggest that they don't give our class a break. Some black sheep, don't mark her once she doesn't even know that she's the rat turd that spoiled the pot of soup. Su Tian stifled her laughter and nodded silently. Her words directly stated that the student council would give their class a break because they had Su Tian in their class. Su Tian even nodded. Sun Mu Chu had the throbbing pain of being slapped in the face. Zhou Ying was smart enough not to give Song Yingjing up, but to expand the scope to the entire student body. Moreover, what she said is also the truth. Su Tian often go to the student union office to find Song Yingjing. Over time, and the office inside, the people all know each other. Even if Sun Mu Chu holds a grudge and jumps over the wall to report it, there's not much he can do. She can't report the entire student body. Reporting it doesn't help. Han Shua huddled around Zhou Ying and never gave Sun Mu Chu another look. Holding 2 cups of milk tea, Su Tian drifted past them with a flourish. You two talk, I'll go back to work first. There really wasn't a single eye on Sun Mu Chu now. Sun Mu Chu looked between Han Shua and Zhou Ying and went straight back to her seat in anger. Milk tea is still hot, although the classroom is heated, but once the door is opened to ventilate after class, it will be particularly cold again. Su Tian held a cup in one hand as a hand warmer to use. If Jiang Chiyu doesn't want it, then both cups will be hers. Suzy thought prettily. As a result, as soon as she was seated, Jiang Chiyu drew away the milk tea in her right hand, sharply poked it open with a straw, and took a sip. Su Tian looked at her empty right hand and looked up expressionlessly. How do you know one cup is yours? The back door, I heard it. Jiang Chiyu replied succinctly. Don't you hate putting so many ingredients in milk tea? Su Tian pointed to the label on his cup of milk tea, which had a long list of small ingredients densely following the back door. I didn't eat in the morning, so I'll take it as an 8-pack. It's afternoon. You didn't eat at lunch either? I had it for lunch, and to keep all 3 meals intact, this cup of 8-packed kanju will serve as a morning fix. Su Ten raged. But that cup was really for him. Sudi held the milk teacup in both hands, warming her hands. Hot milk tea are small cups, she can't put both hands, so she has to put her left hand underneath for a while, and her right hand underneath for a while. Jiang Chiyu took a few sips and put the milk tea back on Su Tian's table. Sudi looked up. What for? I'll lend you a hand to warm up. Su Tian blinked, fearing that he would backtrack as if he quickly took his cup over, holding a cup in one hand, just right. Jiang Chiyu saw her movements and grunted out without saying anything. Neither of them noticed that someone at the back door of the classroom was staring grimly through the window at the cup of milk tea in Su Tian's hand. Between large classes, Jiang Chiyu usually had to go to the student council office. The departments of the student council were clearly divided, and there were a lot of trivial matters that he didn't have to worry about, but it didn't mean that he, the president, didn't have anything at all. Officially, the school writes that the duties of the student council president are to coordinate the work carried out by the various functional departments of the student council. He or she also has to communicate the school's decisions accurately and supervise their implementation, and actively reflect the needs of the students. So in fact, his main task is to manage the bosses of several departments, so that they do not shirk their responsibilities, do not cross the line of law enforcement, and communicate with each other in a friendly and coordinated manner. Putting the director and secretary's tasks into practice, as well as reading student complaint letters and answering the student union hotline. Within days of the new president taking office, answering the student government hotline became one of the things he spent the most time on. The president only made one trip to the office between classes, and once this pattern was mastered, the student council hotline basically only rang during classes. Other times someone else picks it up. There are public phones set up on campus, and there is no way to know who is calling from the other side, and some of the brave ones like to call and molest the president. Jiang Chiyu had just stepped through the office door when the phone rang. People in the office looked up and greeted him, President. Aha! He said very little in the office. Who greeted him? He just very high and cold, but who let him the most official? Chapter 107 Su Tian's book. He walked to his desk and sat down, pinning the phone between his ear and shoulder, his hand free to organize his papers. The caller was a girl again. The girl said, "Hello, is this the student union? I've lost my meal card, can you help me find it?" Jiang Chiyu flipped out a piece of paper and read it as it was without emotion. Lost and found. Please press 2, radio station, please press 3, director's hotline, please press 4, and logistics office, please press 5. The girl was puzzled. Huh? Jiang Chiyu explained patiently, first go to the lost and found office to see, there is no go to the radio station to let them broadcast, broadcasting cannot be found to go to the director to look at the camera to see if it was stolen, to still cannot be found can only go to the logistics office to do a new one. Girl, oh. Someone in the office couldn't hold back a giggle. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyelids and glanced at the girl who had laughed out loud. The girl was in charge of the dormitory inspection, called Han Ing. She was very cheerful and sunny, and extremely bold. Never afraid of Jiang Chiyu's school bully persona, she gave Jiang Chiyu a thumbs up. Chairman, be careful of seeing your own when you read the complaint letter. Already have. And Ran came in through the door and placed several complaint letters in her hands on Jiang Chiyu's desk. There are complaint boxes in several places in campus buildings, and sometimes people from the student union office walk by and see them and take them out by hand to take back to the office. And Ran lowered her eyes and looked at Jiang Chiyu, who was idly cocking his head and clamping the phone. Schoolboy, letters of complaint against the chairman are allowed to be shown directly to the directors, so you'd better be careful. Her tone was not exactly icy, the way she always spoke. And Ran never shouted at Chairman Jiang Chiyu. A few other people in the office stole a glance at each other and exchanged a look. Rumor has it that Ran is not too happy that the new president is a senior. It was said that Ran wanted Song Yingjing to be this chairman. Jiang Chiyu put the phone down and lazily answered, aha. Coincidentally, Song Yingjing came in carrying a rack of barrels of mineral water. His head was sweaty from the heat. He put the mineral water on the ground and unclipped his scarf first. I got it. One of the other boys in the office went to help him fill the water dispenser with mineral water. The office is on the 3rd floor and the water dispenser can't be separated from the bucket, so only a few boys in the office can take turns moving it. Han-ning noticed Song Yingjing's scarf and blew a rogue whistle. Minister Song, the scarf girl gave it to you. Song Yingjing looked down. How can you tell? The ministers who were originally unimpressed with Han Ying's words raised their heads and looked at Song Yingjing. Knowing that Song Yingjing was gentle and handsome, he was deeply liked by the girls. Love letters were sent to him every day, but he himself never refused them, concentrating on his studies, and had never seen him receive a gift from a girl. This is really a first. And Ran twisted her head and spat, no talent, who else could have sent it? Jiang Chiyu looked over. It was a red scarf, plain and ordinary. But because the person wearing it has a gentle look and handsome eyebrows, the red scarf also sets off some warmth on this winter day. Han-ning let out an "oh." She didn't know that Jiang Chiyu and Su Tian were at the same table, and directly said, "It's Su Tian again." Song Yingjing curved his eyes in a very light smile. Didn't deny it. And Ran glanced at Jiang Chiyu and didn't see any mood swings from him. The boy who had just carried the water wiped the sweat from his head with a paper towel and exclaimed, "That's nice, I can take a page out of my book and get one for my girlfriend." You have someone? Han-ning was surprised for a moment. The boy shook his head, "Nope. Borrow it for now and send it when it's available." The office erupted in laughter. Jiang Chiyu originally didn't have much of a reaction, and after hearing the boy's words, he glanced at him, lazily retracted his gaze, and continued to organize the documents. Afterward, he opened the 3 letters of complaint that Ran had brought. One complained that he answered the phone with a bad attitude, one complained that the school cafeteria had secretly raised prices, and one complained that the hostel department had taken away his plugs in a personal vendetta. Complaint letters are to be posted on the school bulletin board after the student council has responded. Jiang Chiyu wrote the word "oh" in red pen on the letter complaining about him, and then wrote on the second letter, "The student union can't control the cafeteria, so I suggest calling the cafeteria's complaint phone number XXXX. The last letter he took and placed on Han Ying's desk, "Yours." Han-ning unwrapped it and looked at it. Mine, that's what I received, private pulling wires." He still has a point. She quickly wrote School Rule 89 on a piece of paper and drew 2 smiley faces on the back. "President, are you leaving now? You guys passed the bulletin board on the senior floor, post it for me." It was about time. Jiang Chiyu looked at the wall clock and nodded, "Aha." He put this letter of complaint from Han-ning together with his own too. Before he left, he looked up. Anyone else's not posted? Several people shook their heads. "Ah, I have a few letters here." Song Yingjing took out a few letters from the drawer. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyelids, glanced at him, and took it. Song Yingjing smiled lightly. "Trouble you?" "No trouble," Jiang Chiyu said. A few more sneaky glances were passed around the student council. Walking out of the office, he looked down and glanced casually. "Song Yingjing, these letters are complaints about the school," he has seriously replied. "The font is correct and beautiful, the attitude is sincere and good. There is a reply written longer than the letter of complaint, accounting for a full half of the page. Contrasts with the bottom 3 replies from him and Han-ning." Jiang Chiyu let out a tisk and didn't intend to change. He continued on to the higher floor. As he was about to turn the corner, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Jiang Chiyu stopped and turned around, seeing Song Yingjing running over. Su Ten's book. Because she was running over, Song Yingjing guessed slightly and stood steady and stopped. "This is the book she said she wanted to borrow last time, please help me bring it to her." Jiang Chiyu brought the book over as well, his eyes darting around his neck. "He's not wearing that red scarf." Jiang Chiyu agreed. "Good." Song Yingjing's eyes behind his glasses curved up, his voice gentle and nice. "Trouble you, Chairman." Jiang Chiyu posted the complaint letter directly back to the class, did not enter the door far. Saw Su Tian stood on the side of the seat of Wang Suhan, and Wang Suhan, 2 people's heads almost down to the table. Su Tian also lowered his head. The 3 of them were in a pile not knowing what they were looking at. The pose, though, is 10-to-1 a cell phone. The 3 of them didn't notice when Jiang Chiyu sat down in his seat. He turned to look at them and coughed. The 3 people looked up at the same time, and Yu and Wang Suhan both quickly put their hands in their pockets, visibly relieved to see it was him. Su Tian glared at him. "Why are you scaring people? No one would believe this action if they said it wasn't a cell phone." Jiang Chiyu lazily, "What are you doing?" Yuan took his cell phone out and darted it in front of him, then quickly shoved it back into his desk pocket. "The game, the new one that came out." Su Tian pulled Jiang Chiyu's jacket. "Come and take a look, I think this game looks like the one on your computer. Chapter 108 Classmates Teach You Chemistry. At those words, Jiang Chiyu's eyes moved, and he really attached himself over, lying on the table to look at their cell phone screens. Wang Suhan introduced him. Brother Jiang, have you played Prison of Gods 3? Foreign game, endgame, before especially hot, now the handgame version of it, today public beta. Jiang Chiyu looked surprised. He rarely had such an obvious expression, and Su Tian couldn't help but look at him more. A look at this expression of Brother Jiang has played. Wang Suhan is manipulating the characters to run the map, took the time to look at Jiang Chiyu, continued, Prison 3 do big things without saying a word, last year just a bit of rumors that we have to do a handheld version, this year it is directly public test. The game scene in the screen is the street. In addition to Wang Suhan controlling a character that looks like a rogue, there are other people in. Su Tian looked at it for a while, and suddenly pointed to a long-haired man draped in white robes inside and said, This, isn't it the one on your computer? Jiang Chiyu looked down without saying anything. Wang Suhan raised his head again and gave Jiang Chiyu a surprised look. Brother Jiang is playing as a magician? This character is strong, but it's the hardest to maneuver. I need to grow 2 more hands to play it. Su Tian didn't play games, but could hear that those who played this had to be pretty good. Wang Suhan saw Su Tian watching with great interest, and explained to her what props were used. This one is a flying broomstick that can fly, so it's easier to avoid attacks on land. My character mainly engages in sneak attacks and gives him a every now and then. Snap. Beat him to death. This red coil is the other side of the attack range. Of course, have to buy perspective glasses to see this circle, otherwise it is not visible. Some of the gods can directly look at a glance to see the other side of the attack range, in which, thief accurate. The statute of limitations has expired on broomsticks. Let's see if I can get another one. It'll have a better field of view when I fly it. Grass. Grass. Holy. How did I die? There was a dazzling burst of red light on the screen, and Wang Suhan's manipulated character shook like a stroke and collapsed to the ground without moving. Yuan has put down his cell phone to come over to see Wang Suhan playing the game, also very puzzled. Not right, how to die, no one around. Jiang Chiyu had been watching, listening to their analysis of half a day. The more they analyzed, the more outrageous, so pointed to a stone on the upper right side of the phone. The other party is a magician, wearing a stealth, instantaneous move before using the move. Falling leaves, flying flowers, 3 seconds of cohesion time is just enough to come over and hit you. You and Wang Suhan stopped their discussion and both froze. But there's no time to look at the situation around you when you're instantly moving. Isn't instantaneous movement normally used to escape? He said. Buy a telescope and look ahead to see the position and situation after the transient. Jiang Chiyu looked like he didn't know how to word it, and paused. It's just prejudging. Is that possible? It takes 3 seconds to zoom in, and you can't release your moves at the same time when you're using the binoculars, so you'd have to leave 5 seconds open, right? Can he predict where I'll be in 5 seconds? Jiang Chiyu nodded. It's not difficult. He and Wang Suhan looked at each other and both nodded solemnly. So it is. Makes sense. The school bully still has to give face. Though they felt it was unlikely. Jiang Chiyu sighed and turned back. Su Tian was still lying on Wang Suhan's desk reading. After the character died, there are dozens of seconds of death time. During this time the player can still see the game scene. Wang Suhan has not come to life, saw the phone on the upper right side of the stone behind the scurried out of a cloaked in white robes. He took the binoculars in the distance and looked, put down the binoculars after the body appeared in a cloud of white fog, and then the person disappeared. The appearance of white mist means he used a big move. Wang Suhan's eyes widened. He had no way to move his viewpoint and couldn't see where the white-robed dude had scurried off to. But the white-robed dude's actions just now matched up with all that Jiang Chiyu had said. You and Wang Suhan exchanged glances. Brother Jiang, awesome. Su Tian about seems to see and understand as Jiang Chiyu said all the photos on. Wang Suhan's copy ranking was too low, and he didn't pass this time. He walked to safety and saw that Su Tian had been spectating beside him for so long, so he asked her, do you play in the language table? Me? Su Tian waved her hand, forget it, I won't. We both teach you well. Yuan his own game back out, cell phone thrown back to the table pocket, pointed to Wang Suhan. We too, divided into their own king, together the world is unrivaled. With the two of us as your master, you are the main character of the novel, appearing with its own hanging. Su Tian had that little bit of heart. Won't I be seen by the teacher here? You sit here. Wang Suhan get up and move away, stand in the aisle and block the way. He pushed Wang Suhan. It's okay. Wang Suhan has always been a big talker, and directly let out the bench, letting Su Tian sit between them. Jiang Chiyu turned back. Yui sat at the far end, letting Su Tian hold the cell phone to tell her how to manipulate the characters, and Wang Suhan stood with his feet in the aisle and his upper body on the table, adding a sentence every now and then. The three men's heads were almost next to each other. Su Tian was small, squeezed in the middle, staring earnestly and seriously at the cell phone screen, and didn't feel there was anything wrong. Jiang Chiyu knocked on the table. The three men immediately looked up, and when they saw it was him, Su Tian put her head down again. Wang Suhan let out an alas, "Do you want to play too, Jiang? You can use it for Ant's number." Just after finishing, Su Tian tugged on Wang Suhan's jacket. You look, how'd he hit me Wang Suhan quickly bowed his head, his hand stretched out to operate on the screen for her, and their hands touched every now and then. "You ran out of the safety zone, you can hit people casually outside the safety zone, quick, quick, quick. Run back, run back." You and the mind is more sensitive just he also involved in it did not pay too much attention. Now a look at Wang Suhan and Su Tian next to was not a little close. A certain person at the front table had straight eyes and exuded a cold aura. Yui silently coughed. "Wang Suhan, stop playing, class is almost over." Wang Suhan quickly pulled the status bar of his cell phone. Bull. There's still 10 minutes left in recess. You and Jiang Chiyu knocked on the table again, his tone couldn't be heard as wrong. "Su Tian, Song Yingjing asked me to give you the book." Wang Suhan was helping her escape. Su Tian took the opportunity to look up and then quickly lowered her head to focus on Wang Suhan's operation. "Oh, put it there." Jiang Chiyu took a deep breath. "There are still 10 minutes left in the recess, and you want to play games? Do you know what you can do with 10 minutes? Have you memorized your vocabulary? Did you memorize chemical equations? You're going to spend your time on games when you're about to take your final exams?" Su Tian's expression lurched and she raised her head. Jiang Chi was satisfied that she had been talked to, and hooked his hand to her with satisfaction. "Come here, the same table will teach you to do chemistry problems." Chapter 109, What's the relationship between you two? Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian looked surprised. "This is the first time I've heard you say such a long paragraph in such a serious tone." Wang Suhan took the time to look up. "Yeah, this is the first time I've heard it too." Su Tian explored with Wang Suhan. "That's right, he used to say whatever he wanted to say in a loving manner, either responding to you with a few words in that kind of lazy dying-like accent, and the words must be detrimental even if they are too many." Wang Suhan nodded deeply. "You and he lost his mind playing a game at the same table, didn't he?" Jiang Chiyu, "So you're not going to come over to study, are you?" "I'll just play for one class period, I won't get addicted," Sudi said. She just simply hadn't played the game before, plus this game just happened to be the one Jiang Chiyu was playing and was a bit curious. Jiang Chiyu put up the Ziji Tongjin that Song Yingjing borrowed from her in front of Su Tian's eyes. "Do you remember how much Song Yingjing scored in the last exam? Do you know the gap between you and him now? Don't you want to do better at the end of the semester?" Su Tian's eyes abruptly changed. She sat up straight, her eyes pausing for 3 seconds at the copy of the book. Then recite a string of numbers. Under the three people's puzzled gazes, she said solemnly, "These are Song Yingjing's last exam results and rankings." "Right." Su Tian returned the cell phone to Wang Suhan and got up to go back to her seat. "I want to study." Then he took the Ziji Tongjian in Jiang Chiyu's hand and began to look at it. "Wang Suhan, you really don't want to play?" Just as the words were finished, Yui covered his mouth. Yui nodded his head and looked at Jiang Chiyu. "Well, she's not playing." Jiang Chiyu also turned back. Although Su Tian was here, but he was more upset about what was going on. Ever since the last time he followed Su Tian to Song Yingjing's house, that question had been coiled in his heart, and every time he wanted to ask it, he didn't know how to ask it. Last time in the office too. She called Song Yingjing Brother Yingjing in an eager and intimate tone. But look at Song Yingjing's family. They don't look like relatives. Jiang Chiyu was a bit annoyed. His knuckles gently snapped the book in Su Tian's hand. "You gave Song Yingjing a scarf? How do you know?" Su Tian glanced at him, remembering that he was now the president of the student council and was in the same office as Yingjing's brother, so he should have talked about it in his office. "It looks good, doesn't it?" Su Tian patted her little chest. "I picked it out." "Do you know what it means to send a scarf? You just send it blindly?" Jiang Chiyu did not have a good temperament to blankly glance at her, has been wanting to ask the words at this time rightfully asked out. "You two in the end, what relationship?" Su Tian gave a beat, naturally omitting the second question. "What's wrong with sending a scarf? Winter is here, I also gave one to Dad." Jiang Chiyu, oh, I get it, you treat Song Yingjing as a second father. Su Tian didn't have the good sense to say, nonsense. You're the father. She instantly reacted when she finished speaking, wanting to give herself a big mouthful. Jiang Chiyu raised an eyebrow and smiled a flamboyant smile. It's not impossible. Su Tian twisted her head and ignored him. Good girl, daddy is waiting for your scarf. Jiang Chiyu pointed to his neck with intent. Su Tian didn't hold back and returned her head, looking at his white neck that was exposed to the cold air. All the students around him had put on scarves, but he, who wanted style but not temperature, with his neck exposed forever, didn't mind the cold. Su Tian didn't have the good sense to speak. I'll buy a scarf to strangle you to death. Strangle me to death and you'll have to buy it and send it over. Jiang Chiyu said it quite seriously. Su Tian looked at him and didn't say anything. After school in the afternoon, packing up her things, Su Tian asked Jiang Chiyu to wait for her for a while. She had to go to the toilet first. The class duty student has already started to clean up from the podium. Quickly sweeping to their third row, Jiang Chiyu took his own bag along with Su Tian's and went outside to wait for her. The restroom was on the same floor, right next to the stairs, so Jiang Chiyu thought about going directly to the stairway to wait for her. Just as I walked over, I heard a girl's voice. Did you ask, Su Ten? I want to go with you guys tonight. Then came Su Tian's voice. Ah. I forgot to ask. Now. Why don't you wait? I'll go ask him now. He'll agree to it, won't he? I suppose I will, he's quite nice. Jiang Chiyu scad and walked a few steps forward to see two girls standing in front of the women's restroom sink. One was Su Tian, and the other was a doll-headed girl he hadn't seen before. No need to ask. Jiang Chiyu carelessly leaned towards the back railing. I'm small-minded, bad-tempered, and like to be quiet, so I can only walk with two people together. Su Tian didn't expect him to come over and happened to hear it, but also said something that could be described as not the slightest bit unsympathetic, and stared at him with her eyes wide and odd. The doll-headed girl turned to look at him with an embarrassed expression. Su Tian didn't like to embarrass others, so she tried to word her words to try to remedy the situation. Zhao Zhao, he's like this person, he's cheap-mouthed, but he's actually very nice to talk to. Our school bully. Jiang Chiyu paused, not quite used to this name for a moment, then continued slowly and methodically, we'll all be dating after school, and it's a bit of a problem when one more person sees it. Su Tian stared at him like she wanted to kill him. He didn't care what the reaction of the girl called Zhao Zhao was. He raised his eyes to look at Su Tian, his tone domineering and forceful. You, come out now, don't let me go in and arrest you. Row. You come in. Su Tian was furious. She had already seen that the boat of her friendship with Zhao Zhao was like traveling in a storm. It was slowly tilting and would capsize at any time. The sink and toilet are separated by a door in the center, which is closed. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyelids, took a step in, hooked his arm, forcefully abducted Su Tian's neck and dragged her out. Boys are strong, or in this position, Su Tian pressure cannot pull him, can only shout while letting Jiang Chiyu drag himself out. Hey, you let go. If you do this again, I'll go to your house and tell Auntie Jiang that you're bullying me. Jiang Chiyu. You're hurting me. Jiang Chiyu didn't even hear it, just reached out and peeled out the torn braid for her. Su Tian was ripped down half a flight of stairs by him without being able to break free, and also recognized the reality, shouting to Su Zhao, who was standing at the entrance of the stairs looking at them. Zhao Zhao, I'm sorry. He's too annoying and not nice at all. You can't stand it if you go with us. I'll go find you tomorrow between classes. Ah, pain. What are you pinching me for? Talking about me to my face? Who to pinch if not you? You're finished, you. You wait, Jiang Chiyu, I'll go to your house with you today. I'm going to sue. Whatever. Su Zhao stood at the entrance to the stairs and watched as the sound of their bickering grew farther and farther away, eventually becoming completely inaudible. She lowered her eyes, her long lashes sweeping a shadow across her skin. Chapter 110, Marriage. On campus, Su Tian huffed and puffed, walking at the front, her pace flying. Jiang Chiyu stood back and slowly followed her, not seeing how fast he walked, but kept about the same distance from her. Su Tian went out of the school gate, directly stopped a cab, and said to the master, go to. Jiang Chiyu pulled open the car door from the other side and sat in. Master, go to 113, Shangda Street. Su Tian went to push Jiang Chiyu, get down. Who let you come up? This is my taxi. Jiang Chiyu let her push, anyway, just that little bit of strength, the same as a kitten scratching. The kitten still had sharp claws, she didn't even have nails, and her hands were soft, sheepishly plastered up, like pampering. Jiang Chiyu became more and more curious about how Uncle Su and Auntie Bai had raised her so softly. Soft in looks, soft in character, soft in strength, and soft in the eyes that glared at him. Jiang Chiyu's line of sight shifted downward, from her eyes to her lips that were pouting from anger. Well, the lips look soft too. Jiang Chiyu's gaze darkened. Master holding the steering wheel, from the rearview mirror cheerfully looked at them. Small couples quarrel cherish the time of love, to the marriage quarrel simply less. Su Tian again hastened to explain, no. He is my classmate. Jiang Chiyu calmly said, Master, go to 113, Shangda Street. Good Lu. Girl, you don't say where to go, then I'll listen to the little guy. Driver Master turned the steering wheel, the car toward the opposite direction from home. Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu were wide-eyed at the back. Jiang Chiyu suddenly realized, I realized that you have to stare at me once a day, be careful of your eyes falling out. Su Tian didn't have a good temper, isn't that because you're always angry with me? If you weren't mad at me, would I stare at you? How much more bad-tempered I've gotten since I've been at the same table with you. If you don't believe me, ask Zhouing if she's ever seen me angry before. The driver master smiled and said, my wife said the same thing about me, saying that before she married me she had a first-class temper, but after she married me she had to scold me every day and became more and more like a shrew. Su Tian tried to explain again, we two really aren't a couple. He's my classmate. Driver, you see, from classmates to tablemates, this relationship is not a step forward? Fate now is not, the future may be. My wife and I are the same way, she began as my customers, who would have thought that later will become my wife? We really are not. Su Tian gradually powerless, but still in the tenacious explanation, but with me sat at the same table with a lot of people, this is all destiny. But you two are the only ones who got into my car. The driver looked at the two of them in the rearview mirror, he should be a big fan of Journey to the West, and said in the tone of Zixia Fairy, marriage, God arranges the greatest. Su Tian didn't understand how getting into his car was arranged by heaven for marriage, she was like the undefeatable little strong, continued to debate with him, then I got into your car with him today, and then got into your car with someone else tomorrow, so how does that count? As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt her neck being hooked inwards. Jiang Chiyu re-enclosed her head in the crook of his arm, and attached himself forward, nodding his head with a smile to the driver master who was looking at them in the mirror from time to time. Well, in the future, you might become my wife. Both of Su Tian's hands were picking at his arm trying to get him to let go. Sniffing in shock she tilted her head to look at him, both ears instantly red. Jiang Chiyu, who was not shocked by his words, even lowered his head and looked at Su Tian's deadpan expression because she was too shocked. The corners of his lips lifted up, his demonic face seducing and capturing the spirit. Isn't that right, future wife? Okay. Su Tian was completely dead in the water. The driver laughed ha 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 and didn't say another word the whole way. When they reached their destination, Su Tian got out of the car with the same hand and foot and watched the yellow cab gradually drive away. She silently memorized the license plate number. Later. See this car again. She must walk around it. Su Tian looked at Jiang Chiyu, who was still laughing as he stood beside himself. Grimly, he asked, have you laughed enough? Jiang Chiyu smiled and narrowed his eyes, nodding his head. Why did you say that? Su Tian's little volcano erupted and she went forward and violently pushed Jiang Chiyu, pushing him to stagger forward a few steps. Jiang Chiyu asked knowingly, his tone frivolous, say what? What else could it be? Su Tian was indignant, your joke is not funny. Sorry. Jiang Chiyu knows that he is a little too much today, the little girl is thin-skinned, embarrassed, so the apology flies. I'm not to block the driver's mouth well, to ensure that there is absolutely no next time. Su Tian did not expect him to apologize so quickly, the words he wanted to say were stuck in his mouth for a moment. She wasn't relieved at all, but she couldn't blame Jiang Chiyu for apologizing too quickly. Jiang Chiyu continued to coax her, look, after I finish, won't he stop talking, or else you two will have to debate until when? Su Tian twisted her head to leave and looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings before remembering that they were now in that so-and-so street. Jiang Chiyu could be said to have a thorough grasp of her temperament, and gently hooked her scarf. Don't be angry, you know it's wrong. The little girl gave a particularly loud humph. He came around to Su Tian and couldn't resist hooking her braid again. Come on, let's go, take you to a place to make amends. Su Tian didn't leave, but in the end, he was dragged away forcefully. So much so that 5 minutes later, while annoyed, she said, don't you pull me, I can't walk on my own? While momentarily frozen in place as she pushed open the roll-up door of a store. In front of her was a small storefront, and as soon as she pulled the door open it was as if she had pulled some kind of lever, and the store instantly lit up, warm yellow light falling on her from the room. In the center of the modest space sat a tall Christmas tree, taller than she was, its branches wrapped in colored lights, a small bell and Christmas stocking dotted between the thin branches, striped candy, and one tiny gift box. There were also so many delicate gift boxes piled up under the Christmas tree, tied with ribbons and tied with pretty bows. The ground was covered with a snow-white blanket and sprinkled with colorful candies and starlights. Whoa! Whoa! Su Tian stared blankly at the scene in front of her, unable to use any of the adjectives in her thesaurus, her mouth open, unable to say a single word. In a dream, she thought. It's in a dream, isn't it? She watched unblinking for a moment, unable to take her eyes off it at all. Outside the night falls, the temperature is colder than the daytime, Su Tian exposed outside ears frozen red, but she feels her body from the heart of the heat. Hot and blazing. It slowly spreads throughout the body. Jiang Chiyu pushed Su Tian a step forward and went inside and lowered the roller shutter door back down, isolating the cold wind outside. The room is warm and bright. A Christmas tree that can make you stand under it can't be messed with for a short time, it can only be so big. Chapter 111, the number of fans became 2. My family doesn't celebrate Christmas, I don't know if your family does, it's not in my memory. Jiang Chiyu took off his shoes and stepped on the white blanket. I wanted to show you yesterday, but you happened to have a fever, so I didn't bring you here. Although it's a day late. He glanced back and curved his eyes. Merry Christmas to you, Mr. Sudi. Su Tian was too dumbfounded to say anything. Jiang Chiyu turned around, looked at her who was still froze, stretched out a hand. Come up. What are you doing frozen? So many gifts to open. Do you want to go home again in the middle of the night? Do all these boxes on the ground have presents in them? Su Tian struggled to remove her eyes from the Christmas tree and looked at Jiang Chiyu. Just the appearance of such a tree was already fantastic. Surprisingly, there are gifts. Not only these on the ground, but also these small boxes hanging on the tree are all full of gifts. Jiang Chiyu beckoned to her again. Come up, opening presents is a big job. Su Tian bent down to take off her shoes and stepped onto the blanket as well. Where did you get this house? It's a storefront, I think. This used to be a watch repair store. My dad worked here and got to know my mom, then he changed careers and thought this store had a lot of good memories, so he bought it. Jiang Chiyu explained. Su Tian nodded. It was then that she came back to her senses, gradually getting excited and following Jiang Chiyu across the sweets and starlights on the blanket, walking over to the Christmas tree and sitting down. You don't have Christmas at your house? Then why did you get such a big tree over here? It's so troublesome, right? Remembering that he might spend it abroad, Su Tian asked again, is it that your family doesn't celebrate it, but you want to, so you moved the Christmas tree here to celebrate it? Does he seem to be idle? Jiang Chiyu looked at her, remembering the counterexample Wei Sicheng had given him by being the first. So he was silent for 3 seconds and finally nodded. Su Tian let out a wow sound, her eyebrows raised. Then thank you so much for being willing to share this house with me. Jiang Chiyu didn't know what to say for a moment and sighed softly. Su Tian's attention shifted to the gift box on the ground. Then do you want to open the gifts now? Let me help you open them together. Are these all from other people? No. Jiang Chiyu paused. This is all for you. For me? Su Tian looked up at least a dozen boxes on the ground, and then looked up at more small boxes hanging on the Christmas tree, and asked in surprise, these, all of them, are for me? Jiang Chiyu nodded his head. That's when he remembered the counterexample of Weissenberg. So under Su Tian's gradually puzzled gaze, he sighed again and racked his brain to make up a reason. My character is just like this. When I was a child I didn't know any better but only knew how to bully you, and now you have days to weather you, and you're the only one who can put up with me, and I'm not allowed to send a few gifts to flatter me. Su Tian nodded. You also have your good points. Just listening to you say this, for example, it shows that you are very self-aware. The corners of Jiang Chiyu's mouth let go, indifferently. Oh. Su Tian lifted up her chest, a little proud. It's good to know. You're a nasty childish psychopath who loves to hurt people, you have a bunch of problems, you're not decent at all, and you talk to everyone as if they owe you hundreds of millions of dollars, so I'm really the only one who can put up with you. Jiang Chiyu's forehead corner jumped, deciding not to bother with her in general today. He took the nearest gift box and pushed it towards Su Tian. Open it quickly. So many I have to unpack until when? Su Tian was excited and a bit overwhelmed at the same time. Should I call home first? I don't think I'll be able to return for a short time. No, I borrowed you and my cell phone after school today to tell my parents that I was going to go with you to pick out a gift for a classmate, and that I would be home late, and I also had my parents tell your parents. The fact that he had gone AWOL like this reminded Su Tian of yesterday again. He also went AWOL and gave her a leave of absence from the class group. Now it's crossed her to tell her parents that she'll be home late. But it all turned out to be just the thing to save her the trouble. Like it's comfortable to be under his thumb like that? Su Tian couldn't tell for a moment. Because the mention of yesterday brings back memories of last night. Last night. Su Tian's face couldn't help but turn a little red again. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her scarlet face. Is it hot? There's no heating on in the house either. Suddy stammered, no, just that I was so excited. She came home an hour and a half later than usual. When they got home, Mom and Dad saw her with a very large gift box, and sure enough, they didn't ask any questions. It should be taken as a gift she bought for a classmate. There are too many gifts. Su Tian finished opening the ones on the ground, and then fiddled with them one by one. It was already very late. There is still a tree of small boxes of gifts left to unwrap, and Jiang Chiyu made an appointment to come back next time. It's also about sustainability. She placed a few of her particular favorites properly in a large box and brought them back piece by piece. Back in her room, she opened the box and snapped a picture of the contents with her cell phone. Jiang Chiyu gave her so many things. Food and clothing, like a small supermarket, moved right in. She put the food in the snack cabinet and everything else was organized and put away. Then start writing your homework. There wasn't much homework, and it was quickly solved, leaving only 2 big math problems, and she couldn't figure out how to calculate them even after thinking about them for half a day. She searched the internet but couldn't find the original questions. After thinking about it, she clicked on the dialog box with Jiang Chiyu and typed quickly, Deskmate, did you do the last 2 questions in math? Jiang Chiyu quickly replied, aha. Sutherland, how? Jiang Chiyu, give me a shot. Su Ten, don't you have a roll too? Jiang Chiyu, not taken. Jiang Chiyu, it's too easy, I finished it in class. Happy face carrot. Is the face text at the end a jab at her? Su Tian silently snapped a picture at and sent it to him. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chiyu also took a picture over of his handwritten solution to the problem. It's easy to click on WeChat to see it and accidentally run into it to close it, so Su Tian first saved it to a photo album and then went directly to the album to see it. The thoughts that Jiang Chiyu had written in 5 minutes took her 20 minutes to fully consume. She wasn't discouraged, though. After all, who is Jiang Chiyu? Pervert too. Nothing like a pervert. When she was done, she deleted the solution and the one behind her slid over automatically. It's a gift she just shot. Compositional lighting and whatnot, it's kinda nice. Suddy took a moment to look at her phone, cropped it again, and added a nice filter. Then shared it with a circle of friends. The accompanying text is 2 words and 1 punctuation mark, a gift. There were a bit too many people added to her WeChat, and Su Tian felt that just these 2 words were not enough to express her feelings, so she logged on to Weibo again. She hadn't logged on in a long time. After logging on, she found that her account had gained 1 more follower. Now the fans become 2. The first one is still a little Twitter assistant. Su Tian clicked on the homepage of this fan called Strange Cute Love. Chapter 112, What Are You Thinking? She thought it was her own microblogging was found by an acquaintance, clicked on it and found that the other person posted a selfie that she did not recognize, and the area written in the profile was also 100,000 miles away from her city. The other girl is a groupie with 10,000 tweets. The number of people who follow it is even more than 3,000. Would have paid attention to her, should have just slipped her hand and not realized it. Suddy dropped her heart and went back to her page and sent an original tweet. At sweet and sour ribbons are the best la, I'm proof that he really did fall out of the sky and bring surprises. The accompanying photo is still the same gift photo. This time she still set it to be visible only to her fans. Because it has the keyword Skyfall in it. Although Jiang Chiyu's heat should have passed long ago, what if people from their school had nothing better to do than search for him online? So it's better to be cautious. After posting, Su Tian exited Weibo and went to the bathroom to wash up. She still couldn't help clicking on WeChat as she lay down under the covers. There are already a lot of comments and likes on the one I just posted. The first one was her dad replying to her, picked out some nice gifts, your classmates should really like them. It was followed by a smiling emoji. The gifts do all look great. And she did like it. Dad doesn't know yet that this classmate is herself. Su Tian hid a smile on her lips and replied to him, yes. The gift is beautiful. It's going to be a favorite. The second one was a comment from Joing. Why don't you post the apples I sent you? Who sent you this bunch? Su Tian returned to her, because it's already been eaten. Guess. Some of the latter were comments from classmates and friends, basically praising the gift for looking good. Among the lines of replies complimenting the good looks, one in particular stood out: "Ah you, what an ugly shot." Su Tian bristled and replied to him, "Why don't you say you're the one who sent the ugly stuff?" After replying to him, Su Tian went and replied to all the other people's comments one by one. Sliding his finger down the page for a refresh, both Zhou Ying's and Jiang Chiyu's small window messages popped up. "Zhouing, I see you back to Jiang Chiyu, heavy color, huh?" Jiang Chiyu then sent a screenshot of that friend circle under which she replied to the comment that her dad's gift was beautiful. "Ah you, speaking out of turn. Southern. The only way to see people's replies in the friend zone is to friend them. So, when did Zhouing add Jiang Chiyu? And when did Jiang Chiyu add her dad?" She sent a separate sentence under her breath. "When did you add Jiang Chiyu? When did you add my dad?" In general, talking to two people at the same time requires some attention. Because it might send the wrong message. Su Tian didn't think anything was wrong when she posted it. Until I saw two people send a question mark over at the same time. "Ah you sent it to the wrong person? Are you discussing me with someone else?" "Zhouing, what's your father? I didn't add your father." Su Tian quickly clicked to take a look, only to realize that she had sent the message backwards. Help. Life. It hadn't been 2 minutes yet, so Suddy clicked withdraw quickly. But. Ah you, looks like you really sent it to the wrong person. Ah you, feet in 2 boats, meh. Southern. Su Tian didn't know how to reply to him for a moment. So first, I clicked on Zhou Ying's dialog box, typo, I meant to ask when you added Jiang Chiyu. Zhouing, yesterday I also give you to turn the two of us chat recorded, you over silly at you. It took Su Tian a moment to remember there was such a thing. Then she remembered that hug last night again. Help! Su Tian slammed down on the bed and covered her head with the quilt. Why do I have to blush every time I think of her? How about a hug from a good friend? What? What's up? What's going on? The person who started it all still keeps messaging her. Ah you, why don't you reply to me? Ah you, even if you have 2 feet and 2 boats you don't have a bowl of water? Ah you, I'll throw it away when I'm done using it? Ah you have 30 seconds to get back to me or I'll be there half an hour early tomorrow to find you and never sleep well. Su Tian came out from under the covers and flopped down on the pillow to look at the screen. Childish or not? This guy. Su Ten, sleeping and sleeping. After she posted that, she turned the mute on and put her phone towards the end of her bed to go to sleep. Unbeknownst to herself, the corners of her lips were slightly upturned as she slept. The next day, Jiang Chiyu wasn't heartless enough to really come half an hour early to disturb her good dreams. But he's had a stinky look on his face all morning. Very, very smelly. Jiang Chiyu, you slept well last night? Su Ten nodded pleasantly. Jiang Chiyu, I can't sleep. Jiang Chiyu, there's a man who has 2 feet in 2 boats, and he's also abandoning his wife. Jiang Chiyu, there's a man who took a gift and turned his face away. It's all sung out. Su Tian glanced at him, some of them are now thinking of how to apologize and make amends to people because someone mouthed off yesterday. Jiang Chiyu really didn't say anything. Su Tian, school bully, tell me in advance when you have a date, I'll be ready to call 120. Jiang Chiyu let out a well, actually, I'm not as violent as you think, I won't always put people in the hospital. Su Tian, what are you thinking, 120 for you? Jiang Chiyu blankly glanced at her without any good humor. At the end of morning self-study, Su Tian went to the back door water fountain to get water, and suddenly realized that the number of people with cell phones in their class had greatly increased. So many people were hanging their heads and playing with their cell phones after playing in 3s and 2s. Back in their seats, Yuhi and Wang Suhan were also keeping their heads down, their hands flying across the screen. This person is not working and still struggling, hey is still quite fierce. Duck and cover. Hey look at me. Ha! 1. Both men looked up in relief. They put the phone in their lap and shook it off. Su Tian looked at their unified movement strangely, is this game so tiring? No, it's usually not this tiring. Wang Suhan said, just mainly because we're playing a wizard. The role of the wizard requires too much hand speed, if you want to play well you have to have a huge hand speed, it's too hard. Then you guys still play. Wasn't this yesterday's show by that wizard? Yui said, I really never knew it could be played like that, it's so showy. Su Ten nodded. Jiang Chiyu was not in his position. Yui swept through the class and did not see his figure, so he moved forward and gently asked, language table, ask you something, Jiang brother wizard is not playing thief good ah. Su Tian blinked, I don't know, I just accidentally clicked on that game when I was playing on his computer, took a look at the main interface and quit. Ugh, brother Jiang is so great. Wang Suhan admired from the bottom of his heart, his grades are so good, his looks are so good, and the game seems to be played well too. Suddy picked up, he also plays the piano. Piano ah. Wang Suhan's mouth opened wide, no wonder Jiang plays wizard and plays the piano with fast hands. He can also cook. Su Tian thought for a moment and genuinely complimented, it's so good it could go and open a store. Chapter 113, so who does the language table really like? Wang Suhan followed and praised, there aren't many boys who can cook, I can only fry the kitchen. Su Tian also remembered seeing the skateboard at Jiang Chiyu's house. The skateboard, although it could be seen that it had been used for a long time, was still well maintained. It means the owner loves it. Suddy added, he also skateboards. Playing skateboard? So cool, Jiang is really absolute. Yui listened to the two of them as they praised Jiang Chiyu from beginning to end. But as soon as Jiang Chiyu arrived, Su Tian quickly stopped talking and kicked his bench leg. Her tone was disgusted, hey you, hurry up and hand in your language homework, it's just you. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her lazily, took out an exercise book from his desk pocket and placed it on her desk. Su Tian's desk has been placed on the thick 2 stacks, and now we have to take advantage of the classroom to send all of these to the office, so that Lao Gao can correct them in time. Jiang Chiyu did not even sit down, naturally picked up the thicker pile, did not say a word, first went out, Su Tian holding the rest of the pile to follow him. Yu and Wang Suhan both said that they were shown again. Wang Suhan gradually had the tendency to develop from Jiang Guwei fan into CP fan, holding her face, look at this skillful movement, wordless tacit understanding, Jiang Gufu to full marks. Yuan quietly, do you think they're talking? Talked about it. Wang Suhan said, look at Jiang, how high and cold a person, every day just talked to the language table alone. The language table was tired of him talking, but also begging and pestering her to talk even more. Yuan a little more carefully, shook their heads, I don't feel like talking about it. For what? Feelings of the 8 is not even close to a skim. You see the two of them in addition to Jiang occasionally language molestation under the language table a sentence or two, when the action crosses the line. Real couples can hold back not to pull a hand or something? I feel like the two of them are familiar with each other already, like they've been talking for a few years. Wang Suan analyzed with his few love nerves, the lack of movement is because Jiang has strong self-control and knows that this is in the class and there are people watching from behind. Yuan shook his head again, when he molested the language table, I didn't see him think of the 4 ears behind us. Jiang's self-control is quite strong, I feel that the language table probably doesn't know that Jiang likes her until now. Wang Suan asked, does the language table like Jiang? I see that the language table is quite close to that guy in the sophomore student council. Yesterday, the language table was able to memorize how many points that guy scored on his most recent exam. That seems to be her brother, right? I don't know, but that basketball-playing gym student at our school is absolutely in love with the language table, and even though he keeps coming back to Zhouing, he basically looks over to the language table every time, and so does Jiang, and when I look up every day, I'm right on the side of his face. Here's another one, so who does Whisper Watch really like? Yuan also hesitated, Jiang Bar. I have seen the language table a few times in class to peek at Jiang, but it is not easy to say, because Jiang's face I also cannot help but look at him all the time. The two discussed it to no avail and finally called it quits. The weather is getting colder and colder, and the ventilation of the 3rd class has changed from opening the doors and windows between every class to only opening them for a while between classes. Final exams are approaching, coupled with the director of the teaching staff found more and more people with cell phones, checking the class of the unprecedented severity of the original obsessed with the game of a group of students also gradually calmed down, the phone put home, first focus on coping with the test. Su Tian went to fetch water in the middle of the big class and stood in the back doorway feeling the cold wind that poured in, her hands shivering with cold. Jiang, who tenaciously drank only lychee-flavored soda and lychee-flavored mineral water at school, also succumbed and brought a thermos from home, bringing hot water from home to drink every day. But say he's cold, he still doesn't wear a scarf or gloves. His ears and nose are exposed and sometimes he freezes and turns red. Su Tian sometimes can't help but to criticize him by saying that he wants poise but not temperature. Jiang Chiyu asked her in return, do I need it? It's true that it's not necessary. But Su Tian didn't believe that he wasn't cold at all. Returning from the back door to receive water, she stood lightly behind Jiang Chiyu and suddenly reached out to pinch his ear. The cold touch against the palm of her hand was like holding ice. Su Tian quickly withdrew her hand and sked first when Jiang Chiyu's strange gaze looked over. It's so icy, do you still have sensation in your ears now? Jiang Chiyu touched the ear that she had just pinched. Not only have sentience, now the sentience is also ing developed. Although her palm was a touch away, the warm touch seemed to remain on it for him to keep recalling, and Jiang Chiyu could feel his ears slowly warming up. Really? Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes and looked at Su Tian's face of pure innocence, seemingly wanting to reach out and pinch that other ear of his again. How dare you give her another touch? Jiang Chiyu stood up and moved her out of the way, grabbing his own water cup and water card, and hurriedly said, I'll go get water. Sure enough, he was still cold. Su Tian held a cup of water and slowly returned to her seat. Then she took out her ear warmers and gloves from her school bag and placed them on Jiang Chiyu's desk. Jiang Chiyu, after receiving the water, seemed to stand outside for a while before coming in. As soon as he returned to the class, he saw something furry and white on his desk. A little afraid of her. What are you doing? Suddy, in the spirit of good classmate friendship, I've decided to lend you my ear warmers and mittens to warm my tablemate's heart, which is riddled with holes from the cold wind. No. Jiang Chiyu refused quickly. Ugly. Su Tian turned out her own small mirror and held it up in front of Jiang Chiyu. Look at yourself, what you're freezing into. Your ears are even redder now than just now. Jiang Chiyu glanced at it, retracting his eyes from the mirror and looking at her with downcast eyes. No, our school bully never carries this kind of cute and cuddly stuff, it affects his image. He accepted his status as a school bully rather quickly. Su Tian was speechless, took back the mirror and the gloves and ear warmers, skimming her lips. Love to wear it or not wear it. Anyway, the person who suffers from the cold is not me. That said, when school was over, when she passed by the store where she bought scarves for her dad and Ingjing brother last time, she still took advantage of Jiang Chiyu's lack of attention to take a few glances inside. The next day, Jiang Chiyu came back from the restroom during one of the class periods and found some more furry things on his desk. Only unlike yesterday, these furry things were black. An ear warmer, a scarf, a pair of gloves. It looked similar to Su Tian's. Jiang Chiyu sat down, and Su Tian had her back to him, lying on the table to catch up on her sleep. She has rarely slept in class after October. But finals are coming up and she should be working extra hard when she gets home in addition to studying harder in class. He was groggy when he left the house in the morning, looking like he hadn't woken up, and he had to watch when he crossed the street. Jiang Chiyu didn't wake her up. Looking at a set of warmth paraphernalia on the table that hadn't yet had its hang tag removed, he bent over and laughed silently. Chapter 114, Take the First Place. The examination room of the final exam is ranked according to the results of the last exam, and coincidentally, Su Tian's last exam overachieved and happened to be stuck in the last seat of the first exam room. Diagonally across from her was the student council president, the lord who had taken the first place in the school. The two went over to the exam room together. This was the first time that Su Tian had come to the first exam room to take the test. She was a little excited, and then remembered that she probably wouldn't be able to do so well at the end of the semester, and that the odds were that she would be squeezed out of the next class change exam. There's nothing special about the first exam room. The only thing that was more special was that Jiang Chiyu seemed to be happier than her to be able to come to the first exam room to take the test. Su Tian interpreted this as a heartfelt sense of relief and pride in seeing the students he had been tutoring for so long make tremendous progress. Jiang Chiyu did not take a book, randomly grabbed a black pen and a cardboard pen and an eraser. To the seat of the first thing is to lie down to sleep. He looked sleepy when he came over this morning. Su Tian interpreted this to mean that the school bully had his head in the sand last night for the final exams, sprinting until midnight. The first section of the test language, difficult. Su Tian just finished writing the composition. The radio announced that the paper is handed in. There is no time to check. She looked around as she collected her papers. Others were about the same as her, and others were still a little short of finishing their essays. Taking a break in the middle, Su Tian felt that the math on the second test wouldn't be less difficult, so she flipped out her little book of difficult points and focused on reviewing it. After looking at it for a while, there were 2 questions in it that Jiang Chiyu had taught her last time, but now she looked at it and couldn't do it again. So she took the small book and wanted to go to Jiang Chiyu to ask. Jiang Chiyu sat in the first row in front of the doorway. She went out directly from the back door, and when she passed the window in the middle of the class, she saw Jiang Chiyu lying wordlessly on the table, his face buried in the crook of his arm, only the back of his head showing. He's sleeping again. When the exam was over and there were people talking and people checking their answers in the exam room, he didn't sleep very soundly, occasionally moving when there was any kind of louder noise. Su Tian didn't wake him up and planned to ask Hoot Song about it. Hoot Song is also in this exam room. For a long time since the last time she'd fished Hakan out of the water, she'd been in a marvelous mood when confronted with Hakan's pothead in thick glasses. Who would have thought? Lift up the bangs and take off the glasses, Hoot Song then. So sober. She had just taken a step when she saw the girl sitting behind Jiang Chiyu lean forward and gently pat Jiang Chiyu's back. Suddy was on her feet. And then stopped. From what she had observed over the past few months, Jiang Chiyu had wakefulness. Especially if you didn't sleep well and were woken up. Only he doesn't seize up to others, and sits there expressionlessly after being aroused, and then keeps releasing the low pressure. Even if you talk to him at the moment, he'll still reply to you in a normal polite manner. But Su Tian felt that he should be very upset at this time, so she usually didn't quarrel with him, waiting for him to finish releasing the cold air peacefully, and then it would be fine naturally. Sitting behind Jiang Chiyu, this girl should be second in her grade. Su Tian silently recalled the school-wide ranking of the last exam results. The second in the grade is called Si Mingyu. After Si Mingyu gently tapped Jiang Chiyu, he woke up and stared expressionlessly at the front for 3 seconds before slowly turning on his side and looking at Si Mingyu. A questioning expression. Si Mingyu was a bit nervous, her voice soft. "Excuse me, can I ask you a question?" She looked around and continued, "Because, it seems like you're the only one I can ask." Jiang Chiyu, question mark. Si Mingyu bit her lower lip. "That's right, no one else's grades are as good as ours." Jiang Chiyu had just woken up from a nap, his voice was still a bit muffled, he mumbled like this, followed by looking around and said expressionlessly, "You're quite confident." Si Mingyu was a little embarrassed for a moment. Jiang Chiyu continued to be expressionless. "I'm sorry, I don't think I'll be able to answer your question either." When he finished, he turned slowly, ready to plop back down again. Sweeping his eyes across the window, he happened to catch someone who was peeking at him. Jiang Chiyu's line of sight paused. Sadi also paused. The two men's eyes just connected through the window. Jiang Chiyu's line of sight moved down and saw Su Tian holding a small book. He recognized that book, one of the gifts he'd gotten for Christmas, and it had been used by Su Ten as a key error book. Jiang Chiyu understood her intentions and hooked his hand at her through the window. "Come here." Si Mingyu also turned his head, looking out the window at Su Tian. Su Tian silently walked through the front door to Jiang Chiyu's desk. Jiang Chiyu took the wrong question book in her hand, and took out one of his own pens, putting it on his fingertips and twirling it around without lifting his head. "Which question won't you know?" Su Tian touched his nose and coughed lightly against Si Mingyu's line of sight, "The one on the 3rd page." Jiang Chiyu finally had an expression, gently tisk, "I've told you a few times, but you can still forget." But without the slightest impatience, he patted the bench beside himself. "Sit over here and I'll tell you about it." For the shift test, each row of candidates is separated by a column of empty seats. Su Tian slowly sat over against Si Mingyu's astonished line of sight again. She swore that Jiang Chiyu would never throw a waking tantrum. The fact that he had just spoken with Bard should only be because the people who heard what Si Mingyu said did want to dislike him. Jiang Chiyu began to give her the questions. Su Tian quickly figured it out and was about to slip away with her little book in her arms. When she got up, Jiang Chiyu grabbed her braid. Every time he grabbed this side of the braid, when Su Tian combed her hair in the morning, she always suspected that one side of the braid was long and the other side was short, and she usually paid special attention to this. Both eyes glared, almost subconsciously, to stop Jiang Chiyu's hand grabbing her braid. "Let go. Let go." Jiang Chiyu hooked his lips. "Hair grows quite fast. It's not all because you dragged." Su Tian parted for a bit without parting, and could not forcefully grab it, glaring at him hopelessly. "Lend you some of my good luck." The arc of Jiang Chiyu's lips gradually grew larger. "I hope my deskmate can get a first in the next exam. First head, or I'm going to get a first with you around." Su Tian thought he was flirting and got even more angry, violently yanking the braid out of his hands. The little leather band at the end of her hair yanked off. Jiang Chiyu held that little frog's leather strap in his hand and grunted. Su Tian snatched the leather band again, ignoring Si Mingyu's probing eyes, and returned to her seat with the small book in her arms. The second section of the math test began, probably to let the students have a good year. The overall is not too difficult, she did well all the way, and the last two big questions just happened to be the same type of the two questions she asked Jiang Chiyu before the test. She was little excited, and flew through the questions. She checked again and that went very well too. 10 minutes to turn in. Su Tian checked the information bar one last time. After checking it, she looked at the big words written at the top of the paper, Yang Ming First High School First Half Semester Final Examination Mathematics Paper. It suddenly occurred to me that this was the last exam before the division into arts and science classes. When the school year comes over, then the exam will be a separate exam for arts and sciences. She remembered again what Jiang Chiyu had just said. Chapter 115, You Must Protect Me. I hope my tablemate gets first place in the next exam. For the next exam, there'll be one in arts and one in science. It seems like a real possibility to take a first. Su Tian froze. So that's what Jiang Chiyu just said. She pursed her lips, the happy mood gone, replaced by a hint of sadness. Although it has been known for a long time. Although, it's been known for a long time. A deafening cheer went up in Class 3 when they returned to class after the last exam, because once the final exams were over, it was time for their winter vacation. Lao Gao came back after the invigilation, and once he entered the class, he happened to see the class president standing in front of the multimedia computer, raising his arms and cheering. Lao Gao is expected to go to a meeting. What kind of movie are you watching? I'll play it. Under the podium, some of the boys shouted about ghost movies and were unanimously attacked by some of the timid girls. Lao Gao. First student to see the old high. The physical committee member, who had given himself up as class president, leaned under the table and shouted, "The teacher is coming." Lao Gao. Did you think I wouldn't see it was you if you shouted from under the table? The boss walked in with his thermos and waved a hand at him as the squad leader looked on in shocked disbelief. Go back, I'll put it on. The students slowly comprehended what old Gao meant and got excited, shouting out the movie they wanted to see, and the class clamored even more than before. Watch The Incredibles. What cartoons to watch? I'll want to see a little exciting. Ghost movie. Ghost movie. Ghost movie. If you want to watch a ghost movie, go watch it yourself. Can you think about other people? Considering the timid you? You. Hey, you're no one else, a class, a family. I don't know which corner of the room the conversation between a man and a woman came from, and the class laughed out loud at the boy's high-spirited statement. The girl was embarrassed by what he said. Then a ghost movie is a ghost movie, put one that's not so bloody. The class president directly asked the class to vote by show of hands, and in the end it was the ghost movie that got the most votes. The class president went and turned off all the lights in the class and returned to his seat to wait for the movie to be shown as the old man listened to their calls. The only thing lit up in the classroom was the big screen. The class was dark. Jiang Chiyu was originally in the seat lying down to sleep, so Noisy also woke up a long time ago, but he has been closed eyes did not get up. He lifted his head, peeking his eyes out of the crook of his arm, and turned his face sideways to look at Sudi. Su Tian had noticed that he had woken up, his eyes were already resting on him, not expecting him to suddenly turn his head to look at her, and froze. Jiang Chiyu kept his posture unmoving, his arm slid directly over the table, lying on the 38 line between the two of them, in the darkness, his eyes under the broken hair in front of his forehead were bright and seductive, and he muffled his voice and asked her, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Su Ten shook her head. "Oh, I'm quite scared." He continued to move his arm inward, and the bench moved inward. "That's why I have to stay close to you," he continued as he reburied his entire face all the way back into the crook of his arm. "You have to protect me." Suti? If she hadn't gone to the haunted house with Jiang Chiyu last time, she would have believed it. Her tablemate was always going off on some weird tangent, and it didn't bother her to watch the movie when he came over, so she just let him be. The class was dark and everyone's attention was on the big screen, so no one would pay attention to this side. The big screen and multimedia operations are not synchronized, and by the time the picture appears on the big screen, the movie has started straight away. The crowd watched intently, some of the timid ones covering their eyes and looking through their fingers for fear of seeing some scary scene. Then the more they looked, the more wrong they felt. "Is this one a ghost movie?" A girl suddenly said, "Teacher, did you put it on wrong? This seems to be the unproblematic question, but..." Old Gao sipped his chrysanthemum tea and slowly glanced down the ring. "There's no misplacement." "What the hell is the unproblematic question?" "A movie, originally written by Lao Shi. Learning to watch. It's actually kind of fun and highly rated." "That's learning to watch too. I want to watch a ghost movie." "Teacher!" The students wailed. Lao Gao slowly put down the thermos cup. "What ghost movies? Ghost movies are harmful to your growth. You have to believe in science." "You should believe in science. This kind of literary movie is very good. Not only is it good to watch, but it can also improve your language level. A lot of lines in this with a very good, you should excerpt down." Teacher, we're all done with exams and going on winter vacation. Can we watch a ghost movie to relieve our stress? That's right, teacher, we want to see a ghost movie. There are no ghost movies, and if you don't want to watch this, you can either put your heads down and go to sleep, or I'll turn the movie off and you can read your books and study. It's just so I can tell you guys about this arts and sciences class separation thing next semester. Next semester, the arts and sciences class separation Lao Gao is actually spoken a lot of times, over and over again, is so something they all know. The group fell silent. This movie is okay, it's pretty good. Brothers, I'm going to sleep first. The movie was really good. Jiang Chiyu also slept soundly. In the last session, the movie was over, winter break homework and parent notices with or without all that stuff had been handed out, and the class was back to being loud again. Jiang Chiyu woke up. He should have gotten enough sleep, his whole body was lazy and he didn't outwardly emit any low pressure. Su Tian couldn't help but ask, did you study all night the past 2 nights, why are you so sleepy? Jiang Chiyu reacted for a moment before catching her question and shook his head, no, we Hakushi never need to stay up all night. Suddy, so what did you do? Jiang Chiyu leaned back, helped a few friends play a few games. Games? Su Tian's eyes widened slightly, final exams are in the next 2 days, and you're playing games with your friends? Jiang Chiyu nodded his head, not feeling the slightest bit out of place. All right. Anyway, for them academic gods, playing games can't affect the exams. But Jiang's attitude towards learning is very poor. And look at Zhou Ying's classmates. The two were supposed to have made up since the last time Han Shua had come to see her, and from that day onwards they had started studying like a chicken blood. She secretly brought her cell phone with her, and she searched for the questions she didn't know, searched out the process that she could read and understand, and then learned by herself, and then ran to ask Su Tian or the teacher if she couldn't understand. She was praised several times by her teachers in various subjects. She was simply looking forward to the results coming out more than everyone else, and as soon as the test was over, she ran to Lao Gao with bated breath, asking when the results would come out. Su Tian tells her to take it easy and lower her expectations for good news. She was actually looking forward to it. After all, when the grades come out, you will be able to judge whether to choose arts or science based on the grades. For the first time, Su Tian was so looking forward to her science grade. Deep in the back of her mind, it seemed like a little bit of an absurd and very irrational idea was taking root. Chapter 116, Brother Teach You. Finals are over and the semester is really over. All the books had to be brought home, so this time it was Su's dad who drove to pick them both up. Su Tian's stuff was a bit too much to stuff all the books, so the few that couldn't be squeezed in had to be put into Jiang Chiyu's book bag. He has very little stuff. It was only at night when she was organizing her things that Su Tian remembered that the books were still at Jiang Chiyu's place. She spoke to her dad and then thumped off to knock on the door of the house next door. Jiang mother was cooking when Jiang father came over to open the door. Su Tian smelled the sweet and sour pork as soon as he entered the house. It literally filled the house. After Su Tian explained her intentions, Jiang father stood downstairs and shouted upstairs, "Ayu! Come down, Timothy is here to see you." No one answered when he shouted. Probably playing games with headphones. Father Jiang said, "Tenny, why don't you go upstairs and find him yourself?" Su Tian agreed and dawdled upstairs again, knocking on the door of Jiang Chiyu's room. After knocking for a while, there was still nothing inside. Father Jiang stood in the living room, looking upstairs. No need to knock, just press the doorknob and twist down to go straight in. Su Tian hesitated or chose to do as she was told, and as soon as she entered the door, she was almost blinded by the dazzling lights in the room. The room did not turn on the lights, only the computer screen is lit. Jiang Chiyu with headphones, sitting on the computer chair, his hands like flying, crackling the keyboard, playing the piano like. The colorful glow is the light effect from the keyboard and mouse. Su Tian tentatively shouted, "Jiang Chiyu?" Jiang Chiyu shook the mouse quickly, then his slender fingers crackled on the keyboard again. Su Tian was afraid of scaring him and purposely made a loud noise as she walked over, but it didn't seem to help. Jiang Chiyu didn't even move his posture a bit. Let's just scare her, it's not like she's going to die of fright. She did her best. Su Tian walked directly to Jiang Chiyu's side and watched him play the game. On the computer screen was the very same online game Prison of Gods 3 that she had accidentally clicked on last time. It's also the online version of the handheld Jail 3 that suddenly took off a while ago. She kept trying to search what the Chinese translation was, but kept forgetting. Su Tian had brought her cell phone with her when she came over. She stood by and watched for a while, then took out her phone and searched on the browser. Prison of the Gods 3. Oh, so that's it. Sure sounds better than her straight translation of God's Prison 3. Chinese is fascinating. Su Tian probably read the Games Baidu encyclopedia. She does not play games, read for a long time, those professional game vocabulary for her obscure. Read through the whole article then read an English article is more difficult to understand. Jiang Chiyu didn't seem to have realized her presence yet, staring at the screen with a serious expression and unceasing hand movements. Piano-playing boys have really fast hands. Su Tian was also really impressed that he could find the location of the keys so quickly without looking at the keyboard. He was rarely so focused. Su Tian held the phone, quietly unlocked it, quietly opened the camera, and took a picture of his side. In the darkness, the side of the boy's face was lean and cold, his long eyes reflected the blue light on the screen, and with the headphones that were lit up with a purple light, there was a sense of futuristic technology. She kept zooming in and out to look at the photo, and was looking at it with great interest when she suddenly felt a sharp flash of light in front of her eyes, and the blinding white light shook her so much that she closed her eyes tightly for a moment. The phone was jerked away, and Su Tian barely opened her eyes to see Jiang Chiyu standing in front of her, half squinting and holding her phone with a careless smile. "Shoot me." Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows, his smile impish. Doing bad things to be caught, Su Tian very calmly took the phone back from him, cropped the picture in front of him, so that only that headset was left in the picture, and then went to Taobao to recognize the picture, and while searching, she said, less narcissistic, "I'm taking a picture of your headset." The smile on Jiang Chiyu's lips didn't tighten for a second as he nodded, "Okay." Su Tian is just to save face, search is just a casual search, who knows the results of the knowledge map out. A look at the price tag, $38,000. $37,999.98 to be exact. Su Tian's eyes instantly widened. "You're, like, pirating this, right?" Su Tian counted, making sure she hadn't misread the decimal point. Jiang Chiyu hummed out, "Genuine, officially gifted." "Why should I give it to you?" "It can't be because you're good looking." Su Tian was curious. The street participated in a contest, first place prize. Jiang Chiyu said carelessly. Su Tian has seen the supermarket in front of the street hold this kind of competition, set up a big stage, spread the red carpet, a group of big women go up to the competition square dance, who get the most votes, who will get the ultimate prize, a pot of peanut oil. Jiang Chiyu should be a little more advanced in this competition, because his first place prize is worth $38,000, and I don't know how many jugs of peanut oil it's worth. Suti asked, "What kind of contest?" Jiang Chiyu shouldn't be competing in square dancing, she asked, "Playing the piano?" Tisk. Jiang Chiyu stared at her with his eyes downcast and smiled straight. "It seems that after playing for you for a while last time, you still can't get over it." The more self-absorbed this person is, the more Su Tian is going to bar with him, overthinking, just recalling your talent. It seems that the piano is the only one. Jiang Chiyu lifted his chin, signaling her to look at the computer, playing computer games. In the computer screen, the white-robed wizard stood quietly in the center of a classical castle, looking at a painting on the wall. This is what Su Tian didn't expect. So he's that good at the game? On reflection, though, it's true that since the giveaway is for a gaming headset, the contest should be gaming-related as well. Su Tian didn't mention this again. "I came to get your books, mine are still in your book bag." Jiang Chiyu pointed to the sofa, "Over there." Su Tian walked over, rummaged through his school bag to find his own books in his arms, to go suddenly saw Jiang Chiyu's cell phone on the desk charging, not off-screen. Above is the download page of the Jail 3 handbook version. "Jiang Chiyu, is there any difference between the computerized version and the handheld version?" Su Tian asked. "The difference between playing on a computer and playing on a cell phone." Jiang Chiyu walked over, unplugged the data cable from his cell phone, and lazily sat down on the sofa with his cell phone. "What? You want to play?" "Zhouing asked me to play with her, so I downloaded one." Speaking of this, Su Tian was a bit speechless, but she resented the fact that I couldn't even find my way around, and went to find Han Shua to play. "So I just have an empty account." "Want to play?" Jiang Chiyu hooked his lips and leaned back on the sofa. "Say more nice things, brother, I can teach you." Su Tian refused with great backbone. "No. We young people of the new era never bow down to evil forces. The cell phone is brought right." Jiang Chiyu didn't force her to really say something out, patted the sofa cushion beside him. "Come here, brother, teach you." Chapter 117, A Little Like a Girl. It must have been the soft couch that looked so seductive that she ghosted and actually sat on it. Jiang Chiyu took her cell phone and asked for the password of Su Tian's account, then quickly logged on. It was also his first time playing the handheld version of Jail 3. He first tapped each thing he could to look at it and realized that there were almost no changes from the online version, so he quickly got the hang of it. The online version is much more versatile and can accommodate a variety of different gameplay styles. Some people like to look at the scenery inside, others like to push the plot, and still others like to compete. But the handheld version of Jail 3 is mainly played inside a few arenas in groups of beat-em-up copies. Also known as sparring. Jiang Chiyu directly opened the disc 1v1 competitive mode. The opposite side of the open mic, the voice coming out of the microphone is very childish. It should be an elementary school student, cursing all the time. Jiang Chiyu found Jingyin, and the world was finally clear. The first game ended quickly, with Jiang Chiyu losing to an elementary school student. Su Tian looked at the two big words of death on the screen and was a bit silent. The opposite side is an elementary school student. Hey. Jiang Chiyu nodded, practice first. He opened another disc. The opponent didn't turn on the microphone, but his movements were ferocious, chasing after the character controlled by Jiang Chiyu, and Jiang Chiyu didn't fight with him and kept dodging. It lasted a little longer this time. But still, bouts of death. Su Tian couldn't help it. Do you know how to play or not? And he had the audacity to teach her. Jiang Chiyu shrugged it off and directly opened the third disc. It only took 5 minutes to win. Jiang Chiyu looked at Su Tian with a smug gaze. Su Tian nodded to the selfie avatar of the other party on the screen. Another elementary school student. You are in high school. There is nothing to be proud of when you win. Jiang Chiyu looked at her account panel, level 8. Full level 90, she's level 8. This account of yours can only match to elementary school students as well. Jiang Chiyu grunted out, constantly looking at her account's information. Even if you get matched with one who can fight, this full of novice equipment can only take a beating. Is your account awesome? Su Tian signaled him, then log on to your account and play. Jiang Chiyu shook his head. Online game accounts and handheld game accounts are not interoperable. I don't have a handheld game account yet. On his own cell phone, he was halfway through the game and hadn't even finished it yet. Su Tian let out a wow and suddenly became happy. Then wouldn't you have to start from the beginning as well? Aha! Jiang Chiyu nodded. Then come find me when you want a teammate. Su Tian laughed. I sure don't mind you being stupid. Jiang Chiyu just wanted to download it to take a look at it, and didn't really intend to play it. Still, he paused for a moment, then nodded his head in natural agreement. Okay. When Su Tian came downstairs holding the book, Jiang's mom just happened to be ready for dinner. She really didn't resist the temptation of the sweet and sour pork, but she'd already had dinner and wasn't hungry, so she just dabbled with a couple pieces and left. Jiang Chiyu was called downstairs for dinner, and after dinner, he returned to his room and logged back into the game on his computer. The chat box with yes inside the game had been flashing non-stop since Su Tian came over. The latest message is, you, why are you ignoring me? Did you go to the bathroom? But does it take so long to go to the bathroom? Do you have some hidden disease? I can recommend a doctor for you. Jiang Chiyu lazily typed, keep it for yourself, I can't use it. Yes quickly replied, Woo you're here, our club is being bullied again, come and save us for a round. Yes, Prison 3 new handheld version of the handheld version you down OXX. Yossi, opposite club inappropriate people, no they can't beat you in the online game, catch us fighting on the handheld game. Jiang Chiyu, an account that is not yet out of the novice village, you want me to fight with the full level that they brush out day and night? Yes, it's okay to have a low level. As long as you're willing to help the club can recharge your equipment. With equipment the level impact isn't that great. Waiting for this. Jiang Chiyu hooked his lips and sent over the account password of Su Tian that he just knew. Yes, it's too late today, finance is away, tomorrow. But why did you give the account that name? It's kind of girly. He sent another screenshot. Jiang Chiyu had noticed her nickname before, sweet and sour pork is the best. It's still a bit of a laugh to be pointed out again at this point. He replied slowly, because I do make the best sweet and sour pork. First day of vacation. When she came back from her morning run, Su Tian first wrote her winter vacation homework for the morning. She didn't stop until noon, when she finished eating and went back to her room to swipe her phone for a while. Their class group was extraordinarily active, all talking about the potluck. A dinner party? What dinner? Su Tian scrolled up through their chats. It took half a day of scrolling to see that someone said that Old Hai had privately said he wanted their class to get together for a meal. Supposedly, another friend of Lao Gao's opened a restaurant and gave Lao Gao a 20% discount coupon for the grand opening. Just after turning over the causes and consequences, the QQ class group Lao at all members released a message. The end of this term, our class is considered here. Next semester again will have to be dispersed to different classes, so I want to take advantage of the grades are not yet out. Everyone's mood has not yet been affected. This weekend to eat a meal with you all. The teachers treat. Want to come to find the head of the class to sign up. The QQ class group had a speech limit, so their WeChat class group was active again because of Lao Gao's words on a different topic. The very first talk of a get-together turned back to choosing arts and sciences. Su Ten peered at the screen for half a day and never spoke. After looking at it for a while, she went to her bookcase and rummaged through all her past report cards, spreading them out on her bed. She kept comparing her grades in arts and sciences. Arts scores are significantly better than science. Even if Jiang Chiyu later transferred, has been tutoring her in science, will be her science level as a whole to improve a large section, but still not as good as the results of the arts. Her liberal arts have been solid. Sudi blew his nose. Prior to that, she had been a firm believer in splitting her classes and choosing liberal arts. But I don't know when the thought of why don't we take science came up from time to time, but was suppressed by her reasoning. It can't be because of Jiang Chiyu. Even if it's because of Jiang Chiyu, it's only because Jiang Chiyu did up the science questions too quickly, too much like playing, giving her an illusion that the science questions are just so simple. Well, that's it. That's right. Su Tian totaled the report card and took a picture of it, intending to put it away, and then couldn't help but compare and look at Jiang Chiyu's arts and sciences results. There's nothing to compare it to. Because at a glance, near perfect score in science. The arts are a little worse, although it's true that you can't get out of the arts with a perfect score. With a score like that, not picking a reason is tantamount to a waste. So what were his previous grades? Su Tian suddenly thought. She wanted to see Jiang Chiyu's middle school report card. Chapter 118, if you want to see me, just say so. She also just rushed straight to Jiang Chiyu's house again on an impulse. Again shouting half a day, no one answered. Jiang's mom told her to go straight upstairs, that dead kid should be wearing headphones again playing games. Sudi went over there. She thought about knocking on the door and him not being able to hear her. She didn't hesitate at all when she pressed the door handle of Jiang Chiyu's room. Turns out he wasn't playing games this time. Jiang Chiyu was naked on his upper body, wearing a pair of underwear on his lower body, holding his pajamas in his hand and pressing the door handle of the bathroom with one hand as he was about to go out. He raised his eyes at the sound of the door opening. Silence in both phases. Both men closed the door at the same time. Okay. Now she had seen Jiang Chiyu's abs completely and totally intact. 6 bucks, no run. Su Tian was still calm on the surface. Just scratching the surface. In fact, she thoroughly experienced what it was like to have 10,000 grass horses galloping inside. This one. Take a shower. Why don't you lock the door? And this man. Why? The waist is so thin. Su Tian tried hard to erase those human torsos from her mind, yet the more she tried to think about it, the more the images she had just seen rattled around in her head. Sudi felt she had to go home and clear her head. But Uncle Jiang and Auntie Jiang are watching TV downstairs, and she's still here not even 5 minutes before she leaves, and will definitely ask her what's wrong. Just when she didn't know where to go from here, the door of the room that she had closed with her own hands was pulled open from the inside. Su Tian's hand was still holding on the doorknob, and as soon as the door was pulled from the inside she followed and flung herself into the door for a few steps. The first time Su Tian lowered her head on the door, afraid that if she looked up, she would be confronted with some image that she couldn't look at. She nestled like a quail. Jiang Chiyu looked at the tips of her red ears and deliberately said, "Why don't you dare to look at me?" Indeed, what is there to be afraid to see? It's not like she's the one being taken advantage of. Su Tian glanced at the hem of Jiang Chiyu's sweater before she raised her head aggressively, straightened her back, and questioned, "Why didn't you close the door when you took a shower? Why don't you knock when you enter someone else's room?" Jiang Chiyu slowly picked up. "I thought you were playing games with your headphones on again." Su Tian reasoned with him, "You couldn't hear me even if I knocked." Jiang Chiyu let her in while rubbing his still dripping hair with a towel. He had just gotten out of the shower and had a wet, fresh aroma. "Looking for me for what?" Jiang Chiyu relied on his height and long legs and sat down on the sofa. Su Tian opened her mouth and suddenly got stuck. What was she doing here looking for Jiang Chiyu? Can't think about it in the slightest. The only thing on his mind was someone's torso. With a lump in her throat, Su Tian said slowly. "Forgot. Jiang Chiyu laughed immodestly. Too good of a body for you to stare at? Su Tian was grumpy. What's there to see in your straw like 1 or 2 flesh? So you were just lying on the door like a quail, wasn't I too well built for you to look at? This guy. How can you be so flirty? Not wanting to be laughed at by him, Su Tian made up a come on out. I just came to ask if you're going to the potluck this weekend. The cell phone doesn't let you ask? Oh, Jiang Chiyu nodded. You want to see me too much? Why are you acting like you drank fake wine today? Su Tian looked at him suspiciously, or did all the bathwater just wash into your brain? Jiang Chiyu glanced at her, stopped wiping his hair, got up and went to put the towel back in the washroom, and said lazily as he walked away, 10-10, don't try to change the subject. If you want to see me, just say it straight away. It's all a normal person's reaction, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. This guy, his skin is really getting thicker and thicker. Acting to the end, waiting for Jiang Chiyu to come out, Su Tian coughed and asked him after him, so are you going or not? The class president saw that you have not been sent, let me come to rush you. Go. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes, I've already sent it to him. Su Tian let out an ah and blinked innocently, oh yeah, well then, I guess he didn't see it or forgot about it. Jiang Chiyu's gaze was somewhat meaningful. After Su Tian finished speaking, she hurriedly found an excuse to sneak home. Back in the room before the stool was even warmed up, Jiang Chiyu's WeChat chased after him, 10-10, if you want to see me in the future, just say so. Followed by a screenshot of a WeChat message from the class president privately chatting with Jiang Chiyu. Class president, Jiang Chiyu, will you go to the weekend gathering? Lao Gao is afraid that you don't go, specially let me ask you. Jiang Chiyu, go. 2 short lines of dialogue. Su Tian looked at the time, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's 1 in the afternoon. That is to say, the class president specifically asked him in the morning if he was going to the gathering, and 4 hours later, Su Tian thumped to Jiang Chiyu's house, saying that the class president saw that he hadn't been able to send it and asked her to come and rush it. Su Tian was certain that Jiang Chiyu would not specifically go to the class president to verify the truth of her words before she dared to make up her mind. Even if he had posted it, with all those people, it could be argued that the class president got confused and misremembered it. Who knew? The class president would actually go out of his way to ask Jiang Chiyu if he was going to the gathering or not. It also happens to be this morning. The class president did not have Alzheimer's, how could he forget everything in 4 hours? Let her go to Jiang Chiyu and ask. Su Tian put her cell phone upside down on the table, covered her face, and lay on her back in the sofa. Jiang Chiyu too. I didn't even bother to expose her at the time. I even waited for her to come home and sent her a message on WeChat. He just did it on purpose. The more Su Tian thought about it, the more angry she became. She sat up, picked up her cell phone and furiously edited a large paragraph and sent it to Zhou Ying, trying to cause Zhou Ying's empathy and join her in scolding Jiang Chiyu. Zhou Ying, well, Jiang Chiyu is really, really good at it. Su Tian, obviously, it's a. And. Is that the point? After a while, Zhou Ying replied. So what exactly did you go to find Jiang Chiyu for? Su Tian was chagrined, I want to see his old transcripts. Zhou Ying doesn't answer her back. Su Tian got bored waiting for her to reply and went to brush her friend circle. The top one was a couple of selfies that Zhou Ying had posted a minute ago. She was dressed in a warm outfit with a kitten ears headband on her head, standing under the Ferris wheel at the amusement park and was eating ice cream. 6 selfies, all of them with a man in a gray cotton suit half-armed into the country. The two were quite close together. Well, she said how Zhou Ying suddenly didn't reply to her. Turns out he was playing outside with Han Shuo. Only then did Zhou Ying arrive late. Why are you looking at his old report card? No way, Su Tian, you're already trying to understand Jiang Chiyu's past? Forget it. Human grief and joy don't mix. Su Tian, playing with you. She finished posting and put her phone back on the table. Why did she want to go look at Jiang Chiyu's report card? Because at one point, she suddenly had a very selfish thought. If, in the past, Jiang Chiyu was as good at the arts as he was at the sciences, did that mean that he was just too lazy to memorize things, and that the arts could still be brought up to the level of the sciences if he wanted to? Then isn't it, for Jiang Chiyu, it doesn't have to be a choice of reason. The thought was only fleeting, and Sudi calmed down when she returned, crushing the idea completely from her mind. Her tablemate was going to be a scientist. The future of her tablemates would be sparkling. That's what's right. Chapter 119, A Duel with the Second Class. At the weekend potluck, Su Tian went over with Jiang Chiyu. The location of the gathering was coincidentally next to Sue's father's company. So Sue's dad asked the two of them to come to the office after dinner or wait for him at that store for a bit, and he'd piggyback the two of them straight home from work. I have to say that Lao Gao's network is really wide. Last time a friend opened a buffet restaurant, and this time a friend opened a hot pot restaurant. It all ended up going cheaply to old high students. The two of them followed the waiter over, once pushed open the door, the box in chaos, the two tables of boys and girls in the hands of the horizontal screen holding a cell phone, the sound of the roof are going to give over. Squad leader. Come quickly. Silly, did you buy that herbal potion of some kind? That potion comes with a scent, and dragons love that flavor. You'll be the bait, run fast and furious towards this encirclement of ours. Wang Suhan, you quickly milk me. Can't hold out much longer. Holy Zhouing, where did you pull in the foreign aid, cutting 2 in 1 slash, so powerful? My mom. The evil dragon has stormed out, brothers and sisters, come on, hold on. Victory belongs to class 3. There was also a group of people watching around them, advising and helping to scold the second class. And so on. Su Tian tugged Jiang Chiyu to find an empty seat and couldn't help but ask the English class representative next to her, Su Wen, why are you scolding the second class? Su Wen does not play games, so she sat on the side with a cell phone to watch Korean drama, sniffing, looked up, saw Su Ten, and saw sitting next to Su Ten Jiang Chiyu, a little timid stiffness a bit, and then whispered to Su Ten to explain, because the next box class 2 is also in the gathering, just now who was out of the class when I heard class 2 there are a few people who jokingly said a few words about the class. On the start of the argument, the class pushed class 2 that person a bit, can't fight. Argument, our class pushed the second class that person a bit, the two classes so many people are in it, cannot fight it, said the game to grab a copy, who lost who apologized. Su Tian tilted her head, a bit puzzled, wasn't it someone from their class who badmouthed our class first? Su Wen nodded her head and said helplessly, but our class started the fight, thankfully it was just a few pushes without a real fight. Suddy thought about it. Setting the winner in the game is indeed an amicable solution in line with socialist core values. It can be seen that people are actually quite sensible. Sensible with a touch of odd childishness. Su Tian didn't think about it anymore, she couldn't play the game anyway and couldn't play much of a role. The appointed time has not yet arrived, the students have come earlier, Lao Gao has not yet come. The waiter first served a few plates of fruit platters and melon seeds and sugar, so that they could first pad their bellies. But the third class was unanimous in their group's desire to compete with the second class, and there were only a few non-game players who ate a piece of cut fruit with a toothpick. Su Tian tied a piece of banana and an apple and ate it with pleasure. She was about to zap the small tomatoes again, was Jiang Chiyu hit a hand, the man lazily leaned against the sofa playing with his cell phone, the afterglow was far away, empty stomach eat less cold. Su Tian glanced at him, meaningfully looking at the black scarf around his neck, someone turns out to pay so much attention to healthcare. It's not like I'm different from you. Jiang Chiyu said lazily. They're all human beings, how are they different? Su Tian didn't have a good mood. Jiang Chiyu grunted and laughed, holding his chin in one hand he came over and whispered in Su Tian's ear, it's not like I have to pay attention to my period. Su Tian's expression stiffened for an instant. He is. What? What? No. I don't know. Today indeed. Jiang Chiyu lazily retreated back again, as if nothing had happened, drooping his eyes and continuing to leisurely play with his cell phone. Su Tian gave him a hateful cross-glance, grinding her back teeth. ING pervert. The box suddenly erupted with a scream. Holy! The dragon is dead. Aha, we won. Win. Win my ass. The first place is not our regiment. We're second. Class 2 is third. There was a knock on the door of their compartment, and a couple of boys from class 3 looked at each other and hooked up and went out. The soundproofing of the box is very good. After waiting for a while and not seeing anyone come in, the squad leader put down his cell phone and followed him out. A group of boys also wanted to go out, and were glared at by the class president with a twist of his head. What for? To fight a group fight. A few of the girls who wanted to go out and watch the fun also sat back down. The squad leader gave them a look. You want to bring a cheerleader to a group fight? One of the girls said, we can be beaters too. The squad leader grunted and sneered, opening the door and going out himself. The moment he pulled the door open, a noise came from outside Suddy, and was cut off again as the door closed. Now the boys who had been glared back at by the class president waved at each other and all went back out. Just as everyone else in the box was stupidly planning to go out and have a look around, a group of boys came back in. Everyone looked terrible. The class president was fairly calm. He came in last and closed the box door. Don't be mad at anyone, emotions can affect play. What's wrong? Jiang put down her cell phone and asked. The class president said, can you pull that sophomore senior to play another game? The second class said that our class had more people in the group battle just now, and even though we ranked higher than them, we didn't take first place, so they're not convinced and want to play another 5v5 game. Jiang shook her head. He went to class after the fight. She has always been short-tempered and couldn't hold it in. No, class 2 is sick, right? We said whoever comes in first will win. Our class only has 2 more people than theirs, right? A boy who had just gone out said. The second class also said that our class wasn't number 1 either. That number 1 was some other wild group that was passing through. Isn't comparing with the second class first? Jiang was furious. She had just played a game with all her heart and soul. It was so hard to win, and next door was trying to play dirty again? Class 3 has a strong sense of honor. Almost all of the group was vocal about the second class. The class president said, one more game, just one more game, as usual, beat him. Just now the group battle, I see the opposite side has a few full level, equipment are also kryptonite heavy gold. Our class who is good at technology out of a technology, who is good at the number to borrow a number, said to the second class. 20 minutes later go to the arena to open a room, the game began. Just finished, the boxer very quiet, Sutian's cell phone just at this time rang, extra attention, she lowered her head and swept a glance, it was a spam text message, saying that her recharge in the prison of the gods 3 so and 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 so have arrived in the account. She looked at it and put it down. The squad leader continued, anyone with good jail 3 gear? Borrow an account. Sutian's cell phone rang again at this time, she looked down and glanced at it, it was the same number that had just sent her another one, it was still the same honorable prison of the gods 3 player, your recharge blah 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 has arrived. Recharge my ass, she hadn't played in the last few days. Sutian looked up and saw that a lot of people were looking at her, so she explained, fraudulent text message, saying that whatever I recharged has arrived. Everyone retracted their eyes, except Jiang Chiyu, who raised his eyebrows and looked over. Chapter 120 Wind God's Purple Staff? There are SMS alerts for large recharges in Jail 3. Jiang Chiyu lowered his head and looked at the screen of his cell phone, on which a message happened to pop up. Yes, Ayu. The equipment is all charged up for you now. When are you free? Let's go and show the opposite club some color. In the box, a couple of boys were talking to each other. The next class, the Zhao Jia, his father opened the company, Thieves Rich, account to find a substitute trainer to brush to the full level, equipment also bought Thieves more. I number 78, and you guys? Holy Jail 3, it's only been a few days since the beta and you're level 78? Oops, got a substitute trainer to brush up for a few days in order to claim a reward early. What should we do? I feel like none of our class accounts seem to be very good, group battles all depend on a high overall skill level, 5v5 we're at a disadvantage. Why don't I ask my parents for an advance on next month's living expenses and fill up some now? I can't buy too much, and I've already lost my allowance for this month. The squad leader stopped the guy who was going to be kryptonite on the spot. Stop, 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 stop. The more you run, the more crooked you get, as far as I'm concerned. Squad leader, people fight for their lives. The class president himself also play Prison 3, but his family strict control, although love to play but rarely have time to play, the account is also average. He was lost in thought when he suddenly heard the familiar ringing of the bell again. It's Su Tian's cell phone again. Su Tian looked down and directly pulled the number black, speechless, another scam text message, saying that the so-and-so I charged in the game has arrived. What a game. The squad leader couldn't help but interject, you're getting your information leaked. It's the one you guys play. Sudi said, I played it for a couple days and never opened it again. Jiang heard it and casually said, Jail 3 does have SMS reminders for recharges over $500. Don't be which one of your relatives' bare children logged into your account to spend money indiscriminately. No way. Su Tian didn't even think about it, I'm the only one with my account password. She was suddenly stuck. Then quickly glanced at Jiang Chiyu and finished without moving. No. Jiang Chiyu is fine to charge her equipment for what, and he is not the game screen on his cell phone screen now. Jiang did not care for a moment, and continued to discuss with the class president, I know the account password of that foreign aide just now, you can take it over and use it directly, his number is quite valuable, but I can't technically I can only come up with an account. Speaking of technology, the crowd is back to discussing who to put on the field. Su Tian couldn't intervene, she had nothing to do, opened her long unused game account, intending to board it to take a look and thoroughly confirm that those were indeed scam ads. Jiang Chiyu looked at them over there discussing feverishly and sadly, and glanced at Su Tian. She hadn't logged in for a long time and had to download a lot of update packages, and she was still on the download page on her phone. Jiang Chiyu said meaningfully, "You can lend them your number is quite good." "Less kidding, big brother." Su Tian stared at the screen with both eyes and didn't even look at him, who said last time that I could only match to elementary school students with this level 8 number. "The time is different." Jiang Chiyu stroked his chin, speaking ambiguously. "Student Jiang, please have some class honor now. Our class is about to fight with our backs against the wall and you still have the leisure to joke around." "Class honor." Jiang Chiyu rubbed these words between his lips, paused for a moment, lowered his eyes, and typed a line on his cell phone. "Yes, how many people in the club have time right now, or can you lend me 4 handicap accounts?" Yes replied quickly, "Sure, for accounts is easy, is are you going to play 5v5 with someone else? Need someone to help you out? Me, Mike, Jane, and Ono can play a game with you anytime." Wang Suhan, originally gathered around the class president to discuss who to appear, suddenly remembered what, looked up at Jiang Chiyu, a little bit of anticipation asked, "Brother Jiang, I remember you Prison 3 seems to play quite well." Jiang Chiyu was originally typing. At the words he looked up at their expectant faces and honestly shook his head. "The handheld game just came out, I've only played 5 or 6 games, I'm not very familiar with it." After he finished speaking, Wang Suhan also remembered, and sighed. His expectations fell through, and he had a bit of unspoken regret. Oh yeah, Jiang should have been playing the computer version before. The squad leader patted his shoulder and comforted everyone. "Think of it this way, the handball game just came out, everyone is a rookie, and next door is even better, we have a good chance of winning. Next door is a vegetable chicken that only has money, while all of us are poor." Zhouing did not forget to remind. Glancing over at Su Tian, she added, "It's not all poor, it's just missing a few rookies like Zhao Jia who are willing to put down blood money for the sake of the game." After saying that, he saw that Su Tian's expression staring at the cell phone slowly became grave. Very, very grave, and shocked in her gravity. At least before, Zhouing had rarely seen such a look on her face. Her attention was momentarily drawn away for a moment. "Tim, what's wrong? You have this look of having been struck by lightning." Su Tian suddenly grabbed Jiang Chiyu's arm next to him, and the force was so strong that she yanked his cell phone off the couch. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chiyu looked at her with a smile, not really caring as he picked up his cell phone from the sofa. Su Tian crossed her own phone in front of his eyes. She had already finished updating it, and it was the game's homepage on the screen. She was so serious and proper that those who weren't paying attention to the game cast their eyes over it. "I don't have any relatives with bears." Su Tian tensed her face. "You did?" There was a boy sitting next to Jiang Chiyu, who looked up and swept Su Tian's cell phone at the words. With just one glance, he froze. "The Wind God's Purple Staff?" The Wind God's Purple Staff is one of the top 3 highest level equipment in Jail 3. In addition to kryptonite, you have to collect enough forging materials. Jiang Chiyu also didn't expect Yu to be so generous, just letting him help play a few games actually forged the Wind God Purple Staff. No wonder it took so many days. The Wind God's Purple Staff is the most handy weapon he uses to play online games. "It wasn't me who charged it." Jiang Chiyu sighed softly, shaking his head and nodding again under Su Tian's burning gaze, "But it was indeed because of me." Su Tian momentarily did not know how to react. She did not know how valuable this thing on the screen, only know that after opening the game found a bunch of rewards jumped out waiting for her to lead. At first she did not pay attention to, thought it was too long, did not play the rewards, accumulated a bunch of rewards, until the collar to the back to find that these rewards are rechargeable rewards. She went to look at the 3 text messages she'd gotten, and they all matched up with the extra stuff in her account. Zhouing said that if the kryptonite exceeds $500, you will receive a text message. She's gotten 3 already. Not only that, but the number was blacked out after receiving 3 of them, and I don't know if there are any more behind them. But 3 is outrageous enough. Chapter 121. Brother Jiang, don't be modest. The boy next to him froze for a moment and then quickly got excited. Holy, Su Tian, this is your number? He didn't wait for Su Tian to answer, and shouted to the pile of people who were still discussing who would go on and who would have a good number. Wind God Purple Staff. Su Tian has the Wind God's Purple Staff. A sliver of the boys and girls playing Jailhouse 3 all looked over. What Wind God Purple Staff? Su Tian couldn't figure it out herself. Equipment? That's the one on your screen. The boy pointed on his phone, one of the 3 most powerful weapons in Prison 3, expensive and super hard to forge. Holy Su Tian, where did you get that? Su Tian looked at Jiang Chiyu. So the boys also instantly understood in seconds and looked at Jiang Chiyu. It's incredible and awesome. The boys directly followed Wang Suhan and called him Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang, this is your number? Borrow your account to use it. Jiang Chiyu took the cell phone in Su Tian's hand, carelessly claimed all the unclaimed rewards for her, and watched her account level rise directly from level 8 to level 17. And then went to her equipment vault to put on all the equipment that you see had charged up. The boys were eyeballing it from the sidelines. Aside from the Wind God's purple staff, which was a god-tier equipment, the equipment vault was all filled with top-tier equipment that shone with golden light. 8 whole pieces. All on a level 17 account for him to see. Jiang Chiyu, while slightly rusty operation, the other hand took the time to take his cell phone to send a good to you see. Mouth also did not stop, calmly opened his mouth. I was about to say, I have a few friends, the game played well, the account can also, they now have time, if you. He paused and changed his words, if our class needs a couple of outsiders, they can help out for a couple of innings. How good is it? The class president walked over and upon seeing Su Tian's cell phone, he didn't hold back his exclamation. The crowd that had just been furious and wanted to go to a group fight also came over, gathered behind Jiang Chiyu and watched him flipping around and clicking on Su Tian's account. Those in the back who couldn't see it were also surprised when they asked what was happening in the front row. Jiang Chiyu followed the memories of his first time playing the online game, and collected some more things from the east, and now Su Tian's account had been raised to level 19 by him. Extreme. There's not much in the way of quick upgrades in a short period of time. But the good thing is that the equipment is in place. Jiang Chiyu retapped the equipment library, the handheld game just opened. I'm not sure how many materials they can brush out, I don't know how many pieces of god tier have been forged, but the top tier equipment won't be less than this account. Top gear is available with kryptonite. The last thing the club needs is money. He looked at the leveling page in the upper left corner and added, the account should be close to full level. The boys have gone crazy, excited as if the account is their own, and the class president, who still has a trace of sanity left, cannot help but ask him, what is your friend's origin? This is also too rich. A game clubs, just like playing games. Jiang Chiyu calmly said, just asking if you guys accept to get outside help. Accept it. Wang Suhan shouted, the foreign aid is your friend, Brother Jiang, and your friend is our class's friend. Our class's friends are the ones who are on our class's side, they're our class's people, and there's a few outside helpers to come. There are 4 people who are free right now to play with their own accounts, and there's still one more in our class who uses Su Ten's account. Jiang Chiyu took the time to look at Su Tian, who was hung out to the side with a confused look on her face. He suddenly laughed and placed his own cell phone in front of Su Tian. Boredom plays my first. It's so natural and smooth for him. Letting the opposite sex play with their cell phones, how well acquainted is that to dare to do that? Although they had already been unconsciously spreading a lot of dog food in the class, the crowd looked at the two of them with subtle gazes. Jiang Chiyu looked up, his emotions drawing out quickly, the corners of his mouth already letting up as he continued to solicit their opinions. You guys see who's going to fight? Wang Suan asked, Brother Jiang, are you in the same club as them? Aha! Jiang Chiyu replied faintly, I used to be, but then I returned home and retired. The squad leader heard it and shot straight, you do it. Jiang Chiyu felt that their expectations of him were a bit high, and helplessly said, I used to play online games, and I've really only played 5 or 6 games in handheld games. Wang Suhan interjected, Brother Jiang, don't be modest, we believe you. Su Ten said you play the piano to play a Thief 6, Brother Jiang you used to play a wizard right, Su Ten this account is also a wizard, wizard as long as the hand speed is fast, that is absolutely invincible Jiang Chiyu glanced at Su Tian and raised his eyebrows. Su Tian was a little embarrassed and touched her earlobe. 20 minutes passed in a flash. Jiang Chiyu thought that having you see and the 4 of them hanging around the next class was definitely enough. It didn't matter if there was him or not, so he nodded his head and agreed. Good. The class leader took out his cell phone and told Jiang Chiyu to build a room to pull people in first, and he sent the room number to the second class next door. Jiang Chiyu built the room and pulled all 4 of Yes and the others in, then took advantage of the gap between the class president and the people in the second class chatting to unlock his own cell phone and put it in Su Tian's hand again. Su Tian looked at him with a very complicated gaze. Just now they boys said a bunch of things, and it seemed like Su Tian understood and then it seemed like she didn't understand anything. Jiang Chiyu had gotten 4 very powerful foreigners for their class, she was getting it. What she didn't understand was how all of a sudden her little crappy account had become the meat and potatoes. She didn't play with Jiang Chiyu's cell phone, but put it on the couch with its holographic screen, and felt that the crowd was chaotic for fear of losing it for him, so she stuffed it into her satchel. Jiang had been beside her, and seeing this as if she were a hostess, she quietly gave her an obscene thumbs up. Su Tian gave her a blank look. The sparring room opened by Jiang Chiyu quickly gathered 10 people. The boys took a look at the opposite side. The collective marveled, good Zhao Jie is also really under the blood, each account has so much equipment, just played a group battle as not yet, must be in order to gram us now charged. The next door was also being surprised at the same time. How did Class 3 suddenly get 4 more full ranked numbers? N.A. What the hell is this, 19 levels? What do they mean? They've got 4 full leveled ones and then a level 19 trash number to intentionally despise us? Those 4 full ranked numbers couldn't have belonged to their class, or else they'd have just pulled out of the group battle. Not fair. Wait, did you guys notice the gear they were wearing? This level 19 wizard. Is that the wind god's purple staff he's holding? Isn't it? Damn, it's true. All the other people are wearing top-notch equipment as well. How did Class 3 suddenly become so rich? Zhao Jie spent his own money to buy a bunch of equipment for the 4 accounts of their class, and thought that he could easily suppress the next class, but he didn't think that the next door directly brought all the god-level equipment, and his face was a little stinky. Chapter 122 You, long time no see. The mic in the group was on, and Yes cleared his throat and stumbled over a bit of Chinese. Oh. You. We're finally working side by side again. We're all very much in your honor. I still can't forget the glorious honor you led us to. His Chinese writing skills are fine, and when he opens his mouth to speak, he pulls his crotch in a million directions. The 3 classes all gathered around Jiang Chiyu, listening to the voice coming from the microphone. They couldn't help but discuss it in whispers. It's an international friend. From what Tomo said, Jiang seems to be very powerful in this game club. Wait, clubs, foreign countries called clubs and the country will not be called a war team? Jiang wouldn't have been a professional player before, right? The crowd was silent for a moment before someone whispered, I don't think so, I've never heard of it. Jiang Chiyu's face value is here, even if he is playing professionally abroad, his popularity will definitely not be low. It's supposed to be a club for a collection of gaming enthusiasts. Although they weren't from a professional battle team, the fact that Jiang easily got 4 full level accounts and gave Su Tian's new level 19 number the Wind God's purple staff, which was one of the 3 major godly equipments, was enough to make them excited plus incredulous. Jiang Chiyu said faintly, your Chinese language skills are still terrible. Yes laughed out loud. One by one, the others spoke, only they spoke English. You. You're finally here to play games with us again. You. It's good to hear your voice again. Hi you, it's Ono. The last voice was a girl, and unlike all of them, she spoke smooth Chinese. You, long time no see. The girl's voice was lazy and slightly husky, with an innate sensuality. Su Tian's ears instantly perked up. Jiang Chiyu uniformly returned a hum. It's cold. Very Jiang Chiyu. Zhouing, relying on her good relationship with Su Tian, directly walked to the inner Su Tian side, pushed her to move into the sofa, and hard sat between her and the sofa lean. Su Tian was forced to move to a position closer to Jiang Chiyu, and the two of them could almost be next to each other when their legs moved. Su Tian turned back and glared at Zhouing. Zhouing directly plopped down on Su Tian, her arm around her shoulder, ignoring Su Tian's murderous gaze, her body tilted inward to watch Jiang Chiyu play the game. Su Tian was pressed closer to Jiang Chiyu by her. Behind them, their class did not feel the slightest problem. Do not ask is used to it, the 2 people in the class also often do this. The opposite side also spoke on the public frequency, a boy, for full rank numbers in your class isn't it a bit unfair to our class? Jiang Chiyu sent a text in his team's chat box, all closed mic. He sent it quickly, but some people simply chose not to read it, lightly asking on the public frequency, money is the master, or what do you want? That was a bit of a tug on her part. Though it might stir up strife, all 3 classes couldn't help but laugh out loud. The other party heard that there was actually a girl, held back his anger, gentleman for once, did not bother with her, did not want what, we just want to be fair. What? The girl wasn't able to finish her sentence because Jiang Chiyu's quick eyes and hands pinched their mic here. He is the invitee, the homeowner, and has that authority. Jiang Chiyu spoke in a steady voice, so how do you want to be fair? Find a few accounts with the same level as you guys, with the same equipment as you guys. In the last half of the sentence, there seemed to be a hint of dislike in his tone. Although the opposite side's equipment was clearly not on the same level as the equipment they had here, it was at least what Zhao Jie had spent a lot of money on. Zhao Jia was on fire on the spot, UING. He didn't finish his sentence either, because for the sake of love and peace, Jiang Chiyu was quick on his feet and pinched all the mics on the entire channel. He's a homeowner and can pinch himself, he can do the same across the street. He lazily typed in the public frequency, speak politely every day, civilization accompanies me. All three classes laughed out loud again. Jiang, Jia. The opposite party suddenly stopped talking and didn't type over again. Jiang Chiyu wasn't in a hurry and waited slowly. Their team channel a few people slowly chatting. The few who didn't know Chinese used translation software and chatted happily to catch up. Ah you, is your country fun? If it's fun we'll come over to you when we're on vacation. Jiang Chiyu, aha. Ah you, will you ever come back? I miss those days when we fought side by side so much. Jiang Chiyu, no. Ah you, there are still people sending love letters to the club, do you need me to forward them to you? Jiang Chiyu paused, the corner of his mouth pulled, throw it away. Woohoo! The boys of the third class were in an exaggerated uproar. There are still people who go to see Su Ten. Su Tian was expressionless. In the team channel, Yes asked, why hasn't it started yet? Waiting for half a day without seeing a reply, Jiang Chiyu lowered his eyes and sent a question mark over in the public frequency. Still no reply. A few more minutes passed. The room suddenly showed a collective drop across the room. Why are they all dropping out? They're not planning to go straight into action if they can't get a deal, are they? The crowd sniffed and looked at the closed compartment door. There's a sense of a mountain of rain. Zhouing rolled her eyes, big brothers, are you playing infernal affairs? How can that be? As soon as she spoke, the closed compartment door suddenly moved. Zhouing suddenly paused and also looked toward the box door. Under the vigilant gaze of all the people in the third class, the door of the box moved again, and then it was pulled open, and a middle-aged man panted and walked in, closing the door with a nagging voice, I said how to push it not to be able to do so, this door is pulled out. All third shift. So it's old Hai. Lao Gao came in, saw his classmates staring at him with an eerie gaze, and looked down uncertainly at what he was wearing. His wife bought him a more formal suit last week, and he wore it thinking that this potluck would be the last time the three of them would be together. I just changed into something I don't wear often, and are my classmates so surprised? The class president was the first to react and gave a thumbs up, teacher. You look so handsome in this. The classmates followed suit with off-the-cuff compliments. They all gave up their seats for Lao Gao, who said as he walked, classmates, I just ran into Mr. Su outside, and wouldn't you say it's a coincidence that their second class is also having a get-together here, and it's also in the box right next to ours. Okay. The old high school has solved their problems. Why is the opposite side suddenly offline en masse? Because their homeroom teacher is here. The crowd didn't know what to say for a moment. Lao Gao had just taken his seat when the door to their compartment was pulled open again, and Teacher Su, the homeroom teacher of the second class next door, peeked in, looked around and saw Lao Gao, and waved at him, Lao Gao, come out for a moment. Old Gao let the students play by themselves first and went out by himself. Chapter 123, A Mature Man's Solution. As soon as Lao Gao left, the squad leader asked, are they online yet? Jiang Chiyu held his cell phone and shook his head as he looked at the 5 seats across from him that were all empty. Wang Suhan scratched his hair and said with less certainty, why do I feel that old Su coming to find old Gao won't be a good thing? It can't be that those stupid people in the second class have been found out about what they did with our class, can it? Dare I say it, no one was there. If this can be seen by their homeroom teacher, then the group next door is really just stupid. So what if we find out, we're not to blame for the cause, the second class was at fault first? Alas, our class is at fault for making the first move, and making the first move is justified. Words, who moved? A boy stood out, touched his nose, and defended undauntedly. He spoke extraordinarily harshly, and if you guys had to, you wouldn't be able to help it. The opposite side of the delay is not online. Jiang Chiyu, also lazy to wait for them, to the public frequency said a sentence. The opposite side of the goat, this game will not be able to play. Yes immediately popped up, Ayu. We can switch opponents if they can't fight. Are you free right now? Ono chimed in, the club across the street makes appointments with us every day, and they just came back. Jiang Chiyu slowly returned, you guys can't help but think too much, I've been swimming underhand for less than a week. Also, even if he started playing as soon as the beta was released, he wouldn't be able to regain his old form. Yossi, it's enough. Handheld games are similar to online games. You're an opponent they're very afraid of. Jiang Chiyu, to be precise, I've only played 5 games since the beta. Yes, didn't say anything. He Jane, Ayu does not want to play even if, wait until he is familiar with the handheld game and then about, opposite less hitchhiking them. Su Tian had been silently watching from the sidelines and suddenly realized that he Jane was the girl who was supposed to be the only one. Since the translation software couldn't translate Ayu, they typed it over to show it was still in English, but what he Jane sent out was directly Ayu. It was exactly the same as what Jiang Chiyu's family called him. This girl must be amazing. Su Tian suddenly sighed softly. She thought that her voice was so small that no one could hear her, but almost the next second, Jiang Chiyu turned his head toward her, feeling bored? Su Tian gave a start and shook his head. Jiang Chiyu was already backing out of the game. Wait a moment, I'll return your phone. You can continue to play, in a while it's going to be served, I'll eat. Su Tian's tone was a bit low. She noticed that Jiang Chiyu was looking at her, so she attached herself forward to take a toothpick to stab the fruit, not wanting him to see her expression. She didn't think she should look too good at the moment. There was a kind of inexplicable frustration. Then the fruit in his hand was just zapped over before he was yanked over by the wrist and shoved into some other mouth. Under Su Tian's slowly becoming bizarre gaze, Jiang Chiyu upsetly chewed the small strawberry in his mouth, let go of her hand, and lazily said, "Eat less cold." Suti, ? There's just something magical about someone. It can make her angry all of a sudden. Su Tian flung the leftover toothpick in her hand into the trash can and asked viciously, "Do you have no hands? You want to grab something that's almost at my mouth?" Jiang Chiyu exited the game and finished chewing the strawberries in his mouth. He handed the phone back to her and answered lightly, "There really wasn't one just now." Su Tian became even more angry. The class president has been standing behind the two, close to see the whole process feel a little redundant, but still coughed a few times, interjecting words, "Jiang Chiyu, that side is not playing now. Today this thing also do not know how to solve it. I guess it will have to be another appointment, that time you call your friends again?" Jiang Chiyu sidestepped and nodded in agreement, "Good." The squad leader was still contemplating what to do about another howl of unfairness from across the room, not realizing that soon he wouldn't have to think about it. Because the little bit of argument they had with the second class was indeed made known to old Su, the class teacher next door. Lao Su found Lao Gao, the two chatted for a few moments, then went back to their respective class boxes to pull all the students involved in the cursing and fighting into the hallway. Two middle-aged male teachers combined to train them for 10 minutes, attracted by the passing customers have stopped to watch. The hot pot store owner used to be a teacher, with the old Su Lao Gao as a colleague. Heard also grabbed a plate of melon seeds, cheerfully put a bench next to it, sitting there crossing his legs, while high on melon seeds while watching the show. Every now and then, the two teachers were attached to educate the students a few times. No one among the students dared to refute it. Because they found out that the owner of this hot pot restaurant was their former grade school director? The final solution was also very simple. The one who cursed first apologized first, the one who pushed behind apologized again, the one who pushed back also had to apologize, and the one who cursed again after pushing continued to apologize. The corridors were filled with "I'm sorry, I was wrong," like some kind of gangster training scene. When everyone had finished apologizing, senior high had the two classes give each other another loving hug. Love, cuddles? The boys in both classes were shocked, and their mental reactions were, "I'm a big old man who's actually going to give that idiot across the street a loving hug?" None of them are willing. The former head of the grade has not yet aged, slowly said, "This matter of yours, to say serious is actually very serious. You are now outside the school, hug, this matter is considered to be private, considered the past. Do not hug, I still have the contact information of the current grade director, call him to explain the situation, we public, one person a 5,000 word review, the beginning of the school all on the flag stage in front of the whole school to hug go." The two classes milled and finally had to give in. The scene of several boys from Class 2 and Class 3 hugging each other was taken by Lao Gao and posted in the campus scenery corner as a way to show the good friendship between their two classes. Of course, this was all an afterthought. After grinding away, everyone had been starving for a long time, and the boss served them hot pot, with a few extra dishes for each shift. The class president, after hearing the complaints of the boys being disciplined, nodded his head, very much in agreement. That's the way a mature man resolves his problems. "Oh, and just now you told Jiang that next time we'll have a date and blow the next door's head off." Speaking of Jiang. Where's Jiang? They looked around, and neither of them could find Jiang Chiyu, and certainly not Su Tian. He followed suit and searched, went to the restroom, right? Never mind. The boy said, "I guess the young couple went to find a deserted place to stay." Su Tian had a faint smile on her face and nodded her head every now and then with Jiang Chiyu stood beside her, with a proper look, old-fashioned speech, and a polite attitude. Across from them stood a middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, his hair styled with hair wax, and his demeanor around him poised and mature. After chatting for a while, the man glanced at his watch and nodded, "It's getting late, so I'll leave without delaying your gathering." Jiang Chiyu nodded, "Okay, Uncle Zhao, take care." Su Tian also smiled and nodded, "Bye Uncle Zhao." As soon as the people left, the corners of Su Tian's mouth let go, tiredly pinching her waist. Looking at Jiang Chiyu, whose whole person was scattered again, she wondered, "Who is this? How do you know us?" Chapter 124, The Proper Person is Here. She ate too much fruit, originally just wanted to go to the toilet. Jiang Chiyu also said to go. The two people went there together. Just to the door of the toilet, they saw a man. Since he saw the two of them, did not move away from the gaze. Jiang Chiyu watched him for a while walking, a little bit put away his usual loose appearance, and when he walked in front of the man he was already completely serious, taking the lead and greeting him, "Good day, uncle." The man then smiled, "Ah, it's really you two, you've grown so big now? This is 1010, isn't it? I didn't even dare to recognize her?" Su Tian didn't recognize him, but seeing that Jiang Chiyu had shouted uncle, this person still knew himself, so he also followed and shouted, "Good day, uncle." After those 3 words there was almost no room for her to play, and the whole time she smiled at the side and watched the two chatting. Listening to the two of them exchanging pleasantries, this uncle seems to be her father's colleague, and he knows Jiang Chiyu's father as well. But she really didn't remember this uncle in the slightest. Jiang Chiyu stood at the door of the toilet, looking at the man's back as he left, and explained to her, "This is a shareholder of your father's company, with a very powerful mind. When you inherit your family's property in the future, you will inevitably have to deal with him." Su Tian was dumbfounded, why a small company could be said by him in such lofty words. In the future you will know. Jiang Chiyu knew what she was thinking with one look at her, a little speechless, but didn't say much, pointing to the women's restroom to signal her to go quickly. Su Tian still wondered, "How do the shareholders of my father's company know you?" "Because your family has a partnership with my family, so he knows me." Jiang Chiyu lifted his chin, "Quickly go to the restroom." Suddy went in at this point. Jiang Chiyu also turned around and entered the men's restroom. The toilet was one small cubicle after another, with the sink at the very outside, and when Su Tian came out of the cubicle she saw Su Zhao applying lipstick to the mirror in front of the sink. Ever since the last time Jiang Chiyu unceremoniously rejected Su Zhao's offer to walk together after school on her behalf, although they still greeted each other when they bumped into each other, it always felt like there was an invisible awkwardness between the two of them. Still, this time, Su Tian went over and squeezed a pump of hand sanitizer into her hand and greeted her a little less naturally, "Hi, Zhao Zhao." Su Zhao turned around and squeezed a smile out of her face, "Su Tian, your class is also gathering for dinner." Su Tian nodded, "I heard them say that this restaurant was opened by our former grade director, charging students from our school very cheaply, and a lot of classes choose to get together here." Su Zhao nodded back, "Oh." Neither of them spoke anymore. Su Tian finished washing her hands and said to Su Zhao, "Then Zhao Zhao, I'll leave first." Su Zhao nodded again and smiled back at her, "Okay." I don't know if it's the white lighting in the restroom or the shade of lipstick she's wearing is too red, or both, but Su Tian always feels that her smile is a bit morose. She shook her head, shaking off the mess, and walked out of the restroom. Jiang Chiyu was already waiting for her at the door. The lights in the hallway were warm yellow, and the slender, upright boy leaned vainly against one wall, hearing the door open and glancing back, his gaze stopping. The warm-toned light fell on him, and his originally cold and delicate features seemed to soften and open up. He's a good-looking guy. The countless times Su Tian saw him, the countless times he flashed this thought. She looked up at the chandelier and exhaled softly. Sure enough, this is normal lighting. That white light in the restroom, it's like a ghost movie. Su Tian walked to Jiang Chiyu's side, "Let's go." Jiang Chiyu nodded. Su Zhao stood at the door of the restroom, looking at the two men walking side by side as they gradually moved away, and expressionlessly threw the paper towel she had been wiping her hands on into the trash can. On the way back to the box, Su Tian was still asking questions. Do our two families have a cooperative relationship? Why don't I know? What does your family do? What does your family do? Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes, "You speak first." A retail business. Su Tian recalled and continued, "Just maybe something similar to the remodeling category. I've seen my dad's work cases with house remodeling floor plans. Dad was always busy, but he hardly ever talked about work as long as he was at home, concentrating on staying with the two of them, mother and daughter, and Su Tian wasn't too sure exactly what he did for a living. I've asked before, and Dad just says he's in retail." Aha! Uncle Su is also a cow for being able to describe real estate as retail. Following this logic, Jiang Chiyu nodded carelessly, my house is a computer repairer. Su Tian was baffled again, how did the computer repairer and the decorator establish a partnership? Jiang Chiyu paused for a moment, said slowly, decoration design drawings to draw on the computer first. The computer is broken, cannot hurry to find someone to repair, these design drawings are confidential, cannot sign a trustworthy will repair the computer of the person to rest assured a little? Makes sense. Then, that Uncle Cho might be the one in charge of fixing computers. Sounds like their company computers are kinda prone to breaking. Then wouldn't this Uncle Joe hold all the company's internal secrets? Although she doesn't read novels, she has seen a few workplace TV dramas. Su Tian's expression was a bit serious, and she said to Jiang Chiyu, then when I inherit my family's company, you also hurry up and inherit your father's craft. When the time comes, I'll repair computers and look for you directly, cut through the middleman, and hold the company's secrets in your own hands. Jiang Chiyu was silent for a moment. Okay. He almost bit his tongue as he agreed. Back in the box, he and some other people saw the two of them come in together, and all of them showed the expression that they really did. Both of their original seats were already packed with people, and Zhou patted the empty seat next to her. 10. Jiang Chiyu, come here. The atmosphere in the box is very active, a total of 2 large round tables and sofas and coffee tables. The old high sitting on the round table closest to the door, drank a little wine, a little on the head, is telling the students around him the glorious deeds of his youth. A few active boys have to support the scene, rise up and want to pick up the glass to drink a little bit. Was the old high chopsticks knocking back of the hand one by one to stop it? Several people that Su Tian all knew were sitting around the coffee table. Zhou was sitting here, and the two of them sat over, only to realize that the group of them were quietly playing truth or dare while old Gao wasn't paying attention. Su Tian immediately wanted to leave. I'm not playing, don't yell at me, I'm a serious person. Zhou directly grabbed her wrist, does not let go. Her wrist is fine, Zhou dare not too hard, always afraid to give her to break. But the good thing is that Su Tian's small soft one, the strength of a small pathetic, how to struggle are useless. Zhou Ying's other hand pointed to the class president, who always presented himself as a serious person who also sat in their pile. The serious people are here, this is the game we play for the serious people. Su Tan was forced to sit down again and saw the class president nodding gravely, serious people are here. Chapter 125, the atmosphere is heating up a bit. Seeing Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu both sitting over, the atmosphere of the people gathered around playing truth or dare heated up a bit. Su Tian thought that with Lao Gao here, they definitely wouldn't dare to play too much, so she sat down and didn't say anything else. Zhou spaced out Su Tian and asked Jiang Chiyu, do you play, Jiang Chiyu? Su Tian also looked at him. Then, Jiang Chiyu nodded grudgingly, play. Zhou said, then I'll talk about the rules. This pineapple beer bottle on the table, the bottle mouth pointing to whoever is truth or dare, the person sitting on the right hand side of the person being pointed at is responsible for asking questions. If you don't want to answer or can't afford to play, then drink a glass of this stuff. Su Tian looked to her right and it was Jiang Chiyu. It was Jiang Chiyu, who often spoke in a shocking manner. She wanted to ask if she could switch to her left to ask the question, only to look to her left and Zhou Ili gave her a smirk. Forget it. Zhou said and picked up a bottle of drink printed in a foreign language on the table. This is fruit juice, what fruit can't be drunk? Anyway, none of the people who drank it said it was good. Do you two want to taste it first? Su Tian looked at the green liquid in the bottle and cautiously shook her head, no. Jiang Chiyu naturally refused as well. Alright, then I'll spin it, haha. Zhou rubbed her hands together and violently spun the beer bottle. The bottle wobbled and slowly came to a stop, and the first one was aimed at Su Tian. Su Tian didn't expect the first one to be herself, and instantly regretted staying to play this game a little. Jiang Chiyu was very uptight, the corner of his mouth gently hooked, slowly took out a disposable paper cup and poured some green liquid into it, truth or dare, or a drink? He had a steady hand and poured a full glass straight up. Su Tian watched his action, a little angry, the wind and water rotate, maybe you're next, you pour less. It's not like you're on my right hand side. Jiang Chiyu gave a very tuggy and indebted grunt. Zhou poked her, come on, pick something. Looking at Jiang Chiyu's posture, he always felt that by choosing dare he would directly let her finish the cup of green stuff. Suti, sincerely. The people around them looked at Jiang Chiyu expectantly, hoping that he would ask a more powerful question. Jiang Chiyu seems to be thinking, his expression is a bit scattered, he did not think for a long time, slowly asked, is there a special concern? This question was okay, within a reasonable scale and a little bit ambiguous. The crowd threw their eyes on Su Tian again. Su Tian nodded honestly, yes. Wow. The people around them began to whisper. Jiang Chiyu quickly pursued, who? Su Tian was proud. This is the second question, only one question can be asked. Jiang Chiyu sked lightly and didn't say anything more. Zhouing did remember something and was a bit regretful. She wasn't too interested in playing this game, prompting Su Tian, the loser turns. So Sudi went and spun the beer bottle too, this time pointing at a boy diagonally across the room from her. The squad leader sits on his right. The very serious class president had an eating expression on his face. Ever been in love you? His tone was so, like a provocation, and the boy immediately said, who are you looking down on? Of course I've talked about it 3 times. Wow. Boys in the class to feel a little shy look, can come to play truth or dare. Everyone has been very surprised. His answer is really a little strong. The crowd have uproar him a few times, all said they did not expect. The squad leader ate the melon with a satisfied look on his face. The boy realizes that he spoke too soon and missed the point, and goes to spin the beer bottle resentfully. The results turned back on himself. Ha! Zhouing laughed. It's Huang Xiaoming again, class president asked quickly. Huang Xiaoming darted a glance at the girl to Zhou Ying's left and looked away again without thinking. The look was caught by Su Tian, and it dawned on her a little. The squad leader didn't surprise him this time, asking him normally, truth or dare? Huang Xiaoming said, sincerely. Class president, is the girl you're talking to right now one you really like? The crowd all looked at Huang Xiaoming with excitement. Huang Xiaoming paused for a moment. No. Holy. This answer is even more explosive. Not waiting for the girls present to condemn him, Huang Xiaoming hurried to explain, because now there is no talk. Not talking. I want to study. The class president gave him a thumbs up. Student Huang Xiaoming, then I look forward to your progress. Huang Xiaoming went to turn the beer bottle again, and this time the mouth of the bottle was slowly aimed at himself again, and in his nervous expression of no way no how, the mouth of the bottle slowly bypassed him and aimed at the squad leader on the side. He breathed a sigh of relief. I'd say that's how bad luck has to be to get fingered 3 times in a row. The class president looked resignedly at the girl to his right. I'll take dare. The girl's question was coming out of her mouth, but she didn't expect him to go straight for dare, and froze with an ah. The people around her were giving her ideas. Have the squad leader kiss the wall for 30 seconds. It's okay to go and confess your love to Gao. The girl didn't know which one to mention, so she said to the class president, you heard me, pick one of these 2. Good. The squad leader took a sip of his pineapple beer, poured some into a disposable water cup, and then headed for Lao Gao's table. Class president slugger ah. Come on, record it. Su Tian and Zhouing leaned against one another, excitedly looking at the table in the distance. The class president came to old Gao with a wine glass in his hand, and under old Gao's gradually puzzled gaze raised the paper cup in a proper and serious manner and said aloud, Teacher Gao. I like you. Wah. The whole place was abuzz. Gao froze. The class president went on to say, when you drink from the stream, you will remember your source, and when you learn from it, you will remember my teacher. Although you only took our 3rd class for half a year, the next semester will start. The 3rd class will be disbanded, but you will always be my teacher. I am very lucky to have met such a good teacher as you when I first entered high school. If I can be assigned to your class next semester, I am still willing to be your class president. Thank you for your selfless teaching. Teacher's grace will not be forgotten. Teacher, I salute you. He finished, taking a swig of pineapple beer from his paper cup. Good boy, good boy. Old Gao's eyes already had tears in them. He patted the class president's shoulder, poured his own cup full of beer and followed suit. Teacher Gao would also be happy to be your homeroom teacher again. All of you are very good children. As soon as the parting words were spoken, some people could no longer stand it and silently lowered their heads and wiped their tears with tissues. The boy next to Mr. Gao followed suit and poured a glass of beer and stood up. Mr. Gao, you really are a good teacher. With my crappy grades, I've always sat in the corner of the last row, and I never imagined that after entering high school, I'd actually be allowed to sit right in the middle. I usually don't like to study either, but you never gave up on me and never discriminated against students who don't study well. I really thank you. I hope that next semester when the classes are divided, I'll still be able to get into your class. The boy wiped his face and followed it with a drink of the beer in his hand. Chapter 126, Because You're Weak. More and more people came over to talk to Lao Gao. Lao Gao answered one by one, and finally stood up and raised his glass and said, well, classmates let me off. Mr. Gao already has a beer belly, and then drink out of a layer to be chased by your teacher's wife. Come on, a piece of toast to all of you. The students in the box all stood up and finished the toast together. Pineapple beer has almost no degrees, it's like drinking fruit juice, but Lao Gao is drinking real beer. Lao Gao touched his stomach. Alright classmates, I'm going to the restroom, you guys also hurry up and eat your hot pot. Only then did the third shift crowd disperse again. The class president rejoined that little couch, and the girl who had made his dare two choices gave him a thumbs up. Class president deserves to be class president. It just so happens that, sooner or later, the inciting link is going to come, so why not put it on the table? Save all the crying when you go out in a while, come happily, leave happily. The head of the class scratched because at home has been staying unattended in long wild hair, the back of the hand flew on the eyes of a band, the voice cannot hear the ups and downs, come on, continue to play. The group resumed their seats again, and the squad leader held the beer bottle with a twist, the mouth of the bottle slowly stopping in front of Jiang Chiyu. Ha! The wind and water take turns. Su Tian gloated. The boy to Jiang Chiyu's right rubbed his fists and gave the boys and girls around him who were coaxing ideas a gesture of a little peace and quiet, and then cleared his throat. He was both excited and a little abashed, his voice trembled. Jiang, you, the person you like is in this box? Holy! The table was thrilled. They made a bit of a noise and some of the people who were originally eating looked over. All of them were waiting for Jiang Chiyu's answer. In full view of everyone, Jiang Chiyu didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly drank the cup of green imported juice that he had just poured for Su Tian. That night, the forum at Yangming First High School rose another 1,000 stories. It's still a long time ago that the person with the ID Su who posted that Skyfall and his tablemates rode in the same car together posted is your favorite person present? Skyfall drank the punishment juice. Post body, third class potluck, someone asked if Skyfall's favorite person was present. Skyfall didn't answer and drank his punishment juice. Well, his tablemate was sitting next to him. Second floor, I rely on Sister Su to reappear in the world, and still can't forget the 3 paste pictures taken by the landline that Sister Su sent. Third floor, upstairs still can't forget those 3 paste pictures because they don't know that Skyfall and his Deskmate are childhood friends? Skyfall's mom has come to give his table a parent-teacher conference. Fourth floor, I heard my sister say that Skyfall drank or he poured the cup for his table did not drink, was drunk by him in answer to this question, he must have a deep meaning in this action. The crowd on the 4th floor echoed, all guessing that Jiang Chiyu meant what he said. The forum is so big that there's nothing but people who are high on CP online, and there's also some Skyfall-only fans who taunt them online. 33rd floor. Why do you need to post a special post out? Are they stars you're so concerned about? There are also overinterpretation in the building, listen to some rumors and believe awe? Don't you know that Skyfall answered in the student council hotline that he would study hard and not fall in love early? 34th floor, upstairs. Although I also think that the first few layers are overinterpreted. But aren't you a little bit too simple? People's student body president fell in love early, but also in the hotline to tell you? Floor 35, I also feel like Skyfall doesn't seem like someone who would lie. Su Tian still doesn't know anything about what's going on online. When she got back from the party, she nestled under the warm covers and read. Her cell phone rang a little while later, she knew who it was but didn't really want to see it. The beeping sound died down after a while. And then the direct sound of a phone call. Su Tian saw the word Zhouing on the screen and ignored it, continuing to read again. Though the book in her hand hadn't turned back a page in half an hour. The cell phone rang a few more times, and Su Tian still didn't answer. After 5 minutes, it finally died down completely. Only then did Su Tian put down her book and took her cell phone to check the time when the ringtone rang again. This time it wasn't Zhouing, it was Jiang Chiyu. Her fingertips hovered and hesitated over the green one for a few seconds, then tapped it anyway. She put her cell phone to her ear. Hello? Jiang Chiyu lazily his voice came through the microphone, and usually his voice line is not the same, more low alcohol. Zhouing asked you to return the message. Su Tian gave a beat. Zhouing bombarded you? Jiang Chiyu, no. Oh. Su Tian was cold, then leave her alone. Jiang Chiyu grunted, his tone a bit condemning. 10, you can't be a human being like this. Su Tian was a bit unable to stand him calling her by her nickname, or in such a position so close to her ear. She held the cell phone away from her. Is there anything else? Nothing, I'm hanging up. Jiang Chiyu treated it as if he didn't hear it and continued his slow sermon. Although there are some misunderstandings and contradictions between friends, we can't run away from them, we have to take the initiative to solve them. She told you I had a falling out with her? No, she said you were afraid to answer her phone because you were weak. I haven't asked her why you're vain. Su Tian swallowed hard, no need to ask. Jiang Chiyu, huh? Sudi, I'm going back to her now. Jiang Chiyu, aha. But I still want to know why you're vain. Sudi snapped and hung up the phone. She opened Zhou Ying's chat box with a huff. Zhou Ying bombarded her with 99 plus messages, all with meaningless spaces. Sudi knew why she was mad. It wasn't because of the truth or dare game at the daytime potluck. Since Jiang Chiyu chose to drink the punishment juice is not willing to answer, the boy asked like the person is not in this box, this question. Zhou Ying suddenly excited, not only her table are inexplicably excited, turn the bottle as if specifically targeting Jiang Chiyu, deliberately make a little forceful so that the bottle mouthed to Jiang Chiyu. Of course getting the bottle to turn to anyone wasn't something that could be easily controlled, but Jiang Chiyu was still pointed to more often than not. And they ask weird questions. Jiang, have you ever been in love? Jiang Chiyu shook his head. Whoa! Jiang, do you have a favorite? Jiang Chiyu chose to drink fruit juice. Wow! Brother Jiang, have you ever confessed to a girl you like? Jiang Chiyu chose to drink fruit juice again. Wow! Occasionally the bottle would turn to her when it didn't turn to Jiang Chiyu. Whisperwatch, do you care to be in this house in particular? Su Ten nodded. Wow! Whisperwatch, you're just particularly concerned about who it is. Su Tian looked at old Gao, who was drunk and crying about his youthful gallantry, and nuzzled his mouth. Oh. Whisperwatch, if you were to care about one more person in particular, it would have to be one of us. Who would you choose? Su Tian looked at the class president. The class president, I guess. The class president sometimes sends things that are quite important. Oh. And then the bottle doesn't point at her much anymore. Chapter 127, Looking Outside the Window. The bottle continued to point at Jiang Chiyu. A group of underage caught someone's emotional questions and asked them. The key is that someone does not stop, every time, directly choose the truth, listen to the questions and do not answer. Punishment juice, drink a cup and a cup. Su Tian saw that he drank so much without changing his face, and also poured a little to taste it, and then almost spit it out in disgust. It felt like taking a sip of peanut oil. I don't know how Jiang Chiyu drank so much. When she came out of the hot pot restaurant, Zhou Ying kept bombarding her with messages that included but were not limited to "So Ten, don't you have any thoughts right now? Ten, may I ask what you are feeling right now? Jiang Chiyu, he's obvious enough. Su Tian returned a question mark. Zhou Ying then started to send her a voice, because I know it will be described by you as daily nonsense, so I have been holding back from telling you. Do you know that a lot of people in the school are high on the CP of the two of you? Of course Su Tian knew. Not only did she know, but she had also used Kazu's cell phone to read a few homoerotic articles. Simply unbelievable. Degrading. Su Tian didn't reply to her. Zhou Ying continued to bombard. So many of those online are overly cerebral, I'll leave it at that, but today. This truth or dare? If Jiang Chiyu has a clear conscience, why don't you dare to answer? Su Tian replied, because what you guys are asking is too personal. Zhou Ying, but his expression doesn't look at all like he's had his privacy invaded. Su Tian, that's him perfuming you guys. Zhou Ying, Su Tian, I advise you not to run away, because sooner or later what you run away from will come back to you. Zhou Ying, for example, Wei Xiqing is also on winter vacation. Su Ten's brain froze a bit. But it was only for a moment. She quickly reacted and decided not to tangle with Zhou Ying any longer. Su Tian, you're going to say Jiang Chiyu likes me, right? No way. How is that possible? How, can? Su Tian, we're just in a hairdresser's relationship, you know, so I understand that there are always people who think the wrong way. Because it's Harry. Because Jiang Chiyu is too bad-tempered a person, she is the only one good friend in the class. So they looked a little more familiar than good friends. That's all. Su Tian, thinking with his feet, he can't possibly like me, okay? He was too good for his own good, and there were so many good girls around him. Liking anyone couldn't be her. Su Tian, and the most important thing now is to study. Can you get rid of distractions? Su Tian threw her cell phone aside after sending it and continued to read. There's growth this time. Half an hour had finally turned the page. The cell phone hasn't run one more time either. Su Tian thought that Zhou Ying had been convinced by her and deliberately forgot about it. The day after the potluck, the report card for the final exams came out. Lao Gao sent it directly to the parents group, and Su Tian was eating fruit downstairs and was called over by her father before she saw it. Su's father smiled. This time the exam is also very good. Well, the literature is again the first in the whole school, the language is ranked second in the class, it is also very good. English is fair compared to last time, no credit or blame. But the overall ranking is one place lower than last time. Because science in general didn't play very well. Her liberal arts completely crushed her science. Sue's father was quite happy. The division between arts and science is quite obvious, so you don't have to get entangled in choosing an arts class. Sue's mother also took her phone and looked at it, nodding her head. It's just right, I know a liberal arts homeroom teacher in the first middle school who teaches very well, so let's see if we can get 1010 to go directly to her class when the time comes. Su Tian didn't say anything and hung her eyes, looking at the grades of the others in their class. The first place is still Jiang Chiyu, who scored full marks in science, full marks in math and full marks in English. Arts and sciences is a little lower than her. The language scores were the same as hers, and the two tied for second in the class. The first in the class in the single subject of language is Hutsong. Reasonable and unexpected. Hutsong final period, that time I do not know which nerve was poked, before it has been very good at learning, and then even more vigorous, the earliest to go the latest, the classroom is resident in the office of the teacher of each subject. Teachers are said to have moved a special stool for him, which became Hutsong's exclusive seat in the office. Relentless efforts finally brought him rewards, although he is still the second in the class, and the score difference between the first Jiang Chiyu is slowly decreasing. Others she did not look at much, as usual, from the bottom of the report card backwards to find Zhou Ying's name, did not expect to find half a day did not see. She researched again, only to realize that Zhou Ying had crossed over from the bottom top 10 list to the bottom 20. She improved by 10 places. Su Tian scanned softly. Could this be the power of love? Sue's mom probably took a look at the others' grades, her eyes mainly focused on the top 10, and couldn't help but say, next door's Ayu's grades are really good. Father Su lamented, yes, I remember that Father Ayu was particularly good at math when he was young, or else he wouldn't have gone to learn computers later on. In that era, in that place of ours, what is a computer? I never even heard of it. If Timothy had this kind of achievement, I wouldn't have to worry so much every day. Timothy has done very well. Ayu is a gifted person, and has been a genius since he was a child. Don't you remember when he was 5 years old, he solved the 9 linked rings that I bought for Timothy to play with? Ask him how he solved it, and he'll teach you from start to finish. This is something that can't be forced. I'd be satisfied if our Timmy gets an excellent in the general population. Mother Su nodded, genius is just a little bit, God rewarded it, no need to compare with them. Sue's mother looked at her phone and suddenly changed the topic. Timothy, your homeroom teacher said that the day after tomorrow the class is organizing a cleaning, and all those whose homes are close by will have to go over. I see. Suddy handed her phone back to her dad and said softly, I'm going upstairs first. Father Su looked at his own daughter's back, frowned slightly, and said to Mother Su, why do I feel as if Timothy isn't too happy? Sue's mother glanced at her, only had time to see the corner of Su Tian's coat that she turned around and brought up. She didn't pay much attention to it. After a pause, maybe she's depressed because she's going to be in a separate class. That was a real possibility, and Papa Su nodded, withdrawing his gaze. Su Tian returned to her room, silently took out her own cell phone and swiped the off-duty group. Someone in the class group had indeed already forwarded the report card. She then clicked on it again and looked at it closely. There's really nothing to see. But she just looked at it over and over again like she couldn't get over the pile of numbers. I don't know how long I've been looking at it, but my cell phone suddenly ding-donged, and Su Tian gave a start, seeing a message pop up at the top of the screen. Ayu looks out the window. Su Tian looked up and instinctively took a step forward, but her foot failed to lift. She then realized that she had been crouching behind the door looking at her phone since she got back to her room, and her feet were numb and unconscious. With difficulty she moved her legs, little by painful little, to the edge of the bed and planted herself against the soft bed. Chapter 128. Did you pick up Minister Song's sister? She waited for the numbness in her legs to ease before she rubbed them and walked out onto the small balcony to look out. She froze. It's snowing. The sky is a line of greenish-white. The sky does not know when the snow drifted up, falling one after another. As far as the eye can see has been vaguely covered with a layer of snow white. Snowflakes look like crisp white elves, fluttering, swirling and falling. It turned into crystal water droplets in Su Tian's palm. The first snow of this winter has finally fallen. She felt as if snow had fallen in her heart as well because of this news, covering and freezing all the bad emotions, leaving only a little bit of joy slowly rising. The cell phone in his pocket vibrated twice more. Ayu, see? Ayu, it's snowing. Su Tian nodded heavily, then remembered that he couldn't see it, so he typed over, see. Ayu, so? "Ah you, coming down to play? Ah you, having a snowball fight with brother Io." After reading the message he sent, Su Tian subconsciously looked downstairs and didn't see any silhouettes. There was also a snowball fight. The snow wasn't falling too hard, and it melted when it hit the ground. Su Tian breathed hot air into her hand, pulled on her clothes, and re-entered the room with the heat on. "Su Tian, there are no snowball fights, but if you want to have a dirt fight, you can dig out a little bit for you." "Ah you, TSK, no childish heart at all." Su Tian looked at it without replying, and drew a book 5-3 out of the bookcase. Dad said that getting an excellence among ordinary people would be enough, but it was her, an ordinary person, who just wanted to compare herself with a genius. Even if the end is set, all she had to do was get a little closer, and that would be enough. The mountains dance with silver snakes, the plains run with wax elephants, and they want to compete with the heavens. Must be sunny, see the red makeup, enchanting. The class cleaned up and those whose homes were in the city had to go. She left alone because the busy student body president adult had been called to school in the morning by a phone call from the director. By the time we got to the class there were actually a lot of people already here. After all, the students whose families were out of town were really in the minority. It doesn't really take that many people to clean up. So, quite simply, the boys were made to do the hard labor in charge of the work, and it was assigned so that the girls only had to clean a glass. A few panes of glass were easy to clean, and after a while the girls were all busy, standing outside the classroom chatting. It has snowed a lot in the past 2 days, standing in front of the railing and looking out, a silver. A student had a snowball fight downstairs and was seen by the head teacher and pulled over to be punished for sweeping snow. Su Tian looked around and saw that there wasn't much work left, so she wanted to go to the student union office to find Song Yingjing. Listening to Jiang Chiyu said that the student council meeting, vice department positions and above, all have to be present. I don't know if they've finished their meeting yet. The office had windows, but they were so blurred by the warmth of the house that you couldn't see anything clearly. Su Tian hovered at the door for a long time, not daring to knock rashly. After waiting for a while, the door creaked open, and Su Tian turned around in a hurry, pausing for a moment when she saw that the person who came out was Ran. She walked over, and Ran senpai, "Are you guys done with your meeting?" And Ran wore a white cotton dress, her hair was still tied back high, she held a pile of copy paper in her arms, the white color lined her looks cold and delicate, but also delicate and transparent. At that, she nodded, "Go in." With that said, Ran let go of the doorknob and headed for the hallway herself. The door was still open a crack. Su Tian poked half a head inside, and really saw that the atmosphere in the room was very relaxed, with snacks and drinks and fruits on the table, unlike in a meeting, more like in a group building. Song Yingjing's desk was right by the door. Su Tian was the first to see him, her eyes looked around, but she didn't see Jiang Chiyu. So Su Tian softly called out, "Senior Song." Song Yingjing stared back, a warm smile still hanging on his lips, and when he saw her, the curve of his mouth widened a bit. "Come in and talk, it's cold outside." That's a poor choice of desk for him. Suddy rushed in and closed the door behind him. When he turned around, he happened to see a figure lazily emerge from behind the desk opposite Song Yingjing. Su Tian had a slightly strange expression. The scene is a bit familiar. Once a certain time, she came over to find Song Yingjing, the two of them chatted for half a day, and this guy just appeared out of the back door of the desk silently. She then realized there was a third person in the room. Why does Jiang Chiyu have to lie down behind the table every time? Why? But she couldn't just quit because she saw Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu was holding a bunch of thick file bags in his hand. Su Tian stood on tiptoe and saw that such file bags were placed behind his desk, surrounding him in a circle. Jiang Chiyu also saw her, put the file bag on the table and clapped his hands. A look of waiting for her to pass. But she was in fact here to find Song Yingjing. Everyone else in the office. Can't let this official be the biggest embarrassment. So Su Tian was silent for a few seconds, turned sideways, gave Song Yingjing a small finger to Jiang Chiyu, and said softly, "I'll go over there for a bit first." Song Yingjing nodded with a light smile. So Tim Su went over there. Jiang Chiyu's gaze went from looking at Song Yingjing to falling back onto her, leaving? The class was swept so quickly. Su Tian was worried that she couldn't make up any reason to find him. Seeing that he took the initiative to bring up a topic, she nodded obediently. "It's almost done, girls don't have to work, if you're busy, you should be busy first, there's no rush to go." Jiang Chiyu, "Okay, then wait a moment." Su Tian emphasized once again that there was no rush, then slowly turned around and moved in front of Song Yingjing. No eyes on the back though. But she always felt someone's gaze pinned to her back. Su Tian acted as if she didn't feel it. Her voice was small. Senior Song, you go out with me for a bit. Song Yingjing didn't hear her clearly and moved his ears toward her. Huh? What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Su Tian's voice was a tiny bit louder, and pointed out the door to him. Yingjing brother, let's go out and talk. Song Yingjing heard clearly this time and nodded, holding up his glasses as he got up and headed out. Good. When the two people walked out of the office, Han Ing, the head of the hostile inspection department who had been silently watching, finished chewing the lollipop in her hand, and she sat on the desk without a proper form, her feet stepping on her own bench, with a face that didn't understand the situation clearly. That girl just now, is Su Tian, right? I didn't recognize it wrong, right? An undersecretary next to her nodded. Yes, you're not mistaken. Han Ing looked at Jiang Chiyu. Chairman, you've picked up our Minister Song's sister? Cough cough. The deputy minister next to her, who had just struck up a conversation, choked and coughed at her shocking statement. Han Ing looked innocent. Was she wrong? Why else? Su Tian came to the president to discuss a piece of walking ah. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes. Su Tian is Minister Song's sister? Han Ing shook her head. It doesn't seem like she's a real sister, but isn't she the one who shouted? Our song department shouted. Yingjing brother, I shouldn't be the only one who heard it, right? She looked at the deputy. Chapter 129, I'm going to pack the place. The deputy nodded. Yeah, I think I heard that too. Another boy said, it's not a relative, it's like the two of them have some kind of family relationship or something. Ministerin knows that. You can ask Ministerin when he comes back. Ask me what? Anjun pushed in just in time. The boy froze. He would have wanted to know but did not dare to ask, only to urge Jiang Chiyu to ask. Did not expect. Justin Ran heard. His voice weakened a little. It is the chairman asked song department and Su Tian is a brother and sister. And Ran raised her eyes, her long eyelashes moving slightly, glancing at Jiang Chiyu. The movement of her hand packing up the copy paper didn't stop. No. It's reasonable to say that a normal person would add the correct answer after answering yes or no, but after Ran answered no, she was really done answering and said nothing more. Jiang Chiyu didn't continue to ask. Lazily, he cleaned up the things on the table, only it wasn't much of a walk. Han Ing, however, did not stop. She quickly finished the lollipop and took out a new one from the table pocket, tore open the candy paper and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing as she asked, Chairman, you still haven't answered the question I just asked you. Really, your girlfriend? No, I'm at the same table. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes and glanced at her. Write your year-end summary. Han Ing bristled. I was just curious to ask. The deputy tugged at her and whispered, your news is also too delayed. The chairman and Su Tian, childhood friends, the family lives together. Han Ing had a shocked expression on her face. The world is a circle. She lamented. There's nothing really wrong with Su Tian. She stood side by side with Song Yingjing in the corridor connecting the sophomore and junior school buildings, holding onto the railing and looking out the window at the flurry of snow. In winter, the corner of Su Tian's mouth was a little dry. She licked her lips and tasted a hint of blood. Song Yingjing noticed and warmly reminded her, buy a lip balm and apply it at night before you go to bed as well, it works. Sudi patted his pockets. I have. Say, what's wrong? Song Yingjing looked at her. It was getting colder and colder, and she was all wrapped up in a thick, white, plush scarf wrapped around her neck and tucked under her chin, her little, unpowdered face flushed. Why did you choose liberal arts, Yingjing brother? She asked. Because arts is a bit better than science. Song Yingjing knew that she was faced with choosing an arts and science class. What? Don't you want to choose liberal arts? No. Su Tian replied in a small voice, it's just that I don't know what I'm going to do in the future, it's a bit confusing. Then what are you going to do in the future, Yingjing brother? What do you think I should do? Song Yingjing smiled. Su Tian wiggled her fingers. Yingjing brother is so gentle and patient, and he's also kind-looking. It feels like he should be a role like a white angel. Song Yingjing shook his head, his voice gentle but firm. No, I want to study lawyering. Ah, Su Tian opened her mouth. Lawyer. Lawyer. She was under the impression that lawyers spent every court appearance in a war of words and aggression, and were generally a bit more suited to people with cold, hard facial lines and cold personalities. Song Yingjing is the complete opposite, both in terms of personality and looks. Jiang Chiyu's poisonous mouth was quite suitable. But Jiang Chiyu is going to be a scientist. Zhou Ying's dream is to study film and television editing, because according to her there are many favorite shows that have been cut and altered, and she wants to break into the inner circle to see the full version in advance. Su Tian sighed. They all know what they want to do in the future. Song Yingjing held onto the railing and reached outward to catch a snowflake. He twisted the ice cream in his heart. People come out of the warm environment to change to the cold environment, it will be much more sober. He thought of something, and asked softly, I do not know which one of the arts and science to choose. Choose the text. Su Tian hung her eyes, my mom has already contacted my future homeroom teacher. You arts as a whole is indeed stronger than science, normal logic does want to choose arts. Only the liberal arts test out of the optional industry is not as much as science, in fact, you can look at the university what you like to specialize in before choosing the arts and science. Do you like lawyers? Sati asked. I'm different. Song Yingjing looked into the distance, I don't really have any dreams, nor do I have any particular favorite industry, so in such a situation, I'll choose the most useful one. Song Yingjing curved his eyes, no matter which one you choose you will have a wonderful unexpected life, don't care about other people, Su Tian, you are just yourself, just simply think about what you are interested in and choose it as long as you like it. Su Tian nodded with seeming understanding. They chatted about something else, and after a while, Song Yingjing suddenly lifted his chin at the end of the corridor to his left, let's go, someone is waiting for you. Su Tian twisted her head and saw Jiang Chiyu at the far end, leaning against a load-bearing pillar with his back to them. After the two said goodbye, Su Tian walked towards Jiang Chiyu's side. Su Tian's movement suddenly became light when she was approaching, as if she wanted to scare him a little, but Jiang Chiyu turned around first, which instead startled Su Tian. The two scuffled and disappeared into the hallway. Song Yingjing let out a breath towards his hand, gathered his scarf, and planned to leave as well. A man suddenly stood over beside him. Song Yingjing looked at her. And Ran also looked at the direction the two left, her hands behind her back, her expression cold. Talk to me for a while? Right now? I have to work at the cafe. Song Yingjing said. Anjun gave him a look. 10 minutes later, and Ran sat at the cafe bar with her arms wrapped around her chest, looking at Song Yingjing in front of her who was making her drink. Song Yingjing was a bit helpless, you could have waited for me for a while, there's no need to break the bank so much. The first thing she said when she came in, I want to pack the house. They were the only two in the cafe now, and the owner chose to go next door for a meal under Ran's gaze. Can't wait. The coffee was made, and Ran took it, without adding a spoonful of sweetened milk, and drank 2 sips straight from it. That's what she said, but she didn't look like she was going to chat at all. Expressionless, he looked at the cup of coffee in front of him and wondered what he was thinking. Song Yingjing didn't rush her, and Ran didn't say anything, he just sat across the room and read the coffee recipe manual. The only sound in the large cafe was the rustling sound he made when he turned the pages. The manual was just a thin little book. After sitting in silence for 20 minutes, Song Yingjing had already finished reading it from the beginning. He closed the pages, looked at the puzzled Ran, and asked, aren't you going to go home at noon? What are you doing home, tutoring that brother of mine in homework? And Ran snorted, rotten thing, only 10 years old, learning down 1, taught by his mother every day only know to prevent me from competing with him for the family property. Song Yingjing sighed, I can't argue with you even if I do, it was originally yours. Yes. And Ran paused, it's true that you can't fight for what doesn't belong to you. She finally steered the conversation to what she wanted to say. Song Yingjing poured out the cold coffee in her cup and rebrewed her a cup. Chapter 130, a product of momentary emotions. And Ran didn't really have anything she wanted to talk about, she was just plain annoyed. Growing up, a good home and education had left her with very few things to look at, let alone people to look at. Instead, just look into the eyes of one. But this one didn't look at her. She was upset. And Ran took a disgusted look at the coffee cup Song Yingjing pushed over again and waved her hand, don't you have any wine here? Song Yingjing pointed to the several transparent freezers behind him, they're all here, take whatever you want. And Ran looked over, yogurt, green tea, lemonade, 8 treasure kanji, other than that there is really nothing else. She just had to accept the cup of coffee in front of her. Song Yingjing also made a sun pull on it. Do you like Su Tian? She suddenly spoke. She had asked such a question last time, only it happened to be interrupted by someone else, and she hadn't pursued it afterward. Song Yingjing shook his head, I just treat her as my own sister. Really? And Ran raised her eyes, her cool phoenix eyes had a blunt probing look, if you're denying it because she's the daughter of a benefactor, you can change my family to fund you. And Ran, you're babbling. Song Yingjing was calm. And Ran withdrew her gaze, just trying to get inside my friend's head. That said, she was aware that she was in a strange state, and took a distracted sip of her coffee, and the little sun puller broke a corner all of a sudden. When did you know? Anjun looked at him anew. From the time she said she wanted to talk to him at school until now, Song Yingjing never showed any expression of doubt or curiosity, calm as if he knew what she wanted to say. My friend, your animosity towards him has gotten so great that people are speculating how rich and powerful Jiang Chiyu's family is that even you can't get it right. Song Yingjing sighed, all the strong emotions placed on you qualify as a phrase that things are different. Jun's eyebrows twitched. Originally it was just a guess, but I thought it was unlikely, then I saw your ballot before I was completely sure. Song Yingjing apologized quickly, sorry, at that time, the school leader pushed for the documents in a hurry, that student didn't dare to go through your things, so I went through it for him and happened to see it. I didn't realize that she would write Jiang Chiyu on her vote for chairperson. I didn't vote. And Rant's tone was light, it was casually stuck in the book, and I didn't expect you to see it. Why don't you vote? My friend, this is the product of a moment of emotion, not reason. Jun stared straight at him, and I, on the other hand, only need reason. Song Yingjing smiled, his resume is very wonderful, and his ability is really strong, even if reason is there, you should choose him. Or rather, your momentary emotions have completely suppressed reason, making you completely fail to realize that even if you choose reason is on Jiang Chiyu's side. And Ran withdrew her eyes and told him coldly, not again. It's also like telling yourself, I'll be sober forever. Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu walked on the campus path. Cherry Blossom Avenue road snow has been swept to both sides, the road is wet and slippery, Su Tian since childhood balance mastery is not very good, step by step walk carefully. Jiang Chiyu was half a step behind her, walking steadily, one of the hands near her side vainly tucked into his pocket, ready to extend at any time, with some tendency to escort her. As we walked, Su Tian suddenly said, do you remember the building we just turned out of? Jiang Chiyu gave a lazy That's the senior building. I heard that the senior building and the senior building are going to be switched at the beginning of next semester because the elementary school is going to be built next door and the senior building is leaning to the side and it's the loudest, so they're going to switch the seniors over. So which building are we in next semester? Jiang Chiyu lazily picked up. Su Tian nodded, it should be, it's hard to say. We're a bit outnumbered this term, with a few extra classes, we might have to squeeze into the same building as the senior class. Jiang Chiyu only said the word again. Su Tian continued, if you're lucky enough to be next to the seniors, I'll wait for you downstairs after school because the senior building is closer to the school entrance. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her. Su Tian, there are usually more science students than art students, so maybe the school will take care of the arts class this time and put it next to the senior class. When the time comes, you can wait for me in the first floor of the senior high school, I'll try my best to, Mom. As she was talking, the soles of her feet slipped, and she was steadily held in her small arms by Jiang Chiyu, who had been paying attention. He waited for Su Tian to stand still and then let go of his hand. Through the thick cotton clothes, Su Tian still felt a warmth coming from him. Jiang Chiyu nodded, good. I'm not even done, I'll try to walk faster so you don't have to wait so long. Are you living on campus next semester? Jiang Chiyu shook his head. Su Tian said, I don't live on campus either, my mom thinks living at home keeps up with nutrition and saves a lot of trouble living in a dorm. Jiang Chiyu then laughed, a muffled laugh at first, without making a sound, and Su Tian wanted to continue to talk about the benefits of not living in school, only to look back and realize that he was laughing. When she saw him, Jiang Chiyu didn't hide it anymore and let out a puff of laughter. Su Ti looked at him. Gradually the face became expressionless. I think you've kept up with your nutrition quite well. Jiang Chiyu laughed while reaching out and hooking her soft chin, growing taller. Men, talking about how tall she's gotten, while their hands touch her soon-to-be second chin. Hypocritical. Su Tian charged, what a hypocrite. Alright, I'll be sincere. Jiang Chiyu then looked at the top of her head and made a false comparison. But his mouth said, the chin has grown taller. Thought he was going to say something, didn't expect to open his mouth and be at a loss. Su Tian was angry and went to hit him. Jiang Chiyu received a few punches of her unintimidating little pink fists and laughed enough before stopping. Okay, teasing you, our Ten has grown so much taller. This is true, although the overall height is still not high, but compared to the fall when they first reunited, it has grown. Jiang Chiyu compared, 5 or 6 centimeters. Speaking of growing taller, Suddy was proud, right? I've been drinking milk every day. I keep drinking milk every day. Dad says I'll still grow, and at this rate I'll be almost as tall as you by my senior year of high school. She glanced at Jiang Chiyu's height and paused for a moment. It's not necessary for you to be so tall, just taller than Zhouing. Zhouing, eyeballed at 1.7 meters. She had, instead, set her sights high. But looking at her bone structure, it's unlikely to grow taller than Jiang. Jiang Chiyu didn't crack down on her and nodded, okay. Su Tian, because of this word, suddenly happy, jumping forward, she jumped happily for a moment, forget the environment, did not pay attention to the bottom of the foot slipped a little, was Jiang Chiyu, quick eyes and hands pulled. Su Tian held him up and stabilized his balance, this time he didn't dare to move around, carefully walking forward. The two drifted apart, soon becoming two small black dots the size of sesame seeds. On the third floor of the senior high school, a girl stood behind the window and pulled the curtain shut with an expressionless face. Chapter 131, Possessiveness. Vacation time always flies by. In the blink of an eye, it was the 27th day of the Lunar New Year, only 3 days left before the New Year. The third shift demon and ghost group was hilarious. Not only because it's almost New Year's Eve, but also because the classes are all divided up today after being finalized online last week for arts and sciences. The school hadn't made an official announcement yet, but the wise class president had already gotten a list in advance and forwarded it into the group. 2/3 of their class took science. Jiang Chiyu and Jiang are both in that 2/3. Suddy is in the remaining third. Ever since the last time she had a brief chat with Song Yingjing, Su Tian had been firm on the idea of choosing a text. She is first and foremost herself before she knows anyone else. She still hadn't found any particular direction of interest, so she chose liberal arts based on her strengths. Jiang was lying on her bed, holding her cell phone and looking at the new list of classes at a glance. Jiang's final exam science has improved a lot, coupled with the fact that she memorized the long text of the liberal arts will be sleepy, to do the problem is still interested in some, so after all the agonizing, or choose the science. Han Shua is a liberal arts student, but he's actually strong in science as well, and just chose liberal arts because of personal preference. He is still more than capable of tutoring Jiang, who is one level below him and has middle to lower grades. It's so nice that everyone has their own path to follow and everyone gets better and better. Jiang saw Su Tian's name first. She patted the bed, Tim. I found you. Su Tian was in the washroom taking a shower. She came back from her morning run with Jiang Chiyu in the morning and saw Jiang standing at the door who was ringing the doorbell. When Jiang saw the two people in the same color tracksuit, her eyes were like a cramp and her expression was lewd to the extreme. Su Tian glanced at her and said goodbye to Jiang Chiyu without changing her face. Then opened the door and led Jiang inside. Jiang carried 2 boxes when he came. A box is to come to Su Tian's home to pay a New Year's visit to bring her old family's own kind of local specialties, there is another box is. Jiang against Su father Su mother's line of sight, seriously nodded, study materials, my cousin organized, he is the top student of the liberal arts in the previous few years in their place, I think the 1010 should be used. Then up the stairs and dumped it on her desk, and underneath the newspaper-wrapped exterior of the test papers was a book of romance novels such as The Overbearing Schoolmaster Loves Me, What to Do When the Devil's Deskmate Has His Eye on Me, and If Clouds Aren't Sorrowful. Su Tian's expression was a bit wooden. Jiang also justified herself by saying that she felt that Jiang Chiyu could not possibly like her entirely because she had read fewer novels and was not open-minded enough. The grid is small. Su Tian rolled her eyes, then grabbed a bath towel and went straight to the shower, leaving Jiang alone in her house to fend for herself. Jiang waited for her to come out while she swiped her phone in boredom. She shouted again at the washroom, Timothy, you hurry up, the area on your body isn't that big, how can you take a bath so slow? She took a screenshot of the class that Suddy was in and then went on to go through the others. It quickly flipped back to Jiang Chiyu. She shouted again, Su Tian. I flipped to Jiang Chiyu's class. She took another screenshot and continued to scroll down, this time for quite a while, before flipping to herself at the bottom. After the screenshot, the door to the washroom slammed, and Su Tian came out rubbing her hair with an absorbent towel, and after making sure her hair wasn't dripping, she plopped down next to Jiang. Jiang first shared her class information with Kissing Baby before opening the photo album, wanting Su Tian to look at the screenshots directly. Suddy suspected she was blinking, kisses? Baby? Jiang nodded happily, kisses baby. Su Tian's expression was like a lightning strike, Han Shua. Jiang, aha. Maybe, probably, that's, like, love. Su Tian resisted spitting and asked her, which class am I assigned to? Jiang took her cell phone and showed her, you're in the 10th class, Jiang Chiyu is in the 11th class, you two are really heaven's choice, aren't you? One is in the last class of the liberal arts, and the other is in the first class of the sciences. Su Tian was a bit stunned, such a coincidence? The more Jiang thinks about it, the more she feels that the two of them are really perfect for this fate, really the CP that God is high on. I'm not that lucky, I'm in class 19, far away from you guys, and Joing zoomed in on her own screenshot. I've looked through half a day, and there are only 3 people from my class that I've been assigned to. 3, and they're all ones I don't know well. Su Tian looked at her and patted her shoulder. Be strong, I'll cross 9 classes to find you. Joing wasn't too concerned, and flipped out that screenshot of Su Tian, zoomed in to look at it, and suddenly exclaimed, Tian, you're in a class with the class president and Wang Suhan. She looked down the list, and Jiao Jiao. You and Su Jiao are also in the same class A. Su Tian froze for a moment. Huh? She followed and looked over, and sure enough, she read Su Jiao's name. Su Jiao would like to go home with them but was refused by Jiang Chiyu. Thing Joing also know, Joing but did not condemn Jiang Chiyu, but instead lamented a sentence, Jiang Chiyu more than you carry clear, 3 people will have a person redundant, then who are uncomfortable, so I will never be 3 peers. The 2 of us are just not on the way home, even if it is on the way, you and Jiang Chiyu go together, I will not melt in as a light bulb. In any case, in the end, Su Jiao is also an acquaintance, and with them being assigned to the same class, they might even be able to repair the friendship that was torn apart by Jiang Chiyu's straightforward words. Su Tian didn't think too much about it. She scratched her cell phone and went to see the class that Jiang Chiyu was assigned to. Joing laughed out loud, Jiang Chiyu is even worse than me, not a single acquaintance in the whole class. Su Tian looked around and really didn't see a single person from their class. She frowned slightly and sighed in a small voice, ugh, it's so hard to get someone in our class to talk to him, and then all of the 1-minute classes go back to being liberated. He's just too possessive and clingy to you. Do you think people really can't make friends? Joing pushed her a bit, he has that face value, those grades, and he's also the president of the student council, he has a fan base in our school, right? Su Tian gave her a blank look, going in one ear and out the other at her nonsense. She asked Joing to send these screenshots to herself and then to Jiang Chiyu. Joing sat up, I'm telling you I brought you these books today are my collection, the writing is good brainhole good, the key is the male host set with Jiang Chiyu thief-like, you must give me to see. Su Tian gave a perfunctory she was double-minded, listening to Joing while typing in the chat box with Jiang Chiyu. Joing said that the male character is similar to you. Send. Sent successfully. 3 seconds later. Su Tian suddenly shrieked, his pupils quake, and he withdrew with a frantic point. Joing didn't miss the scene and gloated out a laugh, hee, letting you have 2 minds at once. Chapter 132, I promise you'll fall in love with him. Su Tian ignored her and silently prayed that Jiang Chiyu didn't see anything. But Jiang Chiyu could be a 5G internet cafe. People slowed down and gave her all the excuses, sent to the wrong person? Su Tian was stubborn, yes. Oh. I don't know if I believe it or not. Su Tian began to change the topic, we 2 are neighboring classes so it's more convenient to walk together after school. You replied to her, knowing. Su Tian thought that he realized it by reading the list, and rambled with emotion, what a coincidence, how can it be so coincidental, it seems that God doesn't want us to go back to a home so troublesome. Not coincidentally. I changed it. Su Tian froze. Joing was chatting with someone else, and seeing that she had the look of being struck by lightning again, she asked, what's wrong again? Without speaking, Su Tian knocked a question mark over first. Class, I changed it, turns out I was randomly placed in class 17. Su Tian stupidly twisted her head and looked at Joing, I'm in the neighboring class with Jiang Chiyu was changed by Jiang Chiyu, he was originally in class 17. Joing also froze after hearing this, then slapped her thighs then praised, Chairman. Awesome. Su Tian continued to type, you changed it? How did you change it? Does the president still have this authority? The chairman doesn't have that authority, but the chairman used a little bit of the chairman's connections to make it less troublesome for Timothy. After reading this message, Su Tian unconsciously pursed her lips and smiled. This expression was too familiar, Joing often saw herself smiling like this on the blacked-out cell phone screen when she was chatting with Han Shuo. She'd sked 3 times in a row, I'm not wrong, right? Jiang Chiyu is really great, and he's too clingy to you. Su Tian seriously denied her, no, it's just so we can save a little time when we go home together from school. Joing, She rehashed the old story, you'd better take a look at the romance novel I brought you, after reading it you'll realize that your emotional intelligence is really retarded beyond belief. Su Tian ignored her, go talk to your kissing baby. Joing bristled, go talk to your brother Au too. Southern. Both of them kept their heads down and played with each other. Su Tian thought that Jiang Chiyu's use of the chairmanship to give himself a shift was such a high-class and powerful thing, so she casually pursued the question almost adoringly, who are your connections, so powerful? You, head of grade. I got my placement list yesterday, and after reading it, I wrote an email to the director requesting a class change, which probably means that there are only 2 classes available for the first place winner, Class 1 and Class 11. There are only 2 classes to go for first place, Class 1 and Class 11. First place, Class 1, 11. Unbelievable, Su Tian froze in place for 3 seconds and quickly replied back, "Are you crazy? Is he crazy or is this what the world has become now? You really won't get beaten up if you're so arrogant? You, humph, cutie. You, how is that possible? You, the teacher of the 11th class is the math teacher of our class, and I said that I am only used to the teaching style of the original math teacher, and I hope that I can move inside the 11th class." Su Ten, the director agreed? You, aha. Su Tian didn't know what to say for a moment. Maybe that's the, face of being first in your grade. But, Sultan, so, do you know who the teachers of each subject in Class 10 are? You, didn't read much about it. I remember Lao Gao also taught your class language, and the homeroom teacher was a female teacher who taught politics. Su Tian immediately sent the message of the old high school teaching Class 10 to the class group. The class president is still very serious, aha. Old Gao is a smiley face, but he's pretty good once you get acquainted. Su Tian went back to ask Jiang Chiyu, "What else do you know? Shake it again." You, forgetting. Su Tian, what do I need you for? Jiang Chiyu took a picture and sent it to her. Brain forgets, copy remembers, come over yourself if you want to see it. The picture is a random piece of photocopied paper with 5 big words at the top of the senior class list, and a mosaic glued all over the bottom. Dense and complete, except for those 5 words, the rest of the photo was covered in mosaic. This one. People. Pictures were taken and deliberately mosaicked. Had to give her a run for her money. Su Tian snapped the cell phone onto the bed, wrapped her arms around her chest, and sat up cross-legged with an exasperated sigh. Zhou was beside her making phone kanji, and when she heard the commotion, she looked at her. "Noah, thanks for kissing baby Mua, I miss you too." Su Tian cast a very disgusted glance. Zhou also just looked at her, and then continued to say to the phone, "Baby, I'm going to leave for a while. I have a bachelor here who can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour is a good person to enlighten her for a few sentences, and rescue her from the pickle jar." "Who soured you guys?" Su Tian was speechless. "Whoever promised to be sour." Zhou gave another kiss to the microphone before reluctantly hanging up the phone. She put down her phone, very familiar with her state at this point. "Jiang Chiyu said something to piss you off again. I asked him for the placement teacher's information, and he took a picture and mosaicked it and sent it to me, and actually told me to go over there and look at it myself." Su Tian complained to her. Zhou, tisk, it's called eroticism. Su Tian didn't have a good temper. "You love brain can lead to that with everything. Then you go." "I'd go if Han Shua asked me to." Zhou spread her hands. "It's not like I'm in a hurry to know who's teaching me. Whoever teaches is teaching anyway, so it's useless to know in advance." Zhou sat up and pulled out a copy of Demon School Bully Ruthless Tease from the table next to her and put it in front of Su Tian, and then double promoted her romance literature. "Really, take a look at it. To learn is to earn. It's not a loss." Su Tian didn't refuse this time, and perfunctorily took it and flipped through a few pages. First paragraph of the first page. He, Nangong Huangyi, Purple Star Noble Academy's year-old big brother. His family business is all over the black and white, cold and ruthless, bad gangster. No one can say a no word under the gaze of his purple pupils. She, the daughter of the nanny of the Nangong family, innocent and kind, simple and beautiful, broke the rules to enter the Purple Star Noble Academy to study, because she saved the life of the Nangong royal knight, was ruthlessly targeted by him. "Woman, you can only belong to me." Su Tian opened her mouth and failed to utter a word. Zhou lightly coughed. "The synopsis is written in a rather thunderous way, but we mainly look at the main text, which is at a level more than 1 notch higher than this synopsis." "Really, you believe me? The more you see the back the more uptight it gets. You can always trust Nangong royal knight." "Woman, you can only belong to me." Su Tian said quietly, "For the male lead to be able to say this kind of middle-aged quotes, may I ask if this Purple Star Noble Academy is a middle school? High school? Zhou was anxious. "Really? I promise you'll fall in love with him." Su Tian laughed dryly. If she could fall in love with Nangong Huangyi, then it wasn't impossible for Jiang Chiyu to like her. In her eyes, Nangong Huangyi was simply an elementary school chicken. By the same token, she should be such a childish character in Jiang Chiyu's eyes. Chapter 133, Have You Grown a Brain for Nothing? Until the evening, after Zhou Ying left, Su Tian did not go to find Jiang Chiyu. Give him the spoils. She was all done with her homework and wasn't busy, so she was bored and swiped through the class group for a while, not seeing anything interesting, so she put her phone down and picked up the copy of The Devil's Schoolyard Bully Flirts Hard. She couldn't stand reading the first page, so she flipped straight to the first chapter of the main text and started reading. First paragraph. Woman. Do you think you can make me fall in love with you with these underhanded tactics? A tall man pressed Han Xiaoai against the wall and said viciously. Su Tian silently closed the book again. Zhou Ying, what the hell is this, what flavor? She picked up her phone again and swiped through the class groups in boredom. A group of boys in the class group were chatting about the game, or Jailhouse 3, except that looking at their screenshots, it looked like they were playing the computerized version. Su Tian thought again of the girl with the sexy voice called He Jian. Jiang Chiyu was never short of good girls around him. She knew it all along. Putting her cell phone down, Su Tian took a deep breath and picked up the romance novel again and read it. She was really bored. After picking it up and putting it down 3 times over, finally, she held the book still and read it carefully. The 29th day of the month. Jiang Chiyu waited for Su Tian to come out in front of Su's house as usual. They had been running in the morning for so long, and Su Tian had gradually changed her biological clock over. Basically, as soon as Jiang Chiyu went out, Su Tian also happened to bounce out of her yard. But today, Jiang Chiyu waited at the door for 5 minutes for her to come out. So he rang the doorbell. Following the maid to the living room, Papa Su was reading a newspaper and heard him ask, Uncle Su, is Timothy still not up? Huh? Su's father also looked confused. She didn't go out? I thought she was up early. Jiang Chiyu frowned slightly. No, I've been waiting for her outside the door. So Su's dad went upstairs and knocked on the door. After knocking a few times, there was a promise from inside, and after a while, Su Tian, wearing her pajamas, rubbed her eyes and came over to open the door. Papa Su reached out and touched her forehead. Not feeling well? This isn't hot either. Su Tian shook her head. No, I just didn't sleep well last night and stayed in bed for a while in the morning. Papa Su pointed downstairs. Yu is waiting for you. Su Tian glanced downstairs and nodded. Wilting, I'll go down after I wash up. If you're not feeling well, I'll tell Ayu that I won't be practicing in the morning this morning. Su Tian shook her head. No need. She needed the exercise now to clear her upturned brain. Su Tian washed up and went to wash up. Su father came downstairs, and after telling Jiang Chiyu the reason, the two of them started to talk about something else. Su Tian quickly washed up and came down. The maid had already baked slices of bread and fried eggs for her in advance. She quickly finished eating, gulped down the last sip of milk in her cup, put the dishes in the automatic dishwasher, and tied her hair as she walked around the semi-open kitchen, her mouth not idle as she remotely said to Jiang Chiyu, let's go. Su's father and Jiang Chiyu were chatting away and burst out laughing. Su Tian heard her father say, You, with this brain power, you can consider thinking about studying finance. I think it's also quite suitable for you. When the time comes, uncle will invest in you. Jiang Chiyu smiled, not commenting. Su Tian has come out, her hair has been tied up, clothes neat and clean, but the whole person does not seem to have much spirit, wilting like an eggplant in the frost, under the eyes of the 2 big black circles of green and gray. Jiang Chiyu froze for a moment, then curved his lips, his dark eyes clear and bright, and said softly, Yeah, panda. Su's dad chimed in afterward, saves you from buying tickets. Sutton. She couldn't bring herself to do anything about it and headed out the door depressed. Jiang Chiyu said goodbye to Father Su, then Uncle, we'll leave first. Papa Su nodded, okay, go ahead. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Chiyu caught up with her, her skin white, 2 black circles under the eyes stained under the eyelids, especially conspicuous. Jiang Chiyu still did not hold back to raise the corners of his lips, his tone was not serious, dreamed of who, sleep so bad. Nangong Royal Knight. Su Tian quickly reported a name. Ha? Jiang Chiyu didn't realize that she really didn't sleep well because of her dream, plus she said too fast and didn't hear her clearly, Nan what? Su Tian suddenly pulled her lips and smiled wryly, Nangong Royal Knight. This name is very. Jiang Chiyu was not sure if it is the 4 words he thought of, he did not comment. After a pause, who is this? Godlike man. Su Tian sighed. Oh, man. Jiang Chiyu caught the point. His face was expressionless and his tone was even a little cold. Oh? A star? Su Ten shook her head, no. Who's that? The heir of the Nangong Consortium. Su Tian seems to suddenly come to energy, 1 meter 87 in height, handsome, attentive and considerate outside cold inside hot, character a little overbearing but not important, absolute genius, he has a pair of purple-eye pupils, evil and impetuous, no one can say no under his gaze. Jiang Chiyu was silent for a moment. Glaucoma? Cataracts? Mutated? Su Tian gave him a blank look. People have good eyesight and are only a year older than us. Jiang Chiyu was completely silent. Aha! He nodded perfunctorily. Dreams really do have everything. Su Tian ignored him, a person giggling as he walked. Su Tian had just finished eating and wasn't too comfortable exercising. They walked around the neighborhood twice before slowly starting their morning jog. It was a little late getting back. The two made small talk as they walked back, and the atmosphere was cordial and natural. About to walk to their unit, a man came across the street, wearing a thin cotton jacket and a duck-tongued hat, the brim blocking most of his face, revealing only his thin, pale jaw. He lifted his eyes, and suddenly his footsteps faltered, and he pressed the brim of his hat down again, and turned to walk in a different direction. It was close to New Year's Eve, and early in the morning, and there weren't many people, so he stood out in this thin outfit. He suddenly turned, and even Jiang Chiyu looked up. Su Tian looked at it, her pupils dilated, and she suddenly spread her feet and ran towards him. The man in front of him should have heard something and suddenly picked up speed, followed by a fast run. Su Tian. Jiang Chiyu frowned and immediately chased after her as well. Even if Su Tian insisted on exercising every day, but there is still a difference between boys and girls in essence. Su Tian panted and stopped at an intersection in the neighborhood, and there were no more people in front of her. Her arm was violently yanked by someone, the force was so great that it hurt her. Su Tian frowned in pain, she turned sideways and looked up, just in time to meet a pair of eyes filled with anger. Are you crazy? Who is he worth chasing after like that? Didn't you think you'd be in danger if you went after him rashly? You've grown a brain for nothing, haven't you? Chapter 134 Hard Mouth, Soft Heart Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu was truly infuriated by her. He had tried his best to suppress his anger, but there was still a windy chill between the words. Dark eyes stared at her, brows furrowed, lip line pursed straight, long slender fingers pinched her arm with no reduction in force at all. Su Tian split his head and received a scolding, subconsciously as to be angry, but peeped at him this annoyed and angry look, all of a sudden on the goat, opened his mouth. He's not a bad guy, I'm just chasing after him. Dressed like that and running away when he sees you, can he be a good person? Even if you didn't catch him, have you ever thought that even if you did catch him, it would be hard for him to break away from you with this body? Jiang Chiyu's grip on her arm tightened, his anger did not diminish at all. Falling down and getting hurt is still the second thing. If he jumps over the wall and does something unfavorable to you, can you run away? Su Tian was a little afraid of him like this. Her other hand softly tried to break his hand that was hooped on her arm, trying to make the topic lighter. This is what you were dressed as when you first turned around. And wearing a mask. Walked with his head down and bumped into me. Su Tian recalled, and didn't apologize after bumping. Jiang Chiyu didn't let her go just because of her gag. Looking at her, one hand softly picking at his palm, he sneered, I haven't moved you much yet, you can't even break one of my hands. Hearing this, Su Tian was unconvinced and increased her strength. However, her hands were button white, and she couldn't even pry one of Jiang Chiyu's fingers off. As soon as she exerted herself, Jiang Chiyu followed suit, and Su Tian frowned and screamed, I'm in pain. Jiang Chiyu's hand immediately loosened its force. Su Tian took this opportunity to quickly escape from his clutches. It's not coming out. And she was smug. Jiang Chiyu looked at his empty palm and clenched his back teeth. Su Tian. You're just relying on. He pursed his lips and stopped abruptly when he said it. Only afterward did he pick up, battling the fact that I don't hit women. He rarely called her by her full name so solemnly. Su Tian immediately wimped out again, softly apologizing, okay, I was wrong, I shouldn't have gone straight after him like that. It's just that this person he... Su Tian also paused and didn't continue, but looked at the direction where the duck-tongued man had disappeared. A hint of worry and regret quickly flashed through Su Tian's beautiful eyes. This expression was captured by Jiang Chiyu, who sneered, I remember there were also 2 times before when you suddenly ran out, also because you saw him? Su Tian nodded in silence. Who is he? Jiang Chiyu looked straight into her eyes that wanted to hide. Her figure was reflected in the cold eyes, as if she was locked in them, with nowhere to hide. Sati mumbled, no one. Ha! Jiang Chiyu looked around mockingly, no one, who can run away when they see you, can make you chase them here regardless? The neighborhood was huge, and they had chased them from their position at the east gate and were now almost at the west gate. Su Tian looked at him in a nebulous manner, her cherry lips always pursed, without the appearance of having to say anything. Okay. Jiang Chiyu nodded and turned in the direction they came from. Su Tian chased out a step, but did not know what to say, so she watched Jiang Chiyu's back slowly disappear from sight. She was silent in place for a long time before she too followed the path home. The home yard was quiet. Su Tian pressed the combination lock, gently pushed open the door and walked in. What she didn't notice was that the moment she entered the house, the door to the house next door opened and closed again. The house was also quiet, much as it had been when she left. Only a half-drunk glass of water sat on the living room table next to 2 pill bottles. Su Tian sat down on the couch next to him. Su's father came out of the bedroom and swept down the stairs, then gingerly went downstairs and walked behind the sofa. Timothy, go take a shower first. Su Tian was just in a daze and didn't hear clearly. Papa Su pointed upstairs, go take a shower first. Su Tian did not agree and hesitated. Dad, I just ran into Wan Gue in our neighborhood. Aha! Su's father's expression didn't change as he pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. He just made a trip to the house and got into a bit of an argument with your mom. Your mom just took her medicine and is now asleep. Did you talk to him? Su Tian shook her head. He saw me and ran away. I couldn't catch up. Father Su nodded his head, indicating that he knew. Go take a shower first. It's not comfortable to have your clothes stick to your body. It's fine. Suddy was in a bit of a sinking mood. She didn't want to go and asked again, did he come to the house to see Mom? I'm not sure. Su's father shook his head. Your mother was arranging flowers in the yard. I was reading the newspaper in the house, and suddenly I heard a fight outside, and I went out just in time to see your mother smash a vase of flowers on him, and he left. So is something wrong with him? Su Tian was worried all of a sudden, and not quite daring to show it in front of her dad, she asked dryly. It should be fine, it just grazed the back of my hand, it didn't really hit my body. Papa Su rubbed her head. Good girl, leave it alone, it'll get better. Su Tian had to go back to her house to take a shower in a sulky manner. After taking a shower out, she didn't forget about Jiang Chiyu, who was pissed off by her, took out her cell phone. Her finger hovered on the screen for a long time, but she didn't know what to send to him in the past. Saying I'm sorry seems too solemn. It doesn't seem right to just pretend it didn't happen. It was rare for Su Tian to be this annoyed. Everything was crammed together, weighing her down. Just at this moment the phone received a meteorological weather warning. Su Tian scratched it down, long pressed to copy it, and then sent it directly to Jiang Chiyu. If she talks first, she's softening up. Although the content is copy and paste weather warning, but it is also a kind of concern. Jiang Chiyu had better not be ungrateful. She set her phone down next to her and pulled a copy of 5-3 out of the bookshelf for herself, then silently brushed up on the questions. Only studying can make her concentrate and forget everything. Only learn. New Year's Eve. The last day of the year. Su Tian wore a burgundy cotton dress, black wide-legged pants, and a matching beret on her head. She pulled out her cell phone for the millionth time. The chat box with someone remained dead silent. 2 days. Jiang Chiyu hadn't replied to her for 2 days. Su Tian felt that the small boat of their friendship was about to capsize as well. Su Tian looked at the chat box that never replied, a little annoyed, and nothing to do, clicked into his avatar to go and add a note to him. A broken friendship, heartbreaking. This note seems a bit long. So she thought about it and changed it to the 3 words Jiang Chiyu. But she was annoyed to see those 3 words. So, Su Tian huffed and changed his note to asshole again. Now that's satisfying. But the opposite side of the room remained quiet, and would not respond to the note she had taken to him to vent her anger. Chapter 135. Did you really love me? Su's mother came down with a few thick red envelopes in elegant steps, glanced at her angry little face, didn't say anything, and went to the nanny's room first, handing out big red envelopes to the few nannies who weren't going home for New Year's Eve. When Su Tian heard her mom coming downstairs, she had collected her resentful expression and straightened her spine a bit. Su's father also went downstairs. He was wearing a formal dress. It looks like he is going to the company. While walking, he answered the phone. Good. You let the staff who do not go home do not have to rush over. The road is slow. Pay attention to safety. Cannot come to the statistics of the address. I bought them some New Year's goods, not to send over. Su's mom came out of the babysitting room and walked over to Su's dad, the two of them formally dressed as if they were going to some kind of dinner party. Su Tian sat on the sofa and watched them. Timothy, you're home. I'll go to the office with your mom and be back before dinner. Father Su said. Su's mom picked up. I've ordered a New Year's Eve dinner and will deliver it in the evening. so remember to open the door and sign for it. Su Tian nodded her head obediently and answered one by one, and walked out of the house to see them getting into the car with each other. When they left, Su Tian didn't go back to the house and sat in the gazebo in the courtyard, looking at some of the flowers and grasses that had been served by her mother in a very delicate manner. It's nice to look at, but it's just too brittle for Su Tian to touch. Her eyes crossed over the flower pot, and Su Tian saw a sharp piece of porcelain in the corner near the entrance of the house. I think the porcelain vase that Mom smashed into Nguyen the other day broke and the nanny didn't clean it up. Su Tian walked over, carefully picked up the porcelain tiles, taped all the sharp places with duct tape, and threw them into the trash can. In these 6 months, combined, she had only seen Ruan Gue 3 times. Ruan Gue should be so annoyed with her that he runs away every time he sees her. Su Tian actually knew what class he was in. But she never reached out to him. Don't know what to say. Actually bumping into him and going after him was based on an impulse. She just wanted to say hello. That's all. It was almost evening when Su Tian was watching TV in the living room when she heard the doorbell ring. Thinking it was the delivery man, she kicked her slippers and ran out to open the door. Outside the skeletonized courtyard gate stood but not a delivery person. Su Tian slowly stopped 3 steps closer to the door, and through the alloy door rags, her gaze slammed into Jiang Chiyu's eyes. Out. He didn't have the heart to say. Su Tian deflated, opened the door and followed him out. After a few steps, he suddenly turned his head and swept her up and down, menacingly, "Get your ass back in there and get dressed." Home open heating is very sufficient, Su Tian is too hot, so the outside jacket off, out of the door and walk in a hurry, the upper half of the body is only wearing a hooded sweater, inside is a shirt. Su Tian was angry. "I come out when you tell me to, and I go back when you tell me to?" Jiang Chiyu looked at her calmly. Not a moment later, Su Tian's anger was frozen by the cold wind and insufficient supply, and the whole person's aura wilted and shivered, but still stubbornly did not go in. Jiang Chiyu sighed softly. This time his tone eased a lot. "Go inside and put on some clothes." Su Tian did not want to be so coaxed, huffed. "Pay attention to your attitude towards the enemy. We are in a cold war for 2 days. Jiang Chiyu seemed to hum extremely small, fished out his cell phone from his shirt pocket, tapped it a few times, and Su Tian's pocket rang. He tucked the phone back in and lifted his chin, his eyes signaling her to look at it. Su Tian took out her cell phone in disbelief and received a WeChat message herself. Asshole. A period? She even thought her bad internet hadn't refreshed it, so she quit and refreshed it again, and it was still a period. Su Tian raised her eyes. "What do you mean?" Jiang Chiyu lazily, "The Cold War is over." Su Tian became even more angry. She was all tangled up and finally sent Jiang Chiyu a weather warning that implied concern, and waited for 2 days to refresh countless times without waiting for his response. Now, this person ferociously called her out and told her to roll back, casually sent a period over good, and declared that they were reconciled? Where is the sense in that? Sudi wrapped her arms around her chest and tilted her head. "I don't make up." Jiang Chiyu all but laughed, slowly. "Who said anything about making up with you?" Su Tian rubbed her head and twisted it around, her eyes glaring like bronze bells. Jiang Chiyu carelessly inserted both hands into his pockets, relying on the height difference to lower his eyes and look down on her from above. "It's just the end of the Cold War. There is still a big chunk of time away from being on good terms. You have to keep working hard." He guessed that this little girl would blow up after he finished speaking, and sure enough, Su Tian's entire body was shocked and accused him furiously. "Why are you so cheeky?" "Aha!" Jiang Chiyu nodded. "Because I'm wearing thick clothes." He pointed to the ocean house that was permeated with warm light. "Now go back, put on a jacket, and come out to continue theorizing with me." Sudi then went in with a huff. She looked for half a day in the living room, did not find his jacket, and went upstairs to look rummaged for half a day and finally found it. Downstairs, so should stand outside the yard. Jiang Chiyu stood in the living room, pointing to the dining room of the square table, to send the New Year's Eve dinner of the staff, said, "Put it here on the line." The staff handed Jiang Chiyu the signing slip and pen, and Jiang Chiyu handed these 2 things to Su Tian. Su Tian glared at him in exasperation before signing her name. After the staff left, Su Tian looked around. "Who let you into my house?" "It's cold. The Cold War is over." Jiang Chiyu kindly reminded, "It's now a democratic consultation session after the Cold War." Jiang Chiyu's mouth is accustomed to flowery language. Su Tian couldn't say anything to him and became even more angry. Jiang Chiyu sat down on the sofa and patted the soft cushion next to him, meaning to let her sit over as well. Su Tian was angry and went to sit down on the sofa opposite him. After waiting for a while and not seeing her take the initiative to speak, Jiang Chiyu spoke first. Not going to say anything? You're saving the conflict for next year? Say what? Su Tian still didn't have a good mood. The TV next to her was still on, a literary film that was released last year, and the plot happened to be broadcast to the point where the heroine was tearfully holding the hero's face, her voice miserable and ghostly. Aren't you going to say anything? Did you ever really love me? The male lead looked deeply at her, a few moving brows. You tell me. Su Tian couldn't take it anymore and got up and picked up the remote to turn off the TV. The sad BGM is gone and the world is clear. When he came back, he saw Jiang Chiyu bowing his head, the corners of his mouth hooked, stifling a laugh. Su Tian also couldn't help it a little, but just now they were still at cross swords. Now laughing out seems a little out of place, so she endured it with difficulty. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes a few moments clear. It's fine to keep it open, I kinda wanna know. Know what? Jiang Chiyu slowly imitated the tone of the heroine in the play. Have you really loved me? Chapter 136. Cherish the person in front of you. The movie was amenable to Zhou because the star who played the male lead was one of Zhou Ying's wallflowers. In fact, quite good. Su Tian has already seen once before, this time also because of idle boredom. Opened the TV movie channel just broadcast this, she also watched it. Su Tian took a deep breath. The male lead doesn't love her now. He intentionally approached the female lead in order to get one thing from the female lead's father, and when the female lead found out, the two broke up. Then a lot of things happened. The male lead came to his senses and ran after the female lead again. In the end, the two didn't get together, and it's not that easy to recover what you missed. Oh. Jiang Chiyu nodded, as if he believed it. The next second, but then laughed softly. Liar. The ending is clearly the male lead chased to the airport to propose to the female lead, and the female lead said yes. The ending does. The first time Su Tian watched it, she even shed 2 tears because of the happy and moving ending. She's referring to the ending as B because she's so upset right now. Southern said, you've seen it and you're asking. Ask what? Jiang Chiyu asked carelessly. Ask Suddy stuck for a moment. Ask me if the hero likes the heroine or not. Jiang Chiyu said, because I've just seen the ending. The movie was made by the literary young woman in his family who pulled him out of bed to watch it on a stormy night when he couldn't sleep, and being the son came in handy when his dad wasn't home on a business trip. At that time, Jiang Chiyu was so bored that he was playing elimination game on the sofa, and he was almost through, when Ms. Jiang next to him suddenly hit him violently on his knee, crying and hammering him at the same time. Proposed, finally proposed. Jiang Chiyu's hand shook, and the 4 big words game failure immediately appeared on the screen. He was then forced to watch the entire ending. Jiang Chiyu continued, but you're right, it's not that easy to get back what you missed. Su Tian looked at him without saying anything. I also heard Jiang Chiyu say slowly, so, cherish the person in front of you, or you will lose me. Phew. That's really enough. Knew he couldn't get anything good out of his mouth. Su Tian closed her eyes, suppressing her anger, and when she opened them, she took another deep breath. Press. No. Live. Su Tian picked up a nearby pillow and smashed it at him. Jiang Chiyu blocked a bit, the pillow only hit his arm, he put the pillow on his lap. Who knows, Su Tian smashed another one over. Jiang Chiyu raised his hand a few milliseconds late, this time the pillow just hit his face. Being smashed a little bit down does not hurt. Jiang Chiyu also laughs out, looking at the left and right to find pillows but both sides of the empty nothing. Su Tian continued to provoke, there is nothing, right? She sat on a small couch with just 2 pillows. On the contrary, on Jiang Chiyu's side, there were 4 of them in itself, and Su Tian sent 2 more to him. Su Tian looked at him warily. Lest you say I'm bullying the small with the big. Jiang Chiyu slowly picked up a pillow and threw it onto the soft cushion of the sofa next to Su Tian. I'll let you have one. What's the point of having her one? There are still 5 at Jiang Chiyu's place. Su Tian glared at him and smashed back the pillow that Jiang Chiyu threw at him. Only smashed biased, did not hit the face, the pillow fell back into his arms. The two have been concentrating on the negotiation, who did not hear the sound of the car into the garage, and did not pay attention to the door of the living room was pushed open. The scene just fell into the eyes of the Su family. Parents have just returned. Jiang Chiyu's hair in front of him was brought to by her earlier smash, somewhat scattered, with a bit of a helpless smile on his face. Opposite Su Tian stood with an exasperated pinched waist, looking down on him. Victims and suspects are clearly distinguished. Father Su watched the scene with a smile, while Mother Su was sullen. Su Tian. Su Tian shuddered and turned to look at her own parents in the doorway. She stammered a little, Dad, Mom. Jiang Chiyu put the pillow on the sofa and stood up as well, Uncle, Auntie. You've forgotten what you've been taught, haven't you? You've learned to bully others at a young age. Sue's mom frowned. Sue's father was still happily watching the two of them from the side. Su Tian was aggrieved. I didn't bully him, he was the one who was angry with me first. Did you hit you with a pillow? Sue's mom coldly eyed. Su Tian didn't say anything in a muffled voice. That already speaks volumes. Mama Su, apologize to Ayu. Jiang Chiyu said at the right time, Auntie, I don't blame Tenten, it's true that I made her angry first, blame me. Just now Jiang Chiyu to be this attitude, she can still be angry with him. Su Tian reluctantly glanced at Jiang Chiyu. Su's father had been watching from the sidelines and asked with a smile, Ayu has always taken good care of Tenten, why did you suddenly piss her off? Jiang Chiyu glanced at Su Tian and answered honestly, because I didn't reply to her messages for 2 days. Su's mom. It's not convenient to talk about Ruangui, and taking him out of the whole thing, it seems like the very first cause was indeed because Jiang Chiyu hadn't returned her messages for 2 days. But why did it seem so unreasonable of her to say it? Su's mother understood that this was a small fight between the two children, but still glanced at Su Tian, if you didn't return, what's the emergency? Su Tian was a bit aggravated and pouted. No. Su father patted Su mother's arm and smiled quite happily, okay, let the children's matters be left to the children to solve themselves, the gown is uncomfortable to wear, first go upstairs to change clothes, in a while it's time for the New Year's Eve dinner. The two just went upstairs. The family are all here, the nanny came up hot dishes, Su Tian is still sulking in place, Jiang Chiyu stretched out a finger, gently hooked the hem of her cotton dress, go out and say? Sort of, ingratiating gesture. It's more like smoothing your pet's fur. Jiang Chiyu was kinda right in one sentence. Can't really save the conflict for another year. Su Tian was angry, but she really followed him out. They sat down in the gazebo in the yard. I'm sorry. Jiang Chiyu said first. I've had a bad attitude the last few days, being cold and yelling at you. He confessed bluntly. So dry? Su Tian gave him a puzzled look. Jiang Chiyu's expression sank again, but you also have a problem. It turned out to be a prelude. Su Tian's face stank again. Jiang Chiyu, you don't know how big the power gap between boys and girls is? Not to mention a grown man of over 1 meter 8 and you, a minor, if he really wants to do something to you, will you be able to escape? Su Tian could tell who was good to her and who was bad to her, sniffing, her expression paused and she explained, he's not an adult either, he hasn't reached his birthday yet. Jiang Chiyu did not see the person's face, purely looking at the figure blind guess, I did not expect her to be quite calculating. This was more evidence that Su Tian and the man were indeed very close. In the past, there was a Wei Siqing who played himself to death, and then there was a Song Yingjing, which was even, and now it's good, there is another mysterious man whose identity is a mystery. Chapter 137, Tenanti's Little Friend. Jiang Chiyu sighed deeply, ask you what relationship Song Yingjing has with you and you won't tell me, ask you what relationship you have with that black guy and you won't tell me, Su Tian, I doubt that your real identity is some kind of secret agent, huh? What black man, he's just wearing a black hat. Su Tian actually understood this depressed feeling of his, hesitated for a while, moved her lips up and down, still didn't say a word. Jiang Chiyu was still looking at her. Su Tian silently said, he won't harm me anyway. Okay. Jiang Chiyu said. Su Tian looked at him anxiously, last time, Jiang Chiyu just said this word negatively and then turned around and left. But this time Jiang Chiyu had come to find her to make up, not to argue with her again. Just know it in your own heart, I won't ask again. Jiang Chiyu's expression was faint as he stood up, somewhat about to leave, but, Timothy, I'm waiting for the day you take the initiative to tell me. Jiang Chiyu inserted his hands into his pockets, not waiting for Su Tian to speak, his upper body collapsed and stood loosely, becoming the same careless and immodest appearance as before, go inside and eat your meal, I'm going back to eat too. They've made up, haven't they? Su Tian was a bit uncertain and observed Jiang Chiyu's expression. Jiang Chiyu had already turned around to leave, and Su Tian stood in the gazebo looking at his back. The man walked to the door, paused in his steps, suddenly turned his head, and said slowly, forgot. Su Tian looked at him without saying anything. The young man stood obliquely, his accent still lazy, but gradually smiling radiantly. Happy New Year, little Timmy. Obviously it's only New Year's. Su Tian curled her mouth, one hand resting on her chin as she sat at her desk and looked at her cell phone. Just after 12 o'clock, the card point blessing popped up above the phone one after another, Su Tian with cutting leaks like, one by one clicked to reply. The city banned fireworks, and Mom and Dad are still watching the Spring Festival Gala downstairs. The soundproofing in the house is very good, and Su Tian can hardly hear any sound coming from outside. Aside from the constant refreshing of new messages coming out of my cell phone, it was so quiet it didn't even seem like New Year's Eve. Joing, Tim, have you finished reading that book on Nangong Royal Knight? It was only when Su Tian saw these 4 words that she remembered the existence of this book. The more you look at it, the better it smells. Very topsy-turvy indeed. Said good-looking Joang must have her tail up in the air. Su Tian, I read half of it the other day and then forgot about it. And she was being honest. Having stayed up until the wee hours of the morning 2 days ago reading half of it, she had no desire to sleep at all, just to keep reading, and then it was too late to force herself to put the book down and go to bed first. She didn't even wake up the next day when Jiang Chiyu came to find her for a morning run. Then she ran into Ruan Gue again and had a cold war with Jiang Chiyu, and she had long forgotten about the book. It wasn't easy for Joang to go through all the trouble of memorizing the book for her. So Su Tian added, Nangong Huangi, very desperate indeed. Joang, right? 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 Nangong Royal Knights forever God. Joang, you quickly look back, really the more you see, the more fragrant, the more you see, the climax is all in the back. Su Tian casually agreed. But it's better to say when to watch it. She hadn't watched it in the past few days. She had already forgotten what all the episodes were about, plus the fact that she had watched it so unknowingly that night that Su Tian was afraid of becoming addicted to it. Good, there really wasn't much that Sudi was afraid of getting addicted to over the years, whether it was games or anything else. Nangong Royal Knight managed to do the first one. Messages are returned almost. Su Tian also sent blessings to a few of the better friends and relatives. According to the previous New Year's Eve practice, now she is going to sleep. But she was very much awake now and didn't want to sleep at all. Because she sent a Happy New Year to all of them at exactly 0 o'clock, and all the wishes came and went, but one person has not yet replied. You can't just verbally say Happy New Year and not send a message. Su Tian grinded and typed, reminding someone, watch the time, it's only New Year's. Someone still hasn't returned. Maybe watching the Spring Festival? Su Tian didn't think he was quite such a traditional person. But people might actually love to watch it. It's the Spring Festival after all. Su Tian walked to the bed and sat down, placing her cell phone next to her pillow and rubbing in some winter anti-drying cream. If Jiang Chiyu didn't return before she was done, then she would go to bed. Su Tian felt that she was already abrasive enough. She applied it once and felt that she had under-applied it, so she applied it again, and after applying it, she felt that she had over-applied it and her face was oily and glistening, so she went to the toilet to wash her face again and reapplied it. It's better this time. Su Tian got under the covers and lay towards her side, taking out her cell phone and looking at it. Still no news. Su Tian deflated and gave up completely, putting down her phone to sleep. She felt like she had just closed her eyes as well. The cell phone suddenly dinged. Sudi Udanad and got up and unlocked it. Jiang Chiyu, are you asleep? Su Tian, sleeping, woken up by you. Jiang Chiyu stood downstairs, glanced at the light-permeable bedroom window, laughed softly, and used his cell phone to take a picture of the fireworks box on the ground and sent it over, replying to her at the same time, then come down. Su Tian clicked on the picture to enlarge it. The night was dark. Through a little moonlight radiation, she could only see a bunch of boxes printed on the 2 words fireworks. Su Tian asked, isn't fireworks banned in the city? I can't see clearly on the last one. Jiang Chiyu opened the flash again and gave her a shot over, small, it's fine. Only then did Su Tian see that the several boxes on the ground were all the kind of fairy wands held in the hand. It was indeed fine, because it was so small and silent that no one else would know but the 2 of them. Su Tian was wearing her pajamas. She originally wanted to wear a jacket and go straight down, but after dropping her eyes to look at the cow pattern on her pajamas, she decided to change her clothes after deep thought. It's already past midnight, so you can wear the new clothes. Su Tian went to the closet and took out the whole set of clothes that had been matched early enough to wear for New Year's Eve and put them on the bed, and began to take off her pajamas. She took the time to return to Jiang Chiyu for a moment. Okay, reluctantly go downstairs to play with you for a while. We adults are not much like to see the fireworks. When she was fully dressed, she quietly walked up the stairs to take a look. The spring dinner was over, and the TV downstairs had been turned off, with only a few nightlights on. She held her breath and listened again to make sure that no one was in the living room, and that Mom and Dad should have gone straight to their room after watching the spring dinner. That's good. Otherwise, Su Tian wouldn't know how to explain that she was going out in the middle of the night. It doesn't hurt to say it outright, Jiang Chiyu isn't a bad guy, but it always feels weird somewhere. Not wanting to explore where this weirdness was, Su Tian grabbed her cell phone and gingerly made her way downstairs. Thanks to the fact that all the furniture in the house was noise-proofed, she made her way out into the yard with hardly a sound at all. Chapter 138, The Little Friend. Jiang Chiyu was standing on the roadway between their two homes. It was New Year's Eve, and he was wearing a black cotton suit, black hair, black clothes, black pants, black shoes, and a black scarf she had given him last time, and his whole body was melting into the night. Su Tian wore a red color, which was very consistent with the New Year's festivities. Jiang Chiyu looked at her, his eyes bright, a smile at the corner of his mouth. The mood was great. Su Tian walked over, her eyes glancing towards the boxes of fairy wands on the ground. What came out of her mouth was, "Jiang Chiyu, are you childish or not? You still like to play with this?" Jiang Chiyu didn't reply to her remark, his eyes sweeping over her red dress, the curve of his mouth rising a bit more. "You're dressed like an ice candy cane." Su Tian looked at her own outfit, then looked up at Jiang Chiyu's, and retorted without any good humor, "You're dressed like a coal boss." Jiang Chiyu grunted and laughed without another word, squatting down in place and reaching out to unwrap the box of fairy wands. Su Tian also followed him and squatted down, watching him tear off the plastic seal on the outside of the fairy wand, cupping his face and asking him curiously, "Isn't the city not allowed to sell these things? Where did you get them?" "I don't know, my dad bought it to coax my mom. I left a box for them and brought all the rest," Jiang Chiyu said. Southern. What a great son of a puddle. "You're like this, won't you be beaten when you go home?" Su Tian couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chiyu lazily, thick skin. He glanced up at Sudi and gave another laugh, "Someone always says so." For the sake of her tablemates not to be beaten, Su Tian decided to put a few boxes less and leave some more for Uncle Jiang and Auntie Jiang. Ideals are plump, reality is bony. Jiang Chiyu took a lighter and lit it 3 times at the fairy wand, but it didn't succeed in lighting it. He threw this firework stick away and took another one to light it, and still couldn't light it halfway. Jiang Chiyu directly abandoned this entire box and unwrapped a new one. Still, it won't light. Just evil. Su Tian also wanted to take over the lighter and try it out. Her hand was just stretched over and she was hit hard on the back of her hand. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes. What kind of lighter is a child's home to play with? Su Tian retracted her hand and rubbed the back of her hand, but Jiang Chiyu did not have a soft hand at all. He slapped her red, and the color of the two hands was obviously different compared to each other. "And you're only a few years old." Su Tian was not satisfied. Jiang Chiyu let out a humph and said, "It's bigger than you anyway," while trying to order the fairy wand. "It's only a couple months older." She really hadn't used the lighter much, though, and it looked kinda dangerous. Su Tian skimmed her lips, didn't say anything, and obediently squatted next to him. Jiang Chiyu lit 5 of them, none of which were able to ignite. "Is it damp?" Su Tian asked. Jiang Chiyu shook his head. "It's dry to the touch, and it's plasticized on the outside, so it shouldn't be in general." Su Tian nodded and continued to wait. "Anyway, there are many more boxes, so it's not like they're all unlit." After Jiang Chiyu tried another one, he gave up completely and took the box to study it in the moonlight. Su Tian hurriedly took out her cell phone and gave him illumination. 2 people sneaking around getting together like they were up to no good. "It's just a direct light from the fire engine, how can it burn?" Jiang Chiyu's expression was a bit dark. After reading the instruction manual, he started to look for the date of manufacture again. They found the production date on the outermost plastic seal, and when Jiang Chiyu took a look, his face directly blackened into a pot. Jiang Chiyu looked up, met Su Tian's expectant eyes, and paused for a moment, a little frustrated. "It's expired." Su Tian let out a puff of laughter. "You're quite happy." There were only so many in total, and all of them had expired, so the fireworks definitely couldn't be set off, and Jiang Chiyu started to pack up the garbage they produced, accusing her, no conscience. "The air smells pretty good too." Su Tian laughed while pushing down his arm that was cleaning up the garbage. "Just think of it as coming out for fresh air." The garbage cans were at the far end. Jiang Chiyu sorted the garbage and took it. Su Tian also helped him take some, and the 2 of them went to throw away the garbage one by one. A couple of boxes of fairy sticks that hadn't been torn open were left behind that he didn't throw away. "Not throwing it away? It won't work anyway?" Su Tian asked. Jiang Chiyu ground his teeth. "No throwing, go back and put it back in its original position. He can't be the only one to have his good deeds disrupted." Su Tian lamented. "Some people are born to repay favors, and some are born to take revenge." Jiang Chiyu, huh? No more fireworks, a little faster in the early morning, and there didn't seem to be much to do by staying. But now it seems a bit to talk about going home. Su Tian glanced at Jiang Chiyu, her expression still stinking. It was rare for Jiang Chiyu to suffer a defeat. Su Tian smiled lightly and tugged on his sleeve. We'll go buy it tomorrow. That means the same thing. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her and sighed softly. Forget it, you go home. Just go home. Su Tian said softly. Jiang Chi thought she was concerned about her mood, so deliberately gagged, a heartless look. What, cannot afford to give up this face of mine? Su Tian didn't blow up. She calmly stared at her deskmate's face for a while. Looking at Jiang Chiyu's expression was almost ing taut when she suddenly nodded in a serious manner. Good looking. Good looking. Good what to see. What a good look. The two of them were forever disliking each other. Rarely had they ever complimented each other so sincerely, and Jiang Chiyu almost bit the tip of his tongue. It really looks good. Su Tian emphasized. Jiang Chiyu froze for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Su Tian continued, in order not to make the expression on this good-looking face so ugly, the same table is going to give you a gift. They were back under the streetlight in the middle of the two homes, and Su Tian stood with her hands behind her back, standing tall, her spine straight. She looked up at Jiang Chiyu. Wait for me. Jiang Chiyu was still in a continuous daze, and Su Tian had already stomped towards her house. About 10 minutes later, Su Tian came down. She was holding a long box, burgundy in color, with a simple bow on it. Su Tian shoved the box into Jiang Chiyu's hand. Jiang Chiyu had already reacted, holding this box. His cold eyes were soft, gently and lightly asking her, what's in the box? You can read it when I'm gone. Su Tian pushed him in the direction of his house. Now I'm going home to sleep. Jiang Chiyu followed her force and moved a few steps forward, weighing the box in his hand. The contents were not heavy. The box was emblazoned with the dark logo of a flower store, and it looked like the gift would have been something she'd wanted to give on a whim, and the gift box had been found off the shelf. Jiang Chiyu nodded his head. Okay. Su Tian pushed him a few steps before letting go and turning around to walk towards her own yard. She ended up standing by the door and waved her hand at Jiang Chiyu, who was looking back at her. Happy New Year, little friend Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu slowly hooked up a smile and waved his hand at her as well. Happy New Year. Kids. Chapter 139 by Qian. Jiang Chiyu went home with the gift box. The two and his family were still awake, sitting on the living room couch to observe the new year. It's really just staying up late watching movies. Parrot with a candlelit dinner and a surprise gift. Jiang Mom heard the sound of the door opening, turned around and swept a glance at Jiang Chiyu, stuffing a chip into her mouth. Back so early. Jiang Chiyu changed his shoes at the entrance hall and pointed to the house's seat clock. It's 1 a.m. Jiang's mom was unimpressed, her line of sight falling from him to his hand. Then shocked, she pushed Jiang's dad next to her. Look at our son, he's brought something back with him. Father Jiang also looked over. Who sent you? Jiang's mom had a gossipy expression on her face. Father Jiang said, didn't throw it in the trash and brought it home, so it seems like an unusual gift. Jiang mother, you, mom and dad know that you have your own ideas. Early love, we don't care about you, but you must tell mom when you fall in love early. Mom will pick some gifts for you that girls like to send over. After all, this stinky temper of yours, even if you have inherited all my good qualities, it's not easy for someone to put up with you. Father Jiang laughed beside him. Jiang Chiyu closed his eyes and held back. He was in quite a good mood and was too lazy to explain so much, taking the gift and going upstairs, saying as he walked, you guys also go to bed early, or else I'll be the one cooking again tomorrow. When the people left, Jiang's mom's expression of disgust changed, and she twisted over to pat Jiang's dad's thigh with a meaningful gesture. Quite good. Father Jiang nodded his head. He also thought it was quite good. Jiang Chiyu returned to his room and placed the gift box on the table. He had touched the lighter in his hand to the fireworks stick, and it smelled a little like nitrous, so he went to the bathroom first and washed his hands with hand sanitizer. Before coming out and resuming his seat at the desk, gently untangling the bow on the gift box that Sudi had given him. The ribbon slid off the table. The square lid was opened by him. The contents were still wrapped in a piece of lining cloth. Jiang Chiyu pinched a corner and lifted it off, and the pink object inside was revealed. It's a pink, little girl's play, fairy wand. It's that fairy wand from the cartoon that was on TV when their generation was young. Plastic material, pink flower bud appearance, there are 2 buttons. Jiang Chiyu first pressed the first. The hand of the fairy wand suddenly vibrate, accompanied by blah 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 energy, shallow, little magic fairy whole body change recording. The head of the bud instantly lit up the colorful light, illuminating his entire room. This thing is stronger than his mechanical keyboard. Jiang Chiyu was almost blinded. He doesn't move, the recording continues to play, and has evolved into the black magic fairy transformation. Jiang Chiyu really a little overwhelmed, pressed again, the world is completely clean. He kind of, well, cried and laughed. The fairy wand fireworks didn't work out, so Su Tian gave him a real fairy wand. Looking at the wear and tear, the toy should be some years old, something she would have played with as a child. It's a good thing she was able to find it in such a short time. Jiang Chiyu's lips curved as he prepared himself mentally and pressed the second button. This time it wasn't as shockingly effective. In Suddy's voice, which was a little off-key, came from inside. Ahem, Jiang Chiyu, don't be upset, Happy New Year. She said one sentence slowly, softly, daintily, and sweetly. Jiang Chiyu unconsciously smiled, his lips were red and teeth were white, and his face, which was always cold and stern, looked like ice and snow melting, gentle and clear. He pressed it again and listened to Su Tian's voice once again, cough, Jiang Chiyu, don't be unhappy, Happy New Year. Who's unhappy? Jiang Chiyu whispered. He just didn't expect to find something after rummaging through half a day, and then to drop the chain at a critical moment. Kind of speechless. Jiang Chiyu pressed the button several more times, listening to Su Tian's voice ringing in his ears over and over again. Regardless of the process. Good thing, it ended well. So much for the first day of the new year. Su father's side of no relatives, the second day of the new year took the time to go to the old home to pay homage to the ancestral hall, even if all finished. The relatives are mainly concentrated on Su's mom's side. On the third day of the new year, Su's father drove them to Yuten, the city next door. Grandpa's house is here. Grandpa used to be in the municipal party committee team, a passionate just righteous, but unfortunately too just easy to fold, has been pressed to pressure to middle age. Finally the new leader came to carry him, but Grandpa also looked down, not anxious to due to the retirement age, directly home to old age. But at least it is also an official retired to finish the fight, others call him a white old man. Su Tian was a bit scared of him every time she went to Grandpa's house when she was little. He's mean looking and talks to his mom in a cold manner, which always makes people think he's a bad person. Then I got a little older, and I wasn't scared anymore, but I was always a little rusty. Grandpa and uncle live in a family home. Su Tian followed her dad inside and obediently shouted from one to the other, saying Good New Year. Uncle came up and greeted her eagerly, asking her what she wanted to eat and drink. Su Tian shook her head one by one and watched as uncle pointed to a room and said, Your sister Chanqian is in the house, if you are bored you can go find her to play. Bai Qian is her cousin, a year younger than her. Su Ten agreed to go, but didn't. She didn't really know Bai Qian very well. She sat down on the couch in a regimented manner and watched as her uncle was eager to catch up with her dad again. Mom was just cold as soon as she entered the house, said hello and sat down and didn't move. Alas, second sister, is Kugyaku not coming this year either? Uncle asked. The temperature in the living room instantly dropped to 0 degrees. Su's mother raised her eyes fiercely, her eyes were like ice, staring viciously at him. With a slightly embarrassed expression, my uncle slapped himself on the mouth. Look at me, where's the pot calling the kettle black? Su's father said a few words on the side before the atmosphere warmed up again. Elder Bai sat in the main seat, only occasionally interjecting a couple of sentences when Su's father said something. He didn't pay much attention to his daughter and son, but seemed to like the son-in-law more. Uncle called Bai tough, looks and temperament and this name is not at all match. White old man asked Su dad work-life things. He was next to the occasional smile flattered 2 sentences. Su Tian listened silently from the side. Almost to mealtime, and from outside to buy food back, also very attentive, do this and do that. Su father wants to go into the kitchen to help her also do not let, only an uncle a piece of the kitchen to go in and busy, so their family of 3 and the white old man sitting together to watch TV. The TV was showing the spring dinner from the other day. A very funny skit is playing. When the key part was played, the audience in the studio and the TV all laughed out, and one by one they were silent and quiet outside the TV. When the skit ended, Elder Bai shifted his gaze to Father Su and asked, Tian Hana, how is your company doing? Su's dad nodded, it's fine, it's been profitable. Elder Bai nodded without saying anything else. Chapter 140, $500,000 in a mouthful. The meal was ready, 6 dishes and 1 soup, 4 meat and 2 veggies. The soup was seaweed and egg drop soup. It's all home cooking for guests, but it looks cozy when it's on the table. Bai Lian carried the rice to the table outside and said while setting the tableware, Kid's mom, call Chanqian to come out for dinner. Auntie answered from the kitchen, you go, I'm washing chopsticks. Neither of them could spare a hand, and Su Tian looked at the room to her right and took the initiative to say, "I'll go shout for Qian." She went to the door of Bai Qian's room and knocked. "Didn't hear anything in there." "This child, it's lunchtime and she's still sleeping." Bai Lian put down the cutlery, wiped his hands with a towel, walked over to next to Su Tian, and knocked on the door of the room very vigorously, his voice sounding like a bell. "Bai Qian, get up for me. Your second aunt and your cousin Tenten are here." There was a loud noise in the room, like something had been thrown on the floor. Elder Bai frowned. What did she do last night? Elder Bai went to bed early and didn't know what happened. "Dad." Bai Lian's expression was a bit awkward as he glanced at the guests in the house and said vaguely, "She went to pay respects to her classmates last night and came back a bit late." Elder Bai knew something was wrong as soon as he took a look at his expression and heavily tapped his cane. "What time did you come back?" 10 o'clock. White Tufts said. "Bull." Elder Bai's expression shook with anger. "Those who came back at 10 o'clock can sleep until now?" "Dad, you also give Qian some face for hospitality." Bai Tufts' expression was a bit awkward. Elder Bai said, "It's all because you guys are spoiled, knowing that there's someone in the house and still letting her sleep until now." Mama Su glanced at Elder Bai and didn't say anything. Su father is not in a hurry to pour a cup of Mao Jian, placed in front of the white old man, Persuade said, "Or children, are a family, and not ashamed, all right." Elder Bai grunted. It wasn't long before the door to the house that had been tightly closed finally opened, and Bai Qian came out with a head of disheveled hair, and her face still had makeup that hadn't been removed from her sleep. There was no bathroom in her room and she had to walk through the living room to the toilet to wash up. Elder Bai was not in a good mood when he saw her and came up and asked sternly, "What time did you come back last night?" Bai Qian was still half asleep, but Grandpa's flood of authority had conditioned her, and she cringed, looked at her father's muzzle, and stammered, 7 o'clock. Elder Bai slammed the table. Su's mother was eating with an elegant posture, and with this slap from him, the rice that her chopsticks were holding fell on the table all of a sudden. She closed her eyes and put her chopsticks down, her voice faint. "There's a time for educating children." It sounded as if he was pleading for Bai Qian. Su Tian silently stopped picking at her food, knowing that her mom just simply didn't like it when someone talked during dinner. It even shook the food out of her bowl. Auntie also said next to her, "Dad, isn't this New Year's Eve?" Qian went out to play accidentally and forgot the time. Elder Bai didn't say anything else and lowered his head to eat. Bai Qian swept a glance next to each other on the faces of the people at the table, and also said nothing, quickly ran to the toilet to wash up. When I came back, there was only an empty seat next to Su Tian, so Bai Qian sat over and picked up the bowl to clip the chicken leg to eat. She removed her makeup and combed her hair, finally revealing her original appearance, single eyelid, melon face, lips as thin as 2 razor blades. Elder Bai was also concerned about food and sleep, and no one spoke again until the meal was over. Auntie cleaned up the remnants of the table, and Uncle brought the dishes to the kitchen. Father Su volunteered to help in the kitchen. Su's mother wiped her mouth with a paper towel and didn't bother to pretend. She had never washed dishes at home and naturally wouldn't wash anyone else's when she got here. Bai Qian came late and ate a little slower, waiting for them to get busy for a while before putting down her bowl and chopsticks, then grabbing her hair with one hand and going to the restroom again. Elder Bai, Su's mom and Su Tian were left at the dining table. Su Tian looked at the dishes left behind by Bai Qian, hesitated, picked them up, and wanted to send them to the kitchen. To get to the kitchen you have to cross the yard. Grandpa's house is a bungalow, plus it's newly renovated. Su Tian didn't quite figure out the layout, and when she walked out into the yard she didn't know how to get there. There was a room to the left and right with voices coming out of it. She looked around and heard conversation in the room to her left. So she walked over. Just to the door, heard the uncle's voice ringing, "Tianhong, you see your company's so big so earn money, cannot borrow big brother some money ah?" Qian in private colleges to attend school, a year of light tuition will be more than 10,000, uniforms, books and miscellaneous expenses a year to several thousand. I'm one the security guards to earn a living money. The child her mother to people as an accountant obsessed with giving people to do false accounts were investigated, and now also laid off. This day is really difficult. Su Ten stopped in her tracks. Then came his father's voice, "Big brother, I told you last year, don't be superstitious about private schools, the tuition is expensive and the atmosphere is bad. You see Timothy all the way in the public school, not also quite good? How much money do you need? I'm sure I can help just to help." Qian is also about to be promoted to senior high school. High school I still recommend to go to the public, do not go to private. Harm, I can't help it. Qian insisted on going to a private academy, saying that a few of her friends who play well with her are in private academies. Uncle's voice broke, "I'm not also trying to let her get in touch with the upper class, and develop connections in advance. Papa Su's voice paused before he said, "How about this then, big brother, how much do you say you need?" Su Tian felt that it wasn't particularly good for her to listen to the wall outside, so she carried her bowl with the intention of going back to the house first. Just as she turned around, she saw her mom standing behind her at some point, expressionless as she was, listening quietly. The uncle's voice in the house also came out. 500,000. Su Tian suspected she had heard wrong. Su's mom rolled her eyes. She directly crossed over Su Tian and pushed open the door of the hall, her volume not blocked in the slightest. "Open your mouth and ask for $500,000, why don't you just give the child to us to raise?" The room was silent. Su Tian felt embarrassment spreading from the soles of her feet to the top of her head even as she stood outside. Su mother overbearing continued to say, "Su Tianhong again rich, he is a year to earn 10,100,000,000, but also by virtue of his ability to earn their own. The year before last, you said that the children's school fees are too expensive to borrow money, borrowed 30,000, until now have not returned. It does not matter, I have money, count me as an aunt to Qianshan. As a result, last year, you transferred Qianshan to the Noble Academy, spending more money, and borrow 50,000, Tianhong borrowed again. This year is good open mouth to 500,000, big brother, or you and sister-in-law directly on my home to live?" The impression that mom has always been elegant and noble, not touching the mortal world, even she has always lost so demanding to herself, although Su Tian basically cannot do. Mom would reprimand and get angry, but not be so condescending and talk so dead. Chapter 141 Cousin, is this your boyfriend? Su Tian froze a little. She never knew about her uncle borrowing money from their family. Borrowed 30,000 a year and 50,000 a year for a total of $80,000. And now you want to borrow $500,000. Her brain was a little bit down, this was the world of adults. It's normal that mom would say no. Su Tian felt that their family shouldn't be able to casually take out $500,000 and give it to someone else. She didn't leave, stayed, and continued to listen. Su mother finished for a long time. Su father only said, "Big brother, if you really have difficulties and so on, are a family, I will certainly help you. To be honest, $500,000 is really nothing for our family, borrowed on borrowed, just from frugality to luxury easy, from extravagance to frugality difficult. Overspending is really not good." Su's mother continued to tear down the stage. "All of Su Tianhong's cards are with me, it's $100, if I say I won't borrow it, I won't borrow it." Xiao Jing, don't be like this. Father Su tried to salvage the atmosphere. Su's mom's name is Crystal White. The elegant Ms. Bai's tone remained unchanged. "Also, you should stop going to borrow money from my sister and engaging in that fake brother-sister love. Don't think I don't know about all the good things you and your wife have done outside." A sound of high heels, Su mother pulling Su father out. Su Tian dodged, a little embarrassed to look at his mom and dad. Su's mother released her hand with a blank face. Su's father rubbed Su Tian's head. "Come to deliver the bowl? The kitchen is across the street." Suddy gave a tiny nod and put the bowl in the kitchen at dad's pointing. The family re-entered the house. Elder Bai had the habit of taking a nap and went to bed after eating, and Bai Qian sat alone on the sofa in the living room to play with her cell phone. She had a curly bangs diva pinned to her head, her face imprinted with the luminescence emanating from her cell phone screen, and every now and then she smiled, her fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. Su Tian sat down on the sofa next to her, and the rest of her eyes saw her pulling off her hair ringlets and curlers, and pouting her face crookedly at her cell phone, taking a selfie. The powerful beauty feature retouched her face to look like she was wearing heavy makeup. Bai Qian finished her selfie and started gluing a mosaic into the background behind her. After the mosaic, the whole picture was changed. Bai Qian pressed delete in frustration and glanced around the house as if looking for a suitable background. Su Tian watched her move through the house while watching TV, and finally Bai Qian drooped her lips and went back to the couch. Su Tian guessed that she should have returned without any success. Uncle came just then, followed by aunt and uncle. Both of them looked a bit strange, but both of them continued to talk about their family as if nothing had happened. "It's just not as hot as it was before dinner." In the middle of the conversation, aunt let Bai Qian into the house to write homework. Bai Qian looked resistant. "There are guests at home." Auntie gave her a blank look and didn't say anything. Uncle asked, "Timothy, have you finished your winter vacation homework? I remember you've always gotten good grades." Su Tian paused. Winter vacation homework she finished years ago. Still, she shook her head. "It's still close." "Uncle, where did you come in the class on this test?" Suddy answered truthfully, 6th. "Look at people." Auntie suddenly burst into a rage, glaring at Bai Qian. The young girl next to him was chatting with someone with her head down, and when she heard that, her brow furrowed with hostility. She rolled her eyes and continued to play with her phone. Uncle, Shanshan will soon be promoted to senior high school, so when the midterm is over that summer vacation, let Timothy give her some tutoring. Tutoring or not tutoring is still a moot point. It's just a scene. But Bai Qian suddenly raised her head. Dad, Mom, why don't we start tutoring now? I'm learning middle school content anyway, and my cousin knows it all. Mr. and Mrs. White-Tuff froze. Bai Qian looked at Father Su. Auntie, can I stay at your house for a few days? Everyone froze. Su's mother raised her eyebrows and glanced meaningfully at Bai Tuff. She had said so. Papa Su naturally had no reason to refuse, nodding his head, of course. Bai Qian stood up. Now she looked well behaved. Then Mom and Dad, Aunt and Uncle, you guys chat first, I'll go pack my bags. Su Tian watched from the side and froze. My uncle said, this kid, why is he suddenly good at learning? Auntie hit her lips and laughed. I guess she was stimulated by knowing her cousin's grades. Bai Qian to go to the Su family to live for a few days was finalized, and in the afternoon, Elder Bai woke up and talked to him, and Elder Bai was also very surprised. Toward evening, the group hit the road. When she came out it was 3 people, when she went back it became 4, except for her sister-in-law. Few people have stayed over at her house. Su Tian looked at the young girl playing with her cell phone next to her, a little bit uncomfortable. Her cell phone beep suddenly rang, and when she took it out, it was Ayu who had sent her a tweet, morning run tomorrow? Ever since she came back from the night of the fireworks, Su Tian deleted the note she had given him, so what was displayed on her side became his WeChat nickname Ayu again. Su Tian replied to him, run. Ayu, alright. Staying bored in the car, Su Tian had a chat with him. Su Ten, you're done with your relatives? Ayu, well, my family doesn't have many relatives. Su Ten, not in my house either. Ayu, are you at home? Su Tian swept a glance at the navigation on the car and lowered her eyes. No, on the way, it should take another half an hour. Jiang Chiyu didn't reply to her again. Next to Bai Qian did not know when to come over to look at her cell phone screen. Su Tian felt it, subconsciously wanted to take back the phone and feel too deliberate, plus they did not talk about anything, so the hand lurched, or confiscated. Bai Qian asked from the side, cousin, is this your boyfriend? Su Tian did not expect her to suddenly ask this and froze. Su's dad was driving and Su's mom, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was watching her through the rearview mirror. Su Tian inexplicably felt a bit weak and explained dryly, no, it's Jiang Chiyu who asked me if I want to run in the morning tomorrow. Bai Qian withdrew her gaze. She thought the name writing Jiang Chiyu, oh, so it's a girl. Su Tian didn't explain, frowned slightly and put her cell phone away. Father Su said, alas, Ayu is also quite disciplined, I haven't gotten up early in a while, and this weather is too cold. Suddy emphasized, I'm also very disciplined and I ran when he ran. Let's go to Ayu's house sometime to pay our respects. Papa Su added. Su's mom nodded her head. Su Tian didn't have any comments either. The road was a bit jammed, and it took 50 minutes for them to get home, and Bai Qian had been picking at the window to look out ever since the car pulled into the neighborhood, fixing her hair and then taking a selfie with her phone. When she got out of the car, she was even more carnally happy and kept taking pictures. Su's dad took her suitcase down and carried it toward the house. Entering the house, the maid wanted to take the suitcase. Father Su waved his hand. No, it's quite heavy. Su's mom went to the first floor toilet to wash her hands before the first thing, and Su Tian and Bai Qian followed Su's dad upstairs. There is a guest room right next to Su Tian's room. Chapter 142, This back shadow is Jiang Chiyu. The guest room was large and the decoration was on the minimalist side, and Su Tian helped carry out a quilt from the cabinet and put it on the large bed. Su father put the suitcase on the side of the bed. Shanshan, you'll stay here, the house is heated, just cover a quilt at night. That room on the right hand side is the washroom. There are disposable tooth cups and toothbrushes, shampoo and everything else. If you want to use anything you can't find, just go next door. Father Su said, pointing to the room on the left, that's 1010's room, ask her if you don't understand. Bai Qian nodded repeatedly. Su Tian didn't continue to stay in the guest room, and after Su's father went out, she followed. Returning to her room, Su Tian first went to take a shower and changed into her pajamas when she came out. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of her room. Su Tian wiped her hair while going to open the door. Bai Qian stood outside the door, looking inside through the not-so-large open doorway, her eyes shining brightly. Bai Qian looked like she was curious about the layout of her room, so Su Tian gave way and let her come in first. Something wrong? Bai Qian looked around at her room, and in her eyes was an uncontrollable envy. The Rococo-style decor with pink-toned European furniture is almost like the palace of a medieval European princess. Su Tian asked again, "Is there something I can help you with?" Bai Qian reacted, her afterglow still lingering on the furniture. "Ah, cousin, can you lend me a set of pajamas? I forgot to bring my pajamas. Southern has, and a lot more. But she doesn't really like people wearing her clothes. It's still a snug nightgown. But there's always the possibility of not borrowing." She pressed back some tiny bit of unhappiness and nodded, "Yes," said the man, walking over to the closet and opening one of the closet doors. "Wow! Cousin, you have so many nice clothes." Bai Qian's eyes were glowing, her gaze glued to the winter coats hanging in the closet. "It's okay." There were 3 sets of winter pajamas for Su Tian. She wore a cow-spotted set for herself, another set was taken to the dry cleaners, and the last set of small strawberry ones was hanging in the closet. Su Tian took the pajamas out and handed them to Bai Qian. "Here." The 2 of them were of similar size, and her clothes Bai Qian could certainly wear. Bai Qian joyfully took it over, looking at the neatly folded pajamas, rubbing her palm over the pattern. "It's really nice." With that, he hugged his clothes and walked away. The door was open. Sudi closed the cupboard door and went to close the room door again. Her mind was in a bit of a frenzy, and after blow-drying her hair she took out her cell phone and checked the time. It was just 8 p.m. It was a bit early for bed, so she shuffled an empty glass and thought she'd go downstairs to the kitchen and pour some milk. On the way out, the door next door slammed as well, and Bai Qian had changed into her little strawberry pajamas with 2 boxer braids and was holding her cell phone up to her face as if she was videoing with someone. Su Tian looked at her side profile and suddenly felt that a certain angle Bai Qian was quite similar to her. Especially in her pajamas and wearing a hairstyle that mirrored her usual hairstyle. Maybe that's what makes it such a powerful bloodline. Bai Qian saw her and told the person in the video, "I have something to do, I'll get off first," then hung up the video call and looked at her with a smile. "Cousin, where are you going?" Su Tian shook the empty cup in her hand. "I'll pour a glass of milk. Do you drink milk?" "I'll pour you a cup too." Bai Qian nodded. "Yeah, I'll go with you." Bai Qian mainly wanted to take a look around the large, palatial house. Su Tian led her downstairs, told her to wait in the living room for a moment, and then went into the kitchen herself, crouching down to look for a clean cup from the cupboard. The cups were found, and when I opened the fridge I found that there wasn't much milk left, and half a cup wouldn't even come close. She poured the remaining 3 mouthfuls of milk into her own cup and drank it, threw the box away, and asked Bai Qian, who was blindly wandering around outside, across the island counter, "Qian, there's no more milk, I'll rinse some powdered milk, will you drink it?" "Anything." Bai Qian's voice came from far away. So Sudi went back to looking for powdered milk to brew the powdered milk. Su Tian wanted to grow taller too much, so Su's father asked a friend to buy a few bags of imported high-calcium milk powder, a few cups a week. The taste is the same as milk. It is a little difficult to brew, the water temperature is not enough easy to lump, it is best to brew directly with freshly boiled water. Su Tian went back to warming up the water. She was so busy flying up in the kitchen that she completely missed the commotion outside. Bai Qian was looking at the furniture and decoration of the living room, taking a few selfies every now and then. The doorbell rang just then. Bai Qian twisted her head, and the doorbell stopped ringing again. Thinking she had misheard, she didn't think much of it and continued to take selfies of the oversized transparent fireplace in her living room. Outside the door, Jiang Chiyu carried a box of fruits and nodded his thanks to the maid who came to open the door for him. "Good New Year to Auntie Zhang." Aunt Zhang is the nanny of Su Tian's family, and has stayed in Su's family for 7 or 8 years, and if Jiang Chiyu hadn't left the country, she would have been considered to have watched him and Su Tian grow up, and she would have been familiar with both children. "Good New Year's Day for you, looking for Tian na?" Aunt Zhang happened to come to the yard to water the flowers and plants, and saw Jiang Chiyu just as he stood at the door, and she opened the door almost as soon as Jiang Chiyu had just pressed the doorbell. Jiang Chiyu nodded, "Sort of, my relatives sent some fruit, my mom asked me to send some over." Because of the relationship of having to run and exercise with Su Tian in the morning, Jiang Chiyu was almost a regular visitor to Su's house, and Aunt Zhang directly brought him into the house. On the way, Aunt Zhang said, "There are other guests staying over at the house, Mr. and Mrs. and 1010 are upstairs, I'll go call them for a while, you sit in the living room for a while." Jiang Chiyu nodded in response. When she entered the living room, she really didn't see anyone, and Auntie Zhang went straight upstairs. Jiang Chiyu put the fruit on the table. He was going to sit down and wait, when his afterglow suddenly saw the curtains directly in front of his line of sight moving. He took a closer look and realized it was Su Tian standing in the shadows next to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, holding up her cell phone and tugging at the curtains, her knees slightly bent in an odd position. So he walked over silently to see what kind of stupidity his little green friend was up to again. Before she even walked up to her, Jiang Chiyu could tell that she was taking a selfie as she held out her scissors. Jiang Chiyu couldn't see her screen and was a little amused, and suddenly took a big step over and broke into her shot with a slightly crooked face. Click. The owner of the cell phone just happened to hit the photo button. Jiang Chiyu also saw her cell phone screen in an instant, reacted that something was wrong, and violently stood up straight. Bai Qian was startled by the head that suddenly appeared in the cell phone, and twisted her head in shock. Su Tian was in the kitchen when she heard the yelling and rushed out. What's wrong? The living room is a bit big. She didn't even find where Bai Qian was at first, looked around and saw the back of a tall and thin boy by the window first. The boy was wearing a white cotton shirt with his hands in his pockets, and very close in front of him stood a shocked Bai Qian. For a moment, Su Tian thought that bad people had entered the house and were going to misbehave with Bai Qian's intentions. After a split second, he recognized the back figure as Jiang Chiyu. Chapter 143, Come and see for yourself. Su Tian looked at Jiang Chiyu and then at Bai Qian, not understanding what was happening. It couldn't be that Jiang Chiyu was trying to plot against Bai Qian. But two people, why, so close together? Obviously the living room is so big. For the first time, Su Tian felt that her home was so big. Jiang Chiyu turned around at the sound, his expression seemed slightly confused. He glanced at Bai Qian again and quickly reacted, taking 3 steps back. Now the two were far apart. Jiang Chiyu pursed his lips straight and spoke to Bai Qian first. Sorry for scaring you. Bai Qian froze and stared at Jiang Chiyu's face. The corners of her lips couldn't help but always want to rise. Her cheeks slowly dyed with 2 red clouds. No. It's fine. Jiang Chiyu turned around, rejoined the sofa, and quietly looked at Su Tian. Su Tian took a few steps forward, and the 3 of them stood in such a way that they formed an equilateral triangle. Su Tian looked at Bai Qian first. Are you alright? Bai Qian shook her head, her eyes still glued to Jiang Chiyu, and froze. It's fine. It was only then that Su Tian looked at Jiang Chiyu again, in a completely different tone from the one she used to be polite to Bai Qian, familiar and at the same time vaguely angry. What are you doing here? Jiang Chiyu lifted his chin and pointed at the box of delicately packaged fruits on the table. Today's relatives sent it. My mom asked me to come and deliver a box to your house. Su Tian looked at the thing on the table. What's this? Come and see for yourself. Jiang Chiyu said. Only then did Su Tian walk over and look in through the ventilation holes for half a day, not recognizing what this thing that looked like a scaled-down version of an eggplant was, looking up with a confused face and looking at Jiang Chiyu blinking his eyes. Jiang Chiyu grunted, ignorant. It was at this time that Su's mom and Su's dad also came downstairs. You is here. Jiang Chiyu straightened his expression. Uncle, Auntie, today my family relatives sent 2 boxes of finger oranges. My mom asked me to send you a box to try. Su's father smiled and nodded. Finger orange, I remember your father quite loved to eat, keep their own to eat on it, but also specifically come to our family to share a box. Su's mom also smiled. Today, I also said that I would find a time to go and pay my respects to you guys, but you came here first by delivering the New Year's goods. In Bai Qian's impression, the second aunt of hers had always been a cold and ruthless character, and she had never seen her so pleasant. She was a bit skeptical of her own eyes for a moment, and her eyes, which had been glued to Jiang Chiyu, also fell on Su's mother. Su Tian was still confused. What's a finger orange? Never even heard of it. Bai Qian hadn't heard of it either, and took a few steps closer to the couch here, looking at the fruit box on the table. Sour, the pulp inside looks a bit like caviar and can be made into jam or mixed with sugar to make an orange ding. Papa Su explained. Su Tian nodded with seeming understanding. When there's time later, let's have a meal together between our 2 families. Father Su said to Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu smiled and nodded. My father said the same thing. Auntie Zhang had never seen finger oranges either, so Papa Su took some out and went to the kitchen himself to make diced oranges. Su's mother was chatting with Jiang Chiyu next to her. Su Tian's water was warmed up and went to rinse the milk powder, and Bai Qian was sitting next to her in the living room as a chaperone. She was a bit afraid of this second aunt, and originally wanted to go to the kitchen with Su Tian, but after looking at Jiang Chiyu, she was a bit unable to walk again. She hadn't deleted that photo just now, and Bai Qian's palm was sweating as she held the phone in excitement. The boy's name is Ayu? It turns out that the Ayu that my cousin was talking to in the car was a boy. Now this time to come over, listen to what he said. The 2 families are very familiar, should be a neighbor category. Does that mean she'll have plenty of opportunities to see him all the time as long as she stays here? Bai Qian heard Ergu ask him, Ayu, I heard you chose science? How many classes have you been assigned to? Jiang Chiyu said, class 11, right next door to Timothy's class. That's quite a coincidence, I didn't think of that one at the time. If you guys want to be closer for easier commuting to and from school together, I can get someone to switch shifts. Jiang Chiyu smiled lightly and didn't say that being assigned next door was the result of him finding someone. Bai Qian made a quick note that he was in class 11. Su Tian came out with 2 cups of milk, one of which was handed to Bai Qian, and the remaining cup was held by herself and sipped a small mouthful. Su's mom was sitting on a single sofa, with a long sofa on the left and right sides, and Jiang Chiyu and Bai Qian were sitting facing each other. Su Tian looked at the row and sat down on Bai Qian's sofa. Why are you just drinking it yourself and not pouring a cup for your Ayu brother? Su's mom snapped. There's no more boxed milk, I made powdered milk. Su Tian explained and looked at Jiang Chiyu. Do you drink? If you drink it, while the water is still hot, I'll go make you a cup. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her glass of milk in surprise. Su Tian simply didn't need to think to know what was going on in his head, and said in a good-natured manner, student milk, calcium supplement. Jiang Chiyu grunted, no need, you drink it. Su's dad came out with a plate of diced oranges and set it on the table, offering some to each person on a small plate. Go and get another bowl for Auntie Zhang. Su Tian had already started eating, and the sweet and sour flavor instantly spread through her taste buds. It's sweet. Bai Qian couldn't wait to try a bite as well, and quickly finished the diced orange on her plate. It's delicious. Bai Qian has never eaten fruit like this before. She carried a delicate porcelain plate and a small spoon, and looked a little enviously at Su Tian, who was obediently eating diced oranges on the side. Why are they sisters? Su Tian was born into such a wealthy family. Dad is a security guard, mom is an accountant, only grandfather retired as a city clerk, but the oil and salt do not know how to change. Not only refused to help mom and dad arrange a good job after retirement, but also dead-eat pension, door-to-door gifts are not accepted. It's not like he's doing anything major to jeopardize the country, it's just a small favor. If only her life and Su Tian's could be exchanged. As soon as the thought formed, it intensified in her mind and soon took over her entire thinking. Qian? Father Su called her many times. Bai Qian snapped back to her senses and realized that everyone in the living room was looking at her. What's wrong? Bai Qian was a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I just wandered off. Papa Su smiled and said, seeing that you finished, I asked if you wanted some more. Bai Qian shook her head, no, thank you auntie. As much as she wanted to eat more, she didn't want to come off as unseasoned. Jiang Chiyu also got up to say goodbye when he was almost done eating the orange ding. Father Su asked Su Tian to see him off. It's right next door though. The 2 men walked all the way to the yard, their steps slow. Su Tian asked, did you recognize the wrong person when you first arrived at my house? Otherwise there's no way to explain the look on his face. Jiang Chiyu didn't say anything. Not saying anything is a tacit admission. The more Su Tian thought about it, the angrier she got. How can you even recognize a mistake? Do she and Bai Qian look alike? Like? Not at all. Chapter 144. So do you like him? What, is Timothy still jealous? Jiang Chiyu glanced at her lightly. He hit the nail on the head. Su Tian suddenly had a moment of weakness and was dead reluctant to admit it. Who's jealous? What's there to be jealous of? What is there to be jealous of? A dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Jiang Chiyu snorted, then sighed softly and admitted it first. Su Tian, if you saw someone in my house wearing my pajamas and wearing the same hairstyle as me who was still about the same height and build as me, and he still had his back turned to you, you would have recognized him by mistake as well. Mostly because he didn't think much of it at all, and when he saw the little strawberry pajamas, he went right over to them. The pajamas left too much of an impression on him. One Christmas Eve night, Su Tian was dressed like this and was taken into his arms. The scent of the young girl's hair seemed to linger in her nostrils now. Jiang Chiyu even remembered clearly how many small strawberries were printed on that piece of fabric on her shoulder. Thinking this way, Jiang Chiyu was angry in turn. He was a little accusatory. Why do you let her wear your pajamas? Then who else could she wear if she didn't bring her pajamas and didn't wear mine? There was nothing Su Tian could do. Jiang Chiyu got even more angry. How come it's that set? Why don't you let her wear this set on you? This set is already on me, I can't take it off and let her put it on again. Su Tian didn't understand why Jiang Chiyu was being unreasonable again, and why he was obsessing over which set of her pajamas Bai Qian was wearing. Aren't both sets hers, and what's the difference except the pattern? Jiang Chiyu tisk, seemed to have nothing to say, lowered his eyes, a person outwardly emitting low air pressure, sulking to himself. Su Tian had already sent him to the entrance of the courtyard. I won't send him the rest of the way, you can walk by yourself, huh? It's not many steps anyway. When she finished, she covered her lips with a yawn and turned around just as she was about to go back inside. Jiang Chiyu suddenly grabbed her arm and said calmly as Su Tian looked over in confusion, going back now is the same as going back halfway. Suti? Jiang Chiyu continued, you have to drop me off at my doorstep. It's really just a few steps. Jiang Chiyu was always childish in places she didn't expect. He wouldn't let go until he promised, and Su Tian half pushed and half assisted, but also really walked a bit more to send him to the door of the house. Think of it as caring for mentally handicapped children. Arriving home, Su Tian wanted to go back to her room, and when she walked to the second floor, she saw Bai Qian standing at the door of her room. It looked like it was waiting for her. Without waiting for Su Tian to take the initiative to open her mouth, Bai Qian wriggled over, her tone intimate, cousin, let me ask you something. Su Tian's mood was a bit subtle, as if she realized something, her lips pursed, well, you say. That's the guy just now, is he your boyfriend? Bai Qian carefully opened her mouth. No. Su Tian shook her head. Bai Qian seemed relieved and continued to ask, so does he have a girlfriend? Su Tian shook her head again. There was some gleam in Bai Qian's eyes as she finally asked, so do you like him? Su Tian froze. Her mind went a little white the moment she heard the question. Quickly, she responded, her expression calm. What, like it or not, the main task of a high school student is to study. Sudi pinched the edge of her nightgown for the third time and shook her head. If it was Zhouing who was here, seeing her tiny reaction would have led to some conclusions that Su Tian didn't want to admit. But Bai Qian is not Zhouing. She saw that Su Tian's expression was unchanged and she answered quickly, so she really believed it. A face that couldn't suppress a leap of joy, good night then cousin. Su Tian hung her eyes, didn't say anything, and pushed open the door to go back to her room. Bai Qian also went back to the guest room. She lay on her back on the bed, smiling for a moment and pulling out her phone to look at a picture of her and that Ayu. I forgot to ask my cousin what his full name was. Never mind, I'll ask tomorrow. Bai Qian looked over the previous photos. In fact, she only offered to come to Su's house for a few days because she wanted to take a few pictures to send to her friends. Every corner of Su's house can be used as a backdrop. I didn't realize there was such a catch. In her last circle of friends she posted a selfie in her living room, purposely far away to reveal a lot of tall furniture. The comments were envious, saying that they didn't expect her family to be so low-key, but it turned out that her family was so rich. Bai Qian didn't deny it, she directly didn't reply, using this ambiguous attitude to make others believe that this is her home. Her vanity satisfied, she immediately changed her hairstyle again and took off her thick cotton dress and wore a shirt alone to pose in the guest room. This would disguise it as a shot taken in another season and sidestep the fact that it was her house. Bai Qian imported the photo that Jiang Chiyu mistakenly took into the beauty picture software, and gave herself a picture. The boy next to the three-dimensional deep features slightly tilted his head, the expression did not collapse, there is no need to repair the place. The more you look at it, the more handsome it gets. Bai Qian twisted on the bed in excitement. She added a filter at the end and the whole picture looked much more harmonious. It looked as if they were close. Bai Qian sent it to her friends. Green dicks, sometimes someone breaks into your shot. Images. Not long after sending it, the phone began to vibrate continuously. Beep after beep. Bai Qian bounced around and went to brush her teeth and wash her face first before coming back to look at her friends. There was a long list of messages with comments and likes. It's basically saying, your boyfriend is so handsome. One of them is a former classmate of hers, Zhao Xiaoxiao, commenting on her, this guy looks like Jiang Chiyu from our school. Zhao Xiaoxiao moved to Yangming City in her second year of junior high school, so she transferred to Yangming City as well. Jiang Chiyu, Ayu. So that's what I'm talking about? Bai Qian read it carefully twice. She didn't reply to any of the comments and clicked on this classmate's friends circle. It took dozens of updates in a row to turn up one of her school uniform selfies with a badge that read Yangming First High School. Jiang Chiyu, Class 111, Yangming No. 1 Middle School. Information strung together. Bai Qian proudly re-entered her friend circle and saw that the number of likes and comments were still rising. People love handsome men and women, not to mention the level of Jiang Chiyu. Bai Qian suddenly remembered her microblogging account that hadn't gained any fans for a long time. Her microblogging is mainly posting her selfies, and occasionally she will take an advertisement to post cosmetics, but she doesn't have many followers, and she only earns 1 or 200 a month. If Bai Qian didn't hesitate, she felt that leaving Su Tian's house probably wouldn't be able to see Jiang Chiyu, so she might as well finally make use of this group photo to give her a boost. Jiang Chiyu couldn't see it anyway. So Bai Qian logged on to Weibo and put up this group photo. She had a feeling that the Twitter reaction would be similar to the friend circle reaction, so she didn't look at it and went to bed first. What she didn't expect was that Zhao Xiaoxiao, while commenting on her, saved the photo of the two of them together at the same time as she was on fire, and then posted it on the forum of Yangming First Middle School. With the caption, "It's Skyfall, right? I saw it in my circle of friends." Chapter 145 meeting is a good sign. First floor? It seems to be. Second floor, the next class packing. This is the Skyfall. That girl at first glance looks a bit like his desk but does not seem to be her. Third floor. It's not his deskmate. Who is this? Skyfall has a girlfriend? Didn't he say he doesn't fall in love? Fourth floor, this sense of atmosphere, the two are so close, not the object is also ambiguous objected. Fifth floor, no, it's not as good looking as his desk. The sixth floor is sent by the owner. The girl is my former classmate, Yuten 3 Middle School, not Yangming City people. Seventh floor, well, the forums that are high on Ikuten CP can declare B. Eighth floor, help. Suddenly I realized that this is the first Skyfall selfie that's been circulated on the entire internet, right, or a photo with a girl. Ninth floor, at this point the passing Skyfall fanbase is on fire to save the picture then pee out the girls to replace them with their own. 10th floor, no one cares? This photo was seen by the school leadership to come will remove his presidency it. Student body president also led the early love. 11th floor, a group photo is just a photo, it doesn't say much, does it? 12th floor, but they're so close. And keep in mind that none of Skyfall's tablemates have ever posted a picture with Skyfall. 13th floor, maybe she does, but she doesn't post it. 14th floor, upstairs, if you had it, wouldn't you post it? The 13th floor commented under the 14th floor, must. Must. Hair. The floor cover ended at the 14th floor. The reason for this is that Zhao Xiaoxiao saw the comments on the 10th floor and was afraid that Skyfalljian would be removed from her position and then pick up on the fact that it was a photo she had posted on the forum. The school bully and beat up someone at the JCSE, sounds badass. The third-class students who were in the same class as Jiang Chiyu knew that his school bully name was just a coincidence, and that Jiang Chiyu himself, although he was high and cold, was actually very polite. But a school bully is a school bully in the eyes of the outer class, and the fact that the school bully hasn't been disciplined for beating up someone in the exam room is even more telling. Zhao's post was deleted even though it was only there for a little while, but it was of little use. Because on the more viewed tweets, someone had already swiped a photo shared by a blogger named Greenie. It's exactly the same as the one Zhao Xiaoxiao sent out. During winter break, no one has to go to school, so they spend extra time on the internet. The first person swiped on Weibo and directly took a screenshot and copied the link to share it on the forum. At Green Dicky, meeting means being on top. Images. Originally Zhao Xiaoxiao that post was sent out. The forum Utian CP Stone CP floor is still explaining that it's just a group photo, and the sense of ambience is also brought about by filters only, and it doesn't say that a photo of the opposite sex is necessarily a boyfriend and girlfriend. But after seeing the accompanying text posted by Cyanide, there was a collective silence in the building. Silence passed. Some people do not want to believe, the blogger did not say anything who said neat that is the upper sign is to get rid of a single copy of. Well Baidu search is indeed. Some people are bitterly happy. Skyfall and Skyfall table as a childhood friend of friendship is also very good. Do not have to be high love. There are also people who are thinking nonsense. How do I feel better? This Qingqing ZD and Tianji table looks a bit like also are combing two pigtails. Look at the photo seems to be very similar to the height. Could it be that Skyfall is in love? So went and found a similar double. Someone posted in the forum outside of the Stone CP thread, it was suggested to click into one of the Stone CP high rises in this forum, which is simply the scene of a great appreciation of the reaction of the collapsed house on Earth. Bai Qian woke up and realized that her fans had risen by 15,000 overnight. She was stunned. There were also a lot of comments and private messages, mostly asking if the guy in the photo was her boyfriend. Bai Qian still used the same tactics used in the circle of friends, not replying to any of them, but giving a nod to the top comment. She shows this ambiguity and others automatically bring in the ideas they want. Anyway, she wasn't lying. She spent an hour going through the comments and private messages, and realized that most of the people following her seemed to be students from Yangming First High School, also known as Jiang Chiyu's alumni. Looks like Jiang Chiyu is famous in their school. That's right. With a face like that, it's a wonder you're not famous. Bai Qian didn't take it seriously. She felt that even if it reached Jiang Chiyu's ears and he got upset, then she would just delete the photos at that time. She was a girl, Jiang Chiyu was a boy, he was not going to run to Yuten City specifically to find out about her for this matter. Not to mention the cousin connection. Seeing her 1,500 new followers and several advertisers in her private messages who wanted to find her to advertise, Bai Qian took a chance and let the netizens speculate that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. She even took an advertisement selling couple rings, and didn't even have to take her own pictures. The advertiser sent her a few photos and she just used them to tweet at pics. In both advertiser-provided photos, only the hands are shown, one large and one small hand interlocked with 10 fingers, both with rings. Bai Qian received a $500 red packet from an advertiser and then retired the tweet. Of course she knew that the students of Yangming First Middle School would think wrong, but she hadn't said anything, so how could she be blamed for thinking wrong? This soft advertisement was soon reposted again in the forum of Yangming First High School. They did think wrong. They didn't even think about the fact that this was a soft advertisement, and almost everyone connected the tweet to the photo she posted last night with Skyfall. Almost hammered the fact that she was Skyfall's girlfriend. In the morning, Su Tian got up with a bit of a cold, so she didn't go for a morning run with Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu said she was petulant. Su Tian says it's all her fault that Jiang Chiyu had to make her walk those extra steps to send him to the door last night. Otherwise it wouldn't have caught a cold. She went to pour a cup of hot water, and as she passed the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room she saw Bai Qian taking another selfie in the garden. Bai Qian seems to have a penchant for selfies. Though Su Tian didn't expect her to come to her house to really look for her to study. Su Tian felt that it should be because her aunt and uncle were too strict in controlling her, that's why she wanted to come out to live to get some air. She then leaned against the kitchen island, sipping hot water from a mug while watching Bai Qian take a selfie. Watched for a while and learned a lot about photo poses. Suddenly, Bai Qian seemed to think that she had seen enough here and switched to the gazebo in the garden. On the stone table next to the gazebo, there was a piece of all the rare plants that Su's mom had planted. Su's mom loved to grow flowers, and the more expensive the flower, the more she loved to grow it. The more expensive the flower tends to also signal that these flowers are more delicate. Normally, except for Su's mom and Auntie Zhang, Su Tian and Su's dad almost didn't dare to touch these flowers. The value of the flowers was one thing, whether or not they could withstand the wrath of Su's mother was another. Sudi wanted to go out into the garden and remind her. People just walked out of the living room, also just by the door blocked the line of sight for a moment of effort, and then saw Bai Qian. She has been excitedly stroked 3 harmony roses inserted in the hair. Su Ten, stunned, dumbfounded. Chapter 146 Harmony Rose. Su's mom is a person who will never hold her anger if she has it. Nor is he a man who would be afraid to tear his face off. Much less a mouthful just because it's a relative. This was evident from the fact that Su's mother had directly caught her nominal and de facto real brother in a snide remark. Su Tian hurriedly ran over and took down the 3 harmony roses from Bai Qian's head. "What are you doing?" Bai Qian combed her messed up hair, a little resentful. "My hair is all messed up." She used a curling iron to give herself a wave, and the flower branches buckled as Su Ten peeled them out of her head, making her hair a little frizzy. "This flower can't be picked," Su Tian said anxiously. "Huh? It won't be poisonous, right?" Bai Qian quickly retracted her hand and looked at Su Tian with a horrified expression. "It's not poisonous." Su Tian cupped the 3 flowers in her hands and went to look at the flower pots on the stone platform, one of which had already become bare. "What do we do here? We've picked it all. We definitely can't pick it up." Su Tian wanted to go to her father to discuss how to spare Bai Qian this scolding. Bai Qian breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that it's not poisonous." She got curious again. "Why can't you pick it? It's quite pretty." "You're quite a looker." "There's a gaping hole missing in the stone platform, and it looks abrupt anyhow." Su Tian sighed and didn't explain too much. "It's hard to raise this flower this big, it hasn't been in bloom for long. Just plant some more, it's just a few roses. The flower store $2 a bouquet, if you lack the $6, I will give you to turn it." Bai Qian did not think that her family is quite rich, but also think that her family is quite rich. Why is she so stingy? Su Tian gave her a strange look. She still didn't say much and went to her dad by herself with 3 early roses. She ran so fast for fear of being seen by her mom that she didn't pay attention to a red figure around the corner and almost ran into it. Luckily, he braked in time, but a rose in his hand was thrown to the ground because of the force. The skirt in the afterglow was red. Auntie Zhang had bought a pink skirt for New Year's Eve, and she thought it was Auntie Zhang, and before she stood up straight, she said, "Auntie Zhang, my mom's flower." The unfinished words instantly caught in his throat. Su's mother was wearing a long red velvet dress with a shawl over her shoulders, and was looking down at the 3 flowers she was holding in her hands. Over and out. Sudi opened her mouth numbly. Mom. Ms. White's tone was still calm at the moment. Are you just about to go and put the $30,000 you're holding in your hand in the ground? 30,000, 10,000 apiece. The moment she came to the conclusion, Su Tian's eyes widened. So expensive? She only knew it was expensive, but she didn't realize it was so outrageous. You did this? Ms. White's tone rose and fell slightly. Su Ten gave a small shake of her head. The stems of the flowers could be seen to have been pinched off, and their family was familiar with not touching the flowers on the stone platform, so it couldn't have been one of their family members. Ms. White took a deep breath. There is only one answer. She looked over to the gazebo and her niece didn't even realize what she had done, holding her phone and playing with her head down over there. Su's mom raised her steps and prepared to go over. Su Tian held the bodies of the 3 flowers and blocked the front, trying to say something good for Bai Qian. Mom, she didn't mean to do it, she didn't know that this flower can't be picked off. Su's mother frowned gently. I didn't say I'd let her pay for it. But you look like you're going to a fight. This is something that Su Tian did not dare to say, and wheedled her mouth. Family and everything is prospering. Su's mother closed her eyes, took another elegant deep breath, and said softly, and I didn't say I wanted to bother with a junior who doesn't know anything. Actually, Su's mom was already biting her tongue. She had never seen such an unpleasant junior. She still walked around Su Tian, who hurriedly followed behind holding the flowers. When Bai Qian saw them coming over, she hurriedly put away her cell phone and stood up, calling out second aunt. Su's mother's expression was stoic, her tone was slowed down, only the deliberately slowed down voice sounded a bit eerie. Qian, this flower can't be picked. Ah? Why ah? Bai Qian looked at Su Tian extremely quickly. The heart is speechless. Just $6. She also went to Su. It's really convincing. Su's mother continued calmly, because the flowers are 12,000 apiece. Bai Qian was confused. She thought she'd misheard. It was $1 and 2 apiece, wasn't it? 12,000, how is that possible? Ahaha. But when she remembered the expression on Su Tian's face when she saw her picking those 3 flowers. When she looked up once more, she saw the townhouse of the Suttons. When she glanced again at the 3 roses with full petals and elegant color held in Su Ten's hands. It does seem to look a little better than regular roses. Come to think of it, Su Tian couldn't have been in such a hurry over $6. Bai Qian froze and let out another ah. Her mind buzzed. Mother Su continued to speak softly, just pick these 3, but don't pick the rest. She spoke softly, as if she were gentle. Bai Qian, however, felt scared. She remembered what her mother had said privately about this second aunt, crazy, poisonous woman, shady as hell. It was just that God was not kind enough to let her marry so well. In total, Su's mother only said 2 words, and then walked away lightly, with a graceful pace like a European noble lady from the last century. Su Tian put the picked flowers on the table in the gazebo, looking at Bai Qian's expression as if struck by lightning, thought she was feeling guilty, so she comforted a few words, picked on the picking, the seed in the can still bloom, don't pick it in the future just fine. Bai Qian also did not listen to it, the only thing in his head is that sentence because this flower 12,000 a flower. Why? Why? Bai Qian's hands hanging at her sides clenched. $12,000 a flower, 3 gone. She remained indifferent, as if she had thrown away the $36,000. Then why does her family have to pay back the $30,000 they loaned her mom and dad? Why did dad ask her to borrow $500,000 and she wouldn't even do it? Obviously their family is so rich. Shouldn't relatives help each other? She never treated her dad like a brother at all. Su Tian was sensitive to the fact that she wasn't in a good mood, and she wasn't good at comforting people, so she didn't say anything, put the flowers down and went back to the house. Su's mom walked faster and faster, locking the door first thing when she returned to her room. The bedroom was connected to Su's dad's study. Papa Su wasn't in the study though, he was sitting on the balcony in the master bedroom looking at the newspaper. At the sound of the locking door, Sue's father looked up and pushed down the glasses that were about to slip off the bridge of his nose. What's wrong? Papa Sue looked at her with a troubled face. Sinister picked my 3 Harmony roses. Sue's mom took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cooler in her bedroom, poured some into a highball glass, and drank it straight from the bottle. Harmony rose ah. Father Sue knew that was her favorite and the toughest flower to raise, and didn't say anything nice for Bai Qian, only said, "Don't be angry, I'll buy it for you again. The market price is 12,000 a plant." The room was soundproofed, and Sue's mom didn't suppress her sulking. "I'm still upset about the money if you're not upset about the money." Chapter 147 Jiang Chiyu has a girlfriend. Money is earned to be spent. Sue's father smilingly added, "Anyway, the company has long been on the right track. The money earned by our family of 3 will not be spent in this life." Sue's mom pursed her lips. "By what? I don't keep flowers." "Don't ah, that flower is so pretty." Sue's father put down the newspaper, came over, "Xiaojing ah, you see you are only a hobby. The company only allows them every day with me complaining about their family love to buy all kinds of luxury goods, again with them to buy a bag of millions of dollars to buy a sports car tens of millions of dollars to buy a. You see how lucky I am, my wife is very good, never spend money, my daughter also taught me so well, never waste. You see how lucky I am, my wife is so good, money and never spend, my daughter also taught me so well, never waste. I said they don't believe me, said I abuse you both mother and daughter, to even this hobby of planting flowers I still limit you, to the company they should call the police to arrest me." Sue's mom didn't hold back and was amused by him. Sue's father took her shoulder, "Do not always tense face, fortunately Timothy character like me, otherwise the daughter is not a sweet little coat, is the freezer out of the frozen cotton coat." Sue's mom hammered him, "You're explicitly and implicitly saying that I'm bad-tempered Su Tianhong?" Papa Su feigned pain and took a few steps back. "Yeah, you heard me. Su Tianhong." The two were childishly playing around in the bedroom. After lunch, Su Tian went back to her room to work on her problems. Ing Jing had borrowed her books for the next semester ahead of time, and she had started prepping them early. I had just turned a page and my mind hadn't even sunk into it when my cell phone began to dribble. Su Tian glanced at the screen. It was Zhou. "Are you okay?" "Su Tian, other than being interrupted by you when I was about to study, everything else is fine." Zhou, "Ah, right, you don't read the forums, so I guess you don't know yet." "Forum?" At the mention of this thing Sudi knew that what she was about to say had something to do with someone. Su Ten told her to speak quickly. "Zhou, I'll think about how to organize my words." Su Tian, long story short, I want to learn. Study. Zhou, Jiang Chiyu has a girlfriend. Su Tian slowly, knocked a question mark over. Zhou directly sent voice, "The forums are saying this is not what I said. The reason for this is that there is a blogger called Qingqing Zidi who posted a photo of her and Jiang Chiyu looking quite close to each other, with the text being the famous single text, 'Meet is the best sign.' People asked her if she was Jiang Chiyu's girlfriend. She didn't reply but gave a like. Zhou, the girl seems to be from Yuten 3rd Middle School and looks a bit like you." The second sentence always felt like she sounded careful, like a remedy. Remedy? Remedy what? Is it something delightful that Jiang Chiyu's girlfriend looks like her? Su Tian was momentarily distracted. She remembered her conversation with Bai Qian yesterday. Bai Qian asks her if Jiang Chiyu has a girlfriend. She confidently said no without even thinking about it. Why would she think there wasn't? Because she subconsciously actually substitutes some settings. Homoeroticism does a lot of harm. Su Tian took a deep breath and slowly laid down on the table. Zhou, I have photos, do you want to see them? With her sideways face resting on her arm, she first replied back to Zhou, "Look. Of course I'm going to look. Jiang Chiyu has a girlfriend, but he didn't tell me. Yesterday there were people who asked me, I still swore that there was none." After thinking about it, he quickly added, "You sent it first, my dad called me." After saying that, she quickly retreated from WeChat. Then she uninstalled the forum she had downloaded on her phone. Su Tian boarded the microblogging and changed the photo with Jiang Chiyu, which she had previously posted, from being visible only to her fans to being visible only to herself. With that done, she silently exited Twitter again, put her phone down, and grabbed her bathrobe to take a shower. In the afternoon, her cold got a little worse and she had a slight fever, and although Su Tian still looked like she was in good spirits, Su's father drove her straight to the hospital. The doctor didn't prescribe any medication, said it wasn't serious, just drink more water, and let her put a fever-reducing patch on her belly button. Su Tian always feel all over the body after the paste is strange, should not play fever shots to the stomach to paste antipyretic stickers as if she is a baby treatment like. The doctor let them go back after putting it on Su Tian. Meanwhile, home. Bai Qian's hair band for tying her hair was lost somewhere, and the guest room wouldn't keep such a thing, so she knocked on Su Tian's door next door, wanting to borrow one from her. In her mind, she thought that Su Tian must have so many nice hair bands and headdresses, maybe by the time she got home she forgot to return them and she forgot to ask for them, so they were just taken away from her. She knocked again, but no one was next door. Bai Qian walked to the second floor railing to look down, and did not see the figure of Su Tian. She didn't dare to look for Su Tian all over the villa for fear of bumping into Su's mom, even though Su's mom didn't say anything about her. So after knocking again and no one answered, I pressed down on the doorknob, and the door opened on its own. If Su Tian wasn't there, she'd just go in and get it herself, and when she saw her, she'd just talk to her. Bai Qian shrugged and went inside, then closed the door again. Although it wasn't the first time she had entered Su Tian's room, she couldn't help but marvel when she saw the panoramic view of the room. What's with the beautiful room? Bai Qian realized for once that her room came with a balcony. She happily walked out onto the balcony to look around and took out her cell phone to take several more excited selfies. After the shot, she retreated reluctantly into the room and sat down at her dresser. Skin care products on the table are arranged in a very orderly manner. Bai Qian looked at one by one, a brand are not recognized. There were small drawers on the table, and she pulled them open, containing small things like bobby pins and hairbands. Each hairband is so cute. She finally took out a small strawberry hairband and tied it in a ponytail in the dresser mirror. Selfies in the dresser mirror look good too. Bai Qian finished her shot and started looking at the other drawers in front of the dresser again. The other drawers are basically full, all are some exquisite small objects, only the top drawer put a red velvet box. Bai Qian took it out, to the top of a lock-shaped thing pressed, the box will automatically pop open. Inside was a white fountain pen. The body of the pen is a very plain white, except that the fountain pen has a strong design, with a transparent swan carved into the cap that reflects colorful light in the light. It's so nice. Bai Qian's eyes widened as she slowly rubbed the body of the pen. She wanted to pull the pen cap open to write a word to try, but the pen cap do not know how to pull out cannot pull out. Bai Qian remembered their grandfather also has a look on the very expensive fountain pen, have to use a lot of force in order to pull open, so thought the good fountain pen are like this, but also to increase the force to pull. Pop, the pen cap came off, flung against the wall, and bounced back to the floor. Chapter 148 A Bad Hunch. Bai Qian was frightened by the sound. She also threw on a few drops of pen water in her hand, but she couldn't care less, and flew to pick up the pen cap. Luckily, the pen cap isn't broken, not even a scratch. Bai Qian breathed a sigh of relief. But there was always something strange about it. Bai Qian looked at it for a while and slowly broke out in a cold sweat. Where's the swan on top of the pen cap? She bent down on the ground and searched for at least 15 minutes. Where was the swan? Bai Qian was going to keep looking when she heard the sound of a car coming from downstairs. She darted out onto the balcony and peeked down. Auntie was backing into the garage, and Su Tian stood next to him waiting. Su Tian is back. This realization caused Bai Qian to completely panic, and her first reaction was to try to run. This fountain pen looks so expensive, definitely can't let Su Tian know that she broke it. Bai Qian reinserted the pen cap back in, then snapped the box shut and put it in the top drawer, and everything else she touched was put back in its place. She made one last check to make sure nothing was visible and scampered out. She closed the door just in time to hear Su Tian and Su's father walk into the living room. Bai Qian quickly went back to her house. She went to the bathroom to wash her pen water-stained hands, then on a whim caught a tub of water and stuck her head in. 5 minutes later, she had disguised herself as if she had just gotten out of the shower, and her clothes had been changed into pajamas. She was just thinking about how she was going to go out looking like this to show the others when there was a knock on the door. Auntie Zhang's voice sounded outside. Shanshan, Mr. bought some pastries outside, they are all being eaten in the living room, you should come down and eat some too. Bai Qian's heart beat like a drum as she walked over to open the door and said to Aunt Zhang, okay, I'll be right down. Auntie Zhang said, you've just finished your bath, haven't you? Quickly wipe your hair, it's still dripping, don't catch a cold. Ten caught a cold today and just came back from the hospital. Turns out they just went to the hospital. Bai Qian nodded, okay, got it. She closed the door, and just brushed her hair until it wasn't dripping, and stomped downstairs in her slippers. In the living room, all 3 of their family members were there. Bai Qian walked over, and Su Tian made way to the sofa next to her, freeing up a spot for her close to the pastries. Father Su said, Shanxian, you must not have tasted our Yangming City's specialty cloud cake, try it. Bai Qian pulled the corners of her mouth, picked up one and ate it. The pastries looked exquisite and delicious, but in her mouth it was like chewing wax. A few people chatted for a while, and Bai Qian finished the pastries in her hand and suddenly said, Second aunt, Auntie, I want to go home tomorrow. Father Su froze, it's only been a few days? Aren't you comfortable here? Bai Qian shook her head and pulled the corners of her mouth stiffly. No, it's that I miss my parents and grandpa. So it's homesickness. Father Su nodded, are you really not staying for a few more days? I was also planning to take you guys to a few attractions in Yangming City when Tenny gets over her cold. No. Bai Qian put both hands on her lap and held them together. I'll come back next time I have the chance. That's fine, I'll drop you off tomorrow. Papa Su answered. I'll just take my own car back, there's a crosstown shuttle. That's not going to work, it's going to be a long ride. Papa Su shook his head, that's it, I'll drop you off tomorrow. Bai Qian didn't say anything else. After eating the pastries and drinking a glass of milk, Su Tian was already full. She rubbed her stomach and planned to go back to her room. Suddenly she saw a small strawberry hairband tied around the wrist of Bai Qian sitting next to her. She has one just about the same. Su Tian didn't take it seriously. Bai Qian didn't notice her eyes and went back to her room herself when Su Tian left. Watching the door close, Bai Qian touched her nose with a little bit of weakness. Su Tian shouldn't have realized it so quickly. At least make it through tomorrow. Bai Qian consoled herself and went back to the guest room as well. Suti doesn't have much spirit. She couldn't tell if it was because of a cold or something else. She didn't bother with the questions, she didn't change her clothes, she didn't take off her scarf, and she lay down on all fours, facing the ceiling. The phone hasn't been connected for an afternoon. The cell phone that had left the network lay as quiet as if it had died at her side. Take a look. Let's see how good a girl it is to be looked at by Jiang Chiyu. Sudi figured it out and rolled over, flopping down on her bed and picking up her cell phone. She hadn't even connected to the internet yet when her afterglow suddenly noticed a blue stain on the bedspread. Her sheets are cream-colored, where did the blue stains come from? Could it be that her desk wasn't next to the bed anytime soon? Flip the pen and fling it up? The desk isn't next to the bed, either. Su Tian pinched up the sheet draped over the edge of the bed and looked at it, realizing that there was more than one spot, 7 or 8 points connected vertically down to form an arc. There is also a little gold color in the blue stains. The school requires a black pen. This blue on gold color belonged uniquely to a pen that she kept in her dresser drawer. Su Tian suddenly had a bad feeling. She got up from the bed and took out the red velvet box from the top drawer. The outside of the box is also stained with a bit of blue. It was a welcome gift from Jiang Chiyu's parents when they moved back this fall. This gift was worth a lot at a glance, and Su Tian usually didn't use it and kept it in a drawer, occasionally taking it out carefully to look at it. Su Tian pressed the mechanism on the lock and the box popped open, the white pen still inside. But there's less of it. The crystal swan embedded in the pen cap is missing. It wasn't completely gone, there was still a small sharp crystal fragment left, stuck in the pen cap. When Su Tian touched it, it fell off. Su Tian's heart sank violently. It was shattered. She suddenly remembered the little strawberry hairband that was on Bai Qian's wrist. Sudi put the pen down and pulled open all the other drawers and started rummaging. No. Not a single one. She had 2 coming. The blood in Su Tian's body was rushing to his head. She went out with her dad, and there was only her mom, Auntie Zhang, and Bai Qian at home. When she came back, her fountain pen was broken and the lost hairband Bai Qian happened to have the same model. There can't be such a coincidental coincidence. Bai Qian came to her room and went through her things. Su Tian's lip line tightened and straightened, feeling that she was building up an unprecedented amount of fire, and it was about to explode. She rummaged around the house for a long time, and finally saw the crystal swan that had been broken into 3 pieces behind the foot of the bed. Angry and sad, Su Tian wrapped the 3 crystals in toilet paper and held them in her hand along with the pen, rushing out of her room. She knocked directly on the door of Bai Qian's house. After a while, Bai Qian came to see the door and saw her pause. Something wrong? Su Tian's expression was cold. Why are you just going through my things? Bai Qian fiercely pinched the meat in her hand, pretending not to understand. What? When did I just go through your stuff? Chapter 149, I didn't push her. You know what I'm talking about. Su Tian went straight for her wrist. Bai Qian let her grab it, but there was nothing on her thin wrist. Luckily, she realized it early enough to remove the hairbands from her wrists before she went back to her room and put them in the first-floor bathroom. Bai Qian breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. I didn't realize she'd found the broken pen so quickly. Bai Qian clenched her teeth slightly again, thinking that if she died without admitting it, what could Su Tian do with her? Su Di squeezed her empty wrist and froze. Bai Qian withdrew her hand. What are you doing? You're hurting me. Su Tian spread out the toilet paper in her hand. Inside was the crystal swan that was broken into 3 petals. She forced herself to calm down, but her tone was still slightly anxious. This is what I found under my bed. Did you open that red box and shattered the fountain pen inside? You also took my hairband. It was still tied around your wrist when you were eating downstairs just now. I saw it all. It's against the law to steal. Bai Qian spread her hands, both eyes innocent. Hey, can you not spit blood? I don't know what red box or pen or hairband. I didn't touch your things. If you think I did it, bring out the evidence. Now it's a society with the rule of law. Rumor mongering is also against the law. My mom wouldn't go through my things without my consent. Auntie Zhang would also come over to clean and let me know in advance while I'm at home. When Dad and I went to the hospital, there was only you left in the house besides Mom and Auntie Zhang. Who else is there besides you? Su Tian was rarely this angry. She looked at the broken crystal in her hand, incomparably heartbroken. She usually doesn't even bother to use it. What gives Bai Qian the right to do that? By virtue of. What? Father Su and Mother Su were walking in the garden when they heard the quarrel in the chamber, looked at each other, and walked to the house together. What do you mean? Just because I'm staying at your place, you're going to blame me? Okay. If you don't want me to stay at your house, just say so. I'll just leave. Bai Qian rolled her eyes and went back to the house to pack her things. How would Su Tian be willing to let her go, reaching out to grab her arm? No way. Just say it clearly before you leave. Bai Qian went to push her. Let go. How else do you want me to make it clear? Do you have to force me to confess to something I didn't do? The two voices were getting louder and louder, and while they were pushing and shoving, Auntie Zhang heard the commotion in the laundry room on the 2nd floor and ran out in a panic, watching the two of them tugging and pulling from afar, and hurriedly ran over to them. What's going on? What's going on here? Bai Qian saw Aunt Zhang, the afterglow, and saw the stairs a leather shoe step up, suddenly had a plan, and Su Tian pulled her arm when Bai Qian nonetheless did not resist, but also along with her force intentionally fell forward a little bit, arm propped up on the ground violently sideways fall on the ground. Auntie Zhang exclaimed, Yikes! Mr. and Mrs. Without her shouting, Su's father and Su's mother had already walked to the 2nd floor, just in time to see the scene. Su Tian froze and looked at Bai Qian, who was lying on the ground with a face of enduring pain, and then looked at her own hand. She just simply didn't want Bai Qian to go. She didn't use so much force. Father Su was a man and not very convenient, so he said to Auntie Zhang, who froze in place, Auntie Zhang, quickly help. Oh good. Auntie Zhang hurriedly went to help Bai Qian up, and when she touched Bai Qian's arm she suddenly screamed ah. A face of pain. Su's father's expression sank a little, and he squatted down to watch Auntie Zhang lift her pajamas off, rubbing a red patch on her elbow. Do the bones hurt? Papa Su asked. Bai Qian shook her head. I can't tell the difference, my elbow hurts. Su's mom stood next to her and frowned slightly. She glanced up at Su Ten. Sudi met her mom's eyes and opened her mouth. I didn't push her. Bai Qian's face was aggrieved and her eyes were red. It's you. Auntie Zhang saw it all. If you don't like me and want me to leave, just say so. Mama Su asked Auntie Zhang, what's going on? Bai Qian is in the end an outsider. Aunt Zhang is more like Su Tian, but from her angle it did look like the two people pulled up. Su Tian pulled hard and Bai Qian fell out. Aunt Zhang is still biased. Su Tian, she pretended to be confused, did not say too clearly, only said, I do not know just two people pulled, tugged, do not know what happened. Shanxian fell. My old eyes cannot, Mrs. You also know. Bai Qian lowered her eyes, blocking the hatred in her eyes. This Auntie Zhang clearly saw it. She's biased. Su's mom looked at Su Tian again. So tell me, what's going on? Su Tian pursed her lips and spread out the crystal broken into 3 petals in her hand to show them. Bai Qian turned over my things and broke my pen. I came to find her. She didn't recognize it and wanted to leave. I didn't let her go, so I pulled her a little. And then you pulled her down? Su's mom asked with cold eyes. In her defense, Sudi said, I'm not using my strength. Could I have fallen like this if you hadn't used your strength? Could it be that I fell with my own strength? Bai Qian's voice already had a sobbing tone in it, sounding aggrieved. I didn't go through your things. I didn't break your pen. Why are you accusing me? You want to blame me for your own broken things? On what grounds? I want to go home. It's you. There won't be anyone else. Su Tian was also aggrieved. My strawberry hairband was on your hand before, and now that it's gone you must have taken it off. It was in your room. Do whatever you want, my room is right here, you go in and rummage around, just rummage around. Again, saying that I casually rummaged through your things again, saying that I broke your pen again, saying that I stole your hairbands, dirty water splashed and splashed, anyway, it wasn't me who did it, I can't possibly admit it. Bai Qian lowered her head, her huddled figure looking isolated. Father Su said, don't argue first, Shanshan, I'll bandage you up first, Xiao Jing, go get the medical kit. Su's mom didn't say anything, nodded and left. Su Tian entered Bai Qian's guest room to rummage for the 2 hairbands she had lost. Aunt Zhang and Father Su helped Bai Qian downstairs and sat on the sofa in the living room. Su's mom brought the medical kit, and by this time Bai Qian's elbow had swollen. Scuffed up skin in some places. Su's father took iodine to sterilize her, and Auntie Zhang couldn't help from the side, so she went upstairs and helped Su Tian look for it together. Bai Qian was not flustered. It's a wonder I can find it, the hairband wasn't even in her room. After Su's father finished bandaging Bai Qian had stopped her tears, only her eyes were still red. Still no movement upstairs. Su's mother put away the medical kit and went downstairs to take a look in the guest room. Su Tian stood silently in the corner, and Auntie Zhang was still helping her look for it. None of them were found, were they? Su's mom said with an expressionless face, come down first. Su Tian stood for a while and followed Su's mom downstairs, and Auntie Zhang followed. Bai Qian just fell when her hands supported the ground, coupled with sweating, got a little dirty, so she offered to go to the restroom to wash her hands. Chapter 150, You're a hard man to please. Auntie Zhang helped her inside. A brief silence fell over the family in the living room. This silence was quickly interrupted by Bai Qian's shrill voice, hair ring. Is this what you call a hairband? Bai Qian pushed open the toilet door and walked out, her hands still wet, with 2 hairbands with small strawberry metal clasps hanging from them. Auntie Zhang hurriedly followed her out, looked at the 2 hairbands, and then looked at Su Tian. Everyone looked at Su Tian. Su Tian opened her mouth and said nothing. It's still true. Bai Qian suddenly cried out again, you've wronged me. It is you who are wronging me. Su Tian suddenly thought of a possibility, you've been carrying this around with you all this time and just put it in the toilet. You still want to frame me. Aunt Zhang went in with me, she saw it all. Bai Qian looked at Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang couldn't say anything this time, she could only nod her head. As soon as I went in, I saw it sitting on the stand in front of the mirror. Things seemed to be falling into place. No matter how you look at it, it was Su Tian who had wronged Bai Qian. Papa Su asked them to each recount what happened. When both of them had finished, Father Su asked Su Tian first, the swan crystal broke as soon as you came back? Sudi nodded, I can be sure it was still good the last time I opened it. Father Su asked Bai Qian again, what were you doing before we came back? Bai Qian said, I was soaking in a hot bath and washing my hair in passing, and Aunt Zhang knows that. Auntie Zhang saw it. Everyone looked at Auntie Zhang again. Aunt Chang did have an impression of her opening the door in her pajamas wiping her soaked hair. Aunt Zhang hesitated and nodded. Bai Qian continued, my hair was just wet when I went downstairs to eat the pastries, you all saw it. That was true, and Papa Su had that impression herself. The infrastructure around the neighborhood was good, the hospital was close by, and with the doctor's medication not even prescribed, they didn't go out for very long, and the round trip took less than an hour. Almost just enough for her to take a bath plus wash her hair. Papa Su sighed very softly and looked over at Su Tian. Su Tian already knew who he chose, her eyes instantly reddened, her lips tightened, and she took a step back. Timothy, your fountain pen broke. Dad is also very sad for you, but there is a saying that whoever claims the evidence, the nature of this kind of thing involves a person's reputation, you have to come up with evidence to do so. Su father slowly said. Sudi didn't respond. Father Su said, and, whether you meant to or not, Shanshan did fall because of you, you give her an apology, and Shanshan won't say anything else, will she? Saying the last sentence, Father Su looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian paused and nodded her head, I'm not that petty. She raised her eyes to look at Su Tian and added, I understand that you're upset about dropping your pen, so I'll apologize to you and I'll forget about it and pretend that nothing happened today. Su Tian looked at her fiercely, you did it. I didn't frame you. Timothy. Papa Su's tone was still gentle, but he sighed. Su Tian thought that her father was disappointed in her. Unprecedented aggression and sadness instantly overwhelmed her. Su Tian's vision was a little blurred, suddenly took a step back and twisted her head and rushed out. Aunt Zhang grabbed her without catching her and chased after her a few steps. Hey! She twisted her head to look at Papa Su and Mama Su. What should we do? It's dark out here. Mother Su shook her head. No need to chase, that's the only place she can go. Just stop for a while and Tianhong will go find her. Auntie Zhang obviously knew this as well and sighed without saying anything. Sending Bai Chen back to the guest room, Father Su returned to the living room and smiled bitterly at Mother Su. This time I'm going to look for her. She won't necessarily be willing to pay attention to me. Su's mom took a sip of her coffee. I used to be the one who pissed her off every time. I didn't think there would be a day when you pissed her off. Father Su sighed. This can't be helped. Whoever claims and whoever gives evidence, that's the rationale. Who let you say nothing? The bad guy can only be me. Su's mom squinted at him, her voice soft. Is she leaving tomorrow? Papa Su nodded. Su's mother gathered her eyebrows, lowered her eyes and took another sip of coffee, her voice small but clear to Su's father's ears. Tomorrow is a really good day then. Father Su didn't say anything and looked at his watch. Well, it's about time, why don't you go? Let me be the good guy for once. I'm not really familiar with this business. Su's mother frowned slightly. Why don't you go? I think this time is not the same as before. Timothy is soft-tempered and easy to coax. Father Su said. Her temper is just too soft. Su's mom was cold. If it were me, I would have just thrown a teacup at her face. The big deal would be to lose some money. So here's the deal. Su's dad took out his cell phone. I can think of someone. The tall, thin young man stood in front of a freezer in a convenience store, holding a box of green onions, a box of ginger, and a bottle of soy sauce. He put his stuff on the freezer and listened to the phone with his free hand. Well, okay. It's okay. Where is she? The other man said something, and the young man raised his eyebrows and looked around, a little surprised. I happen to be. He said. The other person said something else, and he said, aha, and hung up. Jiang Chiyu took the things to the checkout and suddenly stopped for a moment when he was about to pay. His eyes swept through the rows in the warming cabinet, then took 2 bottles of milk out. 1 bottle of strawberry, 1 bottle of mango. Exactly 20. Carrying his shopping bag, he didn't go out, but walked to the customer's resting place by the window at the entrance, and at a glance he saw a small figure sitting at the very end, his arm propped up on the countertop, holding his face expressionless as he stared out the window. He didn't even know that the little girl would run away from home if she fought with her family. Sure enough, still a brat. Jiang Chiyu lowered his head and smiled, then gathered his features and walked straight over. Su Tian was looking up at the dark sky at a 45-degree angle, when the lower right corner of her vision suddenly caught sight of a bottle placed in front of her. Suddy sidled up and froze. Jiang Chiyu put the strawberry-flavored milk in front of her and took the mango-flavored bottle for himself, and with a very light twist, the lid was unscrewed by him. A hand suddenly reached out from the slant and dabbed and stole his mango milk. The bottle of pink milk was pushed over slowly. Suddy whispered, I eat strawberries, but I don't drink strawberry-flavored milk. Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu, you're kinda hard to serve. Su Tian didn't say anything and silently held the mango milk and drank it. She just grabbed the milk when her little finger touched the back of Jiang Chiyu's hand. It was cool. Jiang Chiyu reached out and pinched her hand, frowning slightly. Why is your hand so cold? Su Tian pulled her hand away and moved to the side, away from him, her voice still soft, as if she had no strength left. You don't care. Jiang Chiyu saw that her eyes were swollen like peach cores. Su's father only said on the phone that she had suffered some aggravation and didn't say exactly what it was because of. Chapter 151, How could there be such a person? Jiang Chiyu rolled up his sleeves and put the onion, ginger, and garlic seasoning his mom had asked him to buy on the table. Who bullied you? A stance of going for the jugular. Su Tian gave a small wave of her head. No, who can bully me in my house? Then it's bullying at home. Jiang Chiyu silently laced his words. Su Tian gave a start and shook his head again. I'm just a little sad. Su Tian said, slowly pulling out a ball of toilet paper from his pocket and placing it on the table in front of him. The toilet paper touched the desktop with a soft thud, and by the sound of it, there was something in the toilet paper. Jiang Chiyu unwrapped the toilet paper on the outside and saw several broken crystals. He didn't recognize what it was at first glance. Jiang Chiyu roughly put it together and recognized the fragment as being from the top of the fountain pen his parents had given her. Tian was very sad, with a sobbing tone in her voice. Her eyes slowly reddened again. It was broken into 3 pieces, and I fell when I ran over, and the 3 pieces turned into 5-0. These words entered Jiang Chiyu's ears, and he automatically pinched them off. You fell? Where did you fall? Tian just huffed and puffed about her own. Isn't this pen very expensive? I can't even use it. I haven't even written a few words in total, and it broke. Oh. She looked like she was crying. Her eyes were red and tears were welling up in them, but they just stubbornly wouldn't fall. Jiang Chiyu asked again, where did you fall? Sati looked at her leg. Knee. Jiang Chiyu followed the line of sight of her big knight and looked down, and indeed saw a lot of dust on her beige pants where her knees were. He reached out and pressed, and Tian couldn't dodge. Screamed out. Seeing her color of pain, Jiang Chiyu stood up from his chair and directly ordered, go to the hospital. Tian pouted and said quickly, no go. Why don't you go? Jiang Chiyu's expression sank a bit. He pressed down the fire in his heart and tried to reason with her. It hurts like this, aren't you afraid of breaking 2 legs? Which is not as serious as a broken bone. Sati could still tell the difference. She should have bruised her skin at best. Tian swept a quick glance at him and lowered her voice a bit. Not going with you, I'll go by myself. What are you messing with me for? Are you going by yourself with the intention of crawling over? Jiang Chiyu didn't have a good mood. Besides, did you bring money? She didn't say anything, so Jiang Chiyu knew he had hit the nail on the head. The first thing she did just now when she took the milk was to warm her hands. If she had had money on her, she would have gone over and bought hot milk herself. Jiang Chiyu went to pull her arm. I'll hold you up. Before his hand could touch her clothes, Tian dodged it. From the time he saw her at the convenience store, Tian avoided his touch like the plague. Jiang Chiyu's tone chilled a bit, towering over her. What are you making a scene about? Tian pursed her lips. Don't get too close to me. In case your girlfriend sees it, the boat of our friendship will capsize. Jiang Chiyu suspected he heard wrong and repeated, girlfriend? Aha! Tian tried to break the strange atmosphere between the two of them, and tried very hard to joke. You didn't tell me you had a girlfriend, and someone asked me about it yesterday. Tian remembered who this person was and paused before continuing. I swore to people that I didn't, and now, well, just after I finished, I flipped. Jiang Chiyu, I just came out to buy a soy sauce. Jiang Chiyu, God just set me up with a girlfriend. He looked at Tian, who was hiding far away from him, and narrowed his eyes slightly, less pleasant because of Tian's reaction after she thought he had a girlfriend. Where's my girlfriend? Pull her out and show me what she looks like. Tian's cell phone didn't bring it out, and after Zhouing said she was going to send her a picture, she disconnected from the internet and hasn't looked at it. So actually up to now she doesn't know what Jiang Chiyu's girlfriend looks like. But Jiang Chiyu actually denied it. Is it a rumor? But it sounded like Zhouing was talking like she was hammered. Sati hadn't seen the photos, but she knew where to look, so she asked, did you bring your cell phone? Jiang Chiyu nodded, but didn't take it to her, looking at her leg. Come with me to the hospital first. Nothing, just rubbed a little, winter clothes thick, fall not to wear. Tian paused. Your cell phone, lend me a moment. I don't think Tian will go with him until he's finished with this. Jiang Chiyu was also curious about how he was suddenly rumored to have a girlfriend. He didn't say anything else, took out his cell phone from his pocket, unlocked it, and handed it to her. Tian lightly downloaded a software, then opened it and raised her eyes. Do you have a forum account? What forum? Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Tian didn't say anything and entered her forum account. She directly chose to sort by heat, and the post that was second in heat read directly, suspicious Skyfall object. Sati clicked on it. The main floor was a microblog sharing link, which Tian clicked on. A microblog popped up. Tian casually glanced at it, and suddenly the whole thing stuttered, slowly widening her eyes. Jiang Chiyu leaned over and looked at his cell phone screen. The boy in the photo is really him. The girl inside. Jiang Chiyu did not recognize at first glance, but according to the background and dress instantly reacted to what is going on. Tian was dumbfounded. Why her? She looked at Jiang Chiyu and her first reaction was, peas? Yesterday, Bai Qian didn't look like she knew Jiang Chiyu. But where did Bai Qian get the Jiang Chiyu photo? Jiang Chiyu pinched the bridge of his nose. No pee, really. Sati couldn't react. Jiang Chiyu stroked the causes and consequences, while explaining to her, it's that I went to your house last night to deliver the fruit, thought it was you taking a selfie at the window there, so I went over there. At that time, she should have just pressed the photo button, and I thought that she took a wrong picture and would delete it. Who knew that not only was it not deleted, but it was also posted on the internet? Su Tan also remembered. Yesterday when she heard the screams and came out of the kitchen, Bai Qian had already put away her cell phone, so Su Tian didn't see that scene at that time. But she saw Jiang Chiyu and Bai Qian getting close to each other. So it is. Didn't think it would be. Su Tian frowned, pointing at the sentence on the screen, meeting is the best sign, and asked him again, then why did she match the sentence now everyone in the school thinks she is your girlfriend? How do I know? Jiang Chiyu explained clearly, the whole person lazily got up again, your sister is not my sister. In fact, he could probably guess it, but because of the relationship between Su Tian, Jiang Chiyu did not say. Su Tian actually thought about it, she just didn't believe there would be such people around. Without her consent, she rummaged through her things, stole her hairbands, broke her pen without admitting it, even if it is not the slightest guilt, and now posted other people's photos on the internet to intentionally make people misunderstand. How Bai Qian is this kind of person? Chapter 152, Trying to do something bad to me. In the end, she was a relative of her own family, and Su Tian gave her face and didn't comment on anything. But it was also because it was a relative of her family. Su Tian silently apologized, I'm sorry. What kind of apology are you making? Jiang Chiyu reached out and tugged on her face, twisting the corners of her drooping mouth up hard. This time Su Tian didn't avoid his touch, she just slapped his hand away, it hurts. Jiang Chiyu let go of his hand and saw that he had pinched a little red mark on her face. TSK, how come it's so soft, like tofu, it crumbles when you pinch it? Su Tian huffed, then she is a relative of my family, she caused you rumors flying all over the place, I must not apologize. You let her come on her own, I haven't seen you so stupid as to take the initiative to take the blame on yourself. Jiang Chiyu's accent was lazy. Su Tian again remembered some of the disputes that had occurred in the house before, the whole person instantly shriveled up again, drooping her eyelids and sipping the milk breathlessly, I'm not going, you go by yourself. Jiang Chiyu observed her reaction. His brow jumped and he had a guess, did she break the swan on your pen? Su Tian looked at the debris on the table, a lump in her throat, and began to be sad again, there is no evidence. No wonder Su's dad said on the phone that she'd suffered a bit. He probably guessed what was going on. Jiang Chiyu took back his cell phone and looked at Su Tian's forum account. It's basically an initial number with nothing, the nickname avatar is default, and the gender says unknown. He changed his account nickname to Jiang Chiyu. Su Tian was still looking at the crystal shard in a daze. Jiang Chiyu said while posting, we school bullies, we are not too willing to be utilized by people without saying anything, and we usually beat up such people when we meet them. But I'm a civilized school bully, and I solve problems in a more civilized way. Suti sidled up to look at him. This guy, playing the school bully is really addictive. Jiang Chiyu finished posting and simply exited the forum, putting his phone back in his pocket, it's good to have rumors clarified, now, you, come with me to the hospital. Can we not go? It doesn't hurt anymore. Su Ten really doesn't want to go to the hospital. She just got back from the hospital not long ago. Sudi continued, going to the hospital is too much of a fuss. Jiang Chiyu glanced at the high stool she was sitting on, falling down and still able to get up and walk here, also sitting on such a high stool, it should really be no big deal. It's not impossible. He took a step back, then go home first and see what kind of fall you've had at home before you go to the hospital. Go home. Su Ten fell silent again. She doesn't want to go home. Don't want to see Bai Qian. But the convenience store is also closing soon. Jiang Chiyu knew that she was not willing to go back, and had wanted to say that she should go to my house. But thinking about it, it doesn't feel very subtle. So he didn't say anything. The next second, Su Tian raised her head and looked at Jiang Chiyu pitifully, can I go to your house for a night? Jiang Chiyu didn't expect her to take the initiative to propose this option. He repeated implicitly, go to my house Thinking he was reluctant, Su Tian added, I can sleep on the sofa, and it's okay to hit the floor in your house. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows, why do you feel like I've been fooled? Huh? Su Ten froze. I just came out to get a soy sauce. His tone was slow. How it's been lynched. Before Su Tian could say anything, Jiang Chiyu added, and sleep in my house. He lifted his chin, have you been trying to plot against me for a long time? Plotting my ass. It just didn't occur to me for a second that he had a guest room in his house. Su Tian looked at him with cold eyes. Jiang Chiyu touched her milk bottle, which was still warm, drink your milk first. Su Tian obediently gulped down the rest of the milk and threw the bottle in the trash can, then got off the high stool and leaned back to wait for him to come home. Jiang Chiyu, however, didn't move, his arm crossed over his chest, his thumb and index finger rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he stared at her. Looking into each other's eyes for 3 seconds, Su Tian couldn't hold it up first and avoided his line of sight. What are you looking at? Nothing. Just think, it's nice to have a daughter. Jiang Chiyu thought of some scenes that might become a reality in the future, his smile curved his eyes, and the corners of his lips were raised. He re-wrapped the crystal shards on the table and properly placed them into his cotton jacket pocket. Broken is broken, I'll buy you another one. Su Tian shook her head, it's not this one to buy again. She was still a bit unhappy, tooted her mouth and muttered, you're a person who is quite fond of the old. I like the new and hate the old? Jiang Chiyu was about to give her an angry laugh, little heartless. The convenience store closes very early, the salesman is already cleaning up. Su Tian walked out, her knees don't hurt when she sits, but when she walks, she limps a little bit when she exerts herself. It hurts, it really hurts. Su Tian tried to put on an expression of nothing, let's go. Jiang Chiyu fatally but the person did not move, reached out and steadily supported her small arm, before saying, let's go. The two went home together. Jiang Chiyu just entered the password to open the lock, the house burst out a furious scolding, brat let you buy soy sauce you do not know where the supermarket ran to a foreign country to buy. Jiang Chiyu ignored Jiang Mother's cries and helped Su Tian sit on the sofa. Jiang Mother came out of the kitchen with a large shovel in her hand. Su Tian was blocked by the sofa leaning back, she only saw her son standing in front of the sofa, holding nothing in his hand. Where are the things I asked you to buy? Jiang's mom pinched her waist and glared with her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chiyu pulled out his ears and looked around, suddenly a bit silent. TSK. I left soy sauce and green onions and garlic at the convenience store and forgot to pick them up. The only thing I got out of it was picking up individuals. Jiang Chiyu honestly said, I bought it and forgot to take it. Jiang Mother took a deep breath and was about to lash out when she suddenly saw a small furry head emerge from the back of the sofa's leaning back, big eyes blinking. Auntie Jiang, don't blame him. Her hair is loose, bangs have not been cut for a while. The gathering effect of the hair more and more looks like a small face, the sofa blocked and only half of the face exposed, exquisite like a porcelain doll. After Jiang Mother recognized it was Su Tian, she rubbed her chest in fear. Man, I thought my son had gotten an illegitimate daughter from somewhere outside. Jiang Chiyu. To Su Tian, Jiang Mother's tone suddenly gentled down, she squeezed away Jiang Chiyu, holding a large shovel over to sit next to Su Tian. It's 10:10. Ah, what happened to your leg? Jiang's mom noticed the dirt marks on her knees. Didn't look at the road and fell. Su Tian said. Fell, huh? You roll up your pants, auntie, to show you. Jiang Mother twisted her face and shoved the big shovel into Jiang Chiyu's hand, who was standing on the side. Put it in the kitchen, wash it by the way. Jiang Chiyu. He had to take a shovel to the kitchen. Chapter 153 on the knee, 2 bruises. It's too thick to wear, it won't roll up. Su Tian tried, it didn't work. It has to come off. Jiang's mom chimed in, is there no one at your house? Why don't I have Ayu go to your house to get a nightgown? Someone. Su Tian hesitated, Auntie Jiang, can I sleep at your house for the night? Only then did Jiang's mom see her red and swollen eyes, suddenly reacted, and without asking, nodded her head and responded, yes, of course. No wonder that brat came back so late to buy a soy sauce, so he went to pick up someone. Jiang Mother stood up, I'll find you a set of my clothes, you first wait here for a while, a good boy. Su Tian nodded. Jiang's mom turned up the room temperature a bit before going upstairs. Jiang Chiyu stood in the kitchen, he quickly shuffled the spatula and put it in the cupboard. He didn't go out and called Su's dad back first. After briefly explaining Su Tian's situation, he added that she wanted to stay at his house for the night. Papa Su mused for a moment and said yes. Jiang Chiyu didn't hang up in a hurry, he leaned against the closet and lowered his voice, Uncle, can I know why 1010 doesn't want to go home? For the next 5 minutes, Su's dad briefly recounted all the events of the night. Jiang Chiyu listened to it, didn't say anything, politely returned a few words, and waited for the other party to hang up the phone before putting it down. He stood in place for a moment, eyes downcast, long lashes sweeping a shadow under his eyelids. Jiang Chiyu. Washing a shovel so slowly. Only then did Jiang Chiyu absently stand up straight and walk outside, coming. Su Tian had already changed into one of Jiang Mother's pajamas. The pajamas were wide and large, a section of her pale neck was exposed, and the sleeves were rolled up several times, still covering her hands. The pants' legs were rolled up at the knees, revealing her curvy calves. Jiang Chiyu didn't have time to appreciate it. As soon as he entered, his eyes were drawn to her knees. On the knee, 2 bruises. Jiang Chiyu stood a few paces away and felt shocked. He paused. This is called nothing? Su Tian also looked at her own knee, and wheedled, it just looks bluff, but it really doesn't hurt much. Jiang Chiyu gave her a cold look and didn't say anything. Jiang's mother rubbed medicinal wine on her hands. New Year's Eve, do not go to the hospital, Auntie used to be a school nurse, to give you a rub will not take long to get well, the scar will not stay. Su Tian nodded obediently. It hurts a bit, bear with it. Jiang mother said, covering her knee with her hand, then slowly rubbing it along the bone. Su Tian didn't feel anything at first. After a while, her knees slowly went numb, and after another while, instead of numbness, there was a pinch of pain. She clenched her teeth. Jiang Chiyu looked at her for a while, his thin lips softly opened. You put aside here to play the strong man? Su Tian didn't get it. Jiang Chiyu continued, shout out if it hurts, what are you holding back? Jiang mother twisted her head, brat, can you be gentle, how did your father and I give birth to you? Jiang Chiyu then stopped talking again. Su Tian didn't scream out in the end, and gritted her teeth to endure it. When the medicinal wine was almost dry, Jiang mother put the matching plaster on her again. That's even taken care of. Timothy, sit here for a while and watch TV if you're bored. The remote control is here. Your uncle Jiang has gone to visit relatives and won't be back tonight, so you can sleep with Auntie. Su Tian nodded again. Jiang mother pulled Jiang Chiyu, Ayu, come with me to get a new quilt for 1010. Jiang Chiyu followed Jiang mother to the upper floor. Sudi didn't turn on the TV as she lowered her pant legs and rolled them a few times where her ankles were. Seeing the poultice that Jiang's mom had put on her knee, Su Tian remembered that she had forgotten to tear off the fever-reducing patch on her stomach. There was no one in the living room, and Su Tian looked around, lifted up her pajamas a little, and went to tear the fever-reducing patch from her stomach. Jiang Chiyu just entered the house received a phone call from Su's father, saying that Su Tian has a bit of fever today, so that she remembered to tear up the fever patch and replace it with a new one. He hung up the phone and thought to himself that he hadn't seen an antipyretic patch on Su Tian's head either. It should have been torn up a long time ago. He was going to make a trip to Su's house to get a new one. I had just reached the stairway, my hand on the banister, and my eyes swung around the living room just in time to see her lifting up her shirt, showing a bit of porcelain white skin out, her hand grinding as she tore a blue contraption from her stomach. Jiang Chiyu reacted, instantly averting his eyes and retreating to the corner. Little girl, so fond of meat, and her waist is quite thin. TSK. Jiang Chiyu stood in place for a while before he re-glanced towards the living room and then went downstairs. Su Tian sat on the sofa, keeping the same movement he had made when he left, watching him with unblinking eyes. Jiang Chiyu continued to walk out, and when he passed the garbage can, he didn't move and glanced at it, and saw that there was an extra blue fever-reducing patch inside. Turns out the fever reducer was on the stomach. He turned his back to Su Tian and laughed silently. Walking to the door, a weak, where are you going, finally came from behind him. Jiang Chiyu turned around and pointed in the direction of her house. Uncle Su asked me to go to your house to get the fever-reducing patch. Sudi bristled, how did he know I was at your house? Your leg fell and your brain fell too? Jiang Chiyu grunted, do I dare bring you home without telling your parents? If I don't tell them, a police uncle will come and arrest me tomorrow, saying that I'm kidnapping and selling children. Su Tian sat with a small face and didn't say anything. Jiang Chiyu then went out. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chiyu came back, holding a rabbit doll taller than him, kicked the door with his foot, and placed the rabbit next to Su Tian under her shocked gaze. Jiang Chiyu took out the fever-reducing patch and cell phone from his pocket again and handed them to Su Tian. Su Tian picked it up, only to realize that the phone was hers. Still frozen, she looked at the bunny doll that was supposed to be on her bed. Why did you carry this? Your father said you're a bit bedwetted. Jiang Chiyu explained. Su Tian was silent again. She lowered her head and tapped on her cell phone, disconnected from the internet for the afternoon. There were a whole lot of unread messages and pushes accumulating inside the cell phone, and Su Tian didn't have much of a mood to look at them. Aimlessly and blindly clicking. Jiang Chiyu continued, I just called the after sales for the fountain pen, and if it's not shattered into crumbs, they said they can try gluing it. Su Tian jerked her head up, really? What's the point of lying to you, how idle I am? Jiang Chiyu gave her a blank look. Su Tian was instantly energized and asked again, really? Jiang Chiyu nodded his head, his tone indulgent, aha. Too good. Su Tian cheered up. But being exactly the same as before is impossible, you can still see the cracks, lower your expectations. Jiang Chiyu reminded her. Su Tian nodded fiercely, it's okay. As long as it's connected. As long as it's complete. Chapter 150 for the man who talks like a man. Jiang Chiyu went to pour her a cup of hot water. Su Tian sat on the sofa, swiping her cell phone. She was energized now, deleting all the useless tweets and tapping on Zhou Ying's chat box. The man had sent her countless messages all afternoon, including but not limited to various Chinese symbols and various Arabic numerals. There are only a few that really make sense. Zhou, Mom, you're not so irritated that you disconnect from the internet to avoid this matter. I've given you 3 voice calls at separate times all saying that you don't have an internet connection. Zhou, seriously, that girl is not as good looking as you, Jiang Chiyu should just have in his eyes. Ing Zhou. Zhou, pinch code Jiang Chiyu good absolute a male. Ing Zhou, share link. Ing Zhou, share link. Su Tian froze, not being able to tell whether the word absolute was complimenting Jiang Chiyu or scolding him. According to the semantics of the previous sentence, this absolute should be scolding him. Su Tian returned to her first, you guys got it wrong, this girl is not Jiang Chiyu's girlfriend, she's my cousin. After replying, she clicked on the link sent by Zhou. It's a tweet. At Yang Mingisheng Student Union, our school does not advocate early love. Checking early love will be one of the main work of the student union in the next semester. I hope that the students of the first middle school to develop a harmonious mutual love and friendship and purity of the relationship between classmates. Pay attention to the scale, do not go overboard. On the other hand, at Kinking City, please settle the advertisement money earned by utilizing the photos. Su Tian read the whole thing twice, and then clicked on the second link sent by Zhou. The link is a forum post, untitled, that was shared directly into the YMCA forum via Twitter. Sharing the same tweet that at Young Minnesota 1 Student Council sent out. Su Tian didn't understand what's so different about this, isn't clicking on it still jumping to Weibo? She watched for a while longer and suddenly noticed the ID of the person who shared it, Jiang Chiyu. What? This is Jiang Chiyu's forum account? She looked up and watched Jiang Chiyu carrying a cup of water, walking towards her. Su Ten held her cell phone out, this is you? You sent this? Jiang Chiyu swept a glance at her video screen and calmly shook his head, no, this is you. What this is me, Jiang Chiyu is this ID your account? Jiang Chiyu still shook his head, this is your account number. Every word Su Tian recognized, but why they were combined together she couldn't hear. Su Ten froze. Jiang Chiyu prompted her, tap on your forum app. Sudi did as he was told. The moment he boarded the forum, his cell phone suddenly began to drip ringing, a message popped up at the top of the screen quickly scrolling, Su Tian people are stupid, clicked on the mute. The phone was silent, and the messages were still scrolling fast. Users baby loves you, sweet, Hokoko and 369 others have liked you. User Vudio11, Holy V, Duck Sauce and 566 others replied to you. Su Tian looked at it for a while, reacted with hindsight, and asked sluggishly, this Jiang Chiyu is my account? Did you change it? Jiang Chiyu, right answer. Su Tian actually didn't get angry and asked calmly, why don't you use your own? Jiang Chiyu, too lazy to create. You shared it directly into the forum with that ID, and they must all think it was you who sent that tweet. Su Tian added. Originally is me. Jiang Chiyu explained one more sentence, before the vacation meeting school let create a microblogging account, there is also a requirement to increase the powder, it is just right to directly take it over and use it, 1 move, 3 gains. Su Tian wiggled her fingers and counted, clarification counts as 1, uplift counts as 1, and what's the other one, huh? Jiang Chiyu gave her a meaningful look and slowly picked up, making 10 happy also counts as 1. Su Tian, men with flowery words are no good. Zhou, I think this tweet is written quite straightforward and official. How do you say it in flowery language? Under Zhou Ying's pressing, Su Tian told the whole story. Throw in some of her disputes with Bai Qian. It's now time for Ing Zhou to give her thoughts. Zhou, chairman of the Lord really, absolute, too absolute, deal with this kind of green tea woman, you have to hit her hard in the face in order to stab her. Zhou, Jiang Chiyu eyes are quite poisonous, I didn't even see that the second microblogging is a soft advertisement for selling rings. Su Tian, he said he only identified the merchant selling the ring when he saw it on Qing Zz's Weibo interlink list, but the hand in the original picture wasn't him either. Zhou, a school bully is a school bully, his brain circuits are different from all of us, who has nothing better to do than to go through Bai Qian's interlocking list. Zhouing, I heard your description and feel that your cousin is not a good thing, you guard against her a bit. Su Tian returned aha. Although the fever had subsided, Su Tian was still afraid of infecting Jiang Mother, so she insisted on going to the guest room to sleep. Jiang Mother agreed and told her to knock on Jiang Chiyu's door next door if she had something to do at night, then twisted her head to urge Jiang Chiyu not to sleep too much at night. Jiang Chiyu, heh. When Su Tian was at his house, he would always wonder if the two of them were held together wrongly when they were young. There was no talk all night. Su Tian did recognize the bed a bit, but probably because she had the bunny doll to cuddle with, she had a good night's sleep. Got up early in the morning too. Su Tian got up, washed up, and pushed the door open to go out. Just taking a step out, he saw Jiang Chiyu leaning on the second floor railing, cupping his cell phone in his hand, not knowing what he was looking at. Jiang Chiyu heard the voice and put down his cell phone. It's pretty much what I thought. One night past, Su Tian's legs have gotten much better, walking doesn't hurt anymore, just can't run. Thinking about what? Su Tian asked as she walked over. Thinking about the time you got up. The temperature rises. Jiang Chiyu took off the down cotton jacket, changed into a black cotton jacket, others scattered leaning on the railing, jawline smooth upside face cold. Because his head is slightly crooked, the whole person is cold and with a bit of gangster. Su Tian muttered in a small voice, rascal. Jiang Chiyu didn't hear and looked at the time, just in time. Can you go downstairs? Su Tian nodded, yes. I could yesterday, let alone today. Okay, come out with me. Where to? Su Tian held onto the railing and followed him down the stairs. You'll know when we get there. Jiang Chiyu didn't say much. The two of them walked out the front door, and Su Tian looked in the direction he was going, thinking he was going to let her go home, and slowly stopped in her tracks. Jiang Chiyu twisted his head and paused. Here is fine. He pointed to a dumpster on the side of the road. Duck behind that, there's a chair back there. Su Tian was dumbfounded. Jiang Chiyu looked at his cell phone again. Don't ask, sit back and sneak a peek, or I'll move the chair over and you can sit next to me and watch. Look at what and peek at what? Su Tian wondered if she had lost a day's worth of memory, or else how could she not understand what he was saying at all? Chapter 155, I'm in charge. But she still followed what Jiang Chiyu said and walked behind the trash can, and sure enough, she saw a high stool. The neighborhood is very well kept, the curb garbage cans are just for passers-by, and there is a special place for household garbage, so it's very clean and doesn't smell bad. On top of the trash can was a billboard, and Su Tian was sitting there, so she could just see where Jiang Chiyu was standing through the gap between the billboard and the trash can. Jiang Chiyu was standing right in the middle of her field of vision. Su Tian had a very subtle feeling. She often marveled at the tiny details that Jiang Chiyu unintentionally displayed. Consider both that her niece can't sit too low in a chair and where her field of vision will be from a high stool. It's just that, after all that consideration, can you reconsider that she really looks like a cutie sitting here? Su Tian was very speechless as she looked at the dumpster in front of her. She looked through the gap and suddenly saw Jiang Chiyu holding his cell phone up at her. Suti? She was about to go out when her afterglow suddenly noticed that the front door of her house across the street was open a crack. Suti quickly hit it again. Jiang Chiyu should have seen her reaction and put away his cell phone, turning to look at the visitor. Surprisingly, it's Bai Qian. What does Jiang Chiyu want? Suti was a little nervous. Bai Qian clutched her cell phone and walked to Jiang Chiyu with a complicated mood. Last night, after she saw the microblog posted by the student council of Yangming No. 1 Middle School, she was angry and embarrassed. Is this Jiang Chiyu a boy or not? How could he be so cruel to a girl like her? Even a private message to her to delete the photo would have been fine with her, so why did she have to publicize it in such a way? Her long-running Twitter account instantly became a laughingstock. Bai Qian could hardly imagine what her classmates would think of her when she returned to their school. Bai Qian was so angry that she cried a lot. She went to wash her face and thought about remedies. When she came out, she suddenly heard some movement outside the door. She thought it was Su Tian who had returned and wanted to go ahead and pretend to be a sisterly love. As a result, he pushed open the door and saw Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu glanced at her and actually walked over. Bai Qian held the door of the room nervously. I didn't expect his first words to be, I'm the student body president, I can't let anyone know about early love, understand? Bai Qian froze. Jiang Chiyu added, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I'll wait for you downstairs at your house. His tone was soft, almost gentle. Bai Qian didn't expect this to be the development. While she was still dumbfounded, Jiang Chiyu had already gone into Su Tian's room, hugged a very large stuffed animal out, and left Su Tian's house. Bai Qian could hardly sleep all night. After she thought about it for a moment, Jiang Chiyu did have a point. It's true that the student body president can't have rumors of early love, or isn't that just waiting to be removed? What does that second sentence mean? Ask her to meet you? The tone is still so gentle. Bai Qian was torn between going and not going for a long time. Finally, it was time to get carefully dressed and go. She walked up to Jiang Chiyu and tried to look unimpressed. What for? Jiang Chiyu stretched out his hand. Give me your cell phone? This plot develops down to the point where contact information is usually left. Bai Qian's heart was beating faster and faster as she took out her cell phone from her bag and handed it over. Jiang Chiyu took her cell phone and turned it around in his hand, converging his eyes and commenting carelessly, "It's still quite new. Just bought it not long ago." Bai Qian picked up. She had been completely brought into the idol drama plot, her whole body was about to float, and her tone couldn't help but lighten. Jiang Chiyu didn't say anything, flipped his wrist and released his hand. The cell phone fell to the ground with a snap, the screen instantly splitting apart. Bai Qian let out an ah and looked at the scene in front of her incredulously. "What are you doing?" Not only her, behind the garbage can, Su Tian, the person was also stupid. Bai Qian was going to pick it up. Jiang Chiyu took a step ahead of her, his toe stepped on a corner of the phone and kicked it gently to the side, and the phone slid directly into the ornamental canal on one side. The ornamental canal trimmed next to the stone steps is only a span wide, just wide enough to accommodate a cell phone. Bai Qian was trembling with anger. You compensate me for my cell phone." "What cell phone?" Jiang Chiyu withdrew his hand. He stood casually, but the sense of oppression was only stronger. He followed the direction of Bai Qian's finger and suddenly realized, "Oh, you mean the one in the gutter? Wasn't it you who were playing with your cell phone while walking just now and accidentally gave it a fall? What are you babbling about? It was clearly you. I saw it all." It was the first time Bai Qian had encountered such a thing, and she almost collapsed. Jiang Chiyu coldly lowered his face. "Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence, slander is also a crime." Bai Qian suddenly realized something and asked in a trembling voice, "It was Su Tian who told you to come, right?" "I'm going to tell my aunt and uncle, I'm going to tell Grandpa. I'm going to call the police." "Sue for what?" "That I asked you to meet me in the morning, snatched your cell phone and threw it into the gutter?" Jiang Chiyu let out a light laugh. "Listen to yourself, who believes it?" He was smiling, but in Bai Qian's eyes, it looked like the devil Satan. "Call the police, do you have proof?" "There's no surveillance here, and now my fingerprints on the phone have been washed away by the water, you can't even prove that we've met." Jiang Chiyu slowly put away his smile and said in a cold voice, "You don't have evidence, but I do. Su Tian wrapped up the broken crystal yesterday, no one touched it except her, as long as she took it to the testing center, she could find out who else touched her fountain pen." "You think, didn't check because it was too expensive?" He word for word. Bai Qian did not think that there is a way to check fingerprints, and the blood on his small face was lost. Besides on the pen, on the table, on the doorknob, if your fingerprints are found anywhere, it's proof that you went into Su Ten's room. It didn't check because it was still thinking about that thin blood tie. Bai Qian could not speak at all under the double pressure of his eyes and words, her lips trembled and she did not say a word. "You're going home today? Go apologize to Su Tian before you go home, or else the fingerprint test report and the Public Security Bureau filing record will be sent to Yuten 3rd Middle School together. The value of her fountain pen is already enough to file an investigation," Jiang Chiyu said. Bai Qian still didn't say anything, but in the end she wasn't very old, and she couldn't hold back the swish of her tears. She lowered her head and sobbed. Jiang Chiyu turned to leave. After a few steps, he suddenly remembered something, stopped his steps, and turned slightly sideways. "Seeing as you're Su Tian's cousin Sake, I'll give you a piece of advice. Before messing with others, first investigate and survey the other party to see if they can be messed with. I'm not only a student council president, I'm also a school bully. We school bullies are all a little more straightforward. Don't engage in the parents' set of falsehoods, understand? Even though you didn't mess with me directly, Su Ten, I'm covered." After hearing this, Bai Qian held her face and buzzed and cried. Chapter 156, I'll cover you. Su Tian sat behind the trash can and watched Bai Qian run back to her house in tears. "Don't want a cell phone in the gutter either." Jiang Chiyu walked over with a light expression. "Let's go back for breakfast." Su Tian stood up and Jiang Chiyu automatically picked up the chair she had been sitting on. The two headed towards Jiang's house. On the way, no one spoke. All the way to the door, Jiang Chiyu pressed his fingerprints, the door drip a light sound of unblocking, behind which came a soft thank you. Jiang Chiyu raised his eyes, pushed open the door and walked inside without turning back, his voice smooth and without ups and downs. Grow a long memory, next time you know what to do, right? Sudi closed the door behind him. Huh? Jiang Chiyu stopped. If people bite you, you bite them back, remember? It's not like I'm a school bully, I'm more civilized. Su Tian whispered. Jiang Chiyu did not have a good temper, no hands did not curse, the whole with her reasoning, I'm not civilized enough? Your civilized way of solving the problem is to hold your tongue and not return home? He poked Su Tian's skull. Learn from me. Then I didn't think there was a fingerprint check this method. Su Tian hung her head, besides she raised her head quickly, glanced at Jiang Chiyu, her voice small. You're not, cover me well. Her voice got smaller and smaller. Then why don't I just come back to you next time? Jiang Chiyu didn't even know what to say. He just wanted the little girl to learn the ropes and not give in to bullying again. He ran into her this time. What about next time? He didn't think too much for a moment and directly asked, then you can still look for me for the rest of your life, Su Tian? If I go to college in Kyoto next year, are you still going to sit on a train for 10 hours and come crying to me? Su Tian shook her head. I can take an airplane and be there in 5 or 6 hours. Jiang Chiyu. You're quite familiar with the voyage to Kyoto. As if she was joking, Su Tian finished and stopped continuing the topic, crossing over to the house. There was the sound of stir-frying in the kitchen. It should be Jiang's mother getting up to make breakfast. Su Tian slowly walked over, wanting to see if there was anything she needed to help with the hands. As she walked to the kitchen door, she heard Jiang Chiyu say behind her, Good. I'll cover you. It wasn't long after Su Tian finished her breakfast that Su's father came over to pick her up. In fact, Su Tian has long been figured out. Mom and dad are adults always have to consider a lot, cannot be directly like Jiang Chiyu as civilized solution to the problem. But after Su's father called out to Timothy, Su Tian still squirmed and didn't say anything. Dad apologizes in advance, this whole thing has been aggravating, your mother and I know that. Su Tian looked at him. In the side room, there were only father and daughter. Su father said, Shanshan after all is not very old, lying or not lying your mother and I can see a little bit of clues, just the situation at the time, we do elders, there is no evidence and, really cannot be based on the eyes of the people convicted. And this reputation of stealing is really not good. No matter what, Shanshan's dad is your mom's own big brother, things can't be done so absolutely. Although we don't go so far as to repay people with kindness, it's better to treat people with generosity. Su Tian has not been angry for a long time, and Jiang Chiyu has already given it for her. This day Su father said a lot more, his nature is gentle, the reasoning is also gentle, some she listened to, some reasoning is her age is still unable to understand. Su Tian did not refute, but also just first remembered in the heart. Father and daughter talked for a whole hour. After chatting, Su Tian grabbed her bunny doll and followed Su's dad home. Auntie Zhang had been waiting for her to come back for a long time, and had squeezed a cup of her favorite Yangji manna for her alone. Lunch is eaten at Jiang Chiyu's house. Jiang mother to see her and specially went to buy some fresh meat to do sweet and sour pork, did not think that noon is not yet. Su Tian left. And let Jiang Chiyu ran a leg to call people back. Su Tian came back from dinner and passed by the guest room. When she went upstairs, Bai Qian was standing in silence at the door, her eyes were red and swollen. Su Tian didn't look at her and closed the door of her house. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su's father drove Bai Qian back. Bai Qian just sat on the car, suddenly said he had something he forgot to take, and ran back. Instead of going to her temporary room, she knocked on the door of Su Tian's room. Su Tian had known she would come and opened the door without speaking. Bai Qian's lips moved and said in a very small voice, I'm sorry. Are you really mistaken? Su Tian asked. Bai Qian didn't expect her to ask this, pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Su Tian said, Jiang Chiyu said he wouldn't pursue the matter if you apologized, and you said you were sorry, so I won't check any more fingerprints. But Bai Qian, I won't forgive you. Bai Qian froze. You won't know what that fountain pen means to me, and its value is not in the amount of money it was bought for. Maybe one day in the future I'll forget about it, but until that day comes, it's impossible for me to forgive you. Su Tian finished word for word, dropped her eyes in disgust, and closed the door of the room again. Bai Qian had a complicated mood, looked at the closed door for a long time, and finally reluctantly left the Su family. Zhouing said, well, Jiang Chiyu relies on his flirtatious operation once again fire throughout Yangning City. Even a friend of mine who was not in school asked me about this Jiang Chiyu is who he is, how to be so dragged. I said, compared with Jiang Chiyu's strength, he really has been very low-key. Sending Bai Qian away, Su Tian was in a better mood, talking to Zhou on the phone, having a chat. She remembered Jiang Chiyu's dislike of Bai Qian's words, lying on the bed, shaking her feet one by one, holding her face and smothering her smile. School bullies, they all tug a little. Do you know, after Jiang Chiyu used the microblog number of Yangming No. 1 Middle School Student Union to send out a statement yesterday, the number of fans of this account instantly went up from single digits to 4 digits, and there's also the Jiang Chiyu's ID in the forums. I looked last night, and the fans are also in the 4 digits. Of course Su Tian knew, because that was her account. She didn't say a word. Zhou suddenly said, alas, this winter vacation has gone by, it feels like nothing has been done, there are not many days left to start school, then the two of us will be separated. Su Tian was very calm, it's fine, I'll go back to you often. Zhou, don't look back, just now, I have so many questions that I haven't written, borrow your winter vacation homework for reference. Su Tian didn't agree and calmly said the name of a certain 2-word senior. Zhou really paused for a moment, then tenaciously resisted the urge to copy her homework. Alright, then I'd better write it myself. Su Tian hung up the phone, also took a book 5-3 out and began to brush up. School was about to start, so she'd have to work harder, too. Chapter 157, Su Jiao. After 15 or 16, the first middle school in Yangming officially opened. Because she was going to a new class, Su Tian arrived very early. Jiang Chiyu was the president of the student union. Naturally he knew exactly where each class was located in the teaching building, so when most people were still looking for their classes in front of the bulletin boards on both sides of the Cherry Blossom Boulevard, he had already led Su Tian around the crowds, walked to the senior building, and brought her straight to the door of the 10th class. They were early and the class was still empty. That is to say, Su Tian has the right to pick the seat. She went to the first row against the doorway window and placed her book bag on it. Jiang Chiyu stood outside the class and raised an eyebrow. Sit here? You're not afraid of the cold? It's still winter, the room is heated, and the doors and windows are usually closed, but every time someone opens or closes the door between classes, the cold air comes in. When they were still in the 3rd shift, they could hear people sitting at the door complaining every day. Su Tian nodded calmly, it's more refreshing to freeze. Jiang Chiyu didn't say anything. Su Tian continued, and when the people come together will certainly still adjust the seats, will not let themselves just sit. Not easy to manage. Jiang Chiyu didn't say anything. I'll go to my class then. Class 11 is right next door. Su Tian nodded and watched him leave his field of vision. There was no telling when their class would arrive, so Su Tian simply took out an exercise book and worked backwards first. She was so serious in her work that she didn't notice a middle-aged woman in professional attire push open the door and walk in, placing the object in her hand on the podium, her eyes circling around the empty class and finally landing on her. It's not often that you find students who are so self-motivated. Wang Ruomei took a roster, walked over to her, and gently snapped the table. This student, check the name. Su Tian looked up, guessing that this should be as the homeroom teacher of their class, and hurriedly responded, putting down the exercise book in her hands, and taking the roster to start looking for names. Her name is on the first one. Rosters are generally arranged in only 3 ways, by grade, by initials, and randomly. Below her name was one called Zhang Yao, whom Su Tian didn't recognize. But one further down was Han Guanyuan, the class president of their 3rd class. Continuing much further down the list is Wang Suhan. Well, on her final exam last semester, she was 1 point above the class president in the arts combined. It should be ranked by grades. Jiang Chiyu said, take a first to show him, she seems to have really done the first step. Su Tian put a check mark after her name with mixed feelings. Wang Ruomei raised her eyebrows and thought to herself that she was Su Tian. Su Tian, who had been greeted in advance and specially transferred to her class. Came so early, also took the initiative to sit in the first row, nothing to do the problem, this first face, Wang Ruomei has a good impression of her. She didn't take the roster away and said to Su Tian, my name is Wang, I'll be the homeroom teacher of class 10 from now on, I'm going to have a meeting in a while, whoever comes from our class you let him check his name on the roster. Su Tian nodded, good. She was the language representative in her last class, and because the class teacher, Lao Gao, was a language teacher, Lao Gao would sometimes leave things to her in the absence of the class president, and she was familiar with such chores. After Wang Ruomei left, everyone in their class slowly approached them. Half an hour later, people have come to a big half. Wang Suhan also came. He looked around the classroom with his backpack, and really found a familiar no, so he sat behind Su Tian again. Wang Suhan hooked the name, lips idle, language table, divided into our class. Who else came? Suddy, squad leader. Wang Suhan, I read that Jiang is in the next class, next to ours, quite a coincidence. Su Tian remembered Jiang Chiyu's tawdry operation of writing a letter to the grade director requesting a shift change, and was a bit moody for a moment. It's quite a coincidence. Just as I finished, another person came in at the door of the class, a low-slung girl. When Su Tian saw the person, she let out an "Ah, Su Jiao." Su Jiao was carrying her school bag and curved her eyes when she saw Su Tian. "Come here and check a name." Su Tian handed her the pen and pointed to her name on the roster. Su Tian had just been helping others find their names, and had seen more than enough to know where Su Jiao's name was without having to look for it. Su Jiao put a check mark behind her name, looked at the not many empty seats left in the classroom, and looked at the seat next to Su Tian with downcast eyes. "Su Tian, is this seat next to you taken?" Su Ten shook her head, "No." "Then shall I sit here?" Su Jiao smiled coquettishly. "Sure." Su Tian pulled the stool away for her. When someone he didn't recognize came, Wang Suhan stopped talking. After a long time again, the roster had almost all been ticked off, with only Han Guangyuan's name still empty behind it. Wang Ruomei came back from the meeting and stood in front of the class and asked Su Tian if everyone was here. Before Su Tian could say anything, a tall boy panted and ran over, stood in the doorway and looked at the class sign and came in. "The class is already full, only the last row and the second row next to Wang Suhan still have an empty seat." Wang Suhan mouthed to him, "Squad leader. Here. Here." Han Guangyuan hurriedly carried and sat down. Su Tian put a check mark after Han Guangyuan's name, and only then did she nod, "Everyone's here." "Good." Wang Ruomei retrieved the roster and walked up to the podium. All 10 classes slowly and automatically quieted down. In the first class of the school year, Wang Ruomei first made a self-introduction on the stage. Then they let their class take turns to introduce themselves on stage. Suddy took the brunt of the first one. She was used to it, and she didn't have stage fright when she stood on the podium, and went down after a generous self-introduction. Then came the second Han Guangyuan. "Han Guangyuan, my name is Han Guangyuan, from the 3rd class of the first year of high school, a native of the city, with no hobbies. My specialty is class management, and I have 10 years of experience as a class president. Students can find me if they have difficulties, because helping others to solve problems has become my habit." The class laughed. Wang Ruomei also smiled. "That's just right, I'm short of a class president. You're so experienced, then continue to do it for the time being. When the students are familiar with it, there will be an election for a new class president." Wang Suhan snapped the first to applaud. The atmosphere in the class was mobilized by him, and the teacher didn't seem too strict, so everyone relaxed a bit. By the time each student had introduced themselves, the first class was over. The bell rang, the class completely relaxed. Su Tian heard Wang Suhan nagging the class president in the back. "It's so nice how you became the class president again." "Class president, seriously? At first I froze for a moment when you said that your name is Han Guangyuan. In the past in the 3rd class everyone shouted at you as the class president, and even what is your real name was given to forget." Han Guangyuan also said, "Me too, especially after Mr. Wang called out to me. I didn't even react. Lao Gao used to call me class president directly." Su Ten laughed. It's nice to have familiar people in a new class. Chapter 158, Have you been waiting long? The teacher didn't teach anything new for the next couple of classes either, but simply talked to them. After class, Su Tian wanted to get water. Su Jiao suddenly extended her hand to her. "I'll get it for you, just as I need to get water." Su Tian had subconsciously wanted to refuse, but it just so happened that old man was leisurely passing by the door with a thermos cup, and leisurely said, "Su Tian, put away your winter vacation language homework." In the new semester, Lao Gao happened to be assigned to teach language in class 10. After Su Tian agreed, she gave the water cup to Su Jiao. "Then I'll trouble you." Su Jiao smiled. "It's no trouble." Su Ten began to collect his winter vacation homework. The front has been collected smoothly, until received the last row, a curly-haired boy lying on the table to fall asleep. Su Tian knocked on his table, and did not wake him up. Suddy looked over at his table. His deskmate, a girl, shook her head and lowered her voice. "He's got super bad wake-up calls, I'm afraid to call him. So can you get me his winter break homework in language?" The girl shook her head again, her expression a little embarrassed. "I don't know him well, just that I'm in the same class as him and know what his name is." Sudi glanced at his desk pocket. It was blocked tightly by curly-haired boys. "She's a bit of a criminal." In the past, in class 3, there was no one in the class who had a particularly big wake-up call. And usually when he happened to run into anyone who was sleeping, Su Tian would ask his deskmate to help him get it, or else he would have to be woken up. Su Tian looked at the girl again. "What's his name?" The girl paused. Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, the one whose name is below hers on the roster. Su Tian had a memory of his name. But I don't think I've seen him introduce himself on stage. After her introduction, it was straight to the head of the class on. Su Tian poked Jiang Yao's school uniform. Mr. Jiang Yao? No response. Su Tian poked him again, this time with some force. The back of Jiang Yao's head twitched, then slowly got up from the table. The curls on his forehead were covering his eyes. The people are very evil looking. The features were clearly clean and combined into a face that carried aggression. He had an impatient expression. Yes? Su Tian froze. This voice. Jiang Yao narrowed his eyes, seeing that she didn't say anything for half a day, and suddenly came over, lifting one hand and cupping her chin to scrutinize it. Su Tian was dumbfounded. Jiang Yao, what? Never seen a girl like me before? Girls? Jiang Yao is a girl. Su Tian's expression was dumbfounded. Yeah, sorry, turn in your language winter vacation homework. Both the name Jiang Yao and her hair and clothes made Su Tian think that this was a boy. Jiang Yao released her chin without saying anything else. The impatience on his face faded a bit, and he took out an exercise book from the drawer. Su Ten said thank you as she left. Jiang Yao glanced at her and continued to lie back down on the table to sleep. When Su Tian came back, there was a cup full of hot water on her table. Su Tian said thank you to Su Jiao again. She was suddenly poked in the back. Su Tian turned her body sideways, and both the class president and Wang Suhan looked at her. Sudi paused. What's wrong? Wang Suhan had a look on his face when he wanted to talk about gossip. Latest news, Zhao Jie and Jiang are in the same class. Zhao Jie? Su Tian was a bit confused. Wang Suhan looked at her expression to know that she must have forgotten, reminded a sentence. On the last time our class dinner, the next class that spent a lot of money to buy equipment for their 5 accounts turned out to be useless ingrates. Su Tian had a vague impression. Wang Suhan continued, I heard that he kept harassing Jiang after he went back that time, wanting Jiang to play a game with him, but they were all rebuffed by Jiang. This is great, the two of them are in the same class, so it feels like Jiang can't hide away. Just playing a game. Su Tian said, it's not a fight. Wang Suhan mouthed fast, that's not good to say, the second class, that group of stupid, the last time to play the game to the end of the game we won they do not recognize. Su Tian hurriedly passed him a look and glanced at Su Jiao who had her back to them. Wang Suhan covered her mouth and asked wordlessly, she's in the second class? Su Tian nodded. It was at this moment that Su Jiao suddenly turned around and said with a big smile, it's okay, you guys go ahead, I also think it was all quite childish when we argued at the last gathering. Not to mention that we're only in the same class now. Even if Su Jiao said so, Wang Suhan could not possibly call that group of stupid people in the second class directly anymore. He swallowed his saliva. Sorry, sister, a moment of quick mouth. Su Jiao smiled and didn't say anything. She didn't turn away, so Wang Suhan had to continue. Zhao Jie's family is quite rich and knows a lot of people, although Jiang is also quite bullish, but the language table, you should let Jiang be careful. Su Ten nodded. Su Jiao interjected, actually, it's okay. Although Zhao Jie's family is rich, his father is super strict with him, and he doesn't even dare to bring his cell phone to school. Really? Wang Suhan was surprised. There's a saying that when people all speak ill of the same person, they form alliances in certain areas. She took the initiative to reveal Zhao Jie's shortcomings, easily breaking into their little 3-person gossip group. So 3 people gossiping became 4 people gossiping. Su Jiao starts talking about one stupid thing after another that Zhao Jie has done. Su Tian listened for a while, and after a good laugh passed he didn't continue to listen to her, twisting over to continue to do the questions. So 4 people gossiping became 3 people gossiping again. Finally, when it came to the end of the school day, Su Tian packed up the things she wanted to bring 5 minutes ahead of time, then took her English vocabulary book and memorized the vocabulary while waiting for the end of the school day. When the school bell rang, Su Tian left the classroom with her bag and went to wait for Jiang Chiyu at the entrance of the next class. Jiang Chiyu was also seated in the first row by the window. Their class isn't over yet. Jiang Chiyu hung his eyes and looked at the book, holding a pen in his right hand and turning it up every now and then. The teacher on the stage was supposed to be speaking English, and the blackboard was filled with English letters. His tablemate, a boy with glasses, was holding an English textbook and cross-referencing the grammar on the blackboard word for word. And the book, in Jiang Chiyu's hand, is full of dense Chinese at a glance. Su Tian couldn't see what book he was holding. But based on the thickness of the book, odds are it's an extracurricular book. It should be some ancient and modern masterpieces. She waited quietly for Jiang Chiyu to finish school. 5 minutes later, the English teacher finally finished the last point and stood on the stage and said in English that they could leave the class. Jiang Chiyu sniffed and raised his eyes, looking out the window. There was a figure standing outside quietly waiting for him. Jiang Chiyu hooked his lips, glanced at the number of pages and then closed the book, and did not take the book bag, directly stood up and went out. Been waiting long? It's only 5 minutes. Su Tian shook her head, looking at his 2 empty hands. Aren't you taking your book bag? No take, no homework. Actually, Su Tian didn't have any homework today. It's just that she's so used to carrying a book bag that it always feels weird not to. Chapter 159. Is her family rich? The two go home together. Neither noticed that behind them, crop after crop of class 11 students peered out of the windows. Mama, yeah, this is the legendary school bully and his childhood friend's little petite wife, finally for me to see the real person. Don't say, judging from the back, it's quite a match. The front face is also a good match, that Su Tian looks so watery, with so much I want to pinch her face. You'll have to beat a certain chairman first. The new semester hasn't been much fun. Su Tian didn't talk much in class or out of class, burying himself in a sea of questions every day. Occasionally, during breaks, she would listen to Wang Suhan and the class president in the back tell some gossip or fight. Lao Gao was used to using her, and she was still the language representative in this class. The good thing about this position was that even though she didn't actively socialize, she still got acquainted with her new class pretty quickly. The class president was ahead of her in figuring out who was in the class. The homeroom teacher had just talked about the duty grouping in the last class, and he had already drawn up a list by the end of class. Su Tian took it over and looked at it. She was still assigned to Wednesday duty. That was the case last semester. The squad leader took a sip of hot water. I'm afraid you'll remember a mistake, so I even put you on Wednesday. Su Tian nodded. Any day of the week is fine. It's a good arrangement. She returned the duty roster to the class monitor. Su Jiao, who was working on a problem, twisted her head around and went over to the class president to look at the duty roster. Let me see where I am. Class president, it's also Wednesday, and I was thinking that you two don't know each other better. So I put them together. Su Jiao nodded and smiled at the squad leader. Thank you, squad leader. After these days, Su Jiao had already gotten acquainted with the 2 people behind her who were originally from the 3rd class. Probably because no matter what gossip the 2 of them were discussing, Su Jiao would come over as a listener. Right. Su Jiao took out 3 small boxes from her school bag and distributed them to the 2 of them. My mom bought the flour cakes, this is for you. Su Tian went to collect the language homework after reading the duty list, and the person was not in his seat. Su Jiao placed one of them on Su Tian's desk. Wang Suhan let out a wow. Why do you bring all kinds of things to school every day for us to share? It feels like your family is so rich. Su Jiao lifted the strand of hair that was affecting her vision behind her ear, smiled coyly, and asked offhandedly, hasn't Su Tian ever given you guys anything to share? Her family is what's called rich. Wang Suhan shook her head, no. Is her family rich? I rarely see her eating snacks. Su Jiao said, her father seems to be the boss of a listed company. I'd been to her home, living in a large villa. Wang Suhan let out another wow with a shocked expression. Su Jiao lowered her eyes and said half-jokingly, maybe it's because her family is so rich that she eats and drinks the most expensive food and can't look at us junk food. Wang Suhan didn't say anything and grunted, I guess, maybe the family is strict. The squad leader didn't say anything from the sidelines either, eating the flour cake. The next day was Wednesday. Su Tian told Jiang Chiyu in advance that she had to be on duty, so that he could read in their class for a while without rushing off. The group is clearly divided. Su Jiao is in charge of cleaning the windows and Su Tian is in charge of pouring water. After pouring the water, you can go, but there are 3 buckets in the class, and the buckets have been used for a long time and are a bit dirty on the outside, and often there is an odor when all kinds of water are mixed together, so many people would rather leave a little later than pouring the water. Su Tian volunteered to pour water. Because she didn't want Jiang Chiyu to wait too long. There wasn't really much water in any of the 3 buckets, and Su Tian mixed the water in the buckets into one place and carried the buckets out. When she came back after pouring, Jiang Chiyu was standing at the back entrance waiting for her. Su Tian put the empty bucket down and wiped her hands with toilet paper. I'm done, let's go. Jiang Chiyu swept a glance at the bucket she had placed at the back door, then looked at the other 2 and lifted his chin, signaling her to look at the ground. Those 2 don't need to be poured? Su Tian followed his line of sight. Next to the empty bucket she had just emptied, 2 buckets full of black juice stood side by side. Su Tian froze, strange. Just now it was still empty. Jiang Chiyu said, remembered it wrong. Is she misremembering? Su Tian began to suspect that something was wrong with her memory. Regardless, the 2 buckets of water had to be dumped, and Su Tian pushed up her sleeves and carefully picked up a bucket of black water. But the water is so full that the slightest movement might spill it out. She's a little frazzled. It still makes sense that no one else chooses to pour water. Su Tian looked down at her white dress. Jiang Chiyu walked into their class, holding the bottom of the bucket with one hand and grabbing the handle with the other. Let go. Su Tian, are you sure? It's heavy. Aha! So Sudi let go of her hand. She watched as Jiang Chiyu steadily held up this bucket of black water and poured a little into the empty bucket next to her. Then, as he had done, he poured a little of the black water that was about to overflow from the other bucket into it as well. Now, the 3 barrels are level. Su Tian brightened up, that way it won't spill. She cheerfully picked up a bucket in one hand and headed for the restroom. Jiang Chiyu smiled and followed her with the rest of that bucket. The 2 poured water together and went home together again. Su Jiao cleaned the window and watched them walk down Cherry Blossom Avenue. She narrowed her eyes, her expression a little wan. When leaving school she casually threw an ink cartridge in one of the trash cans that were everywhere on campus. The homeroom teacher, Wang Ruome, teaches politics. She seems to be a nice person, but in fact she is very strict in managing the class. During study hall, Wang Ruome came over to check on the class. Su Tian saw a figure outside the window in her afterglow. She didn't look up and continued to do her own questions. Wang Ruome pushed the door in and stopped in front of her. Seeing that she stood still for a long time, Su Tian thought that she had inadvertently done something against the rules, and raised her head in bewilderment. As a result, Wang Ruome was not looking at her, but at Su Jiao next to her. Wang Ruome said, "Get her up." Su Tian froze and leaned over to look, only to realize that Su Jiao was propping up her cheek with one hand and holding a pen in the other, unconsciously scratching out a few black marks on her book. Sudi shook her awake. Su Jiao's sleepy eyes slowly saw the homeroom teacher standing in front of her, snapped out of it, stood up from her seat and looked at Wang Ruome. "Teacher." Wang Ruome said, 2,000-word review, send it to my office by tomorrow. That said, I'm gone. Su Jiao stood in her position and didn't dare to sit down. She frowned in chagrin and her tone was a bit complaining. Su Tian, you didn't tell me when the teacher came. It was like her voice was unintentionally amplified and very loud in the still very quiet class just after the teacher left. After saying that, she also realized that her expression was a bit embarrassed. Su Tian had often been caught by old Gao killing his way back to the 3rd class, so she just glanced at Su Jiao and didn't say anything. She thought Su Jiao was propping up her face to do the questions. Chapter 160 Unless you become my sister-in-law. The study session finally ended, and as soon as the class ended, Su Jiao sat down, rubbing her sore calves, the corners of her mouth turned downward in an unhappy manner. Su Tian enjoying table when the 2 were caught sleeping in class many times, the teacher to check the class. This cannot be prevented, they do not care much about being caught, can only be self-admittedly unlucky, get a lecture will be over. But Wang Ruome also punishes people for writing reviews. Although Su Jiao didn't say in advance to let the teacher come and remind her, Su Tian didn't feel that she did anything wrong, but in the end, she wasn't as familiar with Su Jiao as she was with Zhou Ying, and after some hesitation, she explained, Jiao is sorry, I didn't know that you were sleeping. Su Jiao shook her head, it's fine. Su Tian then stopped talking, she took the water cup and wanted to get water. Su Jiao glanced at her cup. Su Tian walked to the water fountain and just inserted the water card when the shift leader came around from the back door and suddenly stopped when he saw her. Su Tian, Lao Gao is calling for you to go to the office. Shouting at me for what? Su Tian pressed the hot water button, afraid of scalding her hands, carefully pinching the top part. I guess, counting the hours, it's probably the subscribed language paper. Su Tian nodded, okay, I'm on my way. The squad leader pointed to the watch on the back wall and reminded her, old Gao wants you to hurry up, he has a meeting soon. Okay. Su Tian took a cup of hot water that was almost full and screwed on the lid. The class president happened to be going back to his seat. Go ahead, I'll help you take it back to your seat. That's okay. Su Tian then handed him both the water card and the water cup. You be careful with the hot water. Class president, mature men are not afraid of the rolling heat of hot water. Yes. Su Tian had obviously gotten used to it. She didn't answer, glanced at the time, and turned around to go out of the classroom. As she turned the corner, she seemed to hear a crunchy pop from the classroom. There was an inexplicable uneasiness in Su Tian's heart, but she didn't turn around and press down the sudden emotion, running towards old Gao's office. The class president had guessed correctly that it was indeed the language newspaper that their class had ordered that had arrived. The language newspaper doesn't require all of them to subscribe, so there's only a not too thick pile, and after making sure that the number of copies is correct in Lao Gao's office, Su Tian carries the paper away. Back in class, she put the paper on the podium and turned out the subscription list, calling each one by name for them to come and get it. After posting for a while, the next name was Han Guanyuan, and Su Tian looked up and swept the class president's seat without seeing anyone. She looked around the class and couldn't find the class president. So she took one out, thinking she'd bring it back to him. Finally they were all handed out, and Su Tian piggybacked Han Guanyuan's newspaper to his seat. She casually asked the girl sitting behind the class president, "Where is the class president?" "Went to the infirmary." The girl pointed to the floor at the back door. His water glass suddenly blew up, hot water spilled out, and he burned his hand. Su Tian froze, the uneasiness in her heart roiled up again. She walked towards the aisle, and sure enough, she saw a mess on the floor of the back door, and the boy who was on duty that day was using a broom to sweep the glass crumbs on the floor. That's her water glass. She suddenly remembered the pop she heard when she went to Gao's office. Su Tian's face changed and she rushed out from the classroom. Student council office. Han Ying's eyes glanced at each of Jiang Chiyu and Song Yingjing as she came in holding a pile of documents. "You two are okay?" Han Ying said. They were the only two people in the office before Han Ying arrived, so it went without saying that the you two she was referring to was them. Song Yingjing lowered his head, his hand quickly writing something with a ballpoint pen. "Something's up, very busy, if you're free come over and help me sort out the forms." The newly recruited schoolmate crashed the Xuanfei system. Holy? Han Ying couldn't help but burst into foul language. What is this doing? I can put Xuanfei to collapse. The Xerox system was a multiplayer collaboration system left over from some computer genius a few years back at their school, and it had been used by the student body for office work, and it worked very well. Song Yingjing had non-stop. Let him get a list of students living in the student list. He copied when he did not know how to point to the student body. So many years left, all the documents all copied, pasted half a day, said did not paste out. I went to give him to see when I thought it was the system card. Messed up half a day is that he pasted dozens of copies of the system cannot accommodate the collapse, and now all the mess. Ma, how long will it take to organize this? Han Ying walked over and looked at Song Yingjing's computer screen, who was dealing with the matter at hand and was temporarily unavailable to care about the chaotic forms in the system. Han Ying probably looked at it and frowned. I don't think so. Even if we call all the students and teachers who know the system, it will take a long time to sort it out. A few years of things mixed into a ball. How can it be so easy to unravel? What about that internship junior? Song Yingjing sighed, and Ran scolded him to tears. Han Ying gave a tisk and didn't know what to say. He may have been unintentional, but the trouble he caused was too great. Normally people have an undo button if they click the wrong thing. The point is that this person just crashed the system. The information was mixed up and the undo button was completely disabled. Han Ying forgot what she was going to say for a moment, returned to her desk, turned on her computer and began to help Song Yingjing organize the documents. Jiang Chiyu was idle nothing. He entered the student union not long ago. Because of his position, more paper office, not too often contact Xuanfei system, so Song Yingjing did not find him to help. After listening to the beginning and end, Jiang Chiyu, in line with the work attitude of love and respect for the job, made a suggestion. Do you want to consider finding a computer repair? Han Ying was busy. It's useless. The Xuanfei system is an independent system. Only those who have learned it will use it. It's a software problem, not a hardware problem. Jiang Chiyu nodded his head and once again made a suggestion. Do you guys want to think about calling the founder of Xuanfei system over to take a look? Where to yell? The founders are probably all out of college and looking for jobs. Han Ying said, President, the only place you can help right now is to get me a Coke from the refrigerator, sugar-free. Jiang Chiyu was a bit speechless, but still walked over to the small freezer and brought her a bottle of Coke and placed it on the table, smoothly helping her open the lid. Han Ying took it over and took a sip, satisfied with a hiccup. She has self-compassion to calm her mind. It's okay, the big deal is to get him for a few months. The department is short of people to recruit again, we veterans to get the computer work, the newbies to let the chairman take to get the paperwork to go. Jiang Chiyu had back to his seat. The two of them were busy in full swing, and Ran also went to find the school leader to explain the situation. Jiang Chiyu actually lazy to care about these things, but still in the spirit of love and dedication to work. Think about it, asked, why don't one of you point out a person to take me into a door? Just give me the basic operation. The chairman wants to help sort out the paperwork, huh? Han Ying looked up. You're not quite lazy, but you actually took the initiative to be nosy. Han Ning, the first person in the entire student body to recognize him for what he is. Jiang Chiyu didn't deny it or say anything. Han Ning continued, then you come to see the work and ask me if you don't understand anything. Just learn some basic functions, then you can help organize it on your computer. Jiang Chiyu walked over and looked behind her for a while. After just 5 minutes or so of watching, Jiang Chiyu nodded, alright, got it. So fast? Han Ning was surprised, a prodigy. Jiang Chiyu remembered something and smiled, my dad repairs computers and knows a little. Han Ning gave him a thumbs up, go ahead chairman, just organize them next to each other like I just did, only keep one for the 100% match and delete all the other copies. Jiang Chiyu didn't say anything and returned to his seat and opened his computer. Instead of opening the Cyberdyne system, he right-clicked and created a new TXT file. He looked at the computer screen and thought for a while, boarded the QQ, found the note as the cousin of that one contact, knocked the line sent over, in? Send me the source code of the Shuanfei system? After a while, his cousin sent him a question mark. Jiang Chiyu, that Sunfei system in Yangming First Middle School. Cousin, how long ago was this? What do you need this for all of a sudden? I have to go find it. Cousin, wow, come to think of it, my little cousin is still in high school. Jiang Chiyu didn't reply. 15 minutes later, his cousin sent him a zip file. Jiang Chiyu downloaded it and browsed through it, sending an OK to his cousin. Conversation over. He deleted the blank TXT document he had created and modified it directly on the source code his cousin had sent him. Half an hour later, Jiang Chiyu sent the re-updated Shuanfei system installation package to the Student Union cadre group. All the computers in the office that were open all thumped, and Han Ning opened the group chat, Chairman, what are you sending? Jiang Chiyu rubbed his fingers, the installation package of Shuanfei System 2.0, after you install it, there is a withdrawal time in the toolbar, find the time period before you press the wrong one, you can directly withdraw to the way it was before the chaos. Han Ning, really, it can't be, why haven't I heard of such an awesome feature? Han Ying's mouth didn't say anything, but in her heart, she was already on the verge of collapsing from the confusing forms in the system, and with the mindset of beating a dead horse, she downloaded and installed it at the speed of fire. In 5 minutes. Han Ying, holy, President. No. Lord God. Where did you get that? It's really good. Song Yingjing sniffed, looked up at Jiang Chiyu who was still rubbing his fingers, and also returned to the computer to download the installation package. Han Ning had already succeeded in one-click recovery, and the system went back to the way it was before. He was a little surprised. Jiang Chiyu said, my cousin has the source code for the Shuanfei system. Han Ning, a standard liberal arts student, didn't quite understand what the source code meant, and only thought it sounded impressive. Your cousin? Who's your cousin? Is he a computer repairman too? That's awesome, that's awesome. I'd like to get in touch with him. I'll call him if I want to fix my computer. Jiang Chiyu deleted the source code on his computer and said lightly, the founder of the Shuanfei system. Han Ning paused. Jiang Chiyu, it's probably impossible for you to find him to fix your computer, he's too expensive to afford, unless you become my sister-in-law. Chapter 161 went to the infirmary to see Su Tian. Han Ning didn't respond for a long time. It's awesome. It's really awesome. The legendary computer genius senior who left behind the Shuanfei system was actually the cousin of their genius chairman. This powerful bloodline. Simply. Han Ning gulped. The difficult problem was easily solved. Song Yingjing curved his eyes and smiled, and the work at hand became unhurried. He wrung his sore wrists, rested for a moment, and continued to lower his head to his work. Han Ning was still in shock. Jiang Chiyu only said half of his words, not saying that the problem was actually solved by him. So she subconsciously felt that the one who solved the problem and launched version 2.0 of the Shuanfei system was Jiang Chiyu's cousin. If she knew that it was actually Jiang Chiyu who had written the programming segment on the spot, she would probably be even more shocked. After all, he's only a few years old. Han Ning was idle at this time, suddenly remembered what she hadn't finished and continued, I asked if you guys were okay, not if you two were busy. It was me who bumped into Su Tian running towards the infirmary on the way here, that little white face. I thought something had happened to one of you too. As soon as the words left her mouth, Han Ning saw the two boys stop their hands at the same time and look at her with furrowed brows. One asked rhetorically, infirmary? One asked rhetorically, pale? Han Ying's heart beat a little faster under the gaze of the two boys who were locked in the top 3 of the school's grass list. After all, she was also a young girl. No matter how shameless she was being looked at by two handsome boys at the same time intently, she would also feel embarrassed. Han said weakly, seeing that she ran quite fast, she shouldn't be in trouble by herself. She wasn't sure. The two dudes had turned around at the same time, going out the door one after the other and leaving in the direction of the infirmary. Mom, yeah. Han stood up and looked through the window at the two men's wind-like silhouettes and couldn't help but smack her lips. This is the great uncle and aunt or love rivals. And Ran pushed the door in and saw her looking out the window with a gossipy face. She followed and saw nothing, so her eyes wandered around the office again. You know the system crashed, right? Teacher said he would try to contact the founders of the Shuanfei system to see if they could fix it. Where are they? Han retracted her gaze, just left to see Su Tian in the infirmary. And Ran's expression lurched. What happened to Su Tian? I don't know, it should be that something happened to Su Tian's friend. See, her face is quite ugly. Ran to the infirmary, and then these two heard about it all, generalized the wrong focus, heard Su Tian infirmary this 5 words, then also ran over. And Ran frowned and didn't say anything, going back to his position ready to organize the chaotic system first. Right, Minister in. Han remembered, the system has been restored, there's no need to contact the founder. Recovered? Just in the half hour I was gone? Anjun was skeptical. How did you guys do that? Han said with gusto, the president got it. The founder of that Shuanfei system is his cousin. He asked for the source code directly and sent the group the installation package for Shuanfei System 2.0, and a click to withdraw it is alright. What's the point of only sending the source code? 2.0 was also developed by his cousin. And Ran thought to herself, if so, Jiang Chiyu, his cousin, is really a talent. The problem was solved in half an hour. Han really doesn't understand. I can't hear you, you're involving my knowledge blind spot. And Ran did not ask again. She also subconsciously felt that it was the founder who wrote and made the 2.0, after all, in addition to him there really cannot be anyone else. She called her teacher and briefly recounted the incident. Infirmary. Su Tan is peeling an apple for the class president. The class president's left palm and fingertips were coated with ointment, and the whole hand was numb and cool, which felt quite comfortable in the heated room. The squad leader said, in fact, I'm really fine, it's just that water cup leaked and gave me a scald, so I threw the water cup on the ground. It's not an explosion. We mature men have thick skin and are never afraid of hot water. Su Tian saw that he was still playful and smiled, and gradually lowered his heart. The girl behind him said that the water cup blew up, and Su Tian subconsciously thought of some bloody scenes such as the water cup blowing up in the class president's hand, and even thought that if she arrived at the infirmary and found that the class president had been transferred to the hospital, she would have to give her dad a call first, and then go to find Mr. Wang to ask for a leave of absence. After all, it was because of her glass of water that it hurt. As a result, when they arrived at the infirmary, they realized that their class president was sitting on a bed in the infirmary and nagging with the doctor, who gave him an apple and seriously asked if he could peel it for him, the skin of which he really couldn't swallow. Phew, false alarm. It's for the best. Su Tian walked in and took the knife and apple, sitting on the couch next to him to help him peel. The squad leader was kinda embarrassed. Hey, no, I can swallow it. Sudi sighed, I feel guilty now, just let me do something. The squad leader waved his hand, okay, you chip away. In fact, after applying the ointment he was able to leave. He reacted quickly and threw the water cup fast enough not to give too serious a burn. It was only because the next class was English and he wanted to skip a class that he stayed in the infirmary until now. Su Tian was thinking things over as she peeled the skin. How her water glass suddenly leaked. Without warning. Thinking is fruitless. If it leaks, and I can only blame this brand for poor quality control, but luckily it didn't cause any serious consequences. Su Tian peeled the apple completely, and could do it with even thickness and without breaking in the center at all. Seeing that the last 2 cuts were peeling to the head, the door of the infirmary was suddenly pulled open with great force. The roller shutter hit the door with a dull crash, and when Su Tian's hand crooked, the apple peel broke. There's one last cut left to scrape off. This feeling of being failed by a proverbial kick in the pants is too much to bear as well. Obsessive-compulsive disorder will be silenced by watching it. Su Tian took a deep breath and looked at the visitor. 6 eyes facing each other. Why are you two here? Su Tian was surprised. It was actually Jiang Chiyu and Song Yingjing. These two usually only show up together when they have official business. Su Tian subconsciously looked at the infirmary, here to check for truancy? The class president, abashed, silently placed the injured hand on the table. Conspicuous. Song Yingjing looked at her, then at the boy next to her with one hand covered in white ointment. Is it your friend who's hurt? Su Tian nodded. He helped me take my water glass back to my seat, and I got burned when my water glass leaked. Song Yingjing seemed relieved and didn't say anything else. Jiang Chiyu glanced at Han Guanyuan and nodded. Squad leader. The class president, though not very decent, did have a lot of prestige in their third class. Because he did work his ass off to do something for the whole class. Well-deserved class president. The class president shook the injured hand at him. Watch it, I'm not skipping class. Jiang Chiyu didn't say anything. Song Yingjing didn't deny it either. They all coincidentally acquiesced to Su Tian's statement they came here to check for truancy. Chapter 162, Su Tian, do you like me? Recess is only half an hour long and classes are now in session. Sutherland said, no need to look, there are no other students here, it's just the two of us. Jiang Chiyu nodded and looked at Song Yingjing at his side. Go? Song Yingjing nodded. The two went out together. Su Tian lowered her head and peeled the last piece of peel off the apple flesh. Jiang Chiyu and Song Yingjing walked out of the infirmary side by side. Although classes were in session, there were still wandering students on campus. One is enough to catch the eye, let alone walk together. Students passing by had to sneak a glance. Neither man spoke, but subtly, they walked at almost the same pace, always side by side. Walking to the floor where the office was located, Song Yingjing, however, didn't stop and went up 2 more steps, pointing to the top of the building. Go up and talk? Jiang Chiyu's footsteps lurched, then turned an angle and followed him all the way to the rooftop. Although the rooftop is surrounded by a high protective fence, just in case, the rooftop is always closed. Couldn't resist the fact that both of the student council bigwigs had keys. Song Yingjing walked over to the protective fence, propping his fingers on it and looking down at the large campus with downcast eyes. Jiang Chiyu walked over and stood with one hand in his pocket in a loose manner. Say, what is it? Aren't you curious about what relationship I have with Su Tian? Song Yingjing asked warmly as he sidled up and looked at the languid-looking Jiang Chiyu. Jiang Chiyu glanced at him and said, aren't you curious about what relationship I have with Su Tian? Song Yingjing bent his eyes. I know, when I went to Tenten's house in the new year she pointed out your house to me. Jiang Chiyu's expression remained unchanged, the emotions in his dark pupils were uncertain. He paused for 2 seconds. Oh. Timmy came to see me once over winter break because she was hesitant to choose arts or science, and I was relieved that she ended up choosing arts. That seems to be intended. The two on the rooftop, one literary, one scientific. Jiang Chiyu half squinted his eyes for a moment, feeling that the words were like he was here to pick a fight, but he felt in his heart that Song Yingjing wasn't that boring. Although every time he saw him Jiang Chiyu's feelings were complicated, he had to admit that he was indeed a very good person. If Song Yingjing was here to pick a fight, then he would be disappointed. Jiang Chiyu pressed down that irritation. Is there anything else? Song Yingjing said, she has been very determined since she was in junior high school to choose literature in the future when she is divided into arts and science classes, including before she came to me. I thought she would choose literature without hesitation. If the scores of arts and sciences are equal, then choose arts and sciences is another story, but her results are obviously stronger in arts than in sciences. Take after the class, she chose literature, directly into the new class first, but if she chose science, in the class can only be an upper middle. Song Yingjing didn't expect her to hesitate. Jiang Chiyu's mind turned quickly, he thought of something, his eyebrows jumped, and suddenly raised his eyes, staring at Song Yingjing. Song Yingjing continued, she came to me to get some support, and I could feel that with just one person's encouragement, she would give up something that she had held on to for many years. Unfortunately it was so close, because I said for her to be herself and not care about others. I heard you wrote a letter to the head of the grade asking for a class change? That's really what you did too, it's just still a shame, maybe without that comment from me, you should still be in the same class. Jiang Chiyu listened and gradually stood up straight, his eyes like sharp blades. You did the right thing, he said deeply. Song Yingjing's eyes curved. In a family like that, she's far more sensitive and attentive than you think. Sensitivity precedes attentiveness. Jiang Chiyu turned around to leave, but Song Yingjing called out to him again, Mr. Jiang. I'm a poor student sponsored by Timothy's father, and my tuition and living expenses from middle school to high school were all paid by Uncle Su. Jiang Chiyu's footsteps stopped violently, and he turned around in an unbelievable manner. Song Yingjing continued, I'm not from Yangming City, my hometown in a very poor mountain. One year encountered a flash flood. The disaster was serious. At that time, including me, many people have to drop out of school. Uncle Su that year happened to come over to donate. I was the principal of the school pulling a group of us cannot afford to study in the child. Shiki to find Uncle Su. Ask him if he can not sponsor a sum of money. Jiang Chiyu didn't expect it to be like this, but it was. His eyes twitched and he was silent. Jiang Chiyu finally understood in this instant why Su Tian kept her mouth shut as soon as he asked her what her relationship with Song Yingjing was. Song Yingjing remembered the past, his eyes looking into the distance with a soft expression. Uncle Su agreed, and he funded 10 times what the principal offered, but the level of education in the mountains was not up to par, and at that time the other two and I could no longer learn anything there, so Uncle Su took the 3 of us alone out of the mountains and sent us to a junior high school in the city. I'm the youngest here, and the other 2 have graduated and are now in college in Kyoto. Also because I'm the youngest and similar in age to Timothy, I often help her with her homework, so I have the most interaction with Uncle Su's family. Song Yingjing looked at him again and smiled, seeing that it's quite tiring for you to guess, and that Tian definitely won't say it, so why don't I just tell you, it's not something that can't be said. Jiang Chiyu's mood became more complicated. He was kind of amused at how immature he had been. All along, he had treated Song Yingjing as an imaginary enemy. The most childish time, he even secretly followed Su Tian to the place where Song Yingjing lived. It's not enough to go there, but he even found out. Song Yingjing, okay, that's it. Jiang Chiyu took 2 steps back and nodded to him before turning around and running off the rooftop. Song Yingjing stood on the rooftop for a while when he saw Jiang Chiyu running out of the school building and heading straight for the infirmary. There was a seeming smile on his lips, unable to tell what the emotion was, and the breeze brushed his cheeks, fleetingly. It was the same time that the squad leader ate an apple and went to the restroom again. The Lord President, who had just come to check on truancy, slipped back in. What's with the backstabbing? Are truancy checks so strict now? The squad leader wondered. Jiang Chiyu was panting slightly, a few drops of sweat seeping out of his head. He looked around and didn't see anyone, so he asked, "Where's Su Tian?" "Oh." The head of the class understood. She went back to her class. She can't stay here all the time without class. Jiang Chiyu glanced at the squad leader's hand smeared with ointment. The squad leader suddenly bent over, covering his injured hand with an exaggerated expression. "Ah. It hurts." "Jiang Chiyu, I'm not responsible for checking truancy." The class president was instantly spirited again, waving his hand. "This hand of mine is fine, it's just scalded a little bit." Su Tian felt embarrassed before peeling the apple for me. "I really don't want to go to this English class, but I can't delay others from learning. I'll let Su Tian go back to class." Jiang Chiyu nodded and ran out again. This time he went straight back to class. The teachers of all subjects knew that he was the president of the student council, so they didn't care if he didn't show up for a few classes once in a while anyway. His grades were stable, and he got first place in the exams even when he didn't listen to the lectures. Jiang Chiyu didn't go back to his own class. He stood at the door of Su Tian's class, leaned against the railing, and through the first window of the front door of the classroom, he saw Su Tian, who was listening to the lesson carefully. She pursed her lips, her expression was light. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that after the separation of classes she suddenly grew up a little bit, her height drew up, and her small face made people want to look at her for a while longer. Like a bud, it was quietly blooming where he couldn't see it. Does she realize how good-looking she is? It's not stunning, but it's so comfortable to look at that the more you look at it, the more you want to look at it. Looking at it, I was unconsciously caught up in it. Tenderness trap. The first person in Class 10 saw Jiang Chiyu standing outside the door and whispered to his tablemates, and soon more and more people in Class 10 were looking at him outside the window. Su Tian didn't notice and concentrated on copying the English grammar. The English teacher of Class 10 saw the students looking out the window and looked over as well. The 2 classes were not taught by the same English teacher, but Jiang Chiyu was the president of the student council, and his looks and grades were so outstanding that the teachers basically knew him. The English teacher subconsciously thought that he had come with the identity of the student council president, so he pushed open the classroom door and walked out. "Student Jiang, what do you want?" Jiang Chiyu nodded. "I'm looking for Su Tian, there's something I want to talk to her about." Su Tian was sitting in the first row. The English teacher re-entered the classroom and stood in the doorway. "Su Tian, come out for a moment." Su Tian raised her head, looked out the window, and at a glance, she saw Jiang Chiyu, who was standing outside the classroom door looking at her. She put down her pen and walked out, closing the door behind her in the process. The English teacher resumed his lecture. There was a sigh of relief from the class. Su Jiao retracted her gaze, her eyes lowered, and the palm of her hand holding the fountain pen turned white. Su Tian looked at Jiang Chiyu with a strange expression. "What are you looking for me for?" Jiang Chiyu wanted to ask her why she had ever wanted to pick a reason. "It's not because of me." But as soon as the words left his mouth, they turned into a more blunt sentence. "Jiang Chiyu, Su Tian, do you like me?" Su Tian froze, then quickly reacted. Her brain was a bit fried, but her face was still calm. Do you want me to go to the infirmary with you? Jiang Chiyu laughed, his eyebrows fluttering, his entire person instantly brightening up. Someone in class 10 watched them through the window. The words were so simple that he could guess what was said by seeing the mouthpiece, and he incredulously mimicked the mouthpiece again, suddenly getting excited the moment he came to his conclusion. As soon as word spread, the entire class suddenly became hyperactive and looked out the window. Su Ten, do you like me? Shouldn't the next line be a straight confession? They're all waiting for the next moment. The English teacher swept the stage, and followed their line of sight. Also looked out the window. She is also a person who has been there, who has not had a youth. The English teacher sighed with emotion, did not say much, patted the table. Well, don't each one of them as if they have never seen the world. There are so many handsome men, there are several in the English book. The people in class 10 collected themselves a bit, but still glanced out the window from time to time. Wang Suhan all but patted Su Jiao's shoulder. Sister, hurry up. You can see best, help me see what Jiang is saying next? Su Jiao looked out the window and didn't move. Chapter 163, Abnormalities. Su Tian was laughed at by him, face more and more hanging. She thought of still in the class. Dissatisfied voice interrupted, laughing. What? Quickly say. I still have to go to class. Jiang Chiyu suddenly looked up at the class sign posted on the front door of the classroom behind her and murmured, soon. Su Tian looked back. What? Why is Jiang Chiyu so abnormal today? Su Tian looked at him suspiciously. Or instead of going to the infirmary, go straight to the mental hospital? The corner of Jiang Chiyu's lips curved, retracting his eyes. Nothing, just wanted to come and talk to you about the monthly exam next month. Su Tian was speechless. Big brother, the teacher notified yesterday, the whole grade knows, you can't be the chairman. Jiang Chiyu's eyes contained a smile as he continued to finish word by word. When the time comes, show me a first on the test. Not normal. Definitely not normal. Su Tian pinched the pen and poked out a small dot on the paper, one hand propped up her chin, pondering the root cause of Jiang Chiyu's madness today. Thoughts are fruitless. The two don't know much about each other since they've been in separate classes, and Su Tian doesn't even know who to ask if she wants to. So Jiang Chiyu is really annoying. He's not normal and has to come to her and make a scene and make her abnormal too. Su Tian tore off this piece of paper that she had wasted by drawing, folded it up and put it on the table next to her, ready to throw it into the backdoor garbage bin when she went to get water after class. Ah, yes, her water glass is broken. Gotta get another one. Su Tian sighed softly. This water cup is she just bought, the mull this one is only the last one left, was she snatched back a few days before the glorious sacrifice. Su Jiao turned her head and asked, is the squad leader alright? It's a burn, nothing serious, but it'll take a few days of ointment. Su Jiao nodded and asked, Su Tian, are you going to Wei Xiqing's birthday next Thursday? Su Tian froze. I didn't expect Su Jiao to suddenly mention Wei Xiqing. She hadn't seen Wei Xiqing for a little over half a year. Birthday next week? Suddy counted the dates, and it was true. She, Zhouing, Su Jiao, Wei Xiqing 4 junior high school as a class, the birthday of these years are together. Su Jiao continued, if you want to go we can buy presents together after school tonight. Su Tian didn't say anything, just said, you buy it first, I'll ask Zhouing. That's okay. Su Jiao didn't speak again. Before school ended in the evening, Su Tian went to look around for Zhouing. Zhouing, who had been trapped in a certain two-word senior's pink bubble all day, was apparently also just remembering about Wei Xiqing's birthday, and was no less surprised than Su Tian. Sudi is a bit restless. Zhouing looked at her expression and slowly took a sip of the milk tea sent by the two-character senior. I told you earlier, what you run away from will come back to you one day. Su Tian glared at her. Zhouing, panic what and not without refusing others. Timothy according to my understanding of Wei Xiqing, he looked tall and big, in this regard is simply a batch of goat, or not to hold back a few years now only dare to say it. At that time, he will definitely pretend to know nothing. Su Tian was a bit tired. You want me to pretend to understand too? Zhouing said, look at you, in fact, the long pain is better than the short pain. Tell me more. After so many years of going to birthday parties, I couldn't skip this one. Sudi said, wait until you go. Before Su Tian could leave, Zhou Ying's classmate came to call her. Zhouing, someone is looking for you. Zhouing was just outside the classroom. She glanced around and saw a tall boy looking into the class. Watch the back. Zhouing poked her side with her elbow, signaling her to turn around. Here, the escapades are coming for you. Su Tian turned around and saw Wei Xiqing as well. Wei Xiqing happened to look this way and froze for a moment when he saw her. Then he saw Zhou Ying next to her. He reacted and walked to their side. He seemed to have grown taller after half a year, and his skin color had whitened after the winter, making him look very handsome. What a coincidence, you two happen to be in the same place, saves me another trip. Zhou Ying looked him up and down, a face of surprise. Lin Awei, small half a year do not see, you simply off the bone. Wei Xiqing smiled shyly, the training camp is indoors, plus I don't go out much over the new year, so I'm a little white. Su Tian was beside him and never said a word. Wei Xiqing said, I booked a box, next Thursday is my birthday, let's get together. Zhou Ying pulled Su Tian's arm, Tian and I were just talking about this, don't worry, definitely go. Su Tian met Wei Xiqing's expectant gaze and nodded her head as well. Wei Xiqing smiled a little, his tiger teeth showing a little, alright then, I'll wait for you guys. He handed Zhou Ying a business card, this is the address of the KTV. Zhou Ying took it over and glanced at it, nodding, okay, I know where this place is. Wei Xiqing looked at Su Tian, I heard that you and Su Jiao are in the same class? Then why don't you tell her directly for me, I won't go. Su Tian agreed, okay. That day after school, walking along the road, Jiang Chiyu asked about the class president's hand injury. Su Tian told the ins and outs. I think it's just because it's a glass, when it knocked a crack I don't know, and I didn't notice it when I was catching the water, and it just happened to catch up with the squad leader in the end. Jiang Chiyu, without me, you are really unlucky. Grow a pair and pay attention to quality more than appearance when you buy. Then let you choose a girlfriend, one is good looking but not in good health, one is in good health but looks like Ruohua, which one do you choose? Su Tian asked. Jiang Chiyu suddenly shouted Ruohua. Su Tian did not understand, subconsciously, huh? What do you mean? Jiang Chiyu looked at her and smiled, Su Ruohua, are you implying something to me? Su Tian didn't want to ignore him. But every time I didn't want to ignore him, I had to. Su Tian thought of Wei Xiqing, so she said, next Thursday, my classmate's birthday, please have dinner in the evening, I'll go with Zhou Ying Su Jiao, so I won't go home with you. Jiang Chiyu was in a pleasant mood today and didn't ask anything, okay, come back early. Su Ten craned his neck groggily. Come back early. It's supposed to be about being safe. That's said as if the two of them are family. Soon it was next Thursday. On the weekend, Su Tian went to pick out a gift with Zhou Ying, who bought a set of wrist guards, so she bought a basketball. They brought the gifts to school. As soon as school was over, Zhou Ying was waiting at the entrance of class 10, Su Tian went out with the gift box, she had already finished her homework and didn't need to take her school bag. She stood by the railing and said to Zhou Ying, wait for Su Jiao, she'll go over with us. Zhou Ying nodded her head and suddenly said, it's been a while since I've seen Su Jiao, and I feel like she's a bit different from before. Chapter 164 Quieter. How is it different? Su Tian looked at Su Jiao who was packing her school bag on her seat, hair cut short? Zhou Ying shook her head, no, it feels like she's quieter. Su Jiao used to be quite sunny and cheerful, but she seems to have matured a lot since she went to high school. Su Tian looked at Su Jiao's side face and paused for a moment, it's a lot more civilized. Neither of them spoke again as Su Jiao walked out with her school bag, a gift box in her arms, and smiled at them with pursed lips, let's go. In order not to waste time, the three of them took a taxi. In front of the KTV on the moon, Wei Xiqing sat on the steps, not wearing a school uniform. The birthday girl herself came out to wait for someone. He watched as the cab stopped in front of the KTV and his eyes followed it over, and he was a little disappointed when Su Jiao was the first to get off. Then he saw Zhou Ying walking out of the car as well. And finally, there's Suddy. Wei Xiqing's eyes lit up, stood up, and greeted him. Su Jiao smiled at him, Wei Xiqing, why are you standing at the door? Wei Xiqing said, I suddenly remembered that I didn't tell you the room number, so don't you have to come out and wait. After saying that, he took a few steps forward, crossing over Su Jiao to look at Su Tian, let's go, I'll take you inside. The smile on Su Jiao's lips froze and slowly pursed into a straight line. The four of them went in together, and the booths were soundproofed so that the corridor wasn't noisy. But as soon as the door was pushed open, a cry that ripped through their eardrums. All to love. It instantly shook them to a simultaneous stop outside. There were already a dozen people sitting in the box, men and women, some familiar and some unfamiliar. A chubby boy with a microphone in his hand, glaring at the screen with eyes wide open, yelled out that half-sentence about dying to love before bending over sadly and starting to sing Happy Breakup. Wei Xiqing let out a, let the three girls behind him go in, closed the door of the box himself, and looked at the boy who was singing, what are you doing, fatty, you almost scared all my people away. One of the boys on the couch laughed out loud and pointed to Fatty. He broke up today. Su Tian and the three of them found an empty sofa and sat down. There were already several gift boxes piled up on the table. The boy who had just laughed at Fatty's breakup playfully came over. "Three beauties, what are you drinking? Go go go." Wei Xiqing walked between them and brought over a few cups of milk tea and juice. "Don't bother with him, you guys drink." Su Tian's eyes swept through the milk tea. Wei Xiqing didn't need to look at the label. He directly took out a cup from it and handed it to her. "Here, roasted milk, whole ingredients." The boys snapped out of it and looked at them derisively and laughed out loud. Su Tian shook her head. "No, I'm not thirsty right now." Su Jiao's hand, which had been reaching for the cup of baked milk in mid-air, froze, and then with an immovable twist, she took the cup of juice next to it. No one noticed her moment of embarrassment. Everyone's eyes were off her. Every time. Su Jiao stabbed open the juice, inserted the straw, and took a sip. Kiwi flavored and hard to drink. She reset the juice on the table. Birthday party is actually not much fun, that is, a group of friends who know each other to get together. Full of mouth. Fatty had already put the microphone down. He sat back down on the sofa, felt the sweat on his head, and slapped his thighs in a domineering manner. "Split it. It's her loss to miss out on a man as good as me." A girl picked up the mic and ordered, "Because of love." As soon as the intro sounded, Fatty suddenly let out a wow. The boy who just laughed at him is called Yuan Chao, a class with Wei Xiqing. He patted him on the back. "Brothers, do you have to cry on Wei's birthday into this silly dog like, people waiter came in a while, but also thought that the birthday girl was born to you?" Wei Xiqing kicked him. "Get lost." Fatty wiped the tears from his eyes. "Sorry bro, emotions are coming on a little rough, I'm going to the restroom." The girl who ordered the song is called Sun Xiao, she sang, glanced at the opposite sofa sitting three girls. The box of this dozen people, a large part of almost all of Wei Xiqing classmates, only three of them have not seen before, so tugged on the side of the original dynasty. Original dynasty, the three of them, do you know? Original Chao, never met, but heard Si Cheng say it was his junior high school classmate, and has been playing until now. Sun Xiao looked at the girl in the center. The more she looked, the more she felt wrong. "From our school? Why do I feel that the one in the center looks a bit familiar?" Si Cheng had a screensaver for a while. Sun Xiao, ah? Netflix? Yuan Chao was speechless. "Sister, your brain circuits are too winding." Seeing that Sun Xiao still didn't react, he took a sip of his drink. "Didn't you see that just Xiqing personally went down to pick up and hand over milk tea?" Sun Xiao understood and nodded, but still felt something was wrong. She hadn't looked at Weissenberg's cell phone. But the girl in the center looked familiar to her. Definitely seen it somewhere. She secretly took a picture and sent it to her sister in the student council. "Do you recognize her? I think this person looks familiar, but I can't remember who it is." Wei Xiqing made a phone call, and it wasn't long before the KTV waiter knocked on the door and then pushed a cake in. The candles are already in place on top. Wei Xiqing took the plastic cutter and walked to the cake, and everyone in the box consciously stopped their playful banter first and looked at the birthday girl. "There's not much I want to say, just thank you all for coming and spending this birthday with me." Before anyone could say anything, Weisak blew out the candle. Sun Zhao's hand that took pictures stalled. "Not big brother, you are also too fast." The crowd didn't react. "The candle has been blown out like that," said Harachoya. "Comrade Wei Xiqing, did you wish for a fart for your birthday?" Wei Xiqing laughed. "Su has passed." "What's the promise, so soon?" a girl said. "Wishes can't be said." Sun Xiao was busy saying. Wei Xiqing darted a glance at Su Tian, lowered his eyes, and began to cut the cake. "It's nothing really. It is the hope that every year will be the same. That's enough." After eating the cake, since they had school tomorrow and couldn't afford to get their uniforms dirty, the cream fight proposed by Hara Asahi was vetoed by everyone in the room. The crowd decided to change the game. Drums are passed around and whoever they pass to has to go up and sing. The corner of Su Tian's forehead jumped as he listened. Singing. She's pentatonic. What was brought as a flower was an empty drink bottle. Wei Xiqing stood in the living room and turned around as a drum beater. He just turned around, suddenly remembered something, sidestepped and looked at Su Tian. "Or you can do it." Thinking that his brother was going to take the initiative, Yuan Chao squeezed his eyebrows and asked, "You who? What are you doing?" "It's all about the birthday girl being the judge." Su Tian had wanted to go over, sniffed, didn't stand up and shook her head. "What song? Just listen to the fat man roar a few songs, my ears are almost deaf." Sun Xiao said, "Change it or not, or drumming to pass the flower, pass to whoever is going to play truth or dare, okay?" Southern. She suddenly felt that it would be better to sing. Zhou was texting with Han Shuo and didn't listen to exactly what was said. She was quite favorable to this girl and casually cupped, okay. Several others agreed one by one. Su Tian took a bottle of juice from the table, thinking that now drink some to others to create an illusion that she drank a lot of water, play a moment to pee. She didn't look at what drink she was holding and was about to unscrew the lid when Su Jiao suddenly pressed her hand, her voice soft, "This is hard to drink, you drink this." She pushed over a glass bottle. Large lace lettering in foreign language and a blue liquid in a clear glass bottle. "What is it?" Su Tian asked. "It's a fruit wine." Su Jiao said, "Although it's wine, it's similar to pineapple beer, it's quite good, my mom doesn't let my dad drink, so he drinks this as wine." "Look at them drinking it too." Su Jiao pointed to a few boys and girls across the street. "Oh." Su Tian agreed. She looked across the room, someone was indeed drinking it, so she slightly lowered her eyes, unscrewed the cap, and took a taste. "It really doesn't smell like alcohol," she said. Su Jiao smiled and didn't say anything. The first round of drumming began, and the person who was passed to was Sun Xiao. Yuan Xiao took a deck of truth or dare playing cards prepared by KTV, shuffled them, and put them in front of Sun Xiao. "The first game is simpler, miss you pick 3 and then just pick one to finish." Sun Xiao directly touched the top 3. 3 playing cards lay limp on the table, all with dares. Kiss the person on your right. 10 seconds upside down. Find the opposite sex on the spot and lock eyes with him/her for 10 seconds. Sun Xiao chose the handstand. Che Harada leaned back meaninglessly. "Handstand, this is simply a small case for our Taekwondo black belt sister Sunday, doing 10 minutes is more like it." Sun Xiao walked to the wall, sharply put her legs up, and easily did the 10-second handstand. "Good." Yuan Xiao began to applaud wildly again. "Sister Sun is great, Sister Sun is great." Sun Xiao walked straight over and screwed him. "Don't think I didn't hear you say that you wanted me to stand upside down for 10 minutes. Everyone laughed. The game went on for a few more rounds, and when Su Tian didn't get a turn once, she was a little thankful that she couldn't help but take several more sips of her drink. Most of the bottle went down, and what was meant to be a slip away to pretend I wanted to go to the bathroom was now a real bit of a bathroom break. Another round passed, and the person who passed the flower didn't hold it properly, and the bottle gurgled and rolled to Wei Xiqing's feet. He happened to yell stop. A girl coaxed, "Wei. The bottle is at your feet. God's will." Yuan Xiao whistled and pushed the playing cards directly forward. "This is not a coincidence, birthday girl, please." Wei Xiqing smiled indulgently and literally walked over and drew a poker card. Feeling that it was about time, Sudi stood up before he spread the poker out. Her brain suddenly fainted for a moment, and Su Tian supported the table before she could stand still. Wei Xiqing looked at her with a startled expression. "Why is your face so red? Is everything all right? The heater is blowing, right?" Su Jiao looked at the air conditioner behind her with the air vents facing them. "Why don't you turn down the temperature? I'm also hot." When she said that, everyone assumed that was the case, so they found the remote control and adjusted the temperature and wind direction. Chapter 165-1. Su Tian was just interrupted as she touched her hot cheeks and continued, "I'm going to the restroom, so I can get some air." Wei Xiqing also thought it was the air conditioner blowing and nodded, "Go ahead." Su Tian closed the door of the box. Although the corridor was also heated, it was quite a bit cooler than in the box. Su Tian exhaled, feeling that her brain was still dizzy, but it wasn't as uncomfortable as it was just now. After she went to the restroom, she washed her face again and squatted in the hallway, in no hurry to go in. So dizzy. It felt like stepping on a cloud. Su Tian stroked her forehead. It wasn't hot, it was still a little cool. A silhouette suddenly came over in front of her eyes, and Su Tian looked up in a daze to see a familiar face. "Timothy, what's wrong with you?" Su Jiao asked with concern. Sudi whispered, "The bottle of fruit wine." "What did you say? Fruit wine? Everyone is fine drinking it, ah." Su Jiao said innocently. When Su Tian tried to stand up, Su Jiao helped her. She leaned against the wall, her head limply bowed, as if she had no strength to support herself. Su Jiao said, "Wait here, I'll go call someone over." Confused, Su Tian stared at the ground. The floor reflected, and she only saw Su Jiao's departing figure. Su Jiao walked into the box, walked over to Wei Xiqing, and tugged on his sleeve. "Su Tian is calling for you." Wei Xiqing froze and pointed at himself, "Shouting at me?" Su Jiao nodded. Wei Xiqing let them play first and went out himself. He didn't see Su Tian outside the box, and took a few steps toward the restroom before he saw Su Tian leaning against the wall, very quietly, with her eyes downcast. Wei Xiqing pursed his lips and walked over. Su Tian. He actually had a lot to say. Before they could say anything, the corridor suddenly became noisy, and a group of small youths with dyed hair full of hooliganism came out of a box playfully and approached them. That idiot surnamed Li, give him 10 guts he wouldn't dare to come back. It doesn't hurt them if they don't screw up once. R1, do you want to go to the hospital to have a look? I see that the wound on your face is a bit long, don't let that bastard break your face. The boy called R1 was the only one of them with black hair. His hair was long and tied with a small pull at the back, the broken bangs in front of him covered his eyes, but could not block the gloomy cold light that appeared in the two eyes between the hair. He had a blood stain on his face, from the corner of his eye to the side of his mouth. He didn't say anything. Wei Xiqing glanced at them, frowned, stood to the side, and motionlessly blocked in front of Su Tian. A group of people passed by them in great numbers. The yellow hair beside Arwan swept a glance at the two of them and suddenly thought of something and looked at the person beside him. Brother Arwan, where's your girlfriend? Split. Nguyen frowned, annoying. Yellow hair didn't say anything else. Nguyen glanced sideways at the man and woman in the hallway. Brushing past the girl leaning against the wall with her head bowed, Nguyen saw her crystalline, snow-white chin. His eyes flickered as he looked at the boys again, then faded and withdrew his gaze. Waiting for everyone to walk past, Wei Xiqing took a step back. He looked at Su Tian, feeling not quite right, so he called out to her, Su Tian? Su Tian's head moved, opening his eyes that were almost closed and barely raising them. All sounds and images seemed far away from her. Out of nowhere, I thought I heard her name being called. Su Tian whispered, I seem to be drunk, can you call the police for me? Uncle Policeman will take her home. When she finished, she closed her eyes again, her body falling forward limply. Wei Xiqing hurriedly went to help her. No, where did you go to drink? Except for the pineapple beer and fruit wine I didn't dare to let the waiter serve the wine. Su Tian had already lost consciousness, sitting on the ground with her legs bent and folded, her upper body relying on Wei Xiqing to support her so that she wouldn't fall down. Neither of them noticed someone around the corner holding up a cell phone with the camera pointed at them, snapping several shots. Wei Xiqing originally wanted to carry her back, his hand just stretched out and then paused, then retracted, and touched the tip of his nose, helping her to lean against the wall. Stay put, I'll go, shouted Zhou. It's not good to be heterosexual, after all. The box was not far away, and in less than a minute, Zhou and Su Jiao ran out with Wei Xiqing. But where are the people? Wei Xiqing suddenly stepped forward and looked around the corner. Zhou Su Jiao was confused. Wei Xiqing's face stared up, a little flustered, pointing to the corner. She was just here, where is she? Did you go to the restroom? Su Jiao said. This dead girl, what kind of wine is she drinking? Zhou was also a bit flustered by Wei Xiqing. I'll go to the restroom to look for it. Su Jiao followed Wei Xiqing in the corridor looking for it. Wei Xiqing, I'm sorry, that bottle of fruit wine is what I recommended to 1010. I think it's quite good. I don't know that she has such a poor drinking capacity, and fruit wine can be drunk. Su Jiao bit her lower lip. Wei Xiqing shook his head. I don't blame you. He was just thinking that everyone still had to go to school tomorrow, so he deliberately withheld all the beer and liquor originally ordered towards them. Only pineapple beer and a very low-degree fruit wine were served. He also didn't expect Su Tian to be drunk. He was also asked to help file a police report. Wei Xiqing was amused and worried for a while, and after walking around and not seeing anyone, he went back and met up with Zhou. It should be in the restroom. Wei Xiqing subconsciously felt. Not long after, Zhou came out of the women's restroom with a grave expression. No one. Su Jiao, could it be that? Didn't see. Clearly, and ran to the men's restroom? Wei Xiqing came out of the men's restroom and shook his head as well. He held up his cell phone with a chat box with the original Chow, not in the box either. Su Tian people small, still drunken state. Wei Xiqing lips trembled. Do not dare to think more. Monitoring, go check the monitoring. Outside KTV. Yellow hair was playing checkers on his cell phone in the passenger side of the car when the rear door slammed, and moments later, the door flung shut and the body shook. Rawan's pretty fast, huh? Yellow hair took a ball and glanced into the car's rearview mirror. He almost scared the hell out of me. Yellow hair dropped his cell phone and jerked around to look at the back seat. The boy in the driver's seat also craned his head to look over. There was a girl in the back seat, unconscious, besides his brother Nguyen. It looks a little familiar. I think I've just seen it in the KTV corridor. Brother, we can't do this. Yellow hair looked terrified. You. Gwyn opened the window and lit a cigarette, the scarlet points of light jumping around his fingertips. He gave a string of addresses, go here. The boy in the driver's seat was afraid to drive and looked at Yellow hair. Yellow hair played better with Juan and was a bit bolder. No brother, you know her? The wind was blowing through the car window and the hair of the boy smoking in the back seat was blown up a bit, showing a pair of foxy eyes with a slight upturn at the corners. For a long time. Aha! He grunted out perfunctorily. Yellow hair, did you knock that guy out? Gwyn looked over, his face expressionless. One more ing word and I'll knock you out. Yellow hair paused, he didn't dare ask any more questions and nodded to the man in the driver's seat. Chapter 166 ID, Su. After Joing watched the surveillance, her hands were shaking and she was about to call the police. Wei Xiqing took Su Tian's cell phone and called her father. Don't call the police. Su Jiao didn't expect it to develop like this, her small face paled as she held down Zhou Ying's hand. Joing gave her a strange look. Why? Su Jiao could not say it, her hands were shaking, trembling, and she made up an excuse. Don. The police accepted until the person has been missing for 48 hours. Joing, is it the same? The CCTV shows clearly that someone took her away. Wei Xiqing did not dare to trust, he recognized that the boy who carried Su Tian away was one of the group of hooligans who passed by them at that time, and directly talked to Su's father, and then took a picture of the surveillance video and sent it over. When Su's father hadn't returned, Wei Xiqing put down his cell phone and said to Joing, call the police. The store owner stared at the screen for a while, fearing that the matter would affect the reputation of their store. He was busy holding her down. Don't call the police, don't call the police, I know this person, they often come, good people. Good people. The cell phone in Wei Xiqing's hand vibrated, and he glanced at it and froze. Papa Su also said, don't call the police yet, I'll be right there. He showed Joing, who wrinkled her brow gently. Shopkeeper, that boy with long hair, I know him, his name is Arwan, I still have his friend's contact information, a group of them have been coming here to play, came earlier than you guys, human traffickers don't have such a right, will he in fact be in your friend's Noah? The group looked at each other in disbelief. Neither. Wei Xiqing looked at Joing. In this Joing should have the best relationship with Su Tian. Joing shook her head, I've never seen or heard her mention it. She suddenly remembered someone and picked up her cell phone. I'll ask Jiang Chiyu. They're childhood friends, so they might know something. Joing had wanted to directly send the surveillance screenshot of this long-haired boy carrying Su Tian away, and when she opened the chat box, she hesitated. She replaced it with a single surveillance screenshot of the photo long-haired boy walking out of the KTV and sent it over. Joing, Jiang Chiyu, do you know this boy? Jiang Chiyu, I don't know, why? Joing pursed her lips, afraid that he would miss any details, a clenched teeth, simply sent the intercepted surveillance video over. Wei Xiqing birthday, Su Tian came out to play with us, accidentally drunk, and then was taken away by a person. We suspect that he and Su Tian know each other, so we came to ask you. There was no reply from the opposite side for a long time. Should be watching a video. Joing added, don't you worry, Timothy's father already knows, not letting us call the police, should just recognize him, and is now on his way over. Jiang Chiyu only said 2 words, address. Joing sent the location over. The bystanders were all still looking at her. Joing raised her eyes and shook her head, he doesn't know either. The store owner had already rummaged for the contact information of Nguyen's friend and called it as the crowd watched. Hello? Hello? Hey, buddy. Dude, are you with your good-looking friend? Yeah, oh, it's nothing, just wanted to ask if there's a girl next to that friend of yours? Yes? There are. The store owner looked around at a few people and continued to ask, brothers, where are you now? The girl's friends thought she lost it, which did not look at the surveillance. Let me call to ask. Sent home? Doorman there? Hey, good, thank you brother, only next time to send people back to a different way, this corridor to people drunk little girl directly hold away with it what the same ha. Alas, well, I told them a word. The store owner hung up the phone. The person has been sent to the guard of her neighborhood. Do you want to call her family again to ask them? Yellow hair hung up the phone. He looked through the car window at the boys sitting on the side of the road smoking, said to the driver's seat, Ruan is really. He went to the bathroom and saw the girl drunk and fainted into the corridor, and directly carried it back, and the KTV boss called me thinking that we are human traffickers. When their car pulled up in front of an upscale neighborhood, Nguyen hugged the human girl and went to the guardhouse, returning alone and starting to crouch on the side of the road to smoke. Very decent people. Definitely not a trafficker. There was no one else in the car, and the boy in the driver's seat, named Chenny, asked, "Who is this girl, Rowan's first love?" "I don't know." Yellowhair looked at the decoration of the magnificent community gate, could not help but say a few more words. "Maybe it is the white moonlight or something. You see where people live? Villa area in the city center, the family is rich, can look at people like us?" Chenny nodded. Maybe that's why Rowan broke up with that whoever. Yellowhair didn't say anything, thinking to himself that it wasn't so bad. They Nguyen are the most ruthless. Yellowhair looked out the window again as a silver car sped past them. Stopped at the door. A man and a woman, presumably a couple, got out of the car and hurried to the janitor's office. The rear door slammed and the body sank. Yellowhair was still looking at the couple. When he heard the voice, he was surprised and glanced at the rearview mirror. "When did you come over?" The boy in the backseat didn't say anything. His eyes were slightly cold as he lowered his eyes and turned his cell phone on, a dozen missed calls popping up. There were several text messages as well. He scanned them, not clicking on any of them to read them, and just deleted them all. "Go," he said. Chenny started the car and turned away. Before the car drove away, Yellowhair glanced at the janitor's room through the rearview mirror. The couple walked out just in time to hold the girl they had delivered. Yellowhair slowly widened his eyes. Sue's mom came down from the second floor with a cold face and dialed the phone once more. This time, the call went through. Sue's mother pinched her cell phone, viciously. "Don't let me see you again." After saying that, the cell phone violently smashed on the ground. Pop sound, the screen instantly split in pieces. She was trembling all over, her anger and hatred converging into pain that overwhelmed her in moments. She pressed her forehead and stumbled back into the living room, grabbing the medicine on the table and swallowing it. Wei Siqing, Zhouing, and Su Jiao stood in the cell parlor and watched as Su's father hurried in. His face was still calm, and he nodded. "Tough luck, Timothy was indeed at the doorman's, and has been sent home." Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Siqing asked, "Who the hell is that boy? Hanging out with a bunch of hooligans?" Wei Shang remembered the conversation their group had as they passed through the hallway. Frowning, Zhouing also looked at him. Father Su said, "It's a relative of ours, don't worry." He did not elaborate. Not a word about this man's behavior in carrying Su Ten away directly, either. Girls are always meticulous. Zhouing was sensitive to what Su father had something to hide from them. She didn't show it and nodded her head. "That's good, scared us to death." "Uncle, I'm sorry, I didn't know that Timothy could drink so little." Wei Siqing was chagrined. Su's father didn't blame him. Timothy's drinking capacity is small, she knows it herself. She usually doesn't take the initiative to drink. This time it was an accident. Su Jiao lowered her eyes. "And what's more, I hope you guys don't tell Ten about this." Father Su rubbed his hands together. "She'll forget all about it once she gets drunk and sleeps. If she finds out, she'll definitely blame herself for ruining her classmate's birthday party. When the time comes, just say that she fell asleep in the box and was picked up by me." Several people agreed. Su's father didn't say anything else and picked up the car keys. "Let's go, it's getting late. I'll send you home one by one." It was late at night. The petite young girl with a backpack arrived at an internet cafe. No one bothered to ask for her ID. She went to the front desk, paid, found a machine and sat down. Yangming a middle school forum login page, she skillfully entered the account password, clicked on the post, shared a few photos. A friend sent it to me, and my mind was broken, and I was high on Skyfall for a long time. After sending it, she logged out of the login page and tapped off. The blue luminescence shone on the young girl's face, and she hung her eyes, tugging wordlessly at the corner of her mouth as she stood up to leave. The last screen before the shutdown was her logout screen. ID, Su. In the aisle of her row, a girl with short curly hair wandered over with a can of cold Coke and took a seat in the machine next to her. The game was still downloading in the background, and being bored, she remembered the image she had just seen, so she opened the forum, and didn't even need to refresh. The top of the home page was Su's post. "This post heat is about to explode." 3 photos of the main floor, all of Su Tian and a boy, the two standing in the hallway in an intimate pose. The girl let out a tisk, poured a Coke into her mouth, and taunted, "And you're at the same table." Su Ten didn't go to school the next day. The first thing the class president and Wang Suhan did when they arrived at the class was to look at each other. "Have you seen the pictures?" Nod. "Really? Why don't you ask Jiang in the next class?" Isn't that poking people in the heart? Wang Suhan looked at the empty seat in front of him, twisted his face and patted Su Jiao next to him. Hey, Su Jiao, did you see that picture in the forum? Su Jiao sighed. See, I don't know who's so boring, we're just going to an old classmate's birthday, taking pictures indiscriminately. Wang Suhan, so it's an angle shot, it's not real. After all, after sitting behind Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu for so long, he felt that Su Tian was simply being eaten to death by his brother Jiang, and even if the classes were divided, it was simply impossible to escape Jiang's hand. Su Jiao's expression was a bit subtle, and she unnaturally turned away. I don't know, don't ask me. Wang Suhan saw her reaction and slowly sat up straight. He glanced at the squad leader again, his mouth wide open, incredulously gesticulating, no way. The squad leader also froze a bit. He looked at the back of Su Jiao's head and didn't say anything. When the language class ended, Lao Gao saw that Su Tian wasn't there and his eyes fell on Su Jiao, asking her to collect her homework. Su Jiao nodded, the corners of her lips hooked as she tucked back in the aisle from the first row like she had once done countless times by Su Tian. Until you receive the last row. The girl with the short hair slowly climbed up from the table, looked at her, took the roll out of her book bag and handed it to her. Su Jiao finished collecting all the papers and was about to leave through the back door to go to old Gao's office. The girl suddenly called out to her, as if casually asking, did you get a new language rep? Su Jiao pursed her lips and turned around. No, she took a leave of absence, Lao Gao asked me to collect. The girl slumped back down on the table and hummed in an airy tone. Chapter 167, Epilepsy. Su Tian did come over to school in the afternoon, but was not in good spirits. She didn't go with Jiang Chiyu, Papa Su drove her here. Someone saw her coming alone, remembered that post, and went ahead and started a post of their own. Quick take. Skyfall's tablemates didn't go with Skyfall. The two came separately. The heat of Co's post from last night hadn't gone down yet, and the crowd was discussing who dumped who, and soon his post was topped as well. Most of it is saying that it looks like the childhood sweethearts are really being it. The remaining part of the group was scolding Su Tian for being a womanizer, having 2 feet in 2 boats, and just liking to hang out with boys. Last week she was suspected to have agreed to Jiang Chiyu's confession, and this week she was cuddling with another boy. Su Tian fought off the stares of either probing or disdain all the way back to class. Su Jiao came early, leaning over her desk to work on a problem, and when she saw her in her afterglow, she busily stood up to give her a seat. You're here 10:10. Su Tian nodded, not speaking, listlessly. I'm really sorry about last night, I didn't expect you to have such a low alcohol tolerance, I really thought that fruit wine was quite good before I recommended it to you. Su Jiao sat down with a guilty face. Su Tian shook her head, it's fine. Su Jiao didn't say anything else. Another moment passed. Have you read the post on the internet? Su Jiao bit her lower lip and looked at Su Tian with concern. Su Ti looked at her, see. You don't listen to their nonsense, casually grabbing a few shots and starting to look at the pictures and write words, wait for a while, there is a new gossip appeared they also forget about this matter. Su Tian nodded perfunctorily. Looking tired and not wanting to talk. Su Jiao secretly observed her for a while, gradually dropping her heart and not speaking again. Somewhere between classes, Zhouing came to her once, didn't say anything about that thing where they almost called the police, just told her to drink more water and rest early, not to play with her cell phone in the past few days, and not to drink next time. Su Tian responded one by one. And so it goes until the end of school. In the afternoon, there was no class for Lao Gao, and he didn't know that Su Tian had already cancelled her vacation, but he also asked Su Jiao to temporarily act as the representative of the language class to go and bring back the corrected homework. Su Jiao didn't think of it violently until after school, so she went to old Gao's office first. The class was pretty much gone by the time we got the rolls back. Su Tian was still sitting in her seat instead, her school bag already packed and placed on the table. Su Jiao put her papers on the podium and began to pack her things, casually asking, Timothy, aren't you leaving? Su Tian shook her head, Jiang Chiyu is on duty today, I'm waiting for him. Su Jiao's hand gave an unnoticeable lurch, and as if nothing had happened, she continued to pack up her things with a soft "oh" sound. She put all her homework in her book bag, zipped it up, and was about to leave. Su Tian suddenly called out to her, Jiao Jiao? Su Jiao twisted her head. I had nothing to do at home in the morning, packed up my old stuff and suddenly realized that we were in the same class in elementary school. Su Jiao violently froze in place. Su Tian was a little embarrassed. You've changed so much that I didn't recognize you until I looked at old photos today. Su Jiao barely tugged at the corner of her mouth and said with a bit of difficulty. Yes, I was. fatter at that time. Su Tian pinched her fingers and did some math, then put it this way, 6 years in elementary school, 3 years in middle school, and almost a year in high school, we've known each other for almost 10 years Su Jiao nodded. She didn't really want to reminisce about the past, so she said to Su Tian, Tian, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Turn around and just take 2 steps. The person she had just been comparing how many years she had known suddenly said softly, Is there nothing you want to say to me? Su Jiao's footsteps paused again. I asked you to call out to Zhou to come over at that time, why did you call out to Wei Xichen? Su Tian looked at her chipped back. There's no way to relate to the chubby girl from elementary school. You're remembering it wrong, aren't you? Su Jiao turned around, a smile still hanging on her face. Timothy, you're really drunk. At that time, you clearly asked me to call Wei Xichen over, saying that you had something to say to him alone. Is Su you? Su Tian asked directly. Su Jiao lowered her eyes, covering her gradually cloudy eyes. Are you talking about the one who posted Su? How could it be me? You can't just make a wild guess just because I also have the pronunciation Su in my name. She looked up with a smirk. Besides, we're good friends, why would I post like that? We're good friends. Why would I post something like that? Yeah, how? I didn't drink it. Su Tian suddenly said. Su Jiao didn't react, huh? Su Tian said word for word, I didn't drink the bottle of wine you gave me. Su Jiao's expression froze completely. Ordinary fruit wine is indeed very low in degrees. The other girls in the box were drinking this kind of fruit wine at that time, and the bottle of fruit wine you gave me, although it was in the same package as the one they were drinking, was much higher in degrees. This is also thanks to a Korean drama that Zhou once forced her to watch, which featured these 2 bottles of fruit wine with almost identical packaging but different alcohol content. That's why Su Tian was able to recognize it at that time. Really? Su Jiao cocked her head and thought, since the packaging is the same, it's probably because the waiter served it wrong. Su Tian looked at her quietly and didn't say anything. She suddenly felt tired. She could say exactly how many bottles of such fruit wine Wei Xichen had allowed the waiter to serve, who had drank it, and could even take out Su Jiao's shopping ticket for the fruit wine she had bought at the time. Su Jiao asked, Did you witness me going to buy fruit wine? Su Ten shook her head. Su Jiao let out a ha as she stopped pretending, the expression on her face quickly sinking. See, you're sitting right next to me, yet you don't even know when I went out to buy the fruit wine. Every one of you is like that, never. Won't put their eyes on me. The teachers are like this, the class is like this, Jiang Chiyu is like this, Wei Xichen and Zhou are like this. Elementary school poetry recitation competition, 1 place in each class, obviously I was selected, but the teacher said I was too fat, image will affect the score, and finally replaced you on. Classmates like to play with you, I never had a friend, it's hard for someone to play with me, and what birthday you have, in the class to send a snack to buy people's hearts, my only friend also began to stick to you. Su Jiao walked over, her eyes red and her expression increasingly manic. Also, there's Jiang Chiyu. How good looking he is, and he's so smart. Obviously he's the same age, but he thinks we're childish and likes to play with the boys in the higher grades, and even the teacher asked him and said that if he didn't find it interesting he could apply to the school to skip a grade. What girl in the class wouldn't like someone like that? But him. Even he. Loves to hang around you too. Obviously you're the most childish one in our class. I sat behind his seat for 3 years. I liked him for 3 years. But if you ask him, he'll never remember that there's someone like me. Chapter 168, If you're sick, cure it. Su Jiao took a deep breath and looked at Su Tian, who was frozen in her seat, and snorted, What? Can't think of anything? A fat person actually had the audacity to like the school grass. In fact, at that time I didn't particularly hate you, after all, people all tend to be beautiful, and I really wasn't good looking. So I went to junior high school that summer vacation. I crazy weight loss, finally thin into now. I originally thought that I could finally leave from the shadow of you looming over me, but as soon as the school year started we were actually assigned to a class again. Jiang Chiyu has been transferred before finishing elementary school, and Su Jiao has long since given up on the idea. When she arrived at junior high school, the seats were arranged by the teacher, and Su Tian and Zhou were at the same table, sitting in the first row, and she was at the same table with Wei Xichen, sitting in the penultimate row. At that time Wei Xichen basketball is great, there are always girls to see him play, Su Jiao is just watching from afar, never went down. But she would always pretend that she happened to be getting water when Wei Xichen returned to class, and then logically help him get a cup as well. Sometimes in class she would purposely talk small with Wei Xichen, and then the teacher would find out and the two of them would be pulled outside together to stand for punishment. Talking outside at a glance, the two just stood side by side, neither talking, heads up, looking at the sky together. The sunsets were so nice then. Everything changed when the classroom teacher resigned. The school gave them their new homeroom teacher, and the new homeroom teacher made the class change seats once a month in order to take care of the students in the last row, with those in the last row moving to the first row as a whole, and those in the first row moving to the second row, and so on. The classroom teacher also developed a 4-person study group with a combination of front and back desks. After changing seats, Su Jiao turned her head and realized that behind her sat Su Tian. The 4 of them became a group. Because she had lost weight and had boys chasing after her, plus the fact that Jiang Chiyu had left their sight a few years earlier, Su Jiao looked at Su Tian with a smooth eye. They also became friends at the front and back tables and would gossip together and even go home together because it was on their way. She still helped Wei Xiqing get water as usual, but slowly, Wei Xiqing didn't let her help anymore. He started picking it up himself. Before picking it up, they would knock around a few of their tables one by one and jokingly say, "Sisters, I'm going to get the water, so hurry up with your water glasses if you want to help bring water." While he said this, his gaze was on Su Tian. Just like when she looked at Wei Xiqing. She lied to herself, it was all an illusion. In a flash, middle school is also over. Tanabata was on summer vacation, and on that day, Wei Xiqing asked her to meet him at the playground. She went over full of joy. Wei Xiqing was sitting on a public seat outside the amusement park with a bouquet of flowers by his hand, and the first thing he said to her after seeing her was, "Su Tian is in this amusement park, do you think I should go and confess to her?" At that moment, Su Jiao felt like her world was falling apart. Su Jiao came back to her senses, her fervor in her eyes unabated. On what grounds? Just because your family has a few stinking dollars. Everyone surrounds you. Flattering you, and grabbing what belongs to others and holding it up for you. You want to take it, do not want to put on a high and mighty look, like pity a dog like alms to others. Everyone's eyes are on you. Everyone. I'm the one who smashed your water glass and leaked it. I also did it every time the bucket was just full in your shift, and I tried to lock you in the toilet, just didn't get the chance. She stomped over and placed her hands on Su Tian's shoulders, her expression gradually twisting. Can you go to hell? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in such pain. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have become like this. You have ruined my life. Su Tian, I beg you to die. The class was already empty, leaving only her and Su Tian. Ghostly, Su Jiao moved her hand to Su Tian's neck, staring fascinatedly at her slender neck. Both hands suddenly tightened. If you're sick, get cured. Her arm was violently grabbed and thrown back. Su Jiao fell to the ground with a shriek, the pain coming from the friction between her body and the ground making her instantly wake up. She propped herself up on the floor and tilted her head to look at Jiang Chiyu standing in the doorway. Su Tian was shielded by him. She looked down at her with a look of complexity mixed with pity. Su Jiao glared at her viciously. Don't look at me. Don't look at me with such eyes. Who do you think you are? You're nothing without your money. Jiang Chiyu glanced at the class camera, the USB flash drive on his fingertips deftly turned around in his hand. His tone was wave-free. One is more stupid than the other these days. The last one he made up that there were no cameras and really believed it. This one was so blind that he didn't see the camera hanging just above his head at arm's length. He twisted his head to look at Su Tian, his brows slightly narrowed. Going home? Su Tian nodded gently. No one paid any more attention to Su Jiao. She was the only one left on the entire floor, spitting and crying while lying on the floor in front of her classroom. Su Tian got out of the car and realized that Jiang Chiyu didn't take her home. They were standing in front of 113 Shan Street. Jiang Chiyu took out the key and pushed the roll-up door upwards, went inside, and turned on the lights. The sound-activated colored lights that were set up last Christmas have run out of power, and the lighting is limited to the dim CFL bulbs in the store. Suddy came in, took off her shoes, and walked over to sit on a blanket under the Christmas tree. Jiang Chiyu closed the door and stood next to her, pointing to the gift box at the top. You still have one gift left to open. From last winter until now, Su Tian came here once when she was unhappy, and each time she opened only one gift box. The moment she opens a gift, she will be happy no matter what is placed inside, whether it is expensive or cheap, whether she likes it or doesn't like it. It's been unwrapped until now, and there's only one gift box left. It's hanging from the tip of the Christmas tree. Suti tilted his head for a moment. She shook her head and went back to looking at her phone with downcast eyes. I'm not taking it down today. The screen is still on the same post that COCO posted. This ID had first posted a picture of the two of them on the day Jiang Chiyu turned up. That's when Su Jiao set her sights on her. Su Tian sighed. Jiang Chiyu sat down beside her, slightly tilting his head to look at her neck, which only had a not-so-obvious circle of red marks on it. The Lord President was less than pleased. Let her pinch you if she pinches you. How did I know she would be crazy enough to come and pinch me? I didn't let her pinch me, I blocked it. Su Tian raised both hands. I'm not stupid. What kind of physique are you, recruiting all the oddballs you can? Jiang Chiyu thought of something and laughed, but this time, you've grown a bit more refined. As early as yesterday. It should have been much longer ago. The first time Su Tian realized something wasn't quite right, it was the class president who inspired her. One day she and the class president both went to old Gao's office to move materials, and on the way, the class president suddenly asked her, "Does Su Jiao like me?" Su Tian was stunned, 1,000 words, all converging into one huh? The class president analyzed it with her as she walked. Does she still suspect that I like you? Huh? Chapter 169, she's a bit strange. She's a little weird. The class president's straight brain raced at this moment as he drew and analyzed based on the melons he'd eaten before. She's overly nice to me, right? Brought me food and drink at least 3 days a week. And fetched me water a couple times. Su Tian politely reminded him, Class president, Zhao Zhao also brought snacks for your table and me. You're not the only one. The squad leader waved her hand. No, she brought it to you guys too to cover it up, otherwise it would have been too obvious to just give it to me. Su Tian added politely, then why can't it be specifically brought to Wang Suhan? Maybe Zhao Jiao likes Wang Suhan. The class president waved his hand once again. You don't understand, Wang Suhan is so chirpy. I've seen Su Jiao a few times and I'm a bit annoyed by what he's saying, but I'm still holding back to keep listening. So it can only be me. Not knowing what to say, Su Tian casually asked, then why do you think she thinks you like me? That's what I'm trying to say, isn't she a bit paranoid about hiding her personality? The class president asked, you probably don't know, when you weren't around, she seemed to be pulling a stomp on you every time she talked to me. Like she wants to bring Wang Suhan and I together to isolate you. Su Tian froze, huh? I just saw a feeling, also maybe I gossipy too much habitual nonsense. The class president scratched his head. Anyway, I don't like her, I have my goddess, you'd better hint at her, but don't ever confess to me, I'll be so embarrassed I'll want to jump out the window. Su Tian froze and agreed. From that day on she began to slowly observe Su Jiao. Every time she saw Su Jiao's innocent smiling face, she thought it was impossible. How long has she known Su Jiao? Besides, that straight brain of the class president's, who still says Zhao Jiao likes him, is obviously imagining things. But until one day. School's out for the evening. As Jiang Chiyu stood by the wall watching her pack her book bag, he casually said, you're quite unlucky. Su Tian looked at him suspiciously. Just passed by the back door of your class. Jiang Chiyu pointed to the back, 3 buckets, only one of them has water in it. It's not full yet. Su Tian paused for 3 seconds and said, coincidence. She didn't move, but mentally she paid attention. Once there is a doubt in the mind, all the minutiae that were not cared for before are infinitely magnified in the present. For example, Su Jiao goes to get water every time she leaves class, but she is rarely seen drinking it. Su Tian once went to the restroom and turned back after forgetting to bring paper, only to happen to see Su Jiao pouring out most of the cup of water. It happened to be their group's duty day. And then there's the fact that she found out Su Jiao has 2 cell phones. One is a smartphone, and another is a very small senior citizen's phone. Her school bag fell to the ground and both cell phones slid out at the same time. Su Jiao's first reaction was to go and pick up the senior citizen phone and stuff it into her pocket. The smartphone picked up and threw it directly into her school bag. As she observed more and more days, Su Tian realized that Su Jiao seemed to be really targeting her. But she never understood why. She was even going to start believing that claim from the class president. Su Jiao likes the class president and thinks he likes her, so he targets her. Finally, it was the day of Wei Xiqing's birthday. Su Jiao doesn't let her drink the juice and hands her a bottle of fruit wine. There was a familiar, innocent, and pure smile on his face. She said the degrees weren't too high, and a couple of girls across the street were drinking it. But Su Tian will actually look at the alcohol content. This bottle, not to mention her, no matter who is present, who comes, the bottle of fruit wine will probably be drunk. At that moment, her heart sank. Why did Su Jiao get her drunk? Su Tian felt as if she would soon know why Su Jiao was isolating her. So after she took a taste in front of Su Jiao, she threw the bottle under the couch when she wasn't looking and replaced it with a bottle of ordinary fruit wine. She deliberately pretended to be drunk again, wanting to see what Su Jiao really wanted. Su Jiao really followed out. Su Tian asked her to call Zhou Ying, but the person who came was Wei Sicheng. At that moment Su Tian still didn't understand what Su Jiao wanted to do. She was afraid that Wei Sicheng would really say something to her, so she directly pretended to be drunk and collapsed, and then heard Wei Sicheng say that he told her to stay while he went to call Zhou Ying. The only thing I didn't expect was that Zhou Ying hadn't come yet, but Wan Gue came first. Su Tian half squinted her eyes, and when she saw him squatting down in front of her, people were dumbfounded, thinking that she was really drunk. How else would I have seen him? How else could he see himself and not run? Her goofy look probably made Wan Gue actually think she was drunk, and Wan Gue stared at her for 3 seconds before crouching down and picking her up. It's in a dream, right? She was thinking that even as she was being driven to the janitor's office. She pretended until the end, until late at night, when her mom and dad should have gone to bed. She got up from the bed, wanting to report to Zhou Ying and the others that she was safe. She saw Wei Sicheng send her a long string of explanations, saying that the photos in the forum really weren't taken by him. Yun. Following Wei Sicheng's words, Su Tian went up to the forum and strolled around, and then she saw that post. She suddenly understood why Su Jiao was trying to get her drunk. However, she still didn't understand why Su Jiao was targeting her like this. At this hour, they should all be asleep, and only one was still tirelessly messaging her. Ah, you've been abducted? Ah, are you sick? What's wrong with drinking at a young age? Ah, arrived home, right? You're asleep, aren't you, Su Tian? Wait for me tomorrow. Su Tian directly replied to him, don't tomorrow, you haven't gone home yet, have you? Do me a favor. After a long time, you returned her. You are in person? Su Tian, I'm not drunk, I'm faking it. Let's talk about it tomorrow if you're scolding me. Now help me run an errand, brother. It's been ages again, says. Su Tian, go check a surveillance for me. Suddy sent the link to that post. I'd like to know who took the picture. Jiang Chiyu didn't reply to her again. But at noon the next day, Jiang Chiyu came to see her and handed her a flash drive. Su Jiao stood at the corner looking for an angle to sneak a peek at her and Wei Sicheng's behavior in a clear way. The cell phone screen was also captured. Jiang Chiyu has seen the surveillance, know that this girl is her desk, so Rare did not scold her, stopped for a while in her house and left. It was hard on Su Tian's heart as she began to flip through her old photo albums, trying to find out what Su Jiao looked like in her memories. Then suddenly I realized there was a Su Jiao on the elementary school group photo as well. He'd always thought it was called Chen Jiao. Only it was a very fat girl, standing at the very edge of inconspicuousness. Su Tian stared at the two elementary and junior high school together for half a day. The more she looked at it, the more shocked she was. It was clearly a person. For 3 years in middle school, Su Jiao surprisingly didn't mention a word to her. In the afternoon, she went to school with a complicated mood, and Su Jiao continued to smile at her innocently and simply, and even took the initiative to talk about the post, letting her relax and saying that it would pass when time was long. There was no hint of shame on his face. Su Tian had thought about it all afternoon and hadn't figured out how Su Jiao had become like this. Why on earth did it turn out this way? Chapter 170. This forum is quite interesting. Without asking, it was impossible for Su Tian to smile at Su Jiao again, so she waited until school was over and asked directly. I didn't expect to get a response like that. A flash of so many years. Her once best friend hated her for so many years. Jiang Chiyu saw her gaze go blank and couldn't help but call her back to her senses. Want to send it? Su Tian lowered her eyes and looked at Jiang Chiyu's cell phone screen. Just signed up for a forum account and a video has been uploaded, just waiting to be posted. She and Jiang Chiyu had a deal. There's a price to pay for doing the wrong thing. But when it really came down to it, she still inevitably hesitated. What, a soft heart? Jiang Chiyu asked. Not really, it's just that she's going to lose her reputation if this video goes out, right? The video was 2 pieces of spliced together surveillance footage, with Su Jiaoren standing behind the corner, one hand outstretched, holding up a geriatric cell phone, taking pictures of the inside of the hallway. The surveillance could see the screen of her cell phone, on which was one of the 3 photos Su had posted. The latter part was a video recorded by another surveillance camera, which could prove that she was about to faint, and Wei Sicheng just helped her to sit on the ground. It's not what the internet says, cuddling up. And, so what if it's cuddled up? Sooty thought absent-mindedly. What a foot in the door. Skyfall's tablemates are suspected of agreeing to Skyfall's confession. Spoken like the truth. Confessed no, promised even less. The 2 videos are clear and unambiguous. Su Jiao clearly knew the truth, and deliberately found angles to take pictures to mislead the public. The key thing was that Su Jiao and Su Tian were at the same table. It's the backstabbing that's disgraceful. Jiang Chiyu sked lightly and took back his cell phone. So you don't feel anything because she caused you to be scolded, right? Su Tian nodded. No, anyway, it's all their blind guesses and blackmail, just don't look at it. Jiang Chiyu stared at her with a smile. Do I still have to praise you for being strong inside? Being stared at by him for a while. Suddy was defeated, well, still a little pissed off. Only angry that Su Jiao did this. Not online gossip. She really didn't care much about any of this actually. From the first day Jiang Chiyu transferred here, gossip had been her constant companion. If she hadn't adapted yet, she'd probably be depressed by now. Jiang Chiyu directly clicked on the release. Su Tian saw it and didn't say anything. He sent it, but didn't quit, tapping his finger on the screen every now and then. Su Tian looked at it for a while and saw that he was still looking at it with great interest, so he came over. What are you looking at? I didn't pay attention last time. This forum is kinda fun. Jiang Chiyu sidestepped the screen, and Su Tian fixed her eyes on it and sat up straight violently. God, she was blushing to the point of dripping blood. Why are you looking at this? It's all written in my name, so I can't read it? Jiang Chiyu raised his eyebrows, lowered his eyes, and continued browsing. Jiang Chiyu was reading the same story of the two of them written by someone in the forum who had nothing better to do. Su Tian was ashamed and embarrassed, but the cell phone was Jiang Chiyu's, so she couldn't do anything about him. Out of sight, out of mind, Suddy got up from the carpet and said in a mortified voice, I'm going home. Go what Jiang Chiyu laughed softly, slowly looking up and pulling on the hem of her coat. There are still things that haven't been made clear. Su Tian blared at him. What else haven't been said? Didn't I tell you about Su Jiao's incident from beginning to end? Even Zhou Ying didn't know what had happened yet. What's going on with that surveillance at the back? Jiang Chiyu meant to say. Su Tian played dumb. What? Don't pretend, I've watched that surveillance for what must be the 100th time. Isn't that guy the same boy you went after 2 or 3 times without explanation? Compared to the last time they met, his hair had grown long and his clothes had changed, so Jiang Chiyu really didn't recognize him at first. Suddy said, just a relative of mine who happened to see me sitting by the wall and sent me home. Is it possible? No one in their right mind would do that. I came across my own relative sitting drunk on the floor, and without saying a word, I directly squatted down and hugged the person and went out the door. It's as if it was premeditated. The problem was that Father Su's explanation to Zhou Ying and the others was also a relative of his own. Jiang Chiyu guessed that this should be their family's business and was not in a position to ask more. Who doesn't have a little something they don't know about their family? Jiang Chiyu is very clear that he asked again has been a bit out of bounds, but he is really annoyed. It is not easy to figure out the relationship between Song Yingjing and their family, and then come to even do not know the name of the face have not seen but the existence of a strong sense of male. Song Yingjing can still be said to be unrelated. This time this Uncle Su and Timothy both said they were relatives, so they were related by blood. Jiang Chiyu didn't know what kind of flying jealousy he was eating again. He weighed his tone and asked in a tentative whisper, at least tell me a name, I'm kinda related to this relative of yours. Su Tian's big eyes just looked at him. It's a bit of a dilemma. He pressed his dry breath and closed his eyes in frustration. When he looked at Su Tian again his emotions had calmed down and he followed suit and stood up without asking any more questions. Let's go back together. God forbid. On Monday, Jiang Chiyu saw this relative again. He didn't expect it to be in such a way. The flag was raised as usual after morning study. By the second half of the semester, senior year is in full swing. Schools are also getting tougher and tougher in disciplining seniors. The student body was also instructed to clamp down on senior discipline issues. The discipline department checked on individuals last week, smoking on campus, and criticized them a dozen times on the big lunchtime announcements. Then this Monday it was checked again. The reason was being late for the wall and not wearing a school uniform. Disciplinary issues are mainly discipline department in charge. Jiang Chiyu has no intention and lazy to intervene in the division of labor of their departments down the matter, at first has not cared. As a result, in the morning at the office, he heard Ran and Song Yingjing talking about it. And Ran remained cold, her brows wrinkled. You know I don't like to gossip, but as a friend I still have to ask, what did you do to piss him off? I see that he is very hostile towards you. Jiang Chiyu then distracted himself and listened for a while. Because, he was very much in favor of Unjun's self-assessment. She really doesn't gossip at all. At least Jiang Chiyu had never seen her gossip. That's a first. Song Yingjing didn't say anything, not caring very much. It might be that he's often written down by the discipline inspection department and blames me. And Rant's frown didn't loosen as she directly commandeered Song Yingjing's computer, typed a few words into the system, and pressed enter. Song Yingjing watched her movements and was a bit helpless. It's really nothing, he can still beat me up. Hurry up, the flag-raising ceremony is about to start. And Ran pursed her lips and looked at the long list of disciplinary records on the screen. How come this number hasn't been expelled yet? They're about to take their senior year, and schools don't expel seniors lightly. Anjun didn't say anything else. A few of the student council went downstairs to the playground together. The people in the discipline department don't have to stand in the class when the flag is raised. There is a table behind the leadership table, and they gather there directly after their disciplinary checks to gather the classes together. Chapter 171, What's the point of pretending to be a ghost? When Jiang Chiyu returned to the class line, he saw Su Tian standing at the front of their class, holding a school flag in her hand. She also happened to be wearing a red dress and pigtails, just like Neja. A new twist for the school is that each time the flag is raised, one person from each class is required to stand at the front of the line and raise the flag. There are a few tall boys around to raise the flag. There is no one left in their class, letting Su Tian go over to raise it? Jiang Chiyu slanted a glance at her, then walked to the front of his class team and said to the boy who was holding up the flag in their class, "I'll hold it up." The boys, who had also heard the rumors, thought about who was holding the flag in the next class and instantly understood. Okay. So Jiang Chiyu took over and raised the flag. It's not really tiring to hold it up, the flagpole is very long, just hold it up and stand it on the ground. It's just that when there's a wind blowing, you have to grip it hard. Unfortunately, it was windy this morning. Jiang Chiyu himself did not feel much. He looked sideways at Su Tian. Su Tian's entire body was tense, both hands holding the flagpole, palms whitened, very strained. He frowned, withdrew his eyes, and turned his head again to the boy in the first row and asked, "Lift for me?" The boy froze and came over. Yeah. So the flagpole, which had just been in the hands of the Lord President for no more than 2 minutes, was changed again. Jiang Chiyu walked to the front of the 10th class team next door and held the wobbling flag in Su Tian's hand. Su Tian was relieved to see it was him, her whole body relaxing, one hand still holding the flagpole, the other loosening and shaking it off. Jiang Chiyu's face sank slightly. "Where are the boys in your class? You came to check the class?" Su Tian was alert again, looked at their class empty with only 2 rows of girls, and felt that checking or not checking is like this. The truth, our class boys sleep too much in the morning. Reading was the director of the teaching staff to pull down to run laps, and has not been pulled back. The flag-raising ceremony has just officially begun. Jiang Chiyu nodded. "You return to the team. You're lifting for me?" Su Tian asked tentatively. "Or else where do I put my hand now?" Jiang Chiyu looked at her calmly. Suddy snickered as she headed for the line, fished a folded piece of paper out of her sleeve, and muttered, just in time to memorize the words. Jiang Chiyu. He exhaled and turned to stand up straight, looking at the flag stand. Su Tian had grown so much in the past 6 months that she had gone from having to stand in the first row to having to stand in the center. But the lines are standing, and she'll disrupt them by sticking her nose in. So Su Tian went straight to the last row and stood there. There was an empty seat in the last row and she filled it. Next to him stood Jiang Yao. She looked at Jiang Yao, who was so tall and envious, and wondered why she could grow so tall. Su Tian squinted her eyes and peeked for a moment. There was always a light flickering in her vision. She suddenly reacted. Her eyes shifted down to Jiang Yao's ears. Jiang Yao had a Bluetooth headset with diamonds that sparkled in the sunlight. Su Tian's slightly open mouth, so bold. "Want to listen?" Jiang Yao suddenly asked. Su Tian was startled. She thought Jiang Yao didn't know she was peeking at her. Something cool was suddenly shoved into her ear, and there was a ticking sound in her ear, followed by high-decibel heavy metal music blasting in her ears. Su Tian was really given a big scare this time and violently took off her headphones. Jiang Yao laughed out loud. The two made a bit of a commotion. As a direct result, the head teacher, who had brought the boys from their class back to raise the flag, took them both away again. So Su Tian didn't get to see that the very next second after she left, in the middle of the playground, under the flag stand, a group of boys lined up to go up and read the review. Among them, there was one with overly eye-catching posture, not even wearing a school uniform, standing in the center. His hair was a bit long, his eyes were downcast, and he didn't have much of an expression. The 10th class boys came. Jiang Chiyu handed the flagpole to the class president. took out his student council work card and hung it around his neck, and passed all the way around to the discipline inspection department's usual location for collecting lists. There was only one girl there, one hand pressed against the list on the table for fear of being blown away by the wind. Jiang Chiyu stared closely at the boy under the flag stand and asked her, "Who's the boy in the center?" "Ha?" The girl, who was new, squinted for a moment and said blankly, "I don't know." Jiang Chiyu pursed his lips. "Give me the disciplinary list from last week and today." "Oh." The girl searched the table, rummaged through some papers, and handed them to him. Jiang Chiyu, directly looking for punishment results, is pulled last Monday flag-raising ceremony read review. A total of 5 people: Zhao Dongwen, Su Tinjing, Ma Wei, Ruan Guai, Jin Fei. There's no Su, and there's no White. Jiang Chiyu recited the names of these people silently and memorized them. Ri looked down the flag stand. Which one would he be? The boy in the middle wrote a very sincere review. Compared to those 4 boys in front and behind him, his review was like an argumentative essay. The kind that gets perfect scores. Also, because the writing was so good and didn't quite match his bottom-of-the-barrel grade, everyone else was dismissed after the flag-raising ceremony, except him, who was taken away by the senior class director. Jiang Chiyu tore a blank page, took a pen and wrote down the 5 names in order, catching up with the 4 boys who were spared by the director. He said to the 4 of them in a very business-like tone, "Check the names." The 4 men looked at the work permit around his neck, believing it to be true, and one by one they checked off their names. There's only one left. Jiang Chiyu let out a light tsk. There is no way out of the mountain, but there is another village in the darkness. Nguyen healed. Su Tian stood outside the director's office with Jiang Yao as a punishment. Jiang Yao's cell phone headphones were all taken away, and she actually laughed out loud, her fingertips tapping a rhythm around her legs and humming a song under her breath. Su Tian was completely implicated. She did not even react to the headset was stuffed into her ear, just removed and just by the director to see. So much so that now it's a penalty. Su Tian didn't know Jiang Yao very well, only because of the first collection of homework at the beginning of the school year made a mess to know her name. She couldn't say anything, so she stood silently in the doorway, waiting for the head teacher to let them back into their classes. Jiang Yao hummed a children's song for a while and was a bit bored, so he wanted to talk to someone. When she looked at Su Tian, she remembered the video post she'd swiped at the internet cafe this week, and asked, "Your tablemate didn't come today?" At the same time she remembered some other CP post and added, "Not your boyfriend, but this one you have now." Su Tian glanced at her. She was afraid of being overheard by the teachers in the office and said softly, "I don't have a boyfriend." Jiang Yao, "Oh sound, she is not interested in this, continue to ask, online that video is you posted, right?" Su Tian didn't say anything and nodded her head very faintly. Bull. Jiang Yao gave her a thumbs up. "I thought you girls would only cry when it comes to this kind of thing." Su Tian looked at her skeptically. "You're not a girl?" "Oh." Jiang Yao changed his tone. "I thought little girls like you would only cry when you run into this kind of thing." Su Tian didn't answer again. She doesn't cry much. The book says that crying is the most useless thing in the world. She hadn't read the forums much since posting the video at 113 Shan Street last Friday. It's no fun. When Su Jiao puts up a picture of her and Wei Xicheng, others call her a watery woman and scold her for pretending to be innocent. She put Su Jiao's Su's video up, things reversed, plus someone broke the news that the 2 of them junior high school is a class, and now is still at the same table. The original group of people who scolded her went to scold Su Jiao disgusting and vicious, in order to get the heat actually did to smear years of friends of the thing. Then again, as if he hadn't scolded her before, he turned around and started holding it for her again. Underneath all the posts that Su has posted, there has been an influx of posts like, "After taking a look at the timeline, the owner has just turned around from Skyfall and started shooting the 2 of them." A modern version of lying down? "My mom has such a backstabbing friend" is also too scary. Su Jiao never replied. Before morning reading today, Su Tian went to the homeroom teacher to apply for a change of seat, on the grounds that she always sits in the corner especially tired eyes, and wanted to change to the other side. The homeroom teacher hadn't understood the online fiasco, and after agreeing to do so asked casually, "By the way, your deskmate Su Jiao is transferring to another school, do you know why?" Su Tian froze, fell silent, and shook her head. "Okay, fine, you can go to morning reading." The homeroom teacher didn't ask any more questions and waved her off. There were footsteps approaching, and Su Tian returned to her senses. The corridor was dim, and she only saw the senior year director walking towards them, followed far behind by a tall, thin boy. Jiang Yao had stood up straight, with the same solemn expression as the flag raiser. Su Tian followed suit and stood up straight. The senior director came to a stop in front of them, his eyes bubbling with cold light as he stared at Jiang Yao. What did you do? Jiang Yao seemed to be a bit afraid of him, his voice weakened a few degrees. Singing at the flag-raising ceremony was overheard by our grade director. What was the song? The senior director continued to ask. Jiang Yao's voice got weaker, the most dazzling national wind. Director. Southern. Don't say. Jiang Yao mentioned, Su Tian based on that little bit of faint impression, she was listening to that song's tune seemed to be really the most dazzling national wind. It's just an adapted version that crackles and pops and sounds very heavy metal. The senior director didn't say anything else, glaring heavily at her before looking back at Su Tian. What are you doing again? Su Tian also didn't dare to give up Jiang Yao's cell phone, even though it was already lying on the senior year director's desk, so she had to say with difficulty, singing with her. Jiang Yao puffed out a laugh. Just as her laughter seemed to be interspersed with another one belonging to a boy, Su Tian looked at the senior director, who looked serious. So she looked again at the boys following behind the director. The boy stood in the darkness and stopped walking, and Su Tian couldn't see his face. Without saying anything else, the senior director turned his head and shouted at the boy, "Are you unable to see the light? You're just standing there in the dark, pretending to be a ghost? Come over here." The boy looked reluctant and walked over. The moment he stepped out of the darkness, Su Tian's eyes widened incredulously. Chapter 172, Civilizing You and Me. Su Tian subconsciously took a step forward, but the boy expressionlessly bypassed her and followed the senior year director into the office, not forgetting to close the door. Jiang Yao sighed in relief, his entire body slackened and lazily leaned against the wall. She glanced at Su Tian's expression and followed her gaze to the closed office room door. Handsome, isn't it? Su Ten twisted her head, realizing something. You know him? Senior Ruan Guai, looks like a few sickly pets, people are also a few sickly pets, jumped off a building, crazy batch one. Jiang Yao scared. Jumped off a building? Su Tian's heart clenched violently. Well, I didn't see, listen to my friend said, he messed with which people on the road, people want to compete with him high jump, pulling him to the second floor, let him jump, don't dare to jump on his knees to lick his shoes. Ruan Gui directly dragged people from the third floor jumped. My day, the spot to see blood. Ruan Gui climbed up, but also asked him with a smile both jumped counted as a tie, want to go to the fourth floor then. Su Tian listened to a cold sweat, stay Baba said, rumor it. Third floor that shall not have 8 meters high. Wouldn't it really kill you to fall? My friend said, his brother is also in the road, know a little. Jiang Yao said, you were penalized counted me implicated, this secret I can tell you alone, now we are even. Suddy, so why don't you say more, and you can even me up again. Fancy him? Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows, not waiting for Su Tian to answer, and nodded again, his number does attract little girls. Suddy nerds out, not. Jiang Yao suddenly took a step closer to her, leaned down, looked at Su Tian's face from a close distance, and his hand extremely quickly pinched her neck. She tugged the corner of her lips weirdly and asked in a low and slow voice, like me, huh? Jiang Yao's hand on her neck didn't use any strength at all, and Su Tian looked at her with a confused expression. Jiang Yao stretched out a hand, his index finger gently tapped his temple twice, his voice soft like a ghost from hell, I'm sick here, so don't bother inviting me. Where's Gossiper? Mom! The two girls jumped violently at the sudden sound and both fell against the wall, both faces in shock. The senior class director who caught them stood in the doorway with his hands behind his back, glaring at them with hatred. I asked you to stand in the penalty station to let you meditate on your own faults, but you two are good? You're so bored that you're acting out a drama? If you really want to act so much, next month the school art performance, you two give me to go on stage to act. Jiang Yao quickly said, Doda director, we really have reflected on it, I shouldn't have brought my cell phone or listened to songs, it's all my fault, I won't dare next time. She wimped out pretty quick. Su Tian stared at her dumbfounded. It felt as if Jiang Yao's true character didn't quite match the way she remembered him. The head of the senior class said, it's useless. Jiang Yao and Su Tian, right? I won't watch next month's arts festival without you two. Let's go, class is over. After saying that, he flung his sleeve and went back to his office. Jiang Yao scratched his head in annoyance, took a deep breath, turned his head and said to Su Tian, I haven't finished yet. The part one just performed was something Ruan Guai had done, strangling the neck of the girl who confessed her love to him, and saying it, hard enough to make people cry. Why haven't I heard of? Asked Su Tian in a trance. Maybe he confessed outside of school? He doesn't seem to come to class much, the teachers don't care about him, and the senior class is pretty tight-lipped about him, and if you ask the sophomores if they know anyone named Ruan Guai, almost no one knows. So how do you know? Jiang Yao pointed to the office door, the senior year director who just dragged Ruan Guai in. She pointed to herself again, my dad. Su Tian's eyes widened. The punishment was over and they were able to return to class. On the way, Su Tian pestered her and asked, so what else do you know, tell me more. Jiang Yao shook his head, nope. Really? There's no telling. Tell me more. You're annoying to pinch. Sudi shook her arm, say more, just a little. Jiang Yao, however, didn't say anything and paused in his footsteps. Su Tian followed suit and stopped. You don't want your little bamboo horse anymore? Jiang Yao asked. Su Tian shook her head, it wasn't mine in the first place. That bamboo horse of yours has memorized my name a few times, I have to retaliate back, if you scold him, I will tell you one more thing. Jiang Yao suddenly said. Su Tian immediately exclaimed, Jiang Chiyu is a big dumbass. After that, he asked, I'll curse again, can you tell me two things? Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows and stifled a smile, it's not impossible. Su Tian then said, Jiang Chiyu is stupid and bad. Jiang Yao glanced behind her, and with his feet on the ground, he immediately skipped, alright, you stay here, I'll go back to my class first. Ugh, I'll go back to class too. Su Tian followed her for 2 steps, and her footsteps suddenly came to a slow stop. The man she had just scolded was standing in the hallway with his arms around his chest, staring at her with a smirk. Jiang Yao looked back, the gloating on his face not too obvious. Su Tian reacted and shouted furiously at Jiang Yao's back, Jiang Yao, you're so annoying. Jiang Yao turned his back on her and waved his hand, running away in a huff. Su Tian and Jiang Chiyu were the only 2 left in the corridor. Jiang Chiyu still had the student council sign hanging around her neck, and the word president seemed to carry an intimidating pressure that silently pressed down on her. I'm stupid and bad? Jiang Chiyu lowered his arm and walked towards her. Su Tian took 2 steps backward and suddenly turned around and ran. Before she could run a few steps, a strong force suddenly came from behind her, tugging on her arm to turn her 180 and hold her down against the wall. The walls were hard, and despite her thick clothes, they still knocked her butterfly bones. Even worse than the pain was the student body president who looked like a protection racket in front of him. Jiang Chiyu grabbed the school jacket at her collar with one hand to press her shoulder blades, lowered his voice, and repeated, I'm stupid and bad? There's nothing more embarrassing than being caught red-handed saying something bad about someone. She also volunteered for more cursing. Sudi stammered a little, no. I'm stupid and bad. Jiang Chiyu's empty hand scraped her chin, his eyes falling on her lips, you are indeed stupid and bad. Speaking ill of people behind their backs is just wrong, and Su Tian apologized quickly, I'm sorry. What's the point of having a cop if you can just say you're sorry? Sudi blinked, then you take me to the police station. Sent to the police station, then what? Jiang Chiyu's eyes fell on the lower half of her face not moving, his voice getting lower and lower, lock you up, hands and feet are tied, day and night to interrogate you, want to sleep on a chicken feather duster to wake up, how about it? Su Tian shivered, always feeling that this was something he could really do. She gulped, it's a civilized society now, that's not fashionable anymore. She pointed to her clothes that were clutched by Jiang Chiyu, meaning, speak civilized words, do civilized things, civilized you, civilized me, civilized depends on everyone. Chapter 173, Su Jiao's Mom. Jiang Chiyu didn't have any intention of letting go, instead, he put his small arm across her shoulder and neck, and he followed closer, with only half an arm's distance between them. The sense of oppression increased steeply, and Su Tian tried to tilt her head back, trying to push him away. Being seen will make the director drag her to the office again. Jiang Chiyu stared at her lips and whispered, your lips are peeling. Su Tian subconsciously licked his lips. Dry. Jiang Chiyu's eyes suddenly deepened, the knot in his throat rolled, he paused for a few seconds, and as if he had figured it out, his hand loosened and let go of her. He took a few steps back and turned around, his back to Su Tian. Su Tian immediately rubbed his shoulder blades away from the wall, seeing as he was so quick who let go of his hand, slowed down his voice, I'm sorry well, you also heard that it was all Jiang Yao deliberately letting me say that. Although my mouth is scolding you, I actually don't think so inside, I'm praising you. Jiang Chiyu turned around, heh. He didn't ask Jiang Yao, who, as early as the first week of school, had taken advantage of his position to conveniently recognize all the decent-looking boys in class 10. Jiang Yao was the first one he checked. Look at the publicly available information for half a day and scratch the final medical report, gender, female. So he was very impressed with this Jiang Yao. Class is almost in session, you go back to. Jiang Chiyu hadn't finished speaking when he heard the class bell ringing throughout the building. Ah! Su Tian's face changed and she screamed and started to run towards the class. Jiang Chiyu pinched his waist and crotch with one hand, watching with amusement as her wildly running back gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor. Su Tan was really late after all. The first period is Lao Gao's class. Old Gao remembered her being late every day last semester because she couldn't get up and teased. Late again? Sleeping through the flag-raising ceremony? The class erupted in laughter. Su Tan muffled his voice. In his heart, he cursed Jiang Yao, the big bad guy. Jiang Yao raised his hand at the back. Teacher. It's not Su Tian's fault. She sang the most dazzling national wind with me during the flag-raising ceremony and was pulled by the director to stand in the penalty box. It's my fault. There was another louder roar of laughter from the class. Holy awesome language meter. I can't tell that underneath such a quiet exterior you're so fanatical inside. Give us a clip from the language table. Su Tian glared at Jiang Yao. I'm surprised she's still coming. Lao Gao was grinning even after hearing that and waved her back to her seat. Go back to your seat. Su Tian then went back and aggrieved. Language class is over and the next class is a study hall. Halfway through the study hall, suddenly a middle-aged woman walked up to the window and peered in. She looked like she had come to look for someone, and after looking halfway through the window and not finding anyone, she pushed open another crack in the door and peered in. Su Tian sat right in the doorway, looked up, and asked softly, "Who are you looking for?" The middle-aged woman said softly, "Su Tian, I'm looking for Su Tian." Su Tian froze. She closed the door and walked over to the middle-aged woman. And you are? The woman wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I'm Su Jiao's mom. She was dry and thin, her cheeks sunken in, and her gray hair was half of her windswept tresses. The woman sobbed, Su Tiana, I know this thing is Su Jiao did wrong. I was busy with the tavern business. I have no time to care about her. I do not know how to become like this. She said she wanted to transfer to another school, and I agreed. Can you see if you can delete the post? This thing has been left. The woman wiped her tears again. This video has been kept, is going to be accompanied by her for life. She is still so young. She still has to start life again. I came to apologize to you on her behalf. Can you delete the video? Su Jiao's mother said a lot outside the classroom, said Su Jiao was not like this, said Su Jiao's father did not have early. She, in order to earn a little money to make ends meet in front of the house, opened a barbecue. Every day up early in the morning and late at night, also do not have time to care about her, said Su Jiao is just negligent of discipline, this time a long memory, and will be changed in the future. Su Tian listened to the whole thing from beginning to end and didn't agree, only saying that Su Jiao should come to her by herself. Su Jiao's mom's expression became difficult. Watch it. Su Jiao probably didn't even know about her mom coming over to look for her. Su Tian bit the bullet and let Su Jiao come over in person, and in the end, Su Jiao's mom left helplessly and she went back to class. After study hall, Zhou came over to class 10 to look for her. The two of them walked to the side of the railing opposite the basketball court and stood in front of it. Zhou pointed to a figure on the playground. I saw Wei Xiqing. Sudi looked over and gave a hum. Alas, Wei Xiqing asked me to come and apologize to you. He didn't dare to come for fear that rumors would start spreading blindly again, saying that it would have been better if he hadn't called you over to play. Su Tian shook her head. What nonsense, I'm the one who has to apologize to him. A good birthday turned out to be spoiled for no one by her. Blame Su Jiao. Speaking of this, showing is incredible. How can it be? Her disguise is also too good. The three of us played with her for 3 or 4 years froze and no one found out. Last Friday when Su Jiao questioned her about why she only talked about elementary school, not a word about the 3 years of junior high school, Su Tian was silent for a while. It might really be that her acting skills are too good. Sunday you told me this thing after I told Wei Xiqing also said, his first reaction is also think it is impossible. He too table when 3 years, with Su Jiao first acquaintance, is also dead not believe Su Jiao is such a person. Su Tian pursed her lips, feeling the corners of her mouth dry and taut. It should be dry and crack small mouth, a little pain when she spoke. I went to the teacher to change my seat in the morning reading today, and she said that Su Jiao is going to change schools. Zhou froze, slowly reacted, and was no longer surprised. Normal, this is if I were to do something like this and get caught, I wouldn't be able to stay in this school. Sudi asked softly, do you think I did wrong? Post the video online? Zhou asked herself, shaking her head, she even tried to strangle you in class. We didn't even release this surveillance, you're already merciful enough. Yeah. She's just restoring the truth. She could stand the hokey internet violence before, why couldn't Su Jiao accept the consequences when she did such a thing herself? Su Tian changed the topic. I'm going to find Wei Xiqing in the next class to apologize. Zhouing, he probably doesn't dare to see you. Su Tian looked at her quietly. So? Between large classes, Zhouing called Wei Xiqing out. Wei Xiqing asked, well, did Su Tian say anything? Said she wanted to come and apologize to you. Suddy, behind the two men, slowly picked up the conversation. Wei Xiqing turned around violently, looked at Su Tian, then at Zhouing who was innocently shrugging her shoulders, and with a turn of his feet he was about to go back to his class. Su Tian blocked in front of him, hiding what you still intend to cut ties with me in this life or not seen Wei Xiqing looked at her and didn't move. Zhouing said, alright, my mission is complete, I'm going to find my family's mouth, you two talk. The two men went to the playground audience and found a seat. Wei Xiqing handed her a bottle of lychee soda. The school doesn't sell milk tea. I saw you go to the supermarket and often buy this, so I bought a bottle. Su Tian took the soda and paused for a moment, not saying that she always bought this actually for Jiang Chiyu. She unscrewed it and took a sip. Sweet and cloying. With both elbows propped up on his knees and his hands intertwined, Wei Xiqing said slowly, I'm sorry. Su Tian gently wrinkled her eyebrows. It's not like you're to blame. I've come to apologize to you. You're sorry on first. It's not just this. Wei Xiqing lowered his head and pursed his lips. I've caused you quite a bit of trouble, haven't I? Gradually reacting to what he was saying, Su Tian paused and shook her head, no. That time on the league I had a hot brain on, Wei Xiqing did not say, but I do not regret, held back for several years Su Tian didn't say anything and listened to him. Wei Xiqing said, actually, there is something I didn't tell Zhouing. Wei Xiqing glanced at her and lowered his head again. Last night, Su Jiao came to me. She said she is going to transfer to another school, and should not even meet with me again in the future, so there are some words want to say clearly. She said she liked me and hadn't been sitting at the same table as me for long. Had been liking me for 3 years. Su Tian, Su Jiao might really blame me for doing this to you. Junior high school graduation that time, that year Tanabata, Zhouing, and you play in the playground, I thought of high school will not be in a class, a little sad, bought a bouquet of flowers to go over, stood outside the playground want to go in and confess to you. But really to the outside and wimped out. Wei Xiqing didn't dare to look at her, his head hung low. When I had a brain fart, I shouted Su Jiao out and asked her the first thing she said was, do I want to confess to you? Su Tian's entire body froze. Su Jiao says she likes Jiang Chiyu, and Su Tian thinks she's hostile because of that and some paranoid thoughts. Su Tian's mind was spinning rapidly. Also, Jiang Chiyu left the country before finishing 4th grade. She had almost forgotten that there was this person, not to mention Su Jiao. How genuine can an elementary school student's likes be? So, actually, yes, Su Jiao used to like Jiang Chiyu, but Jiang Chiyu always played with her. Jiang Chiyu left, they moved to middle school, met Wei Xiqing. Su Jiao liked Wei Xiqing, but Wei Xiqing liked her again? Then in high school, Wei Xiqing was in the physical education class, Su Jiao was in the 2nd class, and Zhouing and her were in the 3rd class, favoring Jiang Chiyu, who had transferred back from abroad and also transferred to the 3rd class. And on the first day that Jiang Chiyu arrived, the scene of getting into the car with her was seen by Su Jiao. On this day, it had been less than 3 months since Wei Xiqing had asked Su Jiao if she wanted to confess to her. New grudges coupled with old ones, multiple stimuli lead to something like this. So, perhaps, the 3 years of middle school that Su Jiao spent with them wasn't because she acted well and hid her depths, but rather, she let it go since Jiang Chiyu left and really stayed friends with her for 3 years. 1 3-year period, another 3-year period, all paid in blanks. Su Tian asked herself, if it was her, would she become what Su Jiao is now? It won't. She would be hard, depressed, and hate the girl, but not really hold it against her. Call her cowardly or weak, no one is at fault or to blame for such things. Su Tian didn't know what to say. Wei Xiqing continued, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I had found out earlier and didn't ask her out last year on the eve of July, things might not have been the way they are now. Chapter 174. This piece of land belongs to his family. Su Ten shook her head, it won't. What happened is set in stone, there are no ifs. They didn't talk about anything else as the two of them walked together toward the school building. Returning to the class, Su Tian found that seat at her desk covered with disorganized books and a head of disheveled curly hair peeking out from behind the desk. Su Tian leaned over and looked at Zhang Yao, who was stuffing something into his desk pocket, and asked strangely, what are you doing? Changed seats. Zhang Yao didn't look up. My dad went to the old class and asked her to control me more strictly and moved me to the first row. It's just as well that Su Jiao has left, leaving his seat vacant. Su Tian stared at her for a moment. So I'm going to be at the same table as you next? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao finally raised his head and gave her a cool look. You're kinda not happy about it, are you? Su Tian nodded dryly. The matter of coaxing her to scold him in front of Jiang Chiyu has just passed. Jiang Yao let out a hand, suddenly raised an eyebrow. I'm happy to do it. You're a good bully and you can't beat me anyway. Su Tian gasped and pinched her waist. It's only a few days of being at the same table. I told the teacher that I wanted to switch to the south side of the classroom and she agreed. Jiang Yao took her as a fart and grunted raps as he continued to pack his things. She sat inside, Jiang Yao sat outside blocking the way, and she couldn't get into her seat, so she could only stare. Just behind her, Wang Suhan beckoned to her, wordlessly gesturing, Su Tian, come here, come here. Su Tian then went over and sat in the class president's seat first. Wang Suhan lowered his voice, do you know her well? Su Tian shook her head, not familiar, only knew her name before today. Wang Suhan asked again, there's a question I've been wanting to ask for a long time, why does she get a perm? Wang Suhan twirled a handful of his own slate and sighed, I'd like to iron it too. Southern. Because I was born with this. Jiang Yao suddenly twisted over and spoke. Seeing her answer, Wang Suhan also let go, then can I perm my hair and tell the teacher that I was born with it? Jiang Yao snorted, you could say you were electrocuted. Wang Suhan's heart was broken. This new sis has a poisonous mouth. Student Council Office. Jiang Chiyu searched Ruan Gui's name in the system and came up with a long list of disciplinary records. Being late, leaving early, skipping classes, smoking, fighting, drinking. It is strange that Yangming First Middle School has strict discipline, and the students who have violated the law so many times and have not been expelled are very few and far between. These are usually students who have family connections and the school has to keep them for favors. Who could it be because of a favor? What are you looking at? Han Ning came over to look at his computer screen. Before Jiang Chiyu could close the web page, Han Ning shrunk back. I thought the chairman was secretly watching a movie in his office while no one was around. Jiang Chiyu. Han Ning was from the Residence Inspection Department, and half of Ruan Gui's infractions were found in the dormitory. Jiang Chiyu closed the computer and watched Han Ning return to her seat and start eating a lollipop. He paused and asked out of the blue, that Ruan Gui who went up to the flag stand today to read the review, is he getting exceptionally good grades? Han Ning gave him an incredulous look, the words, what the hell are you talking about, written all over her face. Jiang Chiyu faintly said, listen to his review written well. That one, the bottom of the senior class. Han Ning recalled Ruan Gui's name, a disciplinary demon, the whole gangster, his family has a backstage, the school pressed the matter and did not expel him, just waiting for him to graduate from the senior high school to go away on his own. That review was not written by him, as soon as I heard it. Backstage, who is it? Han Ning shrugged her shoulders, how would I know? She again suddenly a hand on the side of the mouth, whisper it to you, the rumor that Minister N is the school manager's daughter is true. Oh, if you really want to know, go ask her. Asked what Anjun would say. Jiang Chiyu was non-committal and didn't say anything else. Su Tian tugged Jiang Yao's arm and shook it, just tell me, I haven't settled the score with you for letting me badmouth Jiang Chiyu, you owe me a favor. Jiang Yao grunted and just wouldn't say anything. The last class was math, and before class Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that she hadn't written her homework yet, so she wanted to copy the homework of her new, bullying deskmate. Su Tian was smart enough to offer a book of homework for a gossip. Change the gossip about Ruan Gui. Math teacher thief fierce, she used to sit in the last row still have no fear, now sitting in the first row suddenly a batch of goat, so agreed to do, after copying the homework, told her a small thing Ruan Gui. Gwyn doesn't come to school much. Sudi asked, and do you know why? Changyu, that's a different price. So there was the current scene of Su Tian pestering her with questions. Jiang Yao didn't pick up on the word she wanted to draw towards Ruan Gui, and instead gossiped and asked, did Jiang Chiyu do anything to you just after I left? Sudi, he dragged me by my collar and held me against the wall and almost strangled me. Jiang Yao, is it the legendary wallop after the male lead gets angry? Is it an indescribable degree? Wallop the hell out of it, indescribable the hell out of it, and now both of her back shoulder blades still hurt. Su Ten grimaced and showed her the crumpled collar on one side of his shirt. No, it's the extent to which I can report warning him about schoolyard bullying. Jiang Yao scared, so you're chasing me to ask about Ruan Gui, is it true that you caught a glimpse of him at the office door? Su Tian considered this for a while and thought it was a good excuse, so seriously, he nodded his head. Jiang Yao had a complicated expression, letting your childhood friend go, you actually like this number. So Tim then said, everyone has their own aspirations, understand? Kid, daydream less, you two are not from the same world, when the time comes there will be tears for you. Jiang Yao suddenly said. Su Tian continued to wrestle with her, then won't I know what's going on if you tell me more? Jiang Yao was carried away by her thoughts. Wan Guai is such a jerk, do you know why he hasn't been expelled from school yet? Sudi knew that and was still very weak. Still, she dutifully played the role of an ignorant girl who had caught a glimpse of Wan Guai and shook her head. I don't know. He has a backstage, not a school board member, but more powerful than a school board member. What is it called? Jiang Yao tried to think. I forgot. Is engaged in real estate. Anyway, this piece of land of our school is his family. Southern. She didn't know if what Jiang Yao had said before was true or not, but this matter was definitely false. The land belongs to Wan Guai's family. That's bull. Su Tian felt that the truthfulness of the things Jiang Yao had said before shouldn't be very high either after hearing it. Shocked by the outrageousness of the event, she didn't know what to say for a moment and twisted her head to sit back down. Jiang Yao thought that she was shocked by this incident, and looked at her reaction with satisfaction, and advised, your childhood friend is quite handsome, enough is enough, people should be content. Chapter 175, Heartbeat Acceleration. Nguyen. When school is over, the doors of Yangming No. 1 Middle School open and the students file out. 3 or 2 dyed hair pricks stood in front of the school gate in a big, white stance, waving at the school under the guards' wary gaze. The boy in the school uniform walked far away, wearing a cap on his hoodie, his head lowered, his bangs covering his eyes. There was little blood on the thin lips. Before he could get to the door, he was suddenly stopped by a boy with glasses. Yellow Hair watched them from a distance and didn't care at first, but after waiting a few moments, the two were still standing there talking. Under the cherry blossom tree, the two figures actually looked somewhat harmonious. Nguyen also dusted the collar of the glasses boy's uniform. Yellow Hair looked at them strangely, thinking that Ron could still have friends in school. After a while, Nguyen Guai bumped off the boy and continued toward the school entrance. The moment he left the school gate, Ron Gui took off his school jacket. Yellow Hair followed him and asked, Ron, who is he? Ron Gui didn't have much of an expression and went straight to the car driven by Yellow Hair. No one. Song Yingjing watched as Ron Gui left with a group of out-of-school youths. Just now he went to the security room to get the list of today's disciplinary students, and on the way back he walked with his head down while looking at it, and just stepped out of the security room, and within a few steps he accidentally collided with a figure coming from the side. He looked up, yes. Before he finished saying the word sorry, the other party stood a step away, and through the messy tresses on his forehead, Song Yingjing saw his dark eyes narrow a bit. Song Yingjing looked at the school entrance and then at him, putting down the list in his hand. Classmate, senior year isn't over yet, right? They just met this morning. It was also here that Ruan Guai came in over the wall and was caught by him. Ruan Guai looked at him and pulled out, I'm a senior. The uniform he was wearing was indeed that of a senior. I don't know where I borrowed it. Song Yingjing slightly curved his eyes, flipped the disciplinary record in his hand forward a few pages, and pointed to his big name written in Ruan Gui's own handwriting on it. Senior Ruan, you still said you were a senior this morning. You're misremembering. Ruan Gui didn't want to look for trouble at this time. He didn't move and scanned around, frowning slightly. School was out, and more people were pouring over toward the school gates. Bother. Song Yingjing turned the record to the latest page, the meaning of which was self-evident. Seeing his movements, under the hat, Ruan Gui's lips moved, taking a step closer to Song Yingjing, reaching out to dust his collar. He had little expression, his voice low, like a gust of morose wind, blowing chills down one's spine. Senior, don't let me see you again, okay? I'm afraid that I won't be able to help it. He didn't say that he couldn't help what he was doing and directly bumped Song Yingjing's shoulder to walk out of the school gate. Song Yingjing acted as if he hadn't heard the threat and calmly wrote down Ruan Gui's name in the early exit column. The two left in opposite directions. In a flash, April is here. As the weather turns warmer, take off your thick down jacket, or a thicker lining, and keep out the cold with just your school uniform on the outside. Senior high school just finished the monthly exam last week, and Su Tian played steadily, still first in her class, and first in her grade. Su Tian took a deep breath. Take a first. She really did. She looked again to the sophomore liberal arts red list. Song Yingjing was first, and Ran was second, and Han Shuo was third. The first three are all familiar faces. Not much else. She moved to the side after reading it, so as not to interfere with the people behind her reading the list. There were two girls who got together and were secretly taking pictures of the red list. One of the girls pointed to Jiang Chiyu's name. Look at that, Big Brother will always be Big Brother. Ever since he came to the first place in the red list, he hasn't changed. Now that it's divided into arts and sciences, one more person has been added. Another girl looked along the line, and suddenly let out a cry and patted the girl who was traveling with her. Look, 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 this name, is it the name of the little Stepford wife from heaven? Su Tian gave a start and silently pulled the scarf around her neck towards her face. Renaming? No, I remember her grades were thieving good too. Ah, so the two of them are in separate classes? One literature and one science. Right. The two men stopped discussing it. Su Tian was about to leave, and then heard one of the two people said, their names put together like that, ah? It's kinda like that. Another voice interjected, what's that? On the wedding invitation, not to take the brush and the red paper to write the name of the new couple. Is pretty similar. Like hell, like. Su Tian's face swished red as she listened. Really, why don't you go write a book if you have such a vivid imagination? Su Tian shook her head and went around to the back of the public notice board, wanting to stop by the supermarket to buy a bottle of yogurt. Not 2 steps away, a commotion was heard behind the public notice board, followed by a familiar male voice repeating, it's quite similar. Suddy was on her feet. She stood behind the bulletin board and didn't move on. The familiar male voice didn't speak again. Then one of the girls said, President, you're pretty shameless. After another moment of silence, Jiang Chiyu said indifferently, so I now have a class not to return to stand here by whom? The girl immediately stopped talking. There was a sound of paper rubbing. A strange boy asked, why did you tear up the red list, classmate? Jiang Chiyu said, the senior list is wrong and is being replaced with a new one. Su Tian was afraid that they would see their feet move onto the notice board, so she walked farther away and stood in a crowded place to watch them. The person standing beside Jiang Chiyu to give him a hand was Han Ing. Su Tian knew her as a very interesting schoolmate in the student union office. The two men reposted the correct red list and left with paste and brushes. Su Tian stood still and touched his chest. Flop flop. Heart racing. After the monthly examination, the 10th class adjusted the seat, according to the monthly examination rankings in order to choose the seat. Su Tian was the first to choose, right in the middle, not biased, not slanted, with a wide view. Although Jiang Yao looks like a poor student, but people are actually also in the top 10 of the grade, the second in the class, she was the second to choose a seat, did not hesitate, directly next to Su Tian sat down. The two of them were wide-eyed. Jiang Yao grunted and said wickedly, woman, you can't hide. Then the class president was the fourth to choose a seat. He had an okay relationship with everyone in the class, and had no particular desire to be at the same table with anyone, and in the spirit of following the big brother's learning philosophy, he sat directly behind Su Tian. Wang Suhan was a bit more pathetic, he couldn't get good grades and found a place in the 3rd row from the bottom. After choosing a seat, the class was almost over, and the lecture couldn't say much, so Wang Ruome directly didn't turn over the lesson plan and sat down to chat with their class. She suddenly remembered something, Su Tian, Jiang Yao, I heard that you two signed up for the cultural performance? Both men froze. Wang Ruome looked at the reaction of the two, the director mentioned it, saying that the two of you volunteered to do a play. Jiang Yao sighed as he remembered, heaven is going to kill me, heaven is going to kill me. Still baffled, Su Tian asked Jiang Yao, what is it? Forgot? The last time you stood in front of my office with me, he asked us to perform on stage at this month's arts festival. Su Tian remembered. But she always thought that the director was just kidding when he said he wouldn't watch the performance without her, and she forgot about it in a couple of days. I can't believe they are actually letting the two of them act. And offered to enroll them both. The class was up in arms when they heard they were both going to perform on stage. With this height difference between Sister Jiang and the language table, how could they not play as Snow White? Sister Jiang as a prince. There's a whole set of Disney princesses coming. Cat and Mouse works too. Su Tian looked at Jiang Yao with a bitter face, there's no room to turn it around? Jiang Yao had already resigned himself to his fate and was very calm, don't even think about it, I planted myself in the director's hands more than a dozen times, and he's true to his word. All right. When I went back with Jiang Chiyu at night, he also mentioned this matter. He still saw it from Song Yingjing. Song Yingjing also saw it from one of the schoolmates in the literature department. Anyway, the entire student government office knew about it. Because it's really funny. The program Su Tian and Jiang Yao reported was the play Snow White. 3 of the participants. Jiang Yao as Snow White, Su Tian as the prince, and the senior director as the dwarf. Su Tian helplessly explained, because really do not want to go to the stage to perform. The two of us went to find the director to plead. One of the excuses is that the two of us do not know how to act. The director said that he used to be the art team, took the initiative to help us to write the script. He also said that for the sake of novelty, he wanted me to play the prince and Jiang Yao to play the princess. And missing a dwarf, he volunteered. Then what else can I do? Jiang Chiyu's stomach hurt from laughing. Su Tian fretted to himself. She tried to turn to the student body president next to her. Aren't you the president? Aren't you great? Why don't you cancel the cultural show? The Lord President said, cancellation is not possible, but the president can have all the spotlights on you, and the stage will be dead black, so you can pretend that there is no one on stage. Su Tian was instantly more worried. The head of the grade was so taken with the first play he had ever planned in his life that he caught the two of them borrowing clothes from the drama club between classes. Snow White's costume was really there in the drama club, but there was a little problem when I had to try on the clothes. The drama club of Yangming No. 1 Middle School is awesome and has won several domestic awards, so the budget is always sufficient. The costumes were made by the drama club themselves, an adaptation of the movie, still in the classic yellow, blue, and red color scheme, only more ornate and pretty. Jiang Yao took a look at the big European-style tutu that the character of the princess was going to wear, and his face instantly changed, dying to wear such a girly dress. She was dead set against wearing a dress, so after some arguing, the role of princess fell to Sudam. Su Tian actually didn't want to play a princess. This dress is good looking, but... Su Tian glanced at the chest of the dress again and again, and sadly realized that the probability is that he will not be able to hold it up. Chapter 176, Ruan Gui didn't come to class today. They went in separately to try on clothes. Su Tian wouldn't wear this big dress, or the drama club's young lady helped her put it on. The bust does seem a bit big. The young lady skillfully got an invisible clip over and hooped it around the back of the dress, and the neckline instantly fit. Su Tian looked at herself in the mirror. The costume was sort of square-necked, revealing a large chunk of well-defined shoulder and neck. Missy took Snow White's necklace again and put it around her neck. It's so pretty. The young lady couldn't help but marvel, hardly wearing plastic out of high fashion. The necklace is indeed made of plastic, and while it looks fancy from a distance, up close it's actually pretty shoddy. The glue that held the stones in place flowed out and solidified into a lumpy bump that stuck a bit around my neck. With the heater on inside, she wasn't cold with her neck exposed like that, and the young lady helped her drag her dress out of the dressing room. Jiang Yao clothes are good, already dressed, she does not even need to take care of her hair, short curly hair, crown with a crown, looking like a handsome prince. The prince said, that's a middle-aged outfit. Filters shattered all over the place. Su Tian walked next to her and looked at Jiang Yao in the mirror. Don't say, you're quite handsome if you wear men's clothes. Jiang Yao instantly twisted his head. Brother Jiang is the most handsome. After she finished, she looked Su Tian up and down. The room was full of girls, the director was still in the fitting room and hadn't come out, so she said, your breasts are so small. Su Tian instantly turned red and carried the hem of her skirt to hit her. Jiang Yao wearing long-sleeved long pants, easy to move, easily escape her clutches. Hey, do not be angry, I honestly, in fact, will grow. The young lady snickered from the side and reminded them, you two watch out, the director will come out later. After a long wait the director finally came out. But did not change into a costume. The male student who went in with him to get dressed had a look of stifled laughter on his face. The director coughed, unfortunately this costume doesn't have a size for me to wear, so it looks like I'll have to switch to behind-the-scenes work. Jiang Yao asked tentatively, then why don't you and I switch to the backstage? Acting should be done by professional drama club members. Director, no way. Director, you two have to believe in yourselves, I think you two acted that part in front of the office the other day is quite good. Come on, give me another performance on the spot. Su Tian was depressed, Su Tian was desperate. Su Tian's face was cupped by Jiang Yao in the next second. Jiang Yao read the tableau fondly. Oh, my princess, you were so beautiful and lovely, you are like the last rose in the world, all the manna and the morning and evening are eclipsed when you are in full bloom. Infected by her, Su Ten bitterly picked up, oh, but I'm going to die, I've eaten a poison apple, and I'll never see you again. The director duly picked up, no, Snow White won't die. She's just temporarily asleep. Only a sincere kiss from the prince can wake her up. Jiang Yao's whole being seemed to have found some kind of joy. She forgot what the next line of the tableau the director had given them was and improvised on the spot. I am the prince. My kiss alone can save you. Dear princess. Are you ready? Su Tian had a strange expression on his face. The director looked at her expectantly and prompted, the next line is, I'm ready. Su Tian's expression got even weirder as she dryly repeated, I'm ready. Jiang Yao cupped her face and literally kissed her down. Su Tian didn't know where the potential came from, dragging her skirt in an instantaneous shift to avoid it, her expression horrified. What are you doing, you really kiss ah? Jiang Yao played high, are girls kiss ah? What's wrong, you Jiang brother is not handsome? The drama club was beside themselves with laughter. Su Tian obviously didn't think so and hid behind the table in fear that she would actually come over. Su Tian's skirt was quite breathable, she was not hot at all. Jiang Yao's prince suit is a whole 3 layers, after fooling around for a while, he can't do it anymore, he took off his jacket in the heat, no, I won't play with you anymore. Suddy was still on guard. The director flipped through his well-written tableau, kissing is definitely not possible, Jiang students in this costume is too fake, in case the students really think that Jiang is a boy how bad the impact, so, it will be changed to hands clasped next to the princess to make a wish, and then the princess woke up. Su Tian remembered the dwarf's part and asked, who's going to play the dwarf then? They had only 3 actors in this play from start to finish, with both the queen and the king appearing only in voiceovers and lines. Sounds like an impossibility. But the director just miraculously did it. It's all messed up anyway, then why not just add more people? The director was unimpressed. I'll go to the student council and ask them to grab a few more violators over here, whoever has the most violations will play the poison queen and the dwarfs for me. Still wanting to show his face as an actor, the director rubbed his beer belly and asked, there are king clothes, right? Any I can wear? The drama club boy thought for a moment if he brought him a change of clothes, then, teacher, will you wait a few days? I'll see if I can borrow a set from another school. The director nodded, okay. The director didn't stay much longer, he had to go back to his office to change the script. Su Tian and Jiang Yao went to change back into their own clothes. Su Tian was quite happy, rather than her and Jiang Yao disgracing themselves on stage, it would be better to have a few more together to distract the audience. The director went to the student council office before going back to his own office, and there was Song Yingjing inside. As it happens, it was him who was approached, and the director said, give me a copy of last week's disciplinary list. The paper ones were cluttered, and Song Yingjing sifted through one directly on the system, then printed it out and handed it to the director. The director took it over and looked at it for a while, pulled a pen from Song Yingjing's desk and circled the 2 names with the most disciplinary infractions. It's just the 2 of them, give notice and have them stop by the drama club on the 3rd floor of the activity building at noon tomorrow. Song Yingjing froze, huh? The director repeated, activities building, 3rd floor, drama club. I'm going to touch them with love. After the director left, Song Yingjing looked at the list he had circled with a red pen. 2 men, Wan Guai, Zhou Kong. This one called Chokon should be okay. It's a bit of a headache to notifying Wen Guai. Song Yingjing gently wrinkled his eyebrows. But he went anyway. It's not a good idea to let someone else go. In order to maximize the quiet environment for the high school candidates, the 3rd floor is not in the same place with the 1st and 2nd years of high school, there is no connecting corridor in the middle, you can only go down from the 2nd floor to turn to the 3rd. Song Yingjing hung up his student council job tag and came to the entrance of senior class 9, it was now between classes, he called out to a boy coming out of class 9, classmate, please call Wan Guai for me. The boy froze, glanced at the work sign in front of him, agreed, and went back to his shift. After a while he re-emerged, Wan Guai didn't come to class today.